Under a full moon, the night sky shimmered with countless stars, their pale lights spilling across the field like a quiet omen. Rows of knights stood ready, armor glinting as it caught the moonlight. Then a sharp, commanding voice cut through the stillness. The knight commander shouted orders, rallying his men to charge and slay the figure they had branded a demon. That demon moved first. Driven by a will that refused to bend, he surged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He reached the commander while orders were still being shouted, and with a single, decisive swing of his sword, ended the man's life. The voice that had led them fell silent. Without pausing, the demon stepped among the bodies and slammed his hand into the ground. Power erupted instantly. Purple flames crawled outward like a curse made real, swallowing every knight in sight and snuffing out their lives with cruel efficiency. When it was over, the field was nothing but silence and ash. Exhaustion finally caught up to him, and the demon dropped to his knees, breath coming out rough and uneven. That was when he felt it, a presence approaching. He lifted his head and saw a female knight walking toward him, her red hair blazing even in the moonlight. Pain twisted her expression as she spoke his name, Knox von Reinhafer. Her voice trembled as she demanded to know why he had made a pact with the devil, why he had betrayed them all. Still trying to steady his breathing, Knox looked ahead and answered calmly. A faint smile touched his lips as he said that, from their point of view, it probably did look like betrayal. But the truth was the opposite. It was they who had betrayed him first. Her frustration boiled over. She begged him to stop dodging the question and simply tell her when he had become so broken. Knox paused, then said that his story didn't begin with a heroic rise, but with something more like a crash landing. At that moment, a notification flashed across a monitor. Yu-chan, the player controlling Knox, was informed that he had successfully cleared the first part of the game Inner Lunatic. With a total clear count of 27, Yu-chan leaned back in satisfaction. The run had been clean. He had secured valuable items and completed several hidden quests along the way. Yet behind that small sense of victory lay a heavy truth. Yu-chan had already been told that he would die the following month. 2 years earlier, he had gone from hospital to hospital searching for answers. Each visit ended the same way. The doctor would tell him not to panic and to listen carefully. Test after test came back unchanged, offering no real hope. In the end, all they could give him were painkillers, telling him to take them when the pain became unbearable. Alone in his room, Yu-chan let his thoughts drift as he realized that 2 full years had already slipped through his fingers. His eyes moved to the calendar, and in that quiet moment, his body suddenly betrayed him. A violent wave of nausea surged up, and he bent forward, vomiting blood. When he looked down and saw the deep crimson staining his hands, something inside him settled. Understanding washed over him with cruel clarity. His time was running out. He accepted it calmly, knowing that obsessing over the inevitable would not change how it all ended. The room felt unbearably empty. Notifications chimed softly, pulling his attention to his phone. Hospital appointment confirmations. One after another. He let out a bitter laugh, the sound hollow in the silence. Since losing his memories, no one had come looking for him, and now, there was no one he could reach out to either. His worsening condition kept him confined indoors, turning isolation into a constant companion. His gaze drifted to the papers scattered across his desk. Pamphlets for late-stage cancer support groups, church flyers, hospice care options. The words blurred together. Emotion surged before he could stop it. With a sharp motion, he swept the papers aside, sending them fluttering to the floor. Tears slipped free despite his efforts to hold them back. He turned toward the monitor. The game Lunar Lunatic was waiting, a simple question blinking on the screen, asking if he wanted to start a new game. Yu-chan stared at it for a long moment. There weren't many choices left for him anymore. In the end, he decided that this was all he had. With quiet resolve, he typed in a new player name, Carl. As the character creation screen opened, he sank deeper into thought. This time, what kind of life should he live? A genius with mana sensitivity? A prodigy of swordsmanship and combat? He weighed the possibilities carefully, only for a warning message to appear. Choosing multiple genius traits would bring severe penalties. The system advised him to select only one, or fewer, to avoid the drawbacks. His eyes wandered to the neutral trait slot. Empty. Then they dropped to the negative trait listed below it. Terminally ill. He laughed softly, a tired sound filled with irony. Just like him. Character and player, sharing the same curse. Still, he didn't hesitate. He accepted it, and confirmed the start with those settings. Without warning, a strange sensation rushed through his body. The world spun, and he tumbled from his chair onto the floor. Fear surged through him as a single thought crossed his mind. Was this it? Was he dying right now? On the monitor, text appeared calmly, stating that character creation was complete. Yu-chan stared at it, breathing hard. He thought he was already used to the idea of death, but at the very least, he wanted to die on his own terms. Another notification appeared, informing him that his character's name had been forcibly changed. Before he could even react, a final message followed, quietly displaying a synchronization level of 4%. Then the number climbed again. 6%. Then it surged forward, racing up to 19. Just when it seemed like it would keep going, the synchronization suddenly froze at 71%. A new notification appeared, calmly declaring that character settings were complete. When Yuchan opened his eyes, disbelief struck him harder than fear ever had. He slowly took in his surroundings, his heart pounding as he wondered if this place was truly what he thought it was. Drawn by an uneasy instinct, he stepped toward a nearby mirror and stared at the reflection looking back at him. Familiarity hit him like a blow. In that instant, the truth became impossible to deny. He had become Knox von Rienhofer, the worst character in the cursed game Interlunatic. Knox von Rienhofer, the youngest of 5 siblings from the Rienhofer family, belonged to the infamous organization known as Lunatic. For generations, the Rienhofer bloodline had produced geniuses, masters of magic and swordsmanship whose names were etched into history. Knox alone stood apart, talentless, ignored, an outcast within his own family. Resentment festered inside him as the world repeatedly denied him what it freely gave to his siblings. In the end, that bitterness led him down a forbidden path. He entered a contract with the devil, damning himself and becoming the most despicable villain in the story of Interlunatic. Yuchan stared at the face in the mirror, his own yet not his own, questioning whether this was reality or some elaborate dream. It felt unreal, as though he had stepped into a nightmare where he now lived as Knox. Then, without warning, excitement sparked within him as a translucent stat window appeared before his eyes. He read through it carefully. Name, Knox von Rienhofer. Age, 14. Race, human. Main element, darkness. But the excitement didn't last. His eyes dropped to the numbers below, and disappointment settled in. Stamina, 2. Only 2. He let out a quiet sigh before shifting his attention to the trait section. A neutral trait caught his eye first, void revelation. It stirred his curiosity, but that curiosity quickly died as his gaze moved lower. Negative traits, terminally ill, curse of the weak, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, possession. Seeing those words felt like a cruel joke. He was terminally ill in his real life, and now he is terminally ill here as well. As if that wasn't enough, the system calmly informed him that he had only 1 year of lifespan remaining. 1 year. In this world too. Knox stood there in silence, reflecting on his own choices. Why had he created a character like this? Someone standing on the edge of death, abandoned, with no one to rely on. The answer slowly surfaced as he thought back on it. He had wanted someone just like himself. A character who could understand the fear, the isolation, and the quiet despair of knowing time was running out. Someone who didn't need to imagine what it meant to face death alone, because he was already living it. Little did he know that he would truly become that character himself. Just as that thought settled, a notification flashed before his eyes, informing him that there was an unread message in his mailbox. Curiosity won out, and Knox opened it. The message greeted him by name, Yuchan. Then, almost immediately, the text corrected itself, stating that it should address him by his new name, Knox. His eyes widened. How did the system know? Yuchan was a name given to him by parents whose faces he could no longer remember, whose whereabouts were unknown to him. A chill ran down his spine. Could the entity that dragged him into this world be connected to the memories he had lost? The system seemed to anticipate his thoughts. It acknowledged that he would not remember them, yet claimed there was something it needed to convey. The message continued with a casual, almost nostalgic tone. Long time no see. Knox froze. The words alone were enough to leave him shaken. The system went on, calmly recognizing his accomplishments over the past 2 years, stating that he had earned the right to be where he was now. Then it welcomed him back. Back. Disbelief washed over him. None of this made sense. He couldn't accept that his old world was gone, that this twisted reality had become his new existence. The system replied again, as if responding to his unspoken denial. It admitted that there were many things about itself it could not reveal, but insisted that it wished to help him. Help. Before Knox could fully process that idea, the system offered guidance. It advised him to enroll in Elden Academy, to gather strength, build his forces, and follow the main storyline as closely as possible. If he did, it claimed, the full truth would reveal itself in time. As the system's presence began to fade, Knox reacted instinctively. He called out in surprise, asking if that was really all I had to say. The silence that followed only deepened his unease. His thoughts spiraled as he tried to steady himself. He had been reborn as the final boss of Interlunatic, and now, he was being told to follow the main story. No matter how he looked at it, that path only led to one ending, his death. His mind raced as he weighed the meaning of it all. Even if Interlunatic had become his reality, he refused to accept that this was the end. He wouldn't abandon the chance to reclaim his lost memories. He would follow the main story, uncover the reason he had been brought into this world, and do whatever it took to survive. If that meant embracing the role of a true villain, then so be it. As he reflected on his past life, Knox realized something unsettling. Despite the new world, the new body, and the new name, Not much had truly changed at all. 2 years before he lost his memories, he had already been sentenced by his own body. A terminal illness clung to him day after day, every passing moment whispering the same truth, that death was coming. Fear had once ruled him completely. The only thing that had changed now was the scenery. The dread remained the same, only wrapped in a world he knew all too well. A question rose in his mind, sharp and urgent. He asked for the date. When the system answered, February 4th, 1812, his chest tightened. Time was already slipping away. He didn't have a luxury to hesitate. With resolve hardening inside him, Knox decided this would be his 28th clear attempt. He reached for the door, only for a sudden, searing pain to explode through his wrist. The skin flushed red instantly, the bones aching as if they might snap. Before he could react, a notification appeared in his vision. Negative trait activated. Due to the effects of constant sickness, wrist inflammation level 1 had been acquired. Rest was recommended for recovery. Knox stared at it in disbelief. The fuck, he muttered under his breath. As he moved down the hallway, he gripped his hand tightly, unease crawling up his spine. What was wrong with his body? He had never imagined it could be this fragile. Each step felt wrong, like he was walking around in something that could break at any moment. Then it happened. A maid collided with him head-on. She gasped, losing her balance as the tray in her hand slipped free. Dishes shattered against the floor in a sharp, echoing crash. She looked up in shock, her eyes widening as recognition set in. Why young Master Knox? Their gazes met, and something stirred inside him. Brown hair, light orange pupils. Rona? Fragments surfaced, blurry and incomplete. He remembered whispers, remembered that this maid had once spoken badly about Knox behind his back. He studied her trembling figure, the tears gathering in her eyes, and wondered if this fragile, apologetic girl was truly the same one who had mocked him when his back was turned. Knox let the silence stretch before deciding. He would forgive her, but forgiveness didn't mean mercy. A slow, unsettling grin spread across his face as he imagined what would happen if she ever crossed him again. Rona seemed to understand instantly. Fear filled her eyes as she nodded, accepting the warning without a word. Only then did Knox notice how quiet it had become. The surrounding maids and the butler stared at him, stunned. The madness of his actions hadn't fully registered until now. He felt a strange detachment as he questioned what kind of life Knox had lived up to this point. Rona hesitated, then carefully asked where he was heading so early in the morning. The practice hall, Knox replied calmly. Shock rippled through the hallway. The butler and maids froze, unable to believe what they had just heard. No one could comprehend why the infamous, sickly young Master Knox would suddenly choose to go there. Knox kept that easy smile on his face as he added one more thing, almost like it was nothing. He wanted Rona to come with him. The moment those words landed, Rona's mind tightened. Fear crawled up her spine, the kind that makes you start guessing at someone's intentions before they've even done anything. But she didn't refuse. She couldn't, so she fell in a step beside him, and the two of them headed toward the practice hall together. While Rona wrestled with her nerves, Knox was somewhere else entirely. Inside his own head, where one truth sat above everything. Survive. He'd already felt death's grip before. Not as a story, not as a warning. He'd lived it. And once you've touched that line and come back, you stop treating danger like a concept. You treat it like a schedule, like a bill that always shows up. So he walked with calm steps and a thinking face, weighing the world he'd been thrown into. The setting might be familiar, but that didn't make it safe. Still, he had something most people would never have. 27 tries. 27 playthroughs worth of knowledge. Hidden routes, buried triggers. The kind of details the game never hands you unless you bleed for them first. Inner Lunatic wasn't just popular because of its angel versus demon spectacle, or the Empire caught in the middle. It was popular because it let players become whoever they wanted. Different builds, different paths, different ways to win. Traits were the backbone of everything. Low-ranked traits like ordinary or talented. You could stack those however you wanted. But genius traits were supposed to be sacred. One per person, one and done. Knox had two, and that wasn't luck. That was theft. Inner Lunatic had something called trait penalties, a system designed to punish anyone who tried to push beyond limits. But Knox had found a crack in the system's logic, a moment where it tried too hard to analyze what it shouldn't, and in that hesitation, he forced it through. The first genius trait was swordsmanship and combat genius, raw talent that didn't just make you good, it made you terrifying. The kind of gift that could carry a man to the peak of swordsmanship if he survived long enough to climb there. The second was mano-sensitivity genius, a trait that sharpened his sensitivity to magic like a blade. Spellcasting became cleaner, faster, more efficient. Less waste, less strain, more control. And Knox knew it didn't stop there. He had options. Tools. Weapons that weren't made of steel. Insight, the main character perk, was one of the most valuable cheats in the whole world. It let him see other people's status windows, strengths, weaknesses, details that change how you handled every encounter. Master of acting was another. The kind of trait that sounded like fluff until you realized what it really meant. You could slip into any role, any situation, and move like you belong there. In a world where one wrong expression could get you killed, that trait wasn't convenience. It was armor. And steel mentality, that one was simple. In battle, it let you keep your head when your heart wanted to panic. No shaking hands. No frozen thoughts. Just cold focus, even when the world was screaming. But as Knox tallied up his advantages, he didn't lie to himself about the other side of the scale. His negative traits were a chain around his ankles. And the heaviest link was terminally ill. That single trait alone could turn any plan into a race against time. And it didn't end there. Curse of the week. Frequent sickness. Cold hands and feet. Possession. Cold hands and feet meant icy areas were basically a death sentence unless he had a warming skill. Frequent sickness meant he'd probably faint at least once every chapter. No warning, no mercy, just his body dropping out from under him at the worst possible moment. Knox breathed through it. Eyes forward, steps steady. No shortcuts, no miracles. Just a path he'd already walked 27 times. Only now, with his memories back and his body falling apart, he had one choice. Move forward, step by step, and accept every challenge waiting for him, because stopping wasn't an option anymore. Seeing Knox standing there without moving, Rona watched him with open disbelief. For a moment, she genuinely wondered if he even planned to step inside the practice hall. Then, to her surprise, Knox finally moved. He walked straight toward the gate and pushed it open without hesitation. This was it, the first wall he had to crash into. The curse of the week. It wasn't something that appeared later or developed over time. It was there from birth, a brand stamped onto the body itself. Growth reduced by half. Vulnerability to enemy debuffs doubled. A trait designed to make sure its owner lagged behind no matter how hard they tried. Knox picked up the sword and began practicing. Before long, despair seeped into his bones. No matter how he turned the problem over in his mind, the conclusion never changed. He was doomed. The feeling was suffocating, like reading the opening lines of a story that only ever led to tragedy. Eventually, his body gave out. Knox collapsed on the ground, chest heaving as he struggled to breathe. That was when it truly hit him. He couldn't even swing the sword more than 10 times. The realization crushed him. The curse of the week wasn't an inconvenience. It was a sentence. Every movement felt heavier than it should have been, every breath stolen far too quickly. Lying there, exhausted and trembling, Knox could only curse the absurd difficulty imposed on him. As his breathing slowly settled, his gaze drifted around the practice hall. Rows upon rows of weapons lined the walls. Swords of different lengths, weights, and designs filled the space. And for the first time since entering, Knox felt a small sense of comfort. This was the Reincarnated family, after all, a house born from a sword. Known as the High House of the Blade and Darkness, the Reincarnated were famous for their mastery of dark blades infused with attribute magic, swords capable of cleaving through enemies with terrifying efficiency. That reputation traced back to a single origin, the legendary Commander's Blade, also known as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. Passed down through generations, it carried the will and legacy of every family head before it. Knox stared at the weapons and thought about what it really meant to be born into a noble family, setting aside swordsmanship entirely. Money. That was the real advantage. A grin crept onto his face as he admired the sheer wealth behind him. The Reincarnated family wasn't just influential, they were absurdly rich. Rich enough that even a useless youngest son like Knox could live comfortably for the rest of his life without lifting a finger. And honestly, he doubted his father, Teo, cared much about how that money was spent. Knox wasn't the type to manage finances wisely anyway. His role in the story was obvious. Youngest son of a noble house. A walking stereotype. With legs still shaking, Knox forced himself back to his feet. Rona's earlier reaction surfaced in his mind. Her fear, the way she'd begged him not to drag her into anything strange. Just minutes ago, she had returned with a wooden sword and a towel, placing them down while telling him everything was ready. Knox tightened his grip. Strange or not, this was only the beginning. Still, Rona couldn't help but stare at him with doubt. Looking at the way Knox behaved, she honestly wondered if he even planned to exercise at all. Sensing that no one else was nearby, Knox glanced around once and then gestured for her to come closer. Rona froze. Her shoulders stiffened as she took a cautious step forward, fear written all over her face. She asked what he was planning to do and nervously warned him not to hit her. Knox, already irritated beyond patience, snapped back at her, asking what nonsense she was talking about. Before she could react, he reached out, grabbed her by the ear, pulled her closer, and leaned in to whisper something directly into it. The moment she heard him, Rona's eyes widened. She yelled out in shock, demanding to know if he had lost his mind. Staring straight at him, she openly declared that his idea was pure garbage. Knox didn't bother arguing. He ordered her to figure it out herself, and sharply told her to be quiet. Rona swallowed hard. In a trembling voice, she replied that she understood. As she hurried off to fetch what he had asked for, she couldn't help but mutter inwardly that the young master truly hadn't changed at all. Left alone, Knox leaned back and calculated how long her task would take. If things went smoothly, Everything should be ready by tomorrow. He poured himself a cup of tea, the steam curling upward as his thoughts drifted back to the same unsolved problem, his cursed body and the desperate need to raise his stamina. Then a voice broke into his thoughts. It belonged to the head butler. Knox stiffened slightly as he turned to see the head butler, Rodwell de Ernark, standing there. Unlike the other servants, Rodwell wasn't someone Knox could brush off. He was one of the main managers of the Reincarnated estate and served directly as an advisor to Knox's father, Theo von Reincarnated, the current family head. This wasn't a simple encounter. Knox's mind raced as he wondered whether Rodwell had noticed something strange. If the head butler was here, it meant something had already reached the upper levels of the household. Handling him carelessly could easily backfire. Activating his master of acting trait without hesitation, Knox tilted his head in mild confusion and questioned why the head butler was here at all, remarking that Rodwell should be attending to the family head instead. Rodwell calmly replied that he had received orders to deliver a message. Knox raised an eyebrow and asked what the message was. The head butler informed him that he was to attend tonight's dinner. Knox hesitated. He wasn't familiar with the family, nor with the atmosphere surrounding the family head. The idea of sitting down for dinner with them felt uncomfortable, especially when he barely understood the dynamics at play. After a brief pause, he expressed his reluctance, stating that he didn't wish to attend. Rodwell, outwardly composed, silently questioned the master's intentions. Why summon the youngest son now, of all times? Then, without missing a beat, the head butler added another piece of information. The lady of the Stillner family had arrived, and she was requesting night training. He made it clear that refusing now would only anger the family head. Knox let out a slow sigh. He didn't need anyone to explain what that meant. No matter how fractured his relationship with his father was, ignoring a direct order wasn't an option. With visible reluctance, he agreed to attend the dinner. The head butler didn't relax. Rodwell studied him closely, his gaze sharp and probing, and muttered that something about Knox felt off today. Knox immediately bristled and asked if there was something the head butler wanted to say outright. Rodwell didn't deny it. He calmly pointed out that Knox had never shown the slightest interest in swords before and asked why he had gone to the practice hall on his own. Knox's expression hardened. He straightened and coldly reminded Rodwell of his place. A butler, no matter how trusted, had no right to question his actions. What he did, where he went, and what he intended were matters for him alone. Rodwell stiffened at once. Realizing he had crossed a line, he bowed and apologized. Knox turned and walked away without another word. Behind him, Rodwell watched his retreating back, doubt filling his eyes. Whatever had changed, it was significant enough that it needed to be reported to the family head. Once inside his room, Knox shut the door and leaned against it, exhaling slowly. The encounter hadn't gone perfectly, but at least one thing hadn't happened. Possession hadn't been activated. That alone was worth the tension. His thoughts then drifted to Rodwell's last remark, the young lady from the Stillner family. Why was she here and why now? That question lingered as the evening arrived. At the dinner table, Knox quickly found himself the center of unwanted attention. The twin brothers, Hartz and Allen, wasted no time. Allen scoffed openly, saying he was surprised Knox had shown up at all and complaining that the meal was already ruined because of it. Hartz smirked and asked if Knox still regretted being born into the family, with Allen eagerly agreeing. Then Allen leaned forward and addressed Knox directly, accusing him of shameless behavior with one of the maids and questioning why someone like him even dared to sit at the table. Hartz followed it up by declaring that Knox was a lost cause. Knox didn't react. He sat calmly, listening, fully aware that he hadn't done a single thing to deserve their scorn. Their words rolled off him like noise. None of it mattered. That was when the atmosphere shifted. Theo von Reincarnated entered the room. The family head, his father. Knox acknowledged his presence at once, fully aware of the weight that man carried within the household. Moments later, a beautiful red-haired girl stepped forward and introduced herself as Talia von Stillner. Theo explained that she had requested night practice and would be staying at the estate for a while, urging everyone to greet her properly. As the others responded, Knox quietly studied her, and in that moment, he began to wonder exactly how important her presence here truly was. In the world of Inner Lunatic, she was the hero, the one meant to stand against the future villain. Against him, Knox already knew how this story was supposed to end. In the near future, it would be Talia herself who would drive a sword straight through his chest. The irony wasn't lost on him as he sat there, watching her beneath the warm lights of the dining hall, alive and unaware. The family head, Theo Reincarnated, finally acknowledged Knox's presence and declared that since everyone had gathered, dinner would begin. As the meal progressed, Knox quietly observed the table. Hartz and Allen leaned toward one another, whispering with poorly hidden excitement. Before long, Hart spoke up. He suggested to their father that it was time to decide who would be sent to Eldon Academy next. Theo paused, then nodded. He agreed, it was time. Eldon Academy wasn't just a prestigious school. In Inner Lunatic, it was the heart of the story. The place where pupils faced relentless trials, fought demons, and shaped the flow of the main narrative. Knox felt a sharp clarity settle in his mind. He had to attend. Without the academy, he couldn't gather allies, couldn't position himself properly within the story's framework. But then Teo continued. Eldian Academy only allowed 3 students per family, a deliberate restriction meant to curb the power of noble houses. 2 slots had already been claimed by his first and second sons. That left only 1 remaining entrance ticket for the Reincarnated family. Knox's fingers tightened slightly around his glass. That ticket wasn't just important, it was everything. Without it, there would be no future plans, no alliances, no chance to steer the story in his favor. He set the glass down and spoke. So you're proposing a fight? The room went quiet. Teo looked at Knox with clear surprise. He hadn't expected the youngest son to be the first to react, let alone arrive at the conclusion so quickly. After a brief moment, the family head confirmed it. A duel would be held in the practice hall 1 month from now, following Reincarnated tradition, to decide who would attend Elden Academy. Hart scoffed immediately. He mocked Knox, telling him to stay quiet before he embarrassed himself further. Alan didn't miss the chance to pile on, sneering that someone who had never even wielded a sword had no business dreaming of victory against them. Knox didn't rise to it. He calmly lifted his wine, took a slow sip, and met Alan's gaze without emotion. Then he replied, evenly, that they could talk about it after he won. Alan exploded. He shouted back, voice sharp with disbelief, openly laughing at the idea that Knox could ever stand a chance. But Knox didn't respond again. He simply sat there, expression steady, already knowing something they didn't. This duel wasn't a joke. It was the moment everything would begin to change. Meanwhile, Knox kept his focus sharp, fully aware that the coming duel was yet another trial he had to overcome to secure his entrance ticket. He refused to be shaken by the taunts and insults thrown his way. Steady in his confidence, Knox looked straight ahead and boldly declared that he would be the one attending Eldian Academy. The words caught the family head off guard and only fueled the anger burning inside Hearts and Alan. Talia, the young lady of the Stilliner family, let out a soft chuckle at his declaration and casually remarked on his confidence. Knox glanced at her, but a faint unease crept into his chest, the realization dawning that he might have drawn the attention of someone he should not have. Inside the family head's office, Teo acknowledged that Knox had indeed changed, just as the head butler had reported. He quietly pondered the cause, briefly wondering if something as extreme as demonic possession could be involved. Regardless of the reason, one thing was certain. Knox had caught his interest. Teo instructed Rodwell to continue observing him closely. The family head himself felt an increasing curiosity toward Knox's transformation and wanted to uncover what lay behind it. Elsewhere, Knox was running laps inside the practice hall, drenched in sweat and struggling for breath. Watching from the side, one maid commented on how often he had been coming here lately. Another brought up the duel scheduled for a month later, and the two wondered aloud what had driven Knox to suddenly devote himself to physical training. Hearing their voices clearly despite the distance, Knox frowned slightly, questioning why he could pick out their words so easily. He wondered if he had awakened some kind of special trait. At that moment, a system message appeared, informing him that his stamina had increased slightly. Knox clicked his tongue in disappointment at the small gain, his thoughts immediately turning serious. For him, stamina was everything. His abysmally low stamina was the greatest obstacle standing in his way, the very thing preventing him from fully utilizing the traits of swordsmanship and combat genius. Knox knew the requirement clearly. To properly use those traits, his stamina needed to reach 4. Yet under the curse of the week, it had taken him an entire month just to raise it by 1.9 points. Frustration simmered within him as he cursed the trait that cut his growth rate in half. No matter how hard he pushed himself, the results were painfully small, and the terminal illness trait only made matters worse, dragging his progress down even further. Knox realized that compared to others, he had to put in nearly 4 times the effort just to see even the smallest improvement. The weight of that reality pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating. Still, he chose to set those thoughts aside for now. At that moment, Rona arrived, pushing a wheeled tray loaded with the materials Knox had asked for the day before. Knox acknowledged her, noting with mild surprise that she had returned faster than expected. With the supplies finally in front of him, he felt a quiet sense of certainty. This was enough. He could move forward. As he considered how to raise his stamina to 4, Knox reassured himself that there was no real problem. With the knowledge he possessed, obstacles were meant to be broken through, not feared. Rona, however, stared at the tray with unease. Curious and worried, she asked why he needed such items, pointing out how dangerous they were and how absurdly expensive they must have been. To her, the scroll was the only thing that seemed even remotely useful. Knox answered calmly, saying that people simply didn't know how to use those materials properly. Their true value was hidden from those who lacked understanding. Still doubtful, Rona looked at him as if searching for an explanation. Instead of giving one, Knox picked up a bottle of elixir and swallowed it in a single gulp. Rona screamed in panic, shouting that it was poison. Sweat instantly broke out across Knox's face as he acknowledged just how potent it was. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had consumed the poison of the 3-headed gorgon. His health would temporarily increase by 1.5 times. But his death counter had begun, leaving him with 9 minutes and 59 seconds until death. Rona's panic worsened. She shouted that she would call the head butler at once, but Knox stopped her, telling her to wait. Before she could react, he picked up the core and ate it without hesitation, ignoring her desperate pleas. Rona cried out that the core was never meant to be consumed. Another system message appeared, stating that Knox had consumed the core of a golem and would slowly undergo petrification as a result. Then, another notification followed. A hidden piece had been activated. The poison of the three-headed gorgon was reacting with the golem's core. Knox's eyes lit up as he realized everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Normally, the golem's core was used to petrify victims, rapidly boost defense, or create artificial golems. But when combined with the three-headed gorgon's poison, it produced a completely different effect. Notifications continued to flood in. A special effect had been activated. The poison of the three-headed gorgon was being diluted. And finally, the message Knox had been waiting for appeared. The negative trait, Curse of the Weak, had disappeared. Knox felt a surge of exhilaration as he realized the curse that had tormented him for so long was finally gone. Before he could savor it properly, Rona looked up at him with tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling as she begged him not to die. He brushed off her panic, and without warning, began unbuttoning his shirt. Rona yelped in shock, hurriedly covering her eyes as her face flushed red. Ignoring her reaction, Knox opened a few more buttons and lifted an elixir bottle, pouring it straight over his head. A series of notifications appeared one after another. The dew of the Remembering Fairy countered the petrification effect caused by the golem's core, and a hidden piece was activated. Through the interaction between the dew and the core, Knox received a temporary trait, Blessing of Growth. Watching the messages scroll past, Knox felt satisfied. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. The blessing would double his stat growth until his stamina reached 5. With only one item left, Knox picked up the remaining scroll and activated it without hesitation. Another notification appeared, stating that the rapid stamina growth scroll had been used, doubling his stamina growth rate. Knox quietly calculated the outcome. The curse was gone. The blessing of growth softened the drawbacks of the terminal illness trait, and, combined with the scroll's effect, his growth rate should now surpass that of most people. At this pace, increasing his stamina would no longer be a distant goal. Suddenly, Rona threw herself at him, nearly knocking him off balance. Clinging to him with tear-filled eyes, she anxiously asked if he was truly okay. Slightly irritated, Knox told her to bring him a towel, but seeing how shaken she was, he decided not to be harsh. With a small smile, he assured her that he was fine. Rona still fussed, urging him to rest and suggesting they call the head butler. Knox reassured her once more, calmly insisting that there was nothing wrong. After calming down, Rona asked what he planned to do next. Knox answered simply, run. Without another word, Knox took off to the practice hall, Rona scrambling after him. Their sudden dash drew attention, including that of Talia, who stood nearby watching them closely. Observing Knox's movements, she questioned why someone as weak as him would dare accept a match against his own brothers. At her side, her maid Emma gently advised her to stop staring and reminded her to mind her etiquette. Emma tried to speak again, but Talia cut her off, irritation clear in her voice. She couldn't understand how Knox could be so lacking in basic sword skills, nor why he stubbornly refused help from the Rainhafer Knights. What annoyed her even more was the fact that she couldn't explain why this bothered her so much in the first place. In her mind, Knox was simply going to get beaten senseless in a month anyway. And yet, despite telling herself that, the irritation refused to fade. Unable to let it go, Talia strode toward the practice hall, telling Emma she would be back shortly. When she reached Knox, who was taking a brief rest, she introduced herself by name. Knox blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting her to approach him at all. He asked bluntly why she had come looking for him, adding that he had heard her name before. His cold tone caught Talia off guard, and she felt a brief flush of embarrassment, instinctively assuming that he must be stunned by her appearance. She quickly gathered herself and confronted him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat his brothers and whether that confidence was the reason he had accepted the match. She questioned if he seriously thought he could win just by running laps like this. Then, after a short pause, she offered her help, saying she was willing to assist him. Knox didn't hesitate for even a moment. Calmly and without interest, he told her to get lost. Talia froze, disbelief flashing across her face as indignation followed. She exclaimed that she couldn't believe she was being treated this way when she was offering her support. From the side, Rona watched the exchange and silently thought that if Knox kept talking like that, he would end up being hated by girls sooner or later. Realizing there was no point continuing, Talia turned away from the practice hall, her steps sharp with frustration as she left, clearly upset by his rejection and dismissive attitude. As she walked away, Knox activated his insight ability. Her stat window unfolded before him, revealing details that immediately caught his attention. Talia's stats were exceptional, especially her stamina, which surpassed that of most grown men. While her potential didn't quite reach the level of the three sword masters or the four great mages of the continent, Knox recognized that she could eventually stand alongside them. With her fire attribute magic, she would be more than capable of fighting demons. More importantly, Knox knew what the future held. In time, Talia's fire attribute would awaken into white flames, flames that would one day be used to burn the demonized version of himself. If he could turn her into an ally now, this single connection would drastically alter the course of future events. Because of that, Knox knew he had to carefully walk the path of the original story while avoiding his own death. The thought lingered in his mind. Was it even possible to maintain a good relationship with someone who would eventually be responsible for killing him? The question had no easy answer. 1 month later, Talia walked quietly through the hallway, her thoughts tangled. People praised her for learning quickly, and the expectations placed on her as a member of the still Reinhardt family were heavy. Yet no matter how much she tried, she couldn't stop comparing herself to her sister, whose talent shone far brighter than her own. That gap left her feeling small. She questioned whether she truly had the potential to become a knight at all. To steady herself, Talia recalled the principle she had been taught. A knight must never be ruled by greed, must live frugally, and be willing to sacrifice everything for the greater good. A knight must master the sword, respect proper form, and uphold discipline in both body and mind. Repeating those ideals was the only way she could quiet her doubts. Her thoughts drifted to Knox. Could he really defeat his brothers? Men who had trained for years with relentless focus on physical conditioning? No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see how he could succeed. It felt unrealistic, almost foolish. The next day arrived, and the estate buzzed with tension. Knox and Alan stood at the center of the ring, surrounded by a crowd that had gathered to witness the official duel. This single match would decide who earned the right to enter Eldian Academy. Even Facilia, the first wife of the family head, was present among the spectators, watching closely. Nearby, the head butler heard the family head call out to him. Asked for his opinion on the duel's outcome, the butler answered honestly. Based on young Master Alan's past performances, it was highly likely that Alan would win. That had been the family's shared conclusion from the beginning. Still, as he spoke, the head butler couldn't help but wonder if the family had secretly expected something different. Though he acknowledged that young Master Knox had clearly changed, he remained doubtful. Winning still seemed outrageous, even impossible. Having once walked the path of a knight alongside the family head, the butler understood the blade well. Swordsmanship could be complex or simple, but in the end, skill was shaped by dedication and time. To surpass someone who had already pulled ahead and forced others to kneel, there was only one answer: an overwhelming wall of talent that could not be bridged through effort alone. As his gaze settled on Knox, the head butler wondered quietly if young Master Knox truly possessed such innate talent. The family head's voice cut through the butler's thoughts without warning. He spoke calmly, acknowledging that the possibility was not zero. There was a chance, however small, that the youngest child, born with Reinhardt blood, might possess the talent of a sword emperor. Standing alone on the duel grounds, Knox received a notification that made his brow twitch. His trait, swordsmanship and combat genius, was inactive. A sigh escaped him as frustration welled up. He wondered if his luck stat had somehow dipped into the negatives. No matter how much effort he put in, he still couldn't push his stamina to 4. Just a few days earlier, while running himself to exhaustion, he had received repeated notifications as his trait effects activated, nudging his stamina up by 0.1 at a time. Even now, after all that pain, it sat stubbornly at 3.8. Rona ran beside him, her breathing ragged as she complained that she was exhausted and asked if she really had to keep running with him. Knox wiped the sweat from his face and replied that it wouldn't be fun without her, joking that if she stopped, he would take care of him. Rona froze for a moment, her eyes growing watery as she wondered if she had just heard something strange. Knox quickly handed her a towel and gave her another task, earning an exaggerated pout in response. Laughing, he accused her of cursing him in her thoughts. Rona denied it flusteredly and ended up biting her tongue by accident. The sight made Knox chuckle. As he caught his breath, Knox briefly considered using his insight ability to check her stats. When he did, his eyes widened. Rona's stamina was 4.5, higher than his own, despite all his training. The realization left him stunned. Even a maid from the Reinhardt family was stronger than the average man. That thought lingered heavily in his chest. Rona reminded him that evening had already arrived and suggested he rest before the duel. Knox bent forward, panting hard as the pressure of time bore down on him. There wasn't enough time left to raise his stamina any further. Back at the duel ring, Alan addressed him with a faintly amused tone and suggested that Knox should just give up. Despite calling him the disgrace of the family, Alan claimed he felt hesitant about beating him too badly. Knox met his gaze and replied that Alan didn't actually sound like he wanted him to quit. Alan then glanced toward Talia, the daughter of the still Reiner family, and spoke openly about wanting to impress her. He believed Knox would be useful in helping him do just that. Knox tilted his head, unsure whether that was a wise choice. When he checked Alan's stamina, 8, Reality set in. There was no way to defeat him through ordinary means. As the duel drew closer, Knox began searching for another path, knowing he would need something beyond brute force to survive what was coming. As the referee announced the duel between Knox and Allen for the admission ticket to Eldine Academy, his voice rang out sharply across the grounds. He made it clear that both participants were to accept the outcome no matter what it was, and that no objections would be tolerated. Hearing those words, Knox felt his nerves tighten. Everything rested on this duel. His true goal was not just victory, but recovering his memories and uncovering the identity of the one who had sent the letter. He knew all too well that once the one-year grace period ended, his life itself would be on the line. The referee asked one final time if both were ready. When neither stepped back, he declared the start of the duel. Allen moved first, his sword flashing forward in a sharp strike. Knox reacted on instinct, shifting to the side and narrowly avoiding the blade. Allen followed immediately with a kick. Knox raised his sword to block, but the impact still forced him backward. Allen clicked his tongue and praised Knox's defense before pressing on. Another series of attacks followed, relentless and precise, pushing Knox deeper into a purely defensive stance. As steel rang out again and again, Knox realized something bitterly familiar. The only consistent rule of this damned, interlunatic game was simple: lose, and he would be forced to give up everything. But if he could win, he could take back control of his fate. At that very moment, a notification appeared in his vision. His stamina had increased by 0.1. Knox's lips curled upward before he could stop himself, a grin spreading across his face as hope flared. Seeing that smile, Allen frowned mid-assault and scoffed, wondering if he had hit Knox in the head too many times. He mocked him openly, suggesting that hitting him a few more times might help him come to his senses, and his attacks only grew fiercer. From the stands, Allen's mother, Facilia, watched calmly. She was convinced that her son would be the last child of the family to enter Eldine Academy, and nothing she saw shook that belief. During the clash, Allen unleashed a heavy blow that nearly threw Knox off balance. At the same time, Facilia caught a muttered remark filled with clear disdain. Turning toward the sound, she saw the family head, his expression dark with disappointment. A cold thought crossed her mind, that one day, this family would be forced to acknowledge her true power. The family head spoke without hiding his dissatisfaction. He admitted that he had been looking forward to seeing how Knox had changed, only to find his performance lacking and underwhelming. Beside him, the head butler frowned, worry etched deep into his face. Concerned for Knox's condition, he suggested stopping the duel, knowing that if this continued, Knox would take a long time to recover. In the end, the family head merely compared Allen in hearts to his first son, Garen, and found them wanting, his judgment as heavy and unforgiving as ever. His thoughts drifted back to a time when he could dominate his opponents through sheer, overwhelming power, wielding the dark sword of domination as if the world itself bent before him. The family had wondered who, in the end, would be worthy of inheriting it. With that question settled in his mind, he rose from his chair, having decided to bring the duel to an end. Down on the duel ring, Knox suddenly received another message. His stamina increased by 0.1, and almost immediately after, his trait, swordsmanship and combat genius, activated. The moment it happened, a surge of exhilaration flooded his body, and he burst into laughter without restraint. The sound caught Allen off guard and drew the sharp attention of the family head. Then Knox activated a skill, and a system message appeared, announcing that the hour of the genius had begun. Knox's thoughts spun wildly as an old saying surfaced in his mind, that geniuses and the merely talented each possess their own time. In that instant, he felt it clearly. This was his moment, his genius time. As the skill took hold, the world around him seemed to slow to a crawl. Time itself felt stretched and heavy, as if it had lost its urgency. His opponent's movements became sluggish, almost clumsy, while his own body felt lighter and faster. He could see everything, react instantly, and move with perfect precision. The skill was difficult to control, but with his innate swordsmanship and combat genius fully active, he could finally wield it properly. Knox stepped forward and unleashed a decisive strike. The impact sent Allen's sword flying from his grip, clattering uselessly across the ground, and leaving him completely exposed. Seeing that moment, Knox's resolve hardened. Victory was right there, within reach, and he believed without doubt that he would claim it. As the sword slipped away, rage flared in Allen's eyes as he glared at Knox. Knox met that furious stare with a smug smile, and casually remarked that the duel was actually quite fun. Overcome with frustration, Allen could only let out a confused, wordless shout. Even then, Knox didn't relax. His thoughts remained sharp. The skill he was using would only last 5 minutes, and he had to end the fight within that limit, no matter what it took. A confident smile spread across Knox's face as he looked toward Allen and Hartz. He told them calmly that he had been holding back until now, explaining that the fight had felt tedious due to their underwhelming performance. Then, without hesitation, He suggested they settle things quickly and urged them to attack him together. The sheer audacity of the proposal stunned both Alan and Hartz, leaving them frozen in shock, their minds struggling to grasp what they had just heard. Knox turned his gaze toward the family head and spoke up, asking for permission to face both of his brothers at the same time. The family head studied him closely, his expression caught somewhere between curiosity and doubt as he weighed Knox's request. Nearby, Talia's voice trembled as she whispered in alarm, unable to understand what Knox was trying to do or why he would push things this far. Yet as the family head observed the energy and resolve radiating from Knox, he sensed a clear change. Something about him was different now. Intrigued, he chose to allow it, granting permission for the 2-on-1 battle. At that moment, Facilia rose from her seat, clearly intending to intervene, but her voice never reached the family head. His decision had already been made. With a short command, he signaled the start of the fight, and the air on the duel ring immediately tightened. Alan bent down and picked up his fallen sword, his movements sharp and filled with resolve. Hartz, on the other hand, was burning with irritation, seething at the humiliation of being challenged like this in front of their father. Knox stood calmly before them, a tranquil smile resting on his face as he prepared to face them head-on. Hartz issued a cold warning, telling Knox to be ready for what was coming. Then, without hesitation, Alan and Hartz moved together, their swords flashing as they attacked him at the same time, steel colliding with a thunderous clash. The air crackled with intensity as the battle erupted. Blades rang out repeatedly, sparks flying as the three clashed. In the midst of the chaos, Alan tried to coordinate, gesturing sharply to Hartz and signaling him to move in on Knox's left. Hartz, already on edge, snapped back in irritation and told Alan to shut up. Despite the lack of coordination, their pressure was relentless. Yet Knox met it head-on, his movements precise as he blocked and parried each strike with remarkable control. Then a message appeared before Knox's eyes. The Hour of the Genius had activated its special effect, increasing his low-grade swordsmanship of the Dark family's proficiency. A faint smile formed on his lips as understanding settled in. He could see the sword now, clearly, completely. Seizing the moment, Knox shifted his stance and countered, slipping through their offense and landing a clean, calculated strike on Alan's shoulder. Both Alan and Hartz staggered back slightly, their chests heaving as they struggled to catch their breath. Sweat dripped from their faces, exhaustion already setting in. In stark contrast, Knox remained composed, his breathing steady, his posture relaxed, as if the fight had barely touched him. He watched their confused expressions, fully aware of the question running through their minds, how the disgrace of the family had turned into someone like this. The silence between them broke as Knox spoke, his voice calm but firm, reminding them not to lose focus during their spar. With his resolve unshaken, Knox stepped forward once more and pressed the attack, intent on ending the battle on his own terms. Despite the weight of the spar and everything riding on it, Knox felt genuine joy in the act of wielding the sword itself, and a smile naturally spread across his face. His next swing was swift and clean, and it immediately drew the attention of Talia, the family head, and everyone watching. Eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed it. Hartz, who took the full force of the strike, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He tried to block, but it was useless. His body gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Alan and Hartz both dropped to their knees, frustration pouring from them through clenched teeth. A message appeared before Knox's eyes, announcing that the Hour of the Genius had ended. Victory was his, but the cost showed itself as he stood there breathing heavily, exhaustion weighing down his body. From the stands, Facilia cried out in alarm when she saw her sons brought low, her concern unmistakable. Knox turned his head toward the referee, silently asking if it was over. The referee nodded without hesitation and confirmed him as the winner. Then, in a clear and formal voice, he announced to everyone present that Knox von Rienhofer was the victorious combatant. Alan's fists trembled as he clenched them in rage, unable to accept the result. Knox released his grip on the sword and shifted his attention to the family head, who wore a satisfied smile. Bowing deeply in respect, Knox expressed his gratitude and calmly announced that he would be taking his leave. As he walked away from the duel ring, Talia kept her eyes locked on him, a firm resolve burning in her gaze. She felt an urgent need to speak with him and knew it couldn't wait. The moment Knox stepped outside, a sudden coughing fit seized him. He looked down at his hands and froze when he saw them smeared with blood. Understanding struck him instantly. He had pushed his skill too far. Knox was well aware of the fatal flaw within the Hour of the Genius. Exceeding its allotted time triggered a debuff known as recoil. As if to confirm his fear, a message appeared before him, detailing the consequence. His lifespan had been reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. The meaning was clear. The loss was permanent, leaving him more vulnerable to sickness and decay. Knox absorbed the weight of it in silence, then let out a slow, relieved breath. At least the recoil hadn't revealed itself in front of everyone else. He knew that if his condition had ever been exposed, His admission to the academy could have collapsed on the spot. That brief sense of relief didn't last. A voice called out to him, pulling his attention away, and when Knox turned, he saw Talia standing there. She asked if he had been injured during the spar, her words cutting straight through him. Knox's thoughts instantly spiraled. Had she figured it out? Of all people, it had to be Talia. He couldn't let Theo learn about the skill rebound, no matter what. His mind scrambled for a way out, weighing every possible response. Before he could speak, Talia interrupted him, openly expressing her surprise that someone as frail as him had managed to defeat his own brothers. Knox froze, then questioned what she meant. Realizing her mistake, Talia flushed and quickly admitted she had misunderstood. Over the past month, she had only ever seen him awkwardly swinging a wooden sword, never once holding a real blade. Because of that, she had assumed his victory came purely from natural talent. That was why she wanted to ask how he had awakened and trained such ability. Yet after the duels ended, she noticed something strange. When Knox was alone, his presence felt different. Confusion and concern gnawed at her as she tried to understand the true nature of his strength and the reason he looked the way he did now. At that moment, something clicked inside her. Knox wasn't the useless good-for-nothing the rumors painted him as. He was someone who had clawed his way forward through relentless effort, pushing himself until victory became inevitable. When she saw him cough, worry overtook her, and she instinctively reached out, asking if he was all right. Knox immediately knocked her hand away, bluntly telling her not to touch him. Inside, embarrassment burnt. 2 years buried in games had left him terrible at dealing with people. On top of that, he knew Talia was someone who would eventually kill him, and that knowledge made every interaction heavier than it should have been. Talia's expression darkened with sorrow as she apologized. Caught off guard, Knox asked why. She explained that she hadn't realized how serious he was about the sword. She had always heard that his body was weak since birth, and assumed he focused only on building stamina, never imagining that he had been walking such a difficult path all along. She admitted her regret for misunderstanding him, and said that pretending to be a good-for-nothing probably had never been his intention. She added that Emma had once taught her how easily people could be wrong about others. Knox hesitated, weighing his words as he faced Talia's unfiltered honesty. He could see it clearly. Her sincerity matched the image of her character he remembered from the game. Even though she possessed the ideals of a knight, she was still the daughter of a proud and distinguished ducal family, which made admitting fault far from easy for her. At last, Knox spoke. He told her that if she truly thought that way about him, then she should never tell anyone about his bleeding condition. Talia didn't hesitate. She firmly promised that she would keep a secret. Watching her response, Knox felt some of the tension drain away. Maybe he didn't need to be so paranoid about others finding out after all. Without another word, he turned his back and walked away, reminding her to keep her promise. As she watched his retreating figure, Talia's face turned red, her chest filled with emotions she couldn't quite sort through. Inside family head Teo's office, the family head spoke with clear satisfaction, stating that his earlier assumption had been correct. He turned to the head butler and asked what he thought of Knox's talent. The butler admitted that at first, he couldn't understand why Knox had allowed himself to be beaten. But after observing the other children of similar age and the various young masters, he had come to one conclusion. Among them all, Knox stood out as the most remarkable. The family head agreed, and added that he suspected Knox was hiding even more than he showed. He instructed the head butler to closely observe every action Knox took, stressing that observation alone was their task, no matter what Knox did. The head butler bowed and accepted the order without question. The family head then wondered aloud whether Knox possessed enough talent to inherit the supreme black sword. Acknowledging that his own time was running short, he emphasized once again how important this task was. The head butler bowed deeply, pledging to carry out his duty with absolute dedication. Back inside Knox's residence, a message appeared before him, informing him that the tutorial quest had been completed and that he had won his first fight. Knox stared at it, finally accepting that this world was real, even if it still followed game-like rules. Another message followed, announcing his rewards, 3 free stat points. His eyes widened, and he let out an excited exclamation, feeling as if he had struck gold. That excitement quickly faded, however, when reality caught up to him. After an entire month of relentless running, his stamina had increased by only 2 points. He couldn't help but complain under his breath, voicing his frustration that they could have given him these rewards a lot sooner. Still, the stat he needed right now wasn't stamina. It was luck. Knox opened his status window without hesitation and poured all 3 points straight into luck, pushing it from 7 to 10. Luck mattered in the inner lunatic game more than almost anything else. It wasn't a stat you could grind through effort alone, and that alone made it priceless. Just as he started feeling eager to see whether this decision would pay off, more messages appeared. Additional benefits followed: mass clear rewards, a random gacha voucher, and a one-time use skill confirmation voucher. Knox let out a small sigh of relief. At least the benefit system was still intact. It had always been one of the few mercies this world offered. Without waiting, He decided to use the gacha immediately. A machine materialized in front of him, and seeing it exist in the real world felt strangely unnatural. Knox grabbed the handle and turned it, silently wishing for something high-ranking. With his current luck, there was a 95% chance of pulling an intermediate rank or higher. He remembered the rankings clearly. White for basic and below, silver for intermediate, gold for advanced, and rainbow for the highest tier. At the very least, he wanted gold, preferably something even better. The moment the result appeared, his excitement exploded, and he shouted without thinking. He opened the scroll, and messages flooded his vision. The rank was revealed, followed by the reward itself. An advanced trait called Supreme Ruler's Awe. Knox stared at it in disbelief before breaking into a grin. He couldn't believe he had pulled something this powerful. The details confirmed it. An active skill of advanced rank with no attribute. Its effect was simple and brutal. Anyone with a lower status value than him would suffer a 20% reduction across all stats. To Knox, it was nothing short of jackpot. A debuff skill like this was exactly his kind of weapon. Still, he knew he wasn't done yet. Another reward remained. A message asked whether he wanted to use the one-time skill confirmation voucher. Knox paused. He already knew what skill it would give him. It was one of the hidden pieces he needed to reach his goal. This wasn't something to use carelessly. He decided to save it for the moment when Theo gathered all the siblings in the estate. As that thought settled, Knox realized the timing was close. Gravin Rienhafer, the second son of the family, would soon return after completing his night training. And when that happened, the real storm inside the estate would finally begin. Knox knew there was no time to rest. He still had to find the hidden piece and deal with Grain, and that alone kept him moving forward. Still, one weight had finally lifted from his shoulders. Judging by Talia's character and the promise she had made, he was fairly certain he didn't need to worry about her anymore. There was no real reason for her to approach him again. That belief shattered the very next day. When Knox stepped out, he found Talia standing directly in front of him. He frowned and asked why she was there, pointing out that everything had already been settled yesterday. Talia lowered her head and muttered something in a quiet voice, but he couldn't make out a single word. He asked her what she was trying to say. She lifted her head then, her eyes steady and surprisingly firm. She asked him how he had become so strong in such a short time, and how she could become stronger as well. Knox didn't answer right away. He stared at her for a moment before turning and walking past her, casually stating that she had been secretly watching him train for an entire month. Talia blinked, visibly confused, questioning what he meant by secretly. Knox didn't stop. She hurried after him, telling him to wait. At the very least, she insisted, they should spar, or he should tell her how he trained. As he walked, Knox recalled what he knew of Talia. She was someone who desperately wanted recognition, especially from her sister. He stopped and turned to face her. He told her that before asking how to train or begging others for guidance, she should first think about her own talent. Talia fell silent, visibly pondering his words. Knox hesitated. He realized he had never tried to comfort someone before and wasn't sure how to continue. After a brief pause, he took a breath and added one more thing. Don't compare yourself to others. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving her standing there. Talia stared after him in surprise, disappointment flickering across her face as his figure grew more distant. Knox glanced back only once, wondering if she would follow him again. He hoped she wouldn't. He didn't want her anywhere near him when he obtained the hidden piece. Soon after, Knox arrived at his destination. His two brothers were already there, along with his father, the family head. He looked around and wondered if this was the Reinhardt family's barn, the place rumored to raise the finest horses on the entire continent. The family head acknowledged them and remarked that the three young masters likely already knew why they had been summoned. He then explained the reason plainly. They were here to choose a horse, one that would become their lifelong companion. Knox instantly understood that this was the moment he had been waiting for. Horses were sacred beings on the continent, especially within the Reinhardt family. Anyone who chose the path of a mage or a knight selected a horse at a young age, one that would remain their lifelong companion. Elden Academy even taught horseback riding, and as the game progressed, massive wars would unfold where horses played a decisive role. If a horse died, you didn't simply replace it. You had to raise another from the beginning. With transportation magic being costly, horses remained the backbone of movement across the continent. Knox knew this choice would matter more than most people realized. He needed the best possible horse for himself. His thoughts were cut short when the family head spoke. As the victor of the duel, Knox would be given first choice. But there was only one chance. That announcement visibly irritated Alan and Hartz. Ignoring their reactions, Knox stepped into the barn, his resolve firm as he searched for what he had come here to find. The family head watched him closely, wondering which horse the youngest son would choose. Knox slowly examined the horses, finding them surprisingly endearing. Then, at last, his gaze settled on the one he had been looking for all along. Compared to the others, it looked small and weak, almost unimpressive. Still, Knox walked straight toward it and declared his choice without hesitation. The reaction was immediate. Alan and Hartz stared in disbelief, and even the family head couldn't hide his confusion. Seeing this, The family head offered Knox another chance to reconsider. Knox understood what that meant. They thought he had made a foolish decision, but his resolve didn't waver. He activated his insight ability, and a message appeared, indicating that the target stat window was loading. Moments later, the information surfaced. The horse was high rank, belonged to the obsidian species, and possessed darkness as its primary element. Knox's eyes narrowed slightly. Summon creatures were divided into ranks, and with proper growth, they could ascend beyond their initial limits. This horse had the potential to reach at least a higher rank. More importantly, it was an obsidian horse, an extremely rare breed. Obsidian referred to a type of igneous rock, and creatures associated with it were notoriously difficult to obtain. Knox was certain that if the family head had known this, he would have taken the horse for himself without hesitation. But in its current condition, its potential was easy to overlook. As Knox continued reviewing its traits, more confirmation followed. Steel strength, talented army horse, courage. One after another, the traits aligned perfectly. Knox felt a quiet certainty settle in his chest. He hadn't chosen wrong. Not even close. Those traits were there. Yet for now, they were sealed away by a debuff. The horse still carried a neutral trait called Unchanging Heart, but the real problem lay elsewhere. The most glaring and unsettling trait was a -1, expected death, and it was already active. According to it, the horse had only 2 days, 16 hours, and 12 minutes left to live. To Knox, this was even more troublesome than a simple terminal illness in some ways. Even so, his resolve never wavered. He declared without hesitation that he would choose this horse. With the knowledge he possessed, he believed he could save it. The family head's expression darkened, concern and disappointment clearly written on his face. To him, Knox seemed to be projecting his own emotions onto the animal, letting sentiment cloud his judgment. In his eyes, Knox looked emotionally driven, even weak, and that realization weighed heavily on him, saying only that he hoped Knox would not regret this choice. The family head turned and began to leave. Alan and Hartz tried to call after him, but their voices went unanswered. The guard stepped in, assuring the two that they would remain on watch so they could choose their horses later. Knox stood there, wondering if the family head was truly disappointed in him. Just as his thoughts began to spiral, the head butler suddenly spoke up, cutting him off and urging him to give the horse a name. After a brief pause, Knox answered. He chose the name Carl, the same name he had once used when conquering the inner lunatic. It carried weight, history, and meaning for him, making it the only choice that felt right. Sometime later, Carl lay on the bed, covered carefully with a sheet. Knox had brought him into his room to make sure no one else would witness what he was about to do. As he looked at the horse, he saw it clearly, the determination burning in its eyes, the stubborn will to keep living. It was the same look he saw in himself. Carl, like him, was fighting desperately to extend his life, clinging to the simple desire to live just a little longer. Knox called out for Rona, demanding that she come at once. Before he could even finish speaking, she suddenly appeared, only to stumble forward and crash to the floor. Stunned, she asked how he had known she was there. Knox laughed lightly, accusing her of being caught red-handed and teasing her about her usual clumsiness. Then, without wasting time, he told her to take care of Carl. Rona stared at the scene in disbelief and blurted out, "A horse in the bed?" She puffed out her cheeks, already imagining the nightmare of cleaning up after a horse in such an absurd place. With a faint smile, Knox reminded her that Carl was sick and asked her to do her best. Rona glanced at the horse, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. She gently spoke to him, asking if his name was Carl and whether he was hungry. As Knox watched the scene, a quiet thought crossed his mind. What was about to happen would be shocking, and he wasn't sure if Rona would be able to handle it. 3 days later, a piercing cry echoed through Knox's residence. Inside one of the rooms, Rona sat collapsed on the floor, Carl's lifeless head resting in her lap. Tears poured endlessly down her face as she sobbed, overwhelmed by grief. Knox stood there, watching her mourn. It was obvious she had truly done her best to care for Carl, and a trace of sympathy stirred within him. Still, he already knew this outcome was inevitable. There had been no way to save Carl through ordinary means. Knox walked up to her and told her to stop crying, stating bluntly that her emotions were distracting him. He ordered her to stand up. Rona tried to speak through her sobs, but the words never came. Even so, Knox calmly told her that Carl would return to his side. Rona froze, staring at him in disbelief, then asked if something was wrong with his head. Ignoring her comment entirely, Knox told her to move behind him. He pulled out a scroll, and Rona immediately questioned what it was. Without answering, Knox placed it on the floor and muttered that he needed to pour mana into it. As his mana flowed in, a circle spread across the ground, glowing with a vivid purple light. The sight left Rona completely stunned. At the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on Knox's face, as if everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Still shaken, Rona asked how he even knew how to use mana. Knowing full well that such actions were forbidden, Knox admitted that controlling mana was difficult for him. Yet he continued without stopping. He warned her sharply that if she distracted him again, Carl would die a second time, and that responsibility would fall entirely on her. The seriousness in his voice made Rona clamp her hands over her mouth, forcing herself into silence. Knox focused entirely on the scroll. He knew this required absolute concentration, especially since he had yet to awaken his genius trait for mana detection. In this empire, using mana under the age of 15 was strictly forbidden, unless one belonged to the imperial family. Because of this, compared to ordinary students who only began learning mana control much later, the descendants of the imperial family displayed several times greater proficiency in magic. Knox understood that, for now, there was only one thing he could do: pour as much mana as he possibly could into the scroll. As he continued to infuse it, he began to sense a faint flow of energy leaking from his palms. It was mana. Realizing this, a smile slowly formed on his face. He found the situation strangely fascinating. Knox decided not to take any chances. He activated a one-time confirmation voucher to ensure that he was executing the spell correctly, because the magic he was about to use belonged to the forbidden domain of black magic. A message appeared before his eyes, informing him that he had obtained a one-time use skill, the Book of the Dead, Necromancrin. Another message followed, stating that the target, Carl, could be revived as an undead. A final prompt asked whether he wished to proceed. Deep within his thoughts, Knox recalled that in the inner lunatic world, there were two types of beings that possessed the undead trait. The first were those resurrected through black magic or dark mana. The second were beings reborn without ego, returning as far stronger existences. He considered what it would mean to revive Carl as an undead. Such a creature would show absolute loyalty to its master, devotion taken to an extreme. Yet he also knew that only one family in existence practiced true necromancy: the Marva's family, infamous black mages who commanded the undead. The Reincarnated family, though also tied to darkness, were knights, not necromancers. At first glance, that would mean players outside the Marva's bloodline should not be able to use such abilities at all. But Knox smiled knowingly. That assumption did not apply to him. Thanks to the one-time skill selection voucher he had acquired, he was able to obtain the Necromancrin, the Book of the Dead itself. As he continued pouring mana into the scroll, the circle on the floor began to writhe. Black, hand-like figures emerged from its surface, crawling outward and reaching toward Carl's lifeless body. They wrapped around him, covering him completely. At the same time, blood dripped from the corner of Knox's mouth. Rona gasped in alarm and cried out, but Knox immediately silenced her with a sharp gesture, signaling her to stay quiet. He refused to stop. His focus remained absolute as he pushed forward, pouring out everything he had. Then, without warning, a spray of blood burst from his mouth. His vision wavered. His mana was reaching its limit. Frustration surged through him as he looked down at his hands, feeling the energy within them fading away. And yet, when he raised his gaze, he was met with an unbelievable sight. Carl was standing upright on two legs, his body nearly floating as dark energy wrapped around him. A deep, resonant voice echoed from Carl's mouth, and at the same time, messages appeared before Knox's eyes, confirming that the skill had been successfully activated. Another message followed immediately, informing him that his pet, Carl, had been revived as an undead. Knox gasped for air, his chest rising and falling as a victorious smile spread across his face. He had done it. With tears welling up in her eyes, Rona called out to him in panic, her worry impossible to hide. Knox pushed himself up and called for Carl. As Carl approached, Knox checked his companion's status. The traits appeared one by one: steel strength, talented army horse, and courage. They had all been sealed before by a debuff, but now they were fully active. He continued reading. Carl's basic information was laid out clearly: his name, gender, rank, age, race, an undead horse of obsidian, and his master's element, darkness. Then came the negative traits. The expected death trait had been completely erased. In exchange, Carl was now a temporary pet for 1 year, during which his growth rate would be 1.5 times faster than normal. Knox also learned that he could summon or dispel Carl at will, as long as he had mana. A deep sense of satisfaction filled him. Knox placed his hand gently on Carl's head and declared that from this moment on, he would be his master. His thoughts drifted toward what he needed to do next. But before he could think any further, Rona suddenly jumped forward and wrapped her arms around both Knox and Carl. Knox stiffened in surprise, asking what on earth she was doing. Through her tears, Rona scolded him, asking how he could be so reckless with his mana and expressing how worried she had been for his life. She even turned on Carl, scolding him as well for being just as reckless. Carl turned his head away and closed his eyes, as if pretending not to hear her. Rona froze, then protested, reminding him how much she had cared for him, and demanded that he spit out the carrot she had given him earlier. In response, Carl let out a stubborn neigh. Knox couldn't help but smile at the scene unfolding before him. Quietly, he thought to himself that the hidden piece would be his next objective. A few days later, under the cover of night, Knox slipped out of the territory with a map in one hand and a light stone in the other. The path ahead felt eerily similar to the one he had once taken in the game. Tucking the map back into his bag, he felt a sense of relief. Securing the second hidden piece of the Rainhafer family was essential, and he knew he couldn't afford to fail. It would become the key that could compensate for his terminal illness trait. A sudden wave of unease washed over him, and Knox glanced back, only to find nothing out of place. No movement, no presence. He frowned, wondering if he had grown too sensitive. Then he reminded himself of a hard truth. This was no longer a game. This was reality. A wooden sign stood ahead of him. It marked the entrance to the missing child's forest. A warning was carved into its surface, stating that young children who entered would lose their way and risk their lives, and that entry was forbidden under any circumstances. Knox swallowed. He had no intention of dying a second time. Still, knowing the danger and understanding what was at stake, he stepped forward. The moment he entered, messages appeared, warning him that he had set foot in the missing child's forest, and that failure to clear it would result in death. The forest lay within Rainhafer territory and was strictly off-limits. Thick fog clung to the ground, and the darkness pressed in from all sides, making navigation nearly impossible even for experienced rangers and pathfinders. Knox reflected on the forest's name and its double meaning. It was a place that made anyone feel lost, like a child wandering without guidance. At the same time, it was a zone where even fully grown adults could slaughter monsters and still find no valuable artifacts, while the monsters themselves grew stronger the older the intruder was. He had died countless times here in the past while searching for the correct method to clear it. From that experience, he estimated its difficulty to be at least 2.5 stars, with 5 being the absolute maximum. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The game had truly been designed with cruelty in mind. As memories of his previous attempts surfaced, he recalled how he had once charged in without understanding what items could appear. Now he saw it clearly. This forest was the perfect challenge for someone burdened with a terminal illness trait. Knox crafted a torch and set it alight. The glow pushed back the darkness just enough for him to see the path ahead. He knew the secret to clearing the missing child's forest lay in the smoke. More specifically, in walking in the opposite direction of where the smoke drifted. Just as he was about to move forward, Knox suddenly stopped. Something still fell off. He turned around and spoke calmly into the shadows, asking how long they planned to stay hidden and suggesting that they reveal themselves now. After waiting a few moments without any reply, Knox let out a quiet sigh and muttered that whoever was planned to hide until the very end. He drew his sword and slashed at the nearby bushes. A sharp cry immediately burst out from within the greenery. Back at Talia's residence, she paced in disbelief, unable to accept that her beauty had failed to captivate Knox. No matter how she thought about it, the situation made no sense to her. Her maid, Emma, clasped her hands and pleaded softly, calling her young miss and begging her to stop chasing after young Master Knox. She warned that if this continued, she too would be reprimanded. Talia waved her off casually, assuring her that she would never let Emma lose her position. But Emma was trying to warn her of something far more serious, and Talia completely missed the point. Later that night, Emma walked through the silent hallway with a candle trembling in her hand. She reflected on Talia's outstanding talent, and how everyone saw her as the future matriarch of the family. And yet, she couldn't understand why Talia constantly compared herself to her sister Shell, or why she always acted with such impatience. When Emma reached Talia's room, she opened the door, assuming her young miss had finally given up and gone to sleep. The moment she stepped inside, her heart dropped. Something was terribly wrong. Panic gripped her as she called out, "Young miss." A dreadful thought crossed her mind, that Talia had gone looking for young Master Knox. Emma's cries echoed through the mansion, rousing everyone as others rushed in, demanding to know what had happened. Deep in the forest, Talia crouched with her hands over her head, a faint smile trembling on her lips. Knox froze when he saw her and called out her name, demanding to know why she was there. Talia stood up, laughing nervously as she greeted him. But before she could explain, Knox suddenly grabbed her by the waist and shoved her behind him, ordering her not to move. Startled and confused, she called his name again. That was when a shadow emerged from the darkness. Talia's blood ran cold as she recognized it. A gray wolf. Horror struck her as she realized they were standing inside its territory. With only a dagger in hand, she forced herself to steady her breathing. The wolf circled them slowly, a cruel grin on its face as it let out a long, piercing howl. Knox didn't waver. Without hesitation, he surged forward, hurling his fire torch and following it with a swift, decisive sword strike. His strike was clean and merciless. The blade flashed once, and the wolf collapsed instantly, lifeless before it even hit the ground. Talia stared in stunned silence. She couldn't help but think how unbelievable it was. The way Knox had taken it down so easily, as if it were nothing more than a nuisance, left her breathless, even if it was only one wolf. Knox turned back toward her and repeated his question, clearly surprised. He said he never expected it to be her following him, not his brothers, and demanded to know why she was there. Talia faltered, laughing nervously as she tried to excuse it as a simple night stroll. Knox wasn't buying it. He picked up his fire torch, warned her not to lie, and coldly said he would leave her alone in the forest if she kept it up. Panicking, Talia grabbed his arm to stop him. Knox paused and looked down at her, waiting. She hurriedly explained that she wasn't doing anything strange. She had just noticed how strong he had become and wanted to be strong like him one day. When she saw him leaving through the window, curiosity got the better of her. Without thinking, she followed him into the forest. Knox smiled faintly to himself as three thoughts settled in his mind. She truly admired him. She held no hostility toward him, and that realization brought him an unexpected sense of relief. Letting out a sigh, he understood that Talia was still a child who didn't fully grasp how dangerous it was to follow someone out at night. As one of the core figures of the family, he couldn't just abandon her here. He sighed again and told her to follow him, making it clear that he wasn't helping her out of kindness, but simply preventing trouble for his family. Embarrassed, Talia lowered her head, apologized, and admitted she had acted foolishly. Knox thought that she likely wouldn't do anything so reckless again. Just as they were about to move, Talia suddenly called out to him. Blushing, she thanked him. She looked at Knox as if she wanted to say more, but her expression abruptly froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she noticed countless glowing eyes staring back at them from the darkness. Her voice trembled as she called Knox's name. He stepped closer, holding the fire torch high beside her. The flickering light revealed the truth. They were surrounded. A pack of wolves had encircled them, drawn in by the howl of the one he had killed earlier. As the wolves slowly closed in, Talia clutched Knox's arm tightly, her entire body shaking with fear. Without warning, Knox yanked his arm free and sternly told her to stay back. Talia froze, stunned by his sudden tone, as Knox stepped forward and warned that she would only get in the way when he swung his sword. Pushing aside stray thoughts, Knox forced himself to refocus. There were too many unexpected variables now. This area belonged to the prologue. There were no boss monsters here, but that didn't mean it was safe. An elite monster, one rank below a boss, was bound to appear. The evolved form of the Grey Wolf he had just killed. An elite Grey Wolf. Knowing the enemy didn't mean the fight would be easy. The wolves lunged. Knox moved like a shadow, his blade flashing as he cut them down one after another. His eyes then locked onto the wolf lingering at the back. If he let it act freely, he could be driven into a corner. Knox steadied his stance, memories of his past life, as he chanced surfacing, of playing the inner lunatic, of misjudgments, of weakness. He tightened his grip and struck. One clean blow. The wolf dropped, lifeless. Knox exhaled slowly, relief slipping through him before he realized it. Behind him, Talia stared in awe. The sword technique he had just shown looked even more refined than when he fought his brothers. She couldn't help but wonder if he had fought Grey Wolves before. But her expression dimmed as another thought crept in. To him, she was still weak. Then a howl tore through the forest. Both of them stiffened. Knox raised his gaze, eyes sharpening. The moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. From the darkness emerged the elite Grey Wolf, its presence oppressive, flanked by a pack that moved in perfect coordination as it stepped forward. Elsewhere, at the entrance to the missing child forest, people searched frantically for Knox and Talia. Someone spotted footprints pressed into the soil and immediately recognized them as belonging to the young masters and Lady Talia. It was clear they had entered the forest together. Emma collapsed to her knees in horror, the weight of the realization crushing her. She begged them to enter the forest at once. But head butler Rodwell stopped her, saying it was impossible. Emma cried out in disbelief, demanding to know why. Rodwell remained silent, his thoughts heavy. The missing child forest was one of the Rainhafer family's most difficult trials. Even as the strongest dark family in the South, they had never managed to fully clear it. That failure alone spoke volumes. What they didn't know was the truth, that only children who had not yet reached adulthood could enter safely, and that the forest itself could only be cleared by children. Head butler Rodwell continued to ponder, his brow furrowing as he questioned why the young master had entered the forest in the first place. He quickly dismissed the idea of a mind-controlling monster. The tracks were too deliberate, too careful, and there were no signs that the estate's strongest mana barrier had been breached. That meant only one thing. Young Master Knox had gone in of his own will. With a quiet admission, Rodwell accepted that he had been wrong. Knox was no longer the fragile, sickly child he once knew. The boy had grown strong, both in body and resolve. With a steady, determined voice, Rodwell explained that there was only one way for Knox and Talia to return. They would have to rely on a young master's judgment to find a path out of the forest. Emma's eyes welled with tears as fear tightened her chest. She blamed herself, convinced that her failure had led her young miss into this terrifying situation. Back in the forest, Knox studied the wolves while keeping an eye on Talia. Despite her fear, she was managing to stay focused, and that alone impressed him. He warned her not to attack recklessly, explaining that jumping into the fight would only get her hurt. She was to stay out of direct combat, conserve her strength, and be ready to run if she became a target. That would give her the best chance to survive. Knox knew that taking down an elite wolf wasn't overly dangerous. Its rating was only 2.5 stars. Still, his real priority was making sure Talia stayed alert and responsive. Watching her closely, he judged that she had learned well, though not enough for him to fully trust her to guard his back. Even so, he decided to activate his skill, Hour of the Genius, to finish the fight quickly. Then he saw it. The elite wolf was smiling. The sight irritated him, and a surge of determination rose within him. He wanted to know what that creature was plotting. One of the wolves lunged at him, and Knox cut it down instantly. But then the rest abruptly stopped. His eyes narrowed in confusion as the elite wolf calmly sat down, almost mockingly. In the next instant, the remaining wolves attacked together from every direction. Knox fought fiercely, his sword flashing as several wolves fell in rapid succession. But one slipped past his guard, creeping up behind him, ready to strike. At the last possible moment, a dagger flew through the air and pierced the wolf's neck, killing it instantly. Knox turned sharply, startled. There, perched in a nearby tree, was Talia. She met his gaze and warned him to be careful, her voice steady despite the danger surrounding them. Talia's mind raced. Even though Knox had told her to run if things turned dangerous, her body simply refused to obey. She couldn't leave him. Knox stared at her in disbelief, a single thought flashing through his mind. Was she really trying to help him? She hurriedly asked if he was all right, if he had been hurt. The question caught him off guard. He hadn't expected that kind of concern from her. Before he could respond properly, a low growl rolled through the air. Knox reacted on instinct, his sword flashing as he cut down 2 wolves in quick succession. He told her he was fine, and she visibly relaxed at his words. Inside, Knox frowned. This wasn't the time for distractions. He regretted letting his guard slip, even for a moment. Looking down, he noticed his hands trembling slightly. The recoil was catching up to him. Still, he forced himself to stay steady. The fight wasn't over. An elite wolf moved closer. Knox tightened his stance, bracing himself. The creature circled him slowly, deliberately, before suddenly charging. Knox prepared to counter, but the wolf slipped past him instead. His eyes widened. Something was wrong. In the next instant, the wolf appeared behind him. Pain exploded across his shoulder as claws slashed into him. Knox cursed under his breath, barely managing to twist away before it got worse. Blood stained his sleeve. Talia cried out his name, panic clear in her voice. Knox pressed a hand to his shoulder, quickly judging the damage. His expression darkened. This wasn't what a mere 2.5-star elite was supposed to be like. It hit him then. This wasn't the same as the game. The elite Grey Wolf was smarter, more cunning. Hidden among the trees, the wolf's lips curled into a cruel grin. Knox steadied his breathing and prepared himself again. He had underestimated it. Not only was it commanding the other wolves, it was using the terrain to its advantage, manipulating distance and blind spots with terrifying precision. Knox narrowed his gaze toward one direction, focusing every ounce of his attention. The wolf lunged. Knox swung his sword instantly. For a split second, he was certain he had struck true, but his blade stopped short. His eyes widened in shock as his sword failed to reach its target. The elite Grey Wolf stared at him, its grin sharp and mocking. In that brief opening, it struck. Knox realized too late. The creature had been waiting for him to commit to a full swing, waiting for him to expose himself. As he tried to counter, his expression suddenly changed. He realized too late that the recoil had caught up to him. As the wolf lunged forward, jaws stretched wide and fangs aimed straight for his throat, Knox felt the weight of his own arrogance crash down on him. Clearing the game again and again had made him believe he was untouchable, that he could handle anything thrown his way. Now, faced with death, that confidence felt laughably foolish. With no strength left to resist, Knox shut his eyes, bracing himself in helpless resignation. Then a sharp whimper cut through the air. Knox's eyes snapped open just in time to see a dagger buried deep in the wolf's eye. Shock froze him for a heartbeat. An opening had been created, but not by him. It was Talia. Realization struck hard. If an opening existed, even for an instant, it was enough. Knox forced his body to move and lunged forward, driving his sword straight through the elite Grey Wolf's body. The beast let out a guttural roar before collapsing heavily onto the ground, lifeless. The moment it fell, Knox's strength vanished. He dropped to his knees, gasping for breath, his chest burning as exhaustion overtook him. Talia shouted his name, her voice tight with panic, and then glanced around, only to see the remaining wolves hesitate. The instant their leader lay dead, they turned tail and fled into the forest. Talia rushed to Knox's side, kneeling beside him and bombarding him with worried questions. Knox told her he was fine, but the words caught strangely in his throat. For a brief, horrifying moment, he realized he had almost thanked the person who would one day become his enemy, the one destined to kill him. He turned his gaze away and told her there was nothing to worry about. Talia didn't believe him. She spotted the injury on his shoulder, her eyes filling with tears as she scolded him for dismissing it so easily. Knox waved it off, calling it a minor wound, but she pressed on, visibly relieved that he wasn't hurt anywhere else. Suddenly, her expression changed. Her eyes widened in terror as she noticed a spider crawling along her shoulder. She let out a piercing scream. Knox stiffened, instantly thinking another monster had appeared. In her panic, Talia stumbled forward and threw herself into his arms, clutching him tightly. Knox froze, startled, calling out her name in confusion as she continued to cling to him. She held on even tighter, nearly knocking him off balance. Knox wondered how long she planned to stay like this, and then realized the truth. He calmly flicked the spider off her shoulder and raised an eyebrow, asking how she could follow him into a forest full of monsters if something as small as a spider terrified her. With watery eyes, Talia admitted she was scared of spiders and shyly asked if Knox was afraid of them too. Knox chuckled softly and smiled, teasing that with fears like that, she'd never survive becoming a knight. Talia stared at Knox, their faces so close she could feel his breath. Realization hit her all at once. She jerked back, letting go of him, her face turning bright red as she shouted a sharp, flustered, "No." Knox blinked, then dryly remarked that she'd finally decided to get off him. Before anything else could be said, Knox suddenly coughed, his body hitching. Talia's panic instantly returned as she leaned toward him, asking if he was all right. Knox waved it off and told her not to worry, forcing his breathing to steady. Inside, his thoughts were far less calm. He admitted it to himself. Talia had done her part. He was alive because of her. If not for that opening she created, he would have died there. He couldn't even thank her properly thanks to that unexpected scream. Knox lifted his gaze toward the path ahead, his expression turning serious. Whatever came next didn't matter. Their priority now was simple. They had to get out of the forest. Outside, the scene was chaos of a different kind. Emma remained on her knees, tears streaming down her face as she cried uncontrollably, confessing that she was the one who had killed the young miss. Head butler Rodwell stood frozen, dread settling into his bones as the thought crossed his mind. What if Talia and Knox hadn't made it out? Talia's disappearance alone would ignite conflict between the two families. Worse still, the Rainhafer family already bore the stigma of incompetence, blamed again and again for the countless children who had vanished near this cursed forest. Then a shout rang out. A man pointed toward the forest, his voice trembling as he announced that the fog was clearing. Every head turned at once. Rodwell's breath caught as he realized what that meant. The infamous forest of missing children had been cleared. Emma slowly rose to her feet, her hands shaking. Through tear-filled eyes, she whispered that if the manna was lifting, then there was only one possible explanation. The head butler nodded gravely, confirming her understanding. Their speculation had become reality. The forest truly had been conquered. Emma's tears fell harder as the meaning sank in. That meant Knox, and, before she could finish the thought, figures emerged from the thinning fog. Someone yelled that the young master was coming out, and the crowd erupted into shocked murmurs. People stared in disbelief at the sight of Knox walking out alive, completely intact. Rodwell couldn't stop the smile that crept onto his face. With this, there was no doubt left. The balance of power among the Rainhafer descendants was about to be thrown into absolute chaos. Knox glanced around to the gathered crowd, his expression casual as ever, and asked why everyone was standing there. Emma rushed forward the moment she saw Talia, wrapping her in a tight hug as she cried about how worried they had been. The head butler turned to Knox and explained that the family had also been deeply concerned about his disappearance. Knox stared at him in disbelief. He muttered that he couldn't understand why anyone would worry about someone as useless as him, clicking his tongue as he complained that the family's reputation as a dark household was about to take another hit. Meanwhile, Talia sniffed and told Emma to stop crying already. Emma froze for half a second, then wiped her tears, suddenly grabbed Talia by the hair, and declared with terrifying energy that they would be going over the 71 rules of the Still Reiner family all over again. She ordered Talia to follow her immediately. Talia panicked and started apologizing, but Emma cut her off at once, saying she would never dare blame her since she was nothing more than a lowly maid. She firmly added that the patriarch himself would personally teach Talia the rules this time. Knox watched the scene unfold and silently thought that the maid possessed absurd stamina. After dragging Talia halfway away, Emma finally turned back, bowed to Knox, and thanked him sincerely for protecting their young miss. Knox shifted his gaze to Talia and spoke calmly, telling her that even though he never intended to enter the forest with her, she had proven herself. She didn't need to be so hard on herself. Back in his room, Knox finally relaxed. He shut the door behind him and pressed a hand to his forehead, letting out a slow breath. His mind replayed the image of Rodwell and the knights waiting outside the forest. Their timing had been too precise. He wondered if Talia had something to do with it. In the end, he let the thought go. A faint smile formed as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, hidden object. A message appeared before his eyes. He had obtained a new artifact, the Black Flame Ring, an accessory of low intermediate grade. It carried the attribute of darkness and granted an increase to both stamina and mana. Only those capable of wielding dark mana could equip it. More importantly, it possessed a special effect. Whenever its wearer defeated a target, a small portion of the enemy's life force would be stolen and converted into the wearer's own. The higher the defeated target's rank, the greater the amount gained. Knox studied the ring quietly. He knew this was the only artifact known to steal another's life force. Still, merely owning it didn't mean he could escape death. The amount it stole was limited, far from enough to simply erase a terminal illness. Extending one's life indefinitely was never that easy. Even so, he slipped the ring onto his finger. As long as he could struggle forward and grow stronger, it was far better than waiting helplessly at the edge of death. A determined smile spread across his face as he felt his life force and mana steadily increase. Turning toward the door, Knox spoke calmly, calling out to Rona, already aware she was standing outside. The door opened slightly, and Rona peeked in, addressing him respectfully as a young master. She asked if that meant he could see through things. Knox replied, evenly, that he might be able to. Rona's face flushed red in an instant, and without filtering her thoughts, she blurted out whether that meant he could see her naked body too. Knox reached out and lightly flicked her forehead, asking what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Rona cried out, holding her head and complaining that his flick hurt far more than it normally did. Knox then suggested arm wrestling, as if it were no big deal. Rona stiffened and asked if they were really doing that again. She squared her shoulders, fired herself up, and declared that if she won this time, he had to properly raise her salary. Knox agreed immediately, but calmly added that if she lost, 20% of her salary would be deducted. They clasped hands, elbows pressing into the table. Rona took a deep breath and counted aloud, 1, 2, 3. The match began, and ended in the same instant. Her hand slammed onto the table before she even realized what had happened. Rona stared at the result in disbelief, her words coming out in a stutter as she tried to understand how she lost so badly. Regaining her composure, she glared at Knox and accused him of thinking it was acceptable for the son of a prestigious family to cut a servant's already meager salary by 20%. Knox waved his hand lazily. He admitted she might have a point, but reminded her that according to rumors, he was the useless good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family anyway. With a faint smile, he said he had decided not to bother with trivial things like honor anymore. At that moment, several messages appeared before his eyes. The effects of his trait, frequent sickness, had been activated. Wrist fracture, level 2. Flu, level 1. Knox groaned, irritation clear as he cursed those damn negative traits. He told Rona to forget the salary deduction and instead asked her to bring him some ice and a wet towel. Rona noticed how pale his face had turned and immediately grew anxious. Leaning back, Knox thought that for now, simply having the ring was enough. What he needed most was rest. Then a vague memory surfaced. A figure spoke with unwavering certainty, declaring a single name. Yuchan. Knox frowned slightly as he thought about the two hidden pieces he possessed. Carl, and the black flame ring. 6 months had already passed since he obtained them, yet he still hadn't had a proper chance to use either one. The reason was simple. He had been grounded. Knox let out a long sigh, frustration seeping into his expression. He muttered that he hadn't even done anything wrong. He had cleared the missing child's forest, of all things. And yet, instead of being rewarded, he was the one being punished. He turned toward Rona, clearly looking for her agreement. Rona avoided his gaze and answered cautiously, saying that as a maid of the family, she was obligated to speak well of the patriarch, since her words could directly affect her salary. Knox stepped forward with confidence and firmly promised her that her salary would absolutely be reduced if she didn't align with his preferences. Rona froze, then burst out in disbelief, exclaiming at how ruthless the patriarch was and lamenting how little he understood Knox's feelings. Knox felt the weight of it all settle on his shoulders. He dropped onto the sofa and stared ahead, reflecting on the life he was living now. He had been doing his best to adapt, to live properly, all while watching Carl steadily grow stronger. But this kind of life couldn't continue. Not when his time was being shaved away day by day by a terminal illness. A message flickered into view. 147 days remaining. Knox clenched his jaw, irritation rising as he stared at the number. He sarcastically thanked the system in his mind, noting how considerate it was to explain his impending death so clearly, as if it cared more about his life than he did. Pushing himself up, determination flashed through his eyes. He muttered that he couldn't endure this anymore. If he wanted to live, he had to change something. He resolved to meet his father and somehow obtain permission to go out. The moment the decision settled, a knock echoed through the room. Head butler Rodwell entered and greeted Knox before informing him that the patriarch had summoned him. Elsewhere, the patriarch stood lost in memory. He recalled a blood-soaked battlefield from long ago, the sky filled with flying demons, their shadows blotting out the moon. He remembered the night of slaughter, the devastation left behind, and the humans who had been swept away in the chaos. Opening his eyes, he acknowledged a truth he had long accepted. One day, One of his sons would likely inherit the supreme black sword. But relying on probability was meaningless. He needed certainty, true talent, because one of his sons would eventually have to kill him. As the head butler entered and reported that the young master would arrive shortly, the patriarch frowned in displeasure, ordering Rodwell to bring Knox to him at once. Still, he admitted inwardly that although he himself didn't know how to clear the missing child's forest, Knox's ability to accomplish such a feat deserved proper recognition. That recognition, however, had been delayed. The family's vassals had raised strong objections, doubting Knox's sudden transformation and demanding an investigation to verify his claims. The patriarch could not simply dismiss their voices. As the head of the family, he was forced to allow the investigation to proceed, no matter how inconvenient it was. Knox greeted the patriarch and paid his respects, only rising when he was told to. The patriarch did not excuse Knox's actions, admitting plainly that what he had done was wrong. Still, as the head of the Reinhardt family, it was his duty to acknowledge merit where it existed, even if that merit belonged to someone long dismissed as useless. That was why he had summoned Knox. He wished to speak of a reward, and then he dropped a statement that hit far harder than any reprimand. He would grant Knox a single request, anything at all. For a moment, Knox felt as if he had been struck from behind. His thoughts spiraled, suspicion creeping in. Was this a trap, a test, or some elaborate way to bind him? He steadied himself and asked carefully whether he had truly heard that right. Could he really request anything? The patriarch answered without hesitation. He reminded Knox that he was the patriarch of Reinhardt, and that he swore upon the long, unbroken history of the Black Sword itself. His word would not be broken. Knox studied the man's face and realized there was no deception there. The offer was real. Still, the patriarch warned him that if his request proved too absurd, it would force him to reevaluate Knox entirely. He trusted that Knox was not foolish enough to squander such an opportunity. Knox smiled faintly and replied that he understood. He asked for time to think. The patriarch agreed and allowed him to leave the estate, adding a final reminder not to repeat the kind of trouble he had caused before. Knox bowed with a respectful smile, affirming both his understanding and his loyalty to the Reinhardt family. The next day, Knox stood outside the estate as Talia prepared to depart. She smiled brightly and suggested that they meet again at Eldine Academy the next time fate allowed it. Knox didn't even look her way. He remained silent, eyes turned elsewhere. Talia, unfazed, repeated herself with the same eager smile, openly saying she looked forward to seeing him again. Still, Knox offered no response. The head butler cleared his throat and reminded Knox that it was proper to answer when a lady addressed him. Knox sighed, clearly reluctant, before finally turning toward Talia. He told her flatly that they would meet again only if she became a full-fledged knight. Before that, there was nothing more to say. Talia's eyes lit up with fierce determination as she asked what exactly he meant by a full-fledged knight. Knox smirked and replied that, in his book, a knight was someone who wouldn't panic even after encountering a super-huge spider. The next instant, a fist slammed into his stomach. Knox doubled over slightly, thinking grimly that he really should have said wolves instead of spiders. Talia drew back with a confident grin and declared that she would return once she became a true knight. Then she warned Knox to prepare his head for her when that day came. Knox froze at her declaration, a flicker of disbelief crossing his mind as he wondered if she genuinely intended to bash his head in some day. Before he could respond, Emma, the maid of the Stilliner family, stepped forward. She bowed deeply toward him and thanked him, her voice earnest as she expressed her gratitude not just for everything he had done, but especially for saving young Miss Talia. Knox let out a tired sigh and waved it off, telling her bluntly that he hadn't saved Talia on purpose. He added that she should stop making a fuss and leave already. As Talia's carriage rolled away, Knox stood there watching until it disappeared from sight. One more person had quietly exited his life. The thought lingered longer than he expected. Strangely enough, he realized he was starting to get used to this unfamiliar life. He didn't fully understand why, but part of him was actually enjoying it. That was when a familiar message appeared before his eyes, cold and merciless, reminding him that he had 146 days left to live due to his terminal illness. Knox clenched his jaw. There was no room for rest. A few days later, Rona approached him and informed him that he would need to hire a new maid and additional servants. Knox was still considering the idea of having a new maid when the door opened and head butler Rodwell entered the room. Rodwell greeted him properly and explained that Eldine Academy had sent over a maid in training to assist him. From that day onward, she would be serving him directly. The maid stepped forward and introduced herself at the practice bow. Her name was Jitchery de Lovilia, and she stated clearly that she would be his exclusive maid from now on. Knox acknowledged her introduction and replied in kind, introducing himself as Knox von Rienhofer. Even so, instinctively, he activated his skill. A status window appeared before him, displaying her name, gender, age, species, main element, and a list of attributes. His gaze paused when he reached her skills. Her passive skill read perfect housework. Her active skill, however, made his eyes narrow, monitoring players based on orders of Theo von Rienhofer. So that was it. Knox calmly memorized the last line and dismissed the window. Almost immediately after, another message surfaced, informing him that his remaining lifespan had been updated. Due to his condition, he now had only 140 days left. Knox exhaled slowly. Time really did move faster when you were counting down your own life. Still, there was one consolation. Despite the brutal penalty hanging over him, he was undeniably growing stronger. Before long, he would be entering the prestigious Eldian Academy. Rona later informed him that his enrollment would begin in 2 months. She asked if he felt nervous about it, watching his expression carefully as she spoke. Knox asked her calmly whether she was actually happy that he would be leaving this place for the academy. The question caught Rona completely off guard. For a second she froze. Then her expression crumpled as emotion rushed in. She admitted that she had already started missing him. Watching her reaction spiral so quickly, Knox clicked his tongue and told her to stop overdoing it. He added flatly that he wasn't going to cut her salary, so there was no need for the dramatics. Inside, he noted wryly that he didn't even have the time to properly bully Rona anymore. The next 2 months would decide everything. If he failed to raise his stats, even a little, there was no way he would survive the academy. Eldian Academy was the finest institution in the Empire, a place that gathered monstrously strong cadets from every corner of the country. After enduring its brutal training and stepping into the main storyline, he would be forced to live as the villain, Knox von Rienhofer. The thought alone made his head ache. Everything felt absurdly difficult, and the frustration gnawed at him. Not long after, Rona informed him that he would need to hire a new maid and additional servants. Knox was still mulling over the idea when the timing lined up almost too perfectly. Head butler Rodwell entered the room and informed him that Eldian Academy had already sent a maid in training to assist him. The new maid stepped forward with bright energy and introduced herself as Jitri Delavilla. She spoke with enthusiasm, assuring Knox that she would support him with everything she had. Knox acknowledged her politely, but his eyes narrowed as a familiar window surfaced before him. Her status confirmed his unease. Among the listed information was a clear line stating that she was monitoring him under the orders of Theo von Rienhofer. So they really weren't planning to let him leave in peace. Theo von Rienhofer was one of the most dangerous antagonists in the world, a man spoken of in the same breath as monsters. Many believed his rise to power was due entirely to his overwhelming swordsmanship, and few dared to deny how terrifying his blade truly was. But those who understood him better knew the real reason he stood at the top of the Rienhofer family. Theo trusted nothing and no one. His suspicion was sharper than any sword he wielded. Theo stood before Jitri and told her that he had high expectations for her. She answered immediately and respectfully, "Yes, sir." Theo was well aware that Jitri had been pushed back in the line of succession within the Levia family, and he promised that if she performed well in her current role, the Rienhofer family would fully support her return to the succession. Jitri bowed her head and declared that she would serve young Master Knox with all her heart. The response she received was not what she expected. Theo looked at her with cold, unwavering eyes and rejected her words outright. A firm, merciless no fell from his lips, leaving no room for misunderstanding. She stiffened as the chilling pressure rolling off him washed over her. For a brief moment, her breath caught, but she forced herself to regain control. With her head lowered, she stated clearly that she would monitor him strictly and report every single detail without omission. Even after leaving Theo's office, his presence clung to her like a shadow. His words repeated over and over in her mind. "Don't forget who your master is." Jitri reached for the pendant at her chest, fingers tightening around it, and understood that from this moment on, she could not afford to waver. Knox lay sprawled on his bed, staring at the ceiling as his thoughts circled around the spy Theo had placed at his side. Theo wasn't watching him out of concern. He was testing him, trying to confirm whether the person inhabiting this body was truly Knox or something else entirely. Demon possession was not rare among the inner lunatics, and in the original storyline, Knox's body had eventually been claimed by the #1 demon ball. That alone made Theo's suspicion reasonable. Knox had to make sure his secret stayed buried. He rose from the bed and told himself that everything would be fine as long as Theo didn't uncover the truth. Still, an unease lingered, and it all traced back to one person, Jitri Delavilla. She was the variable he couldn't ignore. Jitri's past was a tragic one. Though she was never meant to play a major role in the main storyline, she had originally been destined to become the next head of the Lavilla family. That future was destroyed when her parents were murdered by her own uncle, stripping her of both her family and her position. Fleeing the darkness of her bloodline, she became a maid of the Rienhofer family. On the surface, she was always bright, always smiling. But beneath that cheerful exterior was a heart riddled with cracks, barely holding itself together. The knowledge weighed heavily on Knox. In the flow of the original story, Jitri was fated to take her own life before the first arc of the main storyline even began. Knowing that left him standing at a crossroads. Should he interfere and change what was supposed to happen? Saving someone who was meant to die could twist the story in unpredictable ways. Worse, it could put his own life in danger. The following day, Knox summoned Rona and Jitri before him. Without preamble, he announced that they would be hunting monsters in the forest within the territory. Rona's eyes widened in shock, her voice rising as she protested the sudden order. She quickly followed it up with a pale excuse, claiming she felt unwell and needed to take the day off. In stark contrast, Jitri simply nodded and accepted the command without hesitation. Rona grabbed Jitri's hand, tears welling in her eyes as she begged her not to agree to everything so easily. Knox understood that it was perfectly normal for a maid to be terrified of hunting monsters. The request itself was absurd by any standard. That was why Jitri's immediate response stood out so sharply. She hadn't hesitated even for a second. Turning his attention to Rona, Knox pointed out that he knew she had already used up all her leave days, meaning she couldn't take a sick leave today, no matter how hard she tried. With a lazy grin, he reminded her that he was still considered a good-for-nothing and casually threatened to dock her salary if she refused to follow his orders. Rona, holding back tears, asked in a trembling voice whether she should bring a bow or a sword for the hunt. Jitri then asked calmly if she should inform Sir Rodwell about his departure from the estate before beginning preparations. Knox nodded in approval. At this point, his highest priority was clear. He needed to increase his lifespan, and now that he was free to move around, there was no reason to waste time. Once everything was ready, Knox set out with his two maids, Rona and Jitri, heading toward the forest to hunt monsters. A few days later, the forest that had once been infamous as the missing child's forest no longer carried its ominous aura. After being thoroughly cleared, it looked no different from an ordinary woodland. As Knox pushed deeper inside, a wolf suddenly lunged at him from the side. He reacted instantly, drawing his sword and cutting the beast down in one clean motion. A message appeared before his eyes, informing him that he had absorbed a small amount of the gray wolf's life force. The reward was clear: 2 additional hours of life. Knox stood there, breathing heavily, and mulled over the result. If killing a single wolf granted him 2 hours, then this hunt was already a success. He wondered whether he had wiped out all the wolves in the area, and the thought left him quietly satisfied. Jitri soon approached him with a water bottle, pointing out that an hour had already passed since he started hunting. She asked if he was truly not tired yet. Only then did Knox realize his mistake. He hadn't activated the hour of the genius skill. Because of that, the hunt had taken longer than it should have. In the end, he had only gained 1 hour of life instead of 2. He knew the calculations would never be perfect, but this outcome was still far from ideal. Knox acknowledged that he couldn't continue killing monsters every single hour without consequences. Worse, the number of monsters in the area was clearly dropping. Over the past few days, his relentless hunting had drastically reduced their population. That realization left a bitter taste in his mouth. If monsters became scarce, then his source of additional life would dry up as well, threatening his plans to survive and live properly. Knox let out a slow sigh and admitted that the lack of monsters in the area really was a problem. Jitri found that answer strange. To most people, hearing someone complain about too few monsters would be enough to label them odd. Knox didn't bother explaining. He simply looked toward the rising sun and decided it was time to head back to the mansion for the day. Gottry stepped forward and offered to prepare a warm bath, promising to make sure the temperature was just right. Knox acknowledged her silently, noting once again how fitting the title of support genius was for her. He agreed to bathe before dinner and only asked that the timing be handled properly. Gottry smiled and assured him that she would take care of everything. Rona, not wanting to be ignored, spoke up and reminded him not to forget about her. She said she would clean his room herself. Knox blinked in surprise but waved it off, telling her to do whatever she liked. Rona lit up and hurried off, while Gottry watched her go with an amused smile. Just then, Knox called out to Gottry and stopped her. He said he had a question. When he asked whom she truly served, the mood shifted instantly. Gottry froze, caught off guard, unsure how to answer. Knox already knew about her support genius trait, but he also believed in a simple rule. No matter how beautiful or sharp a sword might be, if he couldn't use it, he wouldn't hesitate to throw it away. Gottry hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Yet Knox seemed to grasp her unspoken answer anyway. She tried to explain that she hadn't even said anything, but Knox cut her off gently. He told her that he already knew what she wanted to say and that her honesty was enough. He had no intention of interrogating her further. He thanked her sincerely and told her that regardless of whom she served, he would consider her part of his own side. As he turned to leave, he added that she was free to make use of him as well if she ever needed to. Trust, he said, wasn't something he necessarily required. He was perfectly fine with a relationship built on mutual use, as long as it benefited both sides. In his mind, what he shared with Gottry wasn't trust. It was a practical, mutually beneficial arrangement, and that suited him just fine. That night, Rona lay on her bed, munching on candies, grumbling to herself about Knox. She complained that he was always saying things like, "If you don't run together with me, what fun would it be for me to train?" during their sessions, and the more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She muttered that he might be going too far with his demands. Hearing that, Jitri glanced at Rona and laughed in agreement. As the laughter faded, her thoughts drifted to the rumors she had once heard about young Master Knox changing. Back then, she had brushed them off as exaggerated nonsense. Now, after everything she had witnessed, she couldn't be so sure anymore. Knox had defeated the twins and firmly secured his place in the academy. To Jitri, it looked like he was steadily solidifying his position within the family. That only made the contrast sharper. Knox was climbing higher, while she herself had fallen all the way down despite once being a legitimate successor. Her mind returned to his words from earlier that day, when he had casually told her to make use of him if she ever needed to. What he meant by that? The question lingered, stirring an uneasy curiosity about his true intentions. Not long after, baseless rumors began spreading through the Rainhafer family. Whispers claimed that Jitri had been expelled from her own family and no longer deserved to serve as a maid of Rainhafer. When she received a letter with trembling hands, her fears were confirmed. Tears welled up as she read it. The letter accused her of being an incompetent family head who had sold out her family, stripping her of her rights as a direct line descendant. Realizing she couldn't stay in the Rainhafer household for much longer, Jitri quietly accepted her fate. The Rainhafer family was one of the greatest dark families, and she was nothing more than a commoner who had already lost her own family. In her heart, she believed she had no right to serve them. It felt inevitable that she would soon be cut off and forced to serve someone else. Later, Jitri entered the kitchen wearing a gentle smile and greeted the other maids as usual. No one replied. Their cold stares told her everything. The rumors had already reached them. She was used to being looked down on, yet it still weighed heavily on her chest. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out behind her. Rona appeared, bright as ever, announcing that she had been searching everywhere for her. Without hesitation, Rona grabbed her hand and pulled her along, chatting as they walked. Jitri wondered whether Rona truly didn't know about the rumors or if she was simply pretending. She questioned if Rona genuinely saw her as a friend. Even so, Jitri understood one thing clearly. What Rona was doing right now was foolish. From her point of view, she herself, Rona, and young Master Knox were all doing foolish things in their own ways. Meanwhile, Knox sat by the window with a letter held loosely in his hand. He already knew the end was approaching, and not just for Jitri. Theo had likely received a similar letter as well. The charges pinned on Jitri's father were false, carefully fabricated lies, yet Knox couldn't act. He understood better than anyone how dangerous it was to interfere blindly. Even helping someone survive could trigger an unpredictable butterfly effect, and that uncertainty stayed his hand. Later, in the missing child's forest, Knox moved through the trees in search of monsters. His sword flashed once, clean and decisive, and a vicious wolf dropped without resistance. Rona and Jitri watched from behind. Rona frowned slightly and remarked that there was a coldness in Knox's eyes, saying he felt harsher than before. Nothing like the more merciful version, she remembered. Curious, Jitri asked if that was really true. The comment lingered, leaving an uneasy feeling in her chest. Knox continued cutting down monsters effortlessly, his breathing steady, his focus sharp. He was waiting for something. In this forest, when only 20% of the normal monsters remained, a hidden boss would appear at random. His goal was simple: kill it and increase his stats. Yet the boss still hadn't shown itself, and his patience was starting to wear thin. Then something brushed past his face. Knox froze in shock and swung instantly, but his blade cut through empty air. Only then did he realize the truth. Whatever had passed him moved at an entirely different level of speed. A grin spread across his face as he acknowledged it. The hidden boss had finally appeared, an elite king wasp. He readied himself, confident he could handle it. But in a brief moment of distraction, Jitri noticed the wasp lunging. Without hesitation, she ran forward and took the attack head-on. Knox's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why she had intervened when he knew he could have dealt with it himself. Why would she throw herself toward a monster that appeared out of nowhere? How many people would even be capable of doing that? Questions aside, Knox made a decision. If Jitri had chosen to step forward, then he would use that choice to his advantage and protect her. Anger flared across his face, sharp and cold. At the same time, a message appeared before him, declaring that the hour of the genius had been activated. As the power surged, Jitri's mind drifted back to a distant memory. She saw herself as a child, crying after falling again, and heard her mother's worried voice asking why she kept stumbling no matter how hard she tried. Her father had agreed back then, saying there had never been a single day when the wounds on Jitri's knees were fully healed. That was what her parents always told her. And now, thinking back on it, she realized those words had never been only about scraped skin. They had been talking about her heart as well. She wondered if they had been prophesying her future without even realizing it. Her thoughts drifted again to Knox's question from earlier. Whom do you serve? The words pressed down on her chest, forcing her to confront her own wavering loyalties. Then a darker memory surged forward. She saw her uncle standing over her parents' bodies, blood still warm, His lips curled into a twisted smile as he claimed the family for himself. The scene overlapped with echoing voices inside her head, repeating the same question over and over. Who do you serve? Another voice followed, calm and cold. If needed, feel free to make use of me. I'll make use of you too. Jitri's eyes fluttered open. The first thing she saw was Knox, bent over and panting heavily, calling her name with clear concern in his voice. A system message had appeared before him, announcing that the monster had been defeated and that special rewards would be granted. Knox didn't even look at it. Instead, he told Jitri that it was over and promised to take her back safely. Rona quickly spoke up, urging him to return to the mansion as soon as possible. Jitri studied Knox's face and felt a strange doubt rise within her. He was lying. At least, that was what her instincts told her. This didn't look like the face of someone who was simply trying to use her. Then why did his voice tremble just slightly? And why did she sense anger buried beneath his words? Elsewhere, family head Theo read through a letter with a grim expression. Head butler Rodwell confirmed that their investigation matched its contents. The Lavilia family had officially decided to cut Miss Jitri off completely. Theo recalled his original plan. He had intended to bring Jitri under their wing and eventually take control of the Lavilia family through her. With their previous head gone and their internal structure unstable, it had seemed like the perfect opportunity. With Rienhafer's involvement, submission should have been inevitable. But with Jitri's sudden expulsion, everything had collapsed. Their plans were now meaningless. Theo admitted there was nothing they could do and asked Rodwell what should be done with Jitri instead. Rodwell replied that keeping a maid who belonged to no family other than Knox would draw contempt within Eldane Academy. It would become a point of ridicule. He suggested handling the matter quietly from their side. Theo nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. As Theo and Rodwell were discussing what to do with Jitri, a butler rushed in with urgent news. Knox had returned from the hunt, carrying an injured maid who had been poisoned. Her condition was critical, and without hesitation, Knox had used a costly antidote on her, without permission. Rodwell immediately asked if it was the Mandrake's purifying potion. The butler nodded, confirming his suspicion. Rodwell let out a quiet sigh and remarked that the potion was extraordinarily expensive. Theo frowned, wondering if Knox had already grown attached to the maid. Personal feelings interfering with carefully laid plans were never a good sign, and the thought clearly unsettled him. Elsewhere, Rona called out to Jitri, relief flooding her face when she saw her awake. Still weak, Jitri tried to piece together what had happened. The first thing she asked was whether Knox was safe. Almost immediately, doubt crept in, and she questioned her own reckless choice to jump in front of the boss monster. Tears welled up in Rona's eyes as she explained that Knox had used the Mandrake's antidote to save her life. The doctor had initially refused, unwilling to waste such a precious medicine, but Knox had threatened him outright. Use it or die. Left with no choice, the doctor complied. Jitri froze. She knew the true value of Mundura. Her chest tightened as she wondered again whether Knox truly intended to only make use of her. Slowly, she tried to sit up, but Rona hurried to stop her, telling her to rest. Jitri ignored the warning and asked where Knox was. Rona explained that he had gone to see the Chamberlain and had told her to notify him the moment Jitri woke up. Rona promised to return soon and urged her once more to rest before leaving the room. The moment she was alone, Jitri stood and walked toward her suitcase. Her mind was already made up. She began packing, weighed down by a crushing sense of unworthiness. In her heart, she felt she had no right to stay. As she sorted through her belongings, her hand paused on a familiar pendant. Inside was a picture of her late parents. Her vision blurred. After a long moment, she removed the picture and gently placed the pendant aside. She decided to leave it behind, along with a letter thanking Knox for saving her life and offering the pendant as payment for the potion that had kept her alive. With everything prepared, Jitri stepped into the hallway, only to run straight in Knox. He stopped her and asked where she was going. When she didn't answer immediately, his expression hardened. He asked again, his voice cold and demanding. Not far away. Knox's anger echoed through the corridor as he confronted the doctor. His voice carried sharp frustration as he accused him of valuing a bottle of medicine more than the life of a dying person. The doctor hesitated, voice tight, as he explained that without the patriarch's permission, he could not administer the medicine. Knox didn't raise his voice. He simply asked whose authority mattered more within this family, the doctor's or his own. The meaning landed instantly. The doctor bowed his head and apologized for overstepping. That still wasn't enough. Knox coldly stated that he would personally report this delay to his father and ordered him to act immediately. The hesitation vanished. The potion was brought out and poured into the mouth of the unconscious Jitri. Rona rushed closer, unable to hide her worry, and asked about Jitri's condition. The doctor reassured her that the poison had been completely neutralized and that recovery was only a matter of time now. As Knox turned to leave, Rona called after him. He didn't stop. Without looking back, he told her to report directly to him the moment Jitri regained consciousness. Instead of returning to his quarters, Knox changed direction and sought out the family head, Theo. Theo looked genuinely surprised, remarking that it was rare for Knox to come to him of his own accord, wondering aloud if this had something to do with a certain maid. At that moment, a message flickered before Knox's eyes, announcing the activation of a skill, Master of Acting. Keeping his expression steady, Knox reminded Theo of a promise he had made before. Theo acknowledged it without hesitation. One wish, no conditions. Knox stated his request, and spoke the name clearly. Jitri Diavilia, a woman cast out by her own family. As the words left his mouth, Knox felt the weight of what he was doing. His choice would not remain isolated. It would ripple outward, touching the core of the story itself. Worries about Theo spying on him felt insignificant now. In that moment, Knox understood something he hadn't before. Jitri's attempt to shield him, to save him, had already given him the answer she never dared say aloud. The family agreed. Theo expressed his willingness to make it happen. But Knox wasn't finished. He acknowledged Theo as his father, and immediately another warning message surfaced, stating that the Master of Acting was losing effectiveness due to his rising agitation. Knox met Theo's gaze, the steel in his eyes unmistakable, and told him plainly to stop playing games with the people around him. Sometime later, Knox encountered Jitri standing alone in a hallway. He asked her where she thought she was going. She flinched, hands trembling as she explained that she planned to leave. In her mind, she no longer belonged there. She thanked him for everything he had done, voice shaking with restraint. Knox pressed on, asking why she was abandoning her duties as his maid. The truth finally spilled out. She confessed that the patriarch had ordered her to watch him, to report on him, even if it meant lying to his face. Tears welled as she asked why he was stopping her now. After all her deception, when she had nowhere left to go and no choice she could call her own. She couldn't understand it. After everything she had done, after betraying him so thoroughly, why was he still trying to stop her? As Jitri stood there shaking, Knox watched her closely. In his mind, he compared the carefully maintained act she had shown him before with the person standing in front of him now. This version of Jitri wasn't hiding behind obedience or fear. She was worn down, honest, and stubbornly enduring. He saw the resolve it took for her to survive each difficult step. His answer caught her completely off guard. Knox said calmly that people deceive one another all the time. Jitri's voice trembled as she insisted that what she had done to him was no small matter. It was a grave offense. Knox didn't deny it. Instead, he said that was exactly why he was stopping her. After committing such a serious betrayal, she thought she could simply walk away without facing it. Then he asked her, flatly, who had given her permission to leave. Jitri froze, stunned by the question. Knox didn't let the silence linger. He declared that she would remain here. He told her he didn't care about the Diavilia name she carried, and made it clear that what mattered to him was her ability and her usefulness. The words hit her harder than any accusation. Knox went on, stating that she would stay by his side as his maid until she repaid the sin of deceiving him. Her eyes filled instantly, tears spilling over, but this time they weren't born of fear. They were tears of relief and happiness. She accepted without hesitation, promising her loyalty and her service for as long as he would have her. Knox smiled faintly, welcoming her choice. Then Jitri remembered something and spoke up again, reminding him of a question he had once asked her. She asked if he remembered asking whom she truly served. Knox nodded, saying he did. When she asked if he now knew the answer, he replied with a quiet smile that he did. Elsewhere, Rona was busy scrubbing the floor, chatting freely with the other maids. She animatedly retold the scene of Knox threatening the doctor, clearly enjoying the drama. Her storytelling came to an abrupt halt when Knox's voice cut in, scolding her for bad-mouthing him right in front of his face. Rona jumped, shocked to realize he had been listening the entire time. Knox pointed out her clumsy attempt to dodge responsibility by changing the subject, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Panicking, Rona immediately switched tactics, suddenly expressing concern for Jitri's condition. She offered to handle the laundry, quickly snatching the basket from Jitri's hands and bolting out of the room, loudly declaring she would dry the clothes. Knox let out a long sigh, muttering about Rona's talent for causing chaos wherever she went. Once things settled, Knox turned back to Jitri and brought up Eldan Academy. He reminded her that he would be enrolling soon, and that the plan was for them to go together. Jitri nodded, saying she already knew. She calmly listed everything she had prepared in advance: basic tools, books, medicine, emergency supplies, spare clothes, and even the cadet uniform needed for external assignments. In his thoughts, Knox quietly acknowledged the shift in her behavior. She no longer forced a smile when she spoke to him, no longer wrapped every word in false politeness. What stood before him now felt real, honest. He found that he preferred it this way. No hollow praise, no shallow exchanges. Just two people speaking plainly. He thought that even if things turned ugly, this was the kind of relationship where neither of them would stab the other in the back. That trust, fragile as it was, mattered. Jitri broke the silence by asking if he was truly all right. She mentioned that unpleasant rumors about him had been spreading lately. Knox blinked, genuinely surprised. Worse rumors than the ones already following him? That alone caught his attention. He asked her what she meant, and after a brief hesitation, Jitri confessed that people were saying he kept her as his maid because he had feelings for her. Knox stiffened. The words landed heavier than expected. As he mulled it over, an unfamiliar embarrassment crept in. Playing the role of Knox had dragged her into this mess of gossip. He apologized, admitting that he hadn't meant for her to be caught up in such rumors. Jitri quickly shook her head, explaining that she only brought it up because she was worried the talk might make him uncomfortable. Knox scoffed softly, calling himself what everyone else already did, the useless, foolish youngest son of the family. Jitri tried to protest, but he cut her off, warning her not to lie and jokingly threatening to fire her if she did. Then she hesitated again and mentioned she'd heard other rumors too, ones that painted him as a pervert. She asked, cautiously, if those were true. Knox didn't answer right away. His thoughts drifted as he reflected on how his image had changed. Once, he'd been dismissed as weak and reckless. Now, people seemed to see him as a capable nuisance, a problem waiting to happen. It wasn't entirely wrong. Still, he knew he had to be careful. He wasn't meant to steal the spotlight. He was a villain in this story, not its hero. Inner lunatic didn't revolve around him, and it never would. Deciding the rumors were pointless, Knox steered the conversation elsewhere. He told Jitri that if they were going to Eldine Academy, preparation was necessary. Survival there wasn't guaranteed. Jitri tilted her head, asking what kind of preparation he meant. As Knox looked at her, he realized how single-minded she was. Once she chose someone to trust, she didn't waver. That unwavering loyalty made it easier for him to speak honestly. He decided it wouldn't hurt to let her in on his plans. Knox explained that before entering the academy, he intended to study magic. Properly. Seriously. And then he asked her if she would help him with that. Jitri looked genuinely startled by his plan. She reminded him that practicing magic was illegal in the empire they lived in. Knox nodded without hesitation, saying he knew that perfectly well. It didn't change his mind. With a casual shrug, he added that acting recklessly was nothing new for him. Jitri studied his face, then sighed softly, saying she understood. If he was making a choice like this, she believed there had to be a reason behind it. She agreed to help and offered to search for basic magic books that might be safe enough to study from. Knox noted her efficiency and felt oddly satisfied by how naturally she stepped into that role. Their conversation was interrupted by hurried voices echoing from outside, people shouting for others to move faster and finish preparations. Knox frowned, curiosity piqued by the sudden noise. He walked over and glanced out the window, spotting a carriage pulled up in the courtyard. Someone was barking orders, telling the servants to make sure everything was in place, and announcing the return of young Master Grain. The name stirred something in him. Grain had returned, a graduate of Eldine Academy. Knox realized he had almost forgotten about this moment entirely. A slow smile formed on his lips as he thought about the timing. An opportunity like this didn't come often, especially one that might help him extend his remaining life. Turning back to Jitri, he told her he would be leaving soon on a distant mission. She looked confused and asked what he was planning now, but he only left it at that. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table. Theo raised his glass and formally congratulated Grain on successfully graduating from Eldine Academy. Grain accepted the praise with practiced composure, thanking his father. Knox watched closely, eyes drifting to his older brother, Grain, the second son of the family. Activating his special skill, Knox pulled up Grain's status window, scanning the basic details. 16 years old. Humans. Main element. Darkness. Knox assessed him quietly. Grain was the type who brightened around wealth and beautiful women. A man driven by desire and opportunity. An opportunist through and through. His true nature had gone largely unnoticed, only because Knox himself was known as an even bigger disgrace. Beneath the surface, Grain was politically sharp, skilled at navigating relationships and power. It was no surprise he had managed to graduate with ease. Eldine Academy was famous, but that fame came from how unforgiving it was. Fewer than 1,000 passed the entrance exams, and only half of those ever made it to graduation. Theo then asked about Grain's next destination. Grain answered calmly that he would be departing for Chatters, a southern territory, in 3 days. The family head quickly pieced it together, remarking that Grain's assignment would likely be monster hunting, given the season. As the conversation continued, Knox's thoughts drifted to Chatters itself. It was a neutral territory beyond the Rainhafer family's lands, bordering Tagelin to the east. That region's desert remained largely undeveloped, its outskirts crawling with monsters. Grain's mission, issued by the Imperial family, was to suppress the monster wave threatening Chatters. Completing it was a necessary step toward being formally recognized as an Imperial Knight. Grain elaborated, explaining that every winter Chatters was flooded with monsters, and the Imperial family wanted to strike first before the situation spiraled out of control. The family reminded him sternly not to tarnish the Rainhafer name, and warned that failure could endanger nearby territories as well. Knox listened quietly, fully aware that this mission was far more than a routine subjugation. In the larger flow of the story, Chatters was a key point where multiple threads converged. If he wanted what he needed, Involvement in this subjugation wasn't optional. Seizing the opening, Knox turned to Grain and said he wanted to join the Chatter's mission. The table fell briefly silent. Grain stared at him in disbelief, asking if Knox even understood what kind of place Chatter's was. Knox answered calmly that he knew about the periodic monster outbreaks and the growing presence of hidden bandit forces. Grain raised an eyebrow and mentioned that Knox's name had been circulating a lot lately, especially regarding the clearing of the missing child's forest alongside the second daughter of the Stillreiner family. Knox admitted it without hesitation. As he spoke, Knox sensed it. Grain possessed a skill known as precise detection, an ability that allowed him to read the source of another person's unease. If the target's stats were lower than his, the cause became immediately clear. It was a talent that made Grain dangerously adept at navigating both people and politics. When Grain pressed him further, about defeating the twins, about hiring a commoner maid, Knox activated Steel Mentality, shutting down the probing pressure and blocking the skill's effect. Knox confirmed that every rumor was true. Grain let out a slow breath, acknowledging his accomplishments, but the respect didn't last. His tone hardened, edged with disdain, as he declared that he couldn't bring along someone who hadn't even been admitted to Elden Academy. He added that he had no intention of retrieving Knox's corpse from battlefield. Before Knox could reply, the family head suddenly rose from his seat, cutting the exchange short. Grain froze at his father's sudden interruption, clearly caught off guard, and waited for what would come next. The head of the family spoke calmly, stating that he himself would act as a guarantee that Knox would remain unharmed during the mission. Then, without hesitation, he turned to Grain and issued a clear order for him to take Knox along. Grain immediately bristled, blurting out, "Father," but the family head's gaze hardened in an instant. He repeated himself, colder this time, making it unmistakably clear that this was not a suggestion, but an order. His attention shifted back to Knox as he added that the family would supply everything needed for the mission. Preparations were to be completed within 3 days. As Knox listened, his thoughts churned. The permission had come far too easily. He couldn't help but suspect that Theo, the family head, had his own reasons for agreeing so readily. Grain's voice cut through his thoughts, asking what he was spacing out about. Grain scoffed, openly wondering if Knox had finally lost his mind. Knox shot back without missing a beat, saying that no matter how ridiculous he might seem, he couldn't possibly be more insane than he already had been before. Grain's irritation flared instantly. He demanded to know if Knox was mocking him, and before anyone could react, he grabbed Knox by the collar, fury burning in his eyes. He warned him to be careful, remarking that it would be a shame if Knox were to get hurt during such a rare opportunity as the Chatter's mission. Just then, the door opened. A sharp gasp rang out as a glass slipped from someone's hand. Knox turned at once and caught Jitri as she stumbled forward. The drink splashed onto him, and Gotri hurriedly bowed, apologizing over and over. She offered to clean the mess and suggested that Knox return to his room first. Watching the scene, Grain clicked his tongue in clear disapproval. Knox addressed Grain as his brother, acknowledged his maid's mistake, and excused himself, mentioning that he would be departing in 3 days for the Chatter subjugation. As he left the room, he quietly thanked Jitri for saving him from an even more troublesome situation. Gotri replied with a wry comment about his talent for attracting trouble, then voiced her concern about the dangers awaiting him in the Chatter's region. Knox began to reassure her, but his words were cut short when Rona suddenly appeared, her face full of worry. She immediately questioned him about what he was planning. Knox couldn't help but wonder if she had forgotten his position as her young master. He calmly confirmed that everything had already been decided, hinting that news of his participation in the Chatter subjugation had likely spread throughout the estate. Jitri and Rona both spoke up, their voices heavy with concern as they described how dangerous the Chatter's region was, a place crawling with monsters and bandits alike. As they talked, Knox listened quietly, inwardly acknowledging that this very danger was the reason he needed to go. If he wanted to extend his life, this was the path he had to take. Outwardly, he simply replied that he understood the risks involved. Then he suggested that he would handle the subjugation mission alone and told both Jitri and Rona to stay behind. Jitri immediately rejected the idea. With a firm tone, she declared that as his exclusive maid, it was her responsibility to assist him wherever he went, and she made it clear that she would be accompanying him on the mission. Knox frowned and voiced his worries, warning her about the very real dangers she could face out there. Jitri accepted the risks without hesitation, but reminded him of his own condition. She pointed out that he was weak, often sick, and prone to collapsing if pushed too far. She listed the practical problems he would face on the road, like forgetting essential items, struggling with daily tasks, and needing constant help. Knox let out a slow sigh. The small details he had never cared about in the game were now unavoidable realities. As he looked at Jitri, Knox thought things through. If something happened to him, her standing within the Rainhafer family would be shaken as well. In truth, she had little choice but to follow him. With that realization, Knox finally agreed, setting one condition. She would obey his orders without question, and learn how to ride Carl. Jitri readily accepted and casually added that she had already grown quite close to Carl. Rona's eyes widened in shock. She turned to Jitri and demanded to know if that was true and how she had managed such a feat. Jitri explained plainly that she had spent half her salary on high-quality sugar cubes for the horses, and after that, Carl had warmed up to her surprisingly fast. Rona's shoulders slumped as she looked at Carl with betrayal in her eyes, asking if hay wasn't considered proper food. She scolded him, calling him a bad horse, and went on to say that he was just as beastly as his master. Knox cut through the chatter and firmly declared his final decision. Rona would stay behind, while Jitri would accompany him on the mission. He instructed Jitri to begin making thorough preparations immediately. As he glanced at Rona, who was now sulking, he noticed how genuinely worried she had been earlier and wondered if she would be all right. Before anyone could speak again, a knock echoed through the room. The head butler entered and informed Knox that the patriarch had an item he wished to pass on to him. Knox's mind immediately began to race, sensing that whatever this item was, it would not be something trivial. Knox remembered Theo's words from dinner, how the family would provide everything necessary for the mission. That was why, as he followed the summons, he couldn't shake the feeling that this so-called support was part of something larger. The moment he stepped into the room, the family head's gaze settled on him, calm and assessing, acknowledging his presence without ceremony. Knox didn't waste time. Knowing exactly why he had been called, he asked about the item Theo wanted to give him. Theo nodded in confirmation and, with deliberate care, revealed sword. Knox's eyes were drawn to it at once. Theo spoke evenly, saying that whether Knox could claim this item or not depended entirely on him. He then revealed the sword's true identity. It was the blade of Rian Hafer's very first patriarch. Knox's thoughts spun wildly. This sword had never appeared in Inner Lunatic. Not once. Not even across his 27 previous playthroughs. The fact that such an artifact existed outside everything he knew left even him genuinely stunned. He couldn't understand Theo's intent. Gifting something of this caliber made no sense. Yet despite its importance, the sword looked worn, almost ordinary, and that only deepened his confusion. Theo seemed to read his thoughts. He explained that although the sword was weathered, it had been the lifelong companion of the first patriarch, a blade that held meaning beyond appearances. Its value, he said, was equal to the man himself. Knox asked what test he needed to pass to obtain it. Theo's answer was simple. Hold the sword. The moment Knox lifted it, a dark aura spilled across the blade. His expression tightened as he realized what was happening. The sword was absorbing his mana. This wasn't expected. As he kept holding it, the blade slowly began to change color. Theo watched closely, a faint look of satisfaction crossing his face. He remarked that Knox had already begun to sense mana, exactly as he had predicted. Theo explained further. The sword's ability was straightforward and terrifying. It absorbed its master's mana and amplified it several times over. Knox absorbed those words in silence. He understood immediately that this was not a weapon just anyone could wield. Its power was inseparably tied to the user's own mana, and that alone made it dangerous. Before he could fully process it, a warning message flashed before his eyes. His mana was being drained at an alarming rate. The sudden loss caused instability, even shaking the trait that governed his ability to act flawlessly. Knox felt a chill run through him. If this continued, unchecked, the consequences could be fatal. That was when Theo calmly revealed the final condition. To claim the sword, Knox had to continue holding it. For 10 full minutes. Sweat streamed down Knox's face as he stared down the trial before him. Even as his strength ebbed away, his thoughts drifted to Theo. This wasn't random. There was no way the family head had handed him this sword without intent. As Knox struggled to keep his composure, Theo finally spoke again and revealed the blade's name. Stormbringer. The name alone sent a chill through Knox. The pressure doubled as he realized he still had nearly 10 minutes left to endure, all while his mana was being mercilessly drained. As he gripped Stormbringer, a status window abruptly appeared before his eyes, displaying the sword's information. Stormbringer was currently in a weakened state, with the potential to evolve from an intermediate grade to an advanced one. Its elemental attribute was darkness, and it possessed a special effect. Each time the user killed something with the sword, it would absorb the user's mana and convert it into its own stats. After accumulating enough mana, it would discharge that power and unlock its true strength. Knox barely had the presence of mind to process any of it. None of that mattered right now. Another message flashed, far more urgent. His mana was completely depleted. Worse, the sword had begun forcibly converting his life force into mana. Knox felt his vitality draining at an alarming speed. Panic surged through him. He considered giving up, only to realize, in sheer horror, that his hands would not release the sword. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath, calling it a cursed blade. Across the room, Theo watched in silence as Stormbringer continued to drink in Knox's power. He reflected on the nature of the sword. Stormbringer was a magic sword of immense might, but it was also a blade that inflicted suffering upon its wielder. It was this very sword that the first patriarch had used to carve out the Reincarnated family's name, raising them as a formidable dark lineage. Yet in the generations that followed, almost no one had been able to wield it properly. Theo knew the truth all too well. 9 out of 10 people would collapse the instant they tried to hold Stormbringer. Enduring even 10 minutes with it was already considered remarkable. Even Theo himself had only managed to last a little over an hour. And yet, despite knowing all of this, he had deliberately placed the sword in the hands of his youngest son, a boy who had yet to fully learn how to control mana. As Theo recalled recent events, Knox saving the maid, the chain of unusual incidents within the family, a pattern began to form. None of it felt accidental anymore. Watching Knox struggle, yet continue to endure, Theo's eyes narrowed. The growth was too fast, too unnatural. He couldn't help but wonder if Knox possessed a talent approaching that of a sword emperor. That line of thought pushed Theo to test him. If Knox could endure holding the sword for 10 full minutes, it would prove that he possessed the potential to become the greatest patriarch in the family's history, one who might even surpass Theo himself. And if that day ever came, Knox could eventually become someone capable of killing him. At the end of a brutal struggle, Knox finally managed to suppress the sword's rampaging effects. Watching him steady himself, Theo spoke calmly, saying that his suspicion about Knox hiding his true strength had been correct. Knox, still gasping for breath, stared at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Theo offered no explanation. He simply turned his back and told Knox that the sword now belonged to him. As Theo walked away, Knox slumped where he stood, panting heavily, bitterness echoing in his thoughts as he muttered for the man to at least return the life force that had been stolen before leaving. 3 days later, preparations for the Chatter subjugation mission were complete. As the group gathered to depart, Jitri remarked on the sheer number of supplies they were bringing and expressed relief that the dimensional pouch could hold everything. When Knox failed to respond, she looked at him in confusion. She couldn't understand why he seemed so irritable when he had been eagerly waiting for this mission. Knox sighed inwardly, his mind still haunted by Stormbringer draining his life force. Far from feeling grateful for Theo's support, he only felt exhausted by the price it had demanded. His gaze shifted to Grain, and he immediately noticed the absurd amount of supplies he had brought along. Grain had made a condition that Knox carry them in exchange for letting him join the mission. While Knox found it excessive, he reasoned that the supplies would likely prove useful sooner or later. Before he could dwell on it further, the situation deteriorated. The two Pathfinders began arguing loudly over the correct direction to take. Murmurs spread through the group as people worried about getting lost and questioned how long the journey would take at this pace. Grain stepped forward and approached a knight named Ron, asking about their progress. Ron, the Knight Order Captain Grain had hired, bowed apologetically and admitted that he had never traveled this route before. Jitri turned to Knox, unease creeping into her voice as she asked if they were lost. Knox clenched his jaw and muttered under his breath, calling them idiots. Grain looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by that. Knox replied flatly that he wasn't talking about her, but about those incompetent buffoons. With a sharp breath, Knox walked up to Grain and spoke with thinly veiled concern, remarking that it seemed they had landed themselves in a troublesome situation. Grain shot back coldly, telling him that it was none of his business. Knox didn't waver. He calmly stated that they had gone off course. That was enough to set Grain off. Snapping in irritation, Grain told him it wasn't his concern. Knox didn't rise to the bait. With the same steady confidence, he said he could lead them to their destination. Grain froze for a moment, then stared at him in disbelief and asked what he meant by that. The idea itself sounded absurd. Knox had spent his entire life inside the mansion. How could someone like that possibly guide a group through unfamiliar land? Knox met his gaze and asked to be hired as their pathfinder. He claimed he had a knack for it, and even added that the family's vassals had praised his skills before. Grain scoffed and demanded to know if those vassals had truly said such a thing. From the side, Jitri watched quietly and immediately realized Knox was lying through his teeth. Grain weighed the situation. Arriving late would cause trouble, but letting Knox fail could also crush his confidence for good. In the end, a crooked smirk formed on his lips. If Knox was that confident, he would let him lead, for now. Without hesitation, Knox pointed ahead and told them to move. By the time the sun dipped toward the horizon, the group stopped and set up camp. On one side, Grain was shouting at his subordinates, utterly baffled by how quickly Knox had found the correct route. He reminded them that this was the unexplored southern region, a place where even trained guides often lost their bearings. Turning sharply, he demanded to know how Knox had managed it. One subordinate muttered that Knox really had found the path. Grain snapped at him to shut up, his frustration boiling over. Did they expect him to believe that Knox had solved it that easily? The thought made no sense to him. Watching from a distance, Knox smiled to himself. Of course it was easy. For a veteran player, this route was burned into memory. The Chatters region was a strategic hub. He had passed through it hundreds of times. Jitri approached him, curiosity written all over her face, and asked how he had figured it out so fast. Knox pointed down and asked her what she saw. When she looked confused, He directed her attention to faint marks in the dirt, footprints mixed with scattered feathers. He explained calmly that they belonged to an owlbear, a creature with a bear's body and an owl's head that lived only in the southern lands. Its habitat lay along the southern border of Chatters, Knox explained. Follow those tracks, and they would naturally lead straight there. Grain frowned and asked if it was really safe to camp overnight inside owlbear territory. Knox brushed the concern aside, reassuring her that owlbears feared fire and wouldn't dare approach a camp filled with people and burning torches. As the night settled in, quiet murmurs spread through the group. Someone remarked that young Master Knox had changed a great deal. Another wondered aloud if he might actually be more capable than the second young master, the one who had studied at the academy. Those words reached Grain's ears and stoked his jealousy. Turning sharply, he asked his butler, Schultz, whether it was true that Hartz and Allen had been defeated by Knox. Schultz confirmed it without hesitation. Grain's eyes narrowed. He muttered that he wanted to see for himself just how strong Knox really was. At that, Schultz produced a small pouch, his lips curling into a sinister grin as he claimed he had the perfect item for the test. Grain recognized it instantly, and a cruel smile spread across his face. It was going to be a very long night for Knox. Darkness swallowed the camp, and before long, even the guards had fallen asleep. From the bushes near Knox's tent, a shadowy figure emerged. Inside, Knox's eyes snapped open. So it started, he thought. He reached for his sword and rose quietly. Grease stirred and called out to him, but Knox told her to stay put and stepped outside. Bathed in moonlight, Knox stood alone as several dark shapes moved toward him. 4 ogres. His gaze flicked to his tent, where something had been placed deliberately. The scent confirmed it, soil laced with female, ogre pheromones. Grain had used it to lure male ogres during mating season, hoping to scare him. Knox chuckled softly. Drawing his sword, he greeted the approaching ogres, calling them his lifeblood. At that instant, a message flashed before him, announcing that the artifact Stormbringer was responding to his mana and will. One ogre charged, swinging its club. Knox met the blow head-on, deflecting it cleanly with his blade. He sprang upward, narrowly evading the strikes of the others. As he descended, dark mana flared along his sword, its glow deepening as he aimed straight for one of the ogres below. He landed squarely on the ogre's back and drove his sword down, ending it in a single, clean strike. The remaining ogres roared and swung their weapons wildly, but Knox read their movements with ease and cut through them in rapid succession. Glancing at his blade, he felt a flicker of satisfaction. It was better than he'd expected. He'd worried it might devour his mana the way it once had in front of Theo, but those fears proved unfounded. Another ogre rushed him, only to be dispatched just as quickly. The sword moved as if it understood his will, flowing exactly where he wanted it to go. When the dust settled, 3 ogre corpses lay scattered around him. Knox exhaled and clicked his tongue, almost disappointed that only one remained. The last ogre, paralyzed by fear, dropped its weapon and began to tremble. Then it turned and ran. Knox wasn't about to let it escape. He whistled sharply, calling out to Carl. Wrapped in malevolent mana, Carl surged into view, and Knox leapt onto its back. Together, they closed the distance in moments. One swing was all it took. The final ogre collapsed, lifeless. As Knox steadied his breathing, a message appeared, informing him that he had gained 1 day and 9 hours for defeating the ogres. Jetri hurried out of the tent, her face tight with worry. Knox dismounted and reminded her that he had told her to stay inside. She asked why ogres had appeared at the edge of the forest and suggested waking the others. Knox shook his head and said someone had deliberately lured them there. He spoke Grain von Rienhafer's name without hesitation. Grain had used the ogre's mating behavior to stage the attack, setting his own tent far away on purpose. Jitri frowned and concluded that Grain was trying to keep Knox in check. Knox agreed, guessing that Grain believed he lacked the qualities to be named a successor candidate and had decided to test him early. Thinking it over, Knox sneered inwardly. Compared to the eldest son, Grain wasn't particularly strong. That was why he relied on cowardly schemes to gather information. Straightening, Knox resolved to prove those tricks useless against him. He crouched beside one of the dead ogres and pulled out a small bottle. Jitri tilted her head, clearly confused, and asked what he was planning to do. Knox calmly filled the bottle with ogre blood and asked if she knew how one might attract more ogres. He didn't bother hiding his intent. Using their blood was enough. Ogres were not much different from humans. Once their kin were slaughtered, they would come seeking revenge. Elsewhere, Grain jolted awake as the mana detection crystal beside him reacted. His brows knit together in confusion. The tool was meant to sense nearby monster mana, yet this was impossible. They were still near the forest entrance. There shouldn't have been any high-level monsters around. For a moment, he wondered if it was malfunctioning, but dismissed the thought. The crystal was brand new, a gift from his father. Before he could think further, the ground began to tremble. His butler burst into the tent, panic written all over his face, urging immediate evacuation. Grain rushed outside and demanded an explanation. The report left him stunned. A large group of ogres had appeared, and the soldiers were already fighting them. Grain froze in disbelief. This wasn't a place ogres should ever be showing up. By morning, ogre corpses littered the area. Furious, Grain rounded on his butler and accused him of placing the pheromone-soaked soil on his tent. The butler vehemently denied it, insisting he had planted it on Knox's tent exactly as ordered. That only deepened the confusion. Not far away, Knox woke up leisurely, stretching and yawning as if nothing had happened. He looked at Jitri and commented on how refreshing the morning air felt. Jitri, visibly exhausted, agreed and suggested they eat. Knox sat down on a box and casually invited her to join him. She protested at once, reminding him she was only a maid and couldn't eat beside him. Knox waved it off, pointing out that they were on a mission and monsters could appear at any time. With a grin, he mentioned ogres, saying something similar had happened near his brother's tent. Jitri stared at him in disbelief and muttered that the master she served was rather shameless. Knox laughed and told her she'd get used to it. Nearby, Grain ordered the camp to be dismantled. Watching the blood-soaked tents, Knox clicked his tongue. Those would need to be discarded. If they kept carrying them, the ogres wouldn't stop chasing them anytime soon. Jitri asked what he planned to do next, and whether they should help Grain and his group. Knox answered casually, asking why he would bother. The response caught her off guard. She pointed out that it meant the ogres would keep chasing them. Knox nodded, unfazed, and said that even if they moved away, the ogres would likely continue pursuing them anyway. That had been his intention from the beginning. Of course, he didn't say that part out loud. If he did, she would never stop nagging him. He needed more ogres. Each one bought him more time. And beyond that, there was another reason. A reason she didn't need to know yet. Once he finished eating, Knox stood and announced that it was time to pack up and move out. Somewhere deep in the forest, a lone ogre trudged forward, unaware that something was watching it from behind. A sudden chill crawled up its spine. It turned, saw nothing, and then the ground betrayed it. The ogre was yanked down violently, dragged away screaming, leaving only dark streaks of blood soaking into the soil. By the second day of the journey, Knox evaluated the land and their pace. He had already mapped out most of the surrounding area, though Chatters was still far off. Even so, he felt confident. Things were going better than expected. Grain called out to him, asking about the ogres tailing them and whether there was a way to shake them off. Knox answered without hesitation. Yes, it was possible, but launching a large-scale attack would only attract even more monsters. The smarter move was to leave the forest quickly and avoid unnecessary trouble. Grain studied him with narrowed eyes, unsettled by Knox's choice of words, especially when he said there wouldn't be any problems. As soldiers began praising Knox for his deep understanding of ogres, irritation gnawed at GRA. Without realizing it, Knox had already taken control of the group. Then one soldier spoke up, noting that Knox had been tapping the ground with a wooden stick ever since they set out that morning. Curious, he asked why. Knox smiled and explained that monsters could appear at any time. The answer sent a shiver through two nearby soldiers, who nervously pressed him for clarification. Knox's smile widened as he confirmed it. Yes, they were walking through a place crawling with monsters. Before he could finish his explanation, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, the sudden quake jolting everyone into alarm. Something massive stirred below, forcing its way up from the earth directly in front of them. Knox's lips curved upward, eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke calmly, almost eagerly, saying the worm was finally coming out. The creature that emerged was unlike anything ordinary, a grotesque fusion of a snake and an earthworm. In the inner lunatic, it was known as a malformed dragon, a creature that had failed to fully mature. Knox knew it couldn't use magic, but that hardly made it harmless. Its raw strength was infamous. Even if 10 ogres charged at once, this monster would still be the harder opponent. And yet, this was exactly the creature he had been waiting for. He was well aware that the soldiers would be stunned if they realized he had deliberately lured it out by tapping on the ground. Still, he didn't care. He already had a plan, and their reactions meant nothing. They had chosen to step into this deadly place of their own free will. With steady authority, Knox gave his orders, telling everyone to hide within the bushes and prepare themselves. One soldier hesitated, voicing confusion over why they were retreating instead of attacking. Another questioned why they weren't engaging the monster directly. Knox didn't explain further. His strategy was simple: let enemies destroy each other. That was why he never bothered shaking off the ogres, chasing them earlier. Suddenly, loud thuds echoed from behind. The soldiers turned just in time to see a massive group of ogres rushing toward them. Panic spread instantly. Go-Tree cried out to Knox, terror filling her voice as she pointed out how many ogres were closing in. Knox remained unshaken, reassuring them that there was nothing to fear. Then he turned to Jitri and asked her a strange question. Did she know what the worm loved the most, yet hated more than anything else? Jitri frowned in confusion, about to ask what he meant, when a deafening roar split the air. The worm had reached the ogres. It shrieked at them, its massive body rearing as the confrontation finally began. Knox calmly explained that ogres were the worm's primary food source, but also its sworn enemies, forever seeking revenge. Skilled adventurers knew how to exploit this deadly rivalry. Still baffled, Jitri asked what he meant by making use of it. Before he could answer, the worm lunged forward and clamped its jaws onto an ogre, lifting it off the ground. The remaining ogres roared in fury and struck back, smashing their clubs into the creature's body. The sight of the worm and the ogres tearing into each other left everyone frozen in shock. Nearby, Grain clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to understand how Knox could possibly know something like this. Jitri asked quietly if they were supposed to just wait now. Knox didn't answer her. Instead, he crouched down, picked up a handful of small rocks, and calmly watched the chaos unfolding in front of them. Then, without any warning, he hurled a stone straight into the back of one of the ogres. Before anyone could react, another rock flew, then another, each one striking a different ogre. Jitri's eyes widened in panic. She urgently questioned what he was doing, warning him that the ogres might turn on them if they noticed. She couldn't understand why he was provoking them when they were already locked in battle with the worm. Knox didn't respond. At that moment, the worm crushed one of the ogres, and a cascade of messages appeared before Knox's eyes. Stat increases, along with an extension to his remaining life for contributing to the kill. A faint smile formed on his lips. Inwardly, he offered a silent apology to Jitri. To gain experience, he needed to damage the ogres at least once. There was no other way. His expression shifted again when the worm finished off the final ogre. Another wave of messages appeared, his life extending further and his strength increasing yet again. As the dust settled, Grain's frustration grew. He had thought the fight was already over, but even after using the ogres, the worm still stood tall. Fear crept into his face as he wondered how they could possibly escape from such a monster alive. That was when Knox's voice cut through the tension. He told everyone to get ready and ordered them to aim for the worm's mouth, using arrows or spears. One soldier hesitated, doubt written all over his face, but another shouted for them to trust Knox and attack. The moment passed, and the soldiers acted, firing arrows and hurling spears. The worm let out a deafening scream as the attack struck home. Knox moved. He activated the Hour of Genius, and the world seemed to freeze. Arrows hung motionless in the air, spears suspended mid-flight, and every person around him stood locked in place. Only Knox could move. He dashed forward, leapt into the air, and closed in on the worm's head. In an instant, his blade flashed repeatedly, striking again and again. He landed smoothly, just as time resumed. The worm's body split open, blood spraying from countless wounds as it collapsed. A final message appeared, informing him that his life had been extended by 10 more days for defeating the monster. 122 days remained. Knox couldn't hide his satisfaction. The bonus was better than he had expected. In his mind, he acknowledged the truth. Without the ogres weakening at first, bringing down the worm would never have been this easy. Another message surfaced before Knox's eyes, informing him that his stamina stat had reached 5 and that the effect of the trait, Blessing of Growth, had vanished. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face at the loss of that hidden advantage, but he quickly clenched his fist. There was no point dwelling on it. He would make full use of the stamina he had earned. One of the soldiers stepped forward, worry evident in his voice as he asked if Knox had been injured. Knox shook his head, assuring them he was fine, and even praised them for their performance. The soldiers, however, were far more eager to praise him. Awe filled their expressions as they spoke about what they had just witnessed. Knox waved it off modestly, insisting it wasn't just his doing and suggesting they reorganize themselves. Just as they began to regroup, the ground rumbled again. A familiar, dreadful tremor rolled beneath their feet, and another worm burst from the earth. Panic spread instantly. The soldiers scrambled into defensive positions, weapons raised. Even Knox stiffened in surprise at the sight of a second monster. Someone shouted for him to fall back, another yelling for him to get out of the way. Before anyone could act, a shadow dropped from above. A single, clean slash flashed through the air, and the worm was cut down in an instant. Knox froze as he recognized the man who landed calmly beside the corpse. His mind spun as he stared at the figure standing over the lifeless body. Paracelsus, the sword genius, one of the inner lunatic's most terrifying figures, counted among the 3 sword emperors alongside Theo and Celsus's disciple. Knox knew his name far too well. He also knew of Paracelsus's deep-rooted hatred for nobles, which made his presence here completely unexpected. Paracelsus looked around, utterly unconcerned by the tension, and casually remarked that a word of thanks would be appropriate for saving them. Schultz, standing next to Grain, bristled immediately and demanded to know who this man was. With an easy shrug, Paracelsus introduced himself in an almost careless tone and suggested they think of him as nothing more than a mercenary. Knox understood where that disdain for nobility came from, remembering the man's brutal past. Yet something felt deeply wrong. According to everything Knox knew, his first encounter with Paracelsus was supposed to happen at Eldine Academy, not here. This deviation gnawed at him, raising uneasy questions about what else might be changing. As his unease grew, a guard approached Paracelsus, and asked for his identification. Paracelsus didn't resist at all, agreeing to the inspection without the slightest hint of concern. The journey toward Chatters resumed, and, as they moved on, Grain couldn't help himself and struck up a conversation with Paracelsus, leaving Knox silently pondering the consequences of this unexpected meeting. Grain asked Paracelsus whether he truly was a mercenary and if his destination was also Chatters. With a tired sigh, Paracelsus confirmed it, saying Chatters would be his first stop. He had heard it was one of the best places for monster hunting during this season. Knox listened quietly, his thoughts turning inward. He knew that before enrolling, Paracelsus had wandered all across the empire to hone his skills. It made him wonder if this journey was simply another step in that relentless training. Grain's curiosity only deepened. He commented on how young Paracelsus was and how confidently he carried himself, then went a step further and offered him a position under his command for monster subjugation, promising generous rewards in return. Paracelsus remained calm, almost indifferent, and replied that since they were the sons of one of the Sword Emperors, Theo Reinhafer, he was naturally curious about both of them. That remark instantly irritated Schultz, who was about to snap back, but Grain stepped in and suggested Paracelsus take some time to think about the offer. All the while, Grain studied him with calculating eyes, fully aware of the terrifying skill it took to kill the worm with a single strike. He was determined to recruit him. Having someone like Paracelsus on their side would conveniently draw the soldiers' attention away from Knox. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a small village finally appeared in the distance. Knox told Grain they had reached Chatters. Looking ahead, Knox couldn't help but think the place looked even more desolate than it had when he experienced it as a game. When they entered the village, a frail young girl approached them and timidly asked for something to eat. Grain glanced at her briefly before walking past without a word. Knox also turned his eyes away. The girl's shoulders drooped as disappointment filled her eyes. Paracelsus noticed a trace of disapproval crossing his face at their cold response. Not long after, a man named Tygon stepped forward and introduced himself as the village's security chief. He recognized Grain as a graduate of Eldon Academy and identified Knox as his younger brother. Tygon explained that he had already been informed of their subjugation mission and their arrival. Paracelsus watched the exchange quietly, reflecting on how strange fate could be. By coincidence, he had crossed paths with the sons of Theo Reinhafer, one of the Sword Emperors, far earlier than he ever expected. Paracelsus had carried high expectations when he first heard that the prestigious Reinhafer family was personally involved in the subjugation mission at Chatters. Yet those expectations quietly faded as he recalled Knox's battle with the worm. In his eyes, they were still sheltered young nobles, possessing decent sword techniques, yes, but lacking the harsh experience of the real world. As he took in the pitiful state of the city, Paracelsus concluded that Chatters was barely functioning. The Night Order, according to what he had observed, was too busy lining its own pockets to protect the people, leaving the citizens completely exposed to the monster wave. The desperation here ran so deep that something as simple as food would earn genuine gratitude. Tygon soon led them to an inn, explaining that it was already late and that the details of their mission would be discussed the following day. He admitted the place wasn't impressive, but assured them it would at least offer some much-needed rest after the long journey. While the group discussed room arrangements and who would stay where, Paracelsus approached Grain to address the offer made earlier. Grain's expression brightened immediately as he asked whether Paracelsus had reached a decision. The answer came swiftly and without hesitation. Paracelsus declined. Grain blinked in surprise and asked what he intended to do instead, clearly uneasy at the thought of him facing the monster wave alone. Calmly, Paracelsus replied that he would simply follow his original plan and act accordingly. He wished Grain and the others a safe subjugation mission. Grain scowled, muttering a sharp remark about commoners under his breath. Paracelsus remained unfazed. He replied that in this world, those with true skill always found their own path, and capable individuals inevitably drew attention, whether they sought it or not. As night settled over the village, Knox advised Jitri to rest, reminding her that they would be moving again the next day. He entered his room and walked to the window, gazing out into the darkness. Below, he spotted the same girl from earlier, sitting by a small fire with two other children. The girl's eyes slowly opened as she heard a voice calling out. The other children stirred and looked up, spotting Knox nearby. He asked them simply if they wanted something to eat. Without waiting for an answer, he opened a bag filled with provisions and handed the food to them, telling them to eat. The girl's face brightened instantly, her voice trembling with joy as she asked if they were really allowed to have it. Knox nodded gently, confirming that the food was theirs. Inwardly, he accepted a truth he'd learned long ago. He couldn't save everyone. If this small act of kindness carried any weight, it was probably because of Yuk Chan's reputation for generosity, rather than his own. Still, the girl wiped away her tears, her face lighting up as she thanked him again and again. Knox heard her, but his thoughts were already racing ahead. Giving food today wasn't enough. He wanted a future where these children would never have to beg again. But for that future to exist, they first had to survive Chatters. Behind a crumbling wall, Jitri watched everything while clutching her own bag of food. A quiet smile curved her lips. She had suspected all along that Knox's earlier coldness was nothing more than a mask, and now she was certain of it. The next day, the village security chief led Knox, Grain, and the others around the settlement. Tygon explained that Southern Shaders was always swarmed by monsters during winter, which was why they constantly requested funds and reinforcements from the Imperial family. Grain scanned the surroundings, his expression tightening. Pointing at the wall, he asked if that was truly all they had to defend the village. Tygon nodded grimly, adding that the wall had stood there for years and desperately needed repairs. Knox felt a heavy weight settle in his chest. With defenses like this, once the monster wave began, the village wouldn't last an hour. And yet, this was only a subchapter of the game. He had a choice: step in and save the village, or walk away. Most of the time, he chose to help the Chatters region, not out of sentimentality, but because it carried immense value. He knew that one day, this land would become incredibly expensive. Then Tygon shared troubling news. This year's monsters were different. The number of rampant monsters had increased far beyond anything they'd seen before. Knox immediately understood what the villagers didn't: that more rampant monsters could actually become an advantage in the long run. Before that thought could settle, Tygon dropped another bombshell. Some villagers had reported sightings of a griffin. Grain's gaze sharpened instantly. A griffin changed everything. The situation had just escalated from dangerous to critical. He asked where it had been seen, and Tygon replied that the sightings were deep in the wilderness. Knox already knew the truth. In the coming Chatter subjugation, everything would hinge on a single factor: whether or not they could drive that griffin away. The griffin was known as the king of the wilderness, a creature designed to be stopped, never truly defeated. That was how the world worked. That was how the game was balanced. But Knox had no intention of playing by those rules. He was already thinking about how to accomplish the impossible, how to kill something that was never meant to die. Their journey continued until the land ahead turned barren and lifeless. They had arrived at the endless horizon of the wilderness, a desolate stretch that connected eastward to Tahalin, a neutral zone infamous for its emptiness. The moment Knox stepped into the area, an uneasy feeling settled in his chest. Something was wrong. Griffins didn't roam this far south. They were supposed to stay closer to Holland, not anywhere near Chatter's village. He voiced his doubts, asking if anyone knew why a griffin would appear in Chatters at this time. His words stunned the group into silence. No one had considered that question before. Knox, however, already had his own answer forming in his mind. There was likely a traitor among them, someone feeding information from the inside, someone who would betray the village during the subjugation. He knew it then. The subquest had already begun, and if he wanted to secure Chatters, the first thing he needed to do was dig out the rot festering within the village. Some time later, inside a dimly lit room at an inn, Schultz, Grain's butler, tore a document in half, his hands shaking with rage. At first, he hadn't paid Knox any attention. He had been told the boy was useless, nothing more than a burden. But now he realized he'd been played. Knox had outmaneuvered him, and as a result, Schultz had lost Grain's favor. What made it worse was knowing how much effort he'd poured into earning Grain's trust. Effort that had now gone to waste. His anger twisted into something uglier. Revenge. That was when he noticed Knox's maid descending the staircase. Jitri. He remembered her clearly. A mere commoner. Acting on impulse, he stepped into her path and took her hand. Jitri gasped in shock, pulling back as she asked if he had any business with her. Schultz's lips curled into a dark smile as he replied that he had plenty of business and suggested they talk somewhere private. Jitri immediately shook her head and yanked her hand free, telling him there was nothing they needed to discuss alone. Schultz sighed dramatically, irritation flashing across his face. He began justifying himself, claiming that even as a knight in service, he was entitled to a bit of amusement. His hand settled on her shoulder as he insinuated that perhaps she felt the same. Fear tightened around Jitri's chest. She shouted at him to let go. But in that instant, a painful realization struck her. If she rejected him outright, it could reflect badly on Knox. It could damage his standing with Grain and draw unwanted attention from the family. She couldn't allow that to happen. No matter how frightened she felt, she didn't want Knox to be the one who paid the price. With a twisted grin, Schultz sneered that she would pay for her master's actions. More than 10 years of his life's efforts had been ruined, and someone had to bear the cost. Just as the air thickened with danger, a calm voice cut through the tension, asking if payment was really what he wanted. Schultz barely had time to react before something flashed past his arm. Steel sang. Jitri's breath caught in her throat as she saw Knox standing there, sword in hand, his expression colder than ice. A heartbeat later, Schultz's scream tore through the room. Blood spilled as he staggered back, clutching his wounded shoulder, sweat pouring down his face as pain crushed his composure. Knox looked at him without the slightest flicker of emotion and asked, flatly, how he would like to be paid. Gasping for air, Schultz tried to regain control. He demanded to know if Knox had lost his mind, warning him that even he wouldn't get away with something like this. He tried to lean on Grain's influence, sneering that Grain would never tolerate such behavior. Knox's gaze hardened even further. He asked Schultz if he was trying to threaten him, using his brother's name. Schultz didn't even have time to answer. The sword moved again. Another shrill scream echoed as fresh pain ripped through him. Trembling, Schultz glared at Knox and shouted that this was madness, that even with family backing him, Knox had no right to act this way. Knox cut him off, his voice calm but deadly. He said Schultz was mistaken. The one who didn't know his place wasn't him. It was Schultz. The blade fell one last time. Silence followed as Schultz's body collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Jitri stood frozen, shock flooding her face as she stared at what had just happened. She turned to Knox, her voice shaking as she warned him that young Master Grain would never let this go. At that moment, footsteps approached. Grain burst into the room, demanding to know what was going on. His eyes dropped to the corpse at his feet, and his expression twisted in disbelief. He looked at Knox and asked if he had truly killed his knight. Knox answered without hesitation. Yes, he had. Grain's rage exploded. He pointed at Knox, shouting how someone so worthless could dare admit to killing his subordinate. Knox replied evenly that Grain's understanding of events was wrong. He suggested that Grain hear what had actually happened before rushing to judgment. Seething, Grain grabbed Knox by the collar and demanded an explanation, warning that if the reason wasn't justified, Knox would not escape punishment. Knox didn't resist. He calmly stated that he had witnessed Schultz attempting to sexually harass his maid, and, as her master, he would never stand by and allow such a thing to happen. Fury flashed across Grain's face as he demanded to know if Knox had truly killed his knight over a mere commoner. The question had barely left his mouth when the air itself seemed to change. An overwhelming surge of aura erupted from Knox, pressing down on everyone in the room like an invisible weight. Knox met Grain's eyes and calmly asked whether he was prepared to take responsibility for those words. Knox brushed his hand aside, and Graham froze in place, fear crawling up his spine as he felt that power firsthand. He couldn't believe it. The so-called good-for-nothing youngest brother of their family was hiding strength like this. Backing away, Graham realized he had made a mistake. He should have reported the incident instead of confronting Knox directly. Knox reminded him, almost mockingly, of his reputation within the family. Someone like him wasn't used to following proper procedures. Then he suggested they leave the final judgment to their father once they returned to the estate. Grain could tell Knox wanted something from him, but after a brief hesitation, he agreed to let their father decide. Knox offered a faint smile, calling it a wise choice. Turning to Jitri, Knox asked softly if she was hurt anywhere. As the two of them left the room together, Grain stood there in silence, unable to stop himself from wondering when Knox had become so strong. He was also certain he'd seen that sword before. Grain understood then just how serious this was. Underestimating Knox during the subjugation would be nothing short of a fatal mistake. Later, beneath the pale glow of the moon, Knox and Jitri stood quietly beside a well. Knox's thoughts were tangled with the unrest among the soldiers, who were clearly divided, unsure whether they should stand behind Grain or follow him instead. When he glanced at Jitri, he noticed her trembling. He asked if she was all right. Jitri said she was fine, but her eyes lingered on him. Tears gathered as she voiced her fears, questioning his actions and worrying about the consequences. She was afraid he was inviting even greater danger, creating more enemies for himself. Knox was caught off guard by her concern. After a brief pause, his expression hardened. He reminded her not to forget who her master was. He was the good-for-nothing of the Rain-Hafer family, and that would never change. No matter what happened, she should never bow her head. Jitri wiped away her tears, nodded firmly, and promised to remember his words. On the other side, Grain slammed his mug of liquor onto the table, frustration burning in his eyes. The thought of that good-for-nothing daring to rise above him gnawed at his pride. When their father had first placed Knox under his supervision, Grain had seen him as nothing more than a troublesome burden. Yet as the mission unfolded, Knox proved to be nothing like the useless tag attached to his name. His thoughts drifted back to the sword Knox had wielded earlier. The resemblance to their father's blade lingered in his mind, unsettling him. Was it really just a coincidence? With Schultz now dead, Grain knew he had to tread carefully. He needed someone he could trust to keep a close watch on Knox. As if on cue, the captain of the Night Order, Ron, entered the room and reported that the disturbance on the first floor had been taken care of. Ron added that Knox didn't seem anything like the rumors described. Grain frowned. To him, both Ron and Knox stood apart from the gossip surrounding them. He knew Ron was a genuine Night Order captain who had operated in this region for years. He had personally verified his background. That was what troubled him. How could Knox, who was supposed to have spent his life buried in books, understand this area better than a seasoned captain like Ron? The thought left Grain dissatisfied, as if his investments weren't yielding the efficiency he expected. Still, the monster wave hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to squeeze more use out of the Night Order. He ordered Ron to wipe out all nearby bandits and monsters and stressed that he was to report immediately if Knox showed any strange behavior. Ron accepted the command and turned to leave. As the next day came to an end, the village buzzed with activity. When night fell, Jitri asked Knox what he'd been doing all day and whether he had checked the damaged walls. Knox confirmed they were unstable, prompting her to ask how they planned to stop the monster wave. Instead of answering, Knox turned away and said they were leaving. Startled by his sudden decision to head out of the inn in the opposite direction, Jitri asked where they were going. Knox flashed a playful grin and hinted that he intended to recruit a new teammate. Inwardly, he mused that even a small village could hide an extraordinary talent. Alina, the genius potion maker, was someone he recruited every time he came to Chatters. And this time will be no different. Some time later, Knox and Jitri moved through the sewers in disguise, their footsteps echoing softly as they headed toward their destination. The stench and decay made Jitri frown, and she finally voiced what had been bothering her. She questioned whether it was really possible to find a genius potion maker in a place this run down. Knox calmly assured her that Alina truly existed, but Jitri still couldn't understand it. Someone with that level of talent should have been living comfortably, not hiding in a forgotten corner of the city. Knox replied that Alina had her own reasons for staying here. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. This sewer was the hidden route to clear Chatters, a path few people knew about. He remembered that in the future, Alina would never work for the Archive Empire. If he wanted her help, this was the crucial step. Clearing Chatters through this hidden route was the key to securing her loyalty. He pointed ahead and told Jitri to follow closely and not to make a single mistake. Jitri nodded, though doubt lingered in her heart. Could someone like that really be living here? As they advanced deeper, a faint light appeared ahead. Jitri noticed it at the same time, and Knox narrowed his eyes, wondering if that was their destination. Inside the room, Alina sat alone on a chair, absent-mindedly, sipping her drink. Her expression was hollow as she muttered about her disbelief at being trapped in such a place, questioning how her life had ended up like this. Suddenly, she felt eyes on her. She turned sharply and saw Knox and Jitri standing there, watching her. Knox smiled lightly and said, "Found you." In his heart, he already acknowledged her as his potion maker. Startled by their sudden appearance, Alina froze, then stammered, demanding to know who they were and why they had come here. Jitri stared in shock, unable to reconcile the image before her with the brilliant potion genius Knox had described. The drunk-looking woman in front of them felt completely different from what she had imagined. A few minutes later, Alina steadied herself and apologized, admitting she hadn't expected them to be connected to such a distinguished family. Knox brushed it off, telling her it was fine, then quickly got to the point. He said he had come because there was something important he wanted to discuss with her. He asked her to focus, and Alina nodded, giving him her attention. Inwardly, Knox knew this was the critical moment. At this stage of the story, Alina was a true genius, a character with terrifying growth potential and exceptional talent in potion making. He was determined to bring her to his side here and now. Still, he was also aware of her flaws. His gaze shifted as he checked Alina's status window, her basic information appearing before him. Alina was a 21-year-old half-elf, her main element being wood. Most of her stats were ordinary, nothing eye-catching, but her charm stood out clearly. More importantly, she possessed the passive skill blessing of production, a talent that made her existence anything but ordinary. Her positive traits were clear enough. She was cheerful by nature, a genuine genius in potion making, and even an unawakened low-rank spirit mage. But the moment Knox's eyes landed on her negative trait, he couldn't help but sigh. Drunkard. He almost felt like laughing at the irony. How many genius characters had that useless Rainhafer family ever managed to recruit? None. Not even one. And yet here he was, standing in front of a priceless genius potion maker with a fatal flaw written plainly across her status. Still, Knox knew he had no choice. Even with all her problems, he couldn't afford to let her slip away. Alina's eyes turned watery as she apologized softly, worrying that she might have offended them somehow. Jitri leaned closer to Knox and spoke under her breath, clearly uneasy. Recruiting a drunkard didn't sound like a smart decision to her. Knox quietly agreed, but reminded her that they had no other options. Jitri could only guess that Knox's reasons for persisting had to be far more complicated than they appeared. Alina had been listening the whole time. Finally, she spoke, asking why they had come all the way here looking for her. Knox didn't dodge the question. He made his proposal directly, inviting her to join him and promising to give her exactly what she needed most. The offer stunned her. Alina hesitated, struggling to find the right words. After a brief silence, she declined politely, explaining that she still had a personal mission she needed to complete in this place. But the moment Knox asked if her refusal had anything to do with her friend May, her eyes widened in shock. She demanded to know how he could possibly know about that. Calmly, Knox revealed the truth. In the near future, May will be executed. Alina shot to her feet, her face drained of color, ready to question him further. But before she could say a word, Knox added that if she accepted his offer, there was a chance he could save May. Wearing a confident smile, he extended his hand toward her and asked whether he had changed her mind, even just a little. Alina fell silent. His words echoed relentlessly in her head. In the near future, May will be executed. If she joined him, May could be saved. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push the thought away. May was her only friend. A memory surfaced vividly in her mind. May standing alone before a line of knights, her back straight and her voice firm as she accused them of injustice. She spoke of excessive taxes, of starving citizens, of crumbling walls left unrepaired despite the funds granted by the imperial family. The knights had looked at her with nothing but disdain, yet May never backed down. Regret twisted painfully in Alina's chest. She wished it had been her who was dragged away that day. Maybe if she had acted more fiercely, more decisively, things would have turned out differently. Tears streamed down her face as the truth finally escaped her lips. She admitted that she couldn't save her friend on her own. She still couldn't shake the doubts gnawing at her heart. Even if Knox claimed he could save May, what if he couldn't? What if he simply wouldn't? The uncertainty weighed heavily on her, pressing down until she felt helpless, terrified that this memory would follow her for the rest of her life, lingering like a wound that would never truly heal. Elsewhere, in a noisy, smoke-filled bar, members of the so-called Night Order were deep in revelry. Mugs slammed against wooden tables, laughter roared through the room, and liquor flowed freely. Ron finished off his drink in one gulp as his companion raised his own mug and casually asked what he thought about Grain. Ron scoffed without hesitation, calling Grain a complete fool. He laughed as he explained how easily they had tricked him by pretending to be members of the Night Order, and how Grain had swallowed the lie without a shred of suspicion. The table erupted in laughter at the story. One of Ron's friends reached into his pocket and spoke with clear excitement. Although they had gotten it purely by coincidence, rummaging through the real Night Order's living quarters had been more than worth it. He pulled out a token, grinning as he said that with something like this, they could start taking on much bigger jobs. Ron responded by pulling out an identical token of his own. He explained that he planned to show this badge to the Rainhafer family. They would naturally assume he was the captain of the Raw Night Order and reward him with benefits suitable for someone of that status. Another man chimed in, pointing out that while everything had happened by coincidence, it was amusing that both their names happened to be the same. Ron leaned back and added that if they held Grain hostage, they could demand a hefty ransom. Considering Grain was part of the Rainhafer family, the payout would likely be enormous. The suggestion sent another wave of laughter through the group, as everyone eagerly agreed. Still, one member hesitated. He voiced his concern quietly, warning that provoking the Rainhafer family could bring serious consequences. After all, they were the strongest and most influential of the three dark families in the region. He wondered aloud whether any bandit group had ever survived after crossing them. Before he could finish, several sharp, disapproving stares shut him up. Someone snapped at him, calling him a coward, while another mocked him, saying this was exactly why everyone thought he was an idiot. The hesitant man fell silent. Ron finally raised his hand, stopping the argument. A dangerous smile spread across his face as he asked if everyone truly understood where they were. He reminded them that this was Chatters, a place so rotten that even the Imperial family had long since abandoned it. Ron laid out his plan without hesitation. They would take Grain hostage, squeeze every last coin out of him, then flee east. That land belonged to an enemy nation, wrapped in endless deserts where even the Rainhafer family's influence couldn't reach. Once they sought asylum there, they would live like kings, drowning in luxury for the rest of their lives. His friend immediately praised the plan, calling it brilliant, reaffirming that Ron truly deserved to be their captain. The hesitant member, however, spoke up again, worrying creeping into his voice. He asked whether Knox might have noticed their deception and if this could come back to bite them. Ron's expression turned serious for a moment. He admitted that Knox was dangerous and warned everyone to avoid crossing paths with him until their business here was finished. But another member waved it off, scoffing that Knox was just a kid. Worrying about him was pointless. Laughter rippled through the group as they collectively dismissed Knox as a non-issue, fully confident they could crush any obstacle that stood in their way. Ron raised his mug and told everyone to drink up, urging them to enjoy themselves. The bar grew louder, the revelry swelling even further. Then, without warning, every candle in the room went out at once. An unseen force swallowed the light, plunging the bar into complete darkness. The laughter died instantly. Still, no one panicked. Confused voices rose instead. Someone asked what just happened. Another cursed, demanding to know who turned the lights off. Ron tried to calm them, but before he could finish speaking, something warm splashed across his face. He wiped it away instinctively and froze when he saw the dark red stain on his hand. He sniffed the air, his heart sinking as he murmured that it smelled like blood. His eyes adjusted, and that was when he saw it. A horrifying scene unfolded beside him, a crimson fountain spraying violently into the air. Panic seized him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, demanding to know what was happening. Then he felt something under his boot. Looking down, his breath caught. One of his subordinates lay there, lifeless, eyes wide and empty. A cold realization struck him. Enemies had infiltrated the bar. He shouted, demanding the attacker reveal himself. What Ron didn't realize was that someone was already standing right behind him. Knox stared at him with cold, unwavering eyes. His voice cut through the darkness, calm and terrifying, as he questioned why a piece of ermine like Ron dared to speak so rudely. Reacting on instinct, Ron unleashed his combat skills and swiftly leapt away, putting distance between them. Even in the darkness, he knew. There was no mistaking it. It was Knox. Knox's voice followed him, sharp and condemning. He mocked their foolish attempt to rob the Rainhafer family, accusing them of vastly overestimating their own strength. Ron tried desperately to keep his act of innocence intact, but Knox didn't even give him the chance. Coldly, he revealed just how much he already knew. Every shady deal, every criminal act, every misappropriated coin with Tygon. He even knew about Ron's manipulative plans for grain. Inside, Ron cursed violently. His cover was blown. He attempted to bargain, trying to sound reasonable. "What do you want?" he asked, forcing a calm tone. Then, with practiced cunning, he suggested that Knox think carefully. All he had to do was ignore grain for a single moment, and he could rise within his own family. No risk. Just look the other way. One small decision could change everything. Around him, Ron's subordinates circled Knox, their intent clear: attack. But Knox's sword responded first. A dark aura flared as he moved with lethal precision, cutting down one of the men in an instant. His cold eyes never left Ron as a small, knowing smile curved his lips. "Did you really think I believe a word you just said?" he asked, voice calm but deadly. "Especially with your murderous intentions on full display." Ron's tension snapped. He barked orders for his men to strike from every direction. Chaos erupted as dozens of blows came at Knox. But he moved like water, dodging, parrying, countering with lethal efficiency. Each movement precise, fluid, leaving a trail of incapacitated foes in his wake. Ron froze, a creeping dread settling in. Has Knox been hiding this skill all along? The fight was slipping out his hands. Determined to end it quickly, he summoned a bluish aura that wrapped around him, chanting his power as a warning. "You're dying because of your arrogance," he spat. His subordinates whispered among themselves, sure that Knox was done now that their captain was using the southern sword technique. With a roar, Ron launched his full-powered strike. He believed in the sheer force of his technique. Yet Knox didn't flinch. He stood calmly, assessing the straightforward attack with detached eyes. "Simpler-minded than I expected," he murmured. Then, with a single, effortless swing, Knox nullified the assault entirely. A message appeared before him. Enemy attack destroyed. Genius swordsman. Ron's jaw dropped. He could do nothing but watch as Knox dismantled his all-out assault as if it were nothing. At his feet, his men groaned in disbelief, staring up at Knox and whispering among themselves, unable to comprehend how he had countered the southern sword technique with such ease. Before Ron could even react, Knox moved with lethal precision, disposing of him in a heartbeat. The room fell silent as Knox stepped forward, eyes cold, and demanded to know how a wretched vermin like Ron could dare voice his desires. At that very moment, a shimmering message appeared before Knox, confirming the successful mastery of the southern sword technique. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as the bluish aura of the technique enveloped him. "Exactly what I wanted," he murmured, savoring the power now firmly in his grasp. The aura danced around him, proof of his mastery, and Knox closed his eyes briefly, pondering the nature of genius. What did it truly mean? Was it simply being better than others? Or was it the proof that one could reach heights unattainable by most? His journey had been fraught with peril. Each step a question, each victory a challenge to understand the essence of brilliance. With renewed clarity, he opened his eyes and swung his sword. This technique, though minor compared to the power that awaited him in the future, was more than enough to annihilate anyone who dared oppose him. Ron crumpled to his knees, his subordinates falling one by one under Knox's relentless assault. Chaos reigned as their desperate cries for their captain's help went unanswered. Ron's disbelief gnawed at him. His eyes dulled as he realized Knox wielded Chad's southern sword technique, the same technique that had consumed more than a decade of his life. How could a mere kid command such power? Reality hit Ron like a punch when he saw Knox standing mere steps away, icy eyes fixed upon him. He instinctively recoiled, creating a tense gap between them. Panic and warning etched across his face. "Tygon won't let this slide," he stammered, voice tight with fear. "He might already know what's happening here." Knox simply shook his head, dismissing the fear with a quiet, confident retort. "There were no witnesses," he said, "no one to report what transpired." Ron, desperate, insisted that the surviving men would testify to the events. Knox raised a hand to silence him and, with an icy calm, laid out his intentions clearly, addressing him by name: "Bandit Captain Ron." He leaned closer, eyes cold and unyielding, and spoke with deliberate calm. What he was about to do could easily be seen as an act of assassination. Ron's face paled, confusion flickering across his features as he stammered for an explanation. Knox's lips curled into a smirk, noting the hesitation, as if Ron had failed to grasp the depth of the situation. If no one lives to tell the tale, Knox said, his tone smooth and ominous, then this will be remembered as nothing more than an assassination. His hand slid to the hilt of his sword, the metal gleaming faintly under the dim light. With that sly smile, he accepted the path he had chosen, leaving Ron frozen to face his inevitable fate. Far away, in the shadowed confines of a prison, fire torches cast trembling light and long, wavering shadows. A young girl sat shackled, bruised, her breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Tygon loomed over her, a menacing figure that filled the small room. "May," he intoned, voice dripping with menace, questioning why she refused to obey. Her choices were clear, he said, work for him, or be sold to some noble. When she remained silent, his hand struck her face. Yet May's gaze did not falter. Despite the bruises, despite the fear that clawed at her chest, she met him with defiance, refusing to yield. Tygon's eyes narrowed, and he caught her chin roughly, belittling her, insisting her only option was to struggle helplessly on the cold ground. She spat at him, an act of sheer defiance that made his scowl falter for a fraction of a second. Rage flared, and Tygon struck again, sneering as he taunted her with the threat of being sold to a black mage, a fate far worse than her current suffering. As the harsh reality pressed down on her, May's mind drifted to a memory from the orphanage. She remembered a sister gently reprimanding her, disappointed by her repeated failures with alchemical mixtures. "You lack talent," the sister had said, as if it were an unchangeable truth. May knew she had none, not in alchemy, not in swordsmanship, nor in anything else she had ever tried. But then her thoughts turned to Alina, a fellow orphan, whose abilities were effortless, whose talent left nothing for the sister to teach. The admiration that had shone for Alina lingered in May's mind, a sharp contrast to her own perceived inadequacies, fueling a quiet, burning determination deep within her. The sister's words about Alina's brilliance, coupled with her regret over Alina's origins as a war orphan, stirred something deep within May. In her eyes, Alina was more than talented. She was an alchemical prodigy, radiating a light that seemed far too bright for someone from such humble beginnings. May remembered how Alina had always stood out, her presence luminous, as if the universe itself had reserved a different fate for her, one that stretched far beyond the walls of the orphanage. The memory of Alina's warm smile and her playful invitations lingered vividly, a spark that had long ignited May's own determination. And so, she had chosen to protect Alina, to bear the burden for someone destined for greatness, someone far beyond the reach of a girl like her. Tygon's threats and violence meant nothing to her. She faced him with a faint, knowing smile, revealing that struggle had been her constant companion. Life had taught her how to endure, and she was unafraid of any consequences that might follow. With a small, playful gesture, she stuck her tongue out at him. Tygon's hand rose to strike, but before it could land, a voice cut through the tense air. From the dimly lit corridor, Knox appeared, his presence calm, but commanding. He urged May to stop harming herself, reminding her that her death here would only bring sorrow to Alina. Tygon's eyebrows arched in surprise, but a faint smile curled on his lips as he inquired why Knox had come. Knox's face betrayed no emotion as he stated plainly that by the decree of the imperial family's law, Tygon was to face execution. "Your surrender is the only option," Knox continued, noting that Tygon's partner, Ron, had already met his fate. Tygon's expression darkened, a brief shadow of regret crossing his features, but quickly hardened as he focused on Knox. "Did you come alone?" he asked, his voice sharp. Knox met his gaze without flinching. "Yes," he said simply, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Tygon chuckled darkly, the smirk laced with irritation. "Seems the young master of a noble family has underestimated me," he said. "Do you truly think you could defeat me alone?" Knox's composure remained unshaken. "I do," he replied softly, confident in his ability to face the odds. Tygon's anger flared as he drew his sword. "It seems things are moving faster than I anticipated," he snarled. "No matter." Suddenly, the room erupted as reinforcements poured in, sealing all exits. Tygon's soldiers, armed and eager, followed his command without hesitation. "Eliminate him," he ordered, and their battle cries echoed through the prison, a thunderous wave of steel and fury surging toward Knox. Despite the overwhelming odds, Knox moved with an almost eerie calm, his composure unshaken as the chaos swirled around him. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, serene, as if the tumult of the soldiers' battle cries and clashing steel were nothing more than background noise. When his eyes reopened, a message appeared before him. The hour of the genius had begun. The world seemed to pause, frozen in a suspended instant. A notification blinked, reminding him that this power would last only 5 minutes. With unwavering confidence, Knox strode forward, his path unblocked by the soldiers rushing to intercept him. Strands of yellow light coiled around him, bending time itself. Though he moved rapidly, only a second had ticked by. By the time he passed through the mass of soldiers, 2 seconds had elapsed. With relentless focus, he reached the prison cell, unlocking it effortlessly and moving toward Mei without faltering. Passing Taigon, he locked eyes with his opponent for a brief moment, the world seemingly holding its breath. 4 seconds had passed since the hour of the genius began. Knox extended a hand toward Mei, and a message appeared, marking 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. He deactivated the skill, letting time flow normally once more. With steady hands, he drew a potion and administered it to her. Mei stirred, eyes fluttering open, and barely conscious, she asked his name. Knox von Rienhofer. He replied softly, reassuring her that by the time she fully woke, everything would be over. Taigon's gaze locked onto Knox, disbelief and horror washing over him. How could his subordinates have fallen so swiftly? Before he could react further, a sharp pain tore through his legs, and he collapsed, blood trickling down. Even more shocking, he watched his men succumb to unseen sword strikes, their screams swallowed by fear. Horror gripped him, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. Knox's voice cut through the panic, cold and merciless, warning that his death would not come easily. Taigon's eyes met Knox's, searching for a trace of humanity, finding none. Cold sweat slicked his body as the unimaginable truth sank in. He, the feared Taigon, was losing to a mere boy. Amidst the carnage, Knox's thoughts drifted inward, circling the same question that had haunted him throughout his perilous journey, the question of what it truly meant to be a genius. What did it mean to be a genius? The question flickered in Knox's mind for a brief moment, only to be replaced by another perspective, that of Knox himself, a living testament to the idea of genius. With no hesitation, he lunged, his sword carving a streak of deep crimson across the ground. Taigon's eyes widened in horror, unable to reconcile the fact that he, the feared Taigon, had been bested by a mere boy. In that instant, memories flooded him. He thought of his father, the knight captain of the Chatter's mercenary corps, the most respected and accomplished man in the village. Every man had aspired to emulate him. Every soul bowed in admiration. But alongside that respect lingered a darker memory, a childhood scene of his father abusing a woman. Turning to young Taigon, his father had asked whether he knew why people followed him. Trembling, Taigon admitted he did not. With a cruel smile, his father had seized his hair and revealed a harsh truth. Strength was the law. In the border cities of the Archaim Empire, overwhelming power allowed one to act without consequence. Summoning courage, young Taigon had asked if his father was the strongest on the continent. Releasing the woman, his father had confessed his own insignificance, revealing that countless swordsmen and genius youths of Taigon's age far surpassed him. In a continent scarred by war, only those who knew when to fight and when to yield survived. The realization struck Taigon like a dagger. His survival, until now, had depended on avoiding confrontation with geniuses like those his father had described. And now, standing before Knox, he understood. This boy was one of those untouchable prodigies, a genius so far beyond reach that defeat was inevitable. Resigned, he exhaled, acknowledging that his end was a consequence of challenging the incomparable. The clash reached its final crescendo as Knox thrust his sword, and Taigon's tale came to its conclusion. The once great warrior fell to the might of the rising genius, his story ending on the battlefield. Far away, in the quiet of Alina's cabin, she sat alone, shrouded in a heavy sense of hopelessness, thoughts of May pressing on her mind like an unyielding weight. The weight of uncertainty lingered in the air, thick and suffocating, until the door suddenly opened and May stepped inside, calling out softly. Alina froze for a split second, her eyes widening as she whispered May's name in disbelief. Then she rushed forward, throwing her arms around her, as if afraid she might vanish again. Tears spilled freely as she clung to her, her voice breaking as she confessed how terrified she had been, truly believing that May had left her behind for good. May held her tightly and apologized again and again, her tone gentle but heavy with guilt. Inside, she couldn't avoid facing the truth. She had been selfish, insisting on handling everything on her own and leaving Alina alone to bear the fear and uncertainty. That realization weighed on her far more than any danger she had faced outside. Gradually, Alina's sobs eased. She pulled back slightly, wiping her eyes, though her voice still trembled when she asked about young Master Knox. More than anything, she needed to see him, to thank him properly. Jitri answered calmly, saying that Knox was likely still handling the aftermath and talking with someone at that very moment. Curious, Alina asked what kind of conversation it was. Jitri explained that it appeared to be a heart-to-heart talk with his brother. Yet beneath her composed expression, Jitri remained unconvinced. She couldn't help but suspect that whatever was happening behind closed doors was far more complicated than a simple family discussion. Elsewhere, inside Grain's room, impatience gnawed at him. He paced restlessly, irritation flashing across his face as he wondered how long Ron intended to keep him waiting. The idea of a noble from the Reinhardt family being treated so lightly offended him deeply. Still, a faint unease crept in. Something felt off, as though events were slipping beyond his control. A knock at the door broke his thoughts. Grain stiffened and asked sharply who was there. Before he could receive an answer, the door opened and Knox walked in without hesitation. Grain's eyes widened in shock as he demanded to know why Knox was there. Knox didn't bother with explanations. He simply told his brother that they needed to talk and that it couldn't wait. Grain scoffed, his frustration clear, questioning why there was any need for a conversation at all. Knox met his gaze with cold, unwavering eyes. Bloodstains marked his clothes, dark and unmistakable. It took only a moment for Grain to realize that this was no trivial visit. The tension in the room thickened as Knox insisted again, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Grain sat down, fully aware that whatever Knox had come to say carried serious consequences. At the same time, in the office of the head of the Reinhardt family, the head butler stood quietly while reading through a letter. The contents detailed Knox's actions and chatters, how he had rooted out corruption and delivered fitting punishments to those involved. It also mentioned that Knox had formally requested a separate reward from the family head for his efforts. Yet no matter how carefully he read, the butler couldn't discern what Knox truly wanted in return. With a respectful apology, he handed the letter to Theo. Theo read through it slowly, his expression darkening as he absorbed the situation unfolding in chatters. The corruption there was worse than he had anticipated, and Knox's involvement only confirmed how deeply the rot had spread. As he set the letter down, his thoughts lingered on the growing instability of that region, and on what this meant for the family moving forward. The truth about Chatters was far more tangled than most people cared to admit. Corruption there worsened by the day, yet no one bothered to intervene, simply because there was no profit to be made. To the outside world, it was a rotten, worthless place, not worth the effort. But Theo knew it wasn't that simple. Chatters had long been a thorn in the side of the imperial family, a persistent problem that refused to disappear. He leaned back and considered its position. Chatters lay to the east, standing as the final line of defense. If it were to collapse, monsters would inevitably pour inward, threatening the heart of the empire itself. That was the reason the central government continued to pour in resources, money, soldiers, and mercenary corps to reinforce the surrounding regions. On the surface, Chatters seemed useless, but abandoning it entirely would invite a disaster far greater than its current decay. Theo spoke of the bandit factions that thrived there, his tone sharpening when he mentioned Tygon by name. That man alone represented a serious danger. Even for GRA, handling those groups was no simple task. The head butler nodded in agreement, adding that if the Ron Knights, the Ron Bandits, ever made a move against Grain, the situation could spiral out of control in an instant. Theo's response was cold and resolute. If Grain and his people couldn't deal with a problem of that scale, then they had no right to call themselves members of the Reinhardt family. He revealed that he had already dispatched the Black Sword Knights to them, ensuring they wouldn't be left unprotected. Still, he quickly steered the discussion back to the real issue at hand. Knox. Theo frowned slightly as he thought about him. Knox's actions didn't align with reason or benefit. He had purged the corruption in Chatters without any obvious reward in sight. Even more baffling was his request to the imperial family, asking for authority over Chatters itself. Theo couldn't see what anyone stood to gain from ruling over such a barren, broken land. What unsettled him most was Knox's resolve. He had gone so far as to declare that if he failed, he would willingly relinquish his rights as the youngest son of the Reinhardt family. That was the part Theo couldn't wrap his head around. What kind of conviction would drive someone to gamble their very status for a place like Chatters? What future did Knox see there that others could not? The head butler hesitated before carefully asking whether Theo intended to reject the proposal. After a brief silence, Theo shook his head. He decided to accept it. If Knox truly managed to suppress the threats, the bandits, and the chaos plaguing Chatters, then granting him authority over the region would be justified. Theo allowed himself a small smile. This would be a perfect chance to see whether Knox possessed the capability to govern territory, not just fight within it. The head butler bowed slightly in acknowledgement and said he would immediately draft a letter to the Empire to begin negotiations for Chatters. Theo watched him go, his thoughts lingering on Knox, curiosity and expectation quietly intertwining. Theo gave his approval without further hesitation. Once the butler left the room, Theo's gaze drifted back to the letter, his expression gradually hardening. A troubling thought surfaced in his mind. Just how far into the future was Knox planning? The more he considered it, the more unsettling it became. Meanwhile, Grain felt as if the ground beneath him had vanished. With a strained voice, he sought confirmation, asking whether Knox truly meant that Ron and Tygon had intended to kill him, and that Ron had been their pawn all along. Knox answered without emotion, confirming every word. Grain's thoughts spiraled. The sheer audacity of people daring to deceive the Reincarnated family filled him with fury. He clenched his teeth and turned his gaze back to Knox, frustration burning beneath the surface. In his heart, he admitted it unwillingly. Knox was becoming more troublesome by the second. Sensing that sharp stare, Knox smiled faintly and asked in a relaxed tone whether Grain was afraid of him. Grain's face twisted with mixed emotions before he let out a dry response, calling it amusing. Inside, however, he knew better. He had to restrain himself. Passing the upcoming test to become a knight was everything. Losing control here, especially in front of someone like Knox, could destroy that chance entirely. Reality left him with little choice. His life was on the line. Swallowing his pride, he accepted Knox's offer. After a brief silence, Grain asked what Knox wanted in return. Knox seemed satisfied. His brother was quick to weigh gains and losses, just as he expected. Calmly, Knox stated his condition. He wanted full authority over all the soldiers under Grain's command. Grain immediately agreed. Whether he liked it or not, his survival depended on Knox now. And truthfully, he couldn't gauge Knox's true strength at all. Still, Grain wasn't willing to give in without securing something for himself. He set his own terms, demanding that Knox guarantee his life and ensure that the final outcome would benefit him. Knox nodded, agreeing without hesitation, but he pointed out coolly that Grain had made two separate requests, one for his life, and another to sway the results in his favor. Grain's jaw tightened. Reluctantly, he offered up the mineral rights and artifact from his massive mine as compensation. It was painful, but necessary. He then told Knox to make sure everything was handled properly. Knox responded that it was a small price to pay compared to staying alive. Standing up, he smiled, thanking Grain for his cooperation during his time in Chatters. But the smile faded just as quickly. His voice turned cold as he warned Grain against doing anything foolish. Sometime later, inside Alina's cabin, she sat on the floor surrounded by documents, her brow furrowed in concentration. She muttered softly about metallization and corroding potions, uncertain where to begin. She had never created such potions before, and the unfamiliarity of it all left her feeling uneasy as she continued studying the papers in front of her. After thinking it through, she finally reached a conclusion. It wasn't impossible after all. Knox, who had been sitting nearby, nodded in approval and praised her for giving it careful thought. Jitri, however, couldn't hide her unease. She asked if this was truly all right, because the plan sounded far too dangerous. She knew she was just a maid and had no right to question him. Yet she couldn't help herself. Was there a specific reason he had to kill the griffin? May voiced the same concern, her words carrying quiet urgency. They couldn't afford to lose their hero for nothing. Knox listened to them calmly, then reassured them without hesitation. If the plan couldn't be done, he would never have suggested it in the first place. He understood why they were afraid. Still, there was something he needed to obtain after killing the griffin, something he couldn't reveal. And so, he chose to lie. To put an end to their doubts, he stated firmly that everything had already been carefully considered, and that no more questions were needed. Jitri, sensing his resolve, accepted it and promised to prepare everything required. Knox knew the truth better than anyone. Killing the griffin in Chatters at the very beginning of the game was considered nearly impossible. No one had ever succeeded. Then a faint, confident smile crept onto his face. That rule only applied when he wasn't involved. He began explaining the plan, warning them to listen closely because he would not repeat himself. In this scenario, defeating the griffin through normal means was impossible. But there was a hidden route, a method known only to a small group of players referred to as stagnant water gamers. Knox was one of them. He had cleared Inner Lunatic 26 times. That alone explained why he was determined to take down the griffin lurking in the shadows of Chatters. The task itself was brutal, yet simple in execution, and the reward waiting at the end was more than enough to justify the risk. When Knox finished, he asked if they understood. The group responded immediately, their voices filled with determination. With that, he ended the explanation and announced that the plan would begin the following day. When dawn arrived, Knox stood quietly beside his horse and gave it a gentle pat. The weight of what was about to happen settled heavily on him. In this world, survival demanded risk. He had already accepted that the moment he transmigrated into Inner Lunatic, there was no other way forward. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Monsters of countless races surged toward the defensive outpost like a living tide, announcing the start of the operation. Knox climbed to the top of the defensive wall and looked out over the oncoming horde, his eyes steady as he surveyed the approaching menace. He barked out orders without hesitation. Alina and May answered sharply, their voices clear and steady, while Grain responded with an irritated grunt, barely masking his annoyance. Knox turned to the soldiers and spoke with gravity, reminding them that this battle allowed no mistakes. They had only one chance. The response came instantly, a unified roar that echoed across the wall. For a brief moment, Knox felt an odd sense of unfamiliarity. Everything about this felt new. Then it hit him. He was no longer just a player. He had become Knox von Rienhofer, standing here as the sole strategist, bearing the weight of every decision. That realization pressed heavily on his shoulders. Digtree stepped up behind him, her voice tinged with worry as she asked if he would truly be fine. Just like the day before, she felt the plan was far too dangerous. Knox raised a hand, stopping her mid-sentence. He turned and looked at her calmly, telling her to trust her master. He promised her simply that he would not die. Then Knox leapt from the wall. As he fell, an old memory surfaced in his mind, the moment he had once made a promise he could never keep because of his terminal illness. The thought vanished as instinct took over. He plunged his sword into the wall, slowing his descent, then kicked off hard, launching himself straight toward the oncoming horde. The battle began instantly. He hurled a corroding potion at an iron golem, the liquid eating into its body and leaving it vulnerable. One clean slash followed, and the massive construct collapsed. Messages flashed before his eyes, confirming the kill and announcing the increase in proficiency for Chad's southern sword technique. Knox didn't slow down. He tore through the monsters relentlessly, cutting them down one after another. If he hadn't made that promise, he thought grimly, he might actually die here. A sly smile spread across his face as he continued slaughtering them, urging the monsters to serve as his stepping stones. This world was no longer just a game. It was his reality now, and he intended to enjoy it. Then his expression sharpened. A massive shadow passed overhead. A colossal griffin soared through the sky, its presence overwhelming. Knox looked up at it, meeting its gaze without fear, and calmly asked if it was time to begin. Shock rippled through the onlookers. Alina stared in disbelief, her mind struggling to accept what she was witnessing. She couldn't imagine any knight capable of fighting like this. Was such strength even possible for a human? May was equally stunned, murmuring about Knox's speed. His movements were so fast they exceeded what the eye could track. She found herself wondering just what kind of family the Reinhafer family truly was. Durgit spoke up, explaining that the Reinhafer family was famed for its swordsmanship, but also notorious for brutal internal conflicts where only the worthy earned the right to inherit the black sword. Jitri listened with confidence and declared without hesitation that among all the candidates, Knox was the most talented of them all. Meanwhile, Graham felt a sharp stab of jealousy, a dull headache pounding behind his temples as praise after praise kept landing on Knox. Every word only made it worse. Nearby, Gietri quietly wondered why Knox had never bothered to clear the rumors surrounding him. She was certain there was a reason. There always was with him, even if she couldn't see it yet. May suddenly spoke up, her voice low but firm, admitting that the rumors didn't feel completely true. She guessed that Knox had his own reasons for pretending to be a useless nobody, though she couldn't imagine what kind of reason could justify such an act. Gietri smiled knowingly at that and gave a small bow, asking the others to cooperate with Knox's performance. He wasn't reckless, she said. He was far too wise for that. Before she could finish explaining, Alina interrupted, asking if Gietri wanted her to keep Knox's real strength hidden. Alina smiled as she spoke, and May immediately promised to stay quiet as well. Seeing this silent agreement form between them, Gietri couldn't help but smile. Then, without warning, Griffin's war cry tore through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Grain stared at the massive creature in disbelief. Was Knox seriously planning to face that thing head-on? To him, it looked like pure madness. The battle erupted in an instant. Griffin slashed forward with its claws, but Knox slipped past the attack with clean, precise movements. He tried to counter with his sword, yet the beast reacted instantly, beating its powerful wings and lifting itself into the air. As Griffin rose, Knox turned his cold gaze toward Jara, saying nothing, yet making his intent unmistakably clear. Gritting his teeth, Gray knew he had no choice but to comply. He quickly ordered the troops to hold their fire until the Griffin closed in on the fortress walls. Only then were they to unleash the ballistas on a signal. He confirmed the orders, and the soldiers answered in unison before moving to prepare the weapons. Moments later, Griffin swooped closer. Grain raised the green signal, and the fortress roared as ballistas fired all at once. Realizing the danger too late, the Griffin let out a terrified screech. A massive bolt tore through its wing, ripping out a scream of agony as its body lost balance. The creature plunged helplessly toward the ground. Watching it all unfold, Knox allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. Crippling its wings had been the key. Without the sky, the beast was already halfway to defeat. Without a moment of hesitation, he swallowed a metallization potion, feeling his stamina rise by one as warmth spread through his body. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned, and Knox allowed himself a brief moment to savor how cleanly the strategy was unfolding against such a terrifying opponent. A few days earlier, Grain had nearly exploded in anger when Knox asked him to build ballistas, claiming the task was beneath him and suggesting they assign it to someone else. Knox's reply had been calm and merciless. If Grain disliked the work so much, then he could personally deal with the Griffin on the battlefield. Faced with that choice, Grain had fallen silent, thought it over, and finally asked how many ballistas were needed. Back in the present, Knox stepped closer to the fallen griffin, briefly reassessing Grain in his mind. The man had good instincts, and that alone made him useful. Knox's cold, measured gaze settled on the wounded beast. Everything now depended on Alina's potion and on whether he could finish this with his own hands. Panic flashed in the griffin's eyes as it tried to escape, but reality crushed that hope instantly. When it attempted to take flight, pain tore through its damaged wing and forced its massive body back onto the ground. Knox advanced, his footsteps steady, and mocked the creature for its predicament. Normally, injuries like this would be nothing to a high-level monster like a griffin, but these wounds were different. The ballista bolts lodged in its wing were coated with an absurd amount of poison. Poison it happened to like far too much. Knox warned it calmly to enjoy the moment, because the real agony would begin in 5 minutes. The griffin roared in fury and lashed out with its claws, but Knox met the attack without panic, stating coolly that 5 minutes were more than enough. The skill hour of the genius activated. In Knox's perception, the world slowed to a standstill. The pressure radiating from the griffin was overwhelming, far more real and suffocating than anything he remembered from the game. Still, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was not the one dying today. The griffin froze in confusion as slashes erupted across its body from multiple angles. By the time it understood what was happening, Knox was already behind it. He seized the opening and called out to Grain. Grain stared in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the Knox he once knew. Shocked or not, he understood what had to be done and shouted the order. Ballistas fired in unison, raining down on the griffin and piercing it from every direction. The beast's screams echoed through the battlefield as its massive body convulsed under the relentless assault. Knox let out a low, chilling laugh as his sword began to seep with a dark, ominous aura. He pointed the blade at the wounded griffin, a cold smile curling on his lips, and declared that this farce was over. The griffin's anguished scream ripped across the battlefield as more bolts tore into its massive body. Soldiers and civilians alike stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to look away from the brutal spectacle unfolding before them. Ignoring the pain he had already inflicted, Knox surged forward. Black execution was unleashed. In a single, precise motion, his blade severed the griffin's counterattacking claw, clean and merciless. The beast didn't even have time to process what had happened. In the next heartbeat, Knox's sword carved through its body, splitting the legendary creature in two. The griffin collapsed, its lifeless remains crashing to the ground. Knox calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. As the skill hour of the genius faded, the backlash finally caught up to him, his breath growing heavy as exhaustion settled in. When he lifted his head and swept his cold gaze toward the remaining monsters, terror gripped them instantly. No roar, no defiance followed. They turned and fled, scattering in every direction in a desperate scramble to survive. The moment the monsters retreated, the city of chatters erupted. Cheers thundered through the air, voices overlapping, some people laughing, others crying openly in relief. A notification appeared before Knox's eyes, informing him that he had earned a 60-day extension. His remaining lifespan now stood at 179 days. The joy around him was infectious, and as he watched the people celebrate, Knox found himself smiling. Seeing everyone safe and happy, it didn't feel bad at all. Nearby, Grain stood completely stunned. The ease with which Knox had slaughtered the griffin left his mind reeling. This was a high-level monster, something that should have required the full strength of an academy professor to bring down. Yet here it was, reduced to a corpse, all because of Knox. The realization weighed heavily on him. If everything Knox had shown so far was real, then the balance of power within their family successor rankings could change entirely. After a brief but serious moment of reflection, Grain made his decision. There was no point hesitating anymore. He had to stand on the right side of what was coming. Stepping forward with the soldiers, he took control of the aftermath, announcing that he would personally oversee the safe transport of the griffin's corpse. As for the spoils of battle, he left that entirely in Knox's hands. Knox was momentarily taken aback by his brother's sudden change in attitude. Before leaving, Graham advised him to return and get some rest, his tone far calmer than before. Watching him go, Knox smiled faintly, fully aware of how deeply his display of strength had shaken Grain. Once he was alone, Knox didn't waste the opportunity. He accessed the hidden clear rewards, and a message surfaced before his eyes. The item obtained was Griffin's heart. It was listed as a miscellaneous item of advanced grade, carrying a wind attribute. Known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness, the heart possessed a special effect and could be used to refine an elixir. Depending on the alchemist's skill, that elixir could either raise or reduce stamina and agility, making it a dangerous but powerful creation. Sometime later, inside Alina's room, the griffin's heart rested in her palm. She nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Knox's assessment. There was unmistakable wind energy flowing within it. If used properly, She said it could be turned into elixirs or even equipment that only existed in rumors. Knox didn't have the luxury of waiting. He wanted the elixir, and he wanted it soon. He asked how long the process would take. Elena explained that it depended on the conditions, and with her current tools, it could take quite some time. Knox immediately offered to supply whatever tools were needed to speed things up. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he made an unexpected proposal. With a casual tone, he said he wanted to hire both Elena and May as servants of the Rainhafer family. The shock was instant and unmistakable. May blurted out that they were commoners and questioned whether such a thing was even possible. Knox didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He asked whether their status really mattered. If they had something he needed, he would use them. And if he had something they needed, there was no reason they couldn't make use of him as well. There was only one rule. He would never allow a subordinate to harm their master. Knox knew the truth better than anyone. At this point in time, no one else could properly utilize a monster core like this. It was a unique item, obtained from a hidden boss that was never meant to be defeated. Crafting with it was impossible for ordinary people. Only a genius could handle it. Before the silence could stretch any further, Alina spoke. Her voice was steady, filled with resolve. She declared that they would trust and follow Knox for the rest of their lives. After all, he was the one who had saved them. A faint smile spread across Knox's face, clearly pleased by her answer. In his mind, he weighed the value of what he had just gained. Two geniuses whose potential was far greater than they themselves realized. As he prepared to leave, he informed them that they would be departing in 3 days. The elixir would be refined only after returning to the family estate, where it could be done in absolute secrecy, far from curious eyes. Stressing the importance of discretion, both Alina and May responded with firm, unwavering agreement. Knox left Alina's hideout alongside Gietri, the two of them moving through the damp tunnels of the sewer on their way back to the inn. Partway through, Gietri suddenly stopped. Knox noticed immediately and asked what was wrong. She hesitated before admitting that he was different from what she had heard. Confused, Knox asked her to explain. She spoke of the rumors, how people claimed he was selfish, someone who only cared about himself. But she knew that at least that part wasn't true. Gathering her courage, she asked him to promise that if he ever found himself in trouble, he would let her know if she could help, even if her status was low. She also couldn't understand why so many people seemed to hate him. Knox turned away and resumed walking, telling her calmly that he would ask for her help if the time ever came. Then, as if nothing serious had been said, he changed the subject, commenting on how cold the night was and urging her to hurry unless she wanted to catch a cold. As they continued on, Gietri smiled to herself at his nagging tone. That smile didn't last long. Later, Knox lay ill in bed, and the moment Gietri opened her mouth, he stopped her, already knowing what she was about to say and finding the situation humiliating enough as it was. Gietri reassured him gently, saying that things like this happened and reminding him that he was still growing. Almost on cue, a message appeared before his eyes, informing him that he had contracted a negative status, cold, due to frequent sickness, followed by another debuff labeled chronic cough. Knox let out a long sigh, utterly frustrated by the sheer absurdity of it all. Several days later, Knox and Grain returned from Chatters, and a guard's voice rang out across the territory, announcing their arrival. The news spread quickly, drawing the attention of the people, especially when they noticed May and Alina walking alongside them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as curious eyes followed the unfamiliar faces. Speculation ran wild, with some wondering if the two were Knox's new servants. Others scoffed at the idea, bringing up Knox's past with women and muttering that his recent change of behavior was probably nothing more than an act. Whispers spread quickly, laced with unease. Some warned that speaking ill of Knox could cost a head, that careless tongues might invite a blade. Others scoffed, questioning whether he truly cleared the forest where the child went missing. Lies, they said. Exaggeration. Yet voices rose to counter them, reminding everyone that even the patriarch had confirmed the outcome. Knox heard all. He was long used to the shadow that followed him, the label that clung no matter what he did. To them, he was still a good-for-nothing, and no matter how many results he delivered, that image refused to fade. So he stopped pretending not to hear. His gaze turned icy as he looked straight at the gathered crowd and asked if they truly had nothing better to do. Were their lives so empty that they could waste time gossiping like this? The chill in his voice was enough. People stiffened, then scattered in a rush, fleeing as if they had been caught committing a crime. When the courtyard finally fell quiet, head butler Rodwell stepped forward and informed him that the patriarch wished to see him immediately. Knox's expression hardened. He already sensed that the coming conversation would not be simple. Minutes later, he stood inside his father's office. Theo acknowledged him with a glance. Knox dropped to one knee at once, bowing deeply and stating that he understood he had been summoned. Theo narrowed his eyes and said there were matters that needed discussion, adding that his youngest son might have something worth hearing as well. He spoke of the rumors circulating within the family, of how Knox was being praised for playing a decisive role in the mission and ensuring everyone's safe return, except the traitors. Even Garen, Theo noted, had acknowledged it. Knox's shoulders tensed. He cautiously asked whether his elder brother had truly reported everything. Theo answered by gesturing to a letter resting on his desk, confirming that Garen himself admitted he could not have completed the mission alone. Knox frowned, lowering his gaze, trying to understand what Garen intended by pushing such praise onto him. Theo closed his eyes calmly and retrieved a small bundle of documents. He said he had not summoned Knox over trivialities. Handing over the papers, he praised him for completing a task that bordered on the impossible and for bringing glory back to the Reincarnated name. As promised, Theo would now grant what Knox had requested. Knox opened the documents and saw 2 red seals stamped firmly at the bottom. Theo informed him that Chatters now officially belonged to him. Knox rose to his feet, a genuine smile breaking through at last. He bowed once more, thanking his father for his generosity. Theo tapped a finger against the table, slow and deliberate, then rubbed his chin as he studied his son without looking away. Knox felt it at once. That silence meant there was something more, something heavier. He waited, uneasy, wondering what his father still intended to say. Then Theo spoke. Knox Reinhofer was the youngest son of the family. Had he ever considered taking his father's place? The words hit him head-on. Knox's eyes widened, fear flashing across his face before he could hide it. Theo narrowed his gaze, carefully observing that reaction as Knox bit his lip, his thoughts racing. Why now? Why bring this up so suddenly? Far away, beyond the borders of the kingdom, an eerie palace rose from a sea of desert sand. Inside, a red-haired man wearing a mask held a device like a watch, its surface replaying the moment Knox slew the griffin. He reported calmly to an older man with a pink feather resting on his shoulder. The griffin was dead. The older man remarked that the Reinhofer brat had emerged victorious, and that Chatters had been fully conquered. Rumors of the youngest son's achievements were spreading fast. The red-haired man addressed the elder as Crumbs and stated plainly that preparations for war were necessary. When Kim questioned whether it was truly worth it, the man replied without hesitation. The Reinhofer family had taken something priceless from him. He had nothing left to lose. Kim bowed in agreement. Both men wore heavy gold ornaments around their necks and arms, their darker skin contrasting sharply with the desert light. Smiling, the red-haired man rose and gently took the hand of a young girl with short red hair and a pink scarf wrapped around her neck. Crumbs brushed her cheek tenderly and whispered that the day they would subjugate the kingdom, and the day she would awaken, was close. Back in the office, Knox still hadn't found an answer. Before he could speak, Rodwell stepped in, carefully suggesting that such a question might be premature for the young master. He reminded Theo of the crushing weight that came with leading the family. Knox shot Rodwell an intense look, but Theo shook his head. Now was exactly the right time, he insisted. Panic surged. Knox bowed deeply and apologized, declining the offer. He said he couldn't take the title, not now, and suggested that Garen would be a more suitable choice. Theo slammed his fist against the table, declaring that it wasn't Knox's decision to make. Bowing again, Knox admitted the truth. He didn't want the headship. It was too heavy, too far beyond what he believed himself capable of bearing. Theo asked if he was afraid of responsibility. Knox met his gaze calmly and replied that such fear was only natural. After a brief silence, Theo finally closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his voice had softened. He said he understood Knox's answer and respected his choice. For now, that was enough. Knox thanked him quietly, but Theo warned him of one thing. Talent like his would never stay hidden. People would keep testing him, pushing him, trying to measure him. He had to be ready for that. Knox wanted to say more, but in the end, he simply nodded. Seeing his exhaustion, Theo dismissed him, and Knox bowed once more, thanking his father before leaving the room. A short while later, Knox was back in his quarters, seated calmly as Jitri stood nearby. She hesitated before asking if the head of the family had truly not scolded him. Knox reassured her with ease, telling her there was nothing to worry about and that nothing bad had happened. No one had been rejected, and no trouble followed. Jitri looked away and let out a quiet sigh before turning back to him. She informed him that rooms for Alina and May had already been prepared. Knox praised her work, calling it excellent. She waved it off, saying it was merely her duty as a maid. Before she could say anything more, Knox interrupted her. He said that if everything in the world were done as it should be, there would be no hatred, no theft, no murder. Jitri awkwardly pressed a finger to her lips, unsure how to respond. Knox smiled faintly and praised her again, telling her she had done well. She bowed deeply and thanked him. Knox's expression soon turned serious. Things were no longer simple. Everything felt heavier now. He would attend the Elaine Academy, the finest institution for magicians and knights, and he would become its best student. Elsewhere, Theo spoke quietly with Rodwell, admitting that the conversation with their youngest son had been more difficult than expected. Rodwell replied that he still believed the question had been raised too early. If Knox had truly understood everything tied to his position, his answer might have been different. Theo disagreed. He said the look in Knox's eyes was that of someone who had already written his own future. If Knox feared anything, it wasn't his status, nor even Theo himself. It was something unavoidable, something like staring into the abyss. At this moment, Theo believed his son feared only death. Yet he couldn't understand why. In his reality, that fear still lingered. Rodwell hesitated, then admitted he shouldn't say such things. Still, he believed Knox had been deeply affected by what happened to Madam. Theo let out a sad smile and nodded in agreement. He said quietly that Knox might even blame him for everything. In his eyes, Theo was probably nothing more than a pathetic man who failed to protect his own wife. Rodwell fell silent for a moment before bringing up another concern. He believed Mr. Guerin would soon begin moving again, and that whatever he was planning would not be small. Theo's brows furrowed, and he replied that he would keep it in mind. Elsewhere, in a place unknown, bodies lay scattered everywhere. The earth itself had turned red, soaked in blood. Demons filled the sky, rushing toward Theo from all directions. Then, one of his grown sons suddenly appeared before him and calmly told him to stop resisting, to simply accept it and go along with the flow. Theo clenched his teeth. So this was the power of the Grand Duke. At the same time, Talia stood before a mirror, dressed in a soft, fluffy yellow gown. Clothes were strewn all around the room. Emma folded garments nearby and asked if she looked good. The maid looked exhausted, holding a burgundy dress as she called out to her mistress yet again. Emma reminded her that she had already shown her that outfit nearly 20 times. Talia moved back and forth, inspecting herself with bright eyes, saying this dress looked good. And that one too. She wondered aloud which accessories would match best. Pink shoes and sparkling jewelry lay neatly arranged on the table. Emma shook her head and said she was far too excited. A faint blush crept on Talia's cheeks as she happily replied that everything was beautiful. Emma sighed deeply and said that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about young Master Knox. After all, this would be their first meeting since he had officially been announced as her fiancé. Talia quickly turned away, her face reddening further, and asked if maybe the ruffled dress would suit her better. Moments later, she frowned in dissatisfaction. Emma complained that Talia wasn't helping at all. Talia admitted honestly that she didn't really care. The maid glanced aside tiredly and remarked that she always said that. Back at the Rienhofer estate, Knox stood dressed in a black suit accented with purple, a beautiful jewel fastened neatly at his collar. He looked every bit the noble young master. Spotting Alina, he saw her slumped on the sofa with her head lowered. Hearing his footsteps, she slowly lifted her head and said quietly that he had arrived. Alina looked worn out, dark circles hanging beneath her eyes. Knox nodded in agreement and mentioned the elixir, but his words trailed off as worry crept into his expression. Instead, he asked how she was feeling. He told her honestly that she didn't look well. Alina gave an awkward smile and folded her arms, brushing it off. She said she was always like this whenever she focused on a goal. She would take care of her friends herself, so he didn't need to worry. She smiled again and told him he was overthinking things. Then she laughed softly and said he should stop worrying about them and take a look over there instead. She pointed to the side. Knox followed her gesture and saw a bottle filled with glowing blue liquid. The light pulsed faintly, almost alive. He walked over and lifted it into his hands. At once, a black screen appeared, displaying its basic information. It was a disposable wind elixir of advanced grade. Its attribute was wind, granting +1 to endurance and +3 to agility. There were no requirements and no additional effects listed. The bottle hovered above his palm. Alina watched him closely, her eyes bright, and asked if he liked it. A notification flashed before him, informing him that the potion's effectiveness had increased by 200% because it had been created by the genius alchemist, Alina herself. Knox smiled. He finally understood. The wind elixir didn't just boost stamina. It carried a hidden agility bonus. And agility played a crucial role in reducing skill cooldowns for geniuses. This potion was something he absolutely needed. He couldn't help but think how fortunate it was that he had recruited Alina. Without her, everything would have been far more troublesome. She waited anxiously for his response. Still smiling, Knox told her she had done an excellent job. Alina's cheeks flushed red as she beamed with happiness. Without hesitation, Knox drank the elixir. Turquoise energy wrapped around his body, and for a brief moment, it felt as if a gust of wind had surged through the room. He told them that everything was done for now. Knox stepped out into the corridor, Jitri following close behind. With a confident smile, he said it was time to visit Alina. At this moment, this was who he was. His name was Knox. Male. 15 years old. Human. His attribute was darkness. He had no recorded accomplishments yet. His bonuses were clear. Genius in close combat. Genius in magical perception. A strong mind, and mastery of acting. His limits were carved into him from birth. Mortal illness. Limbs always cold. A body edging toward decay. And an obsession that never loosened its grip. Even so, Knox's numbers told a different story. His stamina stood at 6, strengthened by 1 extra point. His mana reached 9, also boosted by 1. His luck climbed to 11 + 1, and his charisma, an overwhelming 26. Alongside those stats, he carried talents that didn't belong to a dying man. Genius Hour, mid-level heirloom sword mastery, the Southern Sword, and the ignition technique. And yet, no matter how impressive the list looked, the truth remained unchanged. 150 days. That was all the life he had left. A system message quietly followed, informing him that the magic perception genius bonus had activated the moment his mana reached 10. Time moved on, indifferent as ever. Soon, sunlight flooded the sky, illuminating the grand structure of Elaine Academy. The building gleamed with luxury, standing like a monument to power and pedigree. A finely drawn carriage rolled into the academy grounds. Knox stepped down first, Jitri following closely behind. Dressed immaculately, white gloves snug against his hands, the young master cut a striking figure. Whispers rippled through the crowd almost instantly. Someone murmured about his white hair and lavender eyes. Another wondered aloud if he was the youngest son of the Reincarnated family. A blonde student claimed he'd heard Knox would be enrolling this year. Someone else scoffed, asking if that useless son truly dared to attend the academy, only to be warned in a hushed voice that such words could cost him his head. Knox smiled faintly. Then he tilted his head, rubbing his neck as if bored, and asked why it was so noisy. With a lazy, arrogant glance, he wondered aloud whether there were dogs yapping somewhere nearby. The chatter died on the spot, and the students scattered as if nothing had happened. As Knox moved forward, Jitri followed, worry etched across her face, until her eyes widened in sudden shock. Another carriage had arrived. A horse snorted softly as Emma stepped down, smiling brightly as she called out to the young master. Jitri immediately bowed. Knox, however, frowned, remarking that they had already arrived ahead of schedule. A system alert flashed, informing him that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable. His shock was too genuine. Emma laughed it off, explaining it was because of the Elaine entrance ceremony. Then she turned toward the carriage and told Talia to come down and greet Mr. Knox. Panic erupted inside. Talia's voice rang out loudly, asking if Knox was truly there. The carriage door slammed shut, and she insisted they needed a moment. After a brief pause, the door opened again. Talia stepped out, now dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Knox looked at her quietly. He had expected to see her here, but still, something about this moment felt strangely off, as if fate itself had shifted just a little. He remembered the moment clearly, standing alone in the training room, sword moving through the air again and again, when his grip suddenly failed him. The blade clattered to the floor as he froze in shock, turning to Ron and demanding to know what she had just said. The maid blinked, confused, and calmly replied that she had only mentioned the plan to betroth him to Lady Talia. She was about to explain further, but Knox panicked. He grabbed her shoulders, asking how he was supposed to know something like that, insisting it was a serious problem. And now, as he shut his eyes in quiet despair, the truth settled in. After checking, it was undeniable. Their families had arranged the marriage behind their backs, and he was far from pleased. Talia stood there, visibly flustered, her words stumbling over one another. She brushed her hair back and greeted him awkwardly. Knox merely glanced away before returning the greeting in a flat, emotionless tone. To Talia, though, that alone seemed enough. She smiled brightly, eyes fixed on him. Jitri leaned closer to her master and whispered softly, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Knox shot her an irritated look and told her sharply not to say that. Talia, unfazed, asked how he was doing. His reply was cold and brief. He said he was fine, then asked about her. She answered just as quickly, cheeks warming as she claimed she was fine as well. Before anything else could be said, a horse neighed loudly, cutting through the moment. Everyone turned toward the sound. A green carriage had arrived. Knox's thoughts immediately shifted to another name, Eleanor Durrell, another genius of Elaine Academy, a girl from a rival family that secretly ruled much of the continent. She was known for her beauty, blue eyes framed by striking red hair, and an elegance that seemed almost effortless. Eleanor stepped down from the carriage, smiling as she announced her arrival. Knox felt a flicker of unease as memories surfaced, memories of how deeply she had despised the original Knox in the game. Eleanor laughed softly, covering her mouth as she spoke, then addressed her servant before turning her attention fully to him. She called him Mr. Knox, remarking that she hadn't known he'd been chosen to enroll in the academy, and expressing her pleasure at meeting him. Knox asked if she was Eleanor, and she smiled, confirming it while recalling a childhood moment they'd shared. Then her tone shifted. She mentioned that she was the same heir of the merchant family he had once looked down on, her eyes flashing with something faintly menacing. Still smiling, Eleanor said she never expected they would meet again. Knox felt his nerves tighten. She was the only daughter of the richest merchant family on the continent, a house that owned nearly half of it. In the future, she would be known by a single nickname, the Money Fox. Panic crept in as he remembered their childhood argument. A system alert flashed, informing him that his master-level acting skill was once again unavailable. His mind drifted back to the past. A younger version of himself stared coldly at a red-haired girl, calling her a nobody, scoffing at the idea that money could ever buy true status. Little Eleanor had blushed deeply back then, shame overwhelming her as she broke into tears. Looking at her now, Knox understood that the tension between them hadn't appeared out of nowhere. It was born from his own past actions. A bitter thought crossed his mind, that there seemed to be more and more people in this place ready to drive a blade straight into his heart. Eleanor smiled lightly and asked if something was wrong, pointing out that he wasn't acting like his usual self. Folding his arms, Knox asked what she thought his usual behavior was supposed to look like. She told him to stop pretending and asked if he truly enjoyed being insulted. Irritation flickered in his eyes as he thought she was as stubborn as ever. He told her flatly that if she wanted to argue, she should just leave. Eleanor laughed at that, saying she knew he was still the same nasty fool he had always been. Knox frowned and asked what she wanted, questioning whether she was really that desperate for his attention. Still laughing sweetly, Eleanor apologized and said she had no intention of coveting anything from the black sheep of the Rienhoer family. Knox sighed inwardly, knowing full well that her disdain for Knox wasn't going to disappear so easily. He activated his vision skill, and information about Eleanor appeared before him. Female, 15 years old, humans, wind attribute, titles, genius of counting and genius of acting. Her limitations followed, just as clearly, vanity, pride, and a weakness against Southern sword techniques. As he studied her stats, Knox noted that her nature hadn't changed, which, in his eyes, was actually preferable. Her family had been willing to pay an absurd price just to obtain the single letter D in their name. Her father had paid dearly for it. Eleanor hated that fact, yet she still made full use of it. She was vindictive, overly sensitive, and the old Knox had foolishly chosen to clash with her head on. Testing her patience one last time, Knox remarked quietly that she really wasn't someone who should have been provoked. Eleanor bowed slightly and said she would be leaving, adding that there was no need for goodbyes since they weren't close enough to wish each other well. Knox replied calmly that it didn't bother him. He hadn't expected anything better from a hillbilly like her anyway. Eleanor simply smiled in agreement and walked past him without another word. Knox then turned to Talia and told her they should leave as well. The entrance ceremony was about to begin. Talia hesitated for a moment, worry and uncertainty flickering across her face, but she soon nodded and agreed. As they headed toward the academy entrance together, Knox reflected quietly that there was no longer any chance of getting rid of Talia. She was his fiancée now. Still, he decided that if this was the hand he'd been dealt, he would make the most of it. As his gaze settled on the towering Elaine building, Knox felt it was finally time to stand back up on his own feet. A few minutes later, they were already inside. He slowly scanned the hall and remarked to his bride that, just as expected, the children of many famous families had gathered here. Some of the newcomers were already chatting among themselves, forming connections. Knox calmly judged that even if some of them turned out to be useless or didn't align with the original storyline, winning their favor could still prove beneficial. Several familiar figures surfaced in his memory. Paracelsus Lenner, the yellow-haired girl, the black-haired boy, and the pink-haired girl. They were the strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin, he decided it would be wiser to stay away from them. Interfering too early could completely derail the plot. For now, caution was the better choice. Out of nowhere, he asked the maid and Das whether it felt like too many eyes were on him. Jitri confirmed it immediately. The surrounding aristocrats kept stealing glances in his direction, their expressions mixed with shock and thinly veiled contempt. The maid frowned slightly and told him she believed he would be popular with Elaine. Crossing his arms, Knox repeated her words and asked dryly whether looks like those were what popularity was supposed to look like. Talia watched him with concern. Suddenly, a loud cough echoed through the hall, followed by a voice asking if everyone could hear him. Silence swept over the room. Knox lifted his gaze toward the stage, realizing that things were finally about to begin. Servants bowed as a small white-haired girl stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, casually licking caramel from a stick. Her clothes were strange, her azure eyes unsettlingly calm, and an odd mark was visible on her chest. She greeted everyone without a hint of formality. Murmurs spread instantly. Some students whispered, wondering if she was a child or a dwarf, and questioning where the professor was. Knox inwardly scoffed at their ignorance. They were fools. Standing before them was an unimaginable monster, one that could never be judged by appearance alone. A black screen appeared before him, displaying her information. Noah, Avon Trinity. Age unknown. Race unknown. Ice attribute. Achievements. Pillar of Elaine Academy. One of the four sages. Her bonuses included genius-level mana detection and goodwill, while her limitations listed an inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats were overwhelming. 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 willpower, and 10 charms. She possessed passive skills such as Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with active skills including Water Bubble, Cold Beam, and Blizzard. Knox's expression remained calm, but deep down, he knew this was where the real story truly began. The young master's face drained of color the moment he realized who she was. This was a character he absolutely had to stay on good terms with. Talia noticed his reaction and looked at him in confusion, but he leaned closer and warned her in a low voice not to say a single word about that girl if she valued her life. Noah, meanwhile, smiled brightly, introduced herself, and sweetly announced that she was the new dean of the academy. She lifted one finger as if about to continue, but before she could finish, her hair bristled upward and her eyes flared with an eerie blue light. In a chilling tone, she warned that if anyone dared call her short again, she would kill them. Then, just as suddenly, she smiled again and asked gently whether they understood. Without waiting, she declared that the trial for entry into Elaine Academy would now begin. The announcement stunned the crowd. There had been no mention of such rules in the code. When a student dared to raise an objection, Noah glanced at him arrogantly and said this was the rule of the new dean, meant to weed out the rabble. A massive, unfamiliar seal lit up beneath the student's feet, glowing with cold blue light. Wishing everyone a memorable experience, she sinisterly added that she hoped they would have good luck. Knox's eyes widened. It had begun. In the next instant, every student vanished. They reappeared in a forest bathed in bright sunlight. One by one, the students lay sprawled across the ground, gasping for air. A bald, bearded man barked at them to get up, calling them idiots for daring to lie down in front of him. The exhausted students trembled as they struggled to recover. Then the man's gaze shifted to Knox. The young master stood on unsteady legs, forcing himself upright despite the dizziness. The man squinted at him, studying him closely. Knox swallowed, noting how the man's shiny bald head gleamed almost like a halo under the sun. This was Burnin, a martial arts instructor and academy graduate, known among players as Takaki-ai, a ridiculous nickname earned solely because of that gleaming scalp. Despite his appearance, he was a capable instructor. Knox knew earning his approval would not be easy. Burnin continued to stare before suddenly booming out, calling him Snow White and asking if he'd soiled himself. Knox frowned slightly, careful not to let his expression give anything away, and replied calmly that nothing was wrong. Activating his master acting skill, he listened as Burnin warned him to stop talking about the future and start relying on his instincts, adding that he should avoid thinking nasty thoughts. Knox raised his hand calmly and asked Burnin to explain the entrance test instead, suggesting they set aside irrelevant chatter for now. The instructor snorted, then nodded in agreement. He told them that before anything else, they needed to wake up all the students who were still unconscious, and advised Knox to cover his ears. Of course, he still needed it. Knox obediently raised his hands and covered his ears without a word. Burnin's palms lit up with a sharp blue glow, and in the next instant, he clapped them together. A piercing, unbearable sound exploded through the area. Several students shrieked in pain, clutching their heads as they staggered to their feet, shouting in confusion and panic, demanding to know what that horrible noise was. A brown-haired student yelled loudly, asking what kind of freak would do something like that. Burnin didn't even hesitate. He struck the boy hard on the head and coldly informed him that the freak he was looking for was standing right in front of him. Did he have a problem? The student froze, staring at Burnin's bald head, which seemed to shine faintly under the light. Others squinted as well, unsure whether it was glare or intimidation. Burnin folded his arms and asked calmly if the boy had not only insulted him, but also decided to look dissatisfied while doing it. Did he have an extra life to spare? The student immediately lowered his head and apologized in a trembling voice. Minutes later, several unconscious students were being carried away on stretchers. Burnin barked orders, telling them to move anyone who couldn't wake up to a safe area. Once that was done, the remaining students lined up before him. Seeing that they had finally come to their senses, Burnin announced that he would now explain Eldon's entrance test. Jam listened quietly as the explanation continued. The test was simple on the surface. Hunt monsters on this island of magic. When a monster died, it left behind mana gems of various colors. The fewer the gems, the higher their value. Jam frowned slightly, wondering why it had to be done this way. Wouldn't Mora make more sense? But the answer came to him almost immediately. He smiled faintly, realizing that this was only half about rewards. In truth, the test measured two things. First was sensitivity to mana, which had already been tested through Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from the spell possessed superior sensitivity. The second was the ability to detect even the smallest traces of mana. These two traits determined how well a magician could perform in real combat. That was why the gems were designed this way. That was the true purpose of the test. Burnin continued, telling them that this place was created by a spell cast by Noah, the current dean. Countless creatures roamed the area, and weak, pitiful worms like them didn't even know how to fight properly. Out of generosity, they would be allowed to form teams. The moment those words fell, the students began glancing around, eyes searching for partners. Suddenly, a sword materialized beside Knox, and, at the same time, identical swords appeared in the hands of the other disciples. A ripple of surprise spread through the group as everyone stared at the weapons in disbelief. The instructor calmly informed them that a team could consist of no more than 8 people and advised them not to waste time deciding. With that, he turned his back on them and said he would be waiting at the top. Shock rippled through the students. A girl called out to him, saying she still had questions. Another student muttered in disbelief, asking if the instructor was really just going to leave like that. Without stopping, the man replied that he already had. The brown-haired guy rubbed a spot on his head where he had been struck earlier, complaining that it still hurt and grumbling about why the instructor had felt the need to hit him in the first place. The rest of the students watched the instructor's retreating figure in silence. Then, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and spoke up, asking if anyone wanted to help the princess besides her. Standing just behind her was a girl with long yellow hair. Alina smiled warmly and promised that anyone who joined her would be generously rewarded. She even swore on the name of her family. Several students instinctively glanced toward Knox, but he avoided their gazes, turned his back, and walked alone into the depths of the forest. A faint smile appeared on his face as he moved forward. In the world of prophetic dreams, mediocrity had no place here. Only those with knowledge survived. To strengthen his terminally ill body, he needed exactly this kind of opportunity. Reaching the entrance of a cave, he decided it would be best to act alone. With quiet confidence, Knox stepped inside without hesitation. Meanwhile, the instructor stood at the summit, his subordinates lined up behind him. Snow blanketed everything in sight. He adjusted his headdress and slowly stroked his beard, deep in thought. No matter how he looked at it, something about this felt strange. That new student had not only withstood the dean's magic, but before he could finish the thought, he asked if Knox had really gone into the forest alone. Did the boy lack fear entirely? Vernon answered calmly that this wasn't the case. There was another reason Knox wasn't worried, and it was clear in his eyes. Even an uncut diamond was still a diamond. The instructor narrowed his gaze, saying he would wait and see what Knox was truly worth, quietly referring to him as the hidden dragon of the Rienhofer family. He simply looked down from above, waiting to see everything the boy was capable of. Some time later, Knox's sword was soaked in blood. Corpses of monsters littered the ground, their bodies cooling as scattered mana gems glittered beside them. He moved forward without slowing, stepping past the remains as if it were routine. From a distance, someone was watching him. A figure with long white hair lingered quietly in the shadows, clearly following his trail. Elsewhere, Talia fought alongside the yellow-haired girl and the pink-haired girl, goblins swarming them from all sides. Their swords were raised, blades slick with blood. The battlefield was chaotic, and the girl with yellow hair had already lost her weapon. As she struggled, Talia's thoughts drifted anxiously to Knox. She had planned to stay close to him, yet he had vanished into the forest alone. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl shouted, loudly declaring that Talia should feel honored to be protecting Princess Penelope. She told her to show more enthusiasm. Talia quickly agreed, forcing a nod. The yellow-haired girl, Penelope herself, held a large purple crystal in her hands. It shimmered beautifully, pulsing with a rich glow. She remarked that they had already ventured quite far and believed purple crystals were valued far above the others. The pink-haired girl shook her head slightly, suggesting that might not be entirely true. After all, this was a test designed by Noah, one of the 4 wise men. There had to be something hidden behind it. Penelope agreed, her eyes lighting up as she scanned the surroundings with excitement. Behind them, the rest of their teammates were clearly reaching their limits. Their clothes were torn and soaked with blood, breaths heavy as exhaustion weighed them down. Penelope looked at them and admitted that in their current condition, not everyone would be able to go any farther. The pink-haired girl frowned at that. This wouldn't do. She had promised to take Penelope all the way to the top. The Aram Empire was already rotten to its core. To restore it to its former glory, Princess Penelope had to ascend the throne. With that thought in mind, the pink-haired girl rubbed her chin, silently vowing to do whatever it took to make that future a reality. Talia stepped forward confidently and told the princess that she could still fight. They could simply gather those who were still able to stand and continue onward. She asked Penelope what her orders would be. The pink-haired girl nodded, admitting she had been thinking the same thing. Penelope frowned, tightening her grip around the purple crystal before slowly relaxing her hand. She recalled the arrogant look of the yellow-haired man who had stared down at her earlier. Lowering her gaze, she finally nodded in agreement. They would move on. They just needed to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, Knox had already emerged from the cave. White steam poured from his mouth as he exhaled, the cold biting hard as snow blanketed everything in sight. He rubbed his hands together, trying to force some warmth back into his fingers. A system notification appeared, informing him that the 3rd-level chilly limbs restriction had taken effect. His movement speed dropped sharply, his breathing became irregular, and all of his stats temporarily declined. Knox frowned and shut his eyes, letting out a heavy breath. He had known this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he snapped his fingers. A small fireball ignited above his palm, and another notification appeared, announcing that the chilly limbs restriction had been lifted due to the user's fire magic. Knox glanced at the screen and calmly thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like this, He would eventually need a permanent solution to this limitation. Looking ahead, he muttered that this would be enough for now. He continued forward, a small fireball floating quietly beside his shoulder. Snowdrift stretched endlessly in every direction, and sharp winds cut through the air. He noted that the environment suited Noah perfectly, a frost which would naturally create a place like this. The young man looked up and smiled faintly, remarking that while he understood this was the summit, there was an excessive amount of ice. Drawing in a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sat down, pressing his palm against the frozen ground. Purple energy began to seep from his hand. He wondered how any of this would make sense if the island were natural. The ice beneath him started to crack. Veins of purple light spread throughout the mountain, branching like the roots of a massive tree. Knox realized that this place had been artificially created by Noah, and that everything here existed purely through magic. As if answering his thoughts, ice monsters suddenly began to emerge. It was immediately clear to him that they too were constructs born from magic. Knox rose to his feet, his hand glowing purple as if it were drawing energy directly from the ground itself. He found it hard to imagine just how vast the Dean's mana reserves must be. A smile tugged at his lips as he clenched his fist and muttered that it didn't really matter. The ice continued to shatter violently as massive figures climbed out. These monsters towered over him, their bodies several times larger than his own. Knox calmly observed them and identified them as ice trolls, creatures infamous for their terrifying regeneration and immense vitality. He remarked calmly that monsters like these could easily slaughter a beginner, but to him, they were nothing more than dust beneath his feet. One troll lunged forward with a savage swing, yet Knox slipped aside effortlessly. Another giant followed up, bringing down a massive wooden club, but the young master dropped low, evading it once again. When the troll attacked a third time, Knox raised his sword and blocked the blow head-on. His eyes flared with a deep purple light as a thought crossed his mind. Noah was obsessed with talented students. She would never corner them before they had the chance to bloom. Ice trolls weren't weak creatures that just anyone could deal with. In the real world, encountering one would only make a person pray for a quick death. He studied the monsters seriously, lost in thought, but before he could dwell further, massive trolls stepped forward, sealing his path. From behind a tree, a girl with long white hair watched in silence. Knox suddenly dashed forward, slipping past the trolls instead of retreating. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing their movements. Noah's monsters likely followed specific behavior patterns, a form of hidden indulgence. The first troll always attacked vertically and held the center. The second struck horizontally, slower due to the wide swing. He sprinted toward the last one, already predicting its move. This one would attempt a piercing attack, but its strength would be the weakest of them all. As expected, the troll thrust forward. Knox blocked the strike cleanly, his lips curling into a smile as he realized he could parry it. In the same motion, he swung his sword and sliced straight through the monster. Without stopping, he turned and launched himself at the remaining trolls. His blade flashed repeatedly, cutting deep as blood sprayed across the ice. He pulled his sword free and struck again, each movement precise and efficient. One by one, the giants collapsed, their massive bodies crashing into the frozen ground. Knox bent down and picked up a gray crystal that had fallen among the remains. Holding it between his fingers, he wondered why he had ignored the other gems entirely. This gray crystal was different. It was a hidden marker, something Noah had deliberately placed here. Through it, he would be able to exchange for an extremely important scroll. After completing this story, his hour of genius skill would be further strengthened. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man held up a purple crystal and confidently told his companions that at this rate, they would be the first among their peers. Alina's expression darkened slightly, while a brown-haired girl stared at the gem with clear interest, hope flickering in her eyes. The girls began smiling and clapping, agreeing that they had done well. Eleanor, still deep in thought, nodded slowly and said that this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts drifted, unsteady, back to the moment Knox disappeared into the forest alone. That strange, lingering feeling crept up again, tightening her chest. She lowered her gaze, her face blank, as fragments of her childhood surfaced without warning. Rough hands once grabbed her shoulders. A man in a long burgundy coat shook her hard, demanding to know why she had dared argue with Rienhofer's son. His voice echoed in her ears even now, sharp and unforgiving, shouting that they had to stand above everyone else. Did she understand? He asked, that reaching the top was all that mattered? Back then, Alina had stared at him in terror, tears spilling as he barked orders, telling her she had to find a way to get close to Knox no matter the cost. In that moment, she realized he had never truly seen her as a daughter, only as a tool. In the present, she rubbed her chin slowly, eyes narrowing as she wondered where Knox had gone. Facing this test alone felt pointless to her. Knox wouldn't do something without reason. Maybe he'd found a hidden path, a way to clear the trial with an absurdly high score, just like always. All at once, she raised her hand and broke the silence, announcing that she had a proposal. A pleasant smile curved her lips as she spoke, telling them that anyone who wished to climb even higher alongside her would be guaranteed a greater reward, sworn in the name of rivalry and family. Murmurs spread through the group. The short-haired girl hesitated, asking if Alina really wanted to abandon the safety of the gym, warning that pushing forward could get them seriously hurt. It was too dangerous. Alina's smile softened as she agreed with her concern, then calmly asked if they all believed the same simple truth, that greater risks always brought greater rewards. A blonde-haired guy stepped forward without hesitation, confidence clear in his voice as he said he'd go with her. She accepted immediately. Another man in dark clothes asked if he could join as well. Alina glanced down, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes. In the end, it always came back to money and gain. She had no idea what Knox was planning, but learning more wouldn't hurt. Masking her thoughts, she lifted her head and smiled again, her expression carefully crafted, and asked if it was time to move on. Meanwhile, Knox stood alone at the peak of the mountain. To him, the reason for taking risks alone was simple. Everything would eventually pay off, fully and without compromise. His gaze swept over the frozen corpses of the ice trolls scattered around him. Opportunities to improve the so-called genius skill were almost non-existent in this game. Practically impossible, until he uncovered the hidden agility attribute. Knox let out a quiet breath. Even if drawing attention was unavoidable, there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He spun around as his sword shot sideways on its own, a reflex born of countless battles. The movement startled him. He had been gripping the blade tightly just a moment ago. Standing there calmly, as if she had always been there, was Paracel's. Smiling calmly, he told Knox that he hadn't expected to meet him again like this. The swordsman's expression softened as he added that he was genuinely glad to see him. Knox froze for a split second, teeth clenched hard. This wasn't supposed to happen. This encounter wasn't part of his plan. A black screen suddenly unfolded before his eyes, displaying Paracelsus's basic information in cold, emotionless lines. Male, 15 years old, human. Attribute, steel. No achievements. His talents stood out immediately. Genius in sword and melee combat. A brilliant physician, strong of spirit. Merciless toward the strong yet compassionate toward the weak. His flaws were just as clear. Lazy, obsessive, openly despising aristocrats. 10 points in stamina, 8 in mana, 2 in luck, 10 in willpower, and an absurd 25 in charm. His skills spanned 4 paths. Passive techniques, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer sword, and basic living sword. Knox's mind raced. Paracelsus was one of the strongest figures in the prophetic dream game. One of the future 3-sword emperors. Someone like him shouldn't be here. At this stage, Paracelsus was supposed to cross swords with the game's main character, be moved by his kindness, and step in to protect Elena when she fell into danger. Then it hit him. Knox's eyes widened as a sharp sense of unease washed over him. Something was wrong. Paracelsus's expression hardened in an instant. Without warning, he pulled out a small dagger and flicked his wrist, sending it flying straight at Knox. Instinct took over. Knox reacted just in time, knocking the blade aside with his sword. His thoughts spun wildly. Where was the main character? This wasn't how things were meant to unfold. Paracelsus reached for his sword, a faint smile curling at the edge of his lips. He said he was interested in the crystal Knox was holding and demanded that he hand it over. A system notification flashed. Master acting skill activated. Knox frowned, his eyes glowing with a deep purple light as he sneered, calling him a filthy worm without a hint of restraint. Paracelsus responded immediately, launching into an aggressive sword attack. Knox sprang backward, narrowly evading the slashes. Maybe he was wrong, he thought, or maybe the so-called main character simply didn't exist in this world at all. The swordsman smiled again and struck once more. Knox blocked the blow, but Paracelsus was fast, too fast. Another swing followed instantly. The sword's tip nearly grazed Knox's face, forcing him to pull his head back with a sharp frown. It was clear now. He really would have to deal with Paracelsus himself. Tightening his grip on his sword, Knox asked coldly if he realized that he was completely scrambling every plot card that was supposed to exist. The swordsman's smile turned ominous as he said he had no idea what Knox was talking about. Still, something had been bothering him ever since their last meeting. Back in Chatters, Knox had already handled sword far too perfectly for someone at his level. When a young master asked what he meant, Paracelsus answered lightly, almost sweetly, saying it seemed Knox carried far too many worries. Why not just do as he asked, he suggested, so they could each resolve their own problems without unnecessary trouble. He added casually that the gem in Knox's possession would almost certainly produce the highest score. Knox's gaze sharpened as he asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus replied calmly that he would have no choice but to take the crystal by force. They stood facing each other, the air between them heavy and suffocating. Knox accused him of acting despicably, asking if this had been his plan from the very beginning. Paracelsus only smirked, telling him that he had fallen into it on his own. Knox knew the truth. Paracelsus might one day become one of the strongest beings alive, but his talent had not fully awakened yet. Even so, he was still a genius, and Knox possessed his own trump card, the genius hour skill, meant precisely for moments like this. But now wasn't the right time to fight with everything he had. His expression grew serious, as he considered the possibility that the main character might not exist at all in this world. If that was the case, then saving Eleanor would fall entirely on him. The risk was enormous, but there was no avoiding it. Knox tightened his lips and told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled faintly and asked if Knox truly remembered his name, teasing him by wondering if he would ask for mercy out of old friendship. Knox frowned and spoke the name aloud, clear and deliberate. Kelsey's. The swordsman's smile thinned. Knox raised his sword and pointed it straight at him, saying he knew the real reason he had entered the academy, to uncover the truth behind his teacher's death. Paracelsus glared at him, fury flashing in his eyes as he spat that Knox was an idiot. The young master, however, only smiled and calmly asked if he was ready to talk now. Sometime later, Alina's group finally reached the summit. Snow blanketed everything around them. Penelope's voice rang out as she greeted Alina, saying she knew she would make as well. Alina bowed respectfully, telling the princess she had no intention of standing in her way. She simply needed to confirm something for herself. Nearby, the clash continued. Paracelsus swung his sword, but Knox twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Penelope nodded at Alina, saying she didn't want pointless battles either. The pink-haired girl called out to the princess, warning that overcoming the son of Reincarnated and Paracelsus would be nearly impossible unless someone suffered mortal wounds. Edna placed a hand over her chest and said softly that she would follow whatever decision the princess made. Alina barely acknowledged it, her attention fixed on the clash between Paracelsus and Knox. Something about it felt wrong. The youngest son of the Reincarnated family, she knew had always been forgettable, someone who faded into the background. Her brows knit together as she wondered when he had grown this strong. The forest fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sharp sounds of steel colliding. Knox and Paracelsus moved relentlessly against each other, blades flashing. Talia watched with unease written all over her face. Echidna leaned closer and asked quietly if she truly wanted to keep watching this. Talia let out a nervous sigh as Echidna spoke again, admitting she had never imagined that the Destroyer of the East would end up as their classmate. His name, she said, was Paracelsus. Talia turned to her in surprise and asked if she really knew the man fighting Knox. Echidna closed her eyes for a moment, frowning, then nodded. He was known as the Grey Wolf. Paracelsus. Since his youth, he had wiped out bandit groups across the eastern regions, earning that name through blood and steel. Talia confessed she hadn't known any of this. Echidna continued calmly, saying this was also the first time she had seen such a transformation in the son of the Reincarnated family. She never imagined he could wield a sword with such precision. Folding her arms, Echidna observed the battle with interest and remarked that if it weren't for Knox's vicious streak and lazy nature, he could have grown into a fine knight. Talia replied awkwardly that she didn't think Knox was pure to begin with. Echidna chuckled, clearly surprised, and asked how she knew that. Talia said nothing, simply turning her gaze away. Nearby, Paracelsus launched attack after attack, shouting insults and calling Knox an idiot. Knox slipped past the strikes, startled by the tremor of fury in his opponent's voice. It made sense. Paracelsus had only ever had one teacher, and that teacher had died because of a fool from Mills Academy. Paracelsus suddenly halted and declared that the games were over. His sword came down in a sharp, merciless arc. Knox blocked it, and a system notification flashed, announcing that his master-level sword skill had activated. Knox smiled faintly and asked why he was so angry. With their blades locked together, he told him calmly that he hadn't been the one who killed his beloved teacher. The words only fueled Paracelsus's rage. He exploded into a flurry of strikes, slashing wildly at Knox. Knox evaded every blow, realizing that despite his talent, Paracelsus's movements were becoming simpler. He was gifted, yes, but still too young. They faced each other once more. Paracelsus lunged again, but Knox stepped in sharply and drove his knee into his stomach. Paracelsus sucked in a silent gasp. The air ripped from his lungs as the momentum of the fight suddenly shifted. He was sent flying back several meters, landing heavily as a rough breath escaped his chest. Without giving himself a moment to recover, he surged forward again, sword leveled straight at Knox. Knox lifted his own blade to meet him. Paracelsus sneered, mocking him, asking how long he thought he could keep running his mouth. Knox only smiled, replying that he could talk all day if he wanted, though even he could feel the pressure rising. The attacks were getting heavier, sharper. Dragging this out any longer would be dangerous. His legs were already starting to burn. Paracelsus charged again, and Knox's thoughts turned grim. If Paracelsus unleashed his teacher's living sword technique, he would lose. There was a reason it had been elevated to an imperial sword art. Paracelsus warned him sharply not to lose focus as he struck again. Knox blocked the blow and sneered back, deliberately provoking him, calling him a pitiful commoner. A system message flashed. The restriction tied to despising aristocrats had been activated. Paracelsus looked at him with cold pity and asked if aristocrats weren't the very reason people were forced to beg in this world. Their swords crashed together again, locked tight, sparks spraying as Knox mocked him for wasting strength on hatred alone. With a crooked grin, he asked if Paracelsus wanted to hear something about his precious teacher, clearly buying time. Out of the corner of his eye, Knox spotted his classmates gathering nearby. Elena was there. His heartbeat steadied as he counted silently. The monster would appear at exactly 9. A system notification confirmed it. 8:58. Paracelsus's smile darkened as he warned that he might cut off a limb if that was what it took to get answers. Knox recoiled in disgust and asked if he truly intended to harm a noble in front of witnesses and walk away untouched. Paracelsus hesitated, his gaze flicking toward the surrounding students. Knox exhaled slowly and announced that this would be his final attack. Whatever happened next would end it. Paracelsus scoffed, calling him arrogant, then suddenly lunged forward with a twisted grin, eager to see what Knox would do. Knox moved first. His sword flashed as he dashed past him in a blur. Paracelsus froze, shock widening his eyes as he wondered what had just happened. Knox didn't even look back. Calmly, almost indifferently, he told him to get out of his way. He didn't have time for this. As he sprinted forward, a strange black stain rippled across the snow, slithering toward Elena. She stared at Knox in disbelief, stunned by how fast he had become. Then she heard it, a faint, crawling sound. Turning sharply, she saw a dark shadow creeping across the ground, heading straight for her. Her body locked in place, her face draining of color. There was no way to escape. As the black creature rose before her, she cried out weakly, asking if it was something that wandered the night. Terror flooded her thoughts. Was she really going to die here without meaning? She covered her ears and whimpered, trembling. Then she opened her eyes. Knox was standing right in front of her. He sliced the monster apart with a single clean swing and, without even raising his voice, asked her what that pathetic whining was supposed to be. The black shadow scattered like smoke, and the young master quietly turned his gaze toward Elena. She stared at him in shock, words spilling out before she could stop herself, asking why it had to be him. But she never finished. Knox cut her off coldly, pointing out that she couldn't even finish off something that small. To him, this reaction was only natural. She was supposed to be an elite. The Night Wanderer was nothing more than a mid-level demon. In the world Noah had created, it wasn't even half as strong as it should have been. But this wasn't a game monster. It was real. And the one who had arranged this was the same person who murdered teacher Paracelsus. Eleanor had almost become the next victim. In the original game, she softened after being saved by the protagonist, a development Knox had always found ridiculously stupid. Surprised murmurs rippled through the crowd as everyone stared at the young master. Alina frowned, her hands clenching into tight fists, embarrassment flashing across her face. Knox glanced at her calmly, noting once again that the so-called main character still hadn't appeared in this world. Eleanor's cheeks flushed faintly, and Penelope stepped forward, telling him he shouldn't be so rude. She admitted that he had saved her, but insisted the situation wasn't that simple. Turning her head slightly, the princess asked if he agreed. Knox bowed politely and said that he did. Penelope then addressed everyone, stating that the instructors and the new dean, Noah, should have taken the students' abilities into account. Night Walkers weren't demons that applicants should ever be made to face. The young master replied evenly that enemies never arrive with prior notice, adding that it was strange for her of all people not to understand that. Penelope's eyes widened at his words. Before she could respond, Echidna stepped in front of her, glaring as she told Knox not to bully the princess. Clearly annoyed, she added that he must understand the complexity of the situation perfectly well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown up at all. Knox studied her in silence. Ash-pink hair, a vertical pupil. There was no mistaking it. Von Zeno Echidna, the future head of the Zeno family, close to the princess, infamous as the Snake of Greed. Zeno and Rienhoer had never gotten along, families with opposing attributes. And in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing was ever simple. Knox finally spoke, his tone flat, saying that honestly, he didn't even want to talk to a dog of the holy kind. Echidna's expression darkened as she asked if he truly dared to insult the name of the Zeno family. The young master met her gaze and casually asked what she planned to do to him about it. At that very moment, from a distant hill, a man stood watching the entire scene unfold in silence. That man was Bernard. His voice thundered across the field as he ordered everyone to stop bickering, and in the next moment he leapt down from the hill, calling the whole group a bunch of idiots without restraint. Knox, unfazed, calmly asked whether the exam was over. The instructor nodded, and the young master casually produced the gray crystal he had taken from the monsters. Bernard stared at it for a moment before admitting that he hadn't expected anyone to actually obtain a gray gem. It was unexpected, but commendable, if one ignored Knox's arrogance. Knox tilted his head slightly, questioning him with his eyes. Bernal cleared his throat and announced that the highest score would go to Knox, the one who had secured the gray gem. Those who held purple gems would be awarded second place. He glanced around and asked if anyone objected. Silence followed, thick and heavy, until the princess slowly raised her hand. She asked whether the Night Wanderer's attack had truly been part of the exam, pointing out that the monster had been far too real. She demanded an explanation. Bernard replied that the incident would be investigated and that, due to the unforeseen danger to life, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. Then he turned back to Knox, calling him Snow White with a crooked grin, and added that he too deserved a special reward for saving a peer's life. The young master simply turned away and said he didn't need any reward. In his mind, getting entangled with Alina would only complicate matters. Without the main character, the world was already drowning in injustice, and that alone felt wrong. Accepting the reward would mean acknowledging something untrue, and he had no interest in creating misunderstandings. With that, he headed off in the opposite direction. But Eleanor called out to him. She asked why he had helped her. Knox's eyes widened slightly before he looked back, irritation flickering across his face. As he thought about how everything always went awry, a system notification informed him that the master acting skill had been activated. Maintaining his composure, the young master told her calmly that he had only been killing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, she appeared. Alina frowned, studying him with a questioning look. He turned away from her again, an awkward frown forming as he avoided her gaze. Knox let out a heavy sigh, thinking about how he had tried to escape this very conversation. Eleanor, known as the Money Fox, was rich, calculating, and convinced that everything in the world could be bought with money, even a human heart. The thought trailed off before it could finish. Some time later, Alina was seated inside a carriage, with a young man sitting opposite her as the wheels rolled onward. She gazed out the carriage window and finally asked him why Knox had saved her, pointing out that he had even refused the instructor's reward. His words about merely killing a monster echoed in her mind, yet the more she thought about them, the more they felt like an obvious lie. The man sitting opposite her spread his arms lazily and asked if it even mattered. Wasn't she overthinking it herself? In his view, Knox was nothing more than a common scoundrel. Elena immediately shook her head. It wasn't that simple. She said that Knox had lied to her, and if he lied, then there had to be a reason. The man raised an eyebrow and asked if she truly believed that. She frowned and turned her gaze back to the passing scenery outside. Her expression hardened as she said she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to collect as much information as possible. She cut him off at once, stating that she would handle it personally. Then, in a low voice, she warned him that the Rienhoer family would not sit still if they discovered someone secretly gathering information or compromising evidence about them. A scroll rested across her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects she would study at the academy. The man smiled faintly and nodded, showing that he understood. Some time later, inside the dormitory of Elaine Academy, Knox sat slumped in a chair. Jitri hovered nearby, her face full of worry as she asked if he was really all right, pointing out how pale he looked and mentioning the hypothermia he had suffered earlier. A white towel lay across his forehead as he told her not to worry, reassuring her that he would recover soon. Yet in his mind, the questions refused to settle. If there was no main character in this world, then someone had to take on that role. Someone had to recover the lost memories and uncover the identity of the one sending him those messages. He believed it had to be done. There was no other choice. The only one capable of doing it was Knox, the villain he now possessed. All of a sudden, his eyes snapped open. He stood up abruptly and asked aloud whether this was truly a way out. Jitri gasped and called his name in alarm. Knox, however, smiled faintly, realizing that even in this world, there was a path where one could exist as both villain and protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown land, the sky burned red as dark smoke coiled through the air. Bodies were scattered across the ground, lifeless and broken. A strip of cloth, like a flag, fluttered from a pole, marked with the emblem of a bird. Among the corpses stood a girl with long red hair, gripping a sword, her gaze sharp and unyielding. A man in a long cloak and an iron mask addressed her as the Moon Lady, telling her that the mines had begun to stir. He dropped to one knee before her, vowing to awaken them. The Moon Lady declared that the continent would soon be shaken by another bloody storm. The man, lifted his head and asked if she was ready. She turned her back on him and told him to make the preparations, her voice steady with certainty that their objective would be achieved. As she pulled the cloak tighter around her shoulders, a moon-shaped keychain swayed softly at her side. Blood stained her hands and clothes, still warm, still fresh. She swore to destroy the Aram Empire, but the vow trailed off before she finished it, swallowed by the wind. Elsewhere, Knox drifted into memories of his past life. Veteran gamers used to say that the line between protagonist and antagonist was razor thin, and he had always agreed. Both sides endured the same hardships, walked through the same hells. Only monster bosses were truly absolute evil. Villains, more often than not, were people shaped by trauma, and that was why the world couldn't look away from them. He walked down a narrow, dimly lit street, his dark robe brushing against stone walls. Knox reflected that while heroes and villains differed in nature, a villain was never meant to become a hero. And yet, he grinned quietly to himself. In a world abandoned by its protagonist, perhaps the villain had no choice but to shoulder both roles. His gaze settled on a small house ahead, faint blue light leaking from its entrance, as if it were beckoning him inside. Rubbing the back of his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly enjoy living on the edge like this, but it was all he had left. This place housed a great organization, a congregation of villains determined to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy coiled around his hand, swirling tighter until a bright glow formed before him. Later, around a long table, an instructor sat with several other men, voices low and tense. Noah occupied the central seat, her gaze sharp as she glanced to the side. Vernon asked for everyone's opinions. A man with purple hair spoke up confidently, claiming the test was under control, casually asking whether he had messed something up again. The instructor bristled, lips tightening before he snapped, and called him an idiot, reminding him that he had already said he was innocent. Suddenly, Noah's eyes flew open. The atmosphere shifted, turning ominous in an instant. The dean asked what they thought they were doing now. Vernon reacted quickly, throwing an arm around the purple-haired man's neck and laughing awkwardly, insisting that nothing was going on at all. He asked if they could continue the discussion and began explaining their current situation, but his words died halfway through. Noah smiled, stiff and artificial, and asked if they hadn't been listening to her. Fear rippled through the room as all eyes turned toward her. She informed them calmly that she had already notified the entire teaching staff. Then she fixed her gaze on the instructor and the purple-haired man, asking once again whether they hadn't heard her. As usual, the gray-haired man with glasses stepped in, reminding everyone that the dean was referring to the enemy who had appeared during the entrance examination, an enemy that had placed the applicants' lives in danger. Noah let out a heavy sigh and nodded in agreement. She told the teachers that there were people lurking behind the scenes, deliberately trying to sow chaos not only within the academy, but across the entire empire. Eleanor had merely been the first target. Then she asked them a pointed question. Could they imagine why Eleanor, a rising star in the world of finance, had been singled out? The purple-haired man answered that it was because her family's rival trading company controlled nearly 70% of the imports flowing into the Arkham Empire. Vernon added that if the enemy was intentionally striking at rivals, there was no reason to believe they would stop with just one move. Noah agreed. What had happened was both a provocation and a warning directed at the academy itself. That was why they needed to prepare carefully for what was coming. The room filled with quiet agreement. She rose from her seat, clearly ready to leave, but after taking a step, she paused. Changing her mind, she returned to her chair and smiled faintly as she raised a single finger. She said there was someone else she wanted to mark, a person who could also become a threat. The room stirred. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Vernon asked what she meant. Noah answered calmly, then recalled how she had been observing Knox for some time now. In truth, she had been watching him closely, the girl with white hair who saw more than she revealed. She told the teachers that this was a student rumored to be the most talented among this entire batch. The purple-haired man blurted out a question in shock, his eyes widening as he asked who it was. He couldn't believe there was someone she had immediately acknowledged as talented. It felt like the first time something like this had happened since the incident involving the princess. Noah told them the student's name was Knox. The purple-haired man stared at her and asked if she meant the same scum from the Reborn family, the one infamous only for his lust and bad reputation. Noah stood up and walked toward the door, then smiled over her shoulder and said that he was right. She remembered the look in Knox's eyes and told the teachers that he was still just a child, then stopped short of finishing the thought. Gripping the doorknob, she added calmly that Knox might even be stronger than her. The purple-haired man shot to his feet in disbelief. The man in the red jacket asked if he had heard her wrong. Another teacher, dressed in a blue sweater, muttered in shock how the black sheep of the Reborn family could possibly be like that. The room fell into stunned silence as the weight of her words sank in. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Knox stepped into a small tavern tucked away from the main street. A man with a short beard glanced at him and scoffed, calling him a kid and asking what he thought he'd forgotten in a place like this. Knox only smiled and calmly spoke the line about moonlight shining upon a sharp pen for the glory of the empire. The man stiffened, his expression darkening as he took the words seriously. Though clearly displeased, he stepped aside and let Knox pass, still wondering how that woman could have trusted someone like him with the secret code. The young master paused and asked lightly whether the man wouldn't even introduce himself. Without waiting for an answer, he walked toward a shelf lined with bottles of every kind. He rubbed his chin, briefly considering slipping into the sleeping quarters, but the thought never fully formed. Instead, he reached out, taking bottle number 3, then 1, then 8, and finally 4. In the next instant, a powerful blue energy erupted in front of him. Knox raised his hand to shield his face as the system's warning rang out in his mind. He had been exposed to high-level magic. His mono flow reversed temporarily, His magic perception genius skill was sealed, and his body was marked for forced teleportation to a designated location. His cloak and hair whipped violently in the air as invisible currents surged around him. Looking down, he felt a quiet bitterness settle in. His stats were still lacking, and a faint tremor ran through his body. Then his eyes snapped open. A cold, sharp blade rested against his neck. Luna stood before him, a long sword pressed close enough to pierce his skin. Blood slowly traced a thin line down his neck as she demanded to know who he was. Knox, unfazed, greeted her by name with a cheerful smile. In response, she pushed the blade in just a little more. Calmly, he told her that she was the leader of the Sleepers, the unseen pillar of the Sword Empire, a woman whose face no one had ever truly witnessed. He said he had come here because of her. Luna's eyes widened. He knew the location of their headquarters and her real identity. Her grip tightened as she warned him she would only ask once more. Her voice was cold as she repeated the question, asking who he really was. Knox gently pushed her sword aside with his hand, raising both arms in surrender. He introduced himself as Knox and stated plainly that he wished to join the Sleepers. By then, night had fully fallen. The moon hung bright and high in the sky, its light spilling across the city. Far away, Paracelsus sat alone in his room, unaware that the pieces on the board had begun to move. He stood by the window, staring out into the darkness, his thoughts circling back to Knox. Something didn't sit right. The young master seemed to know far too much about the death of old man Celsus. Paracelsus couldn't shake the question of how Knox had known his teacher was already dead. It was hard to believe he had merely guessed the fall of one of the three pillars of the Sword Empire, a man whose death had been brushed off as an accident. The irony gnawed at him. Knox was supposed to be a disgrace to the Reincarnated family. That was what everyone said. But where had that story even come from? Paracelsus recalled the battle atop the mountain. It had only lasted a few brief moments. Yet in that instant, Knox had clearly surpassed him in speed. He had never seen anyone move that fast, except for old man Celsus himself. The thought made his chest tighten. Maybe everything known about Knox had been carefully fabricated. Maybe the rumors about his character, his behavior, his weakness, they were all lies. Paracelsus rose, lay back down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, asking himself why any of this was necessary. Why would the Reincarnated family go so far as to hide such talent? In the end, he scoffed inwardly and told himself it didn't matter. Whoever stood in his way would be trampled, especially if it was some stinking aristocrat. The deep scars across his chest pulled slightly as he breathed. He closed his eyes, his expression calm. Sleep took him quickly, but it was not peaceful. In his dream, fragments of the past unfolded. A familiar man spoke to him, telling him that Empress Estate had gone mad and turned into a tyrant, shaking the very authority of the imperial family. Her daughter, Penelope, the benevolent princess, had risen to oppose the first prince in the political arena. To survive what was coming, he would have to choose a side. Paracelsus realized the man speaking was his teacher. He listened intently as the voice urged him to enter Elden Academy and decide where his blade would stand. That, above all else, was his true task. Sweat soaked into the sheets as he tossed and turned. The voice told him calmly that everything that could be taught had already been passed on. Then the dream shifted, dragging him into the moment he never wanted to remember. He saw his teacher's death again. Celsus smiled faintly and apologized, saying he would have to leave first. Paracelsus jolted awake, gasping for air. His breathing was heavy as he covered his face with his hands. The gloves he wore emitted a faint pink glow, pulsing softly in the darkness. He rubbed his neck with irritation, let out a long, weary sigh, and lay there in silence as the weight of the dream slowly settled in. Then he muttered that if the old man had truly left, then he should have gone properly, with an end that stayed buried. Rising to his feet, irritation flickering through his eyes, he demanded to know why a dead man was still tormenting him like this. That was when he realized Knox was standing right in front of him. Luna's sword was still pressed against his neck. A black screen flickered into existence, and her basic information unfolded before his eyes. Luna, female, 20 years old, human, lunar attribute, no recorded achievements. For innate bonuses surfaced next. Genius of the sword and battles, aggressive eye of reason, cold-blooded, and an unsettling fanaticism. Her limitations followed just as quickly. Cruel, berserk, diehard, fan-crazy. Her stats were impressive. 27 stamina, 24 mana, for luck, 25 willpower, and an equal amount of charm. 3 passive skills were listed: battle spirit, piercing gaze, intimidation, followed by her active techniques, moon sword master, and lunar burst. A system prompt warned him that part of her data remained sealed and would only be revealed as the story progressed. Knox's gaze sharpened. She was unmistakably one of the 3 pillars of the sword. At just 20 years old, she was already a monster, comparable to the finest knight masters alive. Her sword style wasn't something anyone could casually grasp. Yet, unlike black swordsmanship, which demanded becoming the head of a family to even touch its secrets, Luna's techniques would open to him the moment he earned her trust. Of course, that meant joining the sleepers and proving himself. Luna's voice cut through his thoughts as she demanded to know why the son of the great Rainhover family would willingly join a criminal organization. The system calmly informed him that first-level bleeding was now in effect. Ignoring the blood sliding down his neck, Knox answered without hesitation. He said he had come to destroy the Aram Empire. She started to respond, but her words stalled as Knox interrupted her, calmly asking whether she already knew the truth. That to destroy the Empire, the first target had to be Eldon Academy, the institution firmly under Imperial control. He placed a hand over his chest and smiled, his confidence unshaken, telling her that he was ready to act as her spy. Luna narrowed her eyes and asked if he truly believed he was capable of such a thing. Knox answered yes, without a shred of doubt. She stared at him for a long moment, disbelief flickering across her face, before finally lowering her sword. She remarked that he was clearly not the timid fool the rumors described. Then she asked him once more for his name. The young master reached up, brushing his fingers over the fresh wound on his neck, and calmly introduced himself. The moon was called Death. The man in the black cloak stepped forward at once and announced that he had arrived. Luna barely looked at him, as she told him it was time to prepare for the moon test. The man, Daff, bore terrible scars carved across his face. He bowed deeply toward Luna and swore that he would carry out her order without hesitation. Straightening up, he walked over to Knox and handed him a black robe, telling him to put it on and follow. Time passed quietly beneath the bright moon as they moved through a small forest. Knox glanced up at the sky, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Eventually, they reached a strange, ominous structure hidden among the trees. Daff stopped and explained that once Knox ascended the altar, he would have to kill every enemy that appeared. There was one condition above all others. He must not lose the cloak he had been given. Daff's speech was odd. His words came slowly, with a slight stutter, his voice low and unsettling, as if each sentence carried weight beyond its sound. Knox asked him why the cloak was so important. Daff replied that it was the only thing that would allow him to escape the Berserker's power. Pulling the black cloak around himself, Knox drew the hood over his head. In truth, he already understood why it mattered. The Berserk debuff was one of the most terrifying effects in the game, temporary explosive strength in exchange for sanity itself. Anyone exposed to the Blood Moon, without protection, would lose their mind. In other words, they would go berserk. As if responding to the thought, the moon overhead slowly turned crimson. Knox narrowed his eyes, piecing it together. There were two conditions to clear this test. First, resist the crimson moonlight to avoid falling into berserk madness. Second, survive the incoming tide of monsters. The original game never explained the exact method to pass this trial. It had been designed from the perspective of the protagonist, someone who never needed to touch the trials of a villainous organization. Because of that, almost no one truly knew how this test was meant to be cleared. But he didn't have the luxury of ignorance. He was obligated to survive. Knox smiled faintly. Luna stood nearby with her arms folded across her chest, watching him closely. She told him calmly that once the test was over, only two outcomes awaited him. Raising a single finger, she smiled coldly and explained that he would either earn the right to join the sleepers, or he would become just another corpse. The young master met her gaze and let out a low, satisfied chuckle, telling her that whether things were truly that simple would be revealed soon enough. With that, he followed Daff toward the altar. One of the sleepers stepped forward and unfurled a scroll, slicing his palm without hesitation. Blood dripped onto the stone floor, and beneath their feet, a strange seal flared to life. Pink light spread outward as the ground trembled. Daff glanced to the side, his scarred face tightening. Monsters were emerging everywhere. Knox saw them clearly. Coiling snakes, hulking bulls, and grotesque beasts with massive fangs. There were far too many. The sheer density of them made his chest tighten. Every single creature was at least a mid-rank chimera. This was not a level his current self should have been able to handle. The numbers alone were overwhelming, and that realization stopped his thoughts short. Then he moved. Knox lifted his hand, pulled back his hood, and without hesitation threw the black cloak aside. Crimson moonlight washed over his body. He smiled faintly, as if relieved, thinking that this trial had been designed precisely for him. Behind him, Luna frowned deeply. To her, it looked like he had truly lost his mind. The system's warning echoed immediately. The Blood Moon was imposing a negative berserk effect. His sanity was at risk. The young master's eyes widened as his body seemed to swell, as though his presence had doubled. He stared at his hands in shock while the system warned him that if his sanity was lost, it would not recover easily. Instead of fear, a smile spread across his face. His eyes glowed a vivid purple as another notification appeared. All primary indicators had increased by 1.5 times. His stamina surged to nearly 10. Mana climbed close to 14. Luck spiked to 10. Willpower rose to almost 17. His charm remained unchanged. The system confirmed the application of the berserk effect, noting that luck and charm were unaffected. Above them, the moon burned brighter, deeper red, and once again the system warned him that continued exposure could strip away his sanity entirely. Hidden statistics unfolded across the screen. Agility, 7. His skills followed: Genius Hour, Mid-Level Family Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition. Another line appeared beneath them: Cold and Unyielding. Remaining lifespan, due to terminal illness, 142 days. Status, Berserk. Luna watched him with disbelief, convinced he was a fool, perhaps truly insane. Knox, however, simply inhaled deeply, steadying himself, his smile never fading as the blood-red moon loomed overhead. Daft told the chief he still couldn't believe it. The young master had thrown away the cloak, as if he were throwing away his own life. Wasn't that madness? He hesitated, then asked if he should stop him. Luna answered without even turning her head. No. First of all, Knox was clearly not the kind of person who listened to others, and whether he lived or died meant nothing to most people anyway. Daft frowned, unease creeping into his voice. Knox was the son of the Manhwa family. His father was Theo, a man who disliked sleeping pieces on the board. If something happened here, wouldn't that give him a reason to stir up conflict? Luna smiled faintly and said that wouldn't happen. She would handle it. Then she looked back at the young master and calmly asked Daff if he truly believed Theo was the type of man overflowing with fatherly love. After a brief pause, he admitted that such a thing was impossible. Then we just watch, Luna said. Her gaze stayed fixed on Knox as she muttered that he was an idiot. Still, she added that he probably had a plan. Daff lowered his head and replied that he would do whatever she told him. At that moment, Knox's sword began to leak dark energy, thick and heavy, and a monster let out a piercing scream. The red dragon lunged at him in a blur, but Knox stepped in and cleaved straight through its body. Warm blood splashed across his face, and he smiled. In the next instant, it felt as if the entire world had been dyed scarlet. So this was it. This was exactly how the sleeper test had been described in the game. He steadied his breathing and focused, sensing his indicators spike sharply. And it didn't stop there. His body felt different, stronger, as if he had suddenly grown taller and broader. His shoulders stretched wider, power filling every inch of him. Knox was now unquestionably above all his peers. The remaining monsters shrieked and rushed him all at once. Knox opened his eyes wide, and a purple glow flared within them. After that, the slaughter became effortless. He cut them down, tore off heads, and sent bodies crashing to the ground. His clothes, hair, sword, even his face were drenched in blood. Yet the monsters didn't retreat. More beast-like creatures poured in, charging without fear. Knox lowered his stance, settling into a position that felt natural, perfect for killing. As he moved, a thought surfaced in his mind. Berserk, a negative status. One of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. A curse that appeared only under the blood moon. Knox smiled and held his petrol sword straight out in front of him, suddenly realizing that he had come here planning to use it from the very beginning. It had all hinged on a single trick. The system notified him that with 2 genius-level characteristics, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. Calmly, the young master reviewed his traits. Melee genius. Magic perception genius. Almost immediately, the system confirmed that the negative impact had been suppressed. Knox stared at the monsters and felt it sink in. This was the difference. Geniuses existed on an entirely different level. It wasn't fair. It wasn't honest. But he could afford to be unfair. In the next instant, he leapt forward and brought his sword down, declaring that he was activating the grim judgment technique. He crashed into the ground with crushing force, his blade tearing through the monsters as if they were nothing. Heads flew. Bodies collapsed. Luna and Daff stared in shock as the system announced that, thanks to the Black Flame Ring artifact, his life had been extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Knox laughed. No, he grinned like a madman. Turning toward the monsters, he shouted that if they were so jealous, they could go ahead and catch a fatal disease just like he had. His sword whirled again, carving through flesh and bone, and more monsters fell. Luna shouted something at him, but Knox didn't hear a word. It was too noisy, too loud. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then casually walked over and asked if the test hadn't already ended a few minutes ago. Luna, who had been watching the carnage, smiled and cheerfully told Daff that it seemed they had no choice but to accept Knox into their ranks. Daff stared, stunned, and muttered that there weren't many people on the entire continent with talent like his. Luna raised her voice and called out to Knox, telling him he had passed and needed to return. But the young master didn't stop. He sat astride a monster's corpse and continued driving his sword into it over and over. Luna's expression darkened as she asked whether he had been consumed by madness. Daff whispered that maybe they should kill him right now. Knox plunged his blade into the monster one last time, then stood and flicked his sword, sending blood spraying through the air. All around him, monster corpses lay piled across the ground, silent and broken. He walked up to the chief and calmly asked if he had passed the test. She told him that the test had already ended. Luna looked at him with clear fatigue in her eyes and muttered that Theo had raised a real monster. Daff nodded beside her and said there was no more accurate description than that. Knox smiled to himself, already certain of the result. He had passed. Luna's eyes widened slightly before she broke into a smile of her own, thinking that Knox was far more interesting than she had expected. She called Daff over. He bowed respectfully, then stepped forward and handed the young master a black robe. He told him to take it, explaining that it was the cape of a full-fledged sleeper. The system immediately notified Knox that he had obtained a new item. He smiled in satisfaction and glanced at his hands as another message appeared. He would receive a sleeper cloak. The data began downloading, and soon the basic information surfaced before his eyes. Cape of the sleeping member. An intermediate advanced item with no compatible attribute. It granted +1 point to willpower. The requirement was simple. Only members of the sleepers could wear it. But the special effects were what truly mattered. The Moonlight Oath was now available. Members of the sleepers would recognize one another by the design of the cape, woven from the web of black spiders. To outsiders, it would appear completely ordinary. The cape could reflect most weak negative effects. Another notification followed. Data for a new passive skill was being downloaded. Moments later, the information for Moonlight Oath appeared. An advanced level passive skill with no compatible attribute. Its effects would only activate while wearing the cape. When active, the user could see a faint, shining pattern on the cape, both on themselves and on other sleepers. No one else could see it. There was more. The skill had an additional effect tied to game time. After 800 hours, when day turned into night, its power would double. Knox smiled, genuinely pleased. This was cool. With the sleepers on his side and the passive blessing of Moonlight Oath, things were going to become much easier for him. It was a shame that it only worked at night. But even so, his attack power increased by nearly 1.5 times. That kind of boost was absurdly rare in a game. A prophetic dream. Knox checked his stats once more. His stamina hovered close to 7 points. Mana sat cleanly at 10. Luck matched it at 10 as well. His willpower had climbed to nearly 13, and his charm, almost 27. That one made him pause. He lingered on his willpower in particular, realizing it had risen again. Not bad. He had done an excellent job. Satisfied, he closed his eyes for a moment, then looked at Luna. She caught his gaze and raised a brow, asking if he had something to say since he was staring at her like that. Knox replied calmly. As far as he knew, very few newcomers had performed well in this test, which meant he was entitled to a suitable reward. Luna studied him for a brief moment, then smiled. She said he was handling things well, called him a brave newbie, and wondered out loud how long he could keep being this cocky. Then she turned to Daff and told him to bring that. Daff agreed without hesitation. He returned holding a white mask and handed it to Luna. She took it, then passed it to Knox. She explained that this was an artifact the sleepers had acquired recently. Lunar Shadow. The name said everything. It could create a shadow clone. The perfect tool for a spy. She asked him if he was satisfied now. Knox bowed slightly and said that he was more than pleased. Inside, he smiled. He had finally obtained the Lunar Shadow artifact. Just as the system notified him that a new artifact had been acquired, another message followed. A new player clone would be created. He needed to input its name, characteristics, and basic information. So this was it. This was exactly why he had chosen to contact the sleepers ahead of schedule for the sake of the plot. With this artifact, a complete clone of the player could be created. A second self. With it, he could exist as both villain and hero. The artifact made that contradiction possible. Knox accepted the mask and thanked Luna. She stopped him and told him to listen carefully. The sleepers were divided by rank. Excluding the captain and vice captain, there were only 5 ranks in total. The rest of the members were organized from first down to third. As a newcomer, Knox had been assigned the 3rd rank. Knox nodded and replied that he understood everything. Luna told him that he was free now, at least until a mission was assigned to him. Knox bowed respectfully. She watched him and said she hoped he wouldn't disappoint her. After that, Knox stepped toward the blue portal. As his figure faded, Luna turned to Daff and asked quietly if he didn't find Knox interesting. Daff nodded, rubbing his chin as he admitted that he still couldn't understand how the young master had endured the madness of the Blood Moon. Luna said she felt the same confusion. Anyone else would have collapsed in less than 5 minutes. Of course, a genius might last longer, but even geniuses wouldn't dare fight without protective equipment. That meant Knox was reckless enough to gamble with his own life. Daff agreed once more. Luna told him to keep a close eye on the young master. They needed to see what Knox was truly capable of, and what kind of trouble he would stir up next. At that moment, Knox emerged from the other side of the portal and made his way back to the tavern. Kieran was calmly wiping dishes when he looked up, smiled, and asked if Knox was actually insane. Knox replied honestly that he wasn't wrong. He smiled faintly, understanding what Kieran really meant. Why throw away a protective cloak when it could have cost him his life? The truth was simple. He hadn't risked anything at all. He possessed complete resistance to the berserk effect. 2 geniuses at once. Melee genius and magic perception genius. As far as Knox was concerned, that meant only one thing. He was the only person who could turn the Blood Moon into a bonus. Kieran shook his head and said he hoped it had been worth it. Knox asked calmly if Kieran needed anything from him. The man suddenly became serious and said it felt unfair that Knox hadn't introduced himself properly. Knox widened his eyes in surprise and asked what he meant. Kieran smiled and said that he had already given his name. But before he could finish, Knox immediately introduced himself and told him his name in return. He asked if they were even now. Kieran nodded and said yes. Then he added that they would see each other again. Knox walked toward the tavern's exit. Behind him, Kieran spoke once more, warning him that keeping up with the academy schedule would be difficult. And more than that, it probably wouldn't be easy for Knox to keep his true strength hidden for long. He quietly hoped Knox wouldn't draw too much attention to himself. After some time, Knox finally returned to the dorm, a faint sense of ease settling in as he thought about how smoothly everything had gone. He stepped into his room, only to find Jitri already there. She was clearly upset, her eyes sharp as she demanded to know why he had secretly left on the very first day, without saying a single word to her. The young master froze and instinctively touched his hair. There was blood in it. His heart skipped as he tried to recall the moment he left. Convinced Jitri had been fast asleep. He checked again, distracted, but the maid's displeasure only grew. She asked him pointedly if he was listening to her at all. Her voice rose as she reminded him, again, that he needed to restrain himself, no matter how ugly the rumors surrounding their family were. There was always a chance to rehabilitate his image. She emphasized that last word, almost hammering it into him. Knox shut his eyes awkwardly and let out a heavy sigh. Without another word, he began taking off his clothes and told her just forget it. Then, as if nothing had happened, he casually asked how her day had been. He added that, as far as he knew, even servants were put through training here. Jitri's eyes widened, and she rubbed her hands together. The anger drained from her face, replaced by something quieter. She looked down and said that nothing special had happened. But Knox watched her closely. He could tell that something had happened today. Rubbing his chin, he thought about the lessons meant for servants, especially those who were low-ranking yet noble by blood. It didn't take much imagination to realize that Jitri had become a target of ridicule. He wondered, briefly, if there was truly nothing that could be done. Then he reached out and placed a small bag in her hands, telling her she had to take it. If she ever ran into trouble during class, she was to open it without hesitation. Jitri stared at the bag with curiosity and asked what it was, but she stopped mid-sentence when the young master smiled. He told her she was only allowed to open it if something went wrong. Inside was an item that could help her, quite radically. Jitri looked up at him in surprise and asked if she really couldn't open it now. He shook his head and told her not to. The maid bowed deeply, saying she understood, and promised that if anything happened, she would definitely use it. The young master smiled again, calm and certain, and reminded her that if she ever found herself in trouble, she should never hesitate to use it. He asked her if she understood him, and she answered without hesitation that she did. The moment those words left her mouth, a notification rang out in his mind. The system informed him that he had successfully entered Allen Academy, and that the first part of the plot had been completed. Knox's eyes widened, genuine surprise flashing across his face. So it had finally happened. Another message surfaced immediately after. One unread message. The system politely asked if he wished to read it. The young master snorted inwardly and pressed his finger against the screen, thinking that of course he wanted to. The instant he did, a strange sensation rippled through him as the letter unfolded. The sender greeted him warmly, writing that if Knox was reading this, then he had successfully joined Allen Academy. The tone was calm, confident, as if there had never been any doubt. The sender said he knew Knox could handle this task without trouble and expressed his happiness over the outcome. As Knox read on, a chill crept up his spine. The words felt uncomfortably precise, as though the sender could see straight through him. Whoever this was, they knew him far too well. He continued. The letter said this was only the beginning of the trials. The sender acknowledged that Knox must have struggled up to now, but almost apologetically added that things would only become worse from here on out. No one else could endure what was coming. No one except him, because only Knox was destined to reach the true ending. The sender admitted it might sound irresponsible, but claimed he was genuinely trying to help in any way he could. Along with the letter, he had included a few gifts. Not many, he said, but hoped Knox would accept what was attached. Knox sat down slowly, exhaling through his nose. Once again, the letter explained everything and nothing at all. It only deepened the mystery. He needed to think this through carefully. There was a strong possibility that the sender of these letters wasn't a person at all, but something like a prophetic dream given form. The fact that this entity could influence events through the system itself, and even send items, only reinforced his suspicion. If that was true, then there was only one thing he could do. He had to focus on completing the story. Whatever the truth was, it was directly tied to the memories he had lost. The young master sighed and muttered that there was no point dwelling on something he couldn't decide yet. His gaze shifted back to the glowing letter icon on the screen. If nothing else, he might as well see what kind of gift this mysterious sender had left him. With a single press, Knox summoned his character's inventory onto the screen. Suddenly, His eyes flew open in shock as several names appeared on the screen. Theo, Alan, Hars, Talia. His breath caught, and he muttered that if he was understanding this correctly, only to cut himself off as his finger instinctively pressed the name Talia. In an instant, multiple screens unfolded before him, layers of information stacking one after another. Alongside them, the basic details of Knox's father surfaced as well. Knox let out a low laugh, genuinely impressed. This ability was absurdly powerful. Normally, to read someone's characteristics through vision, he needed to be looking directly at them. But this was different, completely different. Now, at any moment, he could pull up the stats of anyone he had already met. He smiled faintly and murmured that a gift like this could really only be sent by that kind of existence. Then his expression stiffened. He leaned closer to the screen, brows knitting together, and muttered that Theo was a complete madman. His stamina had risen again, by nearly half a point. Knox stared at the number, stunned. Was he still growing even now, despite already being a pillar of the Sword Empire? After a brief pause, Knox exhaled and forced himself to calm down. It didn't matter. While watching Theo's absurd stat growth, he realized something far more important. He turned toward the mirror and saw his current self reflected there, overlapping eerily with memories of his body from the past world. That was when it hit him. This world only looked like a game. It wasn't actually one. Knox clicked his tongue in irritation and muttered that this just made everything more complicated. Shifting his attention, he picked up the scroll and felt a small sense of relief. At least the class selection had gone smoothly. Written clearly on the scroll was a list of courses he was required to attend: martial arts, magical techniques, the history of the Arkham Empire, and horse riding. The next morning, the academy buzzed with activity as students filled the halls. Jitri stepped into the room, and instantly, she felt it. Apprentice maids were everywhere, and their eyes followed her with barely concealed mockery. A girl with short red hair tilted her head and asked her friend if that was really her. Jitri's eyes widened slightly, but the whispers didn't stop. The red-haired girl asked if she was from the Luo family, the one that had fallen to commoner status. Jitri's chest tightened as murmurs spread around her, every word scraping against her nerves. A dark-haired maid chimed in, saying it was definitely her. She scoffed, adding that she couldn't even imagine how shameless someone had to be to follow her master all the way to Lane Academy. The girl with red hair laughed openly and said that if she were Jitri, she'd be too ashamed to even show her face in public. Her friend sneered and said that Jitri was probably trying to seduce an aristocrat so she could live a beautiful life. The group grinned openly as their gazes settled on her. The red-haired girl tilted her head and remarked that with a face like Jitri's, it was entirely possible. Another maid chimed in, saying that Jitri was, after all, the personal maid of the black sheep of the Rienhoer family. She had heard that Knox was quite lustful himself, and that Jitri was more than happy to take advantage of that fact. Laughter rippled through the group. They said it was obvious. The red-haired girl nodded along, clearly enjoying herself. She casually asked where Jitri's relatives were from, then laughed it off before anyone could answer, saying it didn't matter anyway. It was probably some forgotten backwater, not even worth worrying about. Jitri clenched her hands at her sides. She told herself she could endure countless insults. This was the fate of a fallen noble, after all. But there was one line they should never cross. They should not tarnish the reputation of young Master Knox. Her brows furrowed, and after a brief hesitation, she stepped forward. In a calm, polite voice, she asked if they could speak for a moment. The girl looked at her with open hostility. Before she could respond, another maid with long hair nudged her aside and looked Jitri up and down. She asked mockingly if Jitri really thought she had the right to talk to them. Then she smiled proudly and introduced herself. She was the daughter of a count, her name Jel, from the illustrious Flores family that served Lord Gon. Jel crossed her arms smugly and asked Jitri if she truly believed someone like her would spare even a minute for a pathetic commoner. Jitri met her gaze and said quietly that she had heard them spreading baseless rumors about her master. Jel burst into a grin and asked what Jitri planned to do about it. Was it really her fault that Knox had so many bad rumors surrounding him? The other maids laughed again. Jel waved her hand dismissively and told Jitri that if she was hoping for an apology, she could forget it. It was never going to happen. Jitri looked at her seriously, a calm clarity settling in her eyes. In that moment, she understood that her master Knox had been right. In this academy, status came before everything else. Slowly, she reached in her pocket and took out the small bag Knox had given her. She thought that there was nothing more she could do here. Then she opened it. In the next instant, a tiny Knox appeared right beside her. Jitri's eyes widened as the hologram of her master appeared in midair. Before she could even react, JL let out a sharp scream, accusing Jitri of trying to scare her. Everyone froze, staring in disbelief, while Jitri turned toward the floating image with a confused look. Knox calmly introduced himself, his voice carrying clearly as he said he didn't really know what was going on here, but that it didn't matter. His gaze swept over the maids, sharp and displeased, and he stated coldly that if Jitri had called him, then there could only be one reason. He raised his finger and pointed straight at JL, adding that whether it was her alone or all of them together made no difference. He didn't even finish the sentence before JL stared at him in terror and shakily asked if he was really from the Reincarnated family. Knox smiled, dark and ominous, and told them all that they were in serious trouble. He said he would rip their heads off and send them back to their families in boxes. Then, just like that, the hologram vanished. Jitri remained silent, standing still as if rooted to the spot. A moment later, she fell into a daze, realizing just how radical her master's decision had been. JL, meanwhile, had turned deathly pale. Her legs gave out, and she dropped to the floor, bowing deeply in front of Jitri. In a trembling voice, she awkwardly asked her name. Jitri let out a heavy sigh and told her. That single sigh sent JL spiraling into even deeper fear. She convinced herself that this alone was enough to doom her. The Reincarnated family would surely wipe out her entire household. She began apologizing loudly, over and over, saying she had lost her mind and swearing that it would never happen again. She begged for forgiveness repeatedly. The other maids could only stare at JL in shock. Jitri, too, was surprised. She hadn't expected this method to work so effectively. At the same time, she knew this would only add fuel to the already ugly rumors surrounding Knox. She glanced to the side and quietly wondered what he was thinking. Without another word, she walked past JL. Everyone instinctively stepped aside, watching her with fear in their eyes. Sometime later, under a gray sky where the sun refused to shine, Jitri walked down the street beside Knox. She looked at him worriedly and asked if he was really okay. The young master looked visibly tired. She pointed out the dark circles under his eyes. Knox rubbed his eye with a finger and said it was fine. Jitri frowned, gazing at him with concern. Knox, meanwhile, thought to himself that after everything, he had barely managed to sort out his class choices. He let out a tired sigh when a young man suddenly stepped into their path, forcing everyone to halt. The man wore a clean white shirt beneath brown overalls, with a matching brown headdress pulled low. He smiled warmly, removed his hat, and bowed deeply toward Knox, calling him by name as if they were already acquainted. Knox paused and asked who he was. The young man bowed again, even deeper this time, and said he would properly introduce himself. His name was Rick, the loyal servant of Mrs. Lair. Rick straightened with a pleased smile and said it was an honor to finally meet him. Knox repeated the name slowly, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he frowned, trying to grasp what was happening. At that moment, the system warned him that he was about to be shocked. The master acting skill instantly activated, wiping away the effect before it could show. Knox realized within seconds that this small, polite-looking man was extremely dangerous. This was Rick, the deceitful one, a true servant of the devil. In the next few arcs of the main story, this man would betray both the rival faction and the trading company, pushing the plot forward. He even worshipped the devil and would eventually betray Eleanor as well. Knox looked down at him with open arrogance, thinking that the saying, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," was complete nonsense. In the prophetic dream that passed for a game, Rick was absolute trash, someone you never, ever got involved with. Rick then produced a small blue box and said that Alina had asked him to deliver a gift to the young master. He claimed it was an extremely valuable heart-type effect. He extended the box forward. Knox narrowed his eyes and coldly told him to leave at once. His expression was serious. Of course, he was curious about what kind of artifact it was, but this felt like a poison apple, something he could never accept. Rick froze in surprise and asked what he meant. Knox's eyes widened as his hand closed around the hilt of his sword, and he calmly asked if Rick really needed him to repeat himself. Jitri stiffened, staring in shock as her master gripped his weapon. Rick's face drained of color, and Knox stared at him with naked hatred. He was just about to draw his sword when the servant Eleanor began trembling in terror. Knox clicked his tongue, turned sharply, and walked away in the opposite direction. Jitri bowed once toward Rick and immediately hurried after her master, calling out for him to wait. Catching up, she told him that his body was still weak and that he needed to be careful, otherwise he might collapse. Knox glanced at her and asked if she truly thought he was that pathetic. Her mind instantly replayed the image of the young master lying helplessly in bed, sick and feverish. She reminded him that he had only recently suffered from chills and a cold, and with his hands always so cold to the touch, she felt that even someone weaker than him deserved concern. The young master smiled awkwardly and admitted that she was right, but reassured her that he would be fine. They would live, not die. Jitri nodded, yet her gaze lowered slightly as she spoke with a hint of sadness, telling him that things were still not easy for him. Trouble always seemed to gather around him. Knox looked at her in surprise, then let out a sigh and said there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was popular. She shot him a brief sideways glance, thinking that to her, Knox was not only a master, but also the man who had saved her life. Jitri herself carried a devotion bonus toward her master, and being separated from him for too long felt like a burden she could hardly bear. As they continued walking, The maid hesitated before asking why he had treated that young man so harshly earlier. Knox asked if she meant Rick. Gietri nodded with concern and said that it felt as if he had suddenly gone berserk for no reason. He placed a hand on her shoulder and told her to listen carefully. No matter what happened, she must never let Rick get close to her. Nothing good would come from that man. Gietri thought of Alina and initially assumed it might be because of their strained relationship, but then she realized Knox would have acted differently if that were the case. There was clearly a more serious reason. She bowed deeply and said she understood and would stay away from Rick. The young master accepted her response and continued forward, thinking that given what was about to unfold in the near future, it would be wiser to keep his distance from Alina as well. Otherwise, he would only draw more unnecessary attention to himself, and caution was needed. Before long, they arrived at a large hall inside the academy, where several students were already seated. The place looked undeniably luxurious. The students were already seated on long benches, while a man stood alone at the center of the hall. Knox frowned, his thoughts drifting back to his recent conversation with Gietri. He couldn't help but wonder why every bit of adversity seemed to land squarely on his head. A gray-haired man with a mustache and glasses cleared his throat, then announced loudly that starting today, everyone would have to form a team. These teams would grow together and face various tests over the course of the next year. For a team to succeed, the most important thing was simple. They had to know each other well. The young master realized he had celebrated far too early. He rested his head against his hand and stared forward without emotion. In a single-player game, lacking friends was never an issue, but this was different. The gray-haired man continued, explaining that those who already got along could form teams of 4. He gave them 5 minutes. Knox closed his eyes, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. For an outsider like him, forming a team was nearly impossible. He raised his hand and calmly asked what would happen if someone failed to assemble a team. The man replied that such a student would receive no grade and would not be allowed to retake the course. Fixing Knox with a serious stare, he added that this was not something a person could do alone and asked if he understood. Knox nodded, already thinking that he was about to fail from the very start. Eldon was hard enough to graduate from, and failing even a single subject meant a straight path to expulsion. That was something he absolutely could not allow. Around him, students began forming groups. One boy asked the princess if he could join her team, and Edna replied that she also wanted Penelope with him. A black-haired student approached Paracelsus, saying his skills had impressed him and asking to team up. A girl invited Layan to join their group, his black hair and green eyes giving him an almost innocent look. Knox covered his face with both hands and stared down at the desk, thinking that there had to be a way to secure a team, even for someone like him. Nearby, a blonde student asked Alina if she wanted to join them, adding that despite appearances, he was actually quite strong. The short-haired guy smiled and said that Alina was already on his team. He even added that in exchange, he could offer her a contract for his family's products. Alina didn't even slow her steps. She walked straight past him and stopped in front of Knox instead. Calling him by name, she smiled and casually asked if he truly disliked her gift that much. Knox said nothing. She tilted her head and told him she had another proposal, claiming she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked what she meant. Alina smiled, brushed her hair back with one hand, and said she would take him into her team. He frowned, thinking her tone was wildly arrogant, but the thought didn't even finish before he realized that in the end, they were destined to be on the same team anyway. Before he could reflect further, Talia ran over to them. She bluntly told Knox that she wanted to join his team as well. Knox felt a headache coming on as he realized another troublesome girl would be added to the mix. Talia grew embarrassed under his gaze and looked away. He understood her reaction. In the game, Talia was a good character. Whether she truly liked him or not, he was still her fiancé. She couldn't stay indifferent and wanted to help the lonely outcast. Knox frowned and muttered that this was unsettling. Alina rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said this turn of events was very unexpected. Irritated, the young master asked what she was trying to say. She grinned and replied that the funny part was how even someone like him had friends. Knox fell silent, then thought that given what he had told her back when they were children, her reaction made sense. Still, he couldn't understand why her words irritated him so deeply. Talia asked in a small, timid voice if he would accept her into his team. Alina smiled and asked if they didn't need one more member anyway. Knox replied calmly that she was acting as if his opinion actually mattered. Alina smiled again and asked if he really had a choice. He shot her a sharp sideways glance and admitted that she was annoyingly perceptive. In his thoughts, he agreed with Elelaner. To recover his memories, he had to continue studying at the academy. He needed good grades, because right from the first major arc of the plot, he had to rank among the top 10 students. After that, he would have to face an archdemon. This would be the first time he played the roles of villain and hero at the same time. While the students around them chatted happily, a brown-haired boy with freckles suddenly approached and greeted them with a nervous smile. His name was Paul. He said he was glad to be joining their team. Knox's gaze drifted to the black screen, and he quietly thought that he had gotten lucky. The final member of their team was an ordinary person. Paul's basic information appeared clearly. Male, 15 years old, human. No notable attributes or achievements. His bonuses were survivalist, efficient, devout, and physically prepared for hardship. His stats were painfully average: 4 stamina, 3 mana, 2 willpower, and 10 charm. At first glance, nothing stood out. Then Knox noticed something unusual. Paul possessed an active skill, a one-time blessing, with no passive abilities at all. Knox smiled faintly. His stats were awful, but that didn't matter. Blessing was one of the strongest abilities in the game. Prophetic Dream, a skill capable of fully revealing the hidden potential of whoever it was used on. The screen slowly faded, and Knox muttered to himself that Paul would never be able to activate it anyway. He studied him with narrowed eyes, finding it strange. How could someone like this exist in the academy? Someone carrying a gift so rare that it was usually reserved for saints of the monastery. He shook the thought away. This wasn't the time to dwell on nonsense. Paul smiled again and said he was looking forward to working together. Alina returned the smile, introduced herself, and said she hoped everyone was prepared to cooperate. Talia blushed slightly as she shared her name too, adding that she was happy to be part of the team. Knox then looked calmly at Paul and asked if that was all for his introduction. He said he only hoped Paul wouldn't become a burden and could at least manage something on his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired man slammed his palm against the table, drawing everyone's attention. He announced that all teams had been successfully formed and wished them luck for the coming week. He added that the team compositions would remain fixed for the entire semester and could not be changed. With that, he dismissed them all and told them they were free to go. Knox snapped and called him an old fool without holding back. Talia flinched and hurriedly told him that he'd said it way too loudly. The young master didn't deny it. In fact, he said he'd done it on purpose. He wanted the man to hear every word. She frowned and warned him that cursing a professor like that wasn't a good idea, but Knox didn't even slow down. He walked toward the exit and told her he didn't care. He was part of the team now, so the professor had no right to bark at him like that. He shoved the door open to leave the hall, but Talia suddenly called out to him. She glanced to the side and casually asked what classes he had added to his schedule. She quickly added that she didn't have any ulterior motives. Knox paused for a moment, genuinely surprised that she was asking so openly. He stepped outside anyway, and she followed him. Talia stretched out her hand toward him and said she was just curious, nothing more. Knox raised his finger and lightly tapped her forehead, asking if she truly wanted to know which subjects were the easiest to score full marks in. Did she really think he would just hand over that kind of information? Talia's eyes widened as she asked what he meant, insisting that wasn't the issue at all. Knox, however, was already convinced. She couldn't fool him, and there was no chance he'd tell her something like that. Time passed, and evening eventually settled in. They arrived at the academy's 4th sector, a place overflowing with shops and goods. Knox walked through the streets wearing a long black cloak, while Jitri remarked that this was exactly what one should expect from Eldon. Studying here demanded enormous investment. She flipped through a small notebook and explained that he'd need textbooks, equipment, and countless notebooks. Only then did she truly understand why commoners never lasted long at the academy. It wasn't talent that stopped them. It was money. The young master calmly inspected the potions displayed on the counter. He picked up 2 small bottles and told her that the struggles of ordinary people didn't concern him. As he stared at a jar of potion, he thought that anyone talented enough to belong in the academy would naturally attract sponsors, even if they were commoner, so long as their talent wasn't something worthless. Jitri handed over a bag of money to the saleswoman, and Knox felt certain that finances would never become an obstacle for him. Then, out of nowhere, a harsh voice rang out. A man was shouting, calling someone a dirty brat, and ordering him to get out at once. Jitri tensed and quietly told the young master that things were starting to get noisy. Knox replied calmly that any place where people gather is bound to be noisy. When money, pride, and strangers mix together, anything can happen. She just needed to ignore it. Then his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the crowd, he spotted a man wearing a burgundy coat. His eyes widened slightly as he muttered, "That's the man," but his words cut off when the guy spat onto the asphalt and jabbed his finger forward, rudely telling someone to get out if he wasn't going to buy anything. He sneered and asked why a poor man was blocking the path of people who actually had money. Knox immediately recognized him. The son of one of the 3 families with the darkness attribute. The young heir of the Marva family, Leon von Marvis. Yet Knox wasn't really watching the tall man in the burgundy coat. His attention was fixed on Leon, who was quietly holding a jar of potion in his hands. The young master narrowed his eyes, thinking that Leon might truly be facing financial trouble now that his family had recently gone bankrupt. Still, Leon didn't look flustered at all. Knox frowned slightly, convinced that he would simply ignore the provocation and move on. Jitri glanced at him in surprise when Leon suddenly bowed his head and apologized, saying he was only trying to shop wisely. The man scoffed, his anger flaring, and demanded to know what was wise about picking up and putting down the same items over and over again. He waved his hand irritably, told Leon to stop talking nonsense, and stormed off while muttering that Elaine's standards had fallen so low that they were recruiting beggars now. Leon lowered his head for a brief moment. Then he slowly raised it. His eyes glowed a vivid green as energy surged beneath his feet. He asked coldly what kind of poor people the man thought he was talking about. Green mana swirled around Leon, thick and ominous, sending a chill through the air. The book in his hands lifted into the air, hovering as if pulled by an unseen force. He extended his hand, and clots of condensed energy began spinning around him. Leon's voice rang out, steady but filled with suppressed fury. His family might be facing difficulties, but he would never forgive such insults directed at the Marva family. Knox and the maid stared in shock. His heart sank. This was bad, very bad. He broke into a run, panic flashing across his face. No matter how angry someone was, this was something that should never be done. Leon was seriously about to use mana in front of the entire fourth sector. At the same time, black magic skeletons wielding swords emerged around Leon. He was controlling them effortlessly, and green, ominous energy flooded the area. Jitri shouted her master's name in panic, her voice sharp with worry as she asked him what he was doing. The young master clicked his tongue and called Leon an idiot, saying the guy was completely insane. You could see it clearly in his eyes. Someone like that needed to be stopped before things went too far. Jitri hesitated and asked if he could really tell all that just by looking in his eyes. Knox answered without a shred of doubt. He knew exactly what he was talking about. She just had to believe him. Jitri's eyes widened, still unable to fully process it. The man in the burgundy coat backed away in fear and asked Leon if he had lost his mind. Did he even understand what he was doing? He frowned and started to protest, shouting, "How dare!" But his words were cut short. Knox stepped forward coldly and told him to back away. He should leave now, while they were still asking nicely. The young master stood in front of him with a black sword in his hand, dark purple energy wrapping around his body like a living shadow. His voice was calm, but deadly as he told the man to leave if he didn't want to die. The man shouted back, demanding to know what he meant. He called Knox an idiot and asked how he dared stand in his way. Did he even know who he was talking to? Knox reached up, grunted softly, and pulled back his hood. Then he asked in a low voice if the man knew who was standing in front of him. The crowd froze. Eyes widened all around as shock rippled through the fourth sector. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos, Emma stared at Talia in confusion. Talia asked if she truly believed that even though she was now on the same team as Knox, he still had a reason for hiding his schedule from her. She gazed out the window and wondered aloud if it was just puberty, if he was simply too shy around her. Then she turned sharply and demanded to know what Emma thought. Talia raised her voice, insisting on an answer. Emma stiffened, clearly nervous. Talia's expression darkened with frustration. The maid awkwardly asked how her mistress could possibly know what was going on inside Knox's head, and gently suggested that she calm down a little. Talia glanced to the side and said she was trying her best to act mature. She no longer judged people by appearances alone. She had done everything she could to win back Knox's favor. But and before she could finish the thought, she began rubbing her hands together awkwardly. Emma watched her with concern, worry clearly written on her face. Emma thought that at this rate her mistress would keep turning this over in her mind for weeks. If she had known how things would spiral, she never would have defended that idiot back then. Her thoughts drifted to the day they were riding in the carriage, when Talia had suddenly asked why her fiancé was so cold toward her. Emma had answered casually, saying she thought he was just going through puberty. Talia had stared at her in surprise and asked what she meant. Putting on a knowing expression, the maid explained that boys his age often behaved like that. They acted rude, distant, and pretended to be untouchable. Talia had been pleased with the explanation and smiled brightly. Looking back, Emma felt that everything had started right at that moment. That was when Talia began developing feelings for Knox. Back then, Emma had no idea what those feelings would eventually grow into. She rubbed her chin helplessly, wondering if she shouldn't have spoken so thoughtlessly. Now it was obvious that Talia liked Knox. Realizing this, Emma hesitated and awkwardly added that she wasn't sure that was truly the reason for Mr. Knox's behavior. Talia looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. Emma carefully explained that since he was already her fiancé, perhaps he was trying to draw a clear line between his personal life and his success at the academy. Talia suddenly grabbed her hand and called her name with excitement. She laughed and told her that it seemed the maid was actually good at relationships. Emma hesitated and asked if she really thought so. Talia blushed happily and said that she sounded very authoritative just now, and from now on, she would only come to her for advice. Emma looked at her mistress's joyful expression and silently apologized to her, thinking about the fact that she herself had never actually been in a relationship. A helpless smile spread across her face. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Both of them turned toward the sound. Emma spoke first, telling the visitor that the maid of the selling family was ready to hear him, but he would need to state the purpose of his visit. The door opened, and Alina stepped inside. She greeted them politely with a smile and introduced herself to the maid, explaining that she was a member of Talia's team in the battle magic class. She said she wanted to speak with the madam. Emma looked at her with clear fatigue, which made Talia call out to her in confusion. The maid frowned slightly and told Alina that without an appointment, it would be better to first arrange a proper meeting with the mistress. Alina simply smiled and said Knox's name. That single word made both of them tense. Alina calmly explained that she wanted to talk to Talia about Knox. A few minutes later, Talia and Alina moved into another room. Alina greeted her again, saying she was glad to see her. It was already the second time today. Her smile looked stiff, almost forced, and Talia couldn't help but feel uneasy as she watched her. At the same moment, Knox asked the man if he needed to introduce himself. The guy's eyes flew open in shock. Silver hair, purple eyes. There was no mistaking it. Fear spread through the crowd as people stared at Knox, realizing who he was. The man stammered and asked if he was really the Rian who had entered the academy this year. Knox replied calmly that he didn't like repeating himself. The man immediately apologized, saying he hadn't recognized him because of the hooded cloak. He tried to explain further, but his words died in his throat when the young master's gaze turned cold. Knox told him to get out before he lost his temper. The man froze, trembling, and Knox asked loudly if he really wanted to force him to say it a third time. That was enough. The man spun around and ran, shouting over his shoulder that he would leave at once. Leon watched him go, then turned to Knox and said that he hadn't finished speaking with him. Before anyone could react, a skeleton wrapped in green energy opened its jaw and charged forward. Knox raised his hand, and a dense cloud of purple energy formed in his palm, spinning like a compressed sphere. He asked calmly if black magic was really necessary, just to have a conversation. Then he shoved the energy ball straight into the skeleton's mouth. The skull exploded into fragments. Gasps echoed through the area as people stared in disbelief. Knox turned his eyes to Leon and told him flatly that he was almost openly inviting the Imperial family to arrest him. Leon's eyes widened in horror as realization struck. He cried out that Knox was right. Using magic before coming of age was strictly forbidden by law. He glanced at his palm and admitted that he had completely forgotten about it. With those words, the lingering green energy dispersed into nothingness. Leon immediately bowed his head toward Knox, apologizing sincerely and saying that Knox had helped him far more than he ever expected. Knox reached into his clothes, pulled out a small pouch, and tossed it over. He told Leon that since he already understood everything, he could buy whatever he needed and then leave. If money became an issue, he could just use that. Leon opened the bag, and his eyes widened. Inside were numerous gold coins, each one faintly glowing. Still stunned, he asked the young master why he was helping him at all, adding calmly that if this was meant to turn him into a debtor, it wouldn't work. Knox shrugged it off, saying that something like this didn't really affect his circumstances. He didn't deny that he might have other intentions, but he didn't bother explaining them either. Leon stared at him for a moment before letting out a quiet chuckle, saying that he understood. He extended his hand, and a green magic seal appeared in midair, drawing the remaining skeletons into it one by one. As Leon stepped closer, he glanced at the gold coin and remarked that he assumed it was payment for keeping quiet about what he had sensed, the unique necromantic power belonging only to the Manhwa family. The coin glowed brighter in his hand, rising into the air as green energy wrapped around it under his control. Leon said calmly that he wasn't satisfied with a deal like that. Closing his eyes, he asked Knox where he had obtained the power of his family. Elsewhere, Alina and Talia sat together, quietly sipping tea. Knox's fiancée mentioned that she wanted to talk about something. Alina watched her expressions closely, sensing that her reaction was different from what she had expected. Talia appeared unusually calm, gazing off to the side as if lost in thought, and Alina briefly wondered whether Knox might have feelings for her after all. The thought made her smile faintly before she dismissed it. For someone like him, an engagement was nothing more than a burden. It was better to be honest. With a slight smile, Alina told Talia that Knox was a dangerous person. First of all, he was the son of a family that stood as one of the very pillars of darkness. Secondly, no one could deny the sheer number of ugly rumors surrounding his strange behavior. Alina calmly lifted her cup and took a slow sip of tea. Talia lowered her gaze before speaking, saying that she didn't think Knox was such a bad person. Her tone was serious, almost stubborn. Alina frowned slightly at that, irritation flickering as memories of her childhood meeting with the young master surfaced. She closed her eyes for a moment and replied, evenly, that not everyone would share that opinion. To Alina, Talia felt strange. She couldn't understand why such an honest and straightforward girl would care for so-called worthless Knox. When she looked at her more closely, she sensed something sharp in Talia's eyes, an unmistakable dislike directed straight at her. Talia said she preferred to speak plainly. The young master had his flaws, she admitted, but he wasn't the kind of person who would commit something truly terrible. People misunderstood him because he was cold and distant, but that was only the surface. That was what Talia believed. Alina's expression darkened. She said she had heard they were engaged, which explained Talia's protectiveness. Setting her cup down, she added that aristocratic engagements were fragile things, easily broken. Talia's face tightened, and she raised her voice, saying that wasn't the reason she believed in Knox. Alina smiled faintly, her eyes cold, and replied that people didn't change so easily. Knox's fiancée answered calmly that maybe that was true, but there was one thing Alina couldn't deny. It was Knox who had saved her life. If he hadn't been there, she might have died. Talia added quietly that she was sure Alina understood that already. Alina's eyes widened slightly, and Knox's fiancé asked her why she seemed so hostile toward him. Alina frowned, then relaxed into a polite smile, saying it seemed she had spoken too much. She stood up and said it was time to end the conversation, thanking Talia for her time. Knox's fiancé returned the farewell. Alina left the room and walked into the yard below. Rick called out to her with a smile, asking if the conversation hadn't gone well. Alina looked down and asked him what he thought was the most important quality for a merchant. Rick smiled and answered without hesitation that it was a sharp eye and awareness of one's surroundings. She frowned slightly, thinking that it was precisely that attentiveness that had earned her the nickname of Money Fox and made her a rising star in the world of finance. She briefly wondered if Knox had truly changed, but the thought was dismissed almost immediately. To Alina, it was nonsense. She frowned, almost pitifully, and said out loud that after so many years, such a thing simply couldn't be true. At the same time, Knox and Leyen remained in the Academy's fourth sector. The son of the Maris clan looked terrifying as black and green energy poured out of him. He shouted at everyone nearby to leave at once. Knox stared at him in confusion as panic erupted, people screaming while they fled in every direction. Green energy flooded the air, and a dark barrier slowly formed around the area. The young master scanned his surroundings and asked quietly if this was truly barrier magic. He could feel it. Things were escalating. No matter how desperate Leyen might be for money, he would never tolerate a stranger meddling with his family's ancestral power. A gold coin floated above Leyen's palm as he told Knox that he should have brought something far more meaningful to the table if he wanted to negotiate. The young master chuckled and asked if that meant Leyen had something else in mind. He added calmly that this matter involved his family, and because of that, nothing offered in return would ever be enough. Leyen's gaze sharpened as he replied that Knox was speaking as if he knew him well. Knox called him by name and pointed out that his family once stood as high as the Rainhover family itself. They were powerful, so powerful. But he stopped mid-sentence as green energy surged between them. Leyen interrupted coldly, saying he didn't like how Knox spoke of it in the past tense. Knox replied evenly that Leyen already knew the truth, that things were no longer going well for his family. He uttered a single word, Sylvester's, and Leyen reacted instantly, his expression twisting. The young master continued, explaining that those people were orchestrating a turf war, planning to overthrow the head of the Marva's clan and carve up most of their lands. Leyen clenched his teeth, then slowly forced himself to calm down. He accused Knox of trying to sound more informed than he was, and asked whether he was deliberately appealing to his thirst for revenge. Knox smiled faintly and let out a quiet chuckle, asking what he was even talking about. He said such thoughts were ridiculous, and that he had no intention of provoking him like that. Still, he admitted one thing clearly. He wanted Leyen's family to return to its former glory. In addition, the new head of the family would protect what rightfully belonged to them, and the Marva family would rise to the top once more. The young master smiled as he asked if this wasn't exactly what Leon desired. Leon admitted that it didn't sound bad at all, and said that Knox truly seemed to understand him. Then he raised a finger and pointed it at him, steering the conversation back to the real issue, how Knox had acquired the power of the Marva clan in the first place. Knox answered calmly that it had been an accident, and that he had only recently discovered it was the unique power of Leon's family. Leon glanced to the side before saying that he believed him. The young master looked genuinely surprised, and asked if that was really it, if he wasn't going to ask anything else. Leon's expression softened with a hint of sadness as he replied that he had already heard what he needed to know. Knox frowned, realization settling in. From the very beginning, Leon hadn't been interested in how the Marva family's power reached him. What he truly wanted to know was how much Knox understood about him, and why he had chosen to step into this conflict at all. As that thought became clear, the black barrier surrounding them slowly dissolved. The young master told Leon that he was glad to have received his answers. The son of the Marva clan thanked him sincerely and said that he would repay this favor someday, though not with money. Knox simply turned away and walked back toward Jitri, telling him to forget about it, as he hadn't expected anything in return anyway. The following day greeted them with clear skies and bright sunlight. Inside a luxurious building adorned with golden accents, Knox crossed a small bridge, the surroundings frozen solid in layers of ice. Noah sat before him on a throne of ice, her presence calm and distant. He thought of her as his lifeline, the light at the end of the tunnel, his quiet island of peace. It was time to enhance his genius hour skill. A smile curved his lips, his eyes glowing faintly as he reflected that among all the dazzling skills in the game, Prophetic Dream stood above the rest. It was an existence beyond balance, an addition that changed everything. He remembered a moment from his past life, sitting in front of a computer screen when an inscription appeared, announcing that he had cleared the Prophetic Dream game mode for the first time. Because of that, a hidden skill had been unlocked. Now, Genius Hour was finally available to his character. Of course, it could only be used by someone who possessed 2 active genius stats. As he looked at Noah, he realized that when he first bought the game, he had only liked it casually. He never imagined what kind of expansion awaited him. If he hadn't made the right choices back then, he would have died countless times by now. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Knox smiled, though a faint sense of panic lingered beneath the surface. The dean sat there, leisurely licking a large lollipop, smiling as she praised him for doing exceptionally well on the test. She asked him teasingly whether his family had been secretly raising a monster like him. The young master walked closer and said he couldn't believe she was calling him a monster right to his face, asking if that wasn't going a bit too far. Noah only smiled and asked whether she was wrong. She lowered her leg, and blue energy formed beneath it. The dean questioned how else she was supposed to explain the way he had calmly fought an ice troll. Her presence grew oppressive, a strange magical seal appearing around her as parts of her face slowly turned to ice. She asked him if it really made sense to call someone with such talent trash. Noah studied him carefully, then said something that surprised even her. She wondered aloud if the Sword Emperor himself had failed to notice Knox's talent, adding with a smile that such a thing simply couldn't be true. Knox frowned inwardly, sensing that she was beginning to suspect something, though that wasn't unexpected. After all, the original Knox had truly been a nobody. A system notification informed him that the master acting skill had been activated. He lifted his gaze confidently, smiling as if unconcerned with her assumptions. Another notification followed, telling him that the shock effect had been removed. The young master asked why she cared so much about what he used to be. Noah admitted that he had a point, but said his talent was simply too exciting. Her smile turned sharp and dangerous as she leaned forward, telling him that she was so thrilled by it that she wanted to make him hers. Knox calmly told her that she was clearly thinking about the wrong thing, so he decided to pretend he hadn't heard it at all. Then he casually brought up how he passed the test, mentioning that he had seen her watching him while disguised as a student. The young master smiled to himself, looking completely at ease. She paused, then asked if he had really noticed. A scroll suddenly appeared above her palm, hovering quietly in the air. She told him she wanted to see just how much more he was hiding from her. Knox smiled again, already sensing that this was the moment he had been waiting for. She said this was the real reason she had called him here. The scroll was a skill enhancement scroll, capable of amplifying any ability several times over. It was an extremely rare and valuable item. Knox told her that this was the first time he had ever heard of such a scroll. Noah looked just as surprised and then, almost casually, told him he could have it. She extended her hand, and the scroll flew straight toward him, wrapped in a soft yellow glow. He reached out and caught it. The moment his fingers closed around it, the young master frowned slightly, and Noah fell silent, watching him with a faint smile. Knox felt a sharp sensation run through his hand, almost like a brief electric shock. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Soon after, he relaxed and smiled again, deciding he was probably just overthinking things. He opened the scroll, his anticipation rising as he thought about what awaited him. The system immediately notified him that he had obtained a new artifact, and that its data was being downloaded. Basic information appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. The scroll-type artifact was already activated. It was classified as the highest level, with no attributes or usage requirements. Its effect was simple but terrifyingly powerful. It increased the effectiveness of any skill by 1.5 times. The system informed him that the skill amplifier was ready for use, and asked whether he wished to activate it. The young master pressed his palm against the screen and answered yes without hesitation. An inscription appeared, prompting him to select a skill to enhance. Knox chose the Hour of Genius. The system confirmed the selection and announced that the artifact had been activated. The young master smiled deeply as yellow and pink energy swirled around his body. A final system notification appeared, confirming that the skill had been successfully enhanced. He had obtained an improved version of the Genius Hour. After that, only yellow energy remained around him. It slowly circled his body, steady and intense, and a new message appeared on the screen, informing him that because he had obtained the artifact at an early stage, its effects would be further enhanced. The system followed up immediately, notifying him that the artifact's effect had doubled. The duration of the Hour of Genius was extended to 10 full minutes. Knox smiled faintly. He knew this skill was already absurdly powerful, and there were very few ways to improve it further. Strengthening scrolls were one of the rare options, and obtaining one this early in the story was practically god-tier loot. It didn't get better than this. Noah smiled at him and asked whether he was satisfied with the result. Yellow and red energy hovered above Knox's palm, flickering like small flames. He instinctively felt it was better not to drag this conversation out any longer. He nodded and answered yes, then calmly added that if she was finished, he would take his leave. Noah waved it off and told him he could go. After all, he must be exhausted after saving his classmate. The young master looked at her seriously, and a quiet thought passed through his mind. She knew everything. He let out a slow sigh and told her it had only been an accident, so she shouldn't read too much into it. He didn't want to draw unnecessary attention at the academy. The dean nodded, saying she understood. She told him to go rest properly. Knox thanked her sincerely, then turned and left the hall. Once he was gone, Noah's smile shifted slightly. She thought to herself that Knox was a dangerous existence, one she would need to keep a close eye on. She chuckled softly, saying she was looking forward to seeing what kind of monster he would eventually grow into. With a pink lollipop in her mouth, she casually asked, "Is it really that interesting?" The next day arrived, and the scene shifted to an academy classroom. A professor dressed in a white suit stood at the front, instructing the students to memorize the properties and characteristics of every elemental type. Knox leaned lazily against his arm, bored, thinking that the Empire's elementary magic curriculum hadn't been described in this much detail in the original story. But right now, the lesson itself wasn't the most important thing. Professor Ras von Celestia's basic information suddenly appeared on the screen. He was male, 35 years old, and human. His Celestius attribute was Earth. He possessed the achievement Professor Eldine, along with 3 bonuses: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestia's limitations appeared next: obsession, paranoia, trauma, a weak mind, and cold-bloodedness. He was the same pink-haired man with a neat mustache standing at the front of the classroom. Knox watched him quietly, knowing that this professor played a crucial role at this stage of the plot. More data unfolded on the screen. Celestius's statistics weren't anything extraordinary. His stamina sat at 12, mana at 18, luck at 3, will at 21, and char at 19. He possessed a passive skill called Source of Knowledge, along with several active skills: summoning earth elementals, heat emission, and the basics of Northern Sword techniques. The young master judged him as not particularly strong, but he was satisfied to know his abilities in advance. He was even a little surprised that someone with this build had managed to rise to the position of Professor Elaine. Celestius slowly scanned the classroom and told the students to begin. His gaze lingered on Knox, and an uncomfortable thought crossed his mind. This student looked arrogant, far too confident, already carrying himself as if the others around him were beneath notice. Celestius wondered what kind of talent could produce such an attitude, and what exactly Dean Noah had seen in him. He cleared his throat and addressed the class, explaining that every person, not just academy students, had a natural predisposition toward a specific element of mana. Today, they would discover which element each of them possessed and how to manifest it. Without warning, he loudly called out Knox's name. Knox looked up calmly, and Celestius asked whether he already knew his elemental attribute. The young master replied without hesitation that his attribute was darkness. The professor pressed further, asking what he understood about it. Knox explained that unlike the 4 main elements, darkness was unstable and didn't blend well with others. However, its destructive potential far exceeded that of the basic elements. As for its drawbacks, it was notoriously difficult to control, and only certain families managed it by passing their knowledge down through generations. Celestius nodded, then asked which element stood opposite to darkness. Knox answered immediately that it was light. The professor frowned and followed up, asking which of the two usually prevailed when they collided. With a faint smile, the young master answered calmly that light usually won. Celestius's body trembled. Whether from anger or something closer to fear was hard to tell. He stared at Knox in disbelief, and remarked that most students tended to deny the weaknesses of their own primary attribute. The professor narrowed his eyes and asked if Knox thought he was special. He told him there was one more question he needed to answer. Then he slowly raised a finger, smiled faintly, and asked what Knox would do if he suddenly encountered practitioners of the light attribute on the battlefield. Knox smiled back, calm and unbothered. He said that he would wait for the right moment and kill the enemy before they had the chance to act. After that, he would make sure the enemy could no longer interfere with him in any way. The young master's smile turned ominous. A chill ran through the classroom, and the disciples stared at him in fear. Celestius's eyes widened as his thoughts spiraled. What is this boy even saying? Elsewhere, in the dormitory area reserved for maids and servants, inside Rick's room, Ella Laner's butler sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. In one hand, he held a syringe filled with a terrifying red liquid. With his teeth, he tightened a band around his arm, then drove the needle into his flesh. A satisfied moan escaped him as the liquid entered his body. Dark, eerie veins spread outward from the injection site as the substance coursed through his arm and into the rest of his body. Rick's face twisted with pleasure. When it was over, he stood before the mirror, admiring himself with a wicked grin. A demonic tattoo slowly surfaced on his chest. He muttered under his breath that with just a little more effort, he would become a real demon. Suddenly, a demonic hand reached out from the mirror. A voice followed, confirming his ambition. Just as he said, Schultz Denfer would become a true demon rather than a mere human. He would no longer need sleep, would no longer age, and would surpass human limits entirely. Rick's grin widened. He dropped to his knees and vowed to do everything in his power to revive the demon. The entity didn't reply, only smiling wickedly before fading back into the mirror. Rick dressed himself again, his expression settling, his eyes returning to their normal black color. and continued with his plans as if nothing had happened. Back in the lecture hall, Professor Rass and the students were still stunned by Knox's response. Faced with their disbelief, the young master simply smiled and repeated calmly that while the enemy was still unaware, he would kill them, ensuring the threat was erased completely and would never trouble him again. Professor Rass was clearly taken aback by the answer. After a brief pause, he remarked that Knox's approach was to eliminate the roots before they could grow into future trouble, admitting that he hadn't expected such a response. Knox calmly returned to his seat and offered an apology, saying that if his answer was incorrect, he was sorry, but he had simply chosen what he believed to be the most efficient method. At the same time, a quiet notification flashed, indicating that acting genius had been powerfully activated. Professor Rass stared at Knox with a puzzled expression, silently evaluating him. His gaze lingered on the boy's unwavering eyes, straight posture, and shoulders that never slouched. Knox von Rienhofer had truly meant every word he said. Slowly, Rass began to understand why Dean Noah had taken such an interest in him. His thoughts were cut short as he suddenly raised his voice. He called out for the assistant and ordered them to prepare the imp immediately. The assistant hesitated and asked for confirmation. Professor Rass turned a cold stare on them and asked if they hadn't heard him, making it clear he was ordering preparation for the magic adequacy test. The assistant stiffened, fearfully complying without another word. Professor Rass then looked back toward Knox and muttered that such a lofty attitude needed to be tempered. Stroking his chin, he seemed oddly satisfied. To forge a sharp sword, it had to be hammered thousands of times. Not long after, the assistant returned, pushing a card into the lecture hall, its contents hidden beneath a white cloth. The students gathered closer, curiosity and unease mixing together. With trembling hands, the assistant pulled away the cloth. Gasps echoed through the room as the sight beneath was revealed. Professor Rass explained calmly that the creature before them was one of the lowest-ranked demons supplied by the association, known as an imp. A small red body, twisted features, and two sharp horns made its nature unmistakable. Though its presence made the students increasingly nervous, Rass assured them that while it was aggressive, it wasn't especially dangerous. Its vitality was low, and even cadets could kill it. Despite his reassurance, the students remained tense. No matter how weak it was said to be, it was still a demon. Murmurs spread through the room, some complaining that this was only the first class and wondering if this was truly the standard of Elden Academy. Professor Rass cut them off sharply, telling them to focus. He reminded them that they were the elites accepted into this academy. Their ultimate goal was not to become knights or mages, but to subjugate every demon that existed in the world. For you to do that, you'll all need to get used to beings known as demons. Even now, we know very little about them. As the professor spoke with what sounded like encouragement, a few students straightened up, their eyes burning with resolve. He then calmly explained the task ahead. Everyone was to pour their mana into the caged imp and force it into submission. Meanwhile, Knox stared at the demon with open disdain. Something about this felt wrong. Deeply wrong. According to the original storyline, this kind of lesson wasn't supposed to happen until the second year. This shouldn't be here. His instincts quietly screamed that something was off. Condense your mana in your palm, then let it flow into the target, the professor instructed. Before any student could properly act, the professor glanced at a pocket watch and casually announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. Inside his mind, his thoughts turned cold. No matter how extraordinary the Rienhofers were, there was no way they'd be prepared to face an imp. A new student would surely fall for the imp's deception, drool like an idiot, and disgrace themselves. I'll show you how things work here, Rienhofer. But the moment Knox stepped in front of the cage, the professor froze. His confident expression cracked into confusion. Inside the cage, the imp was trembling violently. Its small body shook as if it were facing death itself. Its eyes were squeezed shut, refusing to even look at Knox. The professor frowned. What happened while I wasn't looking? Knox, on the other hand, simply stared at the terrified creature, puzzled. He hadn't done anything yet. So why was it already this scared? He glanced around, and only then did he realize what was truly happening. The other students were completely entranced by the imp. Their faces were vacant, their pupils unfocused, as if they were all trapped inside the same hallucination. Everyone except him. Talia was the worst. She clutched the cage tightly, tears streaming down her face, calling the imp her maid, Emma. She kept apologizing, promising she would never do it again. Other students swayed in place, some feeling strange sensations they couldn't explain, others wearing blissful smiles as if they had just eaten the most delicious cake of their lives. Talia continued crying, bowing her head again and again toward the cage. That was when Knox broke the chaos. He turned calmly toward the professor and spoke. Professor, I'm sorry, but can you change my imp? I haven't done anything, and it's already trembling in fear. The professor was now sweating heavily, his breathing uneven as he stared at Knox in disbelief. Knox frowned slightly. Who's making that strange noise in the sacred classroom? When he turned back, His gaze landed on the professor's face, shining unnaturally, twisted with panic and disbelief. The professor's attitude toward Knox had completely flipped. With an eager smile, he leaned forward and asked, "Hey, Knox, how did you force that imp into submission?" Knox frowned slightly and answered honestly, "Wait, I already said I haven't done anything yet." Instead of calming down, the professor grew even more excited. His eyes lit up as he praised him without hesitation. "Excellent. Truly incredible. I feel foolish for not noticing such outstanding talent sooner. Remarkable. I'll give you a chance." He straightened up and spoke loudly, making sure Knox heard every word. "Listen carefully. I'll give you the opportunity to become the best student." Knox was caught off guard. The best student? Inside his head, he instinctively confirmed it. This is that thing, right? Scenes from countless dramas flashed through his mind. The kind of situation where becoming an assistant or a so-called favorite always ended badly. The kind of role you should never accept. Around them, the other students reacted with mixed emotions. Half of them were thrilled, half uneasy. Whispers spread through the room. "I'm so jealous. That's Professor Rass's best student. Wow, he has to accept." Then, without hesitation, Knox raised his hand. "I refuse." The room froze. Knox spoke plainly, without dressing up his words. "It's being the best student in name, but isn't that just another word for being a slave?" The professor was struck dumb. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The surrounding students were just as stunned, staring at Knox, as if he had lost his mind. Meanwhile, the top students in the class were still cramped and exhausted, struggling to recover from the lingering effects of the imp's mesmerization. They cast uneasy glances toward Knox, especially Echidna. She silently evaluated him, her expression tense. "I can't believe he's the only one standing normally. Who the hell are you, Ryan Hayer?" A few hours earlier, in the academy corridor, Professor Vernon had been walking closely behind Professor Rass, speaking animatedly. "I'm telling you, that filthy-looking white-haired bastard is freakishly strong. I guarantee it. That Knox kid is a complete madman." Professor Rass had replied indifferently, not even slowing his pace. "Even so, he's just a new student. It's too early to draw conclusions based on a few achievements. Don't place such high expectations on newcomers." Vernon frowned and shot back. "That's your problem, Rass. You're too narrow-minded. Dean Noah herself told us to keep an eye on him, didn't she? His talent is obvious. What more do you need? We're talking about a student whose ability was acknowledged as the best by one of the four sages." Rass dismissed the argument with a wave of his hand. "I'll judge him with my own eyes. You don't need to concern yourself with this anymore." Vernon hurried after him anyway, grumbling as he went. "You and that obnoxious attitude of yours. Hey, wait for me." Returning to the present, Professor Rass wore an expression completely opposite from before. Shock was written all over his face as he stared at Knox, unable to believe that his offer had been rejected. He stuttered as he spoke, his voice unusually anxious, asking Knox why he would refuse something like that. Around them, whispers immediately erupted. "Is he insane?" That was a chance to assist Professor Rass directly. He's the highest authority in magic education. There are mountains of people lining up just to become his top student, and he just threw it away. That's exactly what you'd expect from the Rainhafer family's good-for-nothing. He was handed an opportunity on a silver platter and tossed it aside. People like him shouldn't even be allowed here. Hearing all of this, Knox felt a flicker of confusion, but his resolve didn't waver in the slightest. "Say whatever you want. I'm not changing my mind." Annoyance crept up on him as well, and he muttered inwardly, "Eleanor is already giving me a headache. Why does everyone around me keep causing trouble?" Just then, another student raised his voice. "Professor Rass, I have a question." Rass, still wearing a conflicted and heavy expression, nodded and allowed him to speak. The student shot Knox an unfriendly look before asking bluntly, "Why are you giving this opportunity to Rainhafer? There are many students here far more outstanding than him, aren't there?" He then turned toward Princess Penelope and added, "Moreover, your strength lies in magic, doesn't it? I believe the princess, and Echidna as well, are far more worthy of being considered for the position of top student." Knox glanced at the speaker and immediately understood the type. So he's one of those. He clicked his tongue inwardly. Look at how hard he's trying to latch onto a rising family. Smart. He knows exactly who to flatter. I'll remember him. Professor Rass's expression hardened as he listened. His voice rose as he spoke, cutting through the murmurs. "The professor is the one who decides who is suitable. However, if I say only that, you may claim I'm being unfair." His eyes swept across the classroom. "Some of you might even spread rumors that I'm biased toward Knox's talent. So let's make this clear." His gaze sharpened, carrying a quiet challenge. "I'll tell you exactly why he is the right person to become my top student." Then Rass turned toward Knox, his eyes softening with a strange hint of affection. Knox felt a chill run down his spine and silently cursed. "Crazy bastard. I already told you I'm not doing it." Unaware, or simply ignoring it, Professor Rass continued. "First, let's start with how he subdued the imp's mana." At that moment, Knox fell into thought. "So, in short, Rass's reasoning is probably going to be something like this. First, for some reason, I was able to subdue the imp. Even if it was only a low-ranked demon, that shouldn't have been easy. From Rass's perspective, it makes sense why he'd be so fixated on that. Second, there's my talent. Mana sensitivity, classified as a genius trait. As that thought surfaced, Knox's mind naturally drifted to Professor Rass. Someone who had devoted his entire life to studying magic would instantly be able to tell who truly possessed talent and who didn't. As if responding directly to those thoughts, Professor Rass continued speaking. Because of those reasons, it was only fair, in his opinion, for Knox to become his top student. I already said I'm not doing it, Knox replied flatly. The blunt rejection left Professor Rass momentarily stunned. Knox, you can take some time to reconsider, he said, trying to recover. Then he leaned forward slightly, his gaze turning strangely intense. You're rushing your decision. Knox felt a wave of disgust crawl up his spine. Please speak after you wipe your saliva, he said coldly. With that, he turned and decided to leave the classroom altogether. To begin with, there's a more suitable candidate. I'd appreciate it if you stopped fixating on me. Professor Rass looked genuinely hurt as Knox walked away, calling after him repeatedly, trying to stop him. Every genius in the room watched the scene unfold, each harboring their own thoughts. Princess Penelope broke the silence quietly. He's different from the rumors I heard. Echidna nodded in agreement. My apologies. It seems my information gathering was insufficient. It's fine, the princess replied softly. I think I've simply grown a little curious. Then she added thoughtfully, Knox von Rienhofer. Whether he becomes a light for the imperial family, or a dark cloud hanging above us. By then, Knox had already left the classroom. He let out a long sigh of relief as he walked down the corridor. Why is Rass suddenly acting like that? He was looking at me like I was food drenched in honey. Why are there no normal people in this insane place? Still, I managed to shake him off. I should be able to live peacefully for now. The long day eventually came to an end, and night settled in. Knox sat alone in his room, his expression gloomy. Jitri noticed immediately and asked with concern, Did something bad happen at the academy? Knox answered with a tired voice. It was horrifying. His mind drifted back to what happened after he left Professor Rass's class that morning. No matter where he went, Rass's presence followed him like a shadow, constantly trying to persuade him to become his top student. In the classroom, the canteen, even the restroom, Professor Rass simply refused to give up on him. He even stuck his head into the restroom, just to persuade him. Become my top student. Knox walked out with a dark, irritated expression, but Professor Rass followed right after him, still relentless. Knox, have you finished considering it? Become my top student. Knox turned back with pure disdain on his face. Professor Rass, please stop it. You crazy bastard. Professor Rass, however, showed no intention of stopping. Instead, his expression grew even more excited. I like it, he said cheerfully. I like how rough your words are. Later, Knox recounted the entire nightmare to Jitri, his voice filled with exhaustion and helplessness. That bastard Professor Rass kept chasing me everywhere, asking me to become his top student. Jitri frowned, clearly confused by what she was hearing. That bastard Professor Rass, she repeated. Are you talking about the person known as the best in magic theory? Knox nodded. That's strange, Jitri said slowly. From what I've heard, he's supposed to be a good professor. Why would he act like that? I know, Knox replied. He's not a bad person. He paused, recalling Rass's unsettling behavior, then turned his gaze toward the window. The problem is those traits of his. Elsewhere, at the Reinhardt family estate, tension filled the air. A group of family soldiers stood rigid, shouting warnings for someone to stop, ordering each other not to let that person pass. At that moment, across the mansion grounds, a blood-soaked sword scraped against the floor. It was dragged casually by a man with white hair and violet eyes, his presence radiating a sinister aura. He was unmistakably one of the Reinhardt heirs. With a terrifying calm, he continued advancing toward the soldiers. One of them shouted in panic, Stop him. Did you not hear the patriarch's order? Master Garen is not allowed to enter the room. The man ignored the warning entirely. He let out a light chuckle. That's so harsh. In the next instant, he vanished. Before anyone could react, he appeared directly behind one of the soldiers. The man froze, his mind failing to process how the distance had been crossed in a blink. The blood-stained figure leaned in and spoke softly. That's not how a father should treat his son, is it? Moments later, the soldiers' lives were ended without mercy. Inside the patriarch's room, Theo sat quietly alongside the head butler, unaware that blood was already being spilled outside. He pauses, sensing the strange noises outside, when suddenly the so-called heir of the Rienhofer family bursts in without even asking for the patriarch's permission. Dark mana pours off his body like a living thing, thick and suffocating, while behind him lie the corpses of fallen soldiers, dragged in as if to announce his return. The air turns heavy in an instant. The head butler freezes where he stands, fear gripping his limbs as a single thought flashes through his mind. Master Garen has become even stronger in such a short time. The patriarch's expression doesn't change at all as he calmly speaks. He asks his son why he has returned, saying he never thought Garen would step foot in the Rienhofer household again. Garen smiles faintly and answers back without hesitation, asking what reason he would need to return to his own home, addressing him plainly as father. Theo's gaze sharpens, his voice turning cold and intimidating as he asks whether Garen truly believes this place can still be called his home. Garen's smile fades a little at that. He lets out a quiet chuckle and tells Theo that he is certain he already said it before. This is the moment to give up. He adds that there isn't much time left now. Theo responds curtly, saying that it is none of Garen's business. Garen's eyes narrow as he issues a warning instead. He says the demon is already lurking nearby, waiting patiently, and the moment Theo grows weak, it will rise and devour everything in its path. Theo meets his words head-on, his expression cold and resolute, saying it sounds as if Garen wants exactly that to happen. Garen doesn't deny it. He calmly says that his business here is simple, then fixes his gaze on Theo and asks in a low, menacing tone where he hid the sword. Theo stiffens at his son's audacity. His eyes widen slightly as Garen repeats himself, this time naming it clearly. The first patriarch sword. Where did you hide Stormbringer? What Garen doesn't know is that Stormbringer, the blade of the first patriarch, has already been entrusted to Knox. And with Garen's return, the dangers closing in around Knox are only beginning to take shape. Garen presses again, boldly asking where the Stormbringer of Jean von Rienhofer is hidden. That is when the patriarch finally reacts. Anger flashes across his face as he scolds Garen sharply, demanding how he dares speak the first patriarch's name so casually, questioning whether he has truly lost his mind. Garen, completely unfazed, laughs it off and asks if that is really what matters right now. He says what truly matters is becoming stronger and building an even stronger force, insisting that this is the only thing a noble should care about. Theo fires back, saying Garen understands nothing of what truly matters. He accuses him of showing no respect and clinging to matters of the past. Then he strikes where it hurts most, asking that if Garen truly understands what matters, why did he abandon that woman and let her die? The head butler's face pales as he hurriedly speaks up, warning that this subject should never be brought up before the patriarch. But it's already too late. Theo's composure finally cracks. His voice drops into something dark and dangerous as he repeats the words slowly, asking if Garen truly just referred to her as that woman. He tells him coldly that by doing so, he has gravely disrespected his own mother. Garen immediately rejects Theo's words without hesitation and states firmly that his mother is Priscilla von Orel, and that she is his one and only mother. His voice hardens as he emphasizes it again, saying that the woman Theo mentioned was nothing more than a mistake, someone who was merely a guest within the Rienhofer family. The moment those words leave his mouth, the patriarch's expression darkens. He refuses to continue the conversation and coldly orders Garen to leave the room at once. Garen opens his mouth as if he wants to say more, as if trying to force his father to acknowledge what he just said. But before he can continue, the patriarch releases a terrifying dark aura that fills the chamber. His gaze locks onto Garen as he repeats his command in a low, dangerous voice, telling him to get out. He then adds a warning, saying that he does not wish to be forced to cut off his own son's head. Faced with that unmistakable threat, Garen finally turns to leave. Yet just before stepping out, he pauses and throws one last ominous line over his shoulder, saying that Theo will regret this, and that soon enough he will understand everything that has been prepared for his sake. With that, Garen leaves, and silence settles over the room. Theo remains standing there, his gaze distant and heavy with thought. The head butler carefully steps forward, concern etched across his face, and asks whether the patriarch is all right. Theo turns away, shame flickering in his eyes as he admits that he lost control and showed an unsightly side of himself. The head butler immediately denies that, telling him not to say such things, reminding him that he is someone who has sworn eternal fealty to the Rienhofer family. Still, worry lingers in his voice as he adds that if the world were to learn that Master Garen is working together with a demon, the situation could become extremely dangerous. Because of that, he gently suggests that the patriarch should consider deciding on a new successor as soon as possible. Theo falls silent, pondering the idea of choosing a new heir in the future. Seeing this, the head butler provides further information, hinting at someone worthy of consideration. He explains that they recently received good news through a letter, stating that Master Knox placed first in this year's Eldine Academy admission test. Theo's eyes widen slightly as he asks if that is truly the case. The head butler confirms it, adding that the new dean of Eldine Academy, Noah von Trinity, one of the four sages, has personally acknowledged Master Knox's talent. Hearing the name Knox von Rienhofer, Theo grows contemplative. He feels that Knox's current growth may still be insufficient, but if he truly possesses the level of talent they witnessed before, then his potential cannot be ignored. He silently thinks that one day, Knox might very well end up sitting in that very seat. Meanwhile, back at Eldine Academy, Professor Rass continues to persistently invite Knox to become his apprentice. Knox, however, remains unwavering in his refusal and bluntly states that he does not want to. Professor Rass doesn't seem discouraged in the slightest. Instead, he smiles and adds that he would provide generous support funds, even promising that Knox could graduate from Eldine Academy without having to pay for anything at all. Knox answers without hesitation, bluntly saying that he already has tons of money and asking if the professor doesn't know that he's from the Rienhofer family. Professor Rass responds by stressing that it isn't just about money, hinting at immense fame and prestige as well. Knox, however, remains completely unmoved. He calmly says that fame is useless to someone who's good for nothing, calling it nothing more than a luxury he has no need for. By this point, Professor Rass has exhausted every incentive he can think of and finally asks him to please reconsider. Knox lets out an irritated sigh, thinking to himself that his ears are about to bleed from the professor's relentless nagging. His thoughts drift back to the previous evening, when he shared everything with Guri. After listening to his worries, she asked him whether he shouldn't at least hear the professor out if he was being that sincere. She added that she had looked into Professor Rass more, and that this behavior wasn't normal for him at all. From what people said, he was usually an educator who focused on supporting weaker students rather than obsessing over top talents. Knox had chuckled at that, admitting to Guri that she was right. He said this wasn't something he could just keep avoiding forever, and that no matter how crazy the professor was acting, he would eventually give up once he realized what Knox was truly lacking. Guri had agreed, saying she also thought the professor was acting strangely. Back in the present, Knox still feels uncomfortable, but he decides to clear things up properly. He speaks to the professor and says that although everything was explained yesterday, he still honestly doesn't understand. He asks why a professor as capable as him would want Knox to become his apprentice. Professor Rass answers without hesitation, saying it's because Knox is outstanding. Knox immediately disagrees and presses further, saying he wants to hear the real reason. He asks why the professor needs him specifically, and not the many other outstanding students. Professor Rass's expression turns serious. He asks Knox if he has some time, then adds that Knox must have heard plenty about what a good-for-nothing he is. Knox replies mockingly that this means he has nothing but time. Professor Rass laughs, admitting he walked right into that one, then asks if Knox would listen to a long story. He adds that Knox will enjoy the tea he prepared, proudly calling it the best herbal tea he bought from a rival merchant. Even though he doesn't want to, Knox decides to go along with it. Professor Rass pours him another cup and finally begins to explain. He says the reason he needs Knox, an outstanding apprentice, is so that he can complete his research. That immediately sparks Knox's curiosity. Professor Rass continues, explaining that his lifelong wish requires someone weak, someone who cannot use mana at all, in order for it to be fulfilled. The professor's expression grows heavier with every word as he continues, saying that this is exactly why he needs Knox, because he no longer wants to see anyone die while being too powerless to even struggle. His voice dips lower as he adds that it happened the same way his own son died. Knox listens in silence, taking in every word. In his mind, he can't help but think about all the unseen stories hidden behind the characters he once encountered while playing Inner Lunatic. In this world, sudden and cruel situations can appear without warning, no matter who you are. Professor Rass then begins recounting his own life. He says he was born as the first son of Viscount Celestia and was expected to lead his family. He had no outstanding talent, yet managed to enter Eldin Academy, relying solely on his theoretical knowledge, and eventually became a professor. Still, his results in practical classes were always terrible, and his peers constantly looked down on him. No matter how well he performed in written exams, it never erased the contempt they held toward him. He says he endured that lack of confidence by pouring everything into his research. Through relentless effort, he finally became a professor and even married a woman he loved. But even then, there was not a single person who truly acknowledged his achievements. The research he completed and the theses he wrote were published under someone else's name, and people continued to look down on him as if he had done nothing at all. Despite everything, he and his wife had a son, his one and only child. That boy grew up and was admitted into Eldin Academy, successfully overcoming every hardship in his path and graduating. Professor Rass's voice trembles slightly as he recalls what his son once said to him, promising that he would work hard so people would finally speak highly of his father. He says he was filled with pride when his son joined the squad directly under the Emperor and went to the battlefield at the very front. His son wanted to achieve victory so that the Celestia name would be respected, and so his father's reputation would rise as well. But on that battlefield, his son died. It wasn't long after the war even began. He was struck down by a single arrow, one that carried only a faint trace of mana. After finishing his story, Professor Rass asks if this doesn't explain why he is so obsessed with his thesis and his research, all for the sake of the weak. Knox listens quietly, then evaluates it in his own mind. To him, this story isn't anything special. In the cruel and merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds of tragedies just like this, buried beneath the surface. But Knox can't help wondering why. The back of the professor he once saw through a monitor and the back of Professor Rass, standing in front of him, now feel completely different. Staring at him like this, he thinks he can finally understand, at least a little, the depth of the man's loneliness. With that thought in mind, Knox speaks up. He apologizes, then says that after hearing his story, he feels even more certain. There is someone far better suited for this than him. Someone who would listen to that story with more sincerity and take it far more seriously. He says that is the kind of person the professor truly needs right now. After saying that, Knox turns to leave. Just before stepping out, he adds casually that he will see him at the next lesson. Professor Rass doesn't try to stop him. He simply watches Knox walk away, then slowly lowers his gaze to the photograph resting on his desk. It's a picture of his son, filled with memories he can never let go of. A faint smile appears on his face as he murmurs that the two of them really do resemble each other. As night settles over Eldine Academy, the scene shifts to the dormitory, inside Knox's room. At that moment, he receives news that hits like a hammer. His expression tightens as he asks in disbelief for them to repeat it, questioning who exactly has returned. Jitri answers with a grave look, saying that the first son of the Reinhofer family, Master Garen, has come back. Because of that, several bodyguard knights have already lost their lives. Hearing this, Knox's thoughts immediately jump to Garen von Reinhofer. The first Crown Prince Louis, and the #1 bad-ending maker of Inner Lunatic, has finally started moving. As the weight of that information sinks in, the room slowly grows quiet. In Knox's mind, a single phrase echoes, the worst bad-ending maker. He looks up at Jitri and asks if she had been to the family estate recently. She nods and explains that head Butler Rodwell summoned them, so she went there together with Rona. That surprises Knox. His thoughts race as he recalls how Garen despised Theo's second wife, the woman Theo truly loved, Knox's own mother. He doesn't know whether Garen hates him personally, but if that hatred extends even a little, then Jitri could be in danger as well. Knox lets out a long sigh and mutters about why he had to make so many enemies. He then asks Jitri whether Garen did anything while she was there. Jitri pauses, her expression tightening as she recalls it. She admits that thinking back on it makes her angry, remembering how she clenched her fists in silence at the time, wondering if he had really caused trouble. With that, she begins to explain in more detail what happened next. Master Garen tried to scout her. The moment those words left Jitri's mouth, Knox was visibly taken aback. Seeing his reaction, Jitri's expression turned troubled as she slowly began recounting everything that had happened. Back at the Reinhardt family estate, Rona and Jitri, who hadn't seen each other in a long time, were deep in conversation, catching up like old times. Then, without warning, Garen appeared before them. Both women immediately straightened and greeted him respectfully. Garen's gaze lingered on Jitri, and a curious smile formed on his face. He remarked that the maid standing there looked unusual, far too outstanding to be ordinary. Calling her over, he questioned her directly, asking who she was and why he had never seen her before. Jitri stepped forward with perfect courtesy and introduced herself as Master Knox's exclusive maid, stating her name calmly. Garen waved off her politeness with clear impatience and got straight to the point. He told her he wanted her to become his maid instead. He claimed he could tell she was capable, that she possessed ambition, enough ambition to satisfy him. A smirk crept onto his face as he spoke, confident that such an offer could not be refused. But Jitri declined without hesitation. She bowed politely and apologized, explaining that she was already serving Master Knox and could not accept his offer. That refusal immediately irritated Garen. His tone sharpened as he reminded her of who he was, demanding to know why she would reject him. He asked whether Knox had bribed her with money, clearly unable to accept the answer in front of him. Jitri remained calm. She explained that it wasn't about money at all. She wanted to serve Knox. He respected her, and that was enough. She apologized again, then paused briefly, her expression softening as she spoke of Knox. Her face almost seemed to glow as she said that more than anything, she wanted to stay by Master Knox's side and see what kind of future he would carve out. Hearing such words from a mere servant made Garen deeply uncomfortable. Inside, irritation twisted into disbelief. He couldn't understand why someone like her would choose to serve a brat like Knox. Still unwilling to give up, he made another offer, this one far more tempting. He promised to pay her 3 times whatever Knox was giving her. Even then, Jitri did not waver. She bowed deeply once more and apologized, standing firm in her decision. With Garen's temperament, such a rejection was not something he would easily forgive. Back in the present, inside Knox's room, Jitri finished her story and quietly added that Garen had asked her to become his maid and had even offered to raise her wages. Hearing this, Knox felt an unexpected heaviness in his chest. He asked her how much Garen had offered. Jitri answered honestly, 3 times her current pay. Knox fell silent, worry flickering across his expression. In his mind, he knew he had money, but the real story hadn't even begun yet. He couldn't freely throw it around, yet the thought of losing Jitri was unacceptable. Seeing his troubled face, Jitri stood up, confused by his reaction. Knox looked at her and spoke firmly. If she wanted a raise, he would match Garen's offer. He would pay her 3 times more. She didn't need to worry about it all. She should just focus on her work and stay by his side. Godfrey was genuinely surprised to realize that Knox had been worrying about her salary this entire time. For a brief moment, Gree froze. Then she suddenly let out a soft, charming chuckle. Knox frowned in confusion, immediately wondering if he had said something wrong. The laughter made no sense to him. Gree teased him lightly, turning her head away as she spoke. Oh, that. Sorry about that. That only made things worse. Knox felt a wave of confusion crash over him. What has happened? Did she just laugh at me? No way. With a hint of regret in his voice, he asked again, carefully this time. Have you already decided to work with Garen? She answered calmly, shutting down his worry at once. Whatever he was imagining, it wasn't happening. She had no intention of following Master Garen, and the wages she was receiving now were more than enough for her. Hearing that, Knox finally relaxed, but his curiosity didn't fade. He asked her again why she had laughed. Godfrey's response was deliberately vague. She said she couldn't tell him. Knox's brows knit together as irritation crept in, and he declared that this was an order. Gree replied casually, saying something funny had simply crossed her mind, so she laughed. Knox immediately shot back that she had gotten worse at lying. Godfrey turned away and let out a quiet sigh, clearly thinking her master was hopeless. Knox, however, was already lost in his own thoughts. No matter what, as long as he hadn't lost her, that was enough. But Garen, if he ever caught him, he wouldn't let it slide. Of course, that would have to wait until he became stronger. Soon after, it was time for the Academy's outdoor class. The students lined up, waiting for their turn. At Eldon Academy, every new student was required to take 5 mandatory classes. The first covered the history of the Archeim Empire, recounting the creator god Arden and the strongest unified kingdom that history had all but erased. The second was horsemanship. The third focused on knightly conduct and etiquette within the academy. The fourth was basic imperial magic. And finally, Knox's personal nightmare, the cursed stamina training. Just thinking about it made his body feel heavy. His breathing grew rough as he ran, panting nonstop while other students continued moving ahead as usual. With his negative attribute dragging him down, Knox struggled to keep pace. His head spun, breaths coming in short, shallow gasps as he forced himself onward. Before long, his stamina hit its absolute limit. Knox collapsed on the grass, gulping down water and muttering complaints about himself. That was when a teacher walked over and commented casually that this was strange. Knox was like a mayfly. Knox immediately sprayed water from his mouth in shock and demanded to know what that meant. The teacher explained calmly that while Knox was exceptional at shorter bursts, he clearly had serious trouble when it came to endurance. It's as if you're being blocked by a massive wall you simply can't overcome. Hearing the instructor's evaluation, Knox fell silent. As expected of an Eldon Academy instructor, the man had hit the mark perfectly. Because of the terminally ill trait, Knox's stamina was stuck at 15, barely half of what it should have been at its maximum. Knox straightened up and looked at the instructor, questioning him openly. Aren't you an instructor? Why would you say something so discouraging? The man paused, then replied calmly, apologizing if his words had sounded harsh. He said Knox should still take them seriously. If he continued moving recklessly like this, he might end up shortening his own life. Knox nodded and replied that he understood and would keep it in mind. Internally, though, he let out a bitter laugh. There was already a countdown ticking inside his heart. How could he possibly ignore a warning like that? At that moment, a notification appeared before his eyes, blunt and merciless. Because of the terminally ill trait, his lifespan was decreasing at an accelerated rate. Knox clicked his tongue in annoyance and muttered that this was seriously getting on his nerves. Nearby, Perisilis had been quietly observing him. From the outside, Knox looked like a complete fool, talking to himself and staring into empty space. That strange behavior made Perisilis suspicious. He spoke up loudly, saying he couldn't figure Knox out at all. During the admission test, Knox had done all that absurd stuff and taken first place. Yet now he was clearly hiding his stamina. In Perisilis' mind, this had to be connected to Knox pretending to be a useless nobody. The constant staring and commentary irritated Knox. He turned back sharply and snapped that the guy was annoying. If they ever fought again, he wouldn't hold back. Soon after, the scene shifted to the town near the academy. Wearing a black cloak, Knox moved through the streets quietly, keeping a low profile. Just as he thought he was alone, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. The speaker said he hadn't expected to meet Knox in a place like this. The Reinhardt family's youngest son. Knox froze. It was Rick, Eleanor's servant. Recognizing him instantly, Knox cursed inwardly. Why was this bastard always popping up? This freaking game destroyer. He turned and looked at Rick with guarded eyes, clearly questioning what his purpose was for appearing here. At the same time, Mai's voice surfaced in his mind, calmly identifying the man. Rick. His real name was House Schultzdampf, one of the worst bad ending makers, rivaling even the first prince, Louis von Archeim. A demonic human, a master of negotiation and exceptional eloquence, talented with hidden weapons, cunning to the core, skilled in bat, gun, and northern sword arts. A traitor, a con artist. His stats flashed through Knox's memory. Stamina 4, mana 4, luck 3, willpower 5, charm 12, passive skill, negotiation revision. As Knox recalled how this character operated in the story, unease crept into his chest. This wasn't a coincidence. Running into Rick here could only mean trouble, and lots of it. Later on, he would attack the rival within the merchantry and betray Eleanor. That alone made him the number one person Knox needed to avoid. Looking at Rick with open disdain, Knox spoke coldly, reminding him that he was the one who had delivered that so-called gift before. He asked what business Rick had with him now. Rick maintained his cheerful expression, completely unfazed. He said it was nothing serious, only that he had noticed a noble from the influential Reinhofer family wandering around without a servant and found it a little puzzling. Knox shot back immediately that it was none of his business. Rick didn't mind at all and simply kept smiling, agreeing that Knox was right. Then, as if changing topics on a whim, Rick suggested that since fate had brought them together, he could help Knox purchase some items. After all, he had plenty of free time at the moment. Knox sneered, saying he doubted that was the only task the head of the Reborn family had assigned to him. Rick responded politely, noting that since ancient times, great nobles had always turned a blind eye to servants who strayed a little from their duties. But in the very next second, Rick's eyes shifted. There was something hidden in his gaze as he looked at Knox. Inside his mind, Knox's guard went up even higher. There had to be a reason Rick had approached him. He needed to figure out what this man was scheming. Outwardly, Knox replied that he didn't like people who talked too much. Rick nodded in understanding and answered obediently that he would remember that. Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid entered quietly and handed her a stack of documents. She explained that these were the materials Eleanor had requested. Eleanor accepted them with a polite thank you and immediately began examining their contents. Most of the documents were related to Knox. As she read through the additional information, her brows slowly furrowed. Knox von Reinhofer. Why had he saved her? The question left her feeling both confused and strangely heavy inside. There was no clear reason for him to do such a thing. To begin with, the Reinhofer family had almost no interaction with the Revalon family. If Knox had been seeking benefits, he should have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, yet he had rejected it without hesitation. The youngest son of the Reinhofer family, she knew, didn't possess that kind of personality at all. What was certain was that he had begun acting differently ever since he resolved the missing child incident in the forest, but the reason behind that change remained unclear. Letting out a deep sigh, Eleanor leaned back slightly. At the same time, she couldn't help but think about Rick as well. There was something off about him. His recent movements were suspicious, and he had been gathering people within the merchantry. Still, she doubted he could accomplish anything significant. After a brief moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized the documents and information, her expression turning firm as she prepared for whatever might come next. Her gaze slowly drifted toward the window as her thoughts sank deeper and deeper. When she finally closed her eyes, her father's image surfaced instantly, filling her with fear. His voice echoed relentlessly, interrogating her without mercy. How foolish. Why would you do something like that? His face was twisted with fury as he spoke. If it was necessary, you should have given everything you had. Eleanor's eyes trembled, fear overflowing as tears streamed down her face. At the same time, fragments of her childhood resurfaced, memories of standing inside a church during a funeral. The maid beside her had been crying endlessly. Eleanor was still very young back then, a small girl standing before her late mother with a hollow, crestfallen expression. That moment had carved itself deep in her heart. Yet it was also that very experience that made her stronger. She steadied herself now, forcing her tears back down. In her mind, the image of a strong yet lonely woman facing the future took shape. Someone who would not bend, no matter how heavy the weight placed upon her shoulders. Back in a marketplace, Knox and Rick were moving from shop to shop, purchasing various items. Just as Rick had promised, he explained things smoothly as they walked. There was no need to buy a high-grade ore from magic classes, since a far better one would be issued for free in the second year. As for alchemy tools like pots and ladles, they needed to be made from a special type of iron. Most items would be crafted in the empty chemical room anyway, so meeting the minimum requirements was enough. They continued shopping, and before long, the purchased items piled up like a small mountain. Knox followed silently the entire time, saying nothing. Rick pointed toward another store further ahead, mentioning that it had connections to the Eleanor merchantry and offered items at reasonable prices. He suggested taking a look to see if there was anything else worth buying. As Rick pondered what to add, Knox found himself thinking quietly. Much as he hated to admit it, Rick's talent was genuine. The con artist trait, combined with a passive skill negotiation revision, made him frighteningly effective. If Rick weren't a demonic human, Knox might have seriously considered recruiting him. After tallying everything up, Rick approached Knox and casually asked if he had already bought everything he needed. Knox nodded, saying it was sufficient. But the moment the words left his mouth, his gaze turned icy. He asked Rick directly why he had been looking for him in the first place. In the next instant, Knox completely lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and slammed him hard against the opposite wall, the sudden violence cutting straight through the calm of the marketplace. The impact was heavy enough to twist Rick's face, the fake smile finally shattering. Knox growled low in his throat, demanding to know why Rick had approached him in the first place. Rick played dumb, tilting his head and asking what Knox was talking about. That answer only poured fuel on the fire. Knox's grip tightened as he lifted Rick higher, his voice cold as he warned that wasting time wasn't a smart move for him. Rick dropped the act. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he spoke, saying it looked like this conversation would be short and that he would get straight to the point. The moment he finished, a suffocating aura spread around them. Knox felt the danger instantly and glanced around. A barrier had formed. From the way it shimmered, it was clearly magic meant to block sound. Rick's expression turned vicious. He smirked like a devil and suddenly grabbed Knox's hand with both of his strength exploding to the point that Knox couldn't shake him off. Knox tried to force his way free, but instinctively yanked Rick's shirt instead, tearing it open and exposing the demon tattoo carved into his chest. Knox's eyes burned as the dark aura around him thickened, his voice sharp as he accused Rick, saying the one he served wasn't the first prince at all, but a demon. Rick froze for a split second, clearly shaken that his secret had been exposed. He laughed it off, admitting Knox really did know far more than he should. Then an even more sinister aura wrapped around Rick's body. He smiled confidently and said his master wouldn't be pleased to hear that. The pressure in the air spiked, making Knox uneasy as sweat rolled down his skin. Behind Rick, a horrifying red-faced demon appeared, its glare locked onto Knox. Rick's eyes turned yellow, as if he were merging with that monster's power. Even then, Knox didn't flinch. He stared Rick down and coldly asked if he really believed his master would grant his wish. Rick answered without hesitation, completely certain that he would. After a tense pause, the two finally released each other. Knox warned him quietly that he hoped Rick wouldn't regret this choice. Rick calmly fixed his shirt, buttoning it up as his expression returned to that of a harmless servant. Knox turned to leave, but stopped long enough to deliver one final warning. If Rick ever dared to insult him or his family again, Knox would kill him. This time, the anger in Knox's eyes and on his face was unmistakable. It was the last warning he would ever give someone like Rick. Rick swallowed hard, fully grasping the weight behind those words, and carefully replied that he would keep it in mind. Knox left the marketplace, disappearing from view and leaving Rick standing there alone. The scene then shifts to a forest near the academy, where an outdoor class is already underway. Professor Vernon stepped forward to take charge of the day's lesson, his voice cutting cleanly through the gathering of students. He announced that now that everyone was present, the class would begin. Almost immediately, whispers broke out among the crowd. One student muttered that he wasn't the crazy instructor from back then, while another leaned closer and questioned if they were talking about the bald one. Before the whispers could spread further, a bespectacled student suddenly chimed in, warning them in an oddly serious tone. He explained that calling someone a bald head when they weren't actually bald was fine, but calling someone who truly was bald a bald head was extremely disrespectful. After listening to that unnecessarily long explanation, the others could only respond with a confused "oh." Unfortunately for them, Professor Vernon had heard everything. His expression stiffened, anger flashing across his face. He didn't say a word. Instead, he cleared his throat loudly, the shine on his bald head reflecting the light almost aggressively. In his mind, he reminded himself to stay calm. He couldn't go around crushing the academy's young sprouts just because of a comment about his hair. Taking a slow breath, he composed himself and continued as if nothing had happened. He began by explaining their location. They were currently standing on the Clarial Plains, a famous area within Eldine Academy known for its beautiful trees and diverse plant life. Today's lesson would cover the basics of horse riding, and this was the perfect place for it. As he spoke, assistants appeared behind him, each leading horses forward. Vernon gestured toward them and told the students to try riding either their assigned horses or the ones they had personally brought. A wave of unease spread through the group. One student complained that they hadn't even had time to properly look around yet. A woman nearby sounded surprised, noting that some people actually had their own horses. Others voiced their worries more bluntly. Someone panicked at the thought of riding a horse for the first time, while another questioned why they even needed to attend Eldine Academy just to learn how to ride. A man beside them answered flatly that it was a mandatory subject, and failing it meant expulsion. While the complaints continued, Knox didn't spare them a single glance. Without hesitation, he summoned his own horse, Carl. In the next instant, a sleek black horse appeared, its blue eyes bright and full of energy as it stamped the ground eagerly. Soon after, the rest of the students received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Vernon spoke again, instructing everyone to mount up and hold on tightly so they wouldn't fall. As the students struggled and adjusted, Knox's attention shifted elsewhere. His gaze settled on Perisilis, who was already riding. His posture was awkward and his movements clumsy, but Knox watched carefully and made his assessment. Despite appearances, Pericillus was actually quite decent at riding. After all, he had lived in the East for a long time. He should naturally be able to ride either a camel or a horse. With that thought, Knox swung himself onto Carl and urged him forward. The moment he started moving, his posture looked calm and commanding, almost majestic. The surrounding students stared in disbelief and began whispering among themselves. How could a good-for-nothing like him own such a horse? The Rayner house was wealthy, sure, though still not on the same level as their rival house. Even so, Carl's appearance, wreathed in that faint blue flame, was undeniably stunning. Knox smiled inwardly. Carl really was an excellent horse. This was one of the many perks of being a veteran player. Nearby, another student managed to mount his horse properly and couldn't hide his excitement. The professor standing beside him nodded in approval and praised him, telling him to calmly communicate with his horse as he rode. Once most of the students were mounted, the professor turned toward them all and raised his voice. It looked like everyone had more or less gotten used to riding, so it was time to begin the main activity of the class, the Knox race. The announcement caused an uproar. A race? Some students protested immediately, pointing out that there were people who had only just ridden a horse for the first time today. Others echoed the complaint, saying it made no sense. One particularly angry student shouted that his horse had tried to kick him to death with its hind legs. A brown-haired student looked pale as he muttered that this was complete madness. The bespectacled student nearby added, in a dangerous tone, that maybe the professor was angry because they had called him a bald head earlier. Before he could finish that sentence, a shiny bald head appeared right behind him. There was a dull thud, and the bespectacled student collapsed unconscious onto the grass after being lightly tapped. The bald professor looked over the scene with a stern expression and calmly laid out the rules. Each student would ride their own horse, head toward the nameless forest ahead, circle the corner at the far end, and then return to this spot. The first person back would earn additional points. He asked if there were any questions. Standing at the opposite end, Knox stared at that gleaming bald head and silently thought that the rules were as simple as his hair. He muttered under his breath that this wasn't what really mattered right now anyway. Behind him, Talia nervously asked what he had just said. Knox replied coldly that it was nothing and told her to mind her own business. Despite his outward calm, countless plans were already forming in Knox's mind. The information he knew in advance allowed him to strategize clearly. Although horse riding was a class everyone took, the event tied to it was extremely important. This was the moment when a demonic human would appear for the very first time. Since this was their first appearance, everything had been arranged so that the protagonist would meet the demonic human Roger. In the original sequence of events, the demonic human appearing in this episode would trap all the students inside the nameless forest. The protagonist would then lead the academy cadets and overcome the threat together. That was how the episode was supposed to unfold. Thinking about it now, Knox tightened the reins and narrowed his eyes. There was no protagonist here. In a place filled with so many strong personalities, what would happen without a clear leader? Careful thinking mattered, but action was just as important. He steadied himself, knowing hesitation would only invite chaos. At that moment, Talia spoke up on her own initiative. She asked Knox if he wanted to go together. After a brief pause, she added awkwardly that she wasn't scared. It was just in case something happened. After all, the forest was a dangerous place. Before Knox could respond, Ella appeared and interrupted with a sharp remark, saying that Talia seemed awfully confident to be worrying about others during a race. The instant Ella stepped in, Knox's gaze turned cold and hostile. He looked straight at her and snapped, telling her not to bother him and to just go her own way. Caught off guard and misunderstanding his intention, Ella froze, then left without another word. As she returned to her horse, her expression was thoughtful, as if trying to understand what she had just seen. Only Knox and Talia remained. Talia hesitated, then spoke honestly. Since this was a race, she said it would be better for Knox to go ahead first. She admitted she wasn't very good at horse riding. Hearing her doubt herself, Knox replied coldly that the race wasn't what mattered. With that, he turned and left, leaving Talia standing there in confusion. She stared after him, wondering what he meant. If the race wasn't important, then what was? Soon, all the students lined up again, and the professor announced loudly that the race had begun. At his signal, everyone surged forward at full speed. Knox rode among them on the far right, Carl moving smoothly beneath him. Each student pushed their horse harder, desperate to take the lead. One confident boy laughed arrogantly, boasting that he wouldn't lose to commoners who had never ridden a horse until today. Then, suddenly, fear spread across one student's face. Carl reacted instantly, sensing the danger ahead. The blue flames around him flared brighter, his eyes sharpening with alertness. Knox felt it too. He pulled gently on the reins, calming Carl as he murmured that he understood. At that exact moment, a notification appeared before his eyes. Due to the effect of the mana sensitivity genius, the circle had been revealed. Beneath the student's feet, a massive magic circle suddenly spread out, covering the entire area and swallowing everyone within it. Panic erupted at once as students cried out, unable to understand what was happening. Knox spoke up calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos as he explained that it was teleportation magic. He immediately warned them to stay completely still unless they wanted to die on the spot. The moment his words left his mouth, blinding beams of light shot upward from the magic circle, forcing everyone to squeeze their eyes shut. In the next instant, every student vanished. Only faint shadows and drifting dust remained behind as the plains fell silent once more, the wind brushing softly through the grass, as if nothing had happened. Then, from the emptiness, a sinister foot stepped forward. Long claws dug into the ground, radiating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. A figure emerged, no longer a man, but a demon. The air around it trembled under the weight of its killing intent, as it silently sensed the power it had concealed for so long. Ecstasy flickered across its face as it whispered that its chance for revenge had finally arrived. This was Roger, the demonic human Knox had mentioned. Whoever he was searching for, fate suggested it might very well be Knox himself. At the same time, Knox felt something deeply wrong. His expression hardened as he warned everyone again to remain where they were unless they wished to die. Without hesitation, he dismounted and urged Carl to move away from the magic circle, quietly telling him that he was counting on him. Moments later, while confusion still gripped the students, the magic circle fully activated and swallowed them whole. When their vision cleared, they found themselves in a completely different part of the forest. One by one, students staggered and groaned, still reeling from the sudden transfer. A black-haired woman clutched her head and complained that it hurt, asking where they were. The man beside her guessed they were in a forest, only for a nearby girl to immediately deny it, insisting they had just been on the plains. Opinions clashed, voices overlapped, and confusion spread rapidly as many convinced themselves this was merely another academy test. Knox stood quietly among them, his eyes sharp as he carefully examined their surroundings. Inwardly, he confirmed it was teleportation magic, but it wasn't the same as Dean Noah's. The formula felt unstable, flawed. In situations like this, his calm presence carried weight. Noticing his seriousness, the princess approached and asked if he knew what was going on. Knox, despite understanding far more than he let on, replied coldly that he was still figuring it out. Then Knox added, almost offhandedly, yet with a weight that made everyone uneasy, that one thing was absolutely certain. There were outsiders here, and they weren't affiliated with the academy. Echidna immediately stepped forward, chin raised, arrogance written all over her face as she confronted him. What nonsense are you talking about? If you know something, then say it clearly. Knox didn't even blink. He shut her down cold. Know your place, Echidna. You're not a princess. In his eyes, he had no obligation to explain anything to her. The rebuke hit its mark. Echidna froze, anger flashing across her face, but she swallowed it whole. She said nothing. From behind her, Eleanor spoke up instead, her tone calmer but sharp with curiosity. Teleportation magic. That's what you said, right? And you're claiming this happened because of outside interference? She repeated it once more, as if confirming every word mattered. Knox didn't dodge it. He nodded and confirmed it was true. Eleanor frowned, clearly unsatisfied. If that's the case, then why are you so certain? What's your basis? Talia, standing nearby, also spoke up, worry and curiosity mixing on her face. I want to know too. This could just as easily be some kind of test prepared by other professors. Knox let out a quiet sigh. Looking at them, he couldn't help thinking how sheltered they were. This is why people who grow up comfortable never make it. They're far too complacent. Deep down, he was completely certain. This is inner lunatic, one of the most unforgiving games ever made. But that truth stayed locked in his chest. It was a secret only he could carry. Instead, he gave them something they could accept. The magic power is far too unstable. At the same time, acting genius activated. Knox continued smoothly, his words flowing with confidence. The formula itself is disorganized. It completely ignores the safety of the target and focuses only on achieving the function. That alone is proof. One of the elite students reacted immediately. Yes, he's right. The formula feels off. And if the professors were behind this, there's no reason they'd endanger us like this. Especially not so many students from reputable families in Eldane. As Lion spoke, the atmosphere shifted. The others didn't say anything, but their gazes changed. Trust began to form, little by little. Lion pressed on, looking around. I think Knox is right. What do you all think? The truth was simple. Knox had lived through this once already, which made the conclusion obvious to him. For Lion, though, this was his first time facing something like this. And yet, the judgment he made just now was far beyond what an ordinary person should have been capable of. The princess listened quietly as Lion finished explaining, and in her heart, she gave him silent praise. I don't want to admit it, but he's right. The formula is clearly unstable. It makes sense to assume outside interference. As that thought settled, unease crept in, and another possibility surfaced in her mind. Could this have been done by my brother? Unlike her, The other students weren't nearly as troubled. One of them spoke up casually, saying that no matter what, they needed to get out of this place as fast as possible. The suggestion spread quickly, and several others nodded in agreement, eager to leave. That was when Layan raised his voice again, warning them. I don't think staying in this kind of manna for too long is a good idea. Echidna snapped back immediately, her voice sharp and accusatory. So this is the dark families trying to take control. Huh? If you're going to say things like that, then prove it first. Before the tension could rise any further, the princess beside her spoke firmly. Enough, Echidna. Then she turned to everyone else and confirmed it without hesitation. Everything they said is correct. If we remain inside this vortex of unstable mana for too long, we'll be as good as dead. Those words stopped Echidna cold. She bit her tongue and didn't dare argue further. With the princess backing it up, the others hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. Now that they thought about it, the way the magic circle was deployed really was strange. Yeah, it's way too inefficient. More voices joined in, praising the princess's insight. She really is sharp. She started learning magic earlier than we did, didn't she? Perisilis, standing nearby, listened in silence. He didn't add a single word, but his eyes narrowed, growing alert. Suddenly, he turned his head in one direction, drew his sword, and assumed a battle stance. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Echidna, with her limited perception, noticed nothing at all. Perisilis glanced at her coldly and asked, "Can't you smell the stench of blood?" Then he added in a low voice, "This is an intermediate rank monster, or higher. It's above us." Those words instantly alerted Knox as well. He sensed at the same time. Above them, a massive bird-like monster appeared, its enormous body supported by 4 wide wings. Each beat of its wings sent violent gusts of wind crashing down, making everyone tense. Before the creature could even let out a cry, Knox moved. He leaped upward in an instant, his sword flashing as it slashed repeatedly across the bird's body. His face remained calm and emotionless throughout. As the monster reeled from the blows, Knox spoke without looking back. "All of you get ready." The massive bird crashed to the ground, cut down effortlessly. After killing an intermediate-level monster, as if it were nothing, Knox looked at the group and spoke with unmistakable authority. "In a situation this dangerous, I'll be taking command of the fight." The other students stiffened the moment Knox said that. Murmurs spread instantly. What? Who's taking command? In their minds, disbelief turned into ridicule. Knox is taking command. That useless guy? This has to be a joke. The princess, however, was caught off guard in a completely different way. Her gaze lingered on Knox, her thoughts racing. That monster's ambush. I didn't sense it at all, and yet he was the first to notice. Knox von Rienhofer, the so-called good-for-nothing of House Rainer. The elite students had all seen it with their own eyes. Still, none of them openly objected, nor did they voice their support. They simply watched in silence. The bird monster, meanwhile, was far from finished. Bloodthirsty mana surged through its body, twisting its form and making it even more ferocious than before. The princess remained deep in thought. How'd he change so suddenly? How did Knox von Rienhofer become like this? Far away, a bald professor stared down at his stopwatch with a growing scowl. Seriously, is this batch of students completely hopeless? Why hasn't a single one come back yet? This is the worst record in history. He had no idea that the students had already been transported elsewhere. Moments later, Professor Rass rushed over, urgency written all over his face. The bald professor frowned in confusion. "Rass, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be teaching the second years?" Rass shook his head. "That doesn't matter right now. Where are the students?" Still unaware, the bald professor answered casually. "They're doing horse riding practice out on the plains." But as soon as he said it, something felt wrong. He froze. Wait, this feeling. What's going on? Professor Rass spoke quickly. Someone using demonic magic has been detected inside the academy. 3 hours ago, a massive magic circle was activated. We traced it to these plains. The bald professor cursed under his breath, anger flaring. Of all times, it had to happen when Dean Noah isn't here. Damn it. We're moving now. Just then, a lone horse came sprinting toward them. It was Carl, Knox's horse, running without its rider. Tied to its saddle was a letter. The bald professor recognized the horse immediately, snatched the letter, and read it. A demonic human has appeared at the entrance of the nameless forest. Immediate assistance is required. His expression darkened as he finished reading. The nameless forest was no ordinary place. Without wasting another second, he set off with another professor. It would take at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. Using teleportation magic again was no longer an option. I just hope they're all still alive. Meanwhile, deep within the nameless forest, Knox had already finished dealing with the bird-like monster completely. With a calm, almost relaxed expression, he wiped the blood from his sword as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. Echidna, having watched Knox cut down the monster with absurd ease, finally couldn't keep up her haughty front anymore. Gritting her teeth, she spoke stiffly. "I don't want to admit it, but I will. Your judgment was correct, Rainer." The princess stepped forward, clearly intending to speak, but Knox cut her off without even looking at her. Forget it. I don't need forced apologies, princess. That stopped her cold. She looked at him, genuinely puzzled. Knox continued bluntly, his tone sharp and businesslike. This incident is an extension of what happened earlier. By the laws of the imperial family, I'm requesting authority to take command of all the students here. The princess hesitated. That's dangerous. I am the princess. I should personally take charge of the students. The moment those words left her mouth, irritation flickered across Knox's face. Without wasting time, he called out a name. Pell. A young man stepped forward nervously. Knox looked straight at him. Tell me the manual for emergency situations. Pell hesitated, but under Knox's gaze, he answered anyway. The highest priority is the protection of a member of the imperial family. In such situations, command authority is granted to the most exceptional knight or mage present. When Pell finished, Knox turned back to the princess. Princess, you are the only member of the imperial family here. You are also one of the most important individuals for dealing with demons in the future. The lightning mana and the power of punishment you possess are abilities passed down only through the imperial bloodline. He paused, then added calmly, even if everyone else here dies, your life must be protected. That is the law of the empire. The princess fell silent, unable to respond. Knox pressed on. During the ambush, just now, the fastest judgment was made by me. So give me the authority. As he said that, a faint, cunning smile formed on his face. He extended his hand toward her and finished evenly, authority over the life and death of everyone here, including you. The princess felt her chest tighten. She couldn't tell whether she was shaken or strangely moved. From the side, Talia watched the entire exchange, her cheeks slowly turning red. He's asking to lead with everyone's lives on the line. That's incredible. Her eyes locked on Knox, filled with admiration. I was right. Knox is the true knight role model. Knox suddenly felt a strange gaze on his back. He turned and caught Talia staring at him with sparkling eyes. His brows furrowed slightly. What the hell is wrong with her? Turning back to the group, Knox spoke plainly. Anyway, if there aren't any other objections, I'll take command and lead us from here on out. If you don't like it, then prove your worth with your own abilities. Knox smiled confidently as he added, if you can do that, I'll gladly give up the position of leader. No one spoke up. Not a single objection came from the group. Among them, however, a sharp-eyed young man sneered inwardly. If something goes wrong while he's protecting the princess, the leader will take full responsibility. Even if he does well at first, something is bound to fail eventually. This idiot is basically drinking poison from a holy grail. Standing right behind Knox, he mocked him under his breath. How mindless idiot. Do whatever you want. Knox heard him. He turned around slowly and looked at the young man with an almost affectionate gaze. That single look was enough. Cold sweat poured down the young man's back, and he immediately turned away, terrified by the strange intensity in Knox's eyes. Silence followed, and within that silence, everyone reached the same conclusion without saying a word. Knox would be the leader. Knox spoke again, his voice firm. It's decided then. From now on, you'll follow my instructions. Anyone who doesn't will be punished according to the law. The princess quietly accepted every word. Even Echidna, despite her dislike for Knox, could only complain inwardly and stay silent. With everything settled, Knox moved without hesitation. We're moving now. Everyone, follow me. He took the lead immediately. Eleanor blinked, watching him walk off without another explanation. Wait, shouldn't you at least tell us where we're going first? Knox stopped and shot her a chilling look. I'm not good at explaining things. Just stay close and follow me. As he continued forward, he thought to himself, if you knew how many times I played through this chapter, you'd freak out. I'm a veteran of this damn game. Far away, deep inside a cave, someone was watching everything unfold through a magic orb. The students moved together, surrounding and killing a beast under Knox's command. The man observing them was none other than the demon rugger. He watched leisurely, as if observing helpless prey struggling for survival. Once the area was secure, Knox spoke again, his voice firm. From here on, we need to assign roles. His eyes landed on Leon and Perisilis. You two, help me. Perisilis frowned slightly, but nodded in the end. You beat me fair and square, so I'll play along for now. Leon, on the other hand, bowed deeply. I may lack skill, but if I can be of use, I'll do my very best. Watching the two geniuses fall in line, Knox couldn't help but think good. With this, I've got the strongest new students on my side. His gaze then shifted elsewhere, as another thought crossed his mind. Next comes the real challenge. Gathering the elite students, he explained the situation clearly. There are two ways out of this forest. Either someone breaks the barrier from outside, or we kill the caster who used the teleportation magic inside it. The princess frowned and asked what would happen in the latter case. Knox answered honestly. It's dangerous, but we don't have another option. Professor Vernon will need at least 2 days to reach us from the plains if he comes straight here. Until then, our best move is to survive and hunt down the caster. Even as he said this, Knox thought to himself, I already know the first method won't work. If we want to escape, we have to kill him. The caster is Roger, the demonic human who lives in this forest. After laying everything out, Knox concluded without hesitation. For now, first we gather food. We should be able to last 2 days with this much. The moment those words left Knox's mouth, Pericillus stiffened. His eyes darted toward the thing they had just killed, and he hurriedly protested. Oi, Mr. Noble, what exactly are you planning to make us eat? Knox replied without a shred of concern. It's a pig. Any problem with that? Pericillus let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. Hey, I know you're strong and all, but you've seriously got the wrong idea. This isn't some noble's back mountain hunting ground. We can't eat demonic beasts like this. They're poisonous. Knox glanced down at the pig's carcass and calmly acknowledged it. Of course I know that. He also knew full well that the plants growing nearby couldn't be eaten carelessly either. Hearing this, Pericillus became even more confused. Then why are you telling us to eat it if you know all that? How are we supposed to eat demonic beasts? No matter how hungry I was back in the East, I never went this far. Do you have any idea how long your stomach will hurt if you eat that stuff? As he spoke, Pericillus wore a deeply disgruntled expression. Watching him, Knox thought to himself, this lunatic only got stomach pain after eating demonic beasts. I really shouldn't get too involved with him. After a brief pause, Knox cut him off sharply. Shut up and stay quiet. I have my ways. With that, Knox bent down and picked several herbs from the surrounding area, then turned to Leon. Leon, summon the undead and have them guard the students against monsters. Leon immediately nodded and moved to carry out the order. Knox then sighed and looked back at Pericillus. I want you to protect the princess. Aside from that cheeky mouth of yours, your skills are actually decent. Being insulted like that made Pericillus furious, but he swallowed his anger. It was an order from the leader, after all. I'll beat you until you're half dead someday. Just you wait. With that thought burning in his mind, he turned and left to do his job. Once they were gone, Knox finally began his own work. He first found a large, flat stone and set it up like a table. Then he started cooking, using whatever ingredients the forest could provide. In the end, one particular piece was separated out, a chunk of purple demonic pig meat. Just looking at it was enough to make people uneasy. Not a single student dared to touch it. What is that thing? Look at the color. If we eat that, we'll die for sure. As the meat grilled over the fire, Knox placed a certain herb on top of it. A golden aura slowly spread from the herb, seeping into the flesh bit by bit, as if purifying something deep within. After a while, the purple meat slowly shifted, its strange, dreamy hue fading into the familiar color of normal pork. The students who had been watching gawked in astonishment. Knox, calm as ever, explained, I just used this plant to neutralize the poison in the meat. The crimson rake plant can counteract toxins from middle-rank monsters and below, and that hornboar we just killed fits that category. The students exchanged uneasy glances, murmuring among themselves. Is that so? I think I read something like that in a book, but the Reinhafers don't exactly starve. How would he know this? No one could answer. Knox then turned to the princess with a faint smile. So, princess, do you prefer it rare or medium rare? In his mind, he'd already dismissed the idea of well done. There had been some mention in a game once that well-done meat was thrown away, a waste. By now, the pork was nearly cooked. The students, exhausted from a full day of movement, were ravenous. Even the princess, despite her royal upbringing, couldn't help the way her eyes followed the sizzling meat. Hunger had no regard for dignity. Meanwhile, far from the forest, the two professors rode swiftly toward the nameless forest. The bald professor fiddled with a device, attempting to contact the academy's principal, Noah Von Trinity. Dean Noah, can you hear me? He asked. Yes, came the calm reply. This demonic human is at least intermediate rank. The academy considers this a grave situation. I'm on my way to rescue the children with Professor Rass. On the other end, the only response was the faint sound of chewing. The bald professor froze. What was that? That sounded like someone eating snacks. He shook his head, trying to reassure himself. No, she's crazy. But she wouldn't be casually snacking in a situation like this, would she? Professor Rass, sitting nearby, squinted. Mr. Mine, are you eating snacks right now? Caught in the act, Principal Noah's tone was casual, almost teasing. Oh, you heard that? Her question left the two elderly professors momentarily speechless. Seeing their stunned silence, she added lightly, Relax, I'm handling this. There's no need to be so worried, Principal Noah said with quiet confidence. They'll come back without any major issues. All the while, she lounged in her ice chamber, leisurely nibbling on snacks, as if nothing were urgent. The two professors, however, were far from reassured. If these were second-year students, it wouldn't be such a problem. But they're first years. They've barely been at the academy. They're practically sand dunes right now. Professor Rass beside him nodded vigorously, his face streaked with sweat, eyes wide with concern. They haven't even mastered basic defense magic yet. Before they could continue their frantic reporting, Principal Noah cut the connection, leaving the two men floundering. Damn it, It can't be helped. I'll just have to do as much as I can myself. The bald professor urged his horse forward with renewed urgency, while Professor Ras called behind him, "Burn on." In his heart, Ras prayed fiercely, "My top apprentice Knox, I will never let you die in a place like this." Back in the nameless forest, the students had finally eaten their fill of the meat Knox had prepared and now gathered around the campfire, settling in for the night. Yet Knox continued his unusual work, moving with deliberate care. Leia noticed and turned to Perisilis. "Why are you spilling the hornboar's blood around?" Perisilis explained patiently. "If you use the blood of a stronger monster, weaker monsters won't dare come near. We do this often in the East. Travelers are most vulnerable when they camp at night." Leia nodded, absorbing the lesson, while the other students stared in quiet amazement. At that moment, Princess Penelope approached Knox and called his name. He turned, eyes scrutinizing hers briefly. She smiled warmly and said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, we could keep the other students safe." Knox, however, remained indifferent to her gratitude. His voice calm, cautious, he reminded her, "We still have a long way to go. There are many monsters still around, and the mage isn't defeated. The night is far from over." As they spoke, the other trainees tried to sleep, regaining what little strength they could. The princess looked over them all, her gaze lingering on each one, and let out a quiet sigh. "I know, but the fact that no one has died so far, I think that's thanks to you." Knox met her gaze, expression unreadable, and remained silently indifferent. Her expression softened, tinged with sorrow as she admitted her past mistake. "Please forgive Echidna's manners. She's just biased against dark families because of the usual negative feelings people have toward them." Knox tilted his head, puzzled by the princess apologizing on Echidna's behalf. "Why does she even care about me? I don't like how this is going." He shook his head slightly and replied, "You don't need to worry about someone like me. Don't go thanking someone who was thrown away by his own dark family. The imperial family would be in shock if they knew." The princess, however, shook her head with a serious glint in her eyes. "That's one way of looking at things," she said, her tone firm. Her gaze was sincere, her image of Knox entirely different from the rumors she had heard. "But I think differently. If I can save more people, even if it means joining hands with a demon, I would do so without hesitation." Knox frowned slightly, concern flickering in his eyes. "That's a dangerous thing to say." The princess laughed lightly, waving a hand. "I'm just kidding." Knox couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Damn it, did her switch just turn on? He thought, analyzing her carefully. Penelope von Arkheim, known as the Princess of Kindness, but her greatest flaw is extreme utilitarianism. She's the kind of person who would give up her own life for her beliefs. That nickname could easily change from the Princess of Kindness to the cold-blooded princess. Ending the conversation, Knox pulled out a small cloth bag that radiated a faint, menacing purple aura. Raising it, he addressed the trainees. "We'll team up in fours to set up the tents. I have some decent cloths, so each of you can come take one." Inside, he thought to himself, having a dimensional pocket really is convenient. The trainees murmured among themselves, glancing at the bag. "Why is he carrying something like that? What the hell? That's Rainhafer family behavior for you. I heard that when you turn 5 in that family, they push you off a cliff." Knox, hearing the absurd rumors, frowned. To think such ridiculous stories are spreading. I guess that's life for a dark family. With that, the trainees set about following Knox's instructions, preparing the camp for the night. Knox stood beside Talia, his gaze sharp and uneasy as he quietly warned her to stay alert. Talia tilted her head, confused, asking what exactly she should be careful of. Knox didn't elaborate. He already knew too much to explain, so he brushed it off coldly, saying it was nothing. Turning away, he addressed the other trainees instead, instructing them to finalize the night shift rotations and take turns guarding the area. While speaking, his thoughts moved ahead of everyone else. "It's time for me to move too." There was a fatal flaw in the Academy's second episode during this ambush. If the mage who set up the barrier wasn't killed quickly, clearing this scenario would become impossible. The trainees finished setting up camp, exhaustion weighing heavily on them. One by one, they fell asleep around the campfire, rotating guards as instructed. Knox continued calculating in silence. If no one kills that mage, this story can't be completed. He drew his sword and quietly walked off in a specific direction. Leon, who seemed to have been entrusted with something important, watched Knox disappear into the darkness without stopping him. Inside the barrier, something stirred. A sense of danger crept through the sleeping camp. One young man suddenly jolted awake, instinctively drawing his sword as he shouted for everyone to get up. Reports flew instantly. "Princess, there's trouble." The princess rushed out, her voice tense as she asked what was happening. The trainee explained that a massive number of mana-bearing creatures were gathering nearby. Thick, ominous miasma spread through the area surrounding the camp, pressing down on everyone's nerves. Echidna moved without hesitation, placing herself protectively in front of the princess. She urged her to stay behind her. Perisilis also unsheathed his sword, eyes scanning the darkness as he assessed the situation. He clicked his tongue internally. So this is it. Hornboar's blood doesn't mean much against stronger monsters after all. He glanced around, searching for a familiar figure. So what's the plan? He asked. That was when they realized something was wrong. Knox isn't here, Talia said anxiously, her voice trembling. Leon stepped forward, mana gathering as he activated his magic. He calmly addressed everyone, explaining that Knox had gone elsewhere temporarily and had entrusted this battlefield to him. Echidna snapped back immediately, anger flashing across her face. How could he leave after being so confident about protecting the princess? Leon answered firmly that Knox hadn't run away. When Echidna demanded to know how he could be so sure, Leon didn't waver. Around them, the horde drew closer. The trainees swallowed hard, panic spreading through the ranks. There were simply too many. This was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Ella Laner spoke up, backing Echidna's concern. This wasn't something they could handle easily. Too many monsters, far too many. Leon turned toward her and answered calmly that everything would be fine. As his words settled, green mana surged out from his body, spreading like a living tide around him. The princess froze in shock, her eyes widening as she felt the pressure. That amount of mana, it was absurd. Echidna frowned deeply, her thoughts in turmoil. What in the world is happening right now? Leon himself felt the same curiosity. Entrusted by Knox at this critical moment, he couldn't help but wonder about the man who had placed such responsibility on his shoulders. Knox von Rainer, just who are you, and why would you leave this to me? His mind drifted back to the moment before Knox departed, when he had casually handed him a dark purple magic core. Even then, Leon had been stunned. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Leon stepped forward with unwavering confidence and declared the outcome of the battle as the patriarch of the Marva's household. Before he could even finish speaking, a massive wolf lunged at him. Leon didn't retreat. His overwhelming mana surged outward, stopping the beast in its tracks. In the next instant, summoned entities appeared and slashed through the air. The attack cleaved the wolf cleanly in two. And that was only the beginning. One by one, his summoned zombies poured forward, clashing head-on with the advancing monsters. With steady eyes filled with resolve, Leon spoke again, his voice echoing with authority. As the patriarch of the Marva's household, the result of this battle would be decided by him alone. Leon von Marvis. Elsewhere in the nameless forest, before the entrance of the demon's cave, a complex magical array shimmered across the ground. Knox stepped calmly into its range without hesitation. He knew exactly what it was, yet fear never crossed his face. The moment his foot touched the magic circle, a system notification appeared, declaring that his mana sensitivity had neutralized the intermediate restraint magic. The restrictions had no effect on him. Knox continued walking through the layered constraints, his expression cold and focused. Another notification followed, informing him that due to the effects of the lunatic member's robe, his attack power had increased by 1.2 times. The instant he fully entered the array, Knox sensed it. The demon Roger was here. He spoke first, his tone sharp and unbothered. How long do you plan to stay hidden? The demon froze for a split second before breaking into a crazed grin. Slowly, he stepped forward, clearly intrigued. His voice rumbled low as he spoke. An academy student who can find my location, and still dares to face me? Roger's eyes flared, a crimson blood aura bursting forth from his body, filling the area with suffocating fear. Knox tightened his grip, his stance steady. There was no hesitation left in him now. Acting genius has been activated at full force. Knox's expression shifted in an instant. The cold, emotionless mask faded, replaced by a bright, almost playful smile. There was something sharp and dangerous behind it as he spoke, his tone light, but mocking. Those are words you should only say when you're actually worth something. Then his gaze hardened as he added, telling the demon to learn his place. That single sentence was enough. Rugger's smile disappeared, veins bulging across his face as fury twisted his features. How dare you? He roared. In the next heartbeat, his body vanished. He reappeared in front of Knox at terrifying speed, claws extended, aiming to tear him apart. Clang! Knox blocked the strike cleanly with his sword. The collision sent a violent wave of energy exploding outward. Without giving Rugger a moment to recover, Knox twisted his wrist and slashed horizontally. The blade forced the demon to retreat in haste. Rugger glanced down at his hand, his eyes widening as black flames gnawed at his flesh. His voice shook with rage and shock. Who the hell are you? There's no need for me to tell you that. Knox's reply was cold and indifferent. That indifference pushed Rugger over the edge. Demonic power surged through his body as thick black veins spread across his skin. A suffocating aura rolled out from him as he snarled, vowing to beat the arrogance out of Knox's mouth. He charged again, this time with his arm wrapped in a blood-red aura, striking with murderous intent. But to Knox, it was effortless. In a single flash of steel, the arm was severed. Rugger froze. His eyes went blank as his body failed to react, disbelief flooding his face as his severed limb tumbled to the ground. Knox didn't even flinch. He looked at the demon with a calm, icy gaze and thought to himself, one piece. Skip. What matters is what comes next. There's not even a need to use a skill. As the arm hit the ground, Rugger finally snapped back to reality. Knox assessed him without emotion. With this difference in level, even borrowing demonic power, he's still just a demonic human. Fear and rage twisted together on Rugger's face as he screamed insults, his voice cracking. The severed arm began to writhe, regenerating into a grotesque, elongated form. He thrust it toward Knox and shouted, asking if Knox really thought he had already won. Knox didn't dodge. He simply watched, calm and composed, judging the attack. He's far weaker than the current me. When the stretched arm lashed toward him, Knox raised his sword and blocked it effortlessly. His eyes sharpened, turning cold and predatory. A notification flashed before him, announcing that swordsmanship genius and combat genius had been activated. The enemy's attack had been completely destroyed. The moment the skill took effect, Knox's presence changed. His strikes grew heavier, sharper, and far more overwhelming, as the gap between them became undeniable. Knox knocked Rugger's arm aside, the force twisting it into a grotesque angle. Rugger's eyes widened in pure shock as his attack was effortlessly repelled. In that brief moment of lost focus, Knox calmly gathered mana into his left hand, condensing it into a dark magic orb. His lips curved slightly as he taunted him. An attack like that is useless. The next instant, the attack slammed straight into Rugger's body. A scream tore from his throat as dark power ravaged him from the inside. Acting genius has been activated. At the same time, Knox's expression turned icy. His murderous gaze locked onto Rugger, who collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony from the dark strike. With a terrifying calm, Knox grabbed Rugger's limp arm and lifted him up. His eyes burned as he glared down at him and spoke coldly. You didn't really think that would work on me, did you? Rugger slammed back onto the ground, pain flooding his body, unable to move. His teeth clenched tightly as rage boiled inside him. I should have been careful from the beginning. The useless trash of House Raynor ruined everything. Even with his arm pinned and his body crushed against the ground, Rugger forced his head up, glaring at Knox with hatred as he snarled. How dare you humiliate me? I am the one who received the blood of the Archduke. Knox didn't bother responding. Ignoring the meaningless rant, he calmly raised his sword, his gaze colder than ever. This is farewell. I've had enough of you. The moment Rugger realized he was about to die, fear finally broke through. Sweat poured down his face as his body trembled. But just as the blade was about to fall, a desperate voice shouted from behind. Stop! Professor Rass came rushing over, breathing heavily as he ran between them. His face was pale with panic as he pleaded with Knox to stop. He spoke in a frantic voice, admitting the truth. He's my apprentice. Knox froze, his eyes widening in shock. What? Professor Rass lowered his head, regret etched deep into his face. He apologized quietly, admitting that it was true. Rugger is his apprentice. Hearing those words, Rugger let out a bitter, contemptuous laugh as he lay on the ground. Huh, my apprentice? Don't be ridiculous, Professor Rass. Was I ever your apprentice, even for a second? You abandoned me. After I lost my arm in the war of our empire, you heartlessly expelled me from the academy because I no longer had any value. Rugger's voice cracked as he screamed in fury, mocking him. You still dare call yourself my teacher? You're completely deluded. Hearing those words, Professor Rass clenched his fist, sorrow filling his eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke, admitting it quietly. Yes, I may have abandoned you, but it wasn't for the reasons you think. Everything I did was because I was worried about you. I didn't want what happened to my son to happen to you. That was Professor Rass's voice, heavy with regret. He explained that the only choice he had left was to expel Rugger from the academy, because Rugger had been far too determined to throw himself onto the battlefield. But Rugger didn't want to hear it. Not anymore. Hatred burned in his eyes as he stared at Rass, and answered coldly that people decide their own paths. Memories surfaced one after another, scenes he had never forgotten. He accused Rass of being conceited, of letting the entire continent know that he was nothing more than abandoned trash cast out by the academy. Professor Rass's shoulders trembled. He hadn't known Rugger had suffered like that. His voice broke as he asked whether the magic Rugger had longed for had really turned into this twisted form. Was this truly the magic they had once dreamed of together? Rugger didn't bother answering properly. He only smiled faintly, a sly and empty smile, admitting that it was already too late for him. Then something changed. Power surged violently through his body. Strength he shouldn't have had flooding his limbs. With a sudden burst, he resisted Knox's hold and tore himself free. Knox's eyes widened in surprise. That single moment of carelessness was enough. Rugger didn't turn back toward Knox. Instead, he charged straight at Professor Rass, abandoning everything else. His face was twisted with rage, a blood-stained knife clenched tightly in his hand. Hatred filled his eyes as he screamed that if nothing else, he would at least drag Rass to the afterlife with him. He shouted his name with venom, Rass von Celestia. Professor Rass froze. Fear overtook him completely. He couldn't react, couldn't move. In that instant, he accepted it. This was his punishment. But death didn't come. A stream of black energy surged toward him, only to be intercepted by a powerful purple light. Professor Rass, who had squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the end, slowly opened them when nothing happened. Standing before him was Knox, calm, unshaken, blocking the attack entirely. For a brief moment, Knox looked back at Professor Rass and spoke quietly, admitting that there were things in his own past that couldn't be undone either. As he spoke, purple energy engulfed his entire body, blasting Rugger away from Rass and knocking him out of the danger zone. Before Rugger could even process what had happened, Knox vanished. In the next instant, Knox appeared right behind him, sword already raised. Rugger's body refused to respond, frozen in place as if his feet had been nailed to the ground, unable to move while death loomed just behind him. When he finally understood what had happened, his face twisted in disbelief, and a broken murmur slipped from his lips. "What? How are you so fast?" At that very moment, the system's voice echoed without mercy. The acting genius had been pushed to its absolute limit. The synchronization between Knox von Reinher and the players surged higher than ever. Knox raised his sword, ready to strike. The cold, empty look he usually wore was gone. Instead, a gentle smile curved his lips as he gazed at the soon-to-be dead Rugger, almost as if he were comforting him. "I understand the despair you're feeling right now," Knox said softly, "but it won't change anymore. That feeling, it's quite elegant, don't you think?" The moment those words left his mouth, Knox's entire presence changed. His body moved as if it were no longer bound by ordinary limits, his enhanced stats warping every motion. Another warning rang out, sharp and urgent. "You may lose your mind." Yet none of it mattered to KNX. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. The blade flashed once, clean and merciless, slicing Rugger's body straight in half. There was no time for last words, no dramatic farewell. Only a few meaningless sounds escaped before everything ended. Knox's cold eyes shifted to the demon's severed body. Slowly, it began to dissolve, breaking apart in a black mist until nothing remained, as if it had never existed in the first place. Professor Rass had seen everything. The moment the truth settled in, his strength gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unable to hold back his sorrow as he watched his apprentice vanish, powerless to save him. His eyes overflowed with grief. Pressing his face against the earth, he silently accepted a reality he could no longer deny. After a long moment, the professor softly called Knox's name. Knox turned, slightly puzzled by the sound. Then came a question that seemed almost empty. "What should I do?" Knox frowned faintly, confused, and replied in a flat tone, "What are you talking about?" That was when the professor finally opened his heart. He spoke of his research, of his thesis, of how everything he had done was meant for the sake of the weak. Yet now, he no longer knew if any of it had meaning. He couldn't even protect his own apprentice. What was the point of continuing? Knox stood behind him, listening in silence, offering no answer. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Professor Rass scooped up a handful of dirt, watching it slip through his fingers as he whispered, "I've lost the direction of my life." Knox showed no emotion. He calmly wiped the blood from his face and said, "I don't know how you were related to that demonic human." As he looked down at the broken figure of the professor, a single thought crossed his mind. This is the lesser evil. I need his thesis to be published. Only then can artifact creation and the strengthening system be unlocked within the game. He has to continue his research. But is that really all? As that thought surfaced, his hand tightened without him realizing it. At that moment, a notification appeared. "Your emotions have interfered with the character Knox von Rienhofer." Knox's eyes softened, as if countless unspoken words were trapped inside them. Another warning followed immediately. Warning. Acting genius is wavering. Almost in response, a light rain began to fall over the forest, washing the battlefield in quiet drops. After a brief hesitation, Knox finally spoke, and this time, there was genuine emotion in his voice. "Honestly, things like that aren't important to me, but I don't think your research is worthless." Even as he said it, Knox himself wavered. "I was sure that using Professor Rass was the most efficient choice. So why am I hesitating now?" Standing beneath the rain, Professor Rass lifted his grief-filled face and asked, "Haven't you seen how powerless I am?" Knox answered without dodging it. "Yes, I saw it clearly. You look pathetic." Yet his expression slowly softened. "I get it now. He's crossed my line. That's why I'm shaken. Every word he says affects me." Breaking free from his thoughts, Knox stepped closer, his movements light. Lowering his voice, he spoke calmly. "I'm lazy by nature. Please don't ask too much of me. I don't really like tea. I prefer coffee. I don't need money. And I don't care much for fame either." Professor Rass stared at him, utterly baffled. "What are you talking about?" Knox ignored the question and continued. "But your research is different." Even under the falling rain, a gentle, sunny smile appeared on Knox's face. Looking straight at the professor, he said firmly, "It has value. I can guarantee that." In his mind, he whispered to himself, "Maybe, just maybe a game addict like me envies someone like you, who truly contributes something meaningful to this world." At the same time, the magical barrier began to crumble, breaking apart now that its creator had been defeated. Knox dropped to one knee in respect, the rain soaking his clothes and staining his knee with mud. Professor Rass finally began to understand what Knox wanted. Knox spoke without hesitation. Professor Rass, I'll become your #1 apprentice. The scene left everyone stunned. Professor Rass could hardly believe what he was hearing. Knox continued thinking. Nothing has changed about the Professor Rass I only ever saw through a monitor. It's still just him and me, two unorthodox thinkers standing together. Then Knox looked up and said calmly, if needed, I can match with you. I can stand behind you, at the height of your back, while you cry inside and speak about your son. These were words men rarely say to one another, words that carried more weight than any promise. As the barrier finally vanished, safety returned to the battlefield. The students were unharmed. Every monster had already been slain by Lion, their corpses piled grotesquely before them. Seeing no remaining danger, Paracelsus slowly sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. Lion glanced over the fallen beasts and felt a quiet sense of relief settle in his chest. Watching Lion's display of power, Paracelsus couldn't help but think, so Knox isn't the only lunatic here? What the hell are those undead? They're nothing like normal ones. They feel fundamentally different. The princess, feeling reassured at last, spoke to Echidna in a low voice. It's hard to believe an army of undead with that level of strength exists. The dark families truly possess the power of destruction. I don't want to admit it, but it seems the rumor about the Marva household returning is true. Leyen von Marvas. We would do well to remember that name. Echidna bowed her head respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. I'll keep a close eye on his movements. Leyen, still lost in thought, tightened his grip around the mana crystal Knox had given him. The highest grade mana crystal. If it weren't for this, there's no guarantee I could have one. Filled with gratitude, he clenched it harder and murmured to himself. It's almost like he's seen the future. Suddenly, a loud voice shattered the heavy silence hanging over the students. Hey, everyone, is everyone all right? A bald professor came rushing in, shouting as he scanned the area. His shiny head reflected what little light broke through the gloomy rain, standing out almost painfully. Instead of feeling relieved, the students grew even more tense at the sight of him. Paracelsus, irritated by the noise, turned away as the bald professor grabbed a random student and shook him, frantically checking for casualties. The princess stepped forward and calmly said, there were no deaths. However, someone did leave the battlefield. Hearing her voice, the professor immediately froze, straightened himself, and bowed. Princess, please forgive my late greeting. I was in quite a rush. He then asked carefully, may I know who left? It was Knox von Rienhofer, the princess replied. But I don't believe he's in any danger. We only managed to survive this long because of him. Professor Rass stared at her, disbelief written all over his face. Is that really true? From a short distance away, Leon spoke up. Yes, the monocrystal he gave me made all the difference. Paracelsus added with a snort. He even took care of the tents and rations. Honestly, he handled just about everything. The bald professor stood there in shock as the students began recounting everything. Nearby, a group of them started whispering about Rienhofer. Maybe he's not the trash we thought he was. He's definitely troublesome when it comes to women, though. And he really did act like a good-for-nothing before. I also heard he treats servants badly. Someone even said he bullied Eleanor's servant in an alley. Really? Then maybe he's problematic with men, too. The rumors surrounding Knox had completely changed. They no longer resembled the stories that once spread through the academy. What stunned the bald professor wasn't the danger Knox had faced, but the fact that people were speaking positively about him at all. Conflicted, he frowned to himself. That white hair brat again. Come to think of it, the barrier is gone. I already confirmed that the large-scale transportation circle of the demonic human and the barrier could only be destroyed from the inside. What's going on? There hasn't been enough time for Raz, that weakling, to resolve everything here. As he pondered, an irritating image surfaced in his mind. Knox's smug smile. No matter how much he disliked it, he had to admit the truth. Everything had worked out because of Knox. After the incident where the demon kidnapped students into the forest, everything was settled, and Knox now sat quietly in Professor Rass's office. He was diligently taking notes, as if nothing unusual had happened. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ordinary acting is now activated. You will not waver. Knox's gaze grew distant as memories replayed in his mind. After that incident, I didn't really have a choice. I became the apprentice of that strange professor, Rass von Celestia. Professor Rass, meanwhile, was in an excellent mood. He couldn't wait to show off to the bald professor. Back in his office, he hummed cheerfully while fastening a magical bracelet around Knox's wrist. Knox didn't resist and let him do as he pleased. Feeling helpless, Knox thought to himself, for the sake of unlocking the artifact system in the future, his research is absolutely necessary. In the game Inner Lunatic, Professor Rass never died. But this isn't the game anymore. If I don't save him now, I'll be the one paying for it later. Suddenly, Knox swung his arm. His elbow struck Professor Ras square in the face. Without missing a beat, Knox spoke casually, as if it had been an accident. "Ah, sorry. You startled me. I reacted without thinking because you touched me." Yet Professor Ras didn't look angry at all. Instead, he laughed cheerfully. Even his blood trickled from his nose. "It's fine. I know you did that on purpose, so there's no need to act coy in front of me." Seeing the professor's expression, Knox felt a mix of helplessness and irritation. He stared at him for a moment before speaking seriously. "You know me that well, yet you still chose to bother me. You're aware the Empire has laws against sexual harassment, right?" Professor Ras shrugged without a care. "For someone who pretends to be the good-for-nothing of a prestigious household, you're saying something surprisingly sharp. The Empire's laws." He waved it off. "If you look at the relationship between nobles and commoners, those laws were broken down a long time ago." Knox frowned deeply. That answer displeased him. "I don't think that's something a professor of Eldain, an institution directly under the Imperial family, should be saying." Professor Ras replied casually, as if it meant nothing. "It doesn't matter as long as you don't report me." Hearing that, Knox clicked his tongue inwardly. He's seriously insane. Holding up the magical bracelet, Professor Ras suddenly changed the subject. "This time, I recommended you together with Leyen von Marvis. I mean my official recommendation to the Imperial family. The two of you will be allowed to enter Eldain's treasure vault and take an artifact." Knox's eyes widened. "What? You actually did that?" "Yes," Professor Ras answered lightly. "As you know, I can be quite persuasive. Doing this much for my top apprentice isn't a big deal, so don't feel pressured." To Knox, the professor now seemed to be glowing. Unable to hide his excitement, he stepped closer. "Who said I felt pressured?" Professor Ras blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change in attitude. Knox clenched his fists, his face lit with anticipation. "Since you went through the trouble of preparing such a gift, I'll gladly accept it." The professor was left speechless, staring at Knox's shameless reaction. "You seem happier about this than when you became my apprentice. I must be overthinking things, right?" Knox didn't even bother replying. His mind was already elsewhere. Eldain's treasure vault. What an unexpected jackpot. Soon after, Knox made his way toward the Academy's storage area. As he looked around, he carefully evaluated everything. This place is jointly managed by the Imperial family and the Revaln household. There are countless powerful artifacts here, but I already know which one has the best efficiency. If he obtained that artifact at this stage, his growth speed would increase several times over. Just as that thought settled in, his steps slowed. A familiar presence appeared behind him. Eleanor spoke calmly. "I never imagined you'd be opening Eldain's treasure vault." She smiled with a mocking curve of her lips, her eyes filled with teasing disdain. "Looks like you found yourself a pretty good teacher." Knox didn't even bother to look at her. His voice came out cold and flat. "Think whatever you want." Inside, he let out a quiet sigh. Eleanor's stake in the rival merchantry had already been recognized, which meant she would be entering with him. He could already feel a headache coming on. "I just hope she doesn't stir up unnecessary trouble." Eleanor, noticing his distant attitude, spoke up with a faint frown. "You're seriously mistaken if you think I want to take back the artifacts I donated. I fully intend to make sure you're properly rewarded for saving me." Knox finally turned around, his expression indifferent. "You really have a talent for complicating things," he muttered. Eleanor smiled as if she had expected that response. "Professor Ras explained how this works, didn't he?" She reached in her pocket and took out a key, its surface faintly glowing. Holding it up with obvious anticipation, she asked, "So, what artifact are you planning to take?" At that moment, Knox's interest slowly surfaced. A sharp, almost malicious smile crept onto his face as he answered, "The item I want is..." No one heard what he whispered to her, but Eleanor's reaction said everything. Her eyes widened as she stammered, "W? What did you just say?" She leaned closer, disbelief written all over her face. "What did you say you wanted?" Knox looked at her like this was the most ordinary thing in the world. "Are you really going to make me repeat myself?" he complained. Eleanor crossed her arms, her expression turning skeptical. "I don't get why you'd want an antique like that. Then again, I suppose it's not that strange if it's just a hobby of some rich family's son." Not wanting to waste any more time, Knox cut in calmly. "How about you hand it over first, and we talk afterward?" Eleanor smiled knowingly at his words. "Wait, before that, Knox von Rainer, I need to confirm whether you're actually qualified to take something from this place." That caught him off guard. His brow furrowed as questions flooded his mind. That wasn't mentioned anywhere. With confidence, Eleanor continued, "That's a special privilege granted to me as the one who donated these artifacts. The rival merchantry is already fully in control of Eldain. After all." As soon as she finished speaking, Eleanor clapped her hands. The space around them distorted, the scenery warping as if reality itself was being folded. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted into a completely different place. Knox froze for a moment, then calmly scanned the area, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Space teleportation magic, he thought. "I've seen this countless times in the game." Eleanor noticed how composed he was and raised an eyebrow. "You're not surprised?" I've experienced things far more shocking than this, Knox replied casually. She gestured for him to sit, her tone turning businesslike. Let's stop wasting time and begin the test. Her gaze locked onto him as she spoke his name clearly. Knox von Rienhofer. Knox maintained a cold, unreadable expression, though confusion churned quietly inside him. He couldn't tell what Eleanor truly wanted from this conversation. So she's making me work for the artifact, he thought. Fine. If it's just a formality, it shouldn't take long. Eleanor's demeanor shifted, her playful tone vanishing as she looked straight at him. Why did you save me? The question caught Knox completely off guard. He hadn't expected all of this just to clarify that one point. He looked at her indifferently and asked, That's the test? With firm resolve, Eleanor answered, I decide what question gets asked. Her persistence only deepened his confusion. Trying to brush it off, Knox began, Like I told you before, I simply. Before he could finish, Eleanor slammed her hand on the table, the sharp sound cutting him off. All right, there's something I forgot to mention. She rested her chin on her hand, her posture relaxed, almost cute, yet her smile was both beautiful and threatening. Lies don't work on me. Or maybe you already knew that. Faced with her unyielding gaze, Knox felt a chill crawl up his spine. He muttered under his breath, There's something I forgot. An inner lunatic. The difference between acting like a genius and acting normally is that a genius can see through other people's lies. That realization hit hard. Then what she's saying is true. Now, completely cornered, Knox clicked his tongue and grumbled, You're really a pain in the ass. Eleanor didn't lose her composure. Wearing her usual calm expression and that infuriating smile, she replied, Oh my. Didn't you already say something like that earlier? Knox froze. His mind went blank, his face turning pale as panic crept in. Damn it. What do I do now? Noticing his expression, Eleanor tilted her head and teased him, remarking that he looked quite flustered. That was the last straw. Knox snapped and told her to shut up. You lied, he said sharply, about wanting to personally give me the artifact. Eleanor calmly observed his hesitation and replied, Is that really important right now? What matters is that you'll lose out if you don't answer my question. Knox fell silent, weighing his options. It's too risky to come all this way just to lose the artifact. And if I try to back out now, she'll definitely suspect me. There's no choice. I'll face it head on. Having reached his decision, Knox asked her what she truly wanted to know. Eleanor nodded, confirming that she wanted the real reason he had saved her. Knox turned his gaze away and spoke quietly. Because it was necessary for me. Eleanor frowned slightly, still unsatisfied. Necessary why? Knox answered her without the slightest warmth, his voice sharp and clear. She was part of his plan. The words hit Eleanor like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened as she immediately pressed him, asking what kind of plan he was talking about. Knox simply crossed his arms, his expression indifferent. I don't think there's any reason for me to explain that much to you. Is there? Frustration flickered across her face, but she held it back. Realizing she wouldn't get an answer that way, Eleanor chose not to push further and smoothly moved on to another question. This time, Knox answered without hesitation. She hesitated for a moment, memories surfacing, then asked quietly, What really happened back then in the ballroom? Did you save me because you felt indebted to me because of that? Knox denied it immediately. His reply was firm and without emotion. Eleanor's shoulders dropped slightly, disappointment slipping through despite her efforts to hide it. So, it wasn't because of the past. Yet more than anything else, her mind kept circling back to one thing. Part of his plan. What did that even mean? Knox repeated himself calmly. Everything I said is true. You already know that, don't you? Eleanor sighed and commented that keeping so many secrets wasn't good. Knox didn't agree in the slightest. In his mind, she was the one making a problem out of nothing. Changing the subject, Eleanor mentioned the rumors circulating about him lately. How people said he had changed a lot compared to the old stories that painted him as worthless. Knox responded with the same detached tone, clearly uninterested. Ignoring his attitude, Eleanor continued, I don't believe that. Her voice hardened. Even if you saved me, I still remember what you said to me back then. Her eyes turned sharp, hostility flashing as she stared at him. She was about to continue when Knox cut her off. Do whatever you want. That indifference irritated her deeply. Knox, however, remained unmoved. Blame me. Hate me. That's your right, he said calmly. Feel however you want. It won't change anything. Inside, he reminded himself to stay firm. Any hesitation now could lead to unnecessary complications. He stood up from his seat and spoke plainly. Are we done? I've received the artifact. I'll be heading back. Eleanor didn't stop him. She stayed where she was, lost in thought. She was convinced that Knox had truly changed. No matter how coldly he tried to act, a woman's intuition told her there was something different about him now. After Knox left the room, Rick entered quietly. Eleanor was still drowning in unanswered questions. She lifted her teacup, murmuring to herself, Why did Knox choose an artifact like that when there were so many better ones? Rick considered it silently. It's not a bad choice, he thought, but it's certainly not the best either. Eleanor let out a quiet sigh, her brows knitting together in thought. Honestly, she couldn't understand why a knight like him would ever need something like an orb. Her mind kept circling back to Knox, trying to make sense of his choice. There were countless better options: top-grade swords, rare elixirs, sturdy shields, even high-quality armor. Yet out of all of them, he had chosen that old, unassuming orb. He's not doing this just to make me feel indebted, she thought, dismissing the idea almost immediately. Rick noticed her troubled expression and offered a gentle smile. I don't think you need to overthink it that much, he said reassuringly. It's not like he did anything to harm you. Eleanor hesitated. A trace of unease still lingered in her eyes. Is it really fine to look at it so simply? She wondered. But just as quickly, she admitted to herself that there wasn't much else she could do about it. With a small shake of her head, she changed the topic and asked Rick about the current state of the merchant trade. Rick straightened and reported smoothly that everything was progressing well. The nobles of the capital in Talon Feather were purchasing rival and household products in large quantities. It's all thanks to you, he added. That answer finally eased her mood. Eleanor nodded in satisfaction and then gave him another instruction. Keep monitoring Knox. If anything unusual happens, report back to me immediately. Understood. Rick bowed respectfully. Yes, young miss. Please don't worry. But as he straightened up, a faint, unsettling smile flickered across his face, unseen by her. Meanwhile, Knox had already returned to his room. Jitri stood nearby as he examined the old orb resting in his hand. The moment his fingers brushed over its surface, the system notification appeared before his eyes. High-level artifact acquired. The Great Sage, highest grade orb. Creator, unknown. More information followed immediately. The Great Sage, highest grade orb. Category, equipment. Grade, advanced, with the potential to evolve into the highest grade once conditions were met. Attributes granted. Mana +2, stamina +1. Equipping requirement, at least 10 mana from birth. Then the special effect appeared. Passive skill obtained. Magic autocompensate. The system displayed the skill details. Passive skill, magic autocompensate. Grade, intermediate. It automatically compensates magic-related skills of intermediate level or lower, greatly amplifying their power and effectiveness. Knox's lips curled upward as he finished reading. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. To think I'd get something like this at this point. I'm really lucky. He slowly infused the orb with dark mana. It lifted into the air, floating gently before him. Knox watched it with clear pleasure. Eleanor probably has no idea how valuable this thing really is, he thought. And that's fine. There's a special way to use it anyway. Just then, another system message appeared. Conditions not met. The artifact cannot yet utilize its full effect. Knox only smiled wider at the warning, his gaze never leaving the floating orb. This outcome was already within Knox's expectations. He knew exactly how this high-level artifact was meant to be used. To upgrade it to its highest grade, one had to speak the real name of its original owner. That owner was one of the 4 sages who would appear in the future, a woman who also happened to be one of the characters he most often took as his teacher in the game. Knox hesitated. It's still too early. If he activated the artifact now, it would inevitably reveal his identity to her. Since this was only the first stage, the current level of power was more than enough for now. Jitri, noticing how satisfied he looked, tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't help but ask why he had chosen such an old-looking orb. There were countless items in Eldane's secret vault, and she had even heard that there were plenty of powerful items specifically made for knights. Knox answered calmly, as if it should have been obvious. Have I never told you before? I'm going to use magic too. That means I need both kinds of equipment. Jitri froze in shock at his words. Seeing her reaction, Knox blinked and added casually, Oh, I guess I really didn't mention it. He laughed lightly. Looks like I forgot. Jitri let out a long sigh, rubbing her temple. Just what am I supposed to do with you? She quickly followed up with concern. Wouldn't it be extremely difficult to learn 2 things at once? It's not that I doubt your abilities, but... Knox cut in nonchalantly. If it doesn't work out, I could just take money from my family and live however I want, right? That answer only left Jitri more confused. She frowned and admitted, I've been telling people that you've been working harder lately. Knox barely reacted. He simply laughed cheerfully. I didn't ask you to do that, though. Jitri laughed awkwardly in return. You know, Knox, you can be pretty nasty sometimes. With a straight face, Knox reminded her, I'm a good-for-nothing, remember? Jitri shot back immediately. And you play around with women a lot, too. Knox shook his head, denying it without hesitation. That's just an accusation. She wasn't convinced. I heard all about it. Patriarch Theo was also a notorious womanizer back in the day, and now he's repenting for all his past mistakes. Knox looked completely uninterested. I didn't know that. He relaxed, stretched slightly, and lay back on the bed, his thoughts drifting. Just then, Jitri remembered something and pulled out a letter, handing it to him. It looks like it's from the Imperial family, she said seriously. They specifically requested that you read it yourself. When Knox heard the words, Imperial family, his body straightened on instinct. A letter? From them? It made no sense. Jitri stepped forward and handed it over, adding calmly, Echidna asked me to deliver it to you. You should read it yourself first. Knox broke the seal, his eyes scanning the page as a knot formed in his chest. Why is the princess paying this much attention to me? He thought grimly. I can't afford more unknown variables showing up now. The contents were brief, polite, and far too direct. Hello, Knox von Rainer. Thanks to your previous actions, I was able to preserve my life. In accordance with the laws of the Empire, I wish to grant you a reward. I invite you to the capital, Talon Feather, to receive it in person. Departure is in 3 days, at 9 a.m. I hope you will accept the reward of the Imperial family. Penelope von Arnhem. By the time he finished reading, Knox felt a deep, crawling discomfort. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. She wants someone from a dark family to walk straight into the capital? What kind of reward is that supposed to be? Jitri's expression tightened. If you consider the long-standing conflict between the dark families and the divine family, she said carefully, this could easily be a trap. She grabbed his sleeve without realizing it. Master Knox, I really think you shouldn't go. It's far too dangerous. Knox's gaze hardened. If they truly wanted me dead, he replied evenly, they could summon me anytime, anywhere. There was clearly something hidden behind this invitation, and that alone meant he couldn't ignore it. After a brief pause, he made his decision. He would go. Turning to Jitri, he gave his order. She was to remain in the dormitory and not follow him under any circumstances. Jitri tried to protest, worry written all over her face, but Knox cut her off with a cold look. It wasn't suggestion. It was an order. Left with no choice, she could only watch him in silence, fear gnawing at her thoughts. As Knox turned away, his mind drifted back to the name written on the letter. Talon Feather, the very place where Emperor Stabin and the Imperial faction had planted their roots. A stronghold entirely under the control of the divine family. Meaning, for someone of dark lineage, it was practically hell itself. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. I can't believe she's really calling me there, he thought bitterly. What are you planning, Penelope von Arnhem? His thoughts shifted naturally, as they often did, to the rules of inner lunatic. There were always key points you had to keep in mind. The first was whether the Knox attribute given to the player could actually be turned into something useful. If you chose swordsmanship and combat genius, your future was carved through battle and steel. If you chose mana sensitivity genius, the path led toward magic and spells. And then there was the second rule, the camps. In inner lunatic, the player was always forced to choose a side. Neutrality didn't exist. You had to pick a camp and produce results, or you were discarded. With that thought lingering in his mind, Knox slowly lifted his gaze and looked at the person sitting across from him. Princess Penelope von Arnhem. She smiled lightly and asked what he wished to discuss with her. Knox showed no warmth. There's nothing in particular, he replied flatly. Someone as insignificant as me wouldn't have any business with someone like you. The princess didn't seem offended in the slightest. Maintaining her cheerful tone, she replied, please don't say things like that. I might get hurt, you know. Instead of easing the tension, her words only irritated Knox further. He fell silent again, sinking deeper into his thoughts. In inner lunatic, the most powerful camps were always clear. First was the Imperial faction, led by the princess herself. Second was the Radical faction, which opposed them and was backed by the dark families. Lastly, there was the merchant faction, armed not with power or ideology, but overwhelming wealth, quietly manipulating the balance of the continent. Each faction had its own methods, but one thing was undeniable. The relationship between the Rainer household, a dark family, and the Imperial family was absolute garbage. Knox didn't know every detail, but calling it hostile would be an understatement. Noticing his distant expression, the princess suddenly spoke. You're thinking that you're walking straight into the lion's den, aren't you? Knox stiffened slightly. Is she testing me? As someone playing the role of a good-for-nothing, he couldn't afford to retreat now. Without sugarcoating anything, he answered bluntly, I won't deny it. I'm not exactly happy about going there. Hearing his honest discomfort, the princess covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. There's no need to worry so much. I'm simply accompanying you to the capital to reward you for saving me. Knox didn't believe a single word of it. That lie's going too far, he thought coldly. His expression must have given him away, because the princess tilted her head, eyes sparkling, and dropped the act altogether. Oh my, she said lightly. Did you catch that? By then, their carriage had already reached the palace grounds. Even as the wheels slowed, Knox didn't let the matter drop. So, he asked quietly, what exactly do you want from me? The princess didn't answer right away. She stared ahead for a moment, then slowly turned toward him with a smile that felt far too calculated. It's very simple, she said. Before she could elaborate, the carriage came to a complete stop at the palace gates. Attendants and onlookers were already lined up, waiting to receive them. Just as Penelope stepped down, a voice rang out, bright and confident. I heard we had a guest, and couldn't help but come see for myself. The princess stiffened slightly. It was Prince Louis, Penelope's older brother. He greeted them with a pleasant smile, but his eyes were sharp, scanning Knox without a trace of goodwill. Penelope, he continued cheerfully, this is unexpected. Knox immediately noticed the tension in Penelope's expression. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, bowed deeply, and spoke with formal respect. "The last sword of the Rayner household pays his greetings to you, Prince Louis." The color drained from Penelope's face. She lowered her head slightly and spoke in a careful tone. "I heard you were scheduled to depart for the Northern War." Prince Louis smiled faintly. "It was cancelled," he said casually. Then his gaze shifted to Knox. "Since we have an important guest, I suppose it's only right that I act as host." He added smoothly, "I'll inform the Emperor myself." His eyes lingered on Knox. "Knox." "Yes, Your Highness," Knox replied without delay. Prince Louis then gave what sounded like a friendly invitation, his smile widening just enough to feel unsettling. "Let's meet often, shall we?" Knox bowed once more, perfectly composed on the outside, while inside he was cursing nonstop. Why now? Why did I have to run into this lunatic, of all people? This man was Louis von Arnheim, the first prince of the Empire, the only individual ranked above Penelope in the line of succession, and the infamous architect of countless bad endings and inner lunatic. After delivering his silent warning and asserting his presence, Prince Louis finally turned away, leaving with his entourage. Knox watched them go, an uncomfortable feeling settling in his chest. He could tell he had been dragged into something dangerous simply by standing there. Meanwhile, Penelope remained frozen in place, deep in thought. It was obvious to Knox that her brother had sensed what she was planning and had appeared solely to remind her to stay within her bounds. Echidna, standing beside her, noticed the change in mood and asked quietly if she was all right. Penelope waved her concern away. "I'm fine," she said lightly. "I was just surprised to see my brother here." She then turned her attention back to Knox. "Were you surprised as well, Knox von Rienhofer?" she asked, before suggesting they head inside and continue their discussion. Knox agreed politely, but inwardly his thoughts were racing. The relationship between Penelope and Prince Louis was just as hostile as it had been in the game. That rift, he thought, might be the key. If used correctly, it could become a stepping stone, not only for his plans, but for surviving this mess alive. By the time they reached the estate, dusk had already settled over Princess Penelope's grand residence, stars scattering across the night sky. Later, alone in a softly lit room, Knox lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. "Tomorrow's the day I receive the reward," he thought quietly. "I should rest while I can." Letting out a slow sigh, he closed his eyes, hoping that no assassin would be insane enough to attempt anything within the princess's own estate. If nothing else, that much should keep things relatively peaceful, for now. But life was rarely that simple, and for Knox, it almost always went the other way. Just as he was starting to relax, a disturbance arrived. A sharp knock echoed through the room, snapping him awake. Knox's eyes opened instantly. He rose from the bed, grabbed his sword, and fixed his gaze on the door, sharper and more alert than ever. The knocking came again. Moving closer, he sensed familiar presences. When he looked through the gap, he saw Princess Penelope standing outside, cloaked in dark attire, with her close attendant Echidna beside her. From the corridor, the princess spoke calmly. "It's me. If you don't mind, could you open the door?" Relieved that it wasn't an assassin, Knox still felt irritation creep in. Anyone showing up at this hour was bound to bring trouble. Even so, refusing wasn't an option. He opened the door and met her gaze, his expression clearly displeased. "Princess, what are you doing here this late at night?" Instead of answering directly, Penelope gave him a look as if the answer should have been obvious. "You do know it's not wise to leave me standing in the hallway, right?" she said, stepping past him before he could respond. Knox could only watch her walk in. No matter how annoyed he was, she was still a princess. Once inside, Echidna wasted no time. "Her Highness has something to propose," she said firmly. "I'll stand guard. There are too many eyes within the Imperial Palace." Knox studied her with suspicion. That level of consideration felt anything but natural. Penelope took a seat and, noticing the tension in his posture, spoke gently. "Relax. I don't plan on taking much of your time." Then her tone shifted. "But first, you must promise me one thing." Her eyes hardened. "Depending on how you answer my question, you may never return to Eldon." The air turned cold. "In fact," she continued, her gaze now openly threatening, "you might never return to the Raynor estate at all." Knox didn't flinch. He showed no fear, no hesitation. Seeing this, the princess went on. "So, I order you in my name. I want you to pull the strings from behind the scenes for me." Knox nodded calmly, as if this was exactly what he had expected. He explained that he had already anticipated such a request. What she needed was someone who could deal with the first prince. And someone from a dark family was far easier to cut loose when things went wrong. In other words, she wanted a tool. A pawn. Penelope didn't deny it. Hearing his analysis, she openly acknowledged that this was precisely her intention. But then Knox, seated across from her, spoke in a deliberately vague tone. His words carried something hidden beneath them, and that ambiguity made the princess pause. Her curiosity sharpened, waiting to hear what he would say next. Knox's voice turned cold as he made it clear she was mistaken if she believed he had no choice but to bow his head before her. Then, slowly, a confident and almost provocative smile formed on his lips as he addressed her directly. "Princess Penelope," he said, his tone carrying a quiet challenge. The scene shifted to the following day. Knox now stood within the royal palace, facing the ruler of the empire himself. Seated upon the throne was the king, with Prince Louis von Arnhem standing calmly at his side. At first glance, something felt deeply wrong. The king's eyes were unfocused, his body slack and frail, like someone who had been dulled by years of poison or drugs. Behind him, Prince Louis maintained a relaxed, almost indifferent expression, as if the pitiful state of the man on the throne meant nothing to him. Knox lowered himself into a deep bow. "Greetings, great son of the empire." At the sound of his voice, the king stirred slightly. His hand trembled as it lifted weakly, his mouth producing only broken, incoherent sounds, as though he were granting permission for Knox to rise. Knox cautiously raised his head, observing him more closely. The man before him was Esteban von Arnhem, once known as the Knight of Light and Lightning, a legendary hero who had brought glory to the Arnhem Empire. Now, however, his mind was gone, his brilliance reduced to a haze. The world had come to mock him as a stab in the foolish. His gaze was empty, his expression muddled, devoid of will or clarity. At that moment, Princess Penelope stepped forward as well, bowing gracefully. "Greetings, great son of the empire." Since the king was incapable of holding a proper audience, Prince Louis smoothly took over. He stated that he had heard Knox wish to make a request, and assumed it concerned an appropriate reward for saving a member of the imperial family. Knox bowed once more, his posture humble and respectful. He replied that it was simply his duty. Internally, however, his thoughts were sharp. Prince Louis had effectively taken control of the imperial house after the king's fall from power, and that made him far more dangerous than he appeared. This was not a place where Knox could afford even the slightest mistake. Prince Louis studied him with a calculating gaze, then nodded. "The imperial family shall grant a reward to the knight candidate of the Rainher household who saved my beloved sister." With an air of generosity, he continued, "Tell me, is there anything you desire in recognition of your achievement?" Knox did not hesitate. In a calm, sincere voice, he spoke the words he had already prepared. "If it pleases your highness, I wish to be granted entry to the Ark River." The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere froze. Prince Louis's expression twisted with rage, his body visibly trembling as he struggled to contain it. "What?" he roared. Below them, the officials broke into cold sweat, terror flashing across their faces. Knox's request had struck a nerve, one so deep that even the palace itself seemed to recoil. The palace sank into an eerie silence. Knox remained kneeling, fully aware of the weight of the request he had just made. The shock on their faces didn't surprise him in the slightest. The Ark River was no ordinary place. It was a mysterious river whose random stat-boosting effects made it sacred, a place only the imperial family and the divine households were permitted to enter. Prince Louis did not respond right away. He merely stared at Knox, disdain clear in his eyes, already judging him as nothing more than a useless and reckless man. In his mind, he scoffed that bastards from dark families were all the same. Before the prince could even open his mouth, the officials erupted in opposition. One of them flatly declared it impossible. Another sneered, asking how the Ark River could ever be open to someone from a dark family. A third insisted that even saving the princess didn't justify such a reward. A younger official spoke with open scorn, claiming that only holy families were worthy of stepping into the river, and a middle-aged official quickly nodded in agreement. Knox listened without expression. He had expected this storm of resistance from the start. That was precisely why he had made this request, to avoid refusing a reward outright. From his perspective, things were unfolding exactly as he'd hoped. But the princess had no intention of letting him slip away so easily. Suddenly, her voice rang out, sharp and commanding, calling the noisy officials insolent. She glared at them coldly and demanded, "How dare all of you raise your voices in front of His Majesty?" Just as Knox felt his goal within reach, unease crept into his chest. He cast a wary glance at the princess, unable to read her intentions. She continued, stubborn and unwavering. "There are no laws stating that only divine households may enter the Ark River, are there?" Her words sent a chill through Knox. Instead of relief, he felt a surge of anxiety. Why was she defending him? He clearly remembered telling her he would not follow her plan. He had hoped she would simply give up. When someone tried to object, she cut him off instantly, her tone icy. "I don't like noise, Sir Goran." Silence fell over the palace once again. The princess then turned toward Knox, a calculating smile curving her lips. That familiar, almost intimate smile only made his heart sink further. Memories of the previous night resurfaced, and the words she had spoken before leaving echoed in his mind, filling him with a growing sense of dread. That evening, after being rejected by Knox, the princess did not argue or press the matter further. She accepted it calmly and prepared to leave. Yet just before departing, she leaned in close, her voice low and heavy with foreboding. Please remember this, she whispered. The time to choose will eventually come upon you. Now, as that moment lingered in his mind, Knox recalled her words with unsettling clarity. If the time ever comes when I must choose between the two factions, he thought, I won't have any choice but to support the princess instead of the one who leads to the bad ending. Even so, under the current circumstances, openly siding with her was impossible. With that in mind, Knox raised his head and asked Prince Louis whether he intended to grant his request, hoping to force a clear answer. In truth, Prince Louis held no fondness for Knox's dark family either. More importantly, he was locked in quiet competition with other forces and had no desire to see a powerful dark family like Raynor standing firmly behind his sister. Sharp and calculating, he saw no reason to outright refuse. A smile spread across his face as he spoke. He acknowledged that Princess Penelope's words were reasonable and confirmed that no law existed forbidding a descendant of a dark family from entering the Ark River. His declaration sent a ripple of shock through the officials. Still, he did not give his approval immediately. With a measured tone, he added, however, it would not be right to discard the customs that the imperial family and its ministers have followed for so long. Then, he offered an alternative. He proposed a test, one to determine whether Knox von Raynor was truly worthy of entering the Ark River and receiving its blessing. Hearing this, Princess Penelope felt a spike of anxiety, both for Knox and for her carefully laid plan. Knox, still kneeling, was stunned by the sudden turn of events. A bitter sigh escaped him as he lamented his luck. It felt as though everyone, even Eleanor, was eager to put him on trial. With no way out, he asked what exactly the prince intended to test him on. Prince Louis answered without hesitation. It would be a duel with him. Knox blinked in confusion, but the prince continued smoothly. From what I've heard, your swordsmanship is exceptional. If that's the case, then it's only appropriate that I request a spar. He emphasized that the Ark River was the Empire's sacred river, a place meant only for those who possessed true competence. Knox lowered his gaze, thoughts racing. He probably thinks he's come up with a brilliant idea, he mused coldly. But I don't intend to lose so easily. Knox answered the prince with a confident, almost provoking smile and accepted the challenge without hesitation. His swift agreement made Prince Louis smile as well, but there was clear contempt behind it, as if he had already dismissed Knox's abilities. With a casual tone, the prince declared, I'll see you at the training grounds in 1 hour. You may bring and use any weapon you like. Knox met his gaze calmly and replied with a smile that he understood and would do his best. Watching the exchange from the side, Princess Penelope felt her heart tighten. All she could do was silently hope for Knox's victory and wait. Soon after, Knox turned and left the palace, all the while feeling the calculating stare of the scheming prince on his back. Out in the corridor, hurried footsteps echoed as the princess chased after him. Knox von Rienhofer, she called out, finally catching up. Her voice was tense as she demanded, Do you really have a death wish? Can't you tell what my brother is trying to do? She clenched her fists and continued, Whether you win or lose doesn't even matter to him. He just wants to show off. He wants to trample you because you're young and humiliate your family. Knox stopped and turned toward her, his expression turning cold. He said calmly that he was well aware of all of that. Then, in a detached tone, he laid out the outcome she feared. Even if I win, he'll claim that I, the youngest son of an impure dark family, try to harm the prince and use that as an excuse to deal with me. If I lose, his reputation only grows stronger, and he'll boast that he defeated a rising new talent. He shrugged slightly and added, That's probably exactly what he'll tell everyone. The princess looked at him helplessly. Then why accept it? She asked, her voice filled with frustration. When you already know all this? Knox looked at her and asked in return, What if I told you there were other choices? The princess froze, startled by his words, her eyes widening in shock. Knox spread his hand and smiled with quiet confidence. A choice where I win, he said, and don't die. He then looked straight at her and asked softly, If that happens, will you support me, your highness? The princess stood there, stunned, unable to give an answer. Yet one thing was certain. The one who would truly control the upcoming game was not the two royal siblings, but Knox himself. The scene shifted to Prince Louis's residence, where attendants moved busily around him, fastening a finely crafted set of golden armor that required several people to put on properly. Just then, Louis glanced toward a nearby maid and suddenly called out to her, making her flinch in surprise. He asked her who she was, and the maid immediately dropped to her knees, bowing deeply as she answered in a trembling voice that he was the second son of the Empire, Prince Louis von Arkheim. Hearing that, he seemed satisfied. A faint smile appeared as he replied, That's right. I have an unshakable standing within Talon Feather. He spoke as if stating an undeniable truth, asserting that no one dared to look down on him. But the moment Knox's name surfaced in his mind, his expression twisted in irritation. Knox von Rienhofer. He spat, frustration dripping from every syllable. Sensing his mood, the maid hastily tried to flatter him, saying it was nothing the prince needed to concern himself with. He turned toward her slowly, and she stiffened in fear, hurriedly adding, Please don't be worried." That single sentence set him off. His hand lashed out without warning, striking her across the face. "Am I worried?" he snarled. "Do you think I concern myself over some brat from a dark family?" The maid collapsed to the floor, trembling uncontrollably as she begged for forgiveness. After a brief moment, he took a breath and reined in his anger, coldly warning, "All of you had better learn how to act smart around here." Then his gaze sharpened as he turned to his attendants, his voice dropping. "My father, Esteban, the one known as the son of our empire," he asked casually, "how long do you think he has left to live?" The maid, still frozen on the floor, could not answer. Suddenly, Louis burst into laughter, spreading his arms wide as his mood flipped entirely. "The empire, and all its honor, will soon be in my hands," he declared cheerfully. "When that happens, some theatrics like what we saw today will be necessary. You understand what I mean, don't you?" The maid nodded frantically, vowing through sobs that she would never make such a mistake again. He looked back at her calmly and replied, "Of course. That goes without saying." With that, he called for his steward. His tone shifted instantly as he ordered the maid to be dismissed. At his command, the attendants grabbed her and dragged her away while she screamed and pleaded, "Your Highness, please give me one more chance." He turned his head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "A chance," he repeated softly. "Chances are things given only to people like me. Even if you were born a noble, the blood flowing through you is different from the blood of the imperial family. Don't you agree?" At that moment, the maid realized there was no chance left. Her desperate cries faded as she was dragged away. Meanwhile, Louis muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming like a madman's. "Knox von Rienhofer, no matter how outstanding you are as a rising talent, you can't overturn a match once defeat has already been decided." A cruel grin formed on his lips. "I wonder what kind of face you'll make when you cry." And with that thought, the moment of battle finally arrived. Knox and Louis now stood facing each other in the arena. High above them, the king and Princess Penelope watched from the stands. Louis looked down at Knox with a confident smile, utterly convinced that this fight would end easily in his favor. Knox, on the other hand, remained completely expressionless, his gaze calm and unreadable. With a pleasant tone, the prince spoke first. "Let's do our best in this fight." Yet behind that friendly voice, his true thoughts twisted into something far uglier. "In the end, you'll just play your role in my little show." Knox replied indifferently, offering no emotion in return. The referee then stepped forward and announced that both sides should prepare. The first prince of our empire, Louis von Arkheim, will now begin his duel with Knox von Rienhofer. The signal rang out. In an instant, Louis surged forward, golden lightning wrapping around his body as he closed the distance at terrifying speed. As he charged, contempt filled his mind. "No matter how exceptional you think you are, you can't stand against the imperial family. You're nothing but dark family vermin. In a place where divine families reside, you won't even dare raise your sword against me." Knox did not move. He showed no reaction at all. Just as the prince's radiant strike reached him, Knox calmly drew his sword and blocked the blow with effortless precision. The impact rang through the arena, but Knox didn't even stagger. Louis froze. This was completely outside his expectations. Sweat began to form on his face as his confident smile vanished. Unable to overwhelm him, the prince lashed out with words instead. "Bastard," he snarled. "How dare you raise your sword against a member of the imperial family?" Knox answered by acting. He swung his sword cleanly, sending Louis flying backward across the arena. The prince slammed into the ground, humiliation burning into his pride. He clenched his teeth in fury, his face twisting with rage. Knox, meanwhile, stood tall and unshaken, his body overflowing with vigor and composure. Calmly, he reminded the prince of his own words. It was Louis who had insisted that Knox fight with all his strength. Now Knox was simply doing exactly that. As he stepped forward, dark mana surged from his body, spreading outward like a living shadow. It stood in stark contrast to the holy light mana surrounding the prince. Knox's presence alone made the air feel heavier. He attacked. The force of Knox's strike drove the prince back once more, his footing collapsing under the pressure. After barely managing to block, Louis's breathing became ragged and uneven. From across the field, he glared at Knox, cursing him silently. "That little bastard. He dared to raise his sword against me." The rage only grew. Against me, the one ranked first in the line of succession. His thoughts spilled over into madness, his face contorting as hatred consumed him. How dare an insect from a dark family challenge my authority? Knox listened to the absurd accusations without so much as a twitch in his expression. In a calm, steady voice, he replied that he didn't understand what the prince was talking about, that he had simply followed the instructions given to him. The words only made the prince grind his teeth harder. His patience snapped. Fine, then, if that was how Knox wanted to play it. With a sharp swing of his sword to the side, he released his pressure, no longer hiding his strength. openly declaring that he would stop holding back. In his mind, Knox was nothing more than a brat riding on reputation. No matter how well known he was in Eldine, there was no way he could defeat someone like him, someone raised and trained under the imperial family's finest education. Confidence bloomed into a smug smile, one that even caught the referee's attention. The referee stepped in and reminded them both that the match would end the moment one fell or surrendered. The rules were simple. Nothing more needed to be said. But the prince didn't bother listening. The instant the words left the referee's mouth, he kicked off the ground and surged forward, faster than before. A delighted grin twisted across his face, the kind worn by someone who lived for battle. Golden lightning crackled around his body as his sword flashed toward Knox. Knox didn't meet it head-on. Instead, he shifted slightly, letting the blow graze past while reducing its force. Steel clashed, and in that brief moment, Knox calmly assessed his opponent. He might be someone who led to a bad ending, but his actual combat ability wasn't all that impressive. His talent was decent, but nowhere near enough to reach Knox's level. Not wanting to waste any more time, Knox flowed with the movement, using his agility to slip to the prince's right. His sword rose, perfectly poised. The prince barely caught sight of him, his eyes widening as shock froze him in place. The speed was overwhelming. As Knox's blade came within inches, panic flooded his mind. Damn it. Acting purely on instinct, he shut his eyes tight, hoping for some miracle to save him. But nothing came. When he realized he hadn't been split in two, he cautiously cracked one eye open. What he saw only confused him further. Knox had already sheathed his sword, doing so with casual elegance, as if the fight had never been serious to begin with. The prince stared, stunned, unable to understand why Knox had stopped. Seeing the faint look of disdain on Knox's face, anger surged through him, and he demanded an explanation. Knox answered calmly, saying he had no issues with the rules or the match itself. It was just boring, especially since nothing was at stake. The vague words stirred the prince's curiosity. Before he could ask more, Knox extended his hand, a challenging smile forming on his lips, and suggested they make a bet to decide the winner and loser of the match. Lewis looked at him for a moment, then felt a surge of secret joy. Perfect. This way, he could easily get exactly what he wanted. He agreed almost immediately, convinced that a wager would only make the fight more entertaining. Knox casually followed up, suggesting that they decide the conditions after the match, but Louis shut that down at once. Apologizing in name only, he claimed he was far too impatient for that, and insisted on setting the terms himself. Knox didn't object, and told him to say whatever he wished. A wicked smile slowly spread across Louis's face as he declared his prize. If he won, Knox would serve him instead of Penelope. Knox tilted his head, acting as though he didn't quite grasp what the prince meant. Louis narrowed his eyes and dropped the pretense, bringing up the incident in the beast forest where Knox had saved Princess Penelope. He sneered, claiming Knox must have done it because he was infatuated with that empty-headed princess. Hearing such twisted logic, Knox nearly broke into a sweat at the prince's sheer ignorance. Yet Louis spoke with the confidence of someone who believed he had uncovered the truth. Knox then put on a shy act, scratching his head and calmly explaining that he had only followed the laws of the imperial family. Saving the princess was his duty, nothing more. He held no personal feelings toward her, nor any reason to. Louis seemed to accept the explanation and, if anything, looked even more pleased. With a fresh smile, he extended his hand and made a new proposal. Knox wouldn't just serve him. He would become his knight, his shadow. Not the shadow of the Raynor household, but one sworn directly to him, in loyalty. Knox didn't refuse. He agreed that if the prince won, he would accept those demands. Inside, Louis was already plotting, delighted at the thought of shifting blame to Eldine, the Raynor household, and even Penelope herself if he happened to get injured. From the stands, Princess Penelope watched the exchange with growing anxiety. The idea of Knox serving this brother filled her with dread about what her future might hold. Meanwhile, Louis charged straight toward Knox, pride blazing in his eyes as he sought a decisive victory. He had learned nothing from their earlier clash. Laughing mockingly, he told Knox to curse his own foolishness for failing to realize that this match had been decided from the very beginning. As Knox observed the incoming strike, wrapped in dense holy light mana, he murmured to himself that his blade couldn't possibly extinguish that light. With holy light protecting Louis, there was no way to harm him directly. Then, all at once, something stirred within him. A strange sense of joy welled up, and a mysterious smile curved his lips. A sudden announcement appeared before his eyes, declaring that his artifact, the Great Sage, the high-level orb with an unknown owner, was beginning to glow. The system followed up immediately, demanding that Knox state the orb's true owner to activate it, and warning him that he would be given only a single chance. After reading through all the information, Knox couldn't hide his satisfaction. A faint smile curved his lips, though a trace of concern still lingered in his eyes. They'll definitely be shocked by how I figured out the orb's owner, he thought, but that doesn't matter. Surviving comes first. Across from him, Prince Louis continued his relentless assault, sword flashing again and again. Yet every strike was cleanly avoided, as if Knox had already seen them coming. In the middle of the exchange, Knox suddenly closed his eyes. There really is only one way to break that ridiculous armor, he concluded. And with that decision made, he chose to use the sacred orb. The next instant, Knox opened his eyes and smiled with quiet triumph. Raising his voice so everyone could hear, he declared, "The owner of the orb is Asterd von Alawud." At once, the orb hidden within his sleeve began to shine brilliantly. The moment Knox spoke the name, the system responded, confirming it as correct. A clear announcement rang out in his mind. "Knox von Rienhofer. The orb shall remember you as its second owner. Your mana is temporarily increasing at a rapid rate." The radiant golden glow was quickly swallowed by dense, surging dark mana. As Knox claimed mastery over it, the orb floated freely above his palm, wrapped in a violent current of black energy. Its power spread outward like a raging whirlwind, swallowing the arena in darkness. Lewis instinctively tightened his grip on his sword and shut his eyes, his heart pounding as he struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. Knox, now wearing a calm and confident smile, spoke clearly, almost casually. "We agreed this was a match," he said. "But there was no rule saying I couldn't use magic, right?" Those words ignited Lewis's fury. His body trembled as he ground his teeth together, unable to believe what he was seeing. A member of the Dark Rainer family, renowned for pure swordsmanship, was using magic. And not just any magic, but an overwhelming amount of mana that sent chills down his spine. Dark mana gathered densely in Knox's palm, swirling like a storm about to be unleashed. He calmly remarked that he knew this spell as a magic missile. But what truly stole Lewis's breath wasn't Knox's hand. It was what formed above them. High in the sky, a terrifying magical phenomenon took shape, a massive storm of pitch-black mana engulfing the entire arena. From the eye of that monstrous vortex, black fire arrows burst forth, plunging downward like the grasping limbs of beasts crawling out from the gates of hell. They rained mercilessly over the battlefield, leaving Lewis frozen in place, unable to move. Knox silently wished the prince luck, knowing full well there was nowhere to run. With a cold, malevolent smile, he watched as devastation closed in. In the next moment, every arrow descended at once, locking onto Lewis and crashing down with terrifying force, each one striking with the crushing weight of 1,000 pounds. Louis moved desperately, narrowly dodging the rain of arrows. Every time one struck the ground, the arena shattered, stone exploding into fragments beneath the impact. The sheer number of arrows pushed him into panic, his thoughts spiraling. Something feels wrong. This isn't normal, he realized as unease crept up his spine. He swung his sword, barely managing to deflect one of the incoming spells. But in that instant of focus, he failed to notice another arrow screaming toward him from behind. It pierced straight through his back. Cracks spread violently across his once solid armor, and Lewis let out a cry of pain as the force tore into him. Confusion flooded his mind. Knox, the youngest of the Rain Harbor clan, he thought frantically. The sole sword maestro among the three eminent dark families. The youngest ever to receive the Sword Emperor title. Raised directly under Theo's tutelage. His thoughts raced as a terrifying possibility surfaced. Did Theo teach him magic? He rejected it almost immediately. No, impossible. Teaching magic to minors was a strict taboo. No family on the continent, no matter how powerful, would dare violate imperial law. Even if his authority had weakened, he was still a royal prince. A house like Rain Harbor would never risk annihilation by secretly instructing their youngest in magic. That meant one thing. The source of the power crushing him was something else entirely, and that realization only deepened his unease. By now, Lewis's body was battered and broken under the relentless magical assault. After the barrage finally eased, he forced himself to steady his breathing. Blood spilled from his mouth as he spat to the side, lifting his head to glare suspiciously at Knox. Knox, in stark contrast, looked completely at ease. He stood calmly in place, almost relaxed, as spell after spell formed effortlessly around him, all fueled by the seemingly bottomless mana pouring from the orb. A faint, taunting smile lingered on his face as he watched Lewis struggle. "I know what you're thinking," Knox said casually, as if reading his mind. "And no, you're wrong." He clenched his fist, dark mana tightening around it. "There were no shortcuts," he continued evenly. "At least not compared to all that armor you're hiding behind." As he spoke, sharp magical crystals shot forward under his control, streaking straight toward Lewis. Enraged by the mockery, Lewis roared, "How dare a good-for-nothing from a dark family ridicule me?" Knox's expression didn't change. He simply asked, "And who do you think started this?" Lewis faltered, still failing to grasp what Knox was implying. Knox's smirk widened. "You wanted to mock the dark families," he said coolly. "You wanted to deny everything I've achieved. That's why you asked for this sparring match, wasn't it?" He paused, letting the words sink in, then continued with a calm, almost polite tone. "So really, I should thank you. You worked very hard to start a fight where you were overwhelmingly disadvantaged. And just like that, the pride of the imperial family crumbled because of his own foolish choice. From the stands, Princess Penelope and Echidna watched in tense silence, both clearly disturbed by how far Knox was pushing things. To many onlookers, Knox no longer looked brave or confident. He looked like a genuine lunatic for daring to treat a prince this way. Lewis, struck by the weight of the criticism and the stares around him, froze for several seconds. The realization of his mistake finally sank in. Then, true to his nature, rage overtook him. His brow twitched violently as his expression twisted in fury. Without warning, he reached into his belongings and pulled out a blue, square-shaped magical item. The moment he activated it, a barrier sprang to life, enclosing only Knox and himself. Instantly, the noise of the arena vanished. The audience could no longer hear them, and they could no longer hear the crowd. Once the silence settled, Lewis spoke, his voice dripping with murderous intent. "Do you really believe you'll survive after humiliating me like this?" He had no intention of letting the crowd hear what he was about to say, nor did he want to suffer any further disgrace in public. Knox, however, let out a low, chilling laugh. Calmly, almost mockingly, he asked what Lewis intended to do with that item. The question only irritated Lewis further. In his mind, Knox had no right to question him, and he had no intention of explaining anything. Overwhelmed by shame and fury, Lewis burst into a manic laugh. He claimed he had heard rumors that Knox was a madman, but never imagined he would dare defy him to this extent. Then he made his threat clear. Once this sparring match ended, every Imperial Knight would be ordered to kill Knox. Knox had expected him to hold back a little longer, but Lewis was revealing his true colors far sooner than anticipated. Seeing this, Knox decided there was no longer any reason to hide it. With a smirk, he openly doubted Lewis's ability to carry out such threats. In truth, Knox had foreseen this outcome from the very beginning and had already prepared for it. He was certain Lewis lacked the means to kill him here and now, because Knox was not without protection. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he reached into his cloak and pulled out a crystal ball that looked as if it had been carved from solid ice. Holding it up, he spoke calmly, as though addressing someone nearby. "Dean," Knox said lightly, "are you really going to let your cute student die in a place like this?" The person he was calling out to was none other than one of the 4 wise men of the continent and the Academy's dean, Noah von Trinity. The moment the icy crystal revealed itself, a freezing wind swept through the barrier like a sudden whirlwind. Then, from within the crystal, a relaxed voice echoed out. "Wow," the voice said lazily. "What's going on here?" Knox casually waved the communicator right in front of Lewis's eyes. The voice echoing from the crystal belonged to Noah von Trinity, the frozen witch. In other words, one of the most powerful figures within the Academy, a terrifying existence capable of reducing the entire castle to rubble if she so desired. Knox had understood that from the very beginning. He knew he was walking on dangerous ground, and this moment was the result of that gamble. Lewis stared in sheer terror, his eyes gleaming with frantic desperation. "Impossible. No. Noah von Trinity. How?" Still trapped in disbelief, he heard her calmly remind him that they had met once before. She even addressed him properly, calling him Prince Lewis. The icy crystal didn't merely transmit her voice. It projected a 3-dimensional image of her as well. "He's not exactly cute," she said lightly, "but he's still a precious student of mine." Her tone shifted as she continued, clearly addressing Lewis. "If you're trying to oppress him using imperial authority," she paused for just a moment. Her cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a murderous glare that sent a chill through the air. Then, as one of the 4 sages, "I swear upon my honor that I will destroy you." Prince Lewis stiffened. His face drained of color as cold sweat beaded down his skin. The weight of her words crushed him. Knox, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. Several days earlier, atop Eldane Academy's faculty building, an unnatural chill had filled Noah's office. Only 2 people occupied the room. Knox and Noah sat facing each other on the couch at its center. After receiving Princess Penelope's offer, Knox had come straight to Noah, insisting on a private meeting. He explained everything plainly. "From what I've heard, the imperial family wants to reward me. They say it's for saving the princess." Noah, upon hearing this, didn't look worried in the slightest. Instead, she smiled brightly and said it sounded like a wonderful thing. That reaction only irritated Knox further. He warned her bluntly that if he went to the capital, he would die. He reminded her that no member of his dark family had ever survived after leaving the capital alive. Noah listened, then casually nodded. "Yeah," she said cheerfully, "that's probably true." She continued eating her sweet dessert, completely unconcerned, as if his life-or-death situation meant nothing. That was the breaking point. Enraged, Knox snatched the cake straight out of her hand and raised it high above her head, just out of reach. He demanded to know how she could be so relaxed and keep eating cake at a time like this. Noah immediately began to cry, reaching up helplessly and begging him to give it back. Letting out a tired sigh, Knox finally lowered his arm. He admitted, Honestly, that he truly needed her help. Just one word from you, he said seriously, and the princess won't bother me anymore. Noah understood what he was asking. However, she warned him calmly that doing so might cost him his reward. In her eyes, if he had accomplished something worthy, then he deserved to be rewarded for it. Knox wanted the reward, of course he did. But in his mind, not receiving it was far better than accepting it, and returning as nothing more than a severed head. He honestly didn't know how things had spiraled into something this complicated. Noah suddenly tilted her head, as if an odd thought had just occurred to her. Magic is really well developed these days, she said casually. If you lose an arm or a leg, it can be reattached pretty quickly. I'm just not sure if that works for heads too, though. Whether she was joking or being serious was impossible to tell. Knox's patience finally snapped. He clenched his fists and shot back. Are you seriously saying that to your own student? Noah smiled faintly. She had another point in mind. Then let me ask you this. If there were a way for you to receive the reward and return safely from Talonfeather, what would you do? Knox answered without hesitation. There's no such solution. In response, Noah pulled out the crystal ball, the very same one Knox had just used. It was the communication crystal she had given him before. Unlike ordinary artifacts, this one allowed mana to be infused and transmitted directly to the other side, enabling long-distance communication. Knox shifted his gaze toward Lewis, fully confident that even a prince wouldn't dare provoke the head of Eldane Academy and one of the four sages. Lewis could only glare back, cursing Knox in his heart, but he didn't dare voice any threats. Seeing that expression, Knox couldn't help but grin. She's rarely useful, he thought, but right now she's doing a perfect job. Noah's voice echoed through the crystal again, warning him that she could hear everything he was thinking and telling him to tone it down. Then, with a calculating look, she added that if she chose not to help him, then everything bad that followed would be entirely his responsibility. Intimidated, Knox reluctantly looked away and admitted the truth. He needed her help. By now, Prince Louis was completely worn down. His armor was cracked and dented, his body barely holding together after the battle. Swallowing his pride, he spoke again, his tone respectful and stripped of arrogance. Dean Noah, this was a misunderstanding. If I had known he was a precious student of yours, I would never have acted this way. Noah's expression turned icy. She immediately corrected him, her gaze terrifying. Don't act like we're familiar. I was close to your father, not you. And you're not my student either. She scolded him mercilessly, like a child who had crossed a line. Shaken by her words, Lewis hurriedly lowered his head, panic clear on his face. I'm sorry, he said quickly. What should I do to calm your anger? Noah didn't hesitate. Her voice was cold and absolute. Beg, she ordered, and apologize to Knox for the humiliation you caused. She said she would forgive Louis if he apologized. Knox, watching the scene unfold, was genuinely surprised. This turn of events was far beyond what he had expected. Louis, boiling with rage on the inside, didn't dare provoke Noah any further. Grinding his teeth, he forced the words out, a stiff and bitter, I'm sorry. Knox didn't miss the chance. With not a shred of humility, he lifted his chin and replied calmly, Your Highness, I'll let this go, out of the generosity and magnanimity of my heart. Noah's eyes flickered with interest. She clearly liked the way Knox handled himself, his expression perfectly measured. Deciding she had seen enough, she turned to leave and said firmly, I'll be watching this fight, so finish it fairly and squarely. I want this barrier gone as well. Lewis could only comply. Swallowing his resentment, he deactivated the item and put away. As the shield slowly dissipated, Knox's figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he surged forward with terrifying speed. Before Louis could even finish speaking, Knox appeared right behind him, his face cold and focused. Without hesitation, he struck Lewis on the neck with the tail of his sword. Lewis collapsed instantly, his body hitting the battlefield as he lost consciousness. By the time the shield fully disappeared, it was already over. The audience stared in stunned silence, unable to process what they had just seen. All that remained was Knox, standing calmly beside the fallen prince. A few heartbeats later, the stands erupted into chaos. The spectators roared in outrage that Knox had dared to humiliate a prince, while others were frozen in disbelief that Lewis had truly lost. Princess Penelope watched with trembling eyes, her voice shaking as she whispered that Knox had actually defeated Prince Louis, a fully equipped member of the royal family. She couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Beside her, Echidna stared at Knox with undisguised astonishment, muttering whether he had two lives to dare something like this. Still reeling, the princess told Echidna that this couldn't have been done with sheer guts alone. He had to be hiding some kind of trump card. Doubt churned in her mind. The authority of a dark family influencing even the Archime Empire? That was impossible, which meant Knox was relying on something else entirely. As the image of a powerful woman surfaced in her thoughts, she felt certain she was getting close to the truth. Clenching her resolve, she told Echidna that she would have Knox at any cost. And despite her hatred, Echidna had to admit it. After witnessing that overwhelming display, Knox von Rienhofer's abilities were undeniably real. Back in the forest, and later during the admission ceremony, Knox had already shown his superior abilities in front of everyone present, and no one could deny that fact. And now, after this fight, one thing had become absolutely clear. He had no intention of siding with Prince Louis. Hearing this piece of good news, the princess allowed herself a gentle smile, but it vanished just as quickly. Turning to Echidna with a grave expression, she urged that they needed to act immediately. Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Echidna felt an uneasy tension creep in and asked what the princess was thinking. With a mysterious glint, the princess leaned closer and whispered her plan into Echidna's ear. By the time she finished, Echidna's eyes widened in shock, and she asked hesitantly if the princess was truly certain she wanted to go that far. Meanwhile, chaos erupted below. Royal servants and soldiers rushed into the arena in a panic, surrounding Prince Louis after Knox had knocked him unconscious. The captain barked orders, demanding they move the prince to the infirmary at once and ensure he suffered no lasting aftereffects. On the servant side, the head butler sternly warned the maids that they were forbidden to speak a single word about what they had witnessed today. As voices rang out, calling desperately for the prince to wake up, Princess Penelope remained seated in the grandstand, watching everything unfold with a calm, satisfied, and calculating smile. As for Knox, he quietly slipped away from the crowd, careful to avoid unnecessary trouble while soldiers and servants swarmed below the stage, repeatedly shouting, "Prince Louis." When night finally fell at the residence where he was staying, Knox sat on his bed, lost in thought. He pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a long sigh, thinking about how close he had come to serious trouble. Recalling the duel, he clicked his tongue inwardly. The prince really is a complete lunatic, and that's probably why he's a bad ending maker in the first place. Pushing thoughts of the deranged Louis aside, Knox turned his attention to the item he had successfully activated. He reached for the magic orb, feeling a quiet sense of satisfaction as he held it. This really is her item. It's incredibly useful, not just for the early stages, but even moving into the middle and later parts as well. As strong magic pulsed from the orb, Knox admitted to himself that dealing with the prince had been far easier because of it. Letting out another sigh, he reminded himself that he'd be foolish to ever expect this kind of luck again. Just then, the silence was broken. Someone knocked on his door. The instant the sound reached his ears, Knox's body tensed, his senses snapping to full alert. He cursed quietly under his breath. That prince, don't tell me he's already here for revenge. The thought alone irritated him. Being disturbed during his rest put him in a foul mood, and without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and strode toward the door. Standing just behind it, he raised his voice and demanded to know who was outside. Echidna answered first, calmly stating that the princess wished to meet him alone. Knox froze. Hearing Echidna's voice startled him far more than he expected. He had been convinced it was that deranged prince outside. For a moment, he simply stood there, then asked hesitantly if they truly meant now. Echidna replied without hesitation that yes. It had to be immediately. A sense of unease crept over him. Still, avoiding them would only invite more trouble. After a brief pause, he opened the door and allowed them inside. The princess faced him in silence. Then, without a word, she brushed past him with an almost arrogant air, leaving Knox momentarily confused by her behavior. Echidna, on the other hand, didn't follow. She remained standing near the entrance. Growing impatient, Knox finally spoke, asking why the princess had come. If this was about interrogating him over his fight with Prince Louis, then that matter was already settled. In response, the princess removed her hood and smiled. Sharp, calculating, and unsettling. She dismissed his assumption, telling him he didn't need to pretend to be stupid anymore. Knox remained composed and asked what she meant. Her smile deepened as her eyes narrowed. Then she suddenly asked an unexpected question. Could he imagine her and her brother sitting at the same dining table? Knox had no idea how to respond, so he stayed silent. Seeing his reaction, the princess gestured for him to sit, saying it seemed she had much to discuss. Once seated, Knox kept his expression cold and reminded her that it was already late. There would be better opportunities to talk another time. Princess Penelope, however, replied with graceful certainty that this moment was precisely the right one. Outwardly calm, Knox was screaming internally. Her presence in his room at such an hour was dangerous. If rumors spread, he would be the one held responsible. As if reading his thoughts, the princess asked whether he was worried about rumors. Knox didn't bother denying it. He admitted it plainly. After all, the princess being alone in the room of a member of a dark family was bound to cause problems. However, the princess clearly had something dubious in mind, and she spoke as if she were certain they were thinking along the same lines. Her suggestive tone left Knox visibly puzzled, and she made no effort to hide it. Instead, she openly admitted that this was exactly what she wanted to happen. A scandal would definitely erupt, and that was precisely why she had come here in the first place. Knox was stunned. What is she even talking about? Explain properly, you lunatic. The words screamed in his head, but outwardly, his face remained cold and composed as he asked her to clarify. Princess Penelope slowly opened her enchanting golden eyes wide and stared straight at him, her gaze unwavering. Then, without hesitation, she declared, "I need you to marry me." The air froze. The princess had taken the initiative to propose, and with her beauty and authority, it was a declaration no one could easily refuse. Before any answer could be given, the scene abruptly shifted elsewhere. A blood moon hung in the dark, eerie sky, its red light slipping through a narrow crack in a stone wall. Inside a vast hall stood a long conference table, where 4 figures were gathered. Luna spoke first, asking about the latest development. "So it's true? Our incredible new recruit is heading to the Ark River." Duff gave a brief nod, confirming it. "It seems the Imperial family approached him first." Luna frowned slightly, unconvinced. He trusted them and went along with it. Seriously, is he not worried about the kind of humiliation he could face there? At that moment, a blue-haired woman let out a scoff. "I knew it. This is why kids are no good, isn't it?" She was Marin, the infamous lunatic executive. She continued bluntly that although she knew the captain had reasons for recruiting him, she still wasn't convinced. Before she could say more, Kyle, seated beside her, cut her off sharply. "Marin, watch what you say." His entire presence radiated a terrifying pressure as he continued. "Does the captain need your permission to recruit someone?" Marin stiffened, panic flashing across her face as she hurriedly backtracked. "Vice Captain, that's not what I meant." Kyle's voice dropped into a chilling warning. "Disrespect is unforgivable, especially for an organization like ours that's already despised by the Imperial family." As the tension escalated, Luna raised a hand and told them to stop discussing the new recruit. But just then, a man with a severed arm replaced by a metal hook spoke up, his tone openly challenging. "Captain, I think some of what Marin said makes sense." This was Craigoyle, settling into his seat. He added calmly that Lunatic hadn't taken in any new members for a very long time after all. He then turned to Luna and asked bluntly why she had suddenly decided to recruit someone new. Luna didn't bother offering a long explanation. She simply let out a quiet sigh and replied that the boy had piqued her interest, nothing more. Crioe grinned in a mocking way and scoffed that there was no way she'd have romantic feelings for a kid like that, then suggested it must be related to his household. Luna didn't even blink at the provocation and answered firmly that it had nothing to do with the Reinhafers. While it was true that Theo had worked with Lunatic before, everything about the new recruit suggested he held no affection for his own family. Even Kyle looked surprised when considering Knox's circumstances. Marin broke the brief silence by suggesting they investigate him more thoroughly. There had to be a reason the Reinhafers were trying to support a criminal organization, and she thought they needed to find out. Luna considered the suggestion for a moment, then nodded. "Fine, we'll do it this way. The new recruit will be given his first mission. Whether he performs exceptionally or betrays us, we'll find out soon enough." Marin clicked her tongue, clearly dissatisfied, muttering something under her breath. Luna caught it and asked what she'd said, causing Marin to flinch and hastily deny it. Inside, Marin was fuming. "Not even I got a mission in my first year, but whatever. We need to test him anyway." In the end, she accepted Luna's decision. Duff also agreed with a grave nod, and even the cold, usually long-winded Kyle let out a low laugh, finding the situation amusing before giving his approval as well. With everyone in agreement, Luna turned to Marin and asked her to accompany Knox on the mission. Smiling warmly, she said this would be Marin's role as the new recruit senior. At that, Marin's eyes lit up. "A senior? That sounded incredible. A junior under me. I don't know what kind of guy he is, but I'll show him exactly how amazing a senior can be." Eager now, Marin asked what kind of mission it would be. Luna began laying out the details. Beneath the academy lay a hidden floor, and according to their intelligence, an executive of Eldane had secretly hidden the demonic essence stone of Palin, one of the 72 demons, in that place. While the new recruit remained at the academy to buy time, they would steal the demonic essence stone. Marin's role was to support him from the shadows. "You can handle that, right?" Marin, practically buzzing with excitement, answered without hesitation that she could. At that moment, the final member of Lunatic's management stepped into the room. Her name was Eel. With her seductive beauty and calm smile, she congratulated Marin softly, teasing that she was finally no longer the lowest-ranked member. "Do your best, all right?" Encouraged by Eel's calm voice, Moran straightened up at once and replied with sparkling eyes, "Yes, Advisor Eel. I'll do my best." Later, after Princess Penelope left, Knox returned to his room. Unlike everyone else, he didn't look relieved or impressed. Instead, he stared in the direction she had gone with clear disdain, then muttered, questioning the absurd conclusion she had just drawn. "Is there a reason you came to that conclusion?" The princess, still standing tall, calmly responded, "I'm sure you already understand my position within the Imperial family." Before she could continue, Knox's thoughts were already racing. "So that's it, huh?" For a moment, I seriously thought she'd fallen for Knox's face. "That scared me for a moment," the princess added, as if reading his reaction. She then spoke plainly. The Imperial family was no longer united. It had split into 2 factions. Rumors were spreading rapidly within the palace. whispers that her father, King Esteban von Arheim, was gravely ill and would soon step down from the throne. One faction stood behind her brothers, led by Prince Louis, the most powerful force in the palace. The other faction belonged to her, Princess Penelope von Arheim. After hearing all of this, Knox showed no reaction at first. His expression remained flat as he asked, "Why are you telling me something this important?" The princess didn't shy away. "Because it's true that my standing is weak, my brother. That's simply a fact. Prince Louis has a far stronger legitimate claim to the throne than I do. He's the eldest son, and he's deeply connected to the noble families. There are even rumors that they've already discussed what rewards they'll receive once Prince Louis ascends the throne." This time, Knox's indifference vanished. His gaze sharpened, and his voice turned serious as he asked, "Do you wish to become the new empress?" The princess hesitated, just briefly, before answering. "That wish exists, yes. But more than that, I can't bear to see Prince Louis ruin the empire. You've seen it yourself. You know how brutal he is, how he treats the people as nothing more than tools." Sorrow crossed her face as she spoke. Knox silently acknowledged it. "I know, too well. Louis really is a bad ending maker, for a reason. I lived through that ending myself." Standing up, the princess continued, her resolve clear. "I need a force of my own, a strong force, one that the prince won't dare to covet, and one he can't recklessly interfere with." Knox watched her closely and finally asked, "Are you talking about me?" Moonlight poured through the window, bathing the room in silver. Under that light, Princess Penelope met his eyes and gave a quiet, unwavering confirmation. Yes, it was Knox. Hearing this, Knox immediately drew a line in his heart. "This won't benefit me at all if I get dragged into the princess's affairs. I need to stay away from this." He quickly shook his head and said, "Princess, I'm sorry." Before he could even finish, she cut him off without hesitation. "If you're going to say you're not strong enough, or bring up those marriage talks with the Still Reiner family, then I don't think that a good answer." Her words struck him directly. Knox's calm expression finally cracked, and he felt a chill creep up his spine. "So she's already decided. Is there really no way for me to avoid this?" With worry creeping into his voice, he asked, "But are you really fine with choosing me? My reputation isn't exactly good, even if I do have some ability." That was exactly what she had been waiting for. Without the slightest pause, the princess turned around with a bright, confident smile. "Then listen carefully. This is our plan from now on." She looked straight at him. "You saved me in the nameless forest, didn't you?" Knox lifted his head, feeling like he was being steadily cornered, and nodded. It was true. Suddenly, she stepped closer and gently took his hand. "Even though you're from a dark family," she said softly, "you still risked yourself to save me." The moment her hand touched his, Knox's nerves went on full alert. A bad premonition crawled up his spine. If she didn't let go. Instead, she held on firmly, as if sealing the situation in place. Then she leaned in even closer. Her face, her presence, her warmth, everything was suddenly far too close. With a playful smile, she whispered, "So what do you think sounds better? That you fell in love with me first, or that I fell in love with you?" Knox's mind went completely blank. "Holy shit. Princess," he blurted out, panic flashing in his eyes. "Are you serious right now?" This time, she showed no restraint at all. Holding both of his hands, she answered calmly, "Anything can happen in this world." Her eyes gleamed. By law, a member of the imperial family can choose their own spouse. Knox was still frozen, his body refusing to respond as she held him firmly in place. With a beautiful, almost dangerous smile, she gazed at him affectionately and added, "And who knows? I might actually fall in love with that handsome face of yours." At that moment, Knox could do nothing but stand there, completely overwhelmed, as the princess smoothly tightened her grip on him. What would happen next? Even he couldn't tell anymore. The answer he would give her was still hanging in the air. A few days later, night settled quietly over the academy dormitory, moonlight spilling through the windows and bathing the halls in pale silver. Inside Knox's room, he lay flat on his bed, staring at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh. His heart refused to calm down, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, the silence was broken. "Knox!" Jitri's voice cut through the room. He turned his head to see her standing there, holding a newspaper tightly in her hands. Her expression was a mix of worry and suspicion as she stared straight at him. Without any warm-up, she demanded an explanation. She raised the paper, and right there on the front page was the most sensational headline shaking aristocratic society. "Princess Penelope falls in love at first sight with a knight." The article went on to describe the man who had once opposed her, the same man who had also saved her life. It spoke at length about Princess Penelope, who had already been dragged through countless scandals, and how she had now made a shocking declaration. According to the report, she intended to marry the youngest son of the Rainer household, Knox von Rainer, her classmate at Eldon Academy. At the bottom of the page was a picture of Knox himself, captured at just the wrong angle. He looked confident, handsome, and annoyingly arrogant. As Jitri read out the contents with a tense voice, Knox could only force a weak smile and let out another sigh. So it finally spread for real, he muttered. He added dryly that the princess truly had a talent for getting whatever she wanted. Jitri didn't smile back. Her face remained serious as she spoke, saying she had heard all kinds of rumors before, but never imagined things would turn out like this. None of it made sense to her. Knox sat up slowly, his expression turning heavy. It actually makes perfect sense, he said. I'm being used. Jitri froze. Used? He nodded. This is because of the imperial family's succession war. Her eyes widened at the words. Knox continued calmly, explaining that Princess Penelope had her own reason to stop Prince Louis from ascending the throne. She intended to seize it herself, and choosing Knox as her spouse was part of that plan. As she listened, Jitri slowly began piecing everything together. She remembered the rumors about Prince Louis gathering forces and allies one after another. Still, something bothered her. The Rainer household was a dark family. She never expected the princess to involve someone like Knox. Hesitating, she shared her thoughts. Knox didn't deny it. Exactly, he said. That's precisely why she chose me. That answer only left Jitri more confused than before. Knox's face twisted slightly as humiliation flickered through his eyes, memories of the princess's words resurfacing. It's because I'm a convenient, trouble-free pawn. Jitri's awkward expression said everything. She finally understood. Knox wasn't being praised or cherished. He was being skillfully cornered and exploited, all while wearing the mask of a romantic scandal. Knox finally snapped. Fury surged through him as he roughly ruffled his hair and cursed under his breath. That damn princess. She's using me because she knows my family has already abandoned me. Anger twisted his face, but no matter how bitter he felt, there was nothing he could actually do to her. Then, all at once, he froze. Knox straightened, his expression sharpening as realization struck. He reached for his sword and rose to his feet, the sudden movement startling Jitri. Without a word, he walked toward the window and raised a finger, signaling her to stay quiet. Slowly, carefully, he peered outside, his senses fully alert, wondering who would dare approach him at such an hour. That was when he saw it. High above, the moon had turned blood red, bathing the night sky in an eerie crimson glow. Across from the dormitory, on the rooftop of another building, a dark figure stood silently, watching. Knox's eyes widened the instant he recognized who it was. The next moment, he turned back into the room, and the caution on his face vanished completely. In its place was pure excitement. A wild, almost crazed smile spread across his lips. So it's starting. He knew this moment. According to the plot he remembered, this was it. His first mission from the organization. Just as Luna had told him, this would be his first assignment as an official member. To complete it, he was supposed to contact the support agent station at the Academy Library. And now, his partner had finally appeared. Marin. The realization sent a thrill through his veins. Behind him, Jitri was still completely lost, concern written all over her face. She cautiously approached the window to see what had caught his attention. Knox, meanwhile, was barely containing his excitement. The story was accelerating now, and he could feel the pace picking up fast. Across the way, Marin remained on the rooftop, carefully concealing her presence, completely unaware that Knox had already spotted her. She raised her binoculars and observed him for a while before quietly admitting to herself that he really was handsome, just like the rumor said. Still, she wasn't impressed by looks alone. To her, he seemed like nothing more than a frail kid. He looks too sickly to be acknowledged by Miss Luna, she thought coldly. Then, a dangerous smile curved her lips. It can't be helped, she murmured. I'll just have to confirm it myself. Whether he's worthy of becoming the new face of Lunatic. The scene shifted. Inside the Eldon Academy library, Knox stood between towering shelves, picking out a few books to pass the time. Trailing closely behind him was a familiar figure. Echidna, known for her unwavering loyalty to Princess Penelope. Strangely enough, she was acting like a servant, arms full as she carried every book Knox selected without complaint. As Knox flipped through one of them, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. That Professor Raz, he muttered, leaving me with such a boring task, and then disappearing like that. Frustration finally boiled over. Knox slammed the book shut, the sharp sound echoing through the quiet library as an uneasy feeling crept up his spine. Something about this whole situation felt wrong. Earlier, Professor Raz had approached him with a strangely suspicious look, saying he urgently needed to find the dean. Raz had shoved a tall stack of books into Knox's arms, and, with an apologetic smile, said, Knox, I'll leave the cleanup of this place to you. Then he had vanished without another word, leaving Knox standing there, irritated and thoroughly displeased. Back in the present, Knox's expression darkened as the memory resurfaced. He clicked his tongue and muttered a curse under his breath, calling the professor a complete bastard. Watch your mouth. Echidna snapped, immediately stepping in. You shouldn't speak so recklessly about a professor. That only set him off further. Knox shot back, irritation plain in his voice. Do you even understand how hard life is for a graduate student? Echidna froze, clearly caught off guard. struggling to find a response. Still fuming, Knox continued venting, complaining that being the #1 apprentice was far more troublesome than he'd ever imagined. Just shut up and stay quiet, he added bluntly. Sensing his mood, Echidna pressed her lips together and fell silent. Time passed as they continued handling Rass's assigned work in the library, the only sounds being rustling pages and distant footsteps. Then, suddenly, Echidna broke the silence. Knox. He didn't even look at her. If you're about to say something useless, he warned coldly, then I'm going to pass. She immediately shook her head. No, it's not that. After a brief pause, she added honestly, I know we don't like each other. Her tone softened just slightly. Unmoved, Knox replied flatly. Then reflect on your own actions. Guilt flickered across Echidna's face. She cleared her throat, hesitating, eyes darting away before finally looking back at him. I want to apologize about what happened with the princess. I'm not asking you to understand. Knox narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? He asked. What are you really after? Echidna straightened and finally got to the point. There are rumors, she said firmly, about your engagement. She paused, then added, I don't believe the princess would announce a marriage just to make you miserable. Only then did Knox realize what she was referring to. His marriage, to the princess. A hint of surprise crossed his face, though confusion lingered. He still didn't understand why she was apologizing. It's simple, Echidna continued quietly. I'm not asking you, a member of a dark family, to support our side. I just want you to know, the princess isn't that kind of person. Sadness filled her expression as she spoke. Seeing her sincerity, Knox was genuinely surprised, even if his usual careless demeanor didn't completely fade. Silently, he acknowledged it. She really does cherish the princess. Trouble's just lining up one after another, isn't it? He thought with a faint grimace. A character different from the one I've seen countless times in the game. Am I annoyed, excited, or actually feeling empathy as a gamer? He clenched his fist and dismissed the thought. Out loud, he told Echidna that he understood she had her reasons for acting the way she did. All I can do right now is organize these books, he said flatly. So just ignore me and let me finish. His vague words sounded like a quiet acceptance of her apology, and that alone was enough to ease Echidna's heart. Relief washed over her face as she smiled, thankful that Knox no longer seemed resentful about being used. She thanked him sincerely, almost too sincerely. Knox, no longer carrying that sharp edge in his tone, simply smiled back and waved it off. He told her just act like she normally did and not say anything so embarrassing. Then he turned back to his work. As he slid a book into place on the shelf, a strange sensation prickled at his senses. A red, blood-like energy pulsed faintly from the cover. Knox froze. He recognized it instantly. This wasn't random. This was a signal. A message from that lunatic organization. His eyes scanned the cover, and the encoded meaning unraveled itself with ease. Marin. Contact complete. Mission delivered. Knox hadn't expected them to reach out in such a roundabout way. Keeping his expression calm, he told Echidna that he needed to check something. She nodded without question, promising not to interfere no matter what he did. With that, Knox left the library and moved toward a quiet, secluded corner of the academy. There, he opened the book. Ancient characters filled the pages, and the message became unmistakably clear. A demon sealed on the night of slaughter. Pimen's demonic essence stone lay hidden beneath the academy. His orders were simple and brutal. Steal the stone, obtain the academy's internal structural information, and trap as many faculty members as possible. This was his mission. As the weight of it settled in, Knox's lips curled into a slow, excited smile. So it had finally begun. Inner lunatic. This was the first episode of Knox in this hellish game. The scene shifted to the academy dormitory. Emma, Talia's maid, stood behind her mistress with worry written all over her face. For reasons she couldn't understand, Talia had wrapped herself in layers upon layers of clothing. Emma hesitated, then gently asked if she was feeling unwell. She explained that Talia had been acting strangely for the past 2 days and that she was deeply concerned about her health. Talia didn't respond. She remained silent, unmoving. Watching her back, Emma quietly came to a conclusion. This wasn't an illness. This was because of the recent news about Knox. Her thoughts spiraled. How could Master Knox be involved with the princess? No matter how handsome he was, no one would expect the imperial family to choose someone from a dark family as a spouse. Worse still, if the patriarch who doted on his daughter found out, he would surely kill Master Knox. And if something went wrong, it could shatter the fragile balance between the two families. Unable to stay silent, Emma tried to persuade Talia, hoping she would abandon whatever reckless thoughts she was clinging to. Suddenly, Talia straightened. She threw off the blanket covering her, her face burning with anger. Startled by the sudden movement and the strange intensity in the air, Emma hurriedly called out to her. Talia stepped down from the bed and walked toward her. Her expression was empty, lifeless, and her voice was cold enough to send a chill through the room as she slowly called Emma's name. The eerie way her name was spoken made Emma's body tremble, and she barely managed to stammer a response. In her mind, A single thought echoed again and again. Talia is terrifying. Then, without warning, Talia's lips twisted upward into a dark, distorted smile. In a calm yet unsettling tone, she declared that she had become an adult today. Emma froze in place, fear and confusion tightening her chest as she struggled to understand what that declaration meant. Talia continued, her voice steady but heavy with conviction. She said she now understood something clearly, that what belonged to her could be taken away, and that what her father had said in the past was right all along. If one wanted to protect what was theirs, they had to become strong enough that no one could steal from them. Her eyes had completely changed. Gone was the familiar warmth, replaced by something cold and dangerous. They looked like the eyes of a villain. A low, unconscious laugh slipped from her lips, sending chills through the room. Emma was left speechless. She couldn't grasp what Talia was saying, nor why she was saying it now. Her mind refused to keep up with the sudden shift. Talia then raised her gaze and asked if Emma agreed with her decision. But Emma still couldn't bring herself to speak. No words came out. Talia's expression darkened further, growing more terrifying by the second. The air in the room became heavy, oppressive, and ominous. Deep down, Emma could only pray for Knox. She hoped he would run far away, as far as possible, before Talia ever caught up to him. The scene shifted back to Knox and his mission, revealing the deeper truth behind it. At the center of everything stood Archduke Payman, the man responsible for creating the Night of Slaughter, the very monster that had killed Knox's mother. He was also the one who had reversed Noah's time, turning her back into a child. Knox's first objective was simple in words, but impossible in reality. Kill him. Of course, Knox knew it was impossible to accomplish that with his own strength alone. Still, there was one saving grace. The Ark River allowed random stat increases. That was his only advantage. The moment Knox touched the water, a notification appeared, informing him that he had discovered a hidden piece and entered the Ark River. As he absorbed the water for a while, another notification followed. His stats had increased by 2 points, both added directly to his mana. But it didn't end there. Knox began reading ancient characters carved nearby, and soon after, the system announced that another hidden piece had been activated. He had obtained the dragon's tongue, the lost language of ancient magic. Knox sighed inwardly, thinking that if he weren't tangled up in marriage talks with the princess, this alone would have been a tremendous harvest. Suddenly, a woman's voice spoke from behind him, remarking that he had arrived just in time. She joked that she thought he might have gotten lost. When Knox turned around, Marin stood there, a member of Lunatic, and the one who would accompany him on this mission. Knox turned around and asked calmly if she was Marin. She confirmed it without hesitation, reminding him that Marin was her code name. Then, with a faintly arrogant tilt to her chin, she clicked her tongue and told him he was speaking far too casually. She ordered him to listen carefully, declaring that she was his senior and his archer, and that he should remember it. Knox's expression didn't change in the slightest. Inside, he sighed. Of all the people in Lunatic, Marin was one of the more troublesome ones. 17 years old, water element, officially registered as a full member of Lunatic. On paper, she was impressive, cheerful, driven, capable of strong trust, blessed with rare mana sensitivity, and a genius-level archer. Her stats were solid, her skills refined, and her charm absurdly high. But there was one flaw Knox absolutely hated deep within Lunatic's inner workings. Young but bossy. And, as if on cue, Marin immediately proved his point. She puffed out her chest and declared that from now on, he was her junior and must speak to her with respect. Knox didn't hesitate. He flatly told her she was being bossy. That single word ignited her. Marin exploded in anger, shouting that she wasn't bossy at all. She pointed straight at Knox, cursing as if the world itself had gone mad. Knox, completely unfazed, responded with a bored tone, remarking that she seemed to have a habit of rambling and talking nonsense. She didn't listen. Jumping down from her spot, Marin continued her tirade, flashing a smug smile as she demanded respect. She reminded him that she had joined Lunatic years before he did, and that she was also 2 years older. Knox glanced at her lazily and told her he'd already heard that speech. Then he asked a simple question, his voice calm and sharp. What exactly did she gain from someone like him showing her respect? Marin faltered. She clearly hadn't expected him to push back, much less challenge her outright. Flustered, she tried to threaten him by bringing up Lunatic's rules. Before she could finish, Knox raised a hand, signaling her to stop. He told her people were coming, and that they should head to the hideout first. Marin bit her lip, frustration written all over her face. She clearly didn't want to let it end like this. Still, remembering the mission, she swallowed her childish pride. Pulling out a scroll containing the mission details, she shoved it toward Knox and told him she'd let him off just this once, for the sake of the mission. After that, Marin explained how to use the scroll, telling Knox that tearing it apart was the trigger to transport them to the mission's designated location. Knox held the faintly glowing scroll in his hand and smiled to himself as he recognized it for what it was, a low-grade dimensional teleportation magic scroll. So things between this world and the game really haven't changed much, he thought. Without any hesitation, he tore the scroll. A surge of magical light swallowed the area, and as the remnants of the scroll dissolved into particles, Knox and Marin were wrapped in spatial energy. The world twisted, space itself pierced through, and the two were sent elsewhere to continue their mission. When the light finally faded, they found themselves in a dark, underground location. The moment they arrived, Marin staggered slightly, her head spinning. She let out a long sigh and complained that no matter how many times she used dimensional teleportation, she could never get used to it. Nearby sat a simple table and a few chairs. Marin pointed at one and told Knox to sit down, saying she would now explain the mission in more detail, even though she had already mentioned the basics earlier. She stressed that he needed to listen carefully. Clearing her throat, she straightened her posture, clearly trying to reassert her authority. Her expression turned serious as she asked him if he had ever heard of the Night of Slaughter. Knox nodded. He knew the story well. Dean Noah, the Sword Emperor Kelsis, and his father, Theo, had joined forces and barely managed to seal Archduke Pieman. The night they gathered to defeat Palin later became known as the Night of Slaughter. Marin confirmed that everything Knox said was correct. She added that Palin was an extremely dangerous existence, a monster that not even the strongest individuals on the continent could easily deal with. The real issue was that the demonic essence crystal containing Pieman had gone missing during the sealing process. As Knox listened to her explanation, the purpose of their mission became clear. The crystal had been searched for relentlessly, and, eventually, it was discovered beneath the Academy. Lunatic's plan was simple: cause a massive distraction while the organization destroyed the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised Knox for catching on so quickly. With a smile, she remarked that despite how casually he spoke to her, he might actually be somewhat useful. Irritated by her tone, Knox brushed it off and told her to ignore such trivial matters. That only angered Marin further, and she snapped back, accusing him of treating her words as meaningless. Knox didn't rise to it. With a calm but serious expression, he asked whether a date had already been set for the operation to steal the crystal. Still visibly annoyed, Marin answered that the plan would be carried out during Eldine Academy's nighttime self-study period. She assigned Knox the role of keeping the students and instructors confined to one area. The moment he heard his task, Knox frowned slightly and voiced his doubts. He questioned what would happen if Palin were to revive while the demonic essence crystal was being destroyed. Marin's expression chilled instantly. His skepticism clearly offended her. In a cold, cutting tone, she asked if he truly didn't understand how great Luna was. She declared that Luna was the youngest of the 3 Sword Emperors, the savior of this rotten continent. With absolute confidence, Marin insisted that Knox's worries were meaningless and that nothing could possibly go wrong. When she finished speaking, she smiled smugly, clearly satisfied with herself. Knox, exhausted by her arrogance, thought to himself that it would be nice if things really went the way Marin believed. But he knew better. There was no chance it would unfold so cleanly. His mind replayed the story he remembered. This was the episode where Palin revived. Even if Palin wasn't at full power, a single mistake would be enough to completely destroy the Academy and everything surrounding it. This was the opening chapter of the main arc known as the Night of Labyrinth and Slaughter, which meant Knox had no choice. He had to play both roles at once, the protagonist and the villain. Only then could the other characters survive. He repeated the reminder to himself again and again. Stay cautious. Stay focused. This mission couldn't afford even one misstep. After a brief silence, Knox finally spoke up. He said he wanted to hear the plan in more detail. The scene shifted. A gloomy, dust-filled underground chamber came into view, its walls choked by thick tree roots and hanging spiderwebs. Slowly, a figure stepped into the center of the chamber. At that moment, a flash of light burst forth. A magical orb hovered in the air, its surface reflecting a blurry image of someone hidden behind layers of distortion. The figure standing before it was Rick, Eleanor's servant. His presence carried unmistakable malice. Speaking toward the orb, Rick calmly reported that all preparations were complete. He addressed the one on the other side as Archduke and urged him to raise everything on the continent to the ground, just as he had done in the past. Suddenly, the magical orb began to emit a dense, dark aura. The darkness twisted and shaped itself into the outline of a demonic face. A sinister voice echoed through the chamber, praising Rick. It remarked that while a complete revival would be difficult because of those cursed rats, this much power would be more than enough. The demon recognized the man standing before him. Rick. Hearing his name remembered, Rick's face filled with reverence and delight. From within the orb, a terrifying demonic eye opened, staring straight through him. The demon promised that if everything succeeded, Rick would no longer remain a mere demonic human. He would become a true demon. The demon quietly hopes Rick won't disappoint him. The moment he hears that he will soon become a true demon, Rick's expression twists into something dark and terrifying. A chilling smile spreads across his face, filled with excitement for the sins and bloodshed he's about to commit. The scene shifts back to Knox, now trapped inside a lecture hall and surrounded by female students on all sides. He stiffens, completely at a loss for how to deal with the situation unfolding in front of him. Behind him, Ella Laner stands with her arms crossed, looking down at him with clear disdain. No one is quite sure how the conversation reached this point, but Princess Penelope and Talia now stand face to face. The air grows heavy, almost suffocating, as the two rivals confront each other. Penelope's expression remains calm and composed, as if the situation doesn't affect her in the slightest. In contrast, Talia's face darkens, her usual bright and innocent smile completely gone. Penelope speaks first. She apologizes to Talia for taking her fiancé and gently says she hopes Talia can understand. Yet there is no sincerity in her words. A confident smile curves her lips as she adds, "Humans can't just control their emotions whenever they want." Instead of easing the tension, her words pour oil on the fire. Standing nearby, Knox begins to sweat. He hurriedly warns the princess to be careful, then turns toward Talia, calling her name when he realizes she hasn't said a single word. Then it happens. Talia suddenly bursts into wild, maniacal laughter, as if the beast sleeping deep inside her has finally awakened. The sound sends chills through the room. Her savage expression and unrestrained laughter make Knox's blood run cold. His entire body trembles as he curses under his breath, realizing his mistake. He completely forgot to consider how Talia would react to all this. Her face is no longer gloomy. It is terrifying. Her red eyes glow with murderous intent as they lock onto the woman trying to steal her husband. Caught between the two women, Knox feels utterly powerless, unsure of what move he can even make. He lets out a quiet sigh, grumbling to himself. How did things end up like this? Just then, the tense silence is shattered by the chatter of other students. Someone excitedly asks if anyone has heard the latest news, and a small crowd quickly gathers around the bulletin board. One student talks about the announcement of the top 7 students with the highest scores. Another mentions the new nighttime self-study sessions and how extra points will be awarded later. A frustrated voice complains, "I could have made it if I'd done just a little better." Someone immediately scoffs and replies, "No way. You didn't even make it to the middle." Others nod in agreement, pointing out how the nobles had already claimed all the top spots from the very beginning. A student wearing glasses pushes them up and says bitterly, "Commoners like us can't become one of the top 7, no matter how good our grades are." The others nod along, their complaints spilling out one after another. Nobles only care about their own blood, they say, even while preaching about fairness and justice. Someone scoffs and asks what the difference really is between this place and the outside world. No one answers, because everyone already knows what the higher-ups are thinking. Nearby, a girl lowers her voice and quietly asks the boy beside her who exactly chose the 7 students and what standard were used. The boy shakes his head, saying he doesn't know for sure, but guesses grades played the biggest role. The boy next to him suddenly cries out in frustration, saying grades are the only thing that matters no matter where you go. And the most unexpected part of it all is who that person turns out to be. It's Knox. The moment Knox arrives, every pair of eyes in the room turns toward him. When he's not dealing with women, Knox naturally gives off a cold, oppressive aura. The chatter dies instantly, and the entire area sinks into silence. The useless good-for-nothing of the Rayner household. Somehow, as always, people end up talking about Knox. Knox himself doesn't want to draw unnecessary attention. But right now, it can't be helped. What he really needs to focus on is the so-called newbie killer. When it comes to clearing the pawn episode, grades are everything. It sounds absurd, but unless his scores are exceptional, he won't be able to attend the nighttime self-study sessions. And if that happens, he won't be able to keep the other characters gathered in one place. The students soon resume whispering. One of them angrily mutters that Knox is an annoying bastard. Other male students chime in, their jealousy obvious, as they question whether Knox is only surviving because of his looks and the power of his family. None of them want to admit it, but deep down, they know it's true. Hearing his friends agree, one student snaps completely and shouts that Knox is the enemy of all men and that no one should take his side. A few nearby students step in, calling him an idiot and asking if he hasn't heard the recent rumors about Knox. One of them leans closer and warns him that Knox has become the princess's spouse, and that provoking him could get him killed. The moment those words sink in, the student's face drains of color. Panic spreads through the group as they suddenly realize Knox might have heard everything they said. Their fear turns into dread, and their worst fear has already come true. Knox is standing right behind them, having heard every single word. His expression darkens as anger surges through him. In his eyes, those guys are nothing but scumbags. Yet Knox decides not to care about the gossip. He lets out a quiet sigh, his thoughts drifting to the terrible events that are about to unfold. No matter what happens, he can't let his connection with Lunatic break. Whatever the circumstances, they're the rope he plans to use to escape the Rayner household. One thing is absolutely certain. Palin must be stopped from reviving on the final day of the 7 nights of self-study. Sometime later, Knox stands in front of the notice board, wearing a confused expression. He suddenly realizes he forgot to check who was ranked below him. That's when something absurd catches his eye. His name is on the list. Not just on it. Right at the very top. First place, Knox von Rainer. Second, Leon von Marvis. Then Penelope von Arheim, Talia von Stillreiner, Ahina von Janos, Eleanor de Rivlin, and finally Jana von Older. As if being dragged into this mess wasn't enough, Knox now finds himself stuck between two women glaring at each other in a tense standoff. He can't help but wonder if this is some ridiculous drama scene. The confrontation between the former girlfriend and the current one. Damn it, this is the worst possible situation. And the most infuriating part is that he didn't even do anything wrong. Talia stares straight at the arrogant princess, her eyes burning as she speaks. She says she understands what the princess meant and admits she can see why Penelope likes Knox. After all, Knox is genuinely a good person. Penelope remains calm, smiling brightly as she thanks Talia for her understanding. That smile doesn't last. Talia's expression hardens, her voice turning cold and sharp as she makes it clear she has no intention of backing down so easily. Her unwavering stance causes the princess's smile to fade, and Echidna, standing behind her, can feel the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Talia continues, declaring that winning has special meaning in the Stillreiner household, and that applies to people just as much as anything else. Even so, the princess doesn't waver. She simply offers a sweet smile and wishes Talia good luck. With that, she turns and walks away. As she passes Knox, she leans in close and quietly says that she heard the engagement was decided between their households, but it seems someone took it far more seriously than she expected. She admits this wasn't how she hoped things would turn out. Then Penelope leaves with Echidna, leaving Knox alone to face Talia. That's when something strange catches his attention. Knox looks outside and sees red mana swirling through the air like smoke. And hidden within that ominous haze is a message, one that only Knox seems able to recognize. The short message was simple and direct. Hideout. We'll explain the operation in detail. Gather quickly. The moment Knox read it, he left without hesitation. Before long, he arrived at the secret underground hideout of the lunatic organization. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice rang out from above. Marin looked down at him, calling him a newbie, her eyes sharp and filled with obvious hostility. She jumped down in front of him and immediately started grilling him. She demanded to know what the hell he had done for rumors to spread about him becoming the princess's spouse, asking if he had completely lost his mind. Knox avoided her gaze and answered honestly, saying she must have heard already. To be frank, even he didn't fully understand what was going on. From what he could tell, the princess was simply using him as a card to keep the prince in check. That answer only made Marin angrier. She snapped back, asking if he really thought she dragged him here just to hear something so obvious. Knox, not wanting to argue any further, tried to steer the conversation toward the mission. But Marin wasn't having it. She shouted at him, demanding that he explain everything properly. She declared that she was someone who looked after Captain Luna as well, then pointed straight at Knox and accused him of being unacceptable when he didn't even seem to know who he truly was. Knox remained calm and explained that this situation had already been decided by the higher-ups. Marin flatly refused to accept that. With clear arrogance, she declared that it was her right to decide how she judged her junior. The next moment, she pulled the bow from her back and announced that she needed to know whether Knox was worthy of joining Lunatic or if he would one day betray them. Knox let out an irritated sigh. He had no desire to fight, but it was clear he wouldn't be allowed to leave without proving himself to this troublesome woman. Slowly, he took up his sword. Dark purple mana surged out, wrapping around the blade and his body. His gaze shifted, turning cold and sharp, and deep down, he hoped Marin wouldn't regret pushing him this far. Marin, on the other hand, looked thrilled. A gleeful smile spread across her face as she pulled out an arrow and prepared to attack. Mana radiated from her bow as she raised it toward him, her expression filled with excitement. She, too, hoped Knox wouldn't regret choosing to face her. The arrow was released in an instant, flying straight toward Knox. He blocked it cleanly with his sword. But that was only the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Marin appeared at his right side, moving with terrifying speed, her bow already drawn and aimed at his flank. Her movement was so fast that Knox was forced to reevaluate her strength on the spot. Marin wears a smug smile as she casually declares that she'll go easy on Knox, telling him not to die so easily. Faced with her blatant arrogance, Knox answers with a confident smirk, just as she releases an arrow infused with water elemental power. The arrow surges forward like a raging torrent, roaring through the air. Confronted with its overwhelming, gale-like speed, Knox keeps his composure. He dodges swiftly and silently, his movements sharp and precise. In that instant, he acknowledges the truth. Marin's pride isn't empty. It's earned. She's a descendant of one of the legendary lost races, the Marine race, and the blood flowing through her veins grants her terrifying strength. The power behind her water shots is beyond normal comprehension. Even Luna, the captain of Lunatic, wouldn't be able to completely stop an attack like that. As Marin continues her assault, Knox's acting genius trait activates to its fullest. His body moves on instinct, slipping past one attack after another. Inside, however, a trace of regret surfaces. He may have provoked her too much, pushing himself into a dangerously unstable situation. Still, he knows the truth. With his current abilities, he can't earn her trust. And if this continues, there's a real chance this episode will end in disaster. Even as the situation grows more desperate, Knox steels himself. He tells himself that he needs a decisive victory. His eyes sharpen, more serious than ever, locking firmly onto Marin. He swings his sword downward, dark mana pouring from his body as he finally unleashes his intent to prove his strength. Marin watches closely. Her movements pause for a brief moment as she considers him. He may have earned the captain's acknowledgement, but in her eyes, he's still the lowest ranked. Her irritation deepens. Anger flashes across her face as she snaps at him, questioning his disrespectful attitude toward her as a senior. She demands he explain his relationship with Princess Penelope and presses further, insisting he clarify every suspicious detail surrounding him. After bombarding him with questions, Marin suddenly falls silent. Then she attacks again. This time, her assault is far more ferocious. Water-based mana floods the entire chamber, pressure crashing in from all sides. She relentlessly presses Knox, unable to believe that everything involving him is just coincidence. Despite her anger and accusations, Knox remains calm. He tells her flatly that she simply doesn't want to believe him. And if that's the case, there's no reason for him to explain anything further. That indifference ignites Marin's fury. She grits her teeth, drawing her bow once more, determined to see how long he can maintain that infuriatingly lofty attitude. Arrow after arrow is released, each one unleashing a violent surge of water. A raging flood engulfs Knox, massive waves crashing down on him one after another. Encased within a sphere of swirling water, Knox's eyes remained steady and unshaken. He looked straight at Marin and asked calmly, almost mockingly, "Do you really think a cheap trick like that will work on me?" The moment the words left his mouth, his sword moved. The blade cleaved through the water globe, slicing it apart until it burst into countless droplets. The scattered water instantly evaporated, flooding the battlefield with thick mist that swallowed everything in sight. Marin didn't hesitate. Using the cover, she slipped behind Knox in a flash, springing forward with a bright, excited smile. She openly admitted she never expected that attack to land. It was never meant to. All she wanted was a small opening to begin the real fight. As soon as she finished speaking, her bow sang. An arrow, packed with overwhelming force, shot straight toward his back. Knox sensed it instantly and activated Hour of the Genius. In that single moment, the world slowed to a crawl. A message echoed in his mind, stating that his sense of time had been reduced. The arrow's speed dropped dramatically, turning a lethal strike into something almost trivial. Knox sidestepped it with ease. He didn't want to expose his abilities so soon, but there was no other choice. As the skill faded, time snapped back into place, and Marin's arrow flew past him, missing its mark entirely. Marin froze, disbelief flashing across her face. Less than 10 meters. At that distance, dodging was supposed to be impossible. While she was still stunned, Knox's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he poured dark energy into his sword, the air around the blade warping under the pressure. The next second, his eyes flashed, and he brought the sword down. A violent wave of dark mana erupted forward, smashing through Marin's water barrier, and continuing on to engulf her whole body. The water she had summoned wrapped around her, now tangled with Knox's dark power. The opposing forces clashed violently, forming a massive vortex that swallowed Marin whole. For a brief moment, it looked as if Knox had completely overwhelmed her. Sweat rolled down his face, betraying the strain the attack had placed on him. Then, from within the swirling mist, Marin's faint silhouette appeared. Her voice rang out, filled with disbelief, as she questioned the monstrous strength he had just revealed, declaring that this was not power a 15-year-old should possess. Her expression sharpened as she pressed him, demanding to know why he joined Lunatic and what his true intentions were. Knox only stared back at her in silence, exhaustion weighing on his gaze. Seeing no answer, Marin smirked. Her eyes gleamed a vivid blue as she declared it didn't matter. She would uncover the truth herself. In the next instant, she raised her bow and unleashed a rain of arrows, while towering columns of water surged up around Knox, sealing him inside like a trapped bird. Unfazed, Knox calmly formed a magic sphere in front of him. In the next instant, a stream of dense purple mana burst forth, tearing straight through Marin's water arrows, as if they were nothing more than fragile glass. The clean counter left her momentarily stunned. Still refusing to back down, Marin grit her teeth and continued firing powerful water arrows one after another. Knox weaved through them effortlessly, responding with precise bolts of dark mana that shattered every single attack before it could reach him. Watching this exchange unfold, Marin's breathing grew uneven. A chill crept up her spine as she finally admitted it to herself. Knox was dangerous. Even if he had no intention of using lunatic, his talent alone was enough to become a threat. If he ever turned against them, even Captain Luna might not be able to deal with him easily. The realization hit harder when she noticed that not one of her arrows had landed. Worse, he hadn't even tried to strike her directly. That was when she understood. He was holding back. Anger surged through her chest as she accused him of arrogance. Though even as the words formed, doubt gnawed at her mind. Why was he restraining himself? Was he planning to use lunatic for his own ends? Or was it because she was one of its members? The questions piled up until Knox finally spoke. Pointing his sword toward her, his voice carried clear irritation as he told her she was wasting time on pointless thoughts. Even defending himself against her was becoming tiresome, he said flatly. The words hit like a slap. Marin trembled with fury, realizing he was openly mocking her, making a joke of someone who outranked him. In silence, she acknowledged the truth she didn't want to face. She couldn't win. Was this simply a difference in their abilities? Clenching her fists, she forced herself to breathe, repeating that she would never lose as long as she didn't give up. Yet her thoughts spiraled in a darker direction. If Knox was allowed to live, every member of Lunatic could eventually fall by his hand. Her resolve hardened. Calling out his name in a low, steady voice, Marin declared that she could not acknowledge Knox von Rienhofer as a member of Lunatic. He was exceptional, but she could not read his intentions. And so, following Lunatic's regulations, she would dispose of him as a dangerous individual. With that declaration, Marin drew upon a technique unlike anything she had used before. The power gathering around her was immense, causing the ground and air alike to tremble. Knox felt immediately and hesitated. He recognized it at once. Water shot, the secret technique of the marine race. If that attack hit him in his current state, it would be fatal, and even dodging it seemed uncertain. For the first time, he found himself with no clear answer. Marin did not hesitate. She released the arrow, and a blinding light erupted as the overwhelming force surged forward, roaring straight toward Knox. He didn't even have time to react when, out of nowhere, another sword flashed through the air. The blade struck the incoming arrow head-on, knocking it violently off course before it could reach him. Marin froze, her mind scrambling to understand what had just happened. Then a sharp voice echoed across the field, cutting through the chaos like a whip. "Marin, what do you think you're doing?" The voice belonged to Luna. She stood above them on the balcony, her presence alone crushing the air. Her furious gaze locked onto Marin as she questioned her loudly, reminding her that she had ordered her to carry out the mission together with her junior. Luna's eyes burned as she demanded to know whether killing Knox had ever been part of her instructions. Both Knox and Marin turned toward her at the same time. Marin's face drained of color as fear crept in, and she hurriedly addressed her as captain. Knox, maintaining his composure, greeted Captain Luna as well. But Luna showed neither of them any mercy. Her voice rang cold as she ordered them to explain exactly what had happened, warning that failure to do so would result in punishment. There was not even the slightest hint of leniency in her eyes. When neither of them answered, Luna's expression darkened further. Her tone sharpened as she repeated her question, this time directing it squarely at Marin. In the next moment, Luna leapt down from the balcony and walked straight toward her. Standing face to face, she reminded Marin in a stern voice that her mission had been to work with a newbie and draw the attention of the Academy's staff and students. Nothing more. Her piercing stare made it unmistakably clear that she had never given Marin permission to do anything like this. Confronted by Luna's anger, Marin's body trembled. She couldn't even bring herself to meet Luna's eyes. She immediately apologized, bowing her head and explaining that she only wanted to confirm whether Knox was truly loyal to the organization. Luna's response was swift and unforgiving. She scolded Marin for acting on her own, stating bluntly that matters like this were the captain's responsibility, not hers. Luna then picked up a dagger etched with intricate carvings and held it up in front of Marin's face, ordering her to look closely. The blade was chipped. Even though the arrow's trajectory had been altered, the damage was still there. With that level of power, Marin must have been trying to kill Knox. Luna asked her again, cold and direct, if that had been her intention. Marin lowered her head, her silence a clear admission of guilt. Luna shifted her gaze to Knox for a brief moment, acknowledging that she understood Marin's reasoning. She admitted that Knox had yet to show them everything. But the instant her eyes returned to Marin, her anger flared again. She declared that Marin had crossed the line. There was only one situation where a member of Lunatic was allowed to kill another. Luna was certain Marin remembered that rule clearly. Marin answered quietly, confirming that the only exception was if someone betrayed the organization. Luna slowly reined in her anger and gave Marin one last warning, telling her never to make the same mistake again. This was her final caution. Then she turned to Knox, calling him the newcomer, and reminded him that he also needed to remember that rule. Knox didn't hesitate for a second and immediately said he would keep it in mind. Marin continued to avoid looking at either of them. She might be stubborn by nature, but she was the type who knew how to follow orders once they were given. With that, Luna ended the matter and invited Knox to take a walk with her. Though he felt a bit puzzled, he quickly agreed. Outside, the moonlight poured down onto the quiet street as the two of them walked side by side. Along the way, Luna reassured him, explaining that she had needed to warn both of them to maintain discipline and order. Hearing that, Knox relaxed and offered a small smile, saying he was a good-for-nothing who had done far too many bad things to be hurt by something as minor as a warning. Luna frowned in confusion at his self-deprecating remark, prompting Knox to briefly clarify that he was fine. Then he added that Marin probably didn't see him as trustworthy. Luna, knowing Marin's true personality, tried to explain that she wasn't usually like this. She couldn't share the details, but there was a reason behind Marin's behavior, and she hoped Knox would be understanding. A sly smile curved on Luna's lips as she reminded him that he still owed her his life. That arrow Marin had fired, if it had hit him, he would have died without question. Knox understood just how terrifying that arrow was, but he had no intention of admitting it. Instead, he smiled and said Luna was exaggerating. Surprised, Luna asked why he didn't seem more shaken by its power. Knox answered calmly that his way of life had brought him face to face with death so many times that it had started to feel normal. Luna let out a light laugh, calling his life dull, and joked that it might be the reason Marin disliked him so much. Then Luna's expression suddenly turned serious, as if something heavy had crossed her mind. She brought up the earlier incident again, saying it all came down to that single arrow, leaving Knox confused by what she meant. Luna explained that the reason Marin had been able to join Lunatic in the first place was because of that one arrow. The destructive power of it, an attack that took an incredibly long time to prepare, was on an entirely different level. It was powerful enough that even Luna herself couldn't block it completely head-on. Hearing that confirmation, Knox felt his earlier suspicions settle into place, finally understanding why his sword had been destroyed so easily. Yet the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. If Marin truly possessed that level of strength, then why had she never appeared in the Knox episode at all? Luna revealed a little more, explaining that Marin was the last remaining descendant of the marine race, a rare bloodline capable of controlling both water and bows to their absolute limits. That was the reason she could wield an arrow of such terrifying power. At that point, Luna hesitated and fell silent, her sudden pause catching Knox's attention and stirring a faint sense of suspicion within him. Already familiar with the lore, Knox casually commented that the marine race was one of the special races that had vanished long ago. They appeared only in the inner lunatic backstories and never once showed up in the Knox episode itself. He quickly brushed the topic aside, stroking his chin with a confident smile as he told Luna that the next time he fought Marin, he wouldn't give her a single second to prepare that arrow. Luna burst into laughter at his words and called him a little rascal. She reached out and flicked his forehead, warning him not to even think about fighting Marin again. She knew better than anyone how dangerous Marin could become if she truly went on a rampage. She reminded him once more that he really could have died back there. Startled by the sudden touch, Knox stepped back instinctively, then smoothed his hair and gave a small smile to show he understood her warning. Almost immediately, he shifted the topic, commenting on how vast the surrounding area was. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Luna let out a weary sigh. But inside, Knox was smirking. He was already thinking ahead, quietly planning how he might exploit Marin someday, knowing she possessed a deadly attack that could be useful to him in the future. They continued walking for a while before Luna suddenly spoke again, pointing out that Knox was quite powerful. He didn't understand why she brought it up, but Luna continued seriously, saying that he had managed to subdue Marin before she completely lost control. More than that, he was cold and rational enough to eliminate an enemy without hesitation. Knox smirked at her words and teased her, asking why she was suddenly flattering him. That was when Luna's expression changed entirely. She looked at him seriously and asked him for a favor. Without beating around the bush, she said that if Knox ever believed Marin might go berserk during a mission, he should kill her. Luna stated firmly that only Knox was capable of doing that. Feeling the trust she placed in him, Knox's expression slowly hardened, as if something ominous lurking in the shadows had finally begun to surface. Then, as if turning a page in a story, the scene shifted to the lecture hall. At the front stood the lecturer, a man with a long, neatly groomed mustache, calmly explaining that to become a true knight or mage, one must awaken the upper, central, and lower energy cores. His voice grew stern as he stressed that talent alone meant nothing. In the end, only those who trained relentlessly would ever succeed in fully unleashing those cores. The classroom remained silent, every student listening closely. Yet beneath that calm surface, tension brewed. From the moment the lecture began, Talia's gaze had been fixed on Knox. She stared at his back without blinking, her eyes sharp enough to make him restless. He shifted slightly in his seat, distracted and uneasy, unable to understand what he had done wrong. All he wanted was a chance, just one, to explain everything that had happened between him and the princess. Seated beside him, Princess Penelope wore her usual gentle smile. Noticing how stiff Knox looked, she leaned closer and softly asked if he was all right. Lost in his thoughts, Knox flinched at her sudden voice and complained that she shouldn't scare him like that. Inside, he was scolding himself, wondering why he was even sitting next to her in the first place. But he had no choice. Before class, Penelope had already cornered him in private and informed him that they were engaged. If they didn't sit together, she had said calmly, people would start to suspect something. Cornered by logic he couldn't argue with, Knox reluctantly gave in, reminding himself to keep his personal feelings separate. She is a princess of a country, after all. Watching his conflicted expression, Penelope let out a quiet chuckle, clearly satisfied. From her perspective, the situation was ideal. At the very least, Prince Louis wouldn't be able to kill Knox easily now that she had chosen him as her fiancé. Back in the lecture hall, Knox could only sigh, feeling trapped in a situation he had never asked for. Talia's jealous stare continued to burn into him, and Penelope sighed. Penelope noticed it as well, and when their eyes briefly met, Talia quickly looked away, hurriedly hiding her emotions. Just then, a new presence approached from the upper seats. Sensing movement, Knox turned his head. A beautiful girl stood there, long purple hair flowing down her back, her expression soft and timid. Caught off guard, Knox asked her name. Blushing slightly, she introduced herself as Ian Avonator. The moment he heard it, recognition struck him. Knox immediately knew who she was. Ian Avonator, the next head of the succubus satyr household. They were infamous for draining a man's essence through charm alone, then using that stolen power to amplify themselves or others. Knox knew exactly who she was. With that knowledge, he responded coldly, turning away without another word. The indifference caught Iana off guard, leaving her momentarily flustered as she stood there, unsure how to react. Sitting in front of Knox, Lan showed no interest in any of it. He let out a long sigh, slumped in his seat, clearly bored by the lecture. Even self-study wore him out, and the thought of more classes waiting in the evening after the afternoon sessions made his exhaustion deepen. Beside him, Echidna overheard his complaint and casually mentioned that they still had 3 more classes left that day, asking if he was feeling all right. Knox, seated nearby, joined the conversation without hesitation. His expression was serious, as he stated flatly that the remaining classes wouldn't be happening today. Startled, Lan turned around and asked why he would suddenly say something like that. Before Knox could answer, the lecture hall shook violently. The ground trembled beneath them, and confusion instantly turned into fear. Lights overhead shattered, glass raining down as debris crashed to the floor. Panic spread through the hall as students screamed and scrambled, none of them understanding what was happening. Even Elelainer, known for her calm and composure, couldn't hide the fear on her face. Only one person remained calm. Knox stood there, eyes steady, fully aware of what was about to unfold. This was it, the episode he knew all too well. The subjugation of Palin had officially begun. Above them, something unnatural took shape. The entire ceiling was swallowed by sinister dark mana, twisting and churning like a living thing. At the center of it all stood Rick, a member of the demon race, performing a grotesque ritual meant to awaken a true demon. With a warped smile, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the bloodthirsty presence that was about to descend. Time rewound to before the chaos, before the event known as the subjugation of Palin. Knox and Marin had been discussing their mission in low voices. Knox confirmed once again that their role was to draw attention, buying time so that Lunatic could destroy the demonic essence crystal. Marin praised him for grasping the plan so quickly, smiling as she explained that once the barriers separating the areas were activated, the academy would turn into a labyrinth, trapping the students inside. She stressed one thing above all else. Knox needed to buy as much time as possible. Back in the present, everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The subjugation of Palin was underway, and the overwhelming pressure of demonic power spread through every corner of the academy, suffocating all who stood within it. Inside the lecture hall, windows exploded outward as surrounding equipment shattered into fragments. Panic instantly took hold. The students froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. The young women who were usually composed and graceful were now pale with fear, their screams blending into the chaos. Calmly assessing the situation, Knox acknowledged that Marin was playing her role perfectly. Everything was unfolding as planned. He reminded himself of his objective: buy as much time as possible. Nothing else mattered right now. Leon broke the panic with a sharp warning, saying that staying here any longer would be dangerous. He explained that he had already identified 2 spells currently in effect. The first was a dimensional barrier that completely cut them off from the outside world, trapping everyone inside. The second was a layer transformation spell, one that randomly altered the building's floors to prevent escape. Hearing Leon's explanation, Knox frowned slightly. Leon had caught on faster than expected. Still, Knox played along, pretending ignorance as he asked if that meant they needed to deal with the layer transformation spell first. Princess Penelope immediately agreed, adding that destroying the barrier in their current condition was impossible. Nearby, Iana stood quietly, her timid demeanor unchanged as she nodded in hesitant agreement. She observed that this kind of layer-transforming magic was commonly used on large structures like buildings. Knox glanced at her, mildly surprised. According to the original storyline, Iana wasn't supposed to interfere in this incident at all. Why was she constantly inserting herself? Letting out a quiet sigh, he accepted the obvious conclusion. The story had already begun to change. Stepping forward, Knox naturally took on the role of leader. He acknowledged Leon's assessment and stated plainly that they needed to destroy the magic itself. The group stiffened in shock at his blunt conclusion. Unfazed, Knox continued, explaining that this was exactly what the spells were designed for. Their purpose was obvious. Turning to Talia, he gently added that it wasn't surprising she hadn't figured it out, considering how much she hated thinking things through. Knox then explained that if they either fulfilled the spell's conditions or forcibly destroyed them, they would be able to escape this place. Talia stared at him blankly, clearly overwhelmed, nodding absent-mindedly as if smoke were pouring from her head. Leon followed up, clarifying that there was a high chance any powerful attacks used against the magic would simply be dispelled. With that, Knox took full control of the situation. He gave clear instructions, telling everyone they first needed to check the condition of the building. They would split into 2 teams, inspect everything thoroughly, and regroup in exactly 1 hour. While Knox skillfully led the students, buying as much time as possible for Marin to complete her mission, Marin herself was already on the move elsewhere. As she slipped through the shadows at high speed, she quietly acknowledged his ability. Knox von Rienhofer. He really is capable. It was no wonder he had managed to defeat her. Even amid large-scale magic, his composure never wavered, and more importantly, he knew exactly how to earn the trust of those around him. From above, Marin observed the students' movements in silence. With fluid grace, she descended and landed atop a statue, her gaze sharp as she murmured, "So, is it finally time for the first trial of the second area's labyrinth?" She had already given it a name, the Labyrinth of Dreams and Illusions. It was an illusion spell that used spilled imp blood to invade the minds of those who entered, dragging them into their sweetest fantasies. Even the sharp-minded students of Eldine wouldn't be able to resist it easily. Considering how much blood she had poured into it, it should buy them at least an hour. Still, she thought, the newbie needs to get through this somehow. Then her eyes widened. Something was wrong. The labyrinth hadn't only trapped the weaker students in illusions. It had also left Knox collapsed unconscious on the ground. Marin froze in disbelief. That wasn't how this was supposed to happen. Her magic had been calibrated carefully, set at a level he should have been able to resist. Realizing the severity of this anomaly, unease crept into her expression. This was a serious problem. With no time to hesitate, she decided she would have to intervene personally. Elsewhere, far above the academy, Luna appeared. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly as she looked down upon the chaos below. Calmly, she ordered Duff to begin the plan. Duff complied at once, using magic to transport the 2 of them directly into the academy's main hall. Despite obeying, Duff couldn't hide his unease. Their opponent was none other than Noah von Trinity, a monster among monsters. Luna knew this better than anyone, yet she pressed on without the slightest hesitation. After moving swiftly through several locations inside the academy, they finally arrived at their destination. The moment they entered the chamber, a powerful magical barrier revealed itself, guarding a vital area. Luna didn't even slow down. She charged straight through it, shattering the barrier effortlessly. Inside, the room was engulfed in biting cold, ice and snow coating every surface. At the center stood a massive magical stone, protected by yet another barrier. Just then, a voice echoed through the chamber. The speaker calmly stated that she had known Lunatic would come. From the shadows, Noah revealed herself, her presence overwhelming. She spoke with clear anticipation, claiming she had prepared for this very moment. With a sharp gaze, she addressed Luna directly, identifying her as the captain of Lunatic and one of the 3 newly crowned sword emperors. Luna, the final successor of lunar swordsmanship, stepped forward. Her eyes burned a vivid red, the intensity of her glare making it clear she was ready to fight the moment her opponent refused to step aside. She demanded that Noah make her move, drawing her sword as she declared that the demonic essence crystal was an object destined to plunge the world into chaos, and that was precisely why it had to be destroyed here and now. Noah answered with nothing more than an indifferent smile, saying calmly that she already knew what her response would be. Luna had expected no less. Without another word, she began pouring blood-red mana into her blade. In the next instant, she lunged forward, her slash carrying enough power to shatter anything in its path. With a strike cut through empty space, Noah vanished, and slow-falling snowflakes filled the chamber, signaling the activation of her ice magic. Sensing the danger, Luna and Duff moved back to back, their guard raised. Noah's voice echoed around them, mocking how much they seemed to enjoy facing powerful opponents. A violent gust of icy wind surged toward them, followed by massive blocks of ice crashing down. Luna swung her sword in rapid succession, shattering the ice into fragments. Taking advantage of her ability to blend perfectly with the frozen surroundings, Noah suddenly appeared behind Luna, a sly grin on her face as she remarked that Pawn was the strongest demon she had ever fought. Luna's brow furrowed at those words. She demanded to know if that was why Noah was allowing him to awaken, simply so she could fight him again and prove her superiority. Noah remained unfazed, replying with a taunting smile that if that were true, what could Luna possibly do about it, calling her nothing more than a child. At that, Luna's expression hardened. A killing aura surged from her body as she declared that if Noah's words were true, she would kill her. Noah laughed openly, amused that a child like Luna would even consider such a thing, and asked what reason she had to do so. Luna didn't elaborate. Her answer was simple and cold. For herself. In the next heartbeat, she charged, terrifying bloodlust flooding the chamber. Even so, it wasn't enough to overwhelm Noah, an overwhelmingly powerful mage. As their brutal clash continued inside the cage meant to contain the demon Peman, the crystal embedded in the ceiling began to radiate a sinister aura. Nearby, Rick continued assisting in the crystal's destruction, and thin cracks spread across the demon seal. Within, the massive demon began to stir, leaking deadly energy that thickened with every passing second, heralding the disaster closing in on the academy. Elsewhere, Knox remained trapped in an illusion. Before him stretched a vast, endless beach, bathed in radiant light that made the scene almost unbearably beautiful. He stood there, dazed, unsure where he was or how he had arrived. Then a radiant glow bloomed across the water, pulling his gaze toward it without resistance. From within that light, an angel emerged, standing gracefully atop the ocean's surface, her wide wings spread as if embracing the world itself. Knox felt his breath catch. Without thinking, he reached out, his body leaning forward as though he could touch her, as though drawing closer would return something that had been taken from him. Before he realized it, he was running. He chased her across the water, desperation burning in his chest, a fierce longing driving every step. He had to reach her. He was certain of it, as if she carried something he had lost long ago, something essential to his very existence. But when he reached the heart of the ocean, the angel dissolved into the waves, vanishing without a trace. Knox stopped, standing alone in an endless sea. Tears slid down his face before he even noticed them. Only after a moment did he realize he was crying, though he couldn't understand why. It felt as though something precious had been torn away from his life, leaving behind a hollow ache he couldn't name. He stood there silently, watching the beautiful sunset sink into the horizon, the fading light carrying away whatever it was he had lost. Still he cried, staring at the twilight, until a voice echoed inside his mind, calling his name, urging him to wake up. The voice jolted him awake. Talia and Eleanor stood before him, the concern on their faces unmistakable. Knox blinked, realizing it had all been a dream, yet the tears on his cheeks were real. He didn't know why he had cried. Talia immediately sat beside him, her worry plain to see, her eyes moist as if afraid he had suffered something terrible. Knox steadied his breathing, unsettled by the lingering unease of the vision. He couldn't remember it clearly anymore, only that he had seen a woman, as if she had been trying to tell him something important. Noticing the two of them watching him so closely, Knox stood and spoke calmly, saying he had shown them a pitiful side of himself and asking them to forget what they had seen. Then he urged them to keep moving. He refused to dwell on the dream, forcing his focus back to their situation. The second labyrinth wasn't especially dangerous, but dragging things out was not an option. With that, the group pressed deeper into the labyrinth, immediately greeted by a horde of monsters. Every member carried abilities worthy of the academy, and Knox led them forward as their captain. Talia surged ahead, fire mana, cloaking her sword as she delivered sharp, decisive strikes to the monsters blocking their path. Leon, a prodigy of a dark family, raised his hand and summoned skeletons, commanding them to charge a looming stone golem. One by one, the golem crushed them, but several elite skeletons wielding weapon skills slipped through, stabbing into its body and knocking it off balance. Seizing the opening, the remaining skeletons swarmed the fallen monster in a relentless wave, tearing it apart as the group advanced without hesitation. Iana, who appeared frail at first glance, revealed her true strength as well while backing up Lion. She stepped in decisively and struck the golem's head, shattering it in a violent explosion. As the team fought with everything they had, Knox was lost in his own thoughts. He hadn't forgotten his mission to slow their progress. His attacks were shallow and restrained, never once revealing his real power. At one point, he even deliberately tripped Echidna, quickly apologizing and claiming it was an accident. Echidna was clearly irritated, but with monsters still around, she had no choice but to endure it. After a while, the last monster in the second labyrinth finally fell. Lion was left completely drained, bending over and panting heavily, his exhaustion obvious to everyone. Iana wasn't much better, sweat pouring down her face, proof of just how brutal the battle had been. Princess Penelope hurried to Lion's side, worry written all over her face as she asked whether he could still continue. I explained that Lion had overexerted himself because Iana wasn't strong enough, forcing him to fight in her place. Feeling both guilty and uneasy, I turned my gaze toward Knox and asked how he was holding up. Knox immediately put on an arrogant front, saying he was perfectly fine and telling her not to compare him to weaklings. Standing nearby, Ella burst into laughter and teased him, remarking that it hadn't even been 3 hours since they'd seen Knox crying, so there was no need for him to act tough in front of them. Princess Penelope instantly jumped in to defend her fiancé, directing her sharp words at Ella and telling her she couldn't speak that way about her future husband. Ella paused, then offered a pleasant smile, and politely asked the princess to forgive her for how she had spoken to Knox. Caught between the women as they subtly traded barbs, Knox could only stand there in silence, feeling oddly helpless. Echidna cut into the tense exchange, asking what they thought might be waiting for them in the third labyrinth. She sounded genuinely worried, especially since the second labyrinth alone had already pushed them this far. Knox slipped back into his arrogant tone and answered that no one could possibly know. Inside, however, his thoughts were very different. It's finally my turn to play my part. He knew exactly what awaited them. The boss of the third labyrinth was the labyrinth flower, and that monster was none other than Knox himself. His eyes glinted dangerously as anticipation surged within him. He was eager to welcome his friends back into the dungeon where the evil demon Paimon had been sealed. Deep within that place, the demon stirred, slowly awakening after Rick's interference. Rick smiled faintly and greeted him respectfully, calling him Lord Paimon. At that moment, the magic communication orb flickered to life, and Prince Lewis's image appeared, asking if Rick could hear him. Rick calmly confirmed that he could, assuring him that the course of their story remained stable. Everything was proceeding smoothly. There was nothing to worry about. Lewis smiled, excitement flashing in his eyes as he instructed Rick to make sure everything proceeded smoothly. This was a rare opportunity, a perfect stage for him to rise as a hero. Hearing that, Rick calmly acknowledged the order and assured him that everything would be handled. The moment the transmission ended, Rick's expression twisted into a smirk. He muttered under his breath that the prince was nothing but a fool. Lewis truly believed he could defeat the revived Palin and claim glory from that victory. Rick almost laughed at the thought. Did he really think a demon could be killed so easily just because it would be weak right after revival? Still, it didn't matter. Whether the prince lived or died, everything was unfolding in Rick's favor. Without hesitation, Rick poured an entire container of blood-red liquid into the crystal imprisoning Paimon. Cracks instantly spread across its surface, webbing outward as the seal began to fail, a clear sign that the demon's awakening was imminent. Moments later, a violent tremor shook the chamber. A terrifying sound echoed as a massive crimson arm burst free from the crystal. Rick immediately dropped to one knee before the towering figure and greeted it respectfully. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Palin. I'm a demonic human. My name is Hulse Denfer." After being sealed for so long, Palin finally revived, though his first words were complaints about being forced back into such a trash-like body. Even so, the fact that he had revived at all was nothing short of a miracle. He looked down at Rick kneeling before him and questioned whether his name was indeed Hulse Denfer. Rick confirmed it without hesitation. Palin then narrowed his eyes, saying he could sense it, the scent of a familiar human beyond the wall. That human was one of the three who had sealed him away. Turning his gaze back to Rick, he asked if that was correct, and Rick calmly confirmed it. The moment those words left his mouth, Palin's entire body erupted with a terrifying surge of deadly mana. Centuries of pent-up rage finally overflowed, all of it directed toward his sworn enemy, the one who had sealed him, Noah Von Trinity. Elsewhere, Knox received a system notification stating that the effect of the artifact Moon Shadow had been activated, creating a shadow of the player. The system prompted him to decide on the shadow's appearance. Standing before an illusion identical to himself, Knox casually adjusted the shadow's stats, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "This is the last labyrinth we need to clear," he thought. "But there's no boss monster here." Knox's smile widened into something far more sinister. He smirked devilishly and, as if addressing unseen observers, questioned why there was no boss to be found. Then he grinned like a true villain and declared that he had already killed it, simply because he wanted the clear rewards that came with defeating a boss monster. Nearby, the massive corpse of the creature lay sprawled across the ground, its grotesque form resembling a gnome-like being from some unnamed anime, silent proof of his claim. Knox stood beside the fallen monster, calmly assessing the rewards he had gained. The clear reward granted him 0.3 points of random stats, a small but meaningful gain. As the information surfaced in his mind, he reviewed out of habit. Knox von Rienhofer. Male. 15 years old. His main attribute was darkness, and his achievements were still none. His traits remained unchanged. Swordsmanship and combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, insight, memorization genius, steel mentality, and acting genius. There was also that mysterious skill, void revelation, quietly sitting there as always. Alongside his strengths, his weaknesses were impossible to ignore. Terminally ill, frequent sickness, cold hands and feet, possessed. His stats followed shortly after. Stamina at 6.5 plus 2, mana at 13.2 plus 3, luck at 10, willpower at 11.3, charm at 26.3. A hidden stat revealed itself as well, dexterity at 8. His active skills lined up neatly in his mind. Hour of the Genius, Supreme Ruler's Aura, Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship, Southern Sword Technique, Ignition, Visible Transformation, and Dragon Tongue. Then his gaze lingered on the most unsettling detail of all. Remaining lifespan, 147 days. After reading through everything, Knox let out a cheerful remark to himself. Thanks to this, his mana and stamina were steadily growing. Raising stats was important, but that wasn't his true role here. As a member of Lunatic, his job was simple, buy time. As long as the students remained trapped inside the labyrinth, his mission was a success. That was why he had already prepared a solution. Using the shadow created by Moon Shadow, he altered its appearance. With the activation of the skill, a clone emerged, strikingly handsome, cold-looking, and unmistakably dangerous. Since it was the shadow, Knox reasoned it would naturally be stronger than the labyrinth's boss monster. He ordered the shadow to move ahead and occupy the boss's location. After remaining absent for a while, Knox finally rejoined the group. Eleanor immediately called out his name, questioning where he had disappeared to. Knox replied in a flat, disinterested tone, telling her to mind her own business and stop worrying about him. Deep inside, his thoughts were already elsewhere. A villainous grin crept across his face as he resolved to keep them trapped no matter what. When the group of students finally approached the boss room, the illusion Knox had prepared revealed itself and blocked their path. With a sharp voice and a murderous expression, the shadow ordered them to halt and warned them not to take another step. Talia, standing beside Knox, felt a chill run down her spine and nervously asked the stranger who he was. Knox felt a flicker of unease. While the shadow could think and make its own judgments, it was born from his personality. If it spoke too much, there was a real chance it would raise suspicion. Layan, observing the figure carefully, spoke up, saying there was no way someone with mana that ominous could be human. Hearing that, Knox felt a sharp pang of anxiety in his chest. For the first time, he worried that something unexpected might be uncovered. Echidna agreed with Layan, adding that the stranger's expression looked pained and irritated. Her words made Knox's chest tighten, as if they were indirectly pointing straight at him. Ella Laner, wearing a peculiar look, pressed further and asked about the stranger's identity. The shadow calmly introduced himself as Shane, a wandering mage who traveled from place to place. He claimed he had merely been passing through and was dragged into the area when the magic activated. Ella Laner flushed slightly, her gaze lingering on Shane as suspicion crept into her eyes. She remarked that something about him felt odd, almost familiar in a way she couldn't explain. Sensing the situation becoming unstable, Knox decided the shadow's words were already too much. This chatter was unnecessary. Acting without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed toward Shane, raising his voice so the others could hear. That's just a monster. There's no need to listen to it. Just kill it. Unease churned in Knox's heart. If this conversation continued, there was a real chance he'd be exposed. Despite being nothing more than a shadow, Shane moved with incredible speed, slipping past Knox's blade with ease. No matter how fiercely Knox attacked, every strike was dodged effortlessly. They paused for a brief moment, and Knox realized just how strong the shadow actually was. Eleanor then joined the fray, chanting a spell before unleashing a direct magical attack at Shane. In a flash, he evaded it completely. Turning back, she mocked Knox with a smirk, saying it looked like he was just swinging his sword slower. The comment made Knox bristle with frustration, but he kept his mouth shut. At that moment, Leon entered the battle, summoning his skeletal minions and sending them charging toward Shane. At the same time, Talia rushed in, her blade flashing as she attacked relentlessly. Shane avoided every one of her strikes, and just as Layan's skeletons closed the distance, he burst forward with astonishing speed. Magic gathered in his hands, and with a violent release, he obliterated 2 of the skeletons in an instant. Talia didn't hesitate. Seizing the opening, she unleashed a flurry of attacks. Though Shane continued to evade her blade, Talia's strength as a knight was undeniable. She pivoted and drove a powerful kick straight into Shane's stomach. The pain from that blow transferred directly to Knox's real body. He grimaced involuntarily, the sudden reaction catching Talia's eye. Worried, she asked if he was all right, and even Ella Laner noticed his expression and voiced her concern. Knox forced himself to remain composed and assured them that he was fine. Inside, however, his thoughts raced. He had overlooked 2 critical details. First, his shadow only possessed 50% of his abilities, meaning its stats were cut in half. And second, whenever the shadow was injured, he felt the pain just the same. The situation had twisted into something far more complicated than Knox had expected, and he questioned whether he could truly endure until the moment he was waiting for. Elsewhere, a violent clash shook the battlefield as Luna, the leader of Lunatic, faced Noah von Trinity, the principal of Eldane Academy. Even with disaster looming over them, neither showed any sign of stopping, until a deafening explosion burst out from the sealed area where the demon Palin lay dormant. Both of them froze at the same time, their instincts screaming as an ominous aura surged into existence. A suffocating, deathly presence spread through the air, and a hateful gaze locked onto them. Realizing the worst had already come to pass, Luna ground her teeth and glared at Noah. Her anger exploded as she snapped, accusing her of ruining everything, demanding to know if she truly didn't care about saving mankind. She didn't wait for an answer. Luna raised her sword high, crimson mana erupting from her body in a violent surge. Standing beside her, Noah finally understood. Luna had been holding back this entire time. Countless memories flashed through Noah's mind, memories of destroying similar calamities, and she recalled the cruel truth. The only way to destroy the demonic essence crystal of an archdemon was to defeat the demon after it revived. What she hadn't expected was for that revival to happen so quickly. Watching Luna unleash her true power, Noah acknowledged her overwhelming talent and made her decision. If this was happening now, then she would respond with everything she had left. Luna poured all her strength into a single devastating slash, bringing her blade down upon the newly awakened Palin. At the same moment, Noah released her frost magic, freezing Palin's lower body solid and locking him in place, exposing him fully to Luna's strike. Their combined attacks crashed directly into the demon. And yet, Palin remained unharmed. His expression didn't change as Noah's ice shattered like glass beneath his strength. With a cold scoff, he mocked them, sneering that a witch who had lost her power and a mere little girl could never hope to stop him. Dark magic swelled violently around his body as he declared that if this was all they had, then everyone would die there. The orb of magic forming in his hands detonated in an instant, shock waves tearing through the chamber. Back with Knox and the students, the battle against Shane raged on. With Knox's shadow possessing only half of its original power, Shane was steadily being pushed back under the relentless pressure of the students' coordinated attacks. Lion raised his staff and unleashed his magic, commanding his skeletons to swarm Shane without pause. His voice rang with conviction as he declared that those who wielded such ominous magic would not be allowed to advance, vowing to deal with Shane himself. As Knox watched Lion savor what he believed to be his victory, he couldn't help but think that Lion was an arrogant fool. And yet, deep inside, a strange thrill stirred within Knox. Shane had finally been cornered. The time he needed had already been bought. With the stalemate dragging on long enough, Knox made his decision. It was time to end this. Shane's role was finished, and Knox resolved to finish him off himself. Suddenly, the entire floor of the academy began to split apart. Cracks raced across the ground as the tremors from Palin's awakening tore through the structure like a massive earthquake. Knox's expression darkened, unease crawling up his spine as he struggled to understand what was happening. The other students felt the same confusion, their panic growing as the fissures widened beneath their feet. Then, amid the chaos, the ground gave way completely. A huge crevice opened up, and Elena was caught off guard. She screamed as her footing vanished, and her body plunged toward the darkness below. From above, the students could only shout her name in despair, helpless as they watched her fall. In that instant, a blur of motion cut through the collapsing rocks. A figure leapt across the crumbling terrain, moving straight toward Elena. She squeezed her eyes shut, her mind blank as she waited for the inevitable, having no idea what else to do. Instead, arms wrapped around her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself held securely in Shane's grasp as he calmly asked if she was all right. Her face flushed instantly, words failing her as she stared at him with unconcealed admiration. Hesitantly, she asked why he had saved her. Shane didn't answer. Staying true to his quiet, stoic nature, he simply moved again, carrying her swiftly out of the landslide zone and into a safer area. Once they were clear, he gently set her down and asked if she was hurt. Elena, usually so composed and distant, felt her defenses melt under his concern. Her gaze softened even more, a dangerous realization forming in her heart. She might be falling for this version of Knox, a side she had never known existed. Watching the scene unfold, Knox felt irritation surge through him. He clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath, wondering if it was the lingering remnants of Yu Chan's soul that had compelled Shane to act. Letting out a tired sigh, he admitted that Shane was still a part of him, even if he found that side unbearably lame. Shaking off his annoyance, Knox forced his focus back to reality. The academy had been split apart by a massive fissure, and from the depths of the darkness below, an ominous energy poured out endlessly. His suspicions hardened into certainty. The source of this disaster, this overwhelming pressure, could only be the archdemon Palin. Without hesitation, Knox turned and sprinted toward the place where Palin had been sealed. The nearby students tried to stop him, but failed. Talia's worried voice called out, asking where he thought he was going. Drawing his sword as he ran, Knox muttered bitterly to himself that everything had gone completely wrong, questioning where it had all started to spiral out of control. If Palin wasn't stopped now, that monster would wipe them all out. Elsewhere, inside a chamber reduced to ruins by the battle, the aftermath of Palin's magical outburst left nothing standing. Luna, battered and bleeding, dragged herself out from beneath the rubble. Pain flashed across her face as she forced herself upright, scanning the devastation around her. That was when she spotted Duff, trapped beneath a massive slab of stone, his body pinned and unmoving. Rushing to his side, Luna dropped to her knees and anxiously asked if he was all right. Duff was still breathing, but only barely. Struggling to speak, he insisted that he was fine and urged her not to worry about him, telling her to focus on killing the archdemon instead. Luna clenched her teeth, anger burning through her chest, and turned sharply toward Noah, demanding an explanation for how everything had spiraled into this disaster. Noah calmly brushed the dust from her clothes and clicked her tongue, calling Luna a little girl and scolding her for letting herself get distracted at such a critical moment. She questioned whether Luna truly intended to divide her attention now, when a single mistake could cost everything. As they spoke, Palin drew closer, his sinister presence swelling and pressing down on them like a crushing weight. Noah released every last fragment of power she could muster, icy mana surging outward and freezing the air around her. Luna watched closely and quickly assessed the situation. Even though Noah looked calm, her mana reserves were nearly empty. At best, she could probably use her strongest spell only 2 more times. Luna tightened her grip on her sword, realizing she wasn't in much better shape herself. She had already used her lunar sword art twice, and her body was screaming in protest. Palin sneered as he sensed their exhaustion, his aura growing even more oppressive. Mocking them openly, he said he would still toy with them before ending everything. His gaze shifted toward the academy in the distance, and he casually asked if the people there were their students. The moment his intent became clear, both Luna and Noah stiffened. Noah scoffed coldly, remarking that Palin had somehow become even filthier and more vulgar than the last time they faced each other. Her disdain only fueled his rage. Enraged, Palin released a terrifying burst of power, demanding they witness the futility of humanity and proving that she could never challenge him. Dark energy gathered rapidly as he prepared a devastating attack, its trajectory aimed straight at the academy. Luna's heart lurched. Without hesitation, she leapt forward to intercept the blast, but Palin moved faster, blocking her path and forcing her into a brutal exchange. Each strike drove her back, leaving her no choice but to defend herself against his relentless assault. Seizing the opening, Noah slipped behind Palin and hastily summoned a magical barrier, pouring everything she had into stopping the attack. Palin smiled. It had been his plan all along. As Noah strained desperately to hold the barrier together, Palin charged straight through it, shattering the spell in an instant and striking her head on. The impact sent her flying, blood spilling from her lips as she crashed to the ground. Pain racked her body, and as her consciousness wavered, memories she had buried long ago surged back to the surface. She saw her village burning, flames devouring everything she knew. She heard screams, watched people flee, and remembered her parents escaping the fire without her. Left behind in the chaos, she had cried out for them until her voice gave out, but no one ever returned. That same pain echoed through her chest as she whispered bitterly that she never wanted to lose anyone again. She had gained power, so she wouldn't have to lose anything ever again. Thrown backward and gravely wounded, Noah clenched her teeth in frustration. She knew it now. She couldn't defeat this demon. But Luna refused to surrender. Drawing on every last shred of strength she had left, she charged straight toward Palin's magical attack, determined to stop it no matter the cost. Watching helplessly from the ground, Noah's heart sank. It was already too late. No one could stop it now. Then, without warning, a streak of violet light tore through the air and sliced straight through the massive magical orb, detonating it before it could ever reach the academy. The explosion lit up the chamber, and standing right at its edge, Luna froze in shock. A presence she hadn't sensed before had entered the battlefield. Noah, just as stunned, stared ahead, struggling to understand what she had just witnessed. From the lingering smoke and shadows, a figure stepped forward with a cold, commanding aura that instantly seized control of the space. It was Knox. His eyes locked on Noah as he spoke in a low, cutting voice, asking her if she planned to give up again. He didn't stop there. He reminded her cruelly that she had already lost her family, and if she lost her students too, there would be nothing left for her at all. Noah's eyes widened as Knox advanced. Her mind raced, shock flooding her expression as she wondered how he could possibly know about her past. Knox didn't waver. with his sword drawn and his expression unwaveringly serious. He declared his name with authority, swearing upon the long-standing tradition of the black sword that he would slay Palin right there. Not long before this moment, a group had been racing through the forest toward the source of the tremors shaking the land. Knox moved at the front, gripping a mask in his hand. He paused briefly, then tucked it away. He believed Shane had been recovered safely, but that wasn't the real issue anymore. Worry and urgency were written clearly across his face. At his side was Marin, her expression tense as disbelief filled her eyes. She couldn't accept that Palin had truly awakened. Her thoughts spiraled as she wondered what they were supposed to do. She knew all too well that Palin was on the same level as Captain Luna. Realistically, there was nothing they could do against a monster like that. If that was the case, then there was only one thing she could do. Marin's gaze shifted instinctively toward the one person who might still be able to resolve this disaster. Calling out to Knox, she declared that she was an archer and that she would save him no matter what. Before she could finish, Knox cut her off sharply, telling her not to even think about doing anything stupid. He stated firmly that he would not run away, declaring with absolute resolve that members of the Rayner household never fled from their responsibilities. Marin, still shaken, protested that this was far beyond anything they could handle. Knox met her eyes, his gaze heavy and unyielding, and asked her a single question. Would she be fine if Captain Luna died? The words hit Marin like a blow. Her body trembled, her thoughts scattering as she found herself unable to answer. Knox observed her reaction carefully, reflecting on her personality, her intense emotions, her strong desires, and her unwavering trust. He understood exactly why she felt this way. Luna was the one who had saved her, the one who had climbed to the position of leader through her own strength. That was precisely why he would use those feelings. Coming to his decision, Knox came to a stop and spoke again, reminding Marin of the day Luna had saved her, back when she had been suffering alone inside a research lab. Because Knox was known as the villain and the good-for-nothing of Inner Lunatic, he didn't hesitate to provoke her. He turned to Marin and asked bluntly if she was really going to leave Luna to die like that. His words struck a nerve. Marin ground her teeth, anger flashing across her face as she admitted her helplessness in the current situation. Lowering her head, she finally asked him what he was suggesting they do. Her voice carried clear anxiety as she reminded him that Palin was a demon even the sages and the three sword emperors had struggled against. Knox answered simply that she should use her arrows. Before she could even respond, a terrifying surge of pressure swept toward them. They both recognized it instantly as Palin's power. Knox clicked his tongue, remarking that Palin had already come out and that if they didn't work together, stopping him would be impossible. Marin hesitated, then asked if Knox had heard about that arrow from Captain Luna. Seeing the conflict in her eyes, Knox dismissed the question outright, asking if that really mattered right now. Marin clenched her fists and explained the risk anyway, reminding him that he had already experienced it once. She pointed out that he knew exactly how powerful her water shot was, and worse, that she went berserk whenever she fired that arrow. Her hesitation deepened as she admitted that it could kill him. Knox understood better than anyone that Marin had inherited the full abilities of the Marine race. Turning away slightly, his expression hardened as he told her not to flatter herself, saying he wouldn't die to the likes of her, and urged her to prepare quickly. Despite his confidence, Knox hesitated inwardly. He knew the truth. Not even he could fully defend against her arrow. But this was the only way to stop the ending of this damned game. Marin still wavered, and Knox noticed immediately. A mischievous smirk crept onto his face as he taunted her, asking what there was to hesitate about, and whether she had ended up liking him after all. That single line shattered her indecision. Marin's expression shifted sharply as she readied her weapon and warned him not to regret it. As her mana surged violently, Knox remained calm, stating that he had no reason to regret anything. Marin shot back that he was stubborn until the very end, finally understanding why Captain Luna called him the absurd rookie. Turning his back to her as he prepared for what was coming, Knox replied that he wasn't really a fan of that nickname. In the distance, Palin's attack drew closer. Dark mana flooded into Knox's sword, and a system notification flashed before his eyes. Stormbringer is absorbing your mana to its limit. Due to the large temporary loss of mana, your mana sensitivity has been reduced. Knox and Marin both braced themselves, the air tightening around them as the countdown began. At the count of 3, their combined powers collided head-on with Palin's attack, the impact detonating into a violent explosion that tore through the air. The strike aimed at the trainees was barely stopped, the shockwave rolling outward as everything trembled. Knox staggered back, chest heaving, while beside him Marin began to lose herself. Her eyes glazed over, reason slipping away, and her body moved on instinct alone. Arrows flew wildly from her bow. No control, no restraint. Knox cursed under his breath as one of those arrows nearly took his life. He twisted aside at the last second, exhaustion dragging at his limbs even as he forced himself to stand straight. With a dry, mocking tone, he called out, "You really fail as an archer." To think you'd fire an arrow filled with that much bloodlust at your junior. His words didn't reach her. Marin continued firing relentlessly, each arrow tearing through the battlefield. As Knox dodged again and again, he caught sight of the destruction her attacks left behind, and for the first time, unease crept into his chest. This wasn't a spar. This was chaos. Then his voice rang out sharply. Ina Vans, stop hiding and come out. Or is the daughter of one of the three great dark families into voyeurism now. The moment she was exposed, Iana revealed herself, eyes wide in shock that Knox had sensed her presence all along. Marin's rampage showed no sign of stopping, and as Knox narrowly avoided another deadly arrow, he shouted to Iana for help. He remembered clearly. She should be on the same level as Paracelsus and Lion. Trusting that strength, he asked her to use her charm skill to restrain Marin. Iana flushed, flustered and stammering as she agreed. She insisted she didn't want Marin to get hurt. Yet behind her embarrassment, a sharp, ambitious glint flashed through her eyes as she added a condition. Knox would help her replenish her dark mana later. Knox accepted, though unease twisted in his gut. He knew exactly how a succubus replenished mana, and it was not something he wanted to deal with. Still, this wasn't the time to refuse. He told her to begin, explaining that he would go stop Palin himself. Marin's arrows continued to rain down in every direction, the sheer power behind them making Iana tremble. And yet, the thought of Knox transferring mana to her sent a strange thrill through her. Swallowing her fear, she activated her skills. The scene shifted to Pimen's battlefield. The land there had been utterly erased, flattened into ruins as far as the eye could see. In the midst of it all, Knox finally arrived. His gaze swept across the devastation until it landed on Noah, collapsed near a shattered cave, her body clearly pushed past its limits. He rushed to her side, memories of her backstory flashing through his mind, the family and friends she was destined to lose. She might look unhinged at times, but she was one of the most tragic figures in this story. Dark mana ignited around Knox as he spoke, his voice steady but firm. Dean, are you really going to give up here again? He stepped in front of her, placing himself between Noah and the battlefield. If she, who had already lost her family, lost her students too, then she would be left with nothing. Knox understood it clearly now. What she needed wasn't orders or strategy. It was encouragement, before despair swallowed her whole, and she abandoned everything. Knox looked straight at her, and assured her that he would kill Palin right here, telling her to hold on just a little longer. Noah, seeing Knox appear out of nowhere, felt her heart tighten with worry for him. Before she could say anything, Palin's voice echoed across the ruined battlefield, asking calmly if Knox was the one who had altered the trajectory of his attack. The demon sniffed the air slowly, then let out a low chuckle. He said he smelled a familiar scent clinging to Knox. Mana steeped in utter darkness. A sword drenched in the same essence. Palin burst into menacing laughter as an oppressive demonic aura exploded outward, swallowing the entire area. A system notification flashed into existence, warning that the opponent had cast a spell. Noah and Luna both felt the crushing pressure descend on them, and were forced to brace themselves just to remain standing. Palin's laughter deepened as realization struck him. He called Knox the son of Theo. Knox, however, didn't even blink. His gaze remained steady, calmly observing the demon before him. Thanks to the trait steel mentality, the negative effect of fear had already been completely neutralized. Unshaken, he stood there, dark mana flowing from his body, mana unmistakably bearing his family signature. Without a single word, Knox swung his sword. A wave of dark energy surged forward toward Palin. To the demon, the attack was laughably trivial. With one hand, he shattered it effortlessly. Knox clicked his tongue and spoke casually. If I'm the son of Theo, so what? A crooked smile tugged at his lips as he addressed him directly. Archduke Palin. Then he went further. He mocked him, saying he'd heard Palin was one of the weaker demons sealed by his father. That Theo himself had said Palin didn't deserve such a grand title as Archduke. Palin's expression twisted in anger, yet he laughed again, admitting that Knox certainly knew how to talk, and that it was quite amusing. That was exactly what Knox wanted. He was provoking him on purpose. According to the game's description, Palin was overly emotional, and Knox intended to exploit that flaw to the fullest. The grin on Knox's face grew more sinister, somehow more unsettling than the demon's own. As he focused, Palin's information unfolded before him in full detail. Name, Pimen. Gender, male. Species, demon. Attribute, fire. Achievements, one of the 72 demons. Positive traits included mana sensitivity, rare genius, battle spirit, and a principled nature. His neutral trait was pure evil. Negative traits followed: cruelty, madness, an intense desire to kill, and an overwhelming sense of superiority. Stats appeared one after another. Stamina 26, mana 29, luck 6, will 27, charm 16. Passive skill, art of fire. Active skills, flame, disaster flame, Condemnation. After reading everything, Knox smiled with confidence. Palin clearly surpassed every opponent he had faced until now. Still, knowledge was power. He noted that the Hellfire Palin used traveled in a straight line and drained life force on contact. Disaster Flame was a damage over time skill with randomized output, but extremely dangerous regardless. Condemnation manifested as a flame sword used for direct attacks. With all of that laid bare, Knox tightened his grip on his sword, his confidence only growing. He quickly came to a conclusion. Palin didn't have tricks or gimmicks, only overwhelmingly monstrous skills. At that moment, Luna's voice echoed in Knox's mind through telepathy. She called him Rookie and demanded to know what he was doing in such a dangerous place, questioning why he had even shown up. Knox glanced back at her, thinking calmly that Luna and Noah could easily defeat Palin once they had their proper items. But that wasn't now. Right now, he had to win with what he had in his hands. He replied that he had a way to defeat Palin and asked her to cooperate with him. Luna's worry didn't fade. She immediately asked about Marin, whether she was still alive. Knox answered firmly that Marin was alive and assured her that every word he had said was true. Being completely ignored infuriated Palin. His expression twisted as he drew his sword and questioned whether Knox was truly so distracted while standing before him. In the same instant, a terrifying aura mixed with raging fire mana erupted from his body. The heat crushed down on Knox, forcing him to raise his sword just to defend himself. A system notification flashed. Rare genius of acting is wavering due to a large impact. Palin's strike sent Knox flying backward. As he skidded across the ground, Knox immediately recognized the attack. Condemnation. While Knox struggled to rise, Luna spoke again, telling him she needed Marin for her plan. She was confident Marin would overcome her trauma and fully control her power. With no hesitation, Luna coordinated with Knox and charged straight at Palin. Palin noticed her instantly, his eyes turning terrifyingly sharp. Luna didn't slow down. She leaped high and brought her blade down on him, but Palin casually blocked her attack with one hand. Luna warned him that he had forgotten she was still there, and at the same time sent a telepathic message to Knox, telling him to leave Palin to her. That was better than everyone dying here. Knox turned toward Noah and called out, "Dean, can you use wide area magic 2 more times? If you can, deploy a wide area barrier around this place. Make sure no one can enter." Noah, having steadied herself, stood up and smiled as she agreed. She understood immediately. Knox was trying to protect the students. Hearing that, Knox felt a flicker of irritation but brushed it aside, saying she could interpret his actions however she liked. As Noah began chanting, she remarked lightly that Knox wasn't honest with himself, adding that this was exactly why she found him so endearing. Knox ignored her completely and moved back into the fight alongside Luna. Meanwhile, Noah's frosty mana spread outward, crystallizing the air itself as a massive barrier formed, sealing the battlefield off from the outside world. Luna and Palin remained locked in brutal combat, their clashes tearing through the air again and again. Palin laughed openly at Luna's strikes, dismissing them as nothing more than cheap tricks, while Luna's frustration steadily grew under the weight of his overwhelming power. With a cruel grin, Palin taunted her, asking if she truly believed she could buy time against him like this. Just as he unleashed a devastating blow meant to crush her, Knox stepped in without hesitation, taking the attack head-on in Luna's place. The collision sent a violent shockwave rippling outward. Knox's body screamed in protest as he endured it, yet he still forced a crooked smile and muttered, "Is this all an Archduke has to offer?" He spat out blood and added, "This much is nothing." Palin sneered, eyes burning with contempt. "Do you think you're like your father just because you managed to block a few attacks?" A warning flashed before Knox's eyes. "Your opponent has cast fear on you." Palin continued mockingly, saying his father had been several times stronger than this. And even then, Theo couldn't kill him and had been forced to seal him away. "I'll trample you into the ground in an instant," the demon declared. Under Palin's relentless assault, Knox began to falter. His body trembled under the strain, muscles tearing as pain flooded through him. Still, thanks to steel mentality, the fear was crushed the moment it tried to take root. With a confident, bloodstained smile, Knox replied calmly, "They won't know until they try." Another notification appeared. The artifact Stormbringer has absorbed mana to its limit. In that instant, Knox's power surged explosively. He poured everything into his blade and swung with all his might, deflecting Palin's attack straight into the sky. The price was brutal. His insides burned, and blood spilled from his mouth as his knees nearly gave out. By then, Noah had completed the barrier. Knox noticed the frost spreading and felt a brief wave of relief. He wiped the blood from his lips and forced himself to focus again. From the outside, the battlefield was now sealed inside a massive cube of ice, isolating everything within. "We're almost there," Knox thought grimly. This was the only plan that could get rid of Palin. Luna immediately took over, keeping Palin occupied while Knox recovered. Watching the exchange, Knox's worry deepened. Why hadn't Luna awakened yet? He could feel his own limits approaching fast. And despite everything, the one person dominating his thoughts was Marin. She was just an extra in the game, a character destined to die and disappear. I don't want her to die, he thought, and then corrected himself with a bitter edge. Saying it like that sounds stupid. Another warning surfaced. Remaining mana is low. Energy consumption will be replaced. Your life has started to be reduced rapidly. Knox ignored it completely. Marin deserved to live her life on her own terms, not be shackled to some pre-written fate. That conviction burned hotter than the pain, tearing his body apart. Using the very last of his strength, Knox gathered every remaining drop of mana and charged straight toward Palin. As he faced him, Knox silently prayed, hoping with everything he had that Marin would awaken. At that very moment, Marin remained restrained, her power suppressed by Yana. Her eyes were vacant, empty, as if her soul had been hollowed out. And then, without warning, tears began to slide down her cheeks. It was as if Knox's desperate plea had finally reached her, piercing through the darkness that bound her. Her memory surfaced. Marin's past unfolded from a time when she was nothing more than a child. Her body had been nurtured inside a laboratory, surrounded by countless specialists who coldly evaluated her condition. When her consciousness first began to form, the very first breath she took upon opening her eyes was not fresh air. It was stale, heavy with the stench of medicine. Glass capsules lined the room beside her, one after another. The tools scattered around were grotesque, and with her own eyes, she saw those tools used on children just like her. Knowledge was forcefully poured into her mind. Even before she could properly understand language, she already knew that information was being implanted inside her. The research lab was her birthplace. It was her home, and in that place, there was only one rule: prove your worth, or you disappear. Survival depended on usefulness. Time passed, yet Marin remained a child without a true sense of self. One day, someone entered the room and called out to her. H210. They asked if she could hear them. Marin answered calmly, emotionlessly, yes, H210. That was the name given to her, not Marin. H210. She didn't fully understand why, but she learned she was one of the test subjects meant to manifest the power of an ancient race. She also learned that many war orphans had been turned into experiments just like her. A man called her by her code name and ordered her to move a block. Somewhere deep in her subconscious, Marin realized the truth. That was why she always smiled brightly, why she acted like the most obedient, most capable test subject, because she had to prove she was the best at wielding the blood of the Ocean Tribe. If she didn't, she would become one of the children who vanished without a trace. Then, one day, someone came for her. A woman greeted her gently and said, "You'll be living with me from today onwards." She introduced herself as Jay, a researcher from the lab. From that day on, Marin began living with her. Naturally, Marin had no say in the matter. She simply followed, like livestock being led to slaughter, doing whatever was demanded of her. Jay spoke softly as they left the lab behind, telling Marin that the research facility was no place for a child, that it was no fun at all. She said Marin must have suffered greatly, and for the first time, those words stirred something within her. Jay tilted her head, curiosity clear in her eyes, and asked what kinds of things she liked. As she spoke, her fingers gently brushed through Marin's hair, soft and cool to the touch. Jay smiled and said that H210 sounded far too stiff to be used as a name, especially for someone with blue hair that shimmered like aquamarine. So she chose a new name, Marin. To Marin, the name itself did not matter much. She had no expectations left. Until then, everyone around her had treated her like an exhibit, like one of the zoo's monkeys, nothing more than a test subject. Jay, however, was different. She treated Marin like a person. They played together, talked together, and in those moments, Marin was not a tool or a weapon. She was human. One day, unable to hold back her curiosity, Marin looked at Jay and asked why she was so kind to her. Others always called her a monster, saying she carried the blood of the Ocean Tribe, that she was nothing but a weapon meant to be thrown onto a battlefield and abandoned there to die. Jay was slightly flustered by those words, but she smiled and gently reassured her. She said that since Marin had shared her secret, she would share one as well. The truth was that Jay worked there because her family had been taken hostage. Hearing this, Marin asked if Jay missed her family. Jay nodded sadly, then asked a question in return. If she ever had to leave, would Marin miss her? The moment those words were spoken, Marin felt her chest tighten. Fear and sadness welled up inside her, and she hugged Jay tightly, terrified of being left alone again. Jay held her and comforted her, saying they were like family now. Still curious, Marin asked if Jay saw her as family too, and if that was why she was so kind. Jay nodded and said yes, but added that there was another reason. When Marin asked what it was, Jay answered simply that Marin was still a child. Children, she said, are meant to be protected by adults. She also told Marin that when she grew older, she must protect those younger than herself. Marin agreed and promised she would. As time passed, Marin felt a rare sense of stability by Jay's side. Slowly, She even began to understand how to use the power of the ocean tribe within her. When she looked back on her younger days, she realized there was no time happier than this. She was certain of it. Yet, as always, such happiness was fragile. It was broken for the most trivial of reasons. At that moment, people suddenly surrounded the two of them. One of them questioned Jay coldly, asking how much longer they were expected to wait. They made it clear that to strengthen the power of the imperial family, they needed the power of the ocean tribe. Jay stepped forward and opposed it outright, her voice sharp as she said, "Don't call her an ocean tribe. Her name is Marin." Others scoffed at that, arguing coldly that Marin wasn't human at all. "She's a weapon," they said, "and weapons exist for times of war, just like now." Before anyone could react, a man seized Marin by the hand and barked at her to stand up immediately. Jay rushed in and pulled Marin back, shouting for him to stop. The answer came as a brutal slap across Jay's face, the sound echoing through the room. He ordered her to be silent. With malice burning in his eyes, he looked down at Jay and issued his command. "Get rid of her. Jay has defied the laws of the imperial family. She will be executed without trial." He told the others to seize her at once. Marin watched in horror and begged them to stop, her eyes steady but desperate. When she refused to submit, the man's expression darkened. He drew his sword and sneered, saying that a weapon couldn't possibly have emotions. With a twisted smile, he asked, "If I do this, then what?" The blade flashed. Marin could only watch as Jay's arm was severed in front of her. Jay's scream tore through the hall, raw and agonized. The man raised his sword again, pointing it at Jay while fixing Marin with a cruel stare. "If she's a tool," he said calmly, "then act like one." He warned Marin not to forget it. Her right arm will be next. Tears streamed down Marin's face as she shouted back at him, "How could you do something like this? I might not be human, but she is. She's human just like you. How can people cause this much suffering to one another?" The man didn't even flinch. With a dismissive gaze, he told her that a mere weapon had no right to question him and ordered her to follow quietly. Marin didn't move. Her eyes burned with fury. Rage flooded her chest and turned into strength. A massive surge of mana erupted from her body as she declared that they were the real weapons, not her. The energy spiraled out of control, shaking the air around her. Jay tried to call out, begging Marin to stop, but it was too late. Marin's eyes turned completely white. She no longer recognized friend or foe. She drew her bow, her movements mechanical and terrifyingly calm. Nothing could stop her now. When she released the arrow, it carried an overwhelming, unstoppable force. After that, time passed in silence. No one knew what truly happened inside. All that remained was a mansion reduced to ruins. Marin eventually regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, confused about where she was. Then a woman's voice echoed through the space, calling her by the name H210. Marin turned toward the sound with open skepticism on her face. A blonde woman stood there and calmly explained that, according to the reports, that was the name assigned to her. She introduced herself as Luna, the leader of Lunatic. Marin quietly wondered who the woman standing in front of her really was. She couldn't understand why the laboratory she had lived in was gone, nor could she stop thinking about someone precious to her, Jay. The moment Jay's face surfaced in her mind, Marin urgently asked Luna what had happened to her, describing her as a woman with brown hair who always looked after her. Luna cut her off before she could finish and calmly said that Jay was dead. Marin couldn't process the words. Seeing her disbelief, Luna pressed on, her tone unwavering. "There's one thing you need to understand clearly. The person who killed her was you." The word struck Marin like a blow to the chest. She froze, her thoughts going blank, refusing to believe she could have done something like that to Jay. It had to be a lie. But Luna continued, explaining that Lunatic's mission had been to attack the Imperial Research Lab, the place responsible for kidnapping children and experimenting on them. By the time they arrived, everything was already over. Jay had been in her final moments then, barely clinging to life. She tried to lift her hand, reaching out for help, wanting to say something to Luna. Even as her strength faded, she held tightly onto Marin's unconscious body. What she begged for wasn't her own life. She pleaded for Luna to take Marin away. When Luna asked if Marin had been overwhelmed by the power of the ocean tribe, Jay didn't confirm it. She only said that it wasn't Marin's fault. Jay explained that Marin was just a child who had suffered at the hands of adults who forcefully experimented on her. With what little strength she had left, she begged Luna to help Marin live a normal life. In her final words, Jay insisted that Marin had done nothing wrong, that she had never killed anyone. Luna hadn't lied, though. She stated plainly that everyone there, including Jay, had died because of Marin. Hearing that shattered her. Marin trembled as the memories replayed in her mind, and she finally admitted the truth to herself. Jay had died because of her attack. She had relied on the power that was forcibly injected into her to try and save Jay. But in the end, she hadn't saved her at all. She had become exactly what those people wanted her to be, a weapon. Luna's voice broke through Marin's spiraling thoughts as she proposed something unexpected. She asked Marin to join Lunatic, suggesting that she could do so if she wished to seek revenge against the imperial family that caused her suffering. As Marin listened, an image surfaced in her mind: demons. Jay had once told her stories about them while reading fairy tales, long before everything fell apart. Demons, she remembered, would wriggle their way into weakened human hearts, whispering sweet promises and tempting bargains. Jay had told her that once, like a fairy tale meant to scare children. Marin understood it now, but she had nowhere else to go, and so, she chose lunatic. She knew that walking with revenge in her heart would only drag her deeper into the mud. Yet the anguish she felt over Jay left her no other path. Because of that, Luna's words felt like salvation. Luna stepped closer and told Marin to call her captain from now on. Her gaze was stern as she made it clear that within lunatic, only ability mattered. Marin's talent alone was enough. Luna called her a genius and said that if Marin could learn to control even a fraction of that power, she would be promoted immediately. Marin understood something painful then. That power and talent didn't truly belong to her. But still, she needed to chase Luna like a moth to a flame, to make use of that chance for the sake of Luna, who had saved her, and Jay, whom she had killed. Her thoughts snapped back to the present forest. Marin was restrained, her body held down by Iana. As her consciousness slowly returned, Iana greeted her calmly. Marin stared at her, confused about who she was, until recognition struck. Iana of honor. Memories rushed back all at once, and Marin's eyes widened in shock as she realized what she had done. She had fired the water shot. She had definitely gone berserk. Yet somehow, unbelievably, Iana was still alive. Seeing the confusion on Marin's face, Iana explained that she had used her ability to suppress Marin. There was no need to fear going berserk again. Marin was stunned to learn that the satyr household's charm could end her rampage. That was why Knox had entrusted her to Iana in the first place. Panicked, Marin immediately asked where Knox was. Iana told her that Knox was fighting the demon right now. The word sent a jolt through Marin's chest. Fear and worry overtook her, and she bolted toward the battlefield. Iana warned her about the danger, but it was too late. At that moment, Knox's voice echoed directly in Marin's mind. Realizing she had regained consciousness, he spoke with calm confidence and told her that Luna was still alive. Noah too. Relief washed over Marin, and she almost smiled. If Knox could speak to her like this, then he had to be all right. Then his tone shifted. Getting straight to the point, Knox asked if Marin understood the situation they were in. He reminded her that she had once been under Iana von Satyr's charm. Marin was confused by his words, unable to grasp his intention. Knox didn't explain further. Instead, he gave her a single, shocking instruction. Shoot at me again, just like before. Marin was shaken by the plan. The moment she understood what Knox was asking, fear crept in, the fear that she might lose control again. Knox calmly explained that Pieman was incredibly fast. No matter how accurate Marin's shots were, Pieman would dodge them with ease. That was why, when Knox managed to restrain him even for a moment, Marin had to shoot then. She couldn't understand it. Confused and upset, Marin asked why he always chose such dangerous methods, ones that looked like he was offering himself up as a sacrifice. Even as he continued clashing with Palin, Knox replied that he wasn't sacrificing himself at all. Marin didn't believe him. She pressed him, asking who in their right mind would ask someone else to shoot them in the back if it wasn't exactly that. Knox didn't have the time to explain. He only told her one thing, that she needed to trust him. Then he smiled. It was a terrifying, confident smile as he declared that he couldn't die. By then, Marin had already reached the battlefield. She stood atop the remains of shattered wall and called out to Knox again, asking if she could truly trust what he was saying. Below her, Knox struggled under Palamon's relentless assault, but even so, his answer was firm and unwavering. Hearing that, Marin smiled. Absolute trust filled her chest. She didn't know why, but his words, his certainty that he would live, gave her an overwhelming sense of relief. Her bow was already drawn, the string taut. She told him to look forward to it. With a confident smile, Marin declared that she would make sure to tear Knox's back apart. Palin, consumed by rage, roared that if he still had his original strength, this worthless trash wouldn't even be worthy of standing at his feet. Furious, he launched another attack at Knox, mocking him for acting so high and mighty. The strike narrowly missed, grazing past Knox's body, but when it slammed into Noah's defensive barrier, the entire shield shook violently and began to crack. Knox staggered, his breathing heavy. His combat ability had fallen sharply, and the danger was closing in fast. At that moment, Luna appeared beside him, scolding him as a fool and an arrogant idiot. She knew he was fully aware of how dire the situation was, especially since a key part of their plan depended on Noah's barrier being pushed to its limit. She added coldly that it wasn't just the barrier. Noah had almost exhausted all her mana. She would only be able to block that flame one or two more times at most. Luna turned toward Knox, concern clear in her eyes, and demanded to know when he planned to carry out that grand plan of his. Knox tightened his grip around the black sword but didn't answer her directly. Instead, His expression hardened as he told her to push herself one last time. He asked her to pierce Palin's barrier, explaining that it was a 3-layer defense formed by advanced magic. Inside his mind, Knox assessed the situation calmly. Palin's attacks were weakened enough that even he could endure them, but that also meant the barrier protecting Palin was absurdly strong. If they couldn't break it, then any plan they had was meaningless. Luna accepted his request without hesitation. She released her power once more, silently hoping that Knox's plan would truly succeed. At the same time, Palin gathered energy into his palm, laughing as he mocked Luna. He belittled her, calling her a child who had barely lived, sneering that she didn't know her own limits yet still dared to stand before him. Luna didn't respond. Her expression remained calm as she activated her technique. Lunar Sword Art. Third technique. Moon Split. A tremendous surge of power condensed in her blade, as if it truly held the strength to cleave the moon itself. A crimson light erupted, bathing the entire battlefield as her slash tore toward Palin. The attack struck true, but only partially. It cracked Palin's protective shield, yet failed to reach his body. The violent rebound from the barrier hurled Luna backward, her strength completely spent. Palin grinned devilishly and praised the strike as decent, only to sneer that she still couldn't touch him. All she had done, he said mockingly, was shatter his first layer of defense. He didn't notice it. Not until it was too late. Knox had already appeared behind him. The black sword in his hand roared with violent dark mana as he swung it down. But Palin's senses were sharp. In an instant, he countered, striking Knox and sending him flying back with a single blow. Still, the plan wasn't over. At that moment, Knox connected with Marin and gave his command. Fire it now. Marin answered immediately. Drawing her bow, she released the arrow, now overflowing with condensed energy, sending it screaming through the air toward Knox and Palin. As the arrow flew, Knox smirked, his confidence unwavering. He declared that the one who would die here wasn't him, but Palin. At the same time, the skill hour of the genius activated. Knox began counting the seconds in his mind, calculating everything precisely. Based on the power of the Ocean Tribe, the arrow's speed and force would exceed expectations by far. All that was left was to see if his calculations were right. From the rooftop, when she drew the bowstring, the distance was roughly 300 meters. By instinct, it should reach him in about 3 seconds. He wasn't a mathematician, so the calculation was never precise. Still, time ticked forward. By the second count, the arrow was already tearing through the air toward Knox. He smiled faintly, satisfied, deciding to gamble everything on the instincts that had kept him alive for so long in this cursed world. By the third second, when the arrow was only a heartbeat away, Knox pushed his current state to its absolute limit. His body vanished in a burst of speed, narrowly slipping past the arrow's killing trajectory. Everything happened so fast that even Palin failed to fully register it. Not until Marin's arrow was almost upon him instead. Just as planned, the shot pierced straight through Palin's defenses. The impact struck true, forcing blood from his mouth as he staggered back. Knox turned immediately, assessing the battlefield. Palin had lost a significant amount of strength, an inevitable outcome after chaining multiple mana-draining skills without pause. Through the lingering smoke, a shadow stepped forward. Palin was still standing, still alive. A sinister smile twisted across his face as he gloated. Knox still hadn't shattered the final barrier. This is my victory. Yet Knox only smiled, calm and unreadable. Who said we didn't break through? In the next instant, his state shifted, his attire changing as a system notification appeared. He had equipped the artifact, Lunatic Member's Robe. Another alert followed immediately. The artifact Stormbringer was absorbing the maximum amount of life force from its user. The special effect of the Lunatic Member's Robe activated, and his attack power surged upward. But Knox didn't stop there. Mana flooded into his palm as he activated Limit Break. A violent torrent of energy exploded outward from his body. The system reacted at once, issuing a warning. His enemy was far too strong. He had sacrificed a tremendous amount of life force for the strike required to defeat it. He would not be able to absorb the enemy's life force after using Limit Break with the Black Flame Ring. The system asked if he wished to proceed. Knox didn't hesitate. He smiled and confirmed. His eyes flashed with lethal intent as he locked his gaze onto Piman. An overwhelming mass of mana began condensing into his black sword. He raised it toward the sky, preparing his next strike. Seeing the monstrous amount of mana gathering around Knox, Piman faltered, his composure cracking as he cursed under his breath. He hastily poured energy into his own sword and charged straight at Knox, shouting that there was no point in struggling, that nothing would change no matter what he did. Knox met the charge head-on, effortlessly deflecting Palin's strike. Their mana collided violently, the shockwaves rippling outward and tearing through the air. But Palin's strength was clearly fading. Knox seized the opening without mercy. His blade struck true, sending Palin flying backward. Reality finally caught up to Palin as he struggled to accept how weak he had become. Knox gave him no time to recover. In a flash, he dashed forward and unleashed a relentless storm of slashes, activating the black sword art. First technique of the first half, Shadow Blade Slash. Knox's eyes shifted, turning a strange, ominous shade of purple filled with pure, killing intent. With one decisive swing, he cleaved Palin from head to toe. Palin froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His body trembled violently before a scream of agony tore from his throat. Then his form split cleanly in two, dissolving into nothingness. As he faded away, Palin cried out in despair, denying reality, lamenting that after finally awakening once more, he was defeated by someone like this. With Palin's final end, a brilliant light descended from the sky. Knox's body shook uncontrollably under the crushing strain of the power he had unleashed. A system warning appeared. A tremendous amount of his life force had been consumed. Moments later, Knox collapsed to the ground, completely drained and unconscious. Another alert followed, cold and merciless. His remaining lifespan was less than 30 days. This was an extremely dangerous condition for Knox. The scene shifted to Marin. Stunned by the outcome of the battle, she could only stare in disbelief. Is this really the power of a mere cadet? With Palin defeated, his monitor hovered silently in midair. Marin's thoughts raced. Even Captain Luna had once mentioned how terrifyingly fast her arrows were, yet Knox had dodged one at that distance. Was that even possible with human reflexes? From her vantage point, she took in the devastation below. The entire area had been reduced to rubble, utterly destroyed. On the ground, Knox lay motionless, completely spent. Marin forced a small smile, a mixture of relief and shock washing over her. Looks like an absurdly strong person just became my junior. Then another thought struck her. His talent might already surpass Captain Luna's. It might even exceed that of his father, Theo von Rienhofer. Why then, was he keeping such a low profile despite possessing this level of ability? Perhaps, she reasoned, he believed that talent like his would only bring trouble one day. Letting others call him useless might be his way of hiding himself. That could also explain why he always kept his maid by his side. As the pieces finally came together, Marin felt she had uncovered the truth behind Knox's silence and restraint. Overwhelmed with joy, she rushed toward the battlefield and exclaimed with a grin, "Rookie, for someone who looks at handsome, you're surprisingly crafty. Still, I think this plan can work. With the rookie and Captain Luna together, we might actually bring down Esteban von Arheim, that foolish emperor. Even if it means we'll have to kill his daughter, Penelope, along the way." At the battlefield itself, Noah stood beside Luna, her expression empty as they stared at the massive manicore left behind by the slain demon. Though completely lifeless, it continued to emit a slow, eerie pulse of energy, as if refusing to fully fade. Luna turned to Noah and questioned her, asking why she had allowed Palin to awaken. She already seemed to understand Noah's reasoning, that she intended to destroy the demonic essence crystal. Anger flickered in Luna's eyes as she pressed her again for an answer. Noah remained silent. Luna took that silence as confirmation. Now that I think about it, it really was strange, Luna muttered, replaying the events in her mind. Noah, who had suffered more than anyone at the hands of demons, had still allowed Paimon to awaken. If it had only been about revenge, that would have been far too childish for Noah. Noah's gaze turned distant, tinged with sorrow. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. She returned to her usual cheerful self, smiled lightly, and admitted the truth. "You're right. I wanted revenge. It's just a shame my strength wasn't enough. That's all there is to it." Luna understood her words, though she hoped that next time Noah would explain herself before making such dangerous choices. Noah gave a faint smile in response. "Let's hope that'll be the case." Luna nodded and advised her to recover as much strength as possible before they met again. Stronger enemies would surely appear. Before Luna could finish speaking, Noah turned away, waved her hand dismissively, and told her not to worry. She sat down beside Knox's unconscious body, smiling softly as she said she would take good care of him. Luna turned away as well. "Then I'll entrust him to you." Noah watched Luna's silhouette fade into the drifting smoke. She then looked down at Knox lying motionless on the ground, smiled gently, and whispered her thanks, words he could never hear. At that moment, the protective barrier surrounding the battlefield slowly dissolved, unveiling the devastation beneath it. As soon as the barrier vanished, Academy staff arrived, visibly shaken by the state of the battlefield. They hurried to check on Noah and question her about the demonic essence crystal that had been released from the museum's basement. Noah answered casually, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. "That just sort of happened." Her careless reply only deepened the concern of the two instructors, who immediately pressed her to explain what she meant by "just happened." At the same time, a purple-haired professor froze in horror when he spotted Knox lying unconscious on the ground. Panic overtook him as he rushed forward, repeatedly calling Knox's name, desperately trying to wake his prized student. Around them, other staff members began using magic to clear away the rubble and shattered remains of the battlefield. Still riddled with doubts, the bald professor turned to Noah and asked directly whether she had defeated Paimon on her own, clearly suspecting her involvement. Noah only tilted her head and smiled playfully. What do you think about that possibility? She asked, her tone light and evasive. The bald professor let out a weary sigh. That expression again. He knew it well. With that look on her face, she would never reveal who truly defeated Palman. His expression hardened as he discussed the situation with his colleague, debating how they should report this incident to the imperial family. Neither of them knew what to say, and they exchanged uneasy glances, aware that every word could have consequences. Noah, however, paid no attention to their worries. She turned and began to walk away, lost in her own thoughts. The seal on the demonic essence crystal would never have broken without reason. Someone had orchestrated this. Someone had planned it. As she traced the events back in her mind, one name surfaced immediately: Prince Louis von Arnhem. If he was involved, then it meant members of the royal family had been present at the site where the demon awakened. Her eyes burned with cold fury as she muttered under her breath, "How dare those demon worshippers bring their filthy stench into my territory?" 3 days later, rumors spread rapidly among the students. Knox had not been seen since the incident, and whispers began circulating that he might have died. Talia, unable to hide her worry, confronted Knox's maid and insisted that this was serious. They needed to contact his father at once and acquire medicine immediately. But Jitri stopped her, urging her to calm down and suggesting they observe the situation a little longer before acting rashly. Eleanor, meanwhile, couldn't shake her unease. She questioned why Knox had even been present at the battle with Palin in the first place, suspicion lingering in her eyes. Leon dismissed her doubts, insisting that Knox must have had his reasons. Their argument continued outside, voices rising and falling. While inside the academy's infirmary, Knox lay motionless on his bed. When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he murmured was, "This is my first time feeling scared to wake up." He remained still, staring at the ceiling as memories of the battle resurfaced. Only then did he realize something strange. His recovery had been far faster than expected. At that moment, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. "The blessings of the moon are upon you. The blessings of ice are upon you." Knox felt a quiet sense of gratitude wash over him. With both of their blessings, it couldn't be helped. As things stood now, the academy would have no choice but to publicly stand on the Emperor's side. Yet here he was, a student now, tied to a criminal organization. The thought left a bitter taste in Knox's mouth. He wondered if Noah had deliberately helped with his recovery, just to pry information out of him. Either way, he decided it was better to play along. Acting as if he were still unconscious would buy him some time. With that decision made, he let himself drift back into a calm, quiet sleep as a gentle breeze slipped through the open window. Later that night, Knox woke once more, uncertain how much time had passed. The infirmary felt strangely quiet. He slowly sat up, one hand pressed to his head, when he suddenly noticed someone standing beside his bed. "You're awake," Eleanor said, her voice breaking the silence. Knox's heart sank. Of all people, it had to be her. He sighed inwardly, already bracing himself for whatever trouble was about to follow, and forced a polite expression onto his face. "What brings you here?" he asked calmly. "It's very late at night." Eleanor didn't waste time with pleasantries. She came straight to the point. She wanted to ask him about Shane, the man they had encountered in the labyrinth. Her voice, usually sharp and confident, carried an unusual hesitation as she questioned Knox about his connection to him. It was clear she had developed feelings for Shane, completely unaware that he was another version of Knox himself. The thought of what would happen when she learned the truth sent a faint chill through him. At her question, Knox felt momentarily flustered, but curiosity quickly followed. He asked what she meant, keeping his tone measured. Eleanor looked at him with a knowing gaze and calmly pointed out that whenever Knox lied, his eyes shifted ever so slightly and his hands trembled just a bit. Those small details he had never thought anyone would notice, had all been seen by her. Knox's expression stiffened for a brief moment. Eleanor smiled faintly and added that even if his voice stayed steady, she could still tell. For the first time, Knox felt a hint of fear toward the woman standing before him. His rare talent for acting, something he had relied on countless times, wasn't enough to fool Eleanor's sharp perception. Petty tricks simply wouldn't work on her. Now that things had reached this point, Knox realized he needed to understand what she was really after. After a brief pause, he nodded and admitted that Shane was indeed related to him. Eleanor immediately followed up by asking whether he was connected to the Blood Moon, pointing out how strikingly similar the eyes of Knox and Shane were. Knox couldn't help but feel curious about where this line of questioning was leading. Eleanor simply said she understood everything now. She believed he belonged to a hidden branch of his family, an extended family deliberately kept in the shadows. She explained that she had heard rumors about the Reinhofer household, how they used talented individuals from their extended family as hunting dogs. In her mind, Shane was clearly one of them. Hearing her conclusion, Knox let out a soft chuckle. Her assumptions weren't particularly dangerous for him, though her view of the Reinhofer family felt a bit harsher than reality. Still, for now, it was a misunderstanding he could live with. After all, He refused to believe his family would ever sink to something so underhanded. From the very beginning, Eleanor had found the situation strange as well. The man never looked like someone who intended to harm them. Knox had no interest in circling the topic any longer, so he cut straight to the point and asked what she truly wanted from Shane. Elena responded with a gentle smile, explaining that she merely wished to repay him for his help. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, the kind that made her look almost like an innocent young girl, as she admitted she had fallen for Shane. More than that, she wanted to recruit him into her merchantry. Knox barely spared her emotions a glance and calmly confirmed what really mattered. Her intention was to set Shane free. She nodded without hesitation, stating that someone with his talent was worth any effort. For the first time, Elena revealed a smile so bright and beautiful that it caught even Knox off guard. Someone once said that love is the collapse of reason, and at that moment, the words felt painfully accurate. Knox kept up the act, pretending her conclusions were entirely off the mark. He feigned irritation and remarked that he couldn't believe she was attempting to steal talent from the Rayner household, asking if she truly thought it would be so easy. Eleanor wasn't shaken in the slightest. She rose to her feet and politely asked him to have Shane visit the rival merchantry's headquarters 1 week from now. With that, she took her leave, wishing him a speedy recovery. Just before turning away, she shot Knox a playful wink, mischievous yet strangely endearing. "Master Knox, you're far too reckless," a voice later scolded. "I've told you again and again. You really went overboard this time." Not long after, Knox finally left the infirmary, Jitri at his side, lecturing him relentlessly as she always did. She repeated how reckless he had been and added that the patriarch was likely worried as well. At the mention of his family, irritation flashed across Knox's face. He told Jitri not to say anything to them, insisting he didn't want to complicate matters further. Jitri sighed and admitted that she had already sent a letter home. This time, there was nothing to be done. As his maid, she said, it was her duty to report his actions and whereabouts. Knox offered no reply. He simply returned to his room and shut the door, leaving Jitri standing outside in silence. Alone, Knox leaned against the door and let out a long sigh, muttering that perhaps he should have stayed unconscious a little longer. Just then, a sudden voice echoed through the room, and Knox stiffened in shock. He turned around and found Iana Vonner standing there. She had been waiting for him inside his room all along. With a calm reminder, she said she was certain Knox already knew this, but for someone like her, a half-blood succubus, to obtain mana, there was only one possible way. Her enchanting gaze locked onto him as she spoke in a soft, almost sugary tone, gently suggesting that he was her only option. With a voice both alluring and hesitant, she asked if he would help her. Faced with Iana's beauty, Knox was well aware of what succubi were known for, creatures infamous for draining the energy of men. Still, he sighed inwardly and reassured himself. Whatever kind of dramatic development people might expect simply wasn't going to happen. Inner Lunatic was full of underage characters, after all. There was no way suspicious scenes involving a succubus would be allowed in the game. Realizing this, he felt oddly relieved. With the earnest look of someone completely inexperienced in matters of love, Knox asked her what exactly she needed help with. Iana's face instantly flushed red, her shyness wrapping around her like a faint, fragrant aura of youthful femininity. After hesitating for a moment, she quietly said that she wanted to know if she could hold his hand for a few minutes. Hearing that, Knox felt it was hardly a big deal and calmly confirmed, "You only want to hold my hand, right?" Iana nodded shyly, awkwardly affirming his words. Before anything even remotely ambiguous could happen, Knox paused and asked her something that had been bothering him. He wanted to know why she had been following him in the first place. At that question, Iana lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Embarrassment colored her expression as she explained that she, too, came from a dark household, and that had made her curious about him. As she spoke, her sparkling eyes began to waver, her face growing redder by the second. She admitted that Knox seemed to have changed a lot recently, adding that in the past he had been a little more. She stopped there, unable to finish the sentence. The hesitation only made Knox more curious, so he asked what she meant about his former self. At the same time, he casually began taking off his outer jacket. The simple action made Iana tense up instantly, and she let out a small hiccup from pure nervousness. Mortified, she hurriedly apologized. Seeing her flustered state, Knox decided not to press the issue any further and let the topic go. He sat down on the bed and gently asked her to give him her hand so he could transfer mana. In the quiet room, with only the two of them present, Iana remained visibly flustered but still nodded. She carefully sat beside him on the bed and extended her hand, ready to receive his mana. Knox closed his eyes and gathered his thoughts around Iana von Sater. On the surface, she looked ditzy and naive, nothing like a typical succubus. But he knew better. He had played through this game too many times to be fooled. Somewhere beneath that innocent exterior existed another side of her, one far more seductive and dangerous. Breaking the silence, Knox spoke firmly, setting a clear boundary. They would do this for 10 minutes, no more. No overtime. Yet as soon as their hands remained joined, Iana's flushed face slowly lost its color, her breathing turning uneven despite the simplicity of the act. Watching her reaction, unease crept into Knox's chest. Something fell off. Then she suddenly looked up at him, her gaze heavy with allure and hunger. Knox's instinct screamed in warning. He pulled back and stood up at once, declaring that time was up and that he needed to leave. Before he could take a step away, Iana grabbed his sleeve and asked where he thought he was going. In that instant, her true nature surfaced. The possessiveness in her eyes was unmistakable, as if she intended to claim him right there. She tightened her grip, her fingers weaving through his, and calmly stated that she wasn't satisfied yet. A system window flashed into existence, listing her stats and skills: pheromone addict, charm, blood. But the screen abruptly distorted, the text blurring as a sharp warning rang out. The character was experiencing a status abnormality, dual personality. Her personality had flipped completely. Knox froze, unable to process what he was seeing. The next moment, his balance was thrown off and he was pushed back onto the bed. Despite his resistance, Iana pinned him down with alarming ease. A bitter thought crossed his mind. This had to happen when his mana still hadn't fully recovered. He urgently called her name, telling her to calm down, warning that she would regret going any further. But her body was already burning with an unnatural heat. She loosened her ties slightly and tilted her head, genuinely puzzled as she asked why he seemed to dislike her. Sitting fully atop him now, she smiled provocatively and claimed she had never met a man who disliked her before. Leaning closer, she whispered questions into his ear, asking if she should lull him into a dream, asking what kind of partner he desired for such a moment. Still weak from his time in the infirmary, Knox barely had the strength to resist, if he even had the ability to oppose her charms at all. He hurriedly begged Iana to stop, telling her to end this immediately. But words alone weren't enough to halt her. She moved even closer, her face flushed with excitement, and with a soft, teasing smile, suggested that they would just kiss for a little while. She even leaned in and suggested that Knox should take the initiative and hug her, insisting it would feel really good if he did. At that point, Knox found himself unable to say anything more. All he could do was brace himself, resigned to whatever was about to happen, mentally preparing for the moment she would take his first time. Then, without warning, the door to Knox's room was slammed open, completely ruining the atmosphere. Marin burst inside. The moment she saw the scene in front of her, her face turned beet red. She was a girl who had never experienced love before, and the sight alone was enough to overwhelm her. Marin immediately shouted at Knox, calling him a jerk, her voice trembling with anger. She accused him of fooling around in secret while she was busy wrapping things up elsewhere. Iana's altered personality clearly didn't recognize Marin at all and coldly asked who she was. Marin didn't bother answering. With a sharp motion, she conjured a water orb and launched it forward, striking Iana and knocking her unconscious on the spot. Knox hurriedly called out, worried, asking what Marin had done to her. Marin replied calmly that she had only forced some mana into Iana and assured him that she wouldn't be hurt. Then Marin turned to Knox with a strange, unreadable smile. Confused by her expression, Knox heard her ask whether he was happy that she had shown up. Letting out a sigh, he reluctantly admitted that it was true, even if he hadn't wanted her there in the first place. Marin's expression softened with concern as she asked how he was feeling. Knox adjusted his clothes and answered that he had shared some of his mana, but that he felt fine overall. Marin fell silent, staring at him for a moment. Her gaze grew shy before she quietly said that he had saved her. Knox sighed again and told her to forget about it, explaining that he had only done what he did to survive. With that, he turned away, ignoring her completely as he left the room, leaving Marin standing there in a fury. But after a brief moment, her anger melted into a warm smile as she watched Knox's retreating figure. Knox paused and glanced back at her, offering a faint smile of his own. True to her sharp tongue, Marin immediately scolded him, complaining that his obnoxious attitude was his biggest problem and asking if he thought archers were a joke. She reminded him that she was 2 years older than him. By then, the sky had already darkened into night. At the Rayner family estate, Luna had just learned that Knox had defeated Payon. The news was so shocking that she found it hard to believe, yet she confirmed that it was true. Standing beside her, the head butler Rodwell was equally stunned, unable to fathom that his young master had accomplished such a feat. His gaze shifted toward the patriarch, who now wore a satisfied smile, one filled with quiet calculations and hidden schemes. Rodwell felt a chill crawl up his spine. If this was truly the case, then what kind of future awaited the Rayner household? Just imagining it left him deeply uneasy. Theo, on the other hand, remained outwardly calm. He appeared genuinely puzzled as to why Knox would take such a dangerous path. In Theo's mind, the answer could only be tied to one thing: the death of Knox's mother. A memory surfaced from long ago, a house swallowed by flames. The screams of that night etched into his mind. He had witnessed his own mother's murder during the slaughter, After that, he had lived half-crazed, drifting through life like a worthless shell, caring for no one and nothing. But if Knox had acted now, then it must have been for revenge. The thought pleased Theo, and a faint, secret smile formed on his lips. Luna, however, didn't believe him for a second. She didn't know what Theo was scheming, but she was certain of one thing. Power like that could only come from the Raynor bloodline. She also knew that void revelation could only be awakened when someone pushed themselves to their absolute limit. Now that she had accepted the rookie into lunatic, she had no intention of letting Theo toy with him. After a brief silence, Theo finally spoke, saying that parents don't necessarily understand everything about their children. Luna immediately challenged him, pointing out that Theo had never been a particularly warm father to Knox. She added that his first son had already sided with the Imperial faction. More accurately, he was already cooperating with demons. Theo didn't deny it. Instead, he calmly stated that a storm of blood was about to sweep across the continent. Luna turned to leave, but before she did, she stopped and looked back at him. She reminded Theo not to forget his promise. A terrifying aura poured from her body as she coldly declared that if his son ever dared to stand in her way, she would kill him without hesitation. The son she meant was none other than Theo's firstborn. That was how lunatic operated, and that was the contract he had agreed to. Personal feelings had no place here. With those words, Luna vanished in a swirling mist of black and red smoke. Theo remained seated, lost in thought, contemplating everything that was about to unfold. Slowly, he stood and walked to the window. Outside, the blood moon shone brightly, casting an eerie crimson glow into the room. Staring into that light, Theo reflected silently, knowing that all of this was for one purpose alone: the destruction of the Imperial family and the 72 demons. The scene shifted to Eleanor's mercantile guild, where the atmosphere felt calm on the surface, yet sharp beneath it. Eleanor sat gracefully, speaking as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Simply put, she said, Shane had caught her interest, and, because of that, she wanted him to sign a contract with a rival merchantry. With a gentle smile, she lifted her teacup and assured him that his compensation would be more than generous. The contract she proposed was directed at none other than Shane himself. Shane froze for a moment, confusion written all over his face. He quickly apologized, explaining that he was already working under his family and couldn't just accept something like this. Eleanor's smile didn't fade. Warmly, she said she had already heard everything from Knox and that Knox himself had given permission, so Shane had no reason to worry. That was when unease crept into Shane's expression. In his mind, Knox was seething. He had never agreed to anything of the sort. Yes, he had taken down the boss monster early and gained some free stats, but that didn't mean Shane could simply work for the Revolve merchantry. Feeling cornered, Shane addressed her politely as Miss Eleanor, hoping to keep some distance. Eleanor immediately corrected him, insisting that he call her Eleanor instead. Shane, shy and reserved, decided it was safer to continue calling her Miss Eleanor. Eleanor sighed softly, brushing her hair back, and remarked that Shane and Knox shared something in common. She said she didn't want to make this a big issue, her tone calm, yet heavy with implication. Then she mentioned the collateral family of the Raynor household, the one that handled all the dirty work. If word somehow reached Dean Noah that Shane had infiltrated Elden Academy for a secret mission, what do you think would happen? Her words left Shane deeply unsettled. He said he had thought Eleanor was kind, not someone who would exploit another person's weakness. Eleanor took a slow sip of her tea and replied calmly that she was a merchant, and that kindness had nothing to do with business. Confused and pressured, Shane finally asked what she wanted him to do. Eleanor set her teacup down, her smile beautiful and calculated, and asked softly whether he was really not going to do it. What she truly meant remained unclear. Later, outside the guild, Shane stared at the fire spirit's pendant in his hand. He knew exactly what it was: an overpowered artifact that could only be obtained near the very end of the game. Eleanor had gifted it to him freely, calling it both a present and the down payment for his contract. Knox immediately recognized its value, and also its danger. The artifact was being tracked. At that moment, he realized something else as well. Eleanor was genuinely obsessed with Shane. Back inside the guild's lounge, Eleanor sat alone, enjoying her tea, when a familiar voice commented that she had really taken a liking to the man named Shane. Rick noted, almost in disbelief, that he had never once seen Eleanor personally invite someone to be recruited before. Eleanor shot Rick a cold glare and snapped back, asking since when he was ever allowed to comment on her actions. Rick immediately realized he had crossed a line. He straightened himself and replied smoothly that he would never dare do such a thing. With an apologetic smile, he added that she had no reason to worry, reminding her that he wasn't foolish enough to overstep his place. Eleanor, however, was clearly displeased. She accused him of hiding behind excuses, her expression calm but sharp. Deep down, her suspicions toward Rick only grew stronger. The movements of the head accountant had felt strange for a while now, especially after Paimon was defeated by Dean Noah. It was still too early to draw conclusions, yet something about him felt off. Before letting the matter drop, she warned Rick to be extremely careful with every decision he made from now on, her lips curving into a cryptic smile. Rick showed no visible reaction. He merely returned a hollow smile and replied that he would keep it in mind, addressing her as Miss Rivlin. As he walked down the guild's hallway afterward, Rick felt certain that his instincts had been right. Knox von Rienhofer was a serious obstacle to his plans. A dangerous one. If he wanted things to proceed smoothly, Knox had to be dealt with, and quickly. While he was at it, he decided he might as well get rid of that foolish prince too. A confident, malicious smile spread across his face as he thought that no matter what Knox was aiming for, things would not go his way this time. Knox's end was drawing near. And yeah, we finally reached this chapter together. For now, the story of the terminally ill genius Dark Knight comes to a close with the end of Season 1. Once again, thank you sincerely for all the support. Let's look forward to Season 2 together. His name is Knox von Rienhofer, the most notorious villain known to the inner lunatic, a ruthless madman despised by the entire world. Yet almost no one knows the truth hidden beneath that shell. Inside is Yu-chan, a man who once suffered from an incurable disease and is now trapped inside the very game he devoted his life to. To survive, he hides behind the name Knox, walking the thin line between good and evil, searching desperately for a way to rewrite a fate that was already condemned. This is not merely a struggle to stay alive. It is the resistance of an unyielding soul. Knox von Rainer, a name given to him in this new world. Or rather, a name that once belonged to someone else. Now, he has stolen it, and he has grown frighteningly accustomed to playing this role. With his invincibility and the powerful skills borrowed from a man destined to die, he has truly become a villain. Since arriving in this world, countless events have unfolded. Monstrous beings wielding terrifying power, secrets tied to the angelic woman who appeared within his mind, mysteries that remain unresolved to this day. And all of it continues to push him further down a path where survival, madness, and destiny collide. So many people had promised to stay by his side. Yet the more Knox gained, the deeper his loneliness became. Power piled up, achievements followed one after another, but the emptiness inside him only grew heavier. Then, suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes, quietly inviting him. Would you like to start a new game? At that moment, his memories became a tangled mess. He couldn't immediately tell where he was. Slowly, he looked around the room, his gaze unfocused, until realization crept in. This place, it felt like his old room, the one from before he ever entered the game. The notification still hovered in front of him, unchanged, yet his state of mind felt strangely unreal, as if he were floating between two worlds. An unfamiliar sensation wrapped around him. He couldn't explain it, couldn't even decide whether this was reality or just another dream. He clutched his head as excruciating pain surged through him. Maybe his incurable disease was acting up again. The thought crossed his mind naturally, almost calmly. He tried to recall everything that had happened, but the more he thought, the more wrong it all felt. This was strange. In the past, he was nothing more than a failure who locked himself away in a filthy, trash-filled room, spending his days playing video games alone. That was all his life amounted to back then. Yet now, he stood on the brink of something massive, something that had completely overturned his existence. Holding his head through the pain, he questioned himself relentlessly. Who was he, really? What kind of connection did he have with Knox? And why had he ended up possessing Knox's body in the first place? The pain from his illness mixed with the chaos in his thoughts, overwhelming him until his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. A flood of confused thoughts rushed through his mind. Everything in that world belonged to him. Yet at the same time, none of it truly did. He understood that better than anyone. His consciousness grew hazy, his vision blurring, as if he were about to lose consciousness altogether. In that fading moment, the image of the villain Knox von Rienhofer surfaced in Yu-chan's mind. He finally understood something he had been avoiding all this time. He couldn't escape that shadow. No matter how far he ran, it followed him. That was why the pain never truly left him. It was Yu-chan's uncertainty, his inability to accept the truth, that shattered him further and deepened his loneliness. At that moment, he made a decision. He had to face the truth. His real name was Yu-chan, and he was still an outsider in this world. And yet, the relationships he had formed here had slowly anchored him to this place. Through them, he had become someone entirely different from the Knox he once knew. Now, after the battle with the Pieman monster, Yu-chan would have to face Theo von Rainer, Knox's father. And with a grave, unyielding voice, Theo questioned Knox directly, forcing him to stand at the crossroads between the man he was and the truth he could no longer avoid. Why did he risk his life to personally cut down Pieman? And was that decision connected to his mother? When those questions were thrown at him, Knox's face stiffened with clear awkwardness. Theo already knew the truth. He knew about the event information, about that night of slaughter when Knox was forced to watch his mother die with his own eyes. Yu-chan asked himself quietly what Knox would have said if he were standing here instead. Theo continued, saying that from that very day, he realized Knox had begun to stray from the proper path. He knew it. Even if Knox pretended not to remember, Theo knew that was a lie. At that moment, Yu Chan's thoughts tangled into a mess. If Knox were here, how would he act? What expression would he wear? What words would he choose? Then Yu Chan stopped asking himself those questions. There was no point anymore. Returning fully to the identity of Knox von Rienhofer, he decided to make his own choice. He moved instantly. To Theo's surprise, Knox suddenly launched an attack at his own father, his blade flashing as he demanded to know whether Theo truly believed he was hiding his power or not. His eyes burned with determination. The answer was obvious. He dodged Theo's counter with ease, dark mana erupting from his body as swordsmanship intertwined with shadow blade skills. No matter the reason, no matter the outcome, he was ready to face his father head-on. Deep inside, Knox realized something he had never fully acknowledged before. This name had always belonged to him. Villain or not, mocked or despised. Even if he was fated to die in the end, it didn't change that truth. The whispers around him never stopped. Did you hear? Young Master Knox ranked first at the academy. No way. That useless disgrace. He must have bribed someone. What could trash like him ever be good at? They say he beat Allen in hearts only because of his equipment. Knox didn't care about the buzzing of those flies. He refused to accept a predetermined fate. Through sheer effort, he had already extended the time stolen from death itself. As the confrontation resumed after that terrifying opening strike, Theo raised his sword and blocked the attack head-on. The clash distorted the air around them, space itself seeming to crack under the pressure. Theo immediately recognized the technique and realized it was Shadow Blade. A smile spread across his face, excitement flickering in his eyes at the sight of his son wielding that skill. But for Theo, it still wasn't enough. With calm confidence, Theo unleashed his own Shadow Blade, intent on teaching his unruly son exactly what true mastery looked like. The unleashed strike left Knox completely unable to defend, sending him flying backward through the air. He barely managed to regain his balance, his boots scraping across the floor as he drove his sword into the ground to steady himself. Sweat dripped down his face, his body screaming in protest. Even so, a thought surfaced clearly in his mind. Even if he was living on borrowed time, he still had to keep pushing the story forward. Despite the exhaustion, a confident, almost satisfied smile crept onto his face. Then a message appeared before his eyes. The player's genius trait is now in effect. In an instant, power flooded his entire body. A deep purple aura wrapped around him, pulsing as if alive. His stance shifted instinctively, muscles tightening as he took on a natural fighting posture. A ghostly smile played on his lips as he prepared to continue the battle with his father. In his mind, Knox whispered to himself that he had tried. And perhaps this was exactly why he was so desperate, why the fear of impending death never left him. If there was one thing he absolutely had to overcome, it was the thing that would one day come for him without fail. Death. Everything Knox did now was rewriting the scenario of the game, Inner Lunatic. He had already changed the fates of those who were meant to die and saved the useless Knox character, along with himself. The original plot had gone completely off the rails, and no matter how things unfolded from here, Yu-chan was no longer just playing a role. This was his life now. After the battle with Pimin and the confrontation with his father, he was forced to remain Bedouin for several days. And then, once again, he found himself in the conference room, standing at the start of a new journey. Jitri pointed to the map spread across the table and explained that they were currently in the northeastern region of Chatters. Turning toward Knox with a worried expression, she asked whether they still intended to continue moving forward as planned. Knox answered firmly that they would. They were heading northeast. The young knight beside him addressed him as Young Master Knox and warned that such a route was extremely dangerous. Entagi was crawling with monsters, but that wasn't a real problem. The true threat was the Tajigilan Kingdom, the sworn enemy of House Rainer. Knox understood all of this. He knew the plot by heart, and that was precisely why he had chosen this path. He confirmed once more that they would proceed with the journey. The danger the young knight spoke of was the very reason he refused to turn back. Before Knox's unwavering decision, the girl in the room looked uneasy, but she chose not to offer any further objections, silently accepting the road he had decided to walk. Knox added that from here, he would be heading straight to the Tajigilan Kingdom, instructing them to send a letter ahead. The message was simple, yet loaded with intent. The son of House Rainer was coming, and they were to prepare a proper welcome for Knox. As he said it, a smile crept onto his face, one filled with meaning and quiet mischief, as if he was already savoring whatever chaos awaited him there. He genuinely looked forward to what would unfold in the Tajigilan Kingdom. And just like that, Season 2 had begun. But at that very moment, a sharp red warning echoed through the system. 27 days remaining. That was all the time the player had left to leave. Watching such a confident and powerful man, no one would notice how little time he truly had, how every single hour of his life had become something he had to earn. When that reality sank in, even Knox felt a faint sadness rise in his chest. He couldn't help but wonder if things had gone terribly wrong somewhere along the way. after offering his lifespan to Stormbringer just to erase Peeman from existence. Leaving himself with only a short time to live, he was immediately met with yet another complication. Elelaner approached him, attempting to recruit the awakened succubus Iana and his clone, Shane, into her guild. If he didn't replenish his lifespan soon, things would become dangerous. Letting out a quiet sigh, Knox asked himself why everything kept unfolding like this. One problem stacked neatly atop another. Then the system information appeared for an item in his possession. The Fire Spirit's Pendant, a high-grade accessory imbued with the fire attribute. When equipped, it granted a powerful passive skill known as Spirit Magic Affinity, an ability that allowed the wearer to form a pact with fire-type spirits. The strength of the spirit that could be contracted depended entirely on the user's mana. But this was not an item meant for just anyone. To use it, one first had to earn the affection or favor of Eleanor Deravine. Once equipped, the pendant would bind itself permanently, granting Spirit Magic Affinity as a passive skill. It enabled the wearer to form a contract with a fire spirit, with the rank of that spirit scaling according to the user's mana. However, there was a catch. Eleanor Deravine would be able to track the user's location at all times once it was equipped. Knox stared at the item resting in his hand, a trace of regret flickering across his expression. In the end, he put it away, muttering that at least the tracking effect only activated after equipping the artifact. Once his mana exceeded 15, he could summon a high-rank spirit. When his mana reached 20 and his stamina surpassed 15, he could even form a contract with the Spirit King, Salamander. It was a ridiculously overpowered item. The real problem was that it was bound, and that meant his clone, Shane, could never use it. If Knox were to wear it, the truth would surface instantly. Shane and Knox were one and the same. He knew better than anyone that Eleanor possessed a level of acting genius far beyond his own. A half-baked lie would never fool her. That was impossible. Information from the Academy soon reached him as well. They said it would take at least 2 weeks to properly settle the situation over there. With that in mind, Knox decided that returning first and starting his preparations was the smartest move. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he last set foot in the Rainhur estate. Rona, May, Alina, it had been a while since he reunited with his unit too. He could already imagine Theo bombarding him with questions about everything that had happened. Yet none of that troubled him, as much as the red warning he had seen earlier, the one that declared he only had 27 days left to live. Thinking about it, Knox silently cursed this damned game. He had to do something, anything, to turn this critical situation around. At the same time, inside a quiet bedroom, Iana Vonator lay unconscious on the bed. Her face was flushed, as if she were burning with fever, her expression twisted in visible discomfort. Within her dream, her mother's voice echoed mercilessly. She remembered the cruel words clearly. How could you still not drain magic from a man's body? And you dare call yourself a bearer of House Sator's blood? It would have been better if one of your sisters had inherited the demon's blood instead. You're disgusting. Get out of my sight. Faced with those curses, Iana could only lower her head, unable to respond. Then, suddenly, she jolted awake from the nightmare, only to realize that it reflected the truth she had lived through. She woke drenched in sweat, fear clinging to her face. Holding her head, memories flooded back, and with them came the realization that she had done something dark to Knox. At the time, she had been overwhelmed by excitement. Her face had been red, her breathing unsteady, her voice trembling as she whispered to Knox that just a quick kiss would do, that he should come closer and hug her, that only kissing was fine. She even remembered thinking that if it were her, the game would have ended right there, with no more chapters after that. As the memories resurfaced, Iana felt unbearably shy, her mind spiraling as she realized she had gone far too far with Knox. She struggled on the bed, mortified, refusing to believe what she had done was real. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if she had lost all composure. Forcing herself to calm down, she eventually rose and sat in front of the mirror, still shaken, trying to regain control of herself. A more seductive alter ego of Iana slowly surfaced in the mirror. The girl reflected back at her wore a knowing smile, her eyes filled with temptation and confidence. When the reflection smiled at her, Iana froze in shock. That smile didn't belong to her, or at least, not to the Iana she knew. An illusory image flickered before her eyes, and the other personality finally spoke. It told her that she had realized it at last, and that now all she had to do was wait and see what would happen next. Around the same time, at the Rainhur estate, Knox had finally returned while the Academy continued its repairs. The carriage came to a halt, and Knox stepped down alongside Gree from next door. Head butler Rodwell was already waiting, bowing respectfully as he welcomed Knox home and inquired about his health. Knox calmly reassured him that his condition was perfectly fine, then asked to see his father and questioned where he was. Rodwell replied that Theo was currently in Knox's room and offered to lead the way. As they passed through the estate, the servants couldn't help themselves. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Did you hear?" someone murmured. There's a rumor that young Master Knox ranked first at the academy. Others scoffed immediately. No way. That infamous good-for-nothing. Another voice chimed in, full of disdain. He probably bribed someone. What could a good-for-nothing possibly be good at? Some claimed he defeated young Masters Allen and Hearts only because of his equipment. Gree heard every word, his expression darkening with quiet sadness. Knox, however, didn't even spare them a glance. To him, they were nothing more than buzzing flies, and flies didn't shorten his lifespan in the slightest. When they reached the patriarch's room, Rodwell respectfully invited Knox inside. The moment the door opened, a terrifying aura flooded out. Inside, the patriarch sat calmly, his presence alone enough to suffocate the air. As Knox stepped in, a chill ran through him. Theo was truly a monster, to the point that Knox couldn't believe he had once dared to stand before him so casually in the past. The patriarch's deep, intimidating voice echoed through the room as he called out, "Knox von Rainer." His gaze sharpened as he observed Knox closely, noting how much he had grown. With a father's scrutiny mixed with fear, he commented that Knox was able to remain calm even after sensing his presence. It seemed the reports weren't exaggerated after all. Even faced with such overwhelming pressure, Knox stood firm, his expression steady and fearless. He quietly instructed those behind him to remain calm as well. Looking straight at Theo, Knox spoke without hesitation, making it clear that he no longer intended to do anything that would bring harm to the family. Theo Benoit Rainer spoke again. He said he had already heard the rumors, how Knox had become a candidate to marry the princess, and how he had even taken down payment. The moment those words left his mouth, Knox felt it clearly. His usual acting was starting to crack. Theo's gaze sharpened as he questioned him, stating bluntly that Knox had hidden far too many things from him. Knox denied it without hesitation, saying he had merely landed the final blow and that everything else came down to luck. The excuse only made Theo's expression darken. His voice rose, and an angry aura surged through the room as he accused Knox of lying straight to his face. He added that even the family retainers believed Knox deserved punishment for this. Knox, however, didn't show even a hint of embarrassment. He accepted it calmly, stating that if they wished to hold him responsible, he would accept it humbly. Then Theo suddenly asked a question that sounded empty and unclear, leaving Knox momentarily confused. But deep down, Knox understood the truth. The only way to suppress all deception, all betrayal, was to become strong. Strong enough that no one would even dare meet his eyes. Theo then asked whether Knox had truly said he wasn't interested in the position of family head. Knox answered immediately that it was true. Hearing that, Theo smiled faintly. The reaction left Knox puzzled. He couldn't understand why his answer amused him. At that moment, the head butler stepped forward and handed Theo his cloak. Theo took it and draped it over himself with the unmistakable majesty of a patriarch. Smiling, he reminded Knox not to underestimate the weight of the patriarch's position. Then he turned toward the door and told Knox to follow. Soon after, in the family arena, father and son stood facing each other. With a serious expression, the patriarch ordered Knox to draw his sword. Knox felt awkward and confused, but he had no choice. This was something he had to face. Theo signaled for the match to begin, explaining that he wanted to see Knox's strength firsthand, and warned him to block his attacks properly, or it would be dangerous. Knox was stunned by those words. He thought it was impossible. His abilities shouldn't allow that. But before he could even respond, his father attacked without warning. Acting purely on instinct, Knox raised his weapon and barely managed to block Theo's powerful strike. Theo calmly stated that he would restrain his power, telling Knox not to worry too much. Even so, no matter how much he held back, facing Theo at this moment felt no different from standing before a second payment. Lightning-like attacks swallowed the entire arena in an instant, and Knox found it nearly impossible to face his father head-on. All he could do was focus on blocking those terrifying strikes as he was steadily forced backward. Theo, meanwhile, hadn't moved an inch from his original position. Calm and unmoving, he revealed that this was the Rainer family's second sword technique, Shadow Blade Chain Slash. A pleased smile appeared on his face as he asked Knox how it felt, and whether he wanted to learn it. After enduring the relentless assault, Knox struggled to straighten himself. His breathing was heavy, his body screaming in protest. Then, in the very next moment, a devilish smile spread across his face. An aura identical to Theo's suddenly erupted from his body, mirroring the presence his father had shown moments earlier. With clear excitement, Knox declared that it was now his turn to attack. His slashes came one after another, sharp and relentless, aimed directly at Theo. Yet no matter how many times he struck, Theo calmly dodged and blocked every single attack with ease. Frustration flashed across Knox's face when he realized he couldn't gain the upper hand. Gritting his teeth, he poured all of his strength into a single strike, condensing dark mana into a devastating slash aimed straight at his father. Even facing that overwhelming attack, Theo only smiled faintly. He blocked it head-on, and the resulting shockwave sent Knox flying backward. Forced to one knee, Knox barely managed to support himself with his sword as Theo slowly walked toward him, asking in a low voice if that was all he had. Worried, the head butler stepped forward to intervene, urging Theo to stop. He said that this had gone too far, that even if it were against a young master, even young Master Garen would have struggled to endure sword techniques at that level. Despite his words, fear still lingered in his eyes, because the man before him was the patriarch of House Raynor. Theo cast the head butler a cold glance and said that he understood. Then he smiled to himself, realizing he had used a bit too much force without noticing. He would need to adjust his strength. Turning back, the patriarch told Knox to rest. But to someone as stubborn as Knox, those words felt like an insult. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to grip his sword and push himself up, demanding to know where his father thought he was going. A deep purple aura surged forth, engulfing both Knox and his blade. This time, the aura was no longer merely surrounding him. It was something far more dangerous. A shock wave roared outward, rippling through the surroundings as if the power behind it would never run dry. Knox spoke with a taunting edge, saying his opponent still hadn't learned a single thing. Theo paused and glanced back at him, and what caught him off guard was how much strength Knox still had left. In the next instant, Knox rushed forward, closing the distance without hesitation. His blade flashed as he unleashed a powerful slash toward Theo. When their swords collided, the resulting shock sent a terrifying surge of energy spreading in every direction. Even while facing his father, Knox looked as though he had fully regained his strength. He continued to swing relentlessly, slashing again and again. Every strike was blocked with ease, yet Theo still praised him, remarking that Knox was truly interesting. Knox answered that he would take those words as permission to learn. With that, the two resumed their exchange, swords clashing in rapid succession. Knox was no longer the weak figure he had once been. He fought harder with each moment, gradually reading and learning Theo's sword techniques. But the man standing before him was no ordinary opponent. Theo suddenly spoke again, saying he had one last question to ask. Why had Knox risked his life to personally cut down Peeman? And did it have anything to do with his mother? At those words, Knox's expression stiffened with visible awkwardness. The memories were well known. On the night of slaughter, Knox had been forced to watch his mother die with his own eyes. Theo wondered what Knox would have said if their roles were reversed. Theo continued calmly, saying that from that day on, he knew Knox had begun to stray from the path. Knox might pretend not to remember, but Theo knew that wasn't true. Exposed by his father's words, Knox stood silent for a moment, then continued attacking as he asked whether Theo was implying he had been hiding his strength all along. The answer is clear. That was correct. Knox said nothing more. He poured all of his power into his next attack. Dark mana wrapped itself around his black sword, erupting outward like an invisible blade that tore through the air. This was the Shadow Blade, the very technique Theo had been trying to teach him. Knox's slash shot straight toward his father. Even so, Theo raised his sword and blocked it, and, at that moment, the space around the two of them seemed to crack under the pressure. Theo immediately recognized the technique. It was the Shadow Blade. A smile spread across his face, filled with genuine excitement at the sight of Knox using it. Still, he knew that with Knox's current level, this alone was far from enough. To teach his unruly son a proper lesson, Theo released his own Shadow Blade. The counterstrike overwhelmed Knox completely, leaving him unable to defend as the force sent him flying backward. Knox barely managed to regain his balance. He planted his sword into the ground and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Even while exhausted, his thoughts were clear. He was living on borrowed time, but he couldn't stop now. The story still had to move forward. Sweat rolled down his face, yet a confident, almost pleased smile appeared. At that moment, a message surfaced before his eyes. The player's genius trait is now in effect. Power surged through Knox's entire body. A vivid purple aura wrapped around him, as if answering his will. He instinctively took a combat stance, a ghostly smile tugging at his lips as he prepared to continue the fight against his father. Another system notification followed. Knox had acquired the second technique of the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness, Shadow Blade Chain Slash. His comprehension of the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness had risen sharply through combat with a powerful opponent. His slashes were no longer weak or incomplete. He had officially learned the Shadow Blade Chain Slash. One slash followed another, flowing relentlessly toward Theo. The pressure forced Theo to retreat step by step as he blocked the continuous assault. In that moment, he realized it. Knox had learned the Shadow Blade Chain Slash simply by watching. From then on, Theo stopped holding back. He intercepted the attack cleanly, knocking Knox's black sword away and sending him crashing backward once more. Knox staggered, his body visibly drained, arms hanging limply at his sides. Theo stepped forward and spoke in a steady voice. As his father, and as the patriarch of House Raynor, he declared that one day he wanted Knox to use that sword to pierce straight through his heart. With unwavering eyes, he told him to kill him with his own hands, the man who had failed to protect Knox's mother. Knox stared back with blank, pale eyes as Theo continued, telling him to take the position of patriarch for himself, because he was capable of it. But as those words echoed, Knox's eyes slowly lost their light. His strength finally gave out, and he collapsed, unconscious, while Theo continued speaking to him. Sometime later, though he couldn't tell how much had passed, a message appeared within Knox's mind. It addressed him directly and asked a simple question. Would you like to start a new game? His memories were in complete disarray. Confused and disoriented, he wondered where he was now. He slowly looked around the room, and it dawned on him that this might be the place he had lived in before ever entering the game. The notification screen that had invited him was still there, unchanged. Yet his mind felt hazy, as if he were trapped in a dream. A strange sensation lingered in his chest, one he couldn't quite understand. He couldn't tell whether what he was experiencing was real or nothing more than an illusion. He clutched his head as a sharp, unbearable pain surged through him. Maybe this was it. Maybe his incurable illness was flaring up again. As he retraced everything that had happened, something felt deeply wrong. The more he thought about it, the stranger it all became. His memories drifted back to the moment he stood before the doctor and heard the diagnosis that sealed his fate. That was when his family abandoned him. He had lost his memories, received a terminal verdict, and was left alone to face the end. It felt as though fragments of those memories had returned just before the disease erased everything completely. When they surfaced, he could hardly believe them. All those cruel and horrific events had happened to him at once. Was it really possible for someone to suffer so much in such a short span of time? The sheer weight of those memories made them hard to accept, almost unreal. Then something else struck him. Before Yukin had entered Knox, he hadn't even been able to remember his own name. As he desperately tried to reclaim those memories now, the pain in his head intensified to a level he had never felt before. He strained with everything he had, trying to remember who he truly was. Little by little, a name surfaced in his mind. But it wasn't Yukin. The only name he could recall was Knox. The confusion overwhelmed him. His body and mind had reached their limit, and his consciousness began to fade. Was it even right to call it unconsciousness? After all of this seemed to be happening within that very state. The only name he recognized, the only name he believed to be his own, was Knox von Rainer. Back in reality, Knox lay motionless on the bed, having collapsed from exhaustion after his battle with the patriarch. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, glowing with the clan's signature purple light. Reinher's presence felt clearer than ever. His face was blank, empty, as if it were impossible to tell who he was at that moment, or who he had become. Then, slowly, his expression softened and returned to normal. He jolted awake, sitting up abruptly while clutching his throbbing head. His heart raced as he tried to make sense of the lingering sensation in his chest. Whatever he had just experienced felt vivid, unsettling, and far too real. After a moment, he exhaled and murmured to himself that it must have been a dream. He wanted a moment to himself, something precious and quiet, but that privacy didn't last. He quickly realized there were several pairs of eyes fixed on him. Standing there were his 3 wives, all staring at Knox with expressions mixed with confusion and concern. Seeing them like that, Knox felt the urge to ask questions, but his head still ached too much to deal with it. He let out a long sigh and told them to speak slowly, one by one. Jetri was the first to step forward. She spoke politely, yet her tone carried an unmistakable chill. Truly, there wasn't a single day that passed without Knox stirring up trouble. At this rate, any maid assigned to him would probably die of a heart attack. Knox avoided her gaze, blaming everything on circumstances beyond his control, saying things simply hadn't gone the way he expected. Jetri's stern expression softened, replaced by worry. Alina then spoke up, saying that Knox couldn't keep throwing himself into such dangerous situations. As she spoke, she grabbed his hand and pressed it gently against her cheek. Her face flushed red, and she smiled brightly, admitting how worried they had all been about him. Behind her, May looked uneasy, quickly realizing that Alina was drunk again. Sensing something was wrong, Knox immediately pulled his hand back and told Alina to calm down so they could talk properly. Alina pouted, clearly regretting losing his hand, and asked if she could hold it just a little longer. At that moment, Jetri's icy gaze swept over, locking onto Alina. The pressure alone was enough to make her stiffen and stop fooling around. Even so, she stubbornly tried to cling on a bit longer, only to be dragged away just in time. Knox could only sigh in exhaustion. Then his eyes shifted to the maid, Rona, and something felt off. Normally, she would have already rushed over to scold him or cause a scene, yet now she stood quietly. He brushed the thought aside, deciding it wasn't important compared to what he needed to say. He cleared his throat and spoke firmly, saying that since everyone was already here, there was something he needed to announce. Starting tomorrow, all of them would accompany Hume to the Chatters region. This had been part of his plan ever since returning to the family. After dealing with the powerful beasts and Chatters, he needed to extend his lifespan. He hadn't replenished it even once since his battle with Peeman. What weighed on him most right now was the simple, terrifying truth that he only had 27 days left to live. There was no time to hesitate. He needed to move fast. With that, he said he was done talking. If there was nothing else, they could all leave. He wanted to rest. Godfrey bowed deeply, acknowledging his order, and said she would make the preparations immediately. One by one, they left the room. Not long after, a soft knock sounded at the door. Knox asked who it was. From outside came a timid voice, saying it was her, and that she had something important to tell him. Knox told her to come in. Rona stepped into the room slowly, nothing like her usual mischievous self. Her eyes were wet with tears, her face flushed red from worry. She approached the bed and sat beside him, her movements careful and restrained. When she finally spoke, her voice trembled with fear and concern. She hesitated, then began talking about that terrifying night of slaughter, the night his mother died. As she spoke, she noticed the look in Knox's eyes and froze, regret filling her gaze. She quietly asked if it was true, if he had remembered what happened that night. At her words, the memories surged back, the blood-red moon hanging over the Rainher estate. Screams, slaughter, destruction everywhere. The demon Palin arriving and immediately sensing the thick stench of blood. Inside a room, a woman clutched a baby in her arms, hiding in the shadows. Outside, Palin smashed violently at the door, trying to force his way in. A magic spell reinforced the door, holding for a time. Enraged, Palin roared from the other side, shaking the walls. After relentless blows, the barrier finally shattered, and the door burst open. Inside stood Knox's mother, holding him tightly as he lay unconscious in her arms. Behind her was a small, terrified girl, Rona herself, frozen in fear. Gritting her teeth, Knox's mother made her decision. She stepped forward, placing herself between the demon and the two children. Golden magic flared as she cast a shield around them. She shouted for the demon to stop, declaring that she would protect the children, knowing full well that Palin's target was her alone. She begged him not to continue killing the innocent. Palin snarled in response, its voice filled with cruelty. With a wave of its hand, it shattered her defense, mocking it as weak and meaningless. Then the demon reached out. Its clawed hand closed around her neck, lifting her high into the air, its horrifying face inches from hers as the nightmare continued to unfold. Meanwhile, Knox's mother was writhing in pain, her breath growing weaker by the second. Pon finally spoke, coldly confirming that they were never after just her alone. Hearing this, Knox's mother forced herself to speak, turning her gaze to Rona. With a gentle smile that looked painfully out of place, she asked Rona to take good care of Knox. Knox was born with far too much power, she said, and that was exactly why he would need Rona's help. She explained that she would erase Knox's memories, even if the Knox who lost them became someone completely different from the child Rona knew. Still, she asked her again, would she be willing to care for him until his memories someday returned? The two children could only watch, frozen in fear. Her entire body began to glow as Payman's hand slowly moved forward, ready to finish everything. Then a blinding light burst forth, and what happened after that remained unknown. Back in Knox's room, Rona finally confessed everything. Knox already knew what came next. She admitted that she had spread malicious rumors on purpose. Also, Knox could stay as far away as possible from the family's power struggles, especially the battle over the airship. It was unbearably painful for her, but she believed it was the only way to protect him. Through her sobs, she said that was the final promise she made his mother, but now she no longer needed to keep it. She added that if Knox had truly regained all his memories, then someone like her, who deceived him and hid the truth, had no right to remain by his side. She hesitated, unable to say more. Knox immediately told her it wasn't a big deal. His calm response stunned Rona and made her feel even more unworthy of standing beside him. Knox looked at her and said that everything was already in the past. Then he asked if she knew why he never hated her. He said he knew everything. He knew that every night, when he was bedridden and suffering, Rona would quietly stay by his side for 2 hours out of pure worry. He knew that even when she cursed at him, she always ended up defending him, insisting that Knox wasn't a bad person. Now he understood that all of it came from her guilt. Still, there was regret in her heart, knowing that the person she was currently serving might not be the real Knox. He understood better than anyone how meaningless rumors could still weigh the heaviest on the heart. Even so, he tried to comfort her, telling her that she could finally relax now. Hearing those gentle words, Rona finally broke down. Tears streamed down her face as she called him, young Master Knox, again and again in her heart. Watching her like this, he found himself wondering about things he had never dared to face before. How deeply had Knox loved his mother? How much had his father loved his wife? And what kind of feelings did Rona truly hold toward him? These questions echoed inside him, questions he now wanted to ask with his own will, in this borrowed body. Why, Knox? Why did you have to become the villain? At that very moment, inside the Raynor family's Knox Hall, a man stood proudly at the center of the stage and took his oath. In the name of Raynor, he declared openly. He, Knox von Rainher, a member of the Honorable House Rainher, had received permission from the patriarch to recruit private soldiers and establish an anti-demon battalion. Anyone who wished to follow him was to gather at the octagonal training ground 1 week later in the afternoon and undergo a trial. If they could defeat him, or if he acknowledged their skill, the Empire would reward them with a monthly payment in gold coins. After the announcement, notices bearing the same message were posted on the walls, calling for generals and soldiers to join Knox. Crowds gathered to read them. Curiosity spread quickly, mixed with laughter and disbelief. Many thought it was nothing more than a noble boy's joke. Some scoffed, saying Knox probably had nothing better to do and cooked up this ridiculous recruitment scheme out of boredom. Others laughed even harder, insisting that no one in their right mind would apply. This is absurd, they said. But then another voice chimed in. Why not? If the pay is good, maybe it's worth trying. Is there really anyone here who couldn't beat young Master Knox? A man laughed loudly, claiming that even his 4-year-old daughter could give it a go. Just then, a man dressed in a robe calmly remarked that everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves a bit too much. He slowly walked into the pub, his presence drawing attention, and casually asked if anyone wanted to fight him. He tossed a heavy money bag onto the table, the sound of gold coins clinking clearly as he spoke. He wagered that hardly anyone would pass Knox von Rainher's trial. A young blond man stood up and sneered, saying that just by looking at him, he seemed like a spoiled child from a wealthy family. Hadn't he heard the rumors about the youngest son of the Raynor household? At the mention of Knox's name, the robed man suddenly burst into laughter, so unexpected that the men around him could only stare, wondering what exactly he found so funny. Some of the men voiced their concern for him. Seeing their worried expressions, the cloaked man suddenly burst into laughter. Slowly, he reached up and removed his cape, revealing his face at last. The atmosphere in the shop instantly shifted as realization spread. It was young Master J.R.A. Murmurs broke out at once. Some recognized him immediately, saying they had heard Grain was training over at Chatter's. Grain waved the talk aside and casually told everyone that whatever had been said here would remain a secret. Then, with a grin, he added that their bet was still very much on. He emptied his pockets onto the table, gold coins spilling out as he declared that he wanted to wager 50 gold coins on his little brother. The declaration stunned everyone present. Back on Knox's side, he stood before the gathered warriors, his posture calm and imposing. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Some pointed him out, muttering that he really was the infamous youngest son. Others remarked that Knox had supposedly graduated top of his class at the academy, but his entire aura felt different now. Someone scoffed and called it a lie, insisting he must have used some kind of trick. Knox heard all the familiar slander raining down on him, but he remained silent, patiently waiting for the first challenger to step forward. Inside, he frowned slightly. Why had this suddenly turned into such a huge spectacle? He had only posted a recruitment notice to deal with monsters and cheaters. He never expected this many people to show up. Had his reputation suddenly improved? No, now it made sense. That bastard had stirred things up again, doing things Knox never even told him to do. Below the stage, Grain waved enthusiastically at him, wearing a bright, carefree smile. Without realizing it, he had made Knox's situation far more complicated. Knox turned to the person beside him and asked whether everyone had arrived. The answer came promptly. There were 1,192 men and 126 women registered. Hearing that number, Knox murmured to himself that maybe it wasn't all bad. With this many people, there had to be at least a few capable ones among them. Just then, a hand shot up from the crowd. A large man stepped forward, his presence impossible to ignore, and asked bluntly what kind of trial they would be facing. Knox looked at him and noted the man's confident grin. Oh my, he thought, just look at that arrogance and that perfectly built physique. The manna radiating from him was no joke either. There was no way someone like this had come here to enlist as an ordinary private soldier. Knox immediately judged that this man had been sent by Garen to stir up trouble for him. Even so, he kept his smile calm and confident. He understood now. Garen had begun investigating him properly. Too bad for him. Someone with only this level of power wasn't even close to being a threat. After a brief moment of calculation, Knox nodded and agreed to explain the trial. He spoke clearly so everyone could hear. The rules were simple. They could use any method they wanted and attack him, as if they truly intended to kill him. Even if they succeeded in killing him, they would bear no responsibility. Hearing this, the man opposite Knox stared at him with a serious expression. A strange sense of unease crept into his mind. Something felt off. Knox von Rainher was supposed to be the trash of House Raynor. When Lord Garen hired him, he thought this would be an easy job. So why did Knox look this confident? Doubt flickered across the man's face. Then the referee's signal rang out, marking the start of the fight. The man fixed his gaze on Knox with deadly focus, while Knox looked back at him with open disdain. At the referee's shout, the man burst forward instantly, murderous intent surging out of him. In his eyes, Knox was nothing more than a foolish kid. There was no way Knox could react to his speed. And this brat wanted to form a battalion? He would show him what real strength looked like. He would teach Knox a proper lesson. That was what he believed as he charged, convinced Knox was nothing but an arrogant child. Yet even under that crushing aura, Knox remained calm. In the blink of an eye, he tilted his body and casually slipped past the attack. The instant the man realized what had happened, his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe Knox had dodged him. Knox looked at him with a faint, disdainful smile, already judging his opponent's speed as painfully slow. Then he spoke, his tone almost bored. "Is that really how you fight?" As the words left his mouth, Knox's blade flashed. A clean slash cut across the man's chest, his sword shattering as it flew from his grip. He survived by sheer luck, but his body locked up completely, frozen in place. Cold sweat poured down his face as fear overtook him. Before he could even process what had happened, Knox's blade was already resting against his neck, silently declaring that the battle was over. Knox spoke again, his voice steady as he said he would give the man one more chance, and ordered him to fight seriously this time. As he did, a terrifying aura poured out from his body, heavy enough to crush the air itself. He warned him calmly that if he didn't take this seriously, Knox might just send one of his arms flying. Faced with that threat, the man's face drained of all color. Knox glared at him coldly, reminded him of his own request, and told him to raise his sword. The man could only tremble, stuttering out an apology for his disrespect. Knox didn't bother listening. He stepped forward and drove a punch straight into the man's face, sending him flying backward. A deathly silence fell over the hall. Everyone who witnessed that scene, who felt the young master's overwhelming power, was frozen in fear. No one dared to speak. Knox's voice rang out low and cold as he addressed them all, saying that cowards who lacked even this basic level of courage were completely useless to him. Then he asked one simple question: who dared to challenge him next? Not a single person stepped forward. No one dared to face Knox's terrifying presence. Below the stage, Grain stood stunned. He never imagined his younger brother had grown this strong so quickly. In his heart, he admitted that there was nothing left for him to teach Knox. With a quiet smile, he thought that this bet would probably earn him a decent profit, but that wasn't what truly mattered. Knox was the only rope he had left in the Rainer family. Now that Knox von Rainer had begun revealing his true strength, everything ahead would become much smoother. As Knox's reputation rose, GRAs would naturally rise with it. Meanwhile, the crowd, shaken by the young master's fearsome display, began to panic. Many wanted to retreat, claiming they didn't know their own limits, and that becoming knights was beyond their abilities. Some even muttered excuses about returning to farming. Knox, however, had no intention of letting them leave so easily. He ordered them to stop. His cold, sinister gaze swept over the group that tried to back away, reminding them that he hadn't given permission for anyone to retreat. They had already applied to become his soldiers. Hearing those words, fear spread through the crowd. They understood now that there was no escape, that their only choice was to follow Knox. His expression grew even more terrifying as he spoke again, warning them that if they dared to give up and try to return now, he would make sure their lives became worse than hell itself. He swore it openly, in the name of Knox von Rainer. Hearing those words, the young men present instantly broke into cold sweat, silently praying for themselves. The testing ritual continued, but by now the scene had turned pitiful. Every single one of them was completely overwhelmed by Knox's presence on the ring. Whenever he charged forward, they could only turn and flee. One after another, they were crushed without resistance. What shocked them most was that Knox still accepted all of them, even saying that their defeat was his responsibility, regardless of whether they fought back or not. But just a second later, his voice dropped into an icy calm. He warned them not to feel relieved too soon, and made it clear that from this moment onward, he would push every one of them to the very brink of death. Regret immediately flooded their minds. Participating in this ritual felt like the worst decision they had ever made. A few days later, the army led by Knox began its march toward Chatter. Inside the carriage, the girls traveling with him chatted casually among themselves. Alina suddenly spoke up, clearly hoping to stir up trouble for Knox. Knox calmly told May to help Alina settle down before she started asking random questions again. May let out a helpless sigh, signaling that she understood. Without hesitation, she grabbed an apple and shoved it straight into Alina's mouth to silence her. Alina struggled and told May to stop, but even that didn't slow her down. With the hazy expression of a drunk, she started wondering aloud why Knox was planning to return to Chatter, mentioning that she had heard he'd bought land there. Knox gently explained that he intended to develop it. Alina immediately frowned, thinking it was an impossible task. The land was barren, unsuitable for farming, and crawling with monsters. Knox reassured her calmly, saying that he already had a plan in place. Hearing this, Alina thought Knox was unbearably stubborn, but her face suddenly flushed red, twisting into an expression so warped it was almost frightening. Thankfully, May reacted instantly, covering Alina's mouth before she could spout any more nonsense. Meanwhile, Knox sank into his own thoughts. He could understand why the others followed him, but even Rona, the family maid, had come along. Could it be that she still felt guilty about his mother? For a moment, Rona looked genuinely sad. Then, just as quickly, her expression shifted back to mischief as she thought about the horse Carl and wondered when she would get the chance to ride it again. Seeing that familiar look, Knox sighed quietly, realizing he had been overthinking things. His gaze moved to the surrounding soldiers, and he silently evaluated the situation. From what he could tell, the private recruitment for the upcoming monster subjugation had gone far better than expected. The knight walking beside Knox spoke up at that moment. To be honest, he admitted he didn't know much about the Chatters region. But after Professor Rass released his latest paper, he began to realize something important. In his eyes, Knox truly resembled the patriarch. The same sharp insight, the same way of seeing through things. He didn't hesitate to say it outright, adding that Knox was genuinely impressive. Hearing those words, Knox immediately cut him off, telling the knight to stop, and that they could talk about it later. Outwardly calm, inwardly his thoughts kept moving. There was a quiet anticipation growing in his chest. Christopher, maybe Anna really was worried about me and sent him as a bodyguard, he thought. Over 2 meters tall, highly skilled but absurdly talkative. After some more traveling, the group finally arrived at Chatters. May looked ahead and commented that the place had developed quite a bit. It was clearly different from the last time she'd seen it. Alina chimed in excitedly, saying it had changed a lot. Christopher, however, wasn't as impressed. From his perspective, it hadn't progressed as much as he'd expected. Still, he admitted it couldn't be helped. Development here had only started recently, and now that the land belonged to a dark family, attracting people would be difficult. Knox nodded in agreement and said that was exactly why he brought soldiers with him. Hearing that, Christopher's eyes lit up. He admitted that there really was a reason Knox had recruited them after all. Knox confirmed it calmly, but then added that there was something that had to be done before Chatters could truly be revitalized. Christopher immediately asked what that was. Knox explained that the monsters in the region needed to have their numbers reduced first. Yet inside his heart, his thoughts were completely different. That's just a convincing excuse, he admitted to himself. Let's be honest, it's not the real reason at all. To hell with developing Chatters. What truly mattered was the glaring red notification flashing in front of his eyes, screaming that the player had only 10 days left to live and demanding that his lifespan be restored immediately. Knox clenched his teeth in anger, cursing the damn system. Right now, surviving came first. All those development plans could wait for later. At the gates of Chatters, Grain stood waiting, flanked by several treasure chests, clearly prepared to welcome Knox with full ceremony. As Knox approached and saw the chests overflowing with gold coins, he couldn't help but question why Grain was offering him so much. Grain simply smiled brightly and explained that it was only natural. After all, the reward was earned thanks to the achievements of the family's youngest member. Wearing a bright, almost overly enthusiastic grin, Graham seemed desperate to please, insisting that Knox accepting the reward was the most natural outcome. Watching this, Knox fell into quiet thought. He was the one who had endured every hardship, yet it was Grain who had pocketed the money in the end. That alone felt deeply unfair, and now Graham was standing here, handing everything over so eagerly. The gesture reeked of excessive flattery, especially coming from him. Still, Knox reminded himself that he had planned to make use of Grain from the very beginning. This was simply part of the arrangement. Choosing not to dwell on it, he shifted the conversation and calmly asked about the current state of development in the Chatters region. At once, GRA's expression tightened slightly. He admitted that there still weren't many settlers. Although Professor Raz's announcement had drawn some interest from young men considering migration, problems remained everywhere. The soil was poor and unsuitable for farming. Dangerous monsters roamed the outskirts, and even the roads had yet to be properly paved. With a more serious look, Grain added that people were unwilling to move based on potential alone. Knox understood the situation perfectly and reassured him not to worry. That, he explained, was precisely why the anti-magic corps had been dispatched. Hearing Knox's confident words and seeing the formidable soldiers standing behind him, Grain's face lit up once more. He immediately resumed his flattery, declaring that if the youngest had said so, then he felt completely at ease. He then asked when they planned to move out, suggesting that they should rest for the day since they had traveled such a long distance. Knox answered with a voice as cold and decisive as steel. They would depart immediately. The declaration sent a ripple of unease through the cavalry behind him. Several of them exchanged uncertain glances, quietly wondering if he truly meant it. Knox, however, didn't hesitate in the slightest. A confident smile spread across his face, carrying a faint spark of excitement. Without any pause, he repeated himself with absolute clarity. They were leaving now. The scene shifted, flashing back to several days earlier inside the chambers of the patriarch Theodore. Standing before the man, Theo voiced his doubts openly, almost incredulously questioning why someone as exceptional as the knight before him would choose to follow Lord Knox. Standing opposite him was Christopher, his hands clasped respectfully before his chest, his expression steady and unshaken, as if the decision had already been carved into his bones. Theo continued, reminding him that the house had always treated him generously. There was no reason for him to leave, no injustice that pushed him away. Christopher replied with a calm, almost serene smile. He said that he had seen the light. What he had witnessed in Knox was overwhelming talent, the kind so rare it stirred something deep inside him. In that brilliance, he had glimpsed the clue he had been searching for all along, the key to perfecting his swordsmanship. That was why he wished to dedicate himself to refining Lord Knox's swordplay. With unwavering confidence, he drew his sword and held it forward. It was not a pledge of loyalty to another, nor a vow sworn to power. It was a declaration of purpose. He made it clear that this path was for no one else but himself. Theo studied the young knight standing before him, so full of conviction. For a brief moment, a thoughtful look crossed his face. Then he spoke again, seeking clarity about the swordsmanship Christopher had mentioned. He asked whether he was referring to the northern sword technique known as snowstorm. Christopher's eyes lit up instantly, and he confirmed it without the slightest hesitation. That was exactly what he meant. Seeing the intensity of the young man's resolve, Theo gave a slow, solemn nod. Very well, he said simply, granting Christopher his permission. Back in the present at Chatters, Christopher stood among the mobilizing troops, his face clouded with confusion. He had set out with the goal of helping Lord Knox become the greatest knight in the land. Yet what he was witnessing now shattered that image entirely. What is this? He asked himself silently, unable to reconcile reality with his expectations. Still stunned, he turned to Jitri, Knox's close maid, and asked whether she had known about any of this. Even Jitri, who had stayed by Knox's side for so long, looked shaken. With widened eyes, she admitted that Knox had recently taken an interest in magic. But to see him evolve to this extent, it was far beyond anything she had imagined. What left everyone truly speechless was Knox himself. At that very moment, he was casting a high-tier spell, an advanced magic technique fueled by an immense mana reserve no one would have ever believed possible for a swordsman. A colossal arcane matrix spread across the sky above Chatter's Gate, its light pressing down like a second firmament. Below it, a horde of monsters stirred restlessly, poised to strike. They still hadn't realized that their fate had already been sealed. For now, the monsters could only stare at the strange, shifting patterns in the sky, unable to grasp the danger looming overhead. Then, in the next instant, the silence was torn apart. From a massive magic array, suspended above, beams of concentrated, high-voltage energy rained down without mercy. They ripped through the air and slammed into the monsters below, each strike detonating into a horrifying explosion that tore bodies apart. Only then did the monsters finally understand how grave the situation was. Panic exploded through their ranks. Howls of terror filled the battlefield as they turned and fled, desperately trying to escape what had already become an unstoppable slaughter. From the city walls, May and Alina watched the scene unfold, both left completely speechless by the sheer display of power. May stared wide-eyed, her breath catching as she muttered in disbelief that Knox had grown even stronger, and it had only been a few months. Alina, meanwhile, couldn't hide her worship at all. She clutched her face, her expression bordering on obsession as her thoughts spiraled into wild admiration, already fantasizing about how overwhelmingly cool he was. Near the battlefield, Knox stood firm, slightly winded from the immense mana he had expended. Around him, system-like notifications echoed again and again. You have defeated a null. Your lifespan has increased by 2 hours. Then again, you have defeated a null. Your lifespan has increased by 2 hours. The rewards continued to stack, along with the silent awe of everyone watching. Knox, however, was far from satisfied. He muttered under his breath in irritation, unable to believe that each kill only earned him 2 hours. A null was a fairly strong mid-tier monster. It should have been worth more. According to the effect of the Black Flame Ring, the greater the gap between his strength and his opponents, the more his lifespan should increase upon defeating them. Stronger enemies meant greater returns. That knowledge only made his frustration sharper. With a displeased expression, Knox continued to wave his hand, pouring out his power as relentless attacks crashed down on the monsters below. They had no way to resist, and could only scream in despair as they were wiped out one after another. After the carnage finally subsided, another system notification sounded, informing him that his remaining lifespan had increased by only 4 days. Knox stared at the message, his face filled with pure disdain. Even after killing so many, it was just 4 days. He clenched his jaw, knowing he would need a different solution. His gaze then turned cold as he looked down at the knight army below. No one there understood the cruel irony of Knox's situation, nor the desperate struggle hidden behind that overwhelming power. All they could focus on was that overwhelming presence. It pressed down on everyone standing there, leaving them frozen in awe. Mouths hung open, words refused to come, and in that silent moment, every gaze was drawn to Knox as if nothing else existed. Then Alina broke the stillness. She dashed forward without a shred of hesitation and flung herself straight into his arms, her voice ringing out as she exclaimed that Lord Knox was incredible. Yet despite her unfiltered admiration, Knox's face showed no trace of satisfaction. It was only thanks to May stepping in at the right moment and pulling Alina away that Knox was finally spared further chaos. Nearby, Christopher watched the scene with undisguised amazement. He admitted that he had always believed Knox was purely a swordsman, only to now realize that magic was also firmly within his grasp. The discovery left him genuinely stunned, and he openly wondered just how far Knox's limits truly extended. Hearing that, Knox paused internally. They didn't even know he could use magic. The realization made him stop and think for a brief moment. Not long after, everyone under Knox's command gathered together, curiosity buzzing in the air as they waited for an explanation. With clear reluctance, Knox said that everything he knew came from Professor Rass, a man whose strength lay in vast theoretical knowledge. The excuse, delivered half-heartedly, only deepened the skepticism in the room. Sensing their disbelief, Knox let a faintly villainous expression surface and added that if they didn't like his answer, they were free not to believe it. As the atmosphere threatened to spiral further, Jitri cleared her throat and cut in, suggesting they put the matter aside for now. She gestured toward the map laid out below and began calmly breaking down their situation, explaining that they were currently positioned in the northeastern region of Chatters. After finishing, she turned to Knox, concern evident in her eyes, and asked whether he intended to continue moving in that direction. Knox replied firmly, his tone serious, confirming that he would keep heading northeast. Christopher frowned and warned that it was dangerous, pointing out that the strongest monsters lurked in the eastern region. Midway through his warning, the image of Knox effortlessly wiping out monsters alone flashed through his mind, prompting him to scratch his head and let out an awkward laugh. He quickly corrected himself, saying that wasn't a real issue. The true problem, he explained, was the Tagelan Kingdom, a nation openly hostile toward House Raynor. He warned that pressing forward could be dangerous and suggested that avoiding it altogether might be the wiser option. But Knox didn't flinch in the slightest. Completely unfazed, he calmly replied that this danger was precisely why he intended to go there. With quiet certainty, he declared that his next destination would be the Tagelan Kingdom. The moment those words left his mouth, shock rippled through the room. The women present exchanged stunned glances, curiosity and unease mixing as they tried to grasp the reason behind such a sudden decision. Knox didn't keep them guessing for long. Clarifying his intent, he issued a direct order to send a letter. A faintly villainous smile curved his lips as he demanded they inform the Tagelan Kingdom that a son of House Raynor was on his way and that they would do well to prepare themselves. The scene then shifted far away to another fortress rising from a remote desert land, its ancient, weathered walls carrying the weight of countless years. Inside an opulently decorated royal chamber, a man with striking red hair slowly awoke. He rose from his bed and walked toward a towering mirror. Standing before his reflection, he removed his outer robe, revealing a powerful, well-built body marked by a prominent scar, a silent testament to a battle where life and death had once stood inches apart. At that moment, an elderly man entered the chamber, leaning on a ceremonial staff. Bowing with solemn respect, he addressed the red-haired man as Prince Kushin and informed him that the infamous youngest son of House Raynor was expected to arrive soon. With thinly veiled contempt, the old man remarked that the boy's arrogance must be boundless and questioned whether he truly believed his father's influence stretched as far as Tagelan. Prince Kushin listened without a hint of agitation. A faint smile appeared on his face as he calmly asked whether the old man remembered the day Theo Rienhofer had slaughtered his father and brothers. He said he still remembered every single person who had stood by him and protected him on that bloody day. The mention of the past caused the old man, cramped sir, to fall silent, sorrow flickering across his face as memories of Kushin's painful history resurfaced. Prince Kushin continued, turning his thoughts toward Krazer. He acknowledged that many mocked him as nothing more than a regent, but he knew the truth. He remembered how Krazer had shouldered part of his duties during the time Kushin had been completely paralyzed by grief after losing his family, and he raised his sword slightly, as if to underscore every word he spoke. Kushin stated firmly that Krazer had done all of that to ease the crushing weight of the prince's responsibilities, even if only by a small measure. Krazer listened in silence, offering no reply. He merely gazed at the prince with eyes filled with deep reverence and unwavering respect. After a brief pause, Kushin's lips curved into an intrigued smile as he asked Krazer to confirm the name he had mentioned earlier, Knox von Rienhofer. His voice then turned cold and resolute as he declared that once Knox was killed, Theon Rienhofer would finally understand the depth of his suffering and how he had survived that living hell. Hearing those grim words, Krazer placed one hand over his chest and bowed respectfully, affirming that he understood and would make all the necessary preparations. Now that such a decisive choice had been made, he urged the prince to set his mind at ease. Yet the moment he turned away, Krazer's expression twisted grotesquely. His face warped into something vile and perverse, his eyes glowing an ominous red, and from between his lips slithered the long, forked tongue of a wicked serpent. Beyond the walls of Tajulan, the fortress stood encircled by an endless stretch of harsh desert. Despite the unforgiving landscape, signs of prosperity still lingered within the city. At the towering gates of Tajulan, two guards stood watch when one of them suddenly tensed, sharply demanding that the approaching figures identify themselves. Before them stood a group cloaked in deep hoods. The man at the front slowly pulled back his hood, revealing his face, and asked in a threatening tone whether he truly needed to do so. The instant the guard saw him, recognition struck like lightning. It was Knox von Rainer, the infamous youngest son of House Rainer. Fear immediately washed over their faces. Realizing their grave mistake, the guards hurriedly apologized, their voices trembling as they lowered themselves in submission. Knox showed them no mercy. His eyes narrowed as a lethal aura poured from his body, and he growled that standing under this scorching heat for so long had made his blood boil to the point where he felt like killing someone. The guard who had spoken shrank back in terror, stammering that they would escort him inside at once. Without another word, Knox and his group passed through the gates of Tajulan, and not a single soul dared to block their path. As they pressed deeper into the city, one of the gate guards hurried ahead, guiding them at a brisk pace. Knox followed calmly, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a warning window flashed before his eyes. Player has 9 days left. Defeat monsters to restore your life. The moment he read it, his expression darkened. Crossing the desert had drained far more of his remaining lifespan than he expected. Still, he steadied himself. This was exactly why he had come to Tajulan in the first place. Once he secured the item hidden within the ancient ruins of northern Tajulan and dealt with that man, he wouldn't merely survive. He would grow stronger at a terrifying pace. The thought drew a faint, sinister smile to his lips as he imagined the next monster he would tear apart, its face warping in his mind until it became that of the vile Krazer. But reality never followed his plans so cleanly. Without warning, a violent red system alert burst into view. Penalty applies if lifespan falls below 10 days. Negative trait dead count has been applied. The effect was immediate. Knox's body lurched as strength drained from his limbs, and a harsh cough tore out of his chest, blood splattering into his palm. Another message followed mercilessly. All physical abilities reduced by 20%. Activation probability of the negative trait lingering ailment increases exponentially. The exhaustion hit him like a hammer. He clutched his head as sweat poured down his face, his breathing turning ragged. Walking beside him, Ronan noticed instantly. Panic overtook her as she asked what was wrong, tears streaking down her face as she looked at Knox with raw concern. Grinding his teeth, Knox cursed the system and that damned incurable trait under his breath, then quietly told her to keep this to herself. He explained that he had come here to improve his physical condition. Though she didn't truly understand, Ronan nodded quickly, trusting him without hesitation. Before long, the group entered the grand hall of Tajulan. Awaiting them above were Prince Kuzin and a woman seated beside him, already prepared to receive Knox. At that moment, Christopher leaned in close and whispered that even if Knox already knew, from here on out he would need to be extremely careful. Then, clenching his fist with barely contained excitement, Christopher declared with unwavering enthusiasm that he would serve Knox faithfully, assuring him that he had absolutely nothing to worry about. By then, Knox and his companions were standing directly before Prince Kushin. The prince regarded them with clear indifference, offering not the slightest hint of welcome. The woman seated beside him, despite her striking beauty, wore the same detached expression. When Knox stepped forward and stopped before the seat opposite them, Kushin finally spoke, noting that Knox had arrived and that his letter had been received. Yet his tone carried no respect at all, sounding more like a superior speaking down to someone beneath him. That alone was enough to ignite Knox's fury. He had no intention of letting it pass. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, and before Kushin could finish his sentence, the atmosphere exploded. In the very next instant, a crushing presence and killing intent surged outward as Knox raised his blade and cleaved straight through the table between them. The unfortunate table, innocent of any crime, shattered into splinters that scattered across the hall. In a cold, razor-sharp voice, Knox declared that Kuzin was nothing more than a prince, not even the ruler of a vassal state. He stated that he had arrived bearing the name of Rienhofer, and demanded to know whether Kuzin truly believed he could greet someone of that name while remaining seated. The sudden, terrifying display caught Kushin completely off guard, hesitation flickering across his face as a murderous aura pressed down on him. Knox's glare burned into Kushin as he asked if the prince wished to see his nation erased from the WPI. Without giving him time to respond, Knox barked an order, commanding Kuzin to kneel at once. Overwhelmed by the sheer aggression and suffocating pressure, Kushin froze in place, words dying in his throat. In that moment, it became painfully clear that Knox's threats were no bluff. His eyes held deadly resolve as a lethal aura poured from him, and he warned Kuzin that if he refused, Knox would erase him first. The scene then shifted to the Rainer estate. Within the patriarch's chamber, Theo stood with the head butler, Rodwell. Breaking the silence, Rodwell asked why Theo had not stopped the young master from going to Tagellin. Theo looked at him in mild confusion and asked what he meant. Unperturbed, Theo glanced down a sheet of paper and calmly replied that he believed Knox was more than capable of handling such a situation. Turning to Rodwell, he added that Rodwell's insight was as sharp as ever and that it was impressive he had read his thoughts so clearly. Rodwell listened in silence. After a brief pause, Theo admitted that Rodwell was right, stating plainly that he had already decided to name Knox as his heir and place him in that seat. He explained calmly that drawing too much attention before Knox was truly ready was dangerous. Until Knox reached a certain level, he simply wouldn't be able to protect himself. Hearing this, Rodwell finally understood Theo's intentions and asked if that was the reason he had assigned the Black Sword Knights to guard him this time, adding that Theo had always favored certainty over risk. Theo rose from his seat and replied that if even the slightest threat appeared, those elite knights would move without hesitation. Rodwell listened carefully to the arrangements and nodded in agreement, accepting that this was the most reliable course of action. Theo then turned his gaze toward the window, his thoughts drifting back to the days when he and Knox trained together. Back then, he had spoken to Knox not only as a father, but as the patriarch of House Rayner. He had told him that one day, he wanted Knox to use that sword to pierce straight through his heart, to cut him down with his own hands for failing to protect his mother, and to seize the position of patriarch for himself, because he was capable of it. As those memories surfaced, Theo's expression grew heavy. He told Rodwell that he must already know this. His end, the end of Theo von Rienhofer, was approaching. The words carried the weight of a final instruction. Sadness flickered across Rodwell's face, but he understood that this fate was inevitable and could not be changed. He bowed deeply and declared that he would stand by his lord no matter what. In that moment, Theo's face was filled with quiet contemplation, while Rodwell's reflected sorrow and regret. The emotions of a father, the head of a great family, and a man standing before an unalterable destiny, death. Back to Knox. At that very moment, his mind was wandering through idle thoughts. He mused that there were two key ways to figure out a person's personality in a game. The first, he thought, revealed itself when equipment enhancement failed and exploded. A vivid image surfaced in his mind of a blacksmith tirelessly forging gear, while failure notifications rang endlessly beside him. It was just a game, after all. Yet the player involved was already on the verge of tears, crushed by the absurdly low success rate. Knox silently concluded that this point didn't even need further explanation. His gaze then shifted to the rude figure standing before him, calmly assessing the man from head to toe. The second tip, he thought, showed itself in moments exactly like this. When a mediocre character, completely unaware of his own limits, decided to act out, Knox admitted to himself that he truly hated situations like this. His thoughts drifted to a familiar name, Kushin Adrian, a character whose entire family had been wiped out by Theo, with only a younger sister left alive. It wasn't hard to understand why the man might harbor resentment toward House Rienhofer. Even so, Knox couldn't help but scoff inwardly. A mere prince of a vassal state. Did he really think he could express his emotions so freely? In that moment, a quiet scheme began to take shape in Knox's mind. Since he had already chosen to pursue the hidden peace of Tagellin, pulling Kushin to his side would eventually be necessary. But before that could happen, there was something that needed to be done first. The man's spirit had to be broken, just enough to make him easier to handle. Knox finally spoke, repeating his earlier warning with a calm but oppressive intensity, asking if he truly needed to say it again. Kushin heard the words and forced a polite smile, though irritation flickered beneath the surface. Maintaining his courtesy, he replied that it seemed Knox had taken offense to him remaining seated before an honored guest. Then, without further hesitation, Kushin dropped to his knees, declaring that he would remain kneeling in Knox's presence. Knox watched the submissive posture in silence, making no move to respond immediately. Instead, his attention shifted elsewhere. A familiar window surfaced before his eyes as he began examining Kushin's status panel. The information laid itself out clearly. Kushin Adrian, a 17-year-old human male with a primary elemental affinity toward Earth. He had been recognized as the direct royal successor of Tagellin, a title heavy with expectation and responsibility. On the positive side, Kushin was labeled a poison genius, displaying rare talent in martial arts and a standard aptitude with daggers. His demeanor was serious, disciplined, suggesting a strong inner focus. Among his neutral traits, loyalty stood out. However, it remained unawakened, as he had yet to meet someone truly worthy of his full devotion. Much of his potential still lay dormant. At present, he placed a moderate level of trust, roughly 40%, in the royal court mage, Krazer. The negative traits painted a far more troubling picture. Kushin carried deep self-destructive tendencies, coupled with a habit of constant self-deprecation, flaws that quietly gnawed away at him from within. He carried an overwhelming sense of responsibility that often left him hesitant, easily swayed by the weight of expectations placed upon him. On top of that, his short temper made him prone to emotional flare-ups, blurring his judgment whenever pressure mounted. Kushin's physical and mystical abilities were uneven, revealing a potential that was powerful yet unbalanced. His stamina sat at 11, granting him only moderate endurance. His mana pool was limited at 7, and with a luck stat of 5 and willpower at 4, he was clearly vulnerable to outside influence and his own inner doubts. And yet, in sharp contrast, his charm soared to an astonishing 23. It hinted at a natural magnetism, an almost instinctive ability to draw others in and sway them, far surpassing his other attributes. In combat, he possessed a passive ability known as venom control, allowing him to handle toxins as naturally as breathing. Paired with this was his active technique, intermediate poison dagger arts, a close-quarter style that blended speed with deadly precision. Together, these traits marked him as a rare and dangerous existence, especially in the realm of poison-based warfare. At that moment, a red warning flashed before Knox's eyes. Kushin's hostility toward House Raynor had reached its peak. Almost simultaneously, Kushin lifted his head and met Knox's gaze. There was no fear there, only simmering anger burning quietly in his eyes. Thanks to the system's early alert, Knox immediately sensed the shift. Not wanting the situation to spiral out of control, he offered Kushin a gentle smile and calmly invited him to take a seat. Once both of them had settled, Knox kept a close watch on him and reflected inwardly. Kushin Adrian's greatest flaw wasn't his talent, but his excessive self-criticism and emotional immaturity. Knox remembered all too well how, during his 27th lunatic playthrough, Kushin had been completely deceived by Krazer. The man who acted as his regent had also been a demonic human in disguise, and Kushin had never uncovered the truth. In the end, he had walked straight into ruin, destroying himself piece by piece. Even knowing how tragically things were meant to unfold, Knox remained confident. With the power and knowledge he now possessed, he believed he could prevent every one of those disasters. That was, after all, the very reason he had come to Tageline. When Kushin noticed that Knox continued to observe him in silence, he finally broke it himself, asking respectfully why he had come to the Tageline kingdom. Knox's expression hardened, his tone turning curt as he replied that he was merely there for tourism and to explore ancient ruins. Nothing more. Then, with a faint smile, he added a warning. Until he left the kingdom, Kushin was to conduct himself properly. He emphasized that Kushin surely understood what that implied. Kushin did not argue. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and subtly signaled to one of the nearby attendants. Catching the cue, Krazer gently rang a small bell. Moments later, several attendants appeared, all of them young, beautiful women, now gathered as servants before them. Kushin instructed them to make the necessary arrangements for Lord Knox's tour of the kingdom, and if he made any additional requests, they were to treat him with the highest level of hospitality. Before Kushin could finish speaking, Knox cut him off, his expression clearly displeased, and ordered him to stop. Then, wearing a sly and indecent smile, Knox suggested that they change the guide for the tour. His gaze slowly shifted toward the young woman seated beside Kushin, his only sister, and the person he cherished most. The change was immediate. Panic flashed across Kushin's face, a rare crack in his usual composure. The thought of his beloved sister falling into the hands of the man infamous as the most vile figure in the kingdom, Knox von Rienhofer, left him visibly shaken. Knox then looked directly at Arya. She was a beautiful girl with red hair and golden eyes reminiscent of a desert sun, yet her expression was empty, lifeless. He declared that she would personally attend to him and guide him through the kingdom. Hearing this, Kushin grew anxious and tried to object, but the words stuck in his throat. Seeing his hesitation, Knox asked with a mocking smile whether there was a problem. Not wanting to provoke conflict or invite further trouble, Kushin forced himself to reply that there was none. He then turned to his sister and instructed her to do her best to assist Lord Knox. Arya responded with a vacant nod, showing no resistance at all. At the same time, the women accompanying Knox began to stir uneasily. Rona, his first wife, was the first to whisper her concern, quietly warning Jitri that it seemed the young master had taken an interest in another woman. Gree, equally shocked and flustered, admitted she had no idea what to do, confessing that she didn't have any manual for handling such a situation. Alina, however, reacted far more intensely. She nearly screamed in protest, declaring that they couldn't allow the young master to get close to another woman, even if it cost her life. Her outburst was swiftly cut short as May restrained her and signaled her to stay quiet, reminding her to remain calm. For now. When Knox noticed that his harem was starting to rebel, a wave of inner turmoil washed over him. He couldn't help but admit to himself that things were sliding into chaos, so much so that even he might have misunderstood the situation if he hadn't already known the truth. But his thoughts quickly shifted. His gaze sharpened, locking onto something far more important than the confusion unfolding around him. There was something deeper at play, something urgent. He could sense it clearly now. She had already been affected. In Knox's eyes, Princess Arya looked as if she were trapped in the grasp of a monstrous existence, completely dominated, unable to resist its control. Snapping himself back to the present, Knox addressed his group in a calm, yet firm tone, announcing that it was time to move. He instructed the others to rest, making it clear that only a select few would accompany him. Then he began calling out names. The first was Alina. At the sound of her name, Alina lit up, joy flashing across her face as she eagerly confirmed she was ready. Knox met her gaze and told her to come with him. Next, he turned to Christopher and informed him that he would also be joining. Christopher's face immediately broke into a wide grin, pride shining in his eyes. He responded with boundless enthusiasm, affirming his duty as captain of the Rivalry Knights. Unable to contain himself, he even shouted that it would be an honor to escort Knox, proudly declaring his name as if this moment alone defined his existence. Meanwhile, Jitri stood quietly to the side, her heart sinking as her name was never called. Gathering her courage, she approached Knox and asked softly if he would truly be all right without her. Knox replied that she was being overly protective. As he rose to leave, he reassured her that everything was proceeding according to plan and urged her not to worry too much. Jitri said nothing more, but a heavy disappointment settled deep within her chest. She had wanted to stay by his side, and being left behind felt like a silent wound. Soon after, the group that departed with Knox consisted of Alina, Christopher, and Princess Arya. They had already left the palace when Alina, noticing Arya's empty expression, began to feel uneasy. Knox could tell that both Alina and Christopher had sensed something off about the princess. He pointed it out, remarking that they had probably already noticed something strange about the girl. Christopher nodded in agreement, identifying her as Arya Adrian, Kushan Adrian's only younger sister, and a woman widely known throughout the kingdom for her extraordinary beauty. However, Knox had clearly lost his patience with the meaningless details and cut him off sharply, telling him to get straight to the point. Pulled back to the core of the matter, Christopher explained that Arya was currently under the influence of illusion magic. Knox acknowledged it at once, his thoughts already moving ahead as he began forming a plan. He calmly stated that he would break the curse placed on her. The moment those words left his mouth, both Alina and Christopher stiffened. Christopher, visibly shaken, asked if such a thing was even possible, reminding Knox that the princess was suffering from a high-level dark magic curse. Knox understood exactly how dangerous and complex it was, but instead of arguing, he instructed the group to relocate somewhere more private, away from curious eyes. Not long after, they arrived at a mysterious house. As they approached the entrance, a beautiful woman with a seductive figure stepped forward and greeted them warmly. Noticing their noble appearance, she politely commented that her humble dwelling was hardly suitable for such distinguished guests. Knox heard her words, but offered no response. Inside his mind, he quietly reviewed his objectives, reminding himself that there were 3 things he had to accomplish here. First, to break Arya's curse. Second, to awaken Alina's powers. And third, at that thought, he paused for a brief moment before a wicked smile curled across his lips. Suddenly, Knox addressed the woman directly, asking how the preparations for the rebellion were progressing. The question startled her. In the very next instant, she vanished and lunged straight at Knox, intent on killing him on the spot, as if the words he had spoken were a secret she could not allow to exist. Her attack never reached its mark. A blade intercepted hers in a flash. Christopher appeared just in time, blocking the assassination attempt without hesitation. The violent burst of energy from their clash made it clear how powerful her strike had been. Confident in his own strength, Christopher even scolded her, remarking coldly on her lack of manners for swinging a knife without warning. Realizing her surprise attack had failed, the woman showed no sign of retreat. Her eyes burned with murderous intent as she prepared to strike Knox once more. But before she could move, Alina's voice rang out, warning her not to bully the young master. At the same time, a magical aura surged around Alina as several alchemical vials rose into the air, hovering and ready to be hurled at the disrespectful woman daring to challenge her master. Seeing the situation quickly turn against her, the woman finally stepped back, retreating to reassess and plan her next move. At that moment, Knox stepped forward and calmly warned her that it would be in her best interest to listen to him. He asked whether she was willing to stop fighting so both sides could talk, instead of continuing a pointless battle. Knox stared at the girl before him with a deadly gaze, silently noting that this was his point of contact with a special individual known as Le. His thoughts briefly drifted to Professor Rath's magic lectures. During one lesson, the professor had explained that a dispel spell worked by reverse engineering the structure of the magic itself. Simply put, it was like untangling a chaotic knot of strings. But reversing and neutralizing magic was never easy. Attempting it alone was dangerous, and the wiser choice was to seek help from an expert, such as the rare race of elves. Pulling himself back to the present, Knox noticed the girl watching his group with extreme caution, clearly feeling that the rising tension was unnecessary. Knox spoke again, saying that enough was enough, and ordered everyone to sheathe their swords. Christopher immediately protested, worried and reminding him that she had just tried to assassinate him. Knox, however, showed no interest in explaining himself. He insisted on speaking with her privately, and ordered everyone else to leave them alone. Hearing the firmness in Knox's voice, Christopher reluctantly complied and instructed the others to step back. Though his unease was obvious, Knox went a step further and told Christopher to wait outside. Christopher felt as if he had been abandoned. He protested quickly, reminding Knox that he was his bodyguard, but since the order had already been given, he had no choice but to step out quietly, carrying the heavy feeling of being forsaken by the entire world. Knox then turned to Alina and told her to stay behind, assuring her that he would protect her if anything happened. Alina, foolish and slightly twisted, let out a happy moan at his words, covering her face as she blushed deeply, her mind already running wild with ambiguous fantasies. As night slowly descended over the harsh desert, Knox's blue eyes swept across the old houses below. Inside one of them, a private conversation between Knox and the mysterious woman began. She questioned him sharply, demanding to know if he truly understood who she was. Knox responded with a sneering laugh, confirming that he did. He bluntly described her as an elf who had once been active on the battlefield. Startled by his words and growing increasingly wary, the elf woman paused, her guard rising at his unsettling certainty. Knox continued, calmly stating that she was from the El tribe and a high-spirit mage named Lise. The moment those words left his mouth, Lise stopped hiding. Her body shimmered as the disguise fell away, and she reverted to her true elven form. Long golden hair cascaded down her back, and the unmistakable pointed ears of her race emerged. Her beauty was no longer something that could be concealed or mistaken for anything human. At that moment, she openly declared that she would no longer hide her identity. Knox judged her choice to be a wise one. Lise then studied Knox carefully, her gaze filled with appraisal. She commented on his hair and eyes before calmly identifying him as the youngest member of House Rienhofer, Knox von Rienhofer. The precision of her knowledge irritated him, but he still confirmed that what she said was correct. Without lingering on the matter, Knox redirected the conversation to what truly mattered. He revealed that he also knew she had organized a resistance, and that her headquarters were hidden beneath the inn itself. Realizing her plans had been fully exposed, Lise grew visibly annoyed and demanded to know why Knox had come. Knox did not hesitate. He stated plainly that he wanted her to lift the curse placed on the child. Hearing such a request, Lise frowned, pointing out the contradiction. She reminded him that she was preparing to rebel against the kingdom, and questioned how he could expect her to save the kingdom's princess under those circumstances. Knox's expression turned serious. He explained that if the rebellion were launched, Tagilin would be completely destroyed. Whether it succeeded or failed, the end result would be the same. The nation would fall into the hands of the Empire. That outcome, he said, was something neither of them desired. He asked her if she truly disagreed. Faced with his calm but sharp analysis, Lise did not immediately argue. Instead, she voiced her doubt about Knox's true intentions. She found it suspicious that House Rienhofer, the very family that had once led Tagilin to ruin, would now attempt to break the princess's curse. Hearing her suspicion, Knox inwardly acknowledged that her curiosity was justified, yet he knew he could not reveal his real goal. So he chose another path. Activating his usual acting talent, Knox adopted a grave expression and claimed that he understood what Tagilin meant to her. Lise looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Knox watched her closely, silently calculating her reaction and waiting for the moment to push the conversation where he wanted it to go. He could tell that despite her attempt to appear calm, she had been deeply shaken. Knox knew the real reason why a high-spirit mage like her was trapped in a place like this, and it came from a different setting within the storyline of Inner Lunatic, the side story known as Desert Thief Saren. That story centered on a girl named Blue, a high-spirit mage. Even among the elves, who were renowned for their sensitivity to mana, Blue possessed talent that stood above the rest. From a very young age, she could communicate with countless spirits, and by the time she turned 16, she had formed a contract with a top-class spirit, earning the rare and prestigious title of High Spirit Mage. However, such overwhelming talent often invited disaster rather than protection. Born into the minority El race, she was never properly sheltered. For years, she wandered across different countries, drifting from place to place. Spirit magic, though lacking raw combat power, was coveted for its versatility and value, and because of that, Lu spent her life being hunted, chased, and forced to flee. Eventually, she arrived in Tagilin, only to be ambushed by mercenaries from Tajilin and left on the brink of death. At that critical moment, a woman hiding nearby reached out to her. She urged Lu to hide there and promised to mislead others by claiming that Lu had escaped somewhere else. That woman's name was Saren. Thanks to Saren's intervention, Lu was finally able to settle down in that place. Saren was a natural leader, someone the street children admired deeply. To Lu, Saren seemed incredible. One day, When several of the children fell ill, Lu witnessed Saren take full responsibility, feeding all the children and caring for them without hesitation. Yet at the same time, Lu couldn't help but feel uneasy. Sitting beside the fire, she asked Saren whether they truly had to keep stealing, and if there was any other path they could take. Saren forced a smile and answered that they had no choice. Without stealing, the children in the slums simply wouldn't survive. Though theft was dangerous and criminal, it was the path Saren had chosen to protect them. Understanding the weight of that reality, Lu began searching for a way to help her. She started using her magic to slowly improve the slums. The changes were small, almost insignificant at first, but she set her sights on building a tiny inn. When she finally stood before the signboard in the modest shop she had constructed with her own hands, a quiet joy filled her heart. In those small achievements, she felt genuine happiness. However, one day, the worst possible outcome became reality. Panic seized her as she ran toward a gathering crowd. The future she had been trying to build never had a chance to take shape, because before she could even see what remained unfinished, a nightmare unfolded before her eyes. A pair of feet hung lifelessly in the air, swaying slightly, not touching the ground. In that instant, Lee's world collapsed into darkness, and tears poured down her face without restraint. What she was witnessing was Saren's execution. Saren had been hanged at the gallows. Beside her, 2 children were also suspended, their small bodies equally still. It was the cruel conclusion of a broken society, one where the weak could do nothing but wait quietly for death to claim them. Knox knew every detail of this side story, even though it was never part of the main plot of the game. Standing there, he told Liz that the country was already rotten to its core. But he also warned her that if she tried to overturn it through rebellion, Archon would devour everything without mercy. That fate, he said, was far worse than all the suffering that had already taken place. It would be like a death sentence hanging over all of Tagilin. When Liz heard this, her emotions sank into turmoil. She lowered her head, and though her expression was hidden, the weight of her distress was unmistakable. Suddenly, she spoke, asking Knox why he believed Tagilin had become a land overflowing with orphans forced to survive in slums. Her eyes turned sharp as she looked straight at him, then answered her own question. It was because no one had taken the throne of Tagilin. Within her gaze lived both unbearable pain and desperate hope. She realized that once the throne was left vacant, the nobles had cared only for their own. Her emotions burst forth as she raised her voice, insisting that if they had seized that moment to correct things, the tragedy would never have grown this far. But in the very next breath, her face crumbled, grief overtaking her thoughts as Saren's name surfaced in her mind. Bowing her head, she whispered that Saren would not have died either. Seeing Liz in such an emotional state, Knox did not push her further. Instead, he calmly acknowledged that she was right. Hearing him agree only deepened her confusion. She snapped back at him, demanding to know what he meant, and what he was implying by agreeing with her words. Knox, however, did not answer her question directly. He admitted that while he agreed with the truth she had come to realize, that didn't mean he supported the path she was trying to take to change things. He spoke gently, telling her not to let vengeance swallow her whole and destroy everything in its wake. He urged her to slow down and truly think about how to protect everyone, because the methods she was clinging to were flawed. Those words struck something deep inside Lee, and before it was too late, she finally understood. Then Knox spoke again, his tone firm and unwavering, telling her that this, too, was something she owed to her friend Saren. At that moment, Knox revealed that he knew about the human friend who had once saved her, and that he also knew the child had died. Liz froze in shock when she heard this come from him. He continued calmly, saying it had all been a result of the war, but that her current approach was only deepening the wounds instead of healing them. His words cut straight through her defenses. Trembling, she swallowed her emotions and asked what he planned to do to fix this broken situation. Knox gave his answer without hesitation. He would place the prince on the throne. If the prince took power and truly carried out his duties, then slowly, step by step, the nation could begin to recover. The moment Liz heard this, she rejected it outright. She let out a bitter scoff, calling it a joke. If the prince had possessed even a shred of courage, she argued, none of this tragedy would have happened in the first place. Grinding her teeth, she started to say that the only remaining way to save the country was... But Knox cut her off. He told her he already knew what she was about to say, that she wanted to burn everything down. Yet he insisted she was not someone who would choose that path. He reminded her that Saren had loved this place. Those words shattered her composure. Memories surged forward. Saren's voice, Saren's bright, hopeful smile. She remembered Saren asking her, with innocent eyes, whether Tagilin could someday become a beautiful city. She had answered that it wouldn't be easy, but Saren had smiled anyway, believing that one day they would rest peacefully beneath a radiant sunset, protected by a true king. Saren hadn't wanted to leave the city. As those memories overwhelmed her, tears finally slipped from Liz's eyes. In a broken, trembling voice, She asked how Knox could possibly know what Saren had truly wanted. Knox answered without raising his voice, calmly asking whether she honestly believed Saren would have wished to see the country reduced to ruins. Then his gaze shifted to the young Princess Arya, and he posed one final question to Lee, asking if she truly believed that this child carried even a shred of guilt. The question lingered heavily in the air. At the same time, within the palace of Tageline, Kushin sat on the edge of his bed, clutching his head as anxiety gnawed at him. He called out a Krazer, who stood nearby, and with a desperate, troubled look, asked what he was supposed to do. He confessed that if he lost Arya on top of everything else, he didn't know how he could endure it. Krazer spoke in a steady, reassuring tone, telling him not to worry, that they were doing everything possible to find the princess and guarantee her safety. Yet beneath that calm exterior, Krazer's thoughts were far from reassuring. His mind kept returning to the man named Knox. He had once dismissed him as nothing more than a petty thug, someone insignificant. But that assumption was clearly wrong now. If things continued this way, Duke Greery could be freed without suffering any consequences at all. The idea amused him, and a sly smile slowly crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Kushin still held his face, drowning in frustration and guilt, blaming himself over and over again. He called himself a coward in his own thoughts, believing that he had handed over his sister with his own hands, even if it had cost him his life. He felt he should have protected her no matter what. Krazer, however, was pondering something else entirely. He wondered if there was a specific reason Arya had been taken in the first place. Then he spoke, telling Kushin that when Sir Knox arrived later that day, he would poison the banquet. The sudden plan made Kushin stiffen in shock. Krazer smiled faintly and explained that it was a weapon left behind by the late king. He placed the dagger into Kushin's hands, instructing him to use it to eliminate the youngest member of the Raynor household. The meaning behind the gesture was unmistakable. It was time for Kushin to choose. Sweat beaded across Kushin's face as he gripped the dagger, hesitation clear in his eyes. Krazer leaned in, continuing to whisper his poisonous persuasion, claiming it was the only path to true revenge and the only way to return Lady Arya to her former self. His expression was sharp and venomous, like a serpent ready to strike. At that very moment, outside the castle corridors, Knox had already returned, walking calmly alongside Jitri, unaware of the choice being forged within the palace walls. Suddenly, Krazer's sly voice called out, addressing him politely as Sir Knox. Knox turned his head at the sound. Krazer wore a warm, almost welcoming smile as he invited him over, saying that dinner had already been prepared. Even though Knox clearly knew exactly who this old man was, he still asked calmly, "Who are you?" Krazer didn't falter. Maintaining his courteous tone, he introduced himself as the court mage, explaining that Prince Kushin had instructed him to attend to Knox personally. After a brief pause, he asked about Lady Arya, the one who had arrived with him. Knox replied casually that there was a decent inn nearby and that she was staying there. Krazer didn't question him further. He simply smiled and said, "I see," letting the matter rest. Inside the royal dining hall, the maids had already completed their work, laying out a grand feast meant to welcome Knox and his companions. The atmosphere was relaxed, almost cheerful. Everyone ate heartily, enjoying the food without the slightest hint of suspicion. Jitri, meanwhile, was happily playing with a green parrot, remarking that parrots were truly meticulous and incredible creatures. She laughed in amazement as the bird repeated every word she said with perfect clarity. Seeing how friendly and well-behaved it was, she commented that if she ever had the chance, she would love to bring one back with her. Sitting beside her, May added that the desert also held many rare materials, and even valuable herbs that couldn't be found anywhere else. Rona, still chewing with a bit of food at the corner of her mouth, noticed that Knox seemed distracted. She leaned closer and asked softly how he was feeling. Knox answered evenly, assuring her that he was completely fine. At that moment, Krazer still hadn't taken his leave. With a smile that felt just a little too forced, he remarked that he was glad Knox had enjoyed his stay in Tageline. He then added that they had prepared a special dish to make the evening even more pleasant, and asked if Knox would like to try it. At his signal, a maid wheeled a food cart into the hall. When Knox saw what was being served, the tail of a silver-faced scorpion, a rare delicacy, his expression showed genuine interest. Without hesitation, he began eating. Krazer watched with visible pride and declared that such a dish was reserved only for the most honored of guests. With a twisted smile, he added that he hoped the dish suited Knox's taste. As the night deepened, darkness settled over Tajilan Castle, wrapping the entire city in an eerie, breathless stillness. Beyond one of the balconies, a shadow slipped silently into the castle, its silhouette sharply outlined beneath the cold glow of the moon. Moving with practiced precision, the figure eased the door open and slid inside without making a sound. It was Kushin. His face was hidden, and in his hand he gripped a dagger, its purpose unmistakably lethal. In his heart, he whispered that a single stab would end everything. As he slowly pushed open the door to Knox's chamber, vengeance burned fiercely within him. He believed that this act would avenge his father and his brothers, repayment for what Theo had done. Hatred filled his eyes as he convinced himself this was the only path left to him. Sweat soaked his forehead under the crushing pressure of the moment, yet he forced himself forward. Knox was a man whose terrifying strength he had witnessed with his own eyes. Kushin crept closer to the bed, thinking that if Krazer's plan had succeeded, then Knox should already be weakened by poison. If he struck now, he could finish it in one blow. He raised the dagger and shouted bitterly that Knox should blame his own father for what was about to happen. The blade hovered just inches from Knox's face, the man still appearing to sleep peacefully, unaware of death looming over him. Then, in the next instant, Knox's eyes snapped open. He surged upward in a flash, blocking the descending dagger effortlessly. The speed was so overwhelming that Kushin couldn't even react, let alone understand what had just happened. Knox seized Kushin's arm with crushing strength and demanded coldly what he thought he was doing. The force of that grip sent a tremor through Kushin's body as he struggled uselessly. Only then did the truth sink in. The assassination had failed. Panic and confusion flooded his mind as countless questions raced through his thoughts. How had this gone wrong? The moment the danger became clear, he jumped back, desperately putting distance between himself and Knox. Teeth clenched, hatred twisting his features, Kushin made his choice. With a desperate cry, he charged again. His dagger flashed toward Knox's face with surprising speed and force. But against Knox, such an attack was meaningless. Dodging it was effortless. Knox's expression didn't change in the slightest. Calmly, almost casually, he drew back his fist and drove it straight into Kushin's right flank. The power behind the strike was overwhelming. Kushin had no chance to defend himself. His body was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground. A pained cry escaped his lips as he struggled to move, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Clutching his side, he muttered in disbelief, asking how something like this was even possible. In response, Knox curled his lips into a cruel grin and mocked him. If Kushin was wondering how he could still move after being poisoned with such a potent toxin, then he had no obligation to explain anything to someone who had just tried to assassinate him. The realization hit Kushin like a hammer. Knox had known everything from the start. His body stiffened, and he fell silent, waiting for whatever judgment would come next. Knox then summoned his black sword, the blade appearing in his grasp as he leveled its tip toward Kushin. With biting sarcasm, he asked whether Kushin wouldn't agree. Long before this night, Knox had already known about Kushin's plan to kill him, and he had moved first. Quietly, he had summoned Alina, whose curiosity had been stirred by the sudden call. In a deliberately vague manner, he told her about the poison of the silver-faced scorpion. On its own, it wasn't deadly, but when consumed alongside certain foods, it could become lethal. He warned her that Kushin would attempt to poison him and ordered her to prepare an antidote in advance. Hearing Knox speak of an event that hadn't even happened yet, as if it were inevitable, left Alina completely stunned. She asked, unable to hide her confusion, how he could possibly know something like that. In truth, Knox knew because he had seen this scene play out countless times in the game, but there was no chance he would ever tell her that. Instead, he cut her off coldly, asking when he had ever allowed her to talk back to him. He ordered her to follow his commands without question. Though his tone was harsh and his expression stern, Alina seemed oddly exhilarated by it. With shining eyes, she commented on how cool and authoritative he always was. Knox ignored her strange reaction and continued his own assessment. Even if Kushin decided to mobilize a large number of soldiers, it wouldn't matter. He had already noticed everything. His gaze flicked briefly toward the rooftop of a nearby building, silently confirming the presence of the figures stationed there. They were the Black Sword Knights, the elite forces of House Rainer. Just from their stance and the pressure rolling off them, he could tell how dangerous they were in actual combat. For a moment, he wondered if Theo had been the one to secretly send them. That thought drew a faint smile from him. Theo's overprotective concern for the youngest sibling was almost touching, to the point it felt ridiculous. Knights like these were considered top tier for stealth, even within the game itself. But for someone who had cleared it dozens of times, even this level of concealment was meaningless. Still, Knox was certain of one thing. No matter how many knights stood nearby, even an entire army wouldn't pose a threat. Back in the present, Knox stood over Kushin's collapsed body and looked down at him with an icy gaze. His voice cut sharply as he mocked him, calling him a fool for daring to attempt an assassination against the bloodline of House Rainer. The sarcasm in his tone was biting as he asked whether this pathetic attempt was meant to be revenge for Kuzin's father. At the mention of his father, Kuzin's face drained of color. Despite the agony tearing through his injured body, his eyes still burned with raw hatred. Fueled by rage, he forced himself upright and lunged at Knox, shouting that Knox had no right to speak his father's name so lightly. A murderous aura burst from him as he attacked, twin blades flashing with lethal intent. Yet every strike passed through empty air. Knox slipped past each attack effortlessly. Even after his opening assault failed, Kushin refused to stop. He pressed on relentlessly, pouring everything he had into his offense. Knox, however, didn't even bother to counter. He simply leaned aside, stepped back, and dodged casually, avoiding every blow as if it were nothing. No matter how desperately Kushin swung, not a single attack landed. Slowly, the truth sank in. The gap between them was overwhelming. His mind reeled as he recalled what he had heard before, that the youngest of House Raynor was nothing more than a spoiled brat. How could someone like that possess such precise and refined swordsmanship? Seeing the frustration twist Kushin's face, Knox smiled in amusement, like a predator toying with its prey. He remarked that for a prince, Kushin at least possessed the basics of swordplay. But even then, his level was no more than intermediate. Growing bored of the completely one-sided exchange, Knox decided it was time to end this tedious fight. He realized he didn't even need to rely on any advanced techniques. With that conclusion settled, Knox finally made his move. He didn't rely on any elaborate sword techniques. Using nothing but sheer physical dominance, Knox struck Kushin down and pinned him to the ground in one clean, decisive motion. Kushin's thoughts went completely blank as the overwhelming gap in strength crushed down on him. Before he could even react, the cold tip of Knox's sword was already pressed against his throat, and a terrifying gaze locked onto him. Knox demanded to know who had sent him. Kushin stammered through his answer, insisting that he had acted alone. A mocking laugh slipped from Knox's lips. It was obvious he didn't believe him for a second, accusing him of clinging to lies even now. Then Knox calmly called out a name. Christopher. The instant he was summoned, Christopher appeared, practically bursting with excitement. His eyes sparkled as he reported that everyone had been stationed exactly as ordered, adding enthusiastically that if Knox commanded it, he would even jump in a fire without hesitation. That enthusiasm clearly annoyed Knox. He cut Christopher off at once and issued his first order, telling him to shut his mouth. The second order followed immediately. Make Kushin kneel. Christopher accepted without hesitation, replying loudly and even politely asking Kushin to excuse him before stepping forward. Completely overwhelmed, Kushin found himself utterly unable to resist. Under Christopher's pressure, he could only remain silent. Knox studied him and noted the resentment still burning fiercely in his eyes. In a cold voice, he remarked that the hatred was obvious. Then he asked a question. What did Kushin think had truly ruined him, his kingdom, and his younger sister? Kushin's expression wavered, his face tightening with turmoil, but he said nothing. Knox continued pressing him. Since he refused to answer, Knox posed another question, this time with genuine anger filling his gaze. Did Kushin truly believe he was sitting in a seat that was meant for him? That question shattered what little composure Kushin had left. He lashed out, demanding to know what Knox could possibly understand to say such a thing. Knox was born the youngest of a noble family, someone who had never carried any burdens. Yet Knox remained completely indifferent. He replied calmly that one didn't need to carry a burden to understand its weight. Then he asked Kushin if he knew why he hadn't killed him yet. It was because there was still value left in the throne he clung to, even if it had already faded. The words visibly enraged Kushin. He shouted that the throne was worthless and that he had never wanted such value in the first place. Knox simply closed his eyes slightly, his expression calm and composed, and stated that regardless of what Kushin wanted, he had been born with that value. If he couldn't bear it, then who possibly could? If he stepped down, who else was even qualified to stand in that position and take his place? The relentless string of questions struck Kushin head-on, leaving him completely speechless, unable to form a single response. Only then did Knox finally make an offer. He told Kushin to become the king of Tahalan, and in return, Knox would reveal the truth to him. Confusion washed over Kushin's face as he struggled to understand what he was hearing. Knox continued and revealed one truth first. He stated that he had done nothing to Kushin's sister. Even as he said it, there was a hint of reluctance in his tone, as though admitting it displeased him. Behind them, the two young women who had been secretly listening were visibly shocked. Kushin himself was stunned, unable to believe the words he had just heard. Elsewhere, within a gathering of Tahalan's leadership, a seductive dancer swayed gracefully before the assembled officials. Amid the performance, one man voiced his question aloud, asking why that man, Knox, had come to Tahalan this time. Another answered that no one knew. No matter how much they had investigated, they had uncovered nothing, not a single lead. An old man at the table slammed his fist down in anger, declaring the situation absurd. He criticized Knox harshly, claiming that regardless of his great house, bringing private soldiers into their land was an insult to Tahalan itself. Though anger simmered around the table, some admitted the reality was troublesome. They murmured in resignation that there was little they could do, since Theo belonged to House Raynor. For now, they concluded, all they could do was watch. Just as the discussion seemed to reach a dead end, a sly voice cut through the room. It was the old man Carr. He suggested that this situation might actually be an opportunity for them all. Startled by his remark, one of the men asked what he meant. With a cunning smile, Krazer replied that it was time to get rid of the prince, and that this might be the perfect moment. His words made the room uneasy, tension spreading among those present. Yet some began to echo his sentiment, quietly agreeing that perhaps the timing was right. Another voice hesitated, saying it still felt too early. Unwilling to let doubt take hold, Kraser pressed on. He reminded them of the disgrace the prince had shown that day, asking if they hadn't all witnessed it themselves. Some questioned him, asking whether he meant the moment the prince had knelt. Another agreed, remarking that it was indeed shameful for a prince to kneel before a mere noble. To further inflame the room, Kraser slammed his cane against the floor. His face lit up with feverish excitement as he declared that the people's discontent had already reached its peak and that now was the time to eliminate the prince along with Knox's entire group. Raw ambition poured out of him, filling the space with a suffocating pressure. Even so, a few still hesitated, voicing concern over whether it was truly acceptable to kill the youngest son of House Rayner. Kramer only laughed in response, his tone triumphant. He revealed that he had already poisoned the meal prepared for Knox, sneering as he called him a scoundrel. He added that the prince himself had even claimed he would take his own life. That revelation sent a thrill through the room. Excited voices praised the plan, saying they could blame Knox's death on the prince and use the chaos that followed to ignite a war. A brilliant scheme, they called it. Laughter erupted as more voices joined in, showering Kraser with praise and hailing him as a mastermind. Drunk on their admiration, Kramer laughed wildly, basking in the attention without restraint. Unseen in the shadows, a figure stood perfectly still. Someone who had been there long enough to hear everything. Someone who had witnessed their entire twisted conspiracy. That figure was Knox. He now stepped forward together with Kushin. They had heard it all. Turning his gaze to Kushin, Knox asked calmly what he thought of the truth he had just witnessed with his own eyes. Kushin's face was pale, fury burning beneath it. He clenched his teeth and growled that it was filthy and utterly despicable. At that moment, the scene shifted, plunging into something akin to the depths of the deep sea. Arya drifted within the confines of her own mind, trapped inside a suffocating illusion. A familiar, sinister voice echoed through her thoughts. It mocked her, telling her it had been Kraser all along, asking why she thought the late king and queen had died, and whether she truly didn't understand why Tahalan had fallen into ruin. The blame, it claimed, lay with her incompetent older brother, a coward without the strength or resolve to seize the throne. Inside her mind, Arya struggled desperately, fighting against the fear and manipulation pouring from Kraser's presence. She rejected his words and cried out in defiance, insisting it couldn't be true and accusing him of lying. Kraser only laughed, his voice dripping with twisted delight. He told her everything would be easier if she simply let go. He urged her to leave it all to him, saying that as a princess, she should remain within a long, happy dream. Before her eyes, an illusion formed, her family together, smiling and joyful, a perfect image of a past that no longer existed. Yet that vision was nothing more than a fabricated lie, a mental cage carefully constructed by Kraser to imprison her within a dream. Arya's face had turned pale and empty, as though she were on the brink of surrender. Even though she understood that it was a meaningless illusion, despair weighed heavily on her. She couldn't move her body. She couldn't even speak. One painful question echoed endlessly in her mind. Was this really the end? Just as her will began to collapse, a voice suddenly pierced the silence of her thoughts, calling out to her by name. Arya Adrian, can you hear me? The unexpected voice jolted her, shaking her awake from the false dreamscape. She desperately searched for its source, asking who it was. She didn't recognize the voice at all, but panic drove her to cry out, begging for help, pleading for someone to pull her out of that place. The voice replied calmly that if that was what she wanted, then they would do it. They had planned to intervene anyway. In an instant, a brilliant light flooded the illusion, washing over Arya's dream world. Warmth spread through her body, and she felt strength slowly returning to her limbs. Confused, yet relieved, she murmured in disbelief, wondering what was happening to her. The scene shifted once more, this time to the palace walls of Tahalan. There, Kushin knelt before Knox, guilt etched deeply across his face as he confessed his failures. He admitted that he had believed everything Krael had told him about Tahalan's politics, its morals, and even the worth of its people. Knox cut him off sharply, blaming Kushin's weakness for surrendering his judgment to others so easily. Kushin lowered his head, overwhelmed by shame and anguish, and said that this pain was the consequence he now had to bear. With regret heavy in his voice, he asked what he must do to make things right. Knox answered without mercy, telling him that was a question he needed to ask someone else, not him. At that moment, several women stepped forward behind Knox. Among them were Arya and Lies. Arya's expression was bright once more, filled with life, making it clear that Lies had freed her from the illusion crafted by Cramps. When Arya saw her older brother again, she smiled at him, a radiant smile he hadn't seen in a very long time. Startled and deeply moved by the sight of her restored spirit, Kushin hurriedly stood up, grasped her small hand, and asked anxiously if she was truly all right after everything that had happened. Knox answered in her place, explaining that she had been subjected to Creer's brainwashing. The words hit Cusin like a blow. He repeated them in disbelief, his voice trembling. Brainwashing? No way. Knox didn't hesitate. His voice was steady as he affirmed it without room for doubt. Creel wasn't merely manipulative. He was a demon. A devil wearing a human face. Cusin tried to deny it, instinctively pushing back against the claim, but before the words could fully form, something broke loose inside his mind. Memories he had buried deep, memories he had forced himself to forget, surged back all at once. The confusion hit him like a wave, pain exploding behind his eyes as his head throbbed violently. Seeing his reaction, Knox spoke calmly, explaining that Cusin himself had been partially brainwashed. As fragments of truth returned, the illusion surrounding his thoughts cracked and shattered bit by bit, each fracture sending another spike of pain through his skull. Still, Knox assured him that if he endured it just a little longer, the agony would subside. When it did, he would finally understand what he truly needed to do. The moment those words left Knox's mouth, something shifted. Cusin suddenly felt a presence behind him. He turned, and Lu was already there, her eyes burning with raw fury. Without hesitation, she struck him hard across the face, the sharp sound echoing in the air. Her voice followed immediately, shaking with righteous anger as she warned him that if he failed to make the right decision even now, she would hang his head from the royal tower herself. Cusin didn't argue. He didn't defend himself. He simply stood there in silence, listening. Lu, unable to contain her rage, continued shouting that it was Creel's tyranny and Cusin's weakness that had driven everything to such a horrific conclusion. Nearby, Knox watched quietly, reflecting that her reaction was only natural. From the beginning, everything had been set in motion by Creel's machinations. That man, once the royal court magician, had ruled the kingdom from the shadows through regency and subtle brainwashing. Yet behind that respectable facade lurked a far darker truth. He was a demon whose ultimate objective had been the resurrection of Rivalry, one of the 72 demons. Through his control over the brainwashed king and queen of Tahalan, Creel had pushed them to act against their own royal family. Their actions enraged the Archheim Empire, and following Crimson's design, the Empire ordered the Rain Harbor family to directly subjugate Tahalan. In the end, through the ruthless advance of Theo, Rodwell, Christopher, and the Black Sword Knights, the king of Tahalan and countless others lost their lives. When Knox had first uncovered these truths, even he had been shaken. Now, as he watched the scene unfold, he understood that Liza's fury and Cusin's fragility were nothing more than the aftershocks of a far greater tragedy. After a brief moment lost in thought, Knox finally spoke, telling them both that they had suffered the same pain. He reminded them that in war, there were no true winners or losers. No one could be entirely justified, nor entirely condemned, and resentment misplaced would only deepen the wounds. But Lu wasn't ready to hear any of it. Anger flared as she shouted at Knox, declaring that it was already too late, that Cusin still hadn't found the resolve to act. If he had possessed even a shred of courage to seize the throne, Saren and the children might still be alive. Her words cut deep, heavy with grief and accusation. Knox didn't waver. His expression remained calm as he gently insisted that even if it truly was too late, people could only grow by looking back and facing what they had done. He urged her to keep moving forward, even if the reality ahead was grim, cruel, and unbearable. Those sincere words struck her unexpectedly. In that instant, Lai saw the shadow of an old friend within Knox, as if that person were standing right before her, speaking the same words she had once heard long ago. Emotion surged, overwhelming her, as she began to sob. Deep in her heart, she finally admitted the truth she had known all along. Cusin was just like her. They both carried the same helplessness of losing everyone they loved, the crushing weight of that loss pressing down on them. They had wanted to run, to hide, to disappear from the world altogether. And yet, even so, there was still something they had to protect. At that moment, Cusin was consumed by regret. Then a clear, gentle voice called out to him. He looked up and saw Arya, his kind and compassionate younger sister. She offered him comfort, telling him that this time, she would stand by his side no matter what. Her words filled Cusin with renewed strength, and he thanked her sincerely, his voice steady once more. A notification reached Knox. Cusin Adrian's trait, loyalty, has bloomed. Cusin Adrian's loyalty to Knox von Rain Harbor has sharply risen to 100. Cusin Adrian will now show unshakable, eternal loyalty to the player. With their resolve restored, both Cusin and Lies regained the confidence and faith they had once lost. In their hearts, they swore that they would no longer run from their past. Seeing this confirmation, Knox allowed himself a quiet smile of satisfaction. In his mind, he knew it was done. He had secured both Cusin Adrian and Lies. From now on, they would become two of his most reliable forces. Just as he had done with Marin, he would help them grow stronger. After enduring her inner turmoil and hearing those words that finally reached her heart, Lies spoke again. She thanked Knox, admitting that her anger had finally found its proper direction. He was nothing like the man she had heard about in the rumors. Arya also expressed her gratitude, calling Knox her brother's savior, and thanking him for saving her as well. Knox, ever humble, replied that he had merely opened the path. They were the ones who chose to walk it. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his words were cut short by the sound of loud voices rising from the city below. The crowd roared in unison, their voices merging into a single, ugly chant. They shouted for the incompetent Prince Kushan to be deposed, calling for a new era to begin, demanding that Lord Crerl be crowned as the new king. From above, Knox's group watched the scene unfold. Yet Knox himself showed no trace of worry. Instead, a crooked smile slowly formed on his face, a dark glint flashing in his eyes as he remarked that it was far too early for anyone to be offering thanks. What awaited them now was the real war, a war against their true enemy. Below them, the masses had already fallen into chaos. Manipulated and incited by Krazer, the crowd screamed themselves hoarse, declaring that no kingdom should ever be entrusted to an incompetent prince and princess. They demanded the royal siblings be found at once and cried out that only a single man could save them. Lord Crerar. As the mob grew more frenzied, Crerar gazed down upon them with twisted satisfaction. The sight of these easily controlled people stirred memories long buried within him. His mind drifted back to the day he was first given an opportunity. A voice had echoed within his head, calmly asking how long it had taken him to reach that moment. It had told him that while a rare few were born with exceptional talent and noble blood, most people were denied such fortune. It sneered that barren talent was like barren land, useless, and that he was nothing more than a low-born child with empty hands. The voice had seen the hunger burning in his eyes, yet mocked him, saying his birth and meager talent would forever shackle him. It warned that he would wander endlessly, never achieving his dreams, until time itself buried him. This is not fair, the voice had said coldly. Opportunity, it claimed, must be distributed equally, and so it offered him a chance to rise above his worthlessness, even if it meant trampling others beneath his feet, even if it required selling his very soul. That day marked the beginning of his transformation into a venomous serpent, one that would go on to coil itself around all of Tageline. Now, Crerar believed that his desperate prayers had finally been answered. With the immense power bestowed upon him by Lady Greery, he would not merely become someone special. He would seize the kingdom itself. Back in the present, panic spread among the royal officials. They scrambled desperately, shouting orders, demanding to know whether the prince had been secured and urging others to find him at once. But before the search could spiral further out of control, Kushan stepped forward calmly and declared that there was no need. His sudden appearance sent a jolt through the scene, catching Krazer completely off guard. Unshaken, Kushan met his gaze head-on and calmly asked what he thought he was doing. There was something different in Kushan's eyes now, something in his presence that made Crerar instinctively tense. It was a dangerous change, one that sent a quiet warning through his instincts. As he stared at the young prince, unease crept into Crerar's mind. It didn't make sense. That same Kushan, once shattered and driven only by bitterness, had always looked like a pitiful wreck. Just moments ago, he had been a coward, curled inward, unable to break free from his own shell. But now, what was this unfamiliar pressure radiating from him? Realization struck like a jolt. The brainwashing that had bound both the prince and the princess had faded. The question of how it happened flashed through his thoughts. Before Krazer could dwell on it, Kushan spoke again, his voice steady as he confronted him directly. He reminded Carr that he had once trusted him like family. Yet in the end, Krazer had never tried to protect the kingdom of Tahalan. All he had ever wanted was to steal the land built by Kushan's father and his ancestors. Even with his schemes exposed and his intentions laid bare, Krazer showed no sign of distress. A smug smile spread across his face as he answered with thinly veiled contempt. He claimed that His Highness still didn't understand the reality before him. He mocked Kushan for wasting the past 2 years and gestured toward the raging crowd below, insisting that the people now stood firmly on his side, furious over the prince's incompetence. Did Kushan no longer have eyes to see the grief etched into their faces? Krazer sneered that even the late king must be cursing his own son from the grave. As their words clashed, the roar of the crowd never faded. Chants and protests thundered through the streets, echoing with relentless fury. Inside, Krazer felt a twisted satisfaction. At this rate, the mob itself would tear the prince apart, and he wouldn't even need to stay in his own hands. Then Knox stepped in. He remarked casually that he wasn't particularly fond of interfering in another family's affairs, but there was one thing he simply couldn't leave unsaid. The instant Knox's voice rang out, the entire area seemed to freeze. Standing atop the fortress wall with a bright, almost cheerful smile, he openly began to criticize them, dismissing certain individuals as nothing more than clowns. Krazer and his faction were caught completely off guard. Rage flared as Krazer ground his teeth, cursing Knox inwardly. To him, Knox was nothing but an insolent brat, carried by a fortunate bloodline and a dangerously swollen ego. Outwardly, Kraser still maintained a facade of respect. He looked up and addressed him as Knox Funenhofer, asking what business the esteemed heir of House Rainher could possibly have with him. Knox didn't answer right away. After a brief silence, he smiled calmly and spoke, accusing Kraser of being the one who had instigated the war 2 years ago and of betraying Halen's late king, even now. He didn't stop there. He openly called Kraser a dog of the devil. The instant the word devil left his mouth, Kraser's face drained of color. A visible tremor of unease ran through him. The crowd, having overheard the exchange, began to murmur among themselves, confusion and suspicion spreading like ripples. Looking down at them, Knox sneered and compared them to festering parasites, mocking their ignorance and accusing them of committing treason without even realizing it. He told them to think. When had the royal couple of Tahalan begun turning against their own people? When had relations with the Archime Empire started to rot? It had all begun, he reminded them, after Kraser assumed the position of court mage. As Knox peeled back truths long buried, the nobles present began to look at Kraser with eyes filled with doubt. Strangely enough, the crowd felt it too. Something was wrong. Suppressed memories began to surface, followed by splitting headaches. Confused voices rose in panic, people clutching their heads and crying out that it felt as if their skulls were about to burst. Watching this unfold, Kushin realized the horrifying scope of it all. The pain was proof that the mind control was breaking apart. Kraser hadn't only brainwashed him and his siblings. He had manipulated countless nobles as well. Sensing the tide turning, Kraser panicked. He hastily tried to defend himself, shouting that they must not be deceived. He accused Knox of being the true cause behind Tahalan's downfall and demanded to know whether they would really trust the words of House Rainer. He insisted on proof, sneering as he claimed there was no evidence he was aligned with the devil. His tone sharpened as he threatened Knox, saying he could not guarantee his safety if such rumors continued. Knox laughed lightly, his voice dripping with scorn as he mocked the very idea of a guarantee. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he jumped down into the crowd. The reckless act sent May and Christopher into immediate panic, shouting warnings that it was dangerous and that enemies were waiting below. But Knox descended from the height without a scratch, landing as if gravity itself had yielded to him. He turned back toward his anxious companions and waved off their concerns, saying calmly that they had it backwards. This situation, he claimed, was anything but dangerous. He made it clear to them that even though he had come down alone, not a single person among the armed crowd had dared to strike him. His voice cut through the air as he condemned them for being fooled by Kraser's hollow promises of eternal wealth, for fattening themselves by trampling over the common people. As his words fell, he slowly drew his sword, and a violent surge of purple aura poured out from his body, flooding the space around him. The crowd's fear twisted into rage. Shouts erupted from all sides, demanding how someone from House Rainher could dare speak such words, questioning what right he had to judge them. Then, one especially foolish man stepped forward, yelling that Knox was alone and that killing him now would end everything. Knox didn't even bother to respond. He merely glanced at the man, as if looking at something pitiful. In the next instant, his blade flashed. The man's torso was split cleanly in two, blood spraying across the ground. Knox spoke coldly, his voice steady and merciless, saying that once someone drew their sword, they should be prepared to be cut down. The crowd recoiled in panic. Someone screamed that he had really killed him. Another shouted in outrage, claiming that even if Knox was from House Rainer, meddling in the kingdom's affairs was unforgivable. Knox did not move. He planted his sword upright before him and stared straight at the trembling crowd, telling them to think carefully about who it was they had pointed their weapons at, and more importantly, who it was that had truly blinded their eyes. From the side, Kraser watched the scene unfold, fury burning in his eyes. Yet he did not dare act rashly. Then Knox turned his head and called out for Kushin. At once, Kushin descended in response. In a calm yet commanding tone, Knox declared that a new king would be born in Holland tonight, and that Kushin would prove it with his own hands. Kushin did not hesitate. He bowed his head and replied, "Of course, Sir Knox." Without delay, he lunged toward the nearest enemy and began cutting them down. The clash above detonated into a massive explosion, shockwaves ripping through the lower levels of the city. Below, the citizens were thrown into chaos, unable to understand what was happening. Seeing the battle erupt overhead, Lise realized this was the signal they had been waiting for. She turned to her allies and shouted that the time had come. They charged forward as one, slaughtering those loyal to Kraser. In moments, the entire area descended into madness, transforming into a battlefield soaked in blood and screams. And off to the side, Kraser stood like the coward he was, shaking with rage as he screamed that such lowly scum dared to act against him. What unsettled him more than anything else was the terrifying strength displayed by Knox's subordinates. From afar, Alina and May hurled enchanted potions with merciless accuracy, each throw exploding exactly where it would cause the most damage. At the forefront, Christopher charged without hesitation, cutting a path forward with overwhelming force, while Princess Arya stood firmly behind him, weaving spells and support without missing a beat. Kraser's face drained of color as sweat streamed down his temples. Panic clawed at his chest. The situation was slipping beyond his control. He muttered to himself that they had to turn the tide somehow, that there had to be an opening. Then his eyes caught sight of Jitri, fighting on her own. Like the coward he was, Kraser seized that chance. Without warning, he launched a sudden magical attack, aiming to kill her outright. Jitri, unaware of the danger closing in, failed to react in time as the spell rushed toward her. But at the final moment, Knox stepped in. He placed himself directly between them and shattered the incoming magic with a single, decisive motion. He stood there protectively, his body shielding her, his gaze locked on a Kraser. Gone was the earlier indifference. His eyes were sharp, alert, and deadly serious. After all, the presence before Kraser now was no ordinary man, but a true demon. Only then did Jitri realize she was safe. Her relief was instantly replaced by worry for Knox, who had taken the attack meant for her. Knox merely glanced back and calmly told her to step away, ordering her to retreat to safety. Kraser, meanwhile, was consumed by rage. Inside, disbelief churned violently. His magic had been destroyed with ease. The man he had once dismissed as a stain on House Rayner had defied him effortlessly. Around him, the remaining men loyal to Kraser were being hunted down one by one. In desperation, they fled toward him, crying out for help, begging him to save them. Kraser showed no mercy. Snarling in irritation, he unleashed his power upon his own subordinates, screaming at them to get out of his way. A wave of demonic energy erupted from his body, spreading terror across the battlefield, accompanied by the agonized screams of those caught too close. Seeing this, Cusin shouted in horror, unable to believe that Kraser was attacking his own allies. Beside him, Lisa's face went pale as she pointed toward the air, warning that a portal was forming. He was trying to escape. They had to stop him. Just as Lisa realized, Kraser was indeed attempting to cast a teleportation spell to flee. Panic surged within him as he clung to the belief that if he could retreat and regroup, he might still stand a chance against Knox. But before his plan could succeed, his escape was cut short. A beam of magical light suddenly tore through the air at terrifying speed, slicing forward like an arrow loosed from a divine bow. It slammed directly into the teleportation circle and detonated on impact. The formation shattered violently, its glow collapsing in on itself. Kraser's face twisted in sheer terror and disbelief as he shouted, demanding to know what was happening to his portal. On the opposite side, Knox stood calmly, a scornful smirk tugging at his lips. He mocked Kraser openly, asking if that pitiful display was truly the level of skill expected from the famed court magician. Magical energy continued to swirl around Knox's hand, dense and ready, as he sneered that Kraser's magic had become sloppy, almost embarrassing. Sweat poured down Kraser's face. Panic gripped him as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Had Knox reverse-engineered his magic circle just by watching it, and in such a short amount of time? As that fear took root, Knox began walking toward him, remarking casually that thanks to a certain professor who had once worked him to the bone, dismantling spells like these had long since become second nature. Internally, Knox recalled that man is a complete maniac obsessed with magic, though at this moment, that madness had proven incredibly useful. Before Kraser could retreat, Knox was already standing right in front of him. He grabbed him by the collar and raised his voice, calling for everyone to watch closely. What he was about to do, he said, would be undeniable proof of what this man truly was. Without hesitation, Knox began casting a spell meant to expose Kraser's real form. Realizing the danger far too late, Kraser screamed for him to stop. It was useless. Knox's mana surged violently into Kraser's body. His veins bulged and darkened as black mist seeped from his skin. His eyes twisted into a horrifying mix of red and black, and he vomited blood, a thick, dark fluid that only demons could bleed. The crowd froze in shock. Someone shouted that his mana was backfiring. Another gasped in horror at the monstrous transformation unfolding before them. The truth was undeniable now. The court magician Kraser was a demon. Knox didn't bother hiding his contempt. He called Kraser a vile piece of trash and added coldly that those who had chosen to follow him were even worse. Exposed and driven into a corner, Kraser lashed out in fury. He cursed Knox, screaming that he was a disgrace to House Rayner. Then, with a twisted grin, he revealed the name of the demon he served. Rivalry, one of the 72 demons, a Grand Duke. He declared himself Rivalry's most loyal servant, and warned that once his master learned of this, everyone present would suffer. Knox didn't let him finish. Without saying a word, he drove his dark sword straight through Kraser's chest. The demon let out a horrific scream, his voice breaking as the blade pierced him clean through, silencing him at last. His entire body trembled as fear finally consumed him, and he began to beg in a broken, desperate voice. He pleaded with Guhak to spare his life just once, swearing he would give him anything in return: wealth, fame, the throne of Holland itself, even the power of a Grand Duke. But Knox showed not the slightest interest. With a cold, emotionless expression, he tightened his grip on his sword and swung it cleanly across Kraser's body. His eyes, far more terrifying than any demon's, never wavered as he declared calmly that he didn't need any of it. Kraser's body split apart and began dissolving into the air, vanishing completely without even the chance to scream. Even though Kushin had known how this would end, witnessing it firsthand left him deeply shaken. Standing beside him, Knox explained calmly that Rivalry was a devil who granted demons overwhelming power in exchange for claiming their bodies and souls after death. According to him, even those so-called powerful beings were nothing more than her discarded remnants. He added that unless they were completely eradicated, Tahalan would never see the light of dawn again. Without wasting another second, he turned to the others and told Kuzin and Liz that it was time to end the rebellion. Both of them responded with grave expressions and acknowledged the order. What followed was nothing short of a merciless purge. Everyone connected to Kraser's faction was hunted down and ruthlessly eliminated. Amid the bloodshed, system notifications rang out again and again. Enemy eliminated. Lifespan increased by 4 hours. As Knox continued cutting down his enemies, a bitter thought surfaced within him. Though these people had committed countless atrocities under Kraser's command, killing his own kind just to extend his life by a few hours felt utterly repulsive. He silently cursed the vile affliction that chained him to such choices. By the time dawn finally broke, a faint morning light returned to Tahalan. The city was still drenched in the stench of blood when the Reinhar family's knights arrived, dispatched to protect Knox. What they saw left them stunned. The leader of the knights thought grimly that he had rushed here to protect Lord Knox, only to discover that the chaos consuming all of Tahaland had been crushed in a single night. His gaze then shifted, and he froze when he noticed Kushin standing there as well. Recognizing him, Kushin called out his name, asking if he was Rodwell Durnarch. Rodwell cut him off immediately, saying there was no time for pleasantries. He demanded to know where Lord Knox was, warning that if even a single hair on the young master's head had been harmed, none of them would survive the wrath of the Black Sword Knights. His eyes gleamed with naked, killing intent, sword already drawn as he waited for Kushin's answer. The tension was thick enough to cut, until Knox appeared and calmly ordered Rodwell to lower his blade. The moment Rodwell saw him, relief washed over his face. He called out Knox's name at once, admitting that the family had been deeply worried. Knox replied dryly that he could tell, especially judging by the sheer number of Black Sword Knights that had been dispatched. Rodwell answered without hesitation that when it came to protecting the bloodline of House Raynor, bringing elite forces was only natural. Those words made Knox frown. He questioned the man directly, asking whether he had truly considered the consequences of such an action. He couldn't believe this was something his father would have approved. Surely, this decision had been Rodwell's alone. Knox told him plainly that if punishment were to follow, he should simply say that Knox himself had summoned him and left him no other choice. Rodwell was clearly shaken by that. For a brief moment, emotion flickered across his face. Then he straightened himself and spoke calmly, clarifying that the order had indeed come from the patriarch, Knox's father. Knox froze, caught completely off guard. He asked again, unable to hide his surprise, and Rodwell confirmed it without wavering. Hearing such a firm answer, Knox fell silent. He found it hard to believe, questioning inwardly whether Theo had truly made that call. It was entirely unexpected. Rodwell then shifted the topic, asking why Knox was standing beside Prince Kushin. Before Knox could answer, Kushin stepped forward himself. He struck his chest with a clenched fist, a gesture of solemn resolve, and declared that it had been his decision. Lord Knox, he said, had saved the kingdom of Tahalan. To him, being dragged out of that hopeless abyss by Knox was no different from receiving a divine blessing, one he could never repay, not even in an entire lifetime. With those words, Kushin dropped to his knees and humbly offered his loyalty. Knox burst into laughter, clearly amused by the irony of it all. The king of Tahalan pledging allegiance to someone branded as a disgrace of House Raynor. He then asked Kushin if he could endure the ridicule that would surely come from his people for making such a choice. Kushin answered without the slightest hesitation. He said his loyalty was not to House Raynor, but to Knox, and to Knox alone. At that moment, Liz stepped forward as well, voicing her agreement, and turned toward Princess Arya, as if seeking confirmation. Arya, standing beside her, simply smiled softly in response, silently affirming her support as she observed this newly formed group of allies. Knox smiled inwardly, calmly noting that 3 units were now secured and that everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Behind them, Rodwell stood in silence, his gaze fixed on Knox's back. For a long time, he had carried a faint sliver of doubt toward the young master, but that hesitation had now completely vanished. Watching Knox shoulder responsibility for his subordinates and steadily earn their unwavering loyalty, Rodwell felt certain of one thing. Without anyone realizing it, the young master was beginning to radiate the presence of a true sovereign. Then, without warning, a sharp red alert rang out in Knox's ears. A short-term negative trait had been activated. The trait labeled dead count came into effect instantly. His body weakened at once, his knees nearly giving out as strength drained from his limbs. A second notification followed closely behind, informing him that his physical abilities had dropped by an additional 5%. The system calmly explained that the trait would only be removed once his remaining lifespan increased by more than 30 days. Eyes wide and lips trembling, Knox raised a hand to his mouth. Confusion churned in his mind. When his remaining days had fallen below 10, the trait had activated, but now it demanded more than 30 days to be lifted. A dry, sarcastic thought crossed his mind. Should he file a complaint to the developers and ask for a patch? Noticing the sudden change in his expression and the instability in his stance, Jitri panicked and cried out, asking if he was all right. Though his body felt heavy and drained, Knox forced a smile and reassured her not to worry. Deep inside, however, he reminded himself that his remaining lifespan would soon increase. The one he was waiting for was the real demon, the being responsible for twisting this land into a manipulated, distorted domain. The group soon began their journey to hunt that demon, crossing a vast desert where sand and violent winds stretched endlessly in every direction. As they advanced, a chilling message surfaced before his eyes. Player's remaining lifespan, 9 days. Knox, still recovering from the recent battle, was visibly weakened. He coughed repeatedly, his condition clearly deteriorating, and the rapidly shrinking lifespan only made things worse. Inside, he cursed himself bitterly. Of all the traits and inner lunacies he could have chosen, he had picked the one that devoured his own life. This disaster was entirely of his own making. Sweat trickled down his face as he muttered silent profanities under his breath. Alina quickly noticed his worsening state and shouted out in concern, asking whether he was feeling unwell and pointing out that he hadn't taken a single moment to rest before charging straight into the desert. But almost instantly, her expression shifted into something unsettling, as if she had just sensed that something was terribly wrong. With a flirtatious grin, she boldly offered him her lap to rest on, her voice laced with a disturbingly suggestive tone. The abrupt shift made Kuzan, who was riding nearby, visibly uneasy, his discomfort written plainly across his face. Knox, however, remained unfazed, though clearly irritated. He shut her down without hesitation and turned inward once more, resuming his internal monologue. He couldn't even admit that he was sick. Playing the villain all the time was exhausting, far more tiring than he had ever expected. Elsewhere, Christopher was having a completely different reaction. Bursting with energy, he enthusiastically began setting up camp alongside the other followers. He barked confident instructions, ordering his subordinates to pitch the tents and loudly declaring that the young master had nothing to worry about. His exaggerated enthusiasm made Knox sigh, prompting him to tell Christopher to tone it down a little. Annoyed, Knox couldn't help but think that every single one of his companions was slightly insane, too frivolous, too unserious. Still, not everything was bad. His thoughts shifted back to the demon he was hunting. Rivalry, the demon of honesty and sorrow, one of the 72 demons. She was the only one who never interfered with the main storyline, hidden deep within a desert and protected by a powerful magical barrier. Most players never even realized she existed. But Knox did, and where others saw nothing, he saw opportunity. If handled correctly, Rivalry could become an invaluable asset, not just to extend his lifespan, but as a decisive trump card when things turned truly desperate. Eventually, the group halted as a mysterious wall rose before them, blocking their path. Knox turned to the others and issued a firm warning, telling them not to act on their own and to follow his lead from this point onward. Christopher immediately responded with rigid, military-like obedience. Kuzan followed suit, reaffirming his loyalty to the young master. Alina, her cheeks flushed and her voice overflowing with affection, eagerly promised to obey whatever Knox desired. Knox ignored her completely. Focused, he raised his hand and began casting a spell. Advanced barrier. Just as he expected, the presence of Rivalry was confirmed. She was hiding within. Turning to Alina, he asked whether she could activate the magic. Her face lit up instantly, joy radiating from her expression as she confirmed that she could. Closing her eyes, Alina began to chant softly, "Gnome, earth spirit and fairy, answer your master's call in this place." A radiant light, shimmering like a rainbow, spread outward from the point where her magic took hold. At the same time, the system quietly revealed more information about her. Alina was a 21-year-old half-elf with a primary elemental affinity for wood. Known for her cheerful nature, she naturally radiated positivity wherever she went. A genius in potion-making and a prodigy in spiritual arts, Alina possessed an open-minded disposition that allowed her to accept new ideas without hesitation. She had recently awakened the blooming state of the law of spirit contract, a clear sign of her growing potential. Yet despite her remarkable talents, Alina often carried a dreamy, airheaded demeanor, paired with a naive charm that made her both endearing and dangerously unpredictable. She fell in love easily, swept away by emotion without much thought, her innocence matched only by her lack of awareness of the world around her. To make matters worse, Alina was also known to indulge a little too freely in alcohol, a habit that frequently led her into irresponsible behavior. At that moment, however, everyone present was able to witness Alina's true potential. Above her, a radiant light, believed to be the manifestation of a spirit, began to shine, bathing the surrounding area in a gentle glow. Almost simultaneously, the system issued a notification, indicating that the unit would receive additional buffs when forming contracts with wood-type spirits. Knox used the moment to explain a fragment of the game's deeper lore. Interlunatic. According to him, the game offered various combat styles, each tied to specific traits. Among them, spirit art stood apart as a special category. They lacked raw firepower, but demanded exceptionally high stats, which was why even veteran players were hesitant to pursue them. Knox believed that if Alina were developed with spirit arts as her subclass, she could grow into a true prodigy. That belief was precisely why she had always been one of his favorite units. In terms of sheer stats, Liz's fire element spirit arts were superior, but in a desert where fire elements were severely restricted, Alina held the advantage. He also noted that Liz would become far more useful once he unlocked attributes related to spirit arts. As those thoughts settled, the green light above Alina began to condense, forming a small glowing orb that signaled the ritual's completion. The system confirmed it immediately. Contracted spirit. Gnome. As the light scattered, it revealed a small, pure white gnome with an adorable appearance. Christopher, clearly intrigued, sat down on the sand and watched the newly summoned spirit with childlike fascination. Knox confirmed its identity and reflected inwardly on its nature. Gnome, spirit of the earth. Traditionally depicted as a white-bearded dwarf wearing a hat, but within Interlunatic, it had been redesigned to look far cuter. Having completed her task, Alina beamed with pride and spoke playfully, declaring that she had done well and affectionately calling Knox darling. Knox ignored her antics and began tying a rope around his body, preparing for the next phase of their mission. Only after finishing did he turn back and briefly acknowledge her efforts, remarking that she had done well, especially now that she was sober. Even so, Alina was far from satisfied. She responded with clear frustration, saying she had hoped to be recognized for the effort she had put into studying spirit arts. Knox let out a quiet sigh and rose to his feet. Then, to her surprise, he stepped closer, placed a hand on her head, and gently patted it, repeating his praise with noticeably more sincerity this time. The unexpected gesture caught Alina completely off guard. Her cheeks flushed red as she froze in place, flustered and lost in her own racing thoughts. Knox then turned to the other two and instructed them to wrap the thread around their wrists. The thread would allow them to keep track of one another and could be pulled as a signal if danger arose. After moving carefully through the area, the group eventually reached a spot that clearly felt protected by a barrier. Almost instantly, the system issued a chilling warning. Warning. You have entered the domain of the lesser demon of honesty and sorrow, Greery. You are trapped within the maze of death. If the path cannot be found, the player will die. Knox immediately warned everyone to stay alert and avoid getting caught in the sandstorm. No sooner had he spoken than whirlwinds began rising all around them. Silently, he analyzed the situation. This was a sand-out phenomenon, designed specifically to block vision and disorient intruders. To make matters worse, the entrance to the ruins shifted every hour. Still, he remained confident. This was precisely the kind of problem Gnome could solve. Suddenly, the spirit gnome reacted. It let out a small sound and rushed off in a specific direction. Alina immediately understood its intent and urged the others to follow, excitedly calling out to Knox as darling once again. Her expression, however, made Knox visibly uncomfortable. Irritated, he told her to let go of his hand before speaking. Without wasting time, the group followed Gnome's lead. Eventually, the spirit stopped before what appeared to be a dead end. Everyone halted cautiously, senses sharp as they prepared for whatever came next. Then they saw it, a massive pit opening up before them. Christopher's expression changed instantly as he recognized it for what it was. A dangerous sand dune with a sheer drop. One wrong step would mean death. The gnome suddenly became more animated, gesturing urgently toward the depths below. It seemed to be telling them that what they were searching for lay at the bottom. Alina caught on to its meaning, but a sense of unease crept into her heart. Christopher, both curious and concerned, approached her and asked what the gnome was trying to convey. Instead of answering, Alina showed her usual recklessness and offered no explanation at all. Without the slightest hesitation, she leapt straight into the abyss alongside the gnome, leaving the rest of the group behind with nothing but a single sentence telling them to just follow. Knox could only stare in stunned silence. For a moment, he genuinely had no words. This so-called pathfinding was nothing like what he had envisioned in his head. With no real alternative, the others followed her lead and began sliding down the steep sand dune. Christopher, instead of showing fear, looked strangely excited. Grinning, he shouted that the experience reminded him of a night training exercise he once did with his squad. Apparently, they had liked him so much that they had pushed him off a cliff. According to him, this moment brought that fond memory vividly back to life. Knox felt no such nostalgia. Internally, he scoffed, thinking that Christopher's story sounded far more like bullying than camaraderie. After the brutal descent, the group suddenly found themselves suspended midair near the base of the dune, only to realize a heartbeat later that they were dropping straight into a cavern below. Whatever fun Christopher had been having vanished instantly as he yelled that they were about to slam into the ground. Knox, however, remained calm. In one smooth motion, he activated a mana shield, a technique he had learned from Professor Ross. Violet mana surged from his hands and expanded outward, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the group and allowed them to land safely. As he assessed the outcome, Knox acknowledged that while the spell was still difficult to handle in direct combat, it was perfectly suited for situations like this. Once everyone regained their footing, they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Christopher let out a long breath of relief and commented on the sheer scale of the ruins around them, openly praising Knox's sharp judgment and admitting that he was genuinely impressed. But before the tension could fully ease, Kushin sensed something off. He quickly signaled Christopher to stay silent and warned the others to be on guard. Something was coming. The distant noise grew louder, steadily closing in. Moments later, the source revealed itself. Massive insects and grotesque, bug-like creatures emerged, horrifying not just in appearance, but in their sheer size. In an instant, the group was surrounded from all sides, forced to stand back to back in a defensive formation. Knox had expected a fight, but even he hadn't anticipated this many enemies. Christopher tightened his grip on his sword, his expression hardening as he declared that those insects had no right to approach the young master of House Raynor. There was no need for concern, he proclaimed. He, Christopher, would handle them all, before his master even needed to lift a hand. However, before the man could finish a single word, Knox cut him off. His expression hardened, his voice steady and absolute as he declared that he would fight as well. In that same instant, his black sword was already in his hand, and a terrifying wave of dark purple mana burst forth from his body, swelling with overwhelming intensity. Deep down, Knox knew that what he had left was little. But even so, every fragment of his remaining lifespan was precious, something he could not afford to waste carelessly. Far away within the twisting depths of the labyrinth, a woman sat alone in the darkness. She slowly reached out toward the faint rays of light seeping into the cavern, her fingers trembling as if trying to grasp something long lost. With a bitter scoff, she complained that she had planned to use Krazer for a far greater purpose. Yet because of some brat who had appeared out of nowhere, everything had been ruined. There was no need to name them. She was clearly talking about Knox's group, accusing them of daring to trespass upon the domain of the Great Grimmery. Her resentment twisted into a vow as she swore they would be made to pay. Then her voice shifted, becoming eerie and mystical, as she announced that they would now face the trial of the ruin itself, a trial known as honesty and sorrow. Back on the battlefield, the clash against the massive insect monsters continued relentlessly when the system's cold voice suddenly echoed through the chaos. The players were notified that their remaining lifespan had been restored to 14 days. However, the relief was short-lived, as another warning followed immediately. The negative trait was still active. To remove the effect of the trait known as dead count, the player's lifespan had to be extended beyond 30 days. Knox absorbed this information in silence. He knew all too well how crippling dead count was. It restricted a player's actions, reduced stats by a fixed percentage, stacked multiple penalties, and created layers of hidden disadvantages. Even after cutting down countless enemies while enduring the debuff, his lifespan stubbornly refused to rise beyond the 14-day limit. After what felt like an endless stretch of brutal combat, the monsters were finally exterminated. Their mangled corpses lay piled across the battlefield, the stench of death hanging thick in the air. Kusin surveyed the scene and confirmed that things had more or less settled. As Knox scanned the aftermath, his thoughts turned thoughtful. He acknowledged Kusin's strength, but his gaze lingered longer on Christopher. The man's swordsmanship had been exceptional. It was the sort of a knight cherished deeply by Theo, and now Knox understood why. He recalled the moment Christopher unleashed the frozen blade, a sword art of terrifying precision and destructive power. The technique consisted of 9 forms, divided into the first phase, the middle phase, and the final phase. Until now, Knox had assumed Christopher was nothing more than a talkative old man. Seeing him fight, however, made it clear that the captain of the Black Sword Knights was an entirely different beast. Finally, Knox turned to Alina. His tone softened as he praised her sincerely, telling her she had done an excellent job. Her growth, especially in spirit arts, had exceeded his expectations, and in that moment, The acknowledgement carried more weight than any reward. He told her that she had contributed in more ways than one this time. Alina, clearly pleased, smiled and said that maybe all the training she had gone through with May during their spare moments had finally paid off. Hearing that, Knox's thoughts drifted to May. He couldn't help but reflect on her absurdly self-sacrificing nature. Getting smashed after taking Elena's potion, healing up, then stepping right back and take more hits, only to be healed again, over and over without complaint. In his mind, she was a hero in her own right, and he silently decided that he really ought to give her a raise once all of this was over. Soon after, the gnome took the lead again, guiding them deeper until they stood before a massive gate. When they pushed it open, a chilling sight greeted them. Towering statues of monsters filled the space beyond, so lifelike and terrifying that it felt as though they might move at any moment. Kushin frowned and remarked that, as expected of a demonic ruin, the monsters here seemed to spawn endlessly. Christopher, concern flashing across his face, asked Hughson to step back, declaring that he still had enough strength left to swing his sword. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down on the leg of one of the statues. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the damaged portion regenerated almost instantly, as if it had never been struck at all. Staring in disbelief, Christopher exclaimed that it made no sense, insisting he had clearly seen his sword hit the statue. That was when Knox calmly told everyone to stop moving. He explained that most of what they were seeing wasn't real at all. Still unconvinced, Christopher asked if that meant they hadn't actually been fighting real enemies, and then questioned how they were supposed to tell reality apart from illusion. Knox didn't answer right away. He knew that what lay ahead demanded knowledge only an experienced player would have. Under normal circumstances, one would have no choice but to wander the maze and slaughter every beast that appeared. But if you knew the trick, the entire ordeal could be bypassed with ease. Alina, still uneasy about following Knox so blindly, asked how he could be so certain about the path he had chosen. Knox simply smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. The first trick was simple enough. Always move in the direction the skull decorations were facing. That path would lead straight to the boss room. When they finally arrived before a massive skeleton, Knox drew his sword and told everyone to prepare themselves. The beast that would appear here, he warned, was no illusion. The moment those words left his mouth, he launched into a relentless assault on the surrounding statues, his mind already on the second trick. It was just as simple. One could tell whether a monster was real by checking the skull on its body. If it wore a ring on its index finger, then it was genuine, drawn there by the unique magical power contained within the ring. It was a trial meant to blur the boundary between illusion and reality, slowly severing a challenger's ties to the outside world until their mind broke. But to him, it was pointless. The trials of honesty and grief only revealed themselves to those who strayed from the correct path, and he had no intention of making such mistakes. He was simply following the true route, nothing more and nothing less. Before long, the group arrived at yet another door. They pushed it open, and in the center of the room sat a lone figure, waiting for them as if it had been there all along. A skeleton, its hollow gaze fixed on them as it spoke in a chilling voice, calling them foolish creatures and declaring that they had finally reached this realm. There was no longer any need for it to hide. Then, without warning, it released a piercing scream, a deafening cry that commanded them to sleep along with this trial. In the same instant, a thick cloud of dust exploded outward, rapidly filling the room and swallowing everyone whole. Panic spread through the group. Fear and confusion tangled their thoughts as they struggled to understand what was happening. Knox, however, did not falter. He observed the situation calmly, his eyes sharp, inwardly noting just how flashy this so-called final outburst was. Almost at the same time, the system's notification appeared before him, stating that the player had seen through the illusory scenery. The poison status would be ignored. No damage would be taken. A faint light of resolve flickered in his eyes. With a single decisive motion, he swung his sword, the blade slicing cleanly through the swirling dust. His voice echoed through the chamber, clear and commanding, as he declared that this farce had gone on long enough. He said it was time to put an end to these meaningless, tedious trials, and demanded that the being before him rise. The skeleton reacted with fury. It let out a dreadful laugh, its voice dripping with malice, and remarked that an interesting child had finally entered its domain. It admitted that Knox's defeat of Krazer had not been a coincidence after all. The others stiffened at those words, visibly shaken. In their unease, they stammered, asking if this truly meant what they feared it did. Knox answered without hesitation, his tone calm and unwavering. It was exactly as they suspected. This was Grand Duke Grimmery, one of the 72 demons, the origin and the conclusion of the tragedy bound to the Tagelan kingdom. The demon revealed herself then, wearing a twisted, delighted smile. She confessed her fascination, saying that Knox was the first human she had encountered in these ruins who had not fallen prey to her illusions. She was genuinely curious how he had managed it. Hughson, burning with rage, stepped forward and accused her outright. He shouted that she was the demon who had brainwashed Krazer and plotted to devour Tageline, declaring that her deception would end here and now. The demon only scoffed at him, her laughter echoing mockingly through the chamber. With a mocking tilt to her voice, she questioned his choice of words. Deception, she repeated, as if tasting it with amusement. She reminded them of what she truly was, a demon of honesty. As long as humans existed, and as long as their societies were divided by class and power, the downfall of Tageline was no fabrication. It was reality, and reality, she claimed, was far more cruel and devastating than any illusion she could ever cast. All she had done was strip away the lies and reveal the natural order that already existed within the world, the truth that resided within her. Then her gaze shifted, settling directly on him as she addressed him mockingly, calling him Little Prince. Kushin finally lost his composure. His voice shook as he demanded to know why such a thing had been done, why his kingdom had been driven to ruin. But before he could continue, Knox cut in sharply, telling him that it was enough. He said there was nothing more meaningless than questioning a demon about its motives. With a faint, mocking smile, he added that if he had to guess, the reason was probably resurrection. The demon, beautiful and composed, responded with a gracious smile of her own. She remarked on how surprisingly knowledgeable the young boy was, far more so than the prince himself. Then she confirmed his suspicion. He was right. Hearing that, Knox felt a quiet satisfaction and chuckled inwardly, pleased that the conversation had been steered exactly where he wanted it. As if it were an afterthought, he continued, casually mentioning the archangel who had once sealed the demons long ago. The effect was immediate. Her expression shifted, shock flashing across her face as she demanded to know how he could possibly be aware of such a thing. Knox answered calmly. Yes, he was only human, but he was a human who knew all of her weaknesses. That was enough to enrage her. The demon shouted back, demanding to know where his arrogance came from, reminding him of her status as a Grand Duke. She declared that she could crush a mere human without effort. Knox did not raise his voice in response. Instead, he closed his eyes and addressed her by name, Gregory, telling her to stop this pathetic charade. He revealed that he had known everything from the very beginning and had simply played along with her meaningless trials. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he sliced his own palm, letting his blood run freely down the length of his sword. The sudden act stunned everyone present, leaving even the demon momentarily unsettled. Knox continued in a steady voice, explaining that due to her contract with the Archangel, she was incapable of harming a human within the final sealed chamber of these ruins. As his words fell into place, chains burst forth from nowhere, wrapping around her body and binding her completely, leaving her unable to resist. Slammed to the ground by the chains, she screamed in rage, cursing the contract and desperately trying to twist the logic of it all, claiming that Knox had struck first. Those watching could only stare in disbelief. The idea of a demon who could not harm humans was unheard of, and in that moment, all the strange behavior they had witnessed finally began to make sense. A Grand Duke, level demon had never needed to fight head-on. Illusions, trials, and mental traps had always been enough. And now, it was painfully obvious that young Master Knox had known that weakness from the very beginning. With the demon bound tightly by chains, Knox raised his blood-streaked blade and pointed it straight at her, his voice cold as he demanded her full cooperation. If she answered every question honestly, he promised to spare her life. His first question was simple. He asked for the name of the angel who had sealed her. The demon scoffed, claiming she couldn't possibly remember the name of some insignificant angel. Knox's eyes immediately sharpened, his voice dropping as he recalled killing a demon like her once before, one that had also failed to grasp its situation until it was too late. He wondered aloud if that demon's name had been Piman, pressing the tip of his sword against her throat as he spoke. Fear finally surfaced. The demon hastily backtracked, offering instead to describe the angel's appearance. Knox smiled faintly, remarking how much he appreciated her sudden willingness to cooperate, then ordered her to tell him everything she had seen and everything she knew. Even as she complied, the female demon burned with humiliation. How dare a human subject her to this? And yet, something about him unsettled her deeply. His tone, his posture, and especially his eyes stirred a familiarity she couldn't ignore. A chilling realization crept in. This man was dangerous. Trying to evade the question again, she claimed the angel had massive white wings, each spanning nearly 2 meters. Knox showed no interest. He raised his sword slightly and dismissed the description as worthless, no different from saying demons had horns. If she intended to waste his time with such nonsense, he warned calmly, he would kill her where she knelt. The gleaming blade, so close to her face, made her flinch. Trembling, she spat out an insult, calling him an insolent brat. After a tense pause, her tone finally changed. She said she remembered now. The angel had looked just like him. His eyes, she said, were gem-like, breathtakingly beautiful, and violet in color. Knox froze. In that instant, everything grew uncertain, the clarity he had relied on cracking ever so slightly. Deep within his thoughts, Knox reflected in silence. Angels were said to be embodiments of good, figures of righteousness celebrated across countless stories. They were meant to stand in absolute opposition to demons, the very definition of moral balance. And yet, in the world of inner lunatic, angels existed as well. And suddenly, their role no longer seemed as simple as he once believed. Yet one question refused to leave his mind. If demons were such a central pillar of the main storyline, then why were angels never shown outright? Whenever they appeared, it was always indirectly, buried in vague references, hidden Easter eggs, or cryptic item descriptions that only fueled curiosity. Knox had dug relentlessly through documents and in-game texts until a single conclusion began to form. Angels were not absent by coincidence. They were tied to something far bigger, a massive secret woven deep into the lore of inner lunatic. One fact stood above the rest. Gary had once been sealed by a great archangel and left imprisoned in the ruins for an absurdly long time. That alone meant she had to know something about angels, even if she didn't realize it herself. Pulled back into the present, the demonized voice finally shattered the silence. She claimed her memories had returned. The angel who sealed her, she said, looked eerily similar to Knox. She spoke of gem-like violet eyes, dazzling and haunting, shimmering with an unsettling beauty. At first, Knox showed no reaction. He muttered a short acknowledgement, as if he already understood. But then his expression twisted. The air grew heavy as he raised his sword and pointed it toward her, coldly asking if she was implying that everything she knew amounted to nothing. Terror flooded the demoness face. She hurriedly begged him to calm down, her voice trembling as she asked if he could at least put the blade away. She insisted that if she truly had useful information, she would have sought out the angel herself long ago. All she could remember was an image burned into her mind, a blinding light ripping through her darkness, the scent of sunlight, and then a woman descending from the sky, wings vast and overwhelming, violet eyes shining like judgment itself. The woman struck her, and from that instant onward, Grimmy's demonic power had been completely suppressed. Bound, writhing in pain, the demoness screamed in frustration. She demanded to know why Knox was keeping her alive at all, shouting that he should just kill her already. She couldn't understand his intentions. According to her, the angel had spoken only a single line before disappearing. One day, your chance to repent will come. Those were the last words she remembered. Knox listened without interruption, absorbing every detail. Violet eyes. In inner lunatic, that trait was almost non-existent. Only one bloodline possessed it. House Rayner. The thought sent a faint chill through him. Theo Rayner, an angel? Was there truly a connection? Or was fate mocking him? After a brief silence, Knox finally spoke again, his tone flat as he declared that it was time to move on. The demons, pitiful and shaking, looked up at him in dread and asked whether this ordeal was still not over. Without a trace of emotion, Knox calmly declared his next demand. He ordered her to grant him access to the trial of honesty and grief hidden deep within the ruins. With her completely subdued, his focus shifted inward as he began dissecting every piece of information he had gathered. One by one, translucent data windows surfaced before his eyes, each displaying precise details about her existence. Rivalry was recorded as a female demon whose true age was unknown. Though she belonged to the demonic race, her primary element was divine, an abnormality that defied common logic. Among her many distinctions, the most striking was her inclusion among the legendary 72 demons. Her abilities were laid out with unsettling clarity. Her stamina registered at 27. Mana stood at 23. Luck lagged behind at 7. But both willpower and charm reached an impressive 20. Accounts of her character described a natural aptitude for swordsmanship and martial arts, paired with unyielding honesty, unwavering loyalty, and an unexpectedly generous nature. Her words were said to carry weight, earning her the title of the Mouth of Truth, as falsehoods rarely crossed her lips. Yet her essence was not without contradiction. Her core was intertwined with pure evil, a neutral yet defining truth of her existence. Beneath that, she bore traits of sorrow and grief, often accompanied by tears, and moments of frivolity that clashed sharply with her otherwise commanding presence. When Knox finished reviewing Greer's information, a faint smile crept onto his face. Internally, he weighed everything he had learned. The most valuable trait she possessed was the Mouth of Truth, a demonic curse that rendered her completely incapable of lying. To most demons, it was a disgraceful flaw, something to be hidden or despised. To Knox, it was flawless, the perfect tool. Without hesitation, he ordered her to explain the trial in detail. Rivalry responded with a soft smile and began her explanation. The trial of honesty, she said, was deceptively simple. Upon entering the chamber, the participant would be asked a single question, one that demanded absolute honesty. They could offer anything they wished as a wager, and the greater the value of what they risked, the greater the reward they would receive in return. Her calm explanation sent a chill through Christopher. The way a demon spoke so casually about something that sounded almost harmless unsettled him. Turning to Knox, he voiced his concern, saying it all felt far too easy, suspiciously so. Grimmery heard his words, and her tone darkened as she continued. The question, she explained, would be deeply personal, tied to someone intimately connected to the participant. And most importantly, the answer given would not remain a secret. It would be delivered straight to the person involved. Grimmery offered an example that sent a chill through the air. If the question were something like, did you ever want to abandon that loud man over there in the middle of the desert? And the honest answer was yes, then that truth would be carried directly to him, whispered into his ears by a demon itself. Just imagining such a moment made Christopher freeze in place. His face drained of color as he stammered Knox's name, unable to hide his fear. Even Knox, who rarely let his emotions surface, showed a trace of frustration and helplessness as the true nature of the labyrinth became clear. He turned back to Greery and asked what, exactly, caused someone to fail the trial. Her answer was immediate and merciless. Lying. The greater the wager, the harsher the question. But by the same rule, the rewards would also grow accordingly. Despite how simple the rule sounded, Knox felt no sense of ease. The danger wasn't in the question itself. It was in what followed. Do you want to kill the Emperor and seize his power? Do you wish to poison your lover and replace her with someone else? Do you secretly plan to murder your brother and steal your family's honor? If the answer to any of those was yes, the person concerned would hear it. And once those words were spoken, the consequences could arrive faster than death. In that moment, Knox understood the true nature of the trial. It wasn't about honesty alone. It was about exposure. To bare one's soul on this cursed continent, to reveal secrets, betray emotions, and hand over one's weaknesses without restraint. That was the real challenge. Yet Knox had never been afraid of high stakes. True gamblers didn't leave the table just because the risk was absolute. If the trial demanded everything, then he would offer everything in return. As that resolve settled within him, a system announcement echoed through the space. The trial of honesty and grief had been activated. To proceed, the player was required to wager something of immense value. The system addressed him directly, asking a single question. What will you bet? Knox's expression didn't change. In a cold, unwavering voice, he gave his answer. He would bet his life. Every remaining moment of it. Outside the trial chamber, Alina cried out in shock. She had heard his declaration, and panic gripped her as she called his name, desperation clear in her voice. But it was already too late. No one could stop him now. Stepping forward, Knox watched as the black gate before him slowly opened, releasing a surge of deathly mist. Without hesitation, he walked straight through. At the same time, the system's voice rang out once more, final and absolute. The player has wagered himself. Knox Rienhofer's own life. The trial's difficulty rose instantly to its absolute limit. Failure would mean death. By then, Knox had already crossed the threshold alongside Grimmery, entering a strange, undefined space drowned in complete darkness. Even Grimmery seemed taken aback. She remarked that he had wagered far more than she had expected, warning him that a single question could now cost him his life. She asked him plainly if he felt any fear at all. Knox turned toward her, his gaze sharp and doubtful, and told her to stop talking and ask the question. Grimmery smiled faintly, spreading her arms as if welcoming him deeper into the abyss, and declared that the trial had officially begun. Her voice shifted, layered with suspicion and danger, as she asked whether he would be willing to kill his father, Theo Rayner, if it truly became necessary. The moment the words reached him, Knox's expression faltered. Silence swallowed the space as his thoughts spiraled inward. Before entering the trial, he had tried to anticipate the question. He had prepared himself for things like, do you want to overthrow the royal family? Or do you truly trust the people around you? Even if his answers earned him hatred, he wouldn't have cared. For the sake of everyone involved, he had already decided to see this story through to the very end. After all, he wasn't truly Knox, the worthless son everyone despised. He was Yukon, merely playing a role. Being hated was something he had already accepted long ago. But this was different. A question involving Theo, his father, struck somewhere far deeper. He began to wonder what Theo truly meant to Knox. Or more importantly, what the word father even meant to him personally. Doubt tightened around his chest as conflicting thoughts tangled together. Knox remained silent, unable to respond. Greery's smile widened as she urged him again, repeating the question with emphasis. Would he kill his father, Theo, if it was necessary? Knox felt trapped in agony. Slowly, he closed his eyes. In a cruel twist, the question reminded him of his true purpose. He was a stranger in this world. He needed to recover his memories, to understand why he had been brought here in the first place, and above all, to eventually find a way to leave. With that clarity settling in, he opened his eyes and answered. Yes, he could kill Theo von Rayner, even if he was his father. If anyone stood in his way, he would kill them. His words were followed by heavy, suffocating silence. Then, without warning, a surge of black energy swallowed Knox whole. In the next instant, Both he and Greery were torn from the sealed chamber and expelled back into the world beyond. Although it wasn't the answer he had wanted to give, the sorrow etched across Knox's face revealed the heavy cost of choosing a path bound to merciless truth. That burden did not end with him. At the very same moment, far away within Theo's office, the patriarch was quietly writing a letter when his hand suddenly began to tremble. It was as if some unseen force had brushed against his soul. Rodwell, the head butler standing nearby, noticed immediately and asked if something was wrong. Theo's complexion had drained of color, his expression tightening as though he had sensed a dreadful omen. His eyes darkened more than they ever had before. Then, without warning, a voice echoed inside his mind. Cold. Absolute. It declared that Theo von Rayhofer, the patriarch of House Rayhofer, will be killed by his own child, Knox von Rayhofer, should it become necessary. The word struck him like thunder. His composure shattered in an instant. Rodwell, alarmed by the sudden shift, asked again if he was all right, pointing out that he looked unwell. After a brief pause, Theo forced himself to breathe, masking his turmoil as he replied that it was nothing. But inside, his thoughts were in chaos, the voice repeating over and over in his mind. Why was he shaken now? Hadn't he always known this day would come? Theo reminded himself of the secret, of the curse every head of House Rayer carried, passed down relentlessly from generation to generation. His father had borne it. His grandfather before him had fallen to it. None had escaped that fate. To end the cycle, to truly bring it to a close, his child would one day have to kill him. Despite the cold and composed image he always maintained, Theo felt his hand trembling as the realization settled in. He had accepted this destiny long ago, yet every time he watched Knox grow stronger, driven by ambition and potential, a question surfaced unbidden. Was it truly impossible to pass on the position of patriarch willingly, as other families did, without blood and death? He admitted, if only to himself, that he had lived his life suppressing emotions deemed unfit for a Rayhafer. Perhaps, he thought bitterly, he was growing soft. The pen slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the desk. Theo rose slowly, turning to Rodwell, and told him they should take a walk. The two of them walked side by side through the long hallway until Theo suddenly stopped in front of a window, his gaze fixed on the rain pouring endlessly from the gray sky. Without looking away, he asked Rodwell how long he thought it would take. Rodwell blinked in confusion and asked what he meant. Theo slowly explained that since Rodwell had just returned from a mission, he should have some sense of it. His voice remained steady as he spoke of Knox, saying that the boy must harbor a deep hatred toward him. After all, he was the father who had failed to protect his mother, the man who had unknowingly become his sworn enemy. Then Theo asked, almost casually, how long it would be before Knox drove a sword through his heart and took his place as patriarch. Rodwell froze. His face drained of color as he stammered that he couldn't be sure, but if he had to guess, it might happen far sooner than anyone expected. Theo listened quietly, then responded with a calmness that felt disturbingly unnatural. He said he understood and added that there truly wasn't much time left. Outside, the rain continued to fall, sounding like the quiet sobbing of a father crushed beneath a grief too heavy to ever voice. Elsewhere, after Knox had received his answer, Rivalry wore a satisfied smile. She remarked that, even as a demon, she still couldn't understand how a child could be so cold toward their own parent. The moment the words left her mouth, Knox stiffened. His eyes turned sharp as he curtly demanded that she hand over the reward. Even Rivalry felt a chill at his tone. Clicking her tongue, she snapped her fingers, and the reward materialized before him. At once, the system's voice echoed, announcing that he had obtained an artifact known as the Mirror of Sealing. It was classified under a unique category, simply labeled Other, ranked at the highest grade, with no specific attributes attached. It could not be stacked, was not bound by any equipment restrictions, and existed outside normal rules. Knox picked it up and examined it in silence. Watching him, Rivalry spoke again, this time with unease creeping into her voice. She warned him that the artifact was extremely dangerous and urged him to handle it carefully. Knox merely looked at her and gave a faint smile, as if no one understood its danger better than he did. As his cold, piercing eyes glinted with quiet certainty, the system issued one final message. A special effect sealed the subdued target into a mirror world, stripping away most of their power and preventing escape unless the owner allowed it. Rivalry felt fear crawl up her spine. Stammering, she asked what that look meant, questioning whether he truly intended to use it. Knox, however, remained utterly indifferent. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated the mirror and turned it toward her. His voice rang out cold and clear as he declared the use of the Mirror of Sealing, identifying the target without mercy. One of the 72 demons, the Archduke of Honesty and Grief. Rivalry. A system notification immediately followed, announcing that the artifact had been activated and that the sealing process had begun. In an instant, dark energy burst forth from the mirror, twisting and writhing like invisible chains as it wrapped around Rivalry's body. She thrashed violently, screaming for him to stop, calling him a maniac as panic overtook her. Before she could say anything more, another system message echoed. A negative trait, dead count, had been removed. By using the artifact, Knox had gained 131 days of life, bringing his remaining lifespan to 145 days. Moments later, Grimmery's form was completely swallowed by the mirror. Knox didn't even blink. He calmly confirmed that the capture was complete, then casually handed the mirror to Kushin. He told him that this piece of trash had nearly destroyed his kingdom, and from now on, it would serve as a pawn in their war against demons. From inside the mirror, Grimmery's furious howls erupted, demanding to know how he dared do such a thing to her. Knox ignored her entirely and lifted the mirror toward the sunlight. The sudden brightness made her shriek in agony, spewing curses nonstop. When her voice finally weakened, Knox smirked faintly and remarked that things were peaceful now. He added that if she made noise again, he would double the heat next time. Kushin watched the entire scene in stunned silence. Faced with Knox's ruthless composure, he couldn't help but question who the real demon truly was. Christopher, still uneasy, spoke up cautiously. He reminded Knox that even sealed, a demon was still a dangerous existence. He wondered if bringing her back to the estate could invite disaster, and suggested that it might be safer to dispose of her immediately. Knox brushed off the concern without emotion. As long as no one found out, it would be fine, he said, and the discussion ended there. Alina hurried over, her face filled with relief and joy. She said that all she cared about was Knox's safety, and if this was his decision, she would trust him no matter what. Encouraged by her words, Christopher nodded and echoed the same sentiment. Ignoring the loyalty and excitement of his followers, Knox turned inward, his thoughts sinking into a quiet, dangerous calm. He reflected that although Grimmery had lost most of her strength and would be nearly useless in direct combat, she would still be invaluable as a compass for future demon hunts. Demons, after all, were what truly fed the Black Flame Ring. Beasts gave scraps, but demons gave time. Thanks to Grimmery, he had earned enough lifespan to finally breathe a little easier. With that settled, he decided it was time to return. The Tagelan rebellion was over, and the reward for seeing it through was nothing less than extended life itself. He had already instructed Kuzin, Arya, and Liz to focus on stabilizing Taj Eileen for now. Once the dust fully settled, he planned to pull all three of them into Eldon as quickly as possible. His thoughts didn't stop there. Alina and several others would be brought in as well. Officially, each house was only granted 3 entry passes, but rules were flexible things when one had enough money. That, he reminded himself, was the true privilege of nobility. Kushin, clearly riding high on relief and excitement, told Knox that he would wait for further orders just as they had discussed. Knox nodded and told him that was fine, promising to send word when the time came. Inside, however, he grimaced. Even the sight of desert sand now made his skin crawl. Once he got back, he decided he would soak in a hot bath and collapse into the softest bed he could find. For the first time in a while, he could finally relax. After the long journey, Knox and his group arrived at the family estate. Yet what awaited him there was more frightening than any demon he had faced. The moment he stepped inside, a loud female voice called out his name, sending a jolt straight through him. It was Talia. The red-haired girl, beautiful as ever, stood there looking slightly awkward. She greeted him hesitantly, saying it had been a long time. Her sudden appearance left Knox stunned, and he asked why she was there so abruptly. She opened her mouth to answer, clearly unsure of how to begin. Before she could finish, a stern voice rang out from behind her. The man addressed him directly, confirming his name with unmistakable certainty. Knox von Rienhofer. Knox slowly turned toward the speaker, and the moment he recognized the man approaching, dread filled his expression. The man continued casually, saying he had heard Knox had completely swept his daughter off her feet. He laughed lightly, remarking that Knox was quite handsome, and added that the boy reminded him very much of himself in his younger days. As Knox recalled, the man standing before him was Robron Stillreiner, the most influential of all the dukes, a figure known across the continent as the White Flame Knight. He was also Talia's father, and the very man whose daughter had once been engaged to Knox before the arrangement was abruptly broken off. Knox immediately straightened and bowed respectfully, asking what had brought him here. The moment the words left his mouth, Roberon's expression darkened. His gaze sharpened into something openly menacing as he stated that he had come to discuss the progress of the marriage proposal they had spoken about before. Those words froze Knox in place. For several seconds, his mind went completely blank. When reality finally caught up, his lips twitched into an awkward, nervous smile as he cursed himself internally for having completely forgotten about Talia's engagement. He hastily replied that the matter was serious and suggested that Robron should have discussed it with his father instead of approaching him directly. Robron dismissed that excuse without hesitation. He said he had already spoken with Theo, his old friend, and insisted that the two of them now sit down and have a long, proper conversation. Still reeling, Knox asked whether the engagement hadn't already been called off. He added that it wasn't as if he could simply reject marriage talks involving a royal princess. At that, Roberon's expression grew even uglier. His aura intensified, pressing down like a suffocating weight as he asked whether Knox was deliberately trying to avoid the discussion by becoming the princess's groom, using it as an excuse to dodge marrying his daughter. Faced with such blatant pressure, Knox found himself completely at a loss for words. Inside, panic erupted. He realized he had truly messed up. Roberon Stillreiner was infamous among players for being absurdly powerful, the kind of existence that didn't need excuses to crush someone. Knox genuinely feared that if he said the wrong thing now, he might be beaten to death on the spot and lose every hard-earned day of lifespan he had gained from sealing Grimmery. Before things could escalate any further, Talia spoke up from behind him. She raised her voice to stop her father, asking why he was making things so difficult for Knox. Frustration bled into her tone, clearly unhappy with the way he was cornering him in public. The change in Roberon was immediate. His threatening presence vanished, as if it had never existed. His face softened into a warm smile, and he laughed lightly, saying that if his dear Talia said so, then she must be right. Watching the scene unfold, Knox couldn't help but think that Roberon was a complete fool when it came to his daughter. He had expected something like this to happen, especially after the Penelope proposal. Still, the other party being a princess complicated everything. Pushing an engagement involving their family instead would never be simple. He couldn't help but wonder what had convinced Roberon, or how Theo had been persuaded to support such a sudden shift. Seeing the gloomy, almost pitiful look on Knox's face, Talia began to feel a twinge of guilt. She lowered her voice and admitted that although she had originally planned to stop by casually, her father had insisted on coming along. She explained that she truly hadn't had a choice and swore that she never intended for things to unfold like this. After hearing her out, Knox judged that she didn't seem to be lying. Roberon then turned his attention back to his daughter and spoke to her affectionately, saying that he had only come to see what kind of man Knox was. Shifting his gaze, he told Knox not to worry or feel so tense, adding that he understood Knox hadn't personally chosen the princess. But in the very next moment, his eyes sharpened, the warmth vanishing as a dangerous pressure filled the air, as if he might swallow Knox whole. With that ominous expression, he said that he merely wanted to have a conversation. That was all. Not wanting to be beaten into a pulp, Knox reluctantly agreed. Inside, he could only think that the moment he had finally returned home, he had walked straight into the biggest event of his life so far, with no idea how he was supposed to survive it. Later, Knox returned to his room and found several letters neatly arranged on his desk. One of them immediately caught his attention. "Greetings, young Master Knox. This is your butler, Rodwell. I am sending this letter urgently with important news. The head of House Stillreiner has arrived at the Rienhofer estate together with Lady Talia. They have come to discuss the previously broken engagement. Since the initial cancellation was quite unexpected, the atmosphere is extremely tense. Please return as quickly and safely as possible." Jitri explained that Rodwell had sent the letter the moment they returned from Tagilin. She added that even before Knox's arrival, the heads of both families had already decided to cancel the engagement with the princess and instead move forward with the original arrangement. Knox let out a strained laugh and remarked that with one side being a royal princess and the other a duke's family, it might actually be safer for him to run away. Jitri replied calmly that it didn't seem like House Stillreiner would let things end so easily this time. Knox nodded in agreement, admitting that she was right. He would have to figure out how to explain everything to Lord Roberon. Jitri agreed and said that their top priority should be making it clear that the cancellation had not been Knox's decision. Until then, she would make sure the servants stayed in line to maintain Lord Roberon's trust. Grateful, Knox thanked her, thinking to himself that, as expected of Jitri, her composure truly lived up to her reputation as a support genius. He recalled that a support genius was an absurdly rare trait, something that appeared in only one or two characters throughout the entire game of Lunatic. It was usually unlocked far into the late game, which meant that Jitri, at this point, was practically untouchable, just as she had confidently claimed. If the engagement with the princess had truly been forced by royal command, then in theory Theo should have accepted that House Rayner had no room to refuse. The real issue, however, lay elsewhere. Theo had likely heard the rumors, whispers claiming that Knox might actually be capable of killing him. Just imagining that confrontation made Knox hesitate to even face the man. Right then, Rona casually tossed out a teasing remark, asking Knox just how many women he had been tangled up with so far. She laughed, saying that trying to count them at this stage felt completely pointless. The moment the words left her mouth, Knox's expression darkened. A cold fury flared in his eyes as he warned her, his voice low and threatening, that she must be desperate to see what hell looked like firsthand, and that he would be right behind her, urging her to lead the way like a proper servant should. Only then did Rona realize she had crossed a boundary she never should have touched. By the time that realization hit her, it was already too late. A sudden knock echoed from the door, calling out Knox's name. It was Talia. Her voice sounded hesitant as she introduced herself and politely asked if he could open the door. Jitri leaned closer and quietly asked Knox what he intended to do. He answered without hesitation that there was no other option. He had to go out. As he stepped toward the door, Knox reflected that the key to untangling this entire situation lay with Talia. He reminded himself that he had prepared a trump card specifically for this moment. Now was the time to let his face do the work. He would use his looks to win her over and carve out an escape route. When he opened the door, his expression was calm and indifferent, yet undeniably striking. With feigned nonchalance, he asked what was going on at such a sudden hour. Talia, visibly flustered the moment she saw him, hesitated before suggesting that if he didn't mind, perhaps they could take a short walk and talk for a bit. Inside, she couldn't help but think about just how handsome he really was. Knox, slightly caught off guard by her proposal, asked if she truly meant going for a walk, especially so late at night. Neither of them noticed that someone was watching from the shadows, his face twisted with displeasure. Knox, however, had already sensed the presence. A grim thought crossed his mind as he wondered whether that lunatic robber was seriously considering burning the entire estate to the ground. From a distance, Robber watched the two figures walking away and clicked his tongue in irritation, cursing Knox under his breath and calling him a little rascal. As they strolled side by side, Talia, still visibly shy, lifted her gaze toward the sky and remarked that the moon seemed unusually bright that night, the stars sparkling beautifully above them. Knox replied in an awkward tone, barely masking his distraction. Inside, he could only sigh how bad things were becoming. He honestly couldn't even tell whether the stars were beautiful or not. This was a problem. He had been doing his best to play the villain, yet the public image of Knox was slowly but surely shifting in a direction he hadn't intended. They had barely passed through a single major story arc, and already he was paying the price for not cutting ties with characters he should have kept at arm's length. In the end, Knox broke the silence and asked Talia whether she was truly okay with how things stood. She looked at him in confusion and asked what he meant. He explained that if both of their families agreed to move forward with the engagement, wouldn't that essentially amount to defying a royal command? At those words, Talia fell silent. Her expression turned thoughtful as she sank deep into contemplation. Elsewhere, sometime earlier, a thunderous voice had echoed through another room. Roder was aggressively confronting Theo, accusing him of humiliating House Stillreiner. Even if the situation had begun under the princess's orders, House Reinher's continued silence was, in his eyes, highly suspicious. Hearing this, Theo's expression hardened as he fixed Roder with a serious gaze. Roder then turned toward his daughter and told her they needed to speak privately. He instructed her to step outside for a moment, and Talia complied without protest, quietly leaving the room. Standing alone in the hallway, she began to wonder what the two men were discussing. Knowing her father's temperament, she even half-jokingly entertained the idea that they might be drawing swords on each other inside. After some time passed, the discussion between the two household heads came to an end, and a butler approached Talia, thanking her for her patience. He informed her that the engagement would proceed as planned. Stunned, Talia immediately asked her father if it was really true. Roder, brimming with confidence, reassured her, reminding her that he had promised everything would return to normal. Overcome with joy, Talia rushed forward and threw her arms around him, thanking him excitedly and declaring that she would happily tie his necktie 1,000 times over. Yet only seconds later, her thoughts began to churn. She remembered how, in that moment, she had been so happy she couldn't think straight at all. And then, slowly, doubts began to creep in her mind. What, then, had happened to the engagement with the princess? And what exactly had her father discussed with Lord Theo behind those closed doors? Her thoughts churned violently, one question piling atop another, until they were abruptly interrupted by Knox. He told her that what mattered most wasn't the royal decree, nor the standing of their families. What truly mattered was her own will. He asked her plainly what it was she genuinely wanted. With a trace of sadness in her voice, Talia admitted that she didn't really understand complicated matters and knew better than anyone that she had many shortcomings. Still, she confessed that she didn't dislike the engagement. Knox kept his expression calm and simply acknowledged her answer. Yet inwardly, his mind drifted to the Talia he remembered from the game. That Talia had been nothing short of a disaster. She had led to his death, and in the end, with hollow, lifeless eyes, she had driven a sword straight through his heart, driven by a warped and desperate longing. They had been a cursed pair, bound to a tragic fate they could never escape. But that was only the Talia from the game. Suddenly, the Talia standing before him spoke again, telling Knox that he had something he needed to do. He looked at her in surprise. She continued, saying that she could feel it. She had watched him endlessly at the academy, studying late into the night at the library, swinging his sword again and again at the training grounds. Seeing him like that had made her realize something. He was chasing after something with his entire being. He had no time to spare for others. Even so, she said softly, if he could occasionally talk with her and share moments like this, just the two of them, that would be enough. She even mentioned, with a hint of playful pride, that she had been given the title of Knox's fiancée, declaring that she was clearly in the lead now. Knox's expression darkened slightly. He admitted to himself that he could no longer deny it. There was a subtle yet undeniable gap between the Talia from Lunatic etched into his memories and the girl standing in front of him now. Silently, he thought that she was far too naive. Talia didn't respond to his unspoken thoughts. Instead, she simply followed closely behind him. Then, without any warning, she wrapped her arm around his, the gesture so sudden and intimate that he couldn't even react in time. She spoke again, telling him that he probably already knew she had an older sister, someone exceptionally strong, though perhaps not as strong as him. For reasons she couldn't fully explain, she said, her sister harbored a deep and intense hatred toward her. Talia admitted that it might sound childish, but she still wanted to talk to her sister, to understand where that hatred truly came from. To do that, she believed she needed to become strong enough to stand before her sister without fear. Unlike their father or her sister, she said she lacked talent and was rather foolish. Even so, she firmly believed that one day she could grow stronger. She swore she wouldn't give up, not on her sister, and not on Knox either. Later, back in their room, Talia carefully helped her father adjust his clothing. Almost in disbelief, she asked if he truly still remembered what she had said when she was a child. Robert, his eyes filling with tears, told her that it felt like only yesterday, when she had been crying and begging to marry him. With deep concern, he then asked whether that boy, Knox, had really done nothing improper to her. He confessed that Knox carried a terrible reputation as a scoundrel, and if he ever dared to. Before he could even finish the sentence, Talia cut him off sharply. She insisted that Knox would never do such a thing. She declared that Knox was far stronger, far more amazing, and far more resolute than her father believed. Robert looked at her, with eyes overflowing with affection. Gently, he took her hand and softly called her name. He told her not to let her sister's feelings wound her too deeply. No matter what happened, he said, both she and her sister were his precious daughters. Her sister was simply exhausted, and with time, things might change. Talia nodded quietly and told him it was all right now. She said she would become strong enough to earn the right to speak with her sister. As she said that, her thoughts drifted back to something Knox had once told her. If she wanted to chase after her sister, then she should go. He had told her to forget the pain, to clear her mind, and that he believed she would overcome it. His words of encouragement had caught her completely off guard. As he turned to leave, he had added that the Talia von Stillreiner he knew was a strong person. Returning to the present, Talia continued speaking with her father. This time, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she happily mentioned that she now even had a husband who truly believed in her, letting out a small giggle as she said it. The moment Robert realized that his beloved daughter had allowed another man to take her heart, his expression twisted in irritation. That familiar, unpleasant look returned to his face as he silently resolved that this simply wouldn't do. He would really have to strangle that bastard with his own hands. Talia overheard his muttered remark and immediately rushed to calm him down, pleading with him not to lose his composure. She addressed him formally. Then as her father, her voice layered with urgency and concern. At that moment, Robert stepped into the corridor, only to run straight into Knox. Knox greeted him calmly and respectfully, bowing slightly as he apologized for the trouble caused by the engagement matter. Robert paused, clearly caught off guard by Knox's attitude. After a brief moment, he replied that since Talia believed in him so deeply, he would say nothing more on the matter. He then added that Knox's father, Theo, was the head of the Dark families, and that he was well aware of Theo's intention to rebel against the royal family. With a faint smile, Robert remarked that he sincerely hoped Knox would succeed. After all, if the royal family were to fall, then Knox and Talia could finally be together, couldn't they? With those words, Robert turned and walked away. Knox let out a hearty laugh once he was gone, releasing a quiet sigh of relief as he muttered his thanks. Inside, everything clicked into place. This had to be the private conversation between Theo and Robert that Talia had mentioned earlier. House Stillreiner had likely already learned of Theo's rebellion plan. The primordial god Arden, said to have created humanity, and the sacred place tied to him were where this engagement had been secretly arranged. Standing beside Knox, Talia whispered an apology, admitting she hadn't expected her father to demand such a formal engagement ceremony. Knox reassured her gently, telling her it was fine and that there was no way she could have predicted it. At that moment, the priest overseeing the ceremony called upon the children of both houses to exchange the sacred symbols of engagement. Talia carefully slipped the ring onto Knox's finger. As he looked down at it, he reflected that it was a vow made tangible, an enchanted ring infused with mana that could temporarily restore roughly 10% of one's power. He decided he wouldn't wear it all the time, but it might prove invaluable in an emergency. Christopher, unable to contain himself, declared excitedly that this was just as expected of the young master. He claimed that witnessing such a beautiful engagement filled his heart with emotion, lavishly praising Lady Talia for shining so brightly and insisting that their love was truly beautiful. Standing beside him, Jitri quietly tried to remind him to restrain himself, but his foolishness prevented him from catching on. When her expression darkened, Christopher finally sensed danger stiffening in fright and falling completely silent. From above, Knox noticed the exchange and found himself wondering what Jitri could have possibly said to scare Christopher so badly, especially since he had only asked her to keep him quiet. Rona, meanwhile, completely broke down, tears streaming down her face as she cried that she had always known the young master would grow into a man of dignity, and yet her heart still couldn't calm down. Jitri tried to steady herself, murmuring that he would be fine, though what truly unsettled her was the fact that the entire engagement had been arranged in secrecy, deliberately hidden from the imperial family. Rona laughed through her tears and teased Jitri, saying she still didn't understand the young master at all. She claimed that he was never the type of man who would devote himself to only one woman for his entire life, and that he would most likely take at least a few concubines. Hearing that, Knox felt irritation rise in his chest and silently decided that Rona would have to pay for those words later. Nearby, Alina clutched a wine bottle with a miserable expression, sniffing as she muttered about her husband, while May stood beside her, urgently begging her not to drink, at least not today. Just then, the heavy atmosphere of the ceremony was shattered when Carl, Knox's loyal horse, suddenly galloped straight into the hall with a flower clenched proudly in its mouth, as if offering its own congratulations. Rona's mood instantly lifted at the sight, and she happily greeted Carl, laughing in delight. Knox, however, could only think that even Carl had shown up, which meant Theo truly was holding something closer to a death ritual than a celebration. And yet, despite himself, an odd sense of pride stirred in his chest. As the ceremony finally drew to a close, Talia's father, Robert, rose from his seat and thanked Knox for accepting his request. His expression then darkened as he warned him to take proper care of his daughter. Feeling uneasy, Knox reluctantly agreed, though inwardly he couldn't help wondering if Robert could at least sheath his sword before speaking so threateningly. Robert continued, confidently declaring that Knox would eventually fall in love with Talia. Even if he hadn't yet, he surely would, because she was that kind of girl. In that moment, Knox understood. Robert already knew the truth. He knew that Knox did not yet love her, that his thoughts were still tangled and his heart unsettled. Knox realized that if he truly wanted to protect her from future heartbreak, he would have to see this story through to its very end. At last, Knox turned to everyone and told them to begin preparing to depart, informing Talia as well that they would be heading to the academy. Talia's face lit up with pure joy, her smile brighter than ever. Sometime later, back at the academy, the professor was practically overflowing with excitement at Knox's return. He loudly proclaimed that his top apprentice had finally come back and immediately launched into how many topics he wanted to discuss. He even added that he had presented a paper at the last conference and that the results had just been released, clearly eager to drag Knox straight into another long discussion. Knox smiled and casually remarked that the professor hadn't changed at all. Inside, however, he was fully aware that this moment marked the beginning of the second chapter of the main story. No matter how he looked at it, he knew he would have to endure countless classes to prepare for the dark clouds gathering ahead. After all, at its core, Interlunatic was an academy story. If he wanted to raise his stats, there was no escaping the hellish lessons that were about to begin. He also reminded himself that he needed to hurry and get his characters properly enrolled at the academy as soon as possible. The professor, still brimming with enthusiasm, continued talking and mentioned that alongside the announcement of their paper, there had been some unexpected news. According to him, the dwarves had reached out through magical communication. Caught off guard, Knox asked about the dwarves, prompting the professor to explain further. As expected in a fantasy game world like Interlunatic, there were many different races, and the dwarves in particular were famous for their exceptional smithing skills. Then the professor revealed another surprise. Several dwarven shops had already opened in Sector 4, the Academy's commercial district. Thanks to their research, the dwarves were now capable of extracting materials from monsters and using them to forge new artifacts or enhance existing ones. Before long, Knox found himself standing in the merchant district. As he looked over the lively shops lining the streets, he realized that the crafting and enhancement system had finally been unlocked. Thinking back, he admitted to himself that his luck stat of 10 had felt almost completely useless until now. At last, he could finally say goodbye to the days of suffering under cursed RNG and start properly benefiting from equipment upgrades. Jitri then commented that thanks to his paper, Sector 4 had changed dramatically. She added that it felt like he was finally maturing, and as someone who served him, she was genuinely relieved. Knox teased her, asking if she was worrying about him now, though inwardly he admitted it felt good to hear her say that. He noticed that her expression had brightened recently, and he couldn't help but think that if he hadn't saved her, Jitri might have ended up as yet another tragic victim. He was truly glad that he had saved her. Still, despite how much the future had shifted, he reminded himself that he needed to continue playing the role of a scoundrel throughout the main story. Later on, they stopped in front of a smithy where a dwarf was busy hammering away at glowing metal. Knox greeted him, but the dwarf turned around with an unfriendly glare and bluntly demanded to know who they were. Knox couldn't help thinking that the dwarf's manner of speaking was incredibly rude. Ignoring the hostility, He calmly stated that he had come because he wanted equipment made. The dwarf shot him a skeptical look and scoffed, saying that Knox surely wasn't the first arrogant noble brat to wander in here. He sneered and asked whether Knox thought weapons simply appeared out of thin air the moment someone demanded them, then bluntly pointed out that he didn't even see a single demon material. Knox didn't react at all. Instead, he calmly emptied his bag, one item after another clattering onto the counter, until a pile of rare ingredients lay spread out before them. The sight alone left the dwarf stunned. He stammered in disbelief, muttering that materials of such rarity, and in such quantity, were almost unheard of. With this much, he finally admitted that something could indeed be crafted. His tone noticeably softened as he gestured for them to come inside. Once inside, he introduced himself, stating firmly that his name was Arson, not dwarf, and warned them to remember it, since calling someone only by their race was highly disrespectful. Knox casually brushed that off and deliberately called him dwarf again. Arson instantly exploded, shouting that Knox could call him whatever he liked. Ugly, shorty, bearded gnome, it didn't matter. Watching this, Knox smirked to himself. Arson was exactly as he remembered. This was precisely why he had wanted to meet him. Dwarves were the best race to provoke. Their reactions were dramatic, their tempers volatile, and the payoff was always entertaining. Even among players, many continued to address them only by their race for that very reason. To most people in the game, dwarves were treated as nothing more than living crafting stations. Shifting gears, Knox addressed him again, this time calling him by name, and casually remarked that he knew he wasn't the only noble from the academy to visit this workshop. Arson nodded and admitted that was true, adding that Knox was only the second one who had actually brought proper materials. Then he froze, confusion flashing across his face, and asked what Knox had just called him. Sensing the tension, Jitri quickly stepped in, explaining that their young master was a reasonable man, and that what had happened earlier was merely a joke. Arson blinked, then laughed awkwardly and exclaimed that maybe the young man wasn't so bad after all. Growing curious, he eagerly asked which noble house Knox belonged to. Knox answered plainly that he was from House Rainer. The effect was immediate. Arson's face drained of color as he repeated the name under his breath, as if confirming it, before nervously asking what kind of equipment Knox wished to have made. Knox frowned slightly, puzzled by the sudden shift, and asked if something was wrong. Arson hurriedly insisted that this was just how he always spoke, forcing out an unnaturally stiff laugh. Watching his reaction, Knox instantly understood the reason behind the change in attitude. A few years earlier, his father, Theo von Rayhofer, had personally brought an end to the war ignited by the Dwarf King, crushing the dwarves in total defeat, though that truth had not yet surfaced within the story. Arson himself was a descendant of that very Dwarf King. Naturally, the mere mention of the name Rayhofer was enough to trigger such a visceral reaction. After that realization, Knox calmly produced a blueprint of armor and suggested that, if there were no issues, they should move forward. He asked Arson whether he could craft armor according to that design. The moment Arson laid eyes on the blueprint, his expression changed completely, eyes shining with excitement. He exclaimed that the listed materials were extraordinary. 2 griffin hearts to maximize wind power, 3 feathers to enhance mobility and speed, and gulum cores, both stone and iron, to provide balance and defense. He admitted it was an absurdly lavish design, yet at the same time undeniably brilliant, something most dwarves would never even think to attempt. Knox, however, merely thought that this was only natural. The design was his custom-built endgame tier armor, pulled forward into the early to mid-stages through relentless trial, error, and excessive gameplay. More importantly, it raised the hidden agility stat to 10, extending his core skill, Chore of the Genius, to a full 10 minutes. Thrilled, Arson declared that there should be no more delays, and insisted they begin crafting at once. But just as they were about to proceed, a calm voice cut in, declaring that the transaction was void. The speaker was Eleanor. She explained that her side, a rival in merchantry, had already placed the first request. Both Knox and the dwarf craftsman were startled by her sudden appearance. Arson, visibly unsettled, protested that he wanted to be the one to craft the item. Eleanor countered coolly, stating that Arson's father had already signed a contract. She added that since her faction had placed a bulk order, even if Arson submitted his request immediately afterward, production would not be possible for another 3 months. She finished by remarking how unfortunate that was for him. Hearing this, Knox realized the situation had become troublesome. He wondered if this was the butterfly effect caused by his earlier interference, since in the original story, contact with the dwarves would not have happened this early. His thoughts then shifted as he reviewed Arson's personal profile. Arson was a 24-year-old dwarf of royal blood, aligned with the element of earth, and famed for his genius in artifact crafting and handiwork. Although the latter had been reduced to level 1 by the Dwarf King's blessing, his personality remained clear. He was optimistic yet obsessive, quick to change his stance, and occasionally simple-minded, but he also carried darker flaws. He bullied the weak, bowed to the strong, and was constantly burdened by insecurity, pressure, and a tendency to forget crucial details. His stamina and will both stood at 14, while his mana barely reached 2. His luck was 9, his charms 6, all of it granted through the blessing of the Dwarf King. As for active skills, he possessed Hammer Swing and Heavy Strike. At that moment, Arson awkwardly admitted, after much hesitation, that he had completely forgotten about the agreement. He hurriedly insisted that there had been no ill intent and claimed that his race was normally very intelligent, before breaking into an uncomfortable cough. Watching this, Knox felt a surge of dissatisfaction. This foolish dwarf was a serious problem. Without Arson, who possessed both artifact crafting genius and advanced handiwork, producing the equipment would be impossible. Eleanor then calmly remarked that it seemed Knox also intended to commission Arson for crafting. Catching the look in her eyes, Knox realized that she had an uncanny talent for identifying brilliance, always gravitating toward abilities that shone like gold. Yet her dislike for him remained unchanged, no matter how exceptional his talent might be. When Knox curtly asked what of it, she proposed that they hold a constructive discussion. She suggested that Knox merchantry sell the bulk monster materials he had acquired to her faction, and in return, she would grant him priority access to equipment production. Hearing that unfamiliar title, Knox felt irritation rise. He wondered when Knox merchantry had even come into existence, and immediately suspected that Grain had once again acted on his own initiative without permission. From Eleanor's subtle tension, it became clear that she was merely pretending to be composed. In truth, she hadn't yet secured the actual materials, and had only signed the contract in advance. Thinking it through, Knox realized that the situation had never made sense to begin with. In the early and mid-game, nearly all monster materials came from the Chatters. With the Raihafer family holding exclusive control over them, it would have been impossible for Eleanor to mass-produce equipment in the first place. With a cold expression, Knox turned back to the blacksmith and told him to sit down, warning that the discussion might take a while. He added that the same applied to Arson. Hearing this, Eleanor stiffened and asked in surprise whether Knox had just called the dwarf by his actual name. The group then moved deeper inside to continue their conversation. Eleanor remarked that she had never expected him to name a merchant company after himself, let alone pass the notoriously strict merchant approval process. Knox replied calmly that it had simply turned out that way. Eleanor continued, admitting that she hadn't expected him to be running a merchant company on top of annexing the entire Chatters region. She even conceded that, as a merchant herself, her information network must still have gaps. Listening to her, Knox felt irritation rise in his chest. To him, this wasn't ignorance. It was prejudice, plain and simple. Eleanor didn't bother circling the issue for long. She went straight to the point and declared that her rival merchant company would buy all the monster materials from Chatters that he had listed on the market. She stressed that they would pay the full price, because their honor was on the line. Knox silently noted that when profit was involved, Eleanor always threw herself into matters with fierce intensity. The love she had never received from her father, the powerful magnate Clarkson, had twisted into an obsession with accumulation, a need to seize resources and shake the world by controlling them. In many ways, she was a tragic figure, and it didn't help that Knox himself was tied to one of her deepest scars. Even so, he resolved that he would never sell all the monster materials to a single family. Letting one power monopolize resources would only make it harder for others to craft artifacts, slowing overall progress. If his only concern had been quick profit, then selling everything to Eleanor's company would have been the obvious choice. But what mattered to him was the average growth of his characters. That was why, even before returning from Chatters, he had instructed Grain to never sell too much at once, only small portions, ensuring no family's market share exceeded 15%. If artifacts spread widely, countless lives could be saved. And in the later stages, when capital would truly matter, this approach would also strengthen the merchant storyline tied to Eleanor herself. At last, he stated his position clearly. They would not release everything, and going beyond 15% was out of the question. Eleanor frowned, displeased, and questioned why, pointing out that she knew he had far more monster materials stored both in Chatters and in his warehouses. Selling only a small amount, she insisted, wouldn't cause any real trouble. Knox replied calmly that it didn't matter, because money wasn't his objective to begin with. Eleanor pressed further, asking how it was possible that after cultivating barren Chatters, wealth still wasn't his goal. Knox simply told her that money couldn't buy everything, and that she wouldn't understand that yet. Those words left Eleanor shaken, but there was nothing she could do about it. She admitted frankly that the Knox she once knew had changed far too much, to the point where she could no longer grasp what kind of grand scheme he was pursuing. Addressing him formally as Knox von Rayhofer, she asked what it was he truly wanted. Knox answered coldly that she didn't need to know. Confused, Eleanor echoed his words, asking whether she really didn't need to know. Knox then told her calmly that if she couldn't accept his offer, she was free to do as she pleased. Whether it took 3 months or 3 years, he would simply find someone else. Inwardly, he reminded himself that this was a game he absolutely could not afford to lose. Eleanor had no idea that he could already craft the armor he wanted through arson. In merchant negotiations, he knew the one with the upper hand was always the one who possessed more information, and Eleanor's answer had already been decided from the start. At last, Eleanor conceded. She said she would purchase 15% and give up the production order, since without sufficient materials, they wouldn't be able to produce anything anyway. The blacksmith was instantly overjoyed and excitedly asked if that meant he would be allowed to craft the gear first. Eleanor confirmed it, instructing him, as dwarf number 1, to begin with their client's order. That single sentence ignited the blacksmith's enthusiasm. He shouted that his artisan spirit was burning, demanding to know what everyone was waiting for and urging them to head straight to the crafting table. Knox stopped him at once, telling him to wait and hold off on production for now, explaining that they would begin with equipment enhancement first. Arson's eyes widened when he noticed the mana crystal in Knox's hand. He immediately recognized it as an enhancement crystal, a rare blue gem with an extremely low drop rate for monster hunts. He also knew that at this stage, with no reliable success rates, even a single careless enhancement could waste irreplaceable materials. Alarmed, he protested, urging them to stop the young master, warning that if Knox's hand slipped and the equipment shattered, his own life might be in danger. Jitri calmly reassured him, saying there was no need to worry. She insisted that their young master was a gentleman and was surely acting with a plan none of them could even imagine. Hearing her overly flattering words, Eleanor found the scene rather amusing, while Knox silently felt that being praised this much was making him oddly self-conscious. Even so, he reflected that the moment had finally arrived, the one that had made countless gamers, from novices to veterans alike, laugh and cry. Equipment crafting and enhancement had begun. He then passed a uniform to the blacksmith, telling him to start with that. The blacksmith took it in his hands, immediately recognizing it as an Elden Academy uniform, and commented that for something like this, a single enhancement crystal would be more than enough. Knox cut him off without hesitation and calmly ordered him to use 100 enhancement crystals instead. The blacksmith froze, his mind going blank at the sheer absurdity of the command. Eleanor herself cried out in disbelief, asking if she had heard him correctly. Was he really planning to burn 100 enhancement crystals on nothing more than a school uniform? She insisted it was impossible, pointing out that even for him, a newly established merchant group could never have that many crystals stockpiled. Knox didn't even flinch. With a cold expression, he said he would pay the full amount up front and ordered Arson to continue enhancing without stopping. Overwhelmed and clearly shaken, the blacksmith hesitated, then finally nodded, saying that if the young master insisted, he would comply. The moment he began, he threw himself into the work with frantic intensity, hammers slamming down again and again as sharp metallic clangs echoed throughout the room. Almost immediately, system notifications began to ring out, announcing enhancement +1, then climbing higher with each successive strike. Jitri and Eleanor watched from the side, stunned, as the blacksmith continued without pause, his movements relentless. At last, a new system message rang out, declaring the result. Elden Academy uniform, noble grade, +3. The item materialized, and the blacksmith lifted it high, proclaiming that they had just witnessed a truly magnificent success. Knox, however, responded in an icy voice, reminding him that there were still 97 crystals left. The blacksmith stiffened, completely at a loss for words. Knox then smiled faintly, a twisted curve at the corner of his lips, raised another handful of crystals, and said there were plenty remaining, urging him to keep going. When Knox requested further forging, Arson pushed himself to his absolute limit, sweat pouring down his face as he carried out the final procedures. Then the item began to glow. Staring at it, Arson gasped in disbelief, muttering that such a result shouldn't even be possible. At the same moment, the system announced that Knox had successfully enhanced the Elden Academy uniform, Noble Grade 2, to +15. Overcome with joy, Arson declared it a true masterpiece, and wondered aloud if enhancement was really meant to be this easy, insisting that the young master must possess unbelievable luck. Knox merely smiled to himself. Of course it looked that way to Arson. He simply didn't understand how the system truly worked. He reflected that with Arson's innate talent as a blacksmith combined with his own luck stat sitting at 10, success was guaranteed all the way up to +7. Beyond that point, the odds dropped by 5% with each stage. At the final threshold, +25, the success rate fell to a pitiful 1%. Of course, that brutal rule only applied to top-tier artifacts. For something as simple as an academy uniform, the enhancement cap was +15, which meant the uniform was already complete. He judged it ideal to fully enhance equipment he planned to use often, and even just wearing it now boosted both his physical and magical attack power by nearly 30%. Then the system announcement rang out, informing him that the artifact had reached maximum enhancement, and that, as a bonus, an additional skill slot had been unlocked. Knox celebrated quietly inside. It couldn't have been more perfect. Another skill meant more freedom, more options. His thoughts immediately shifted to which item should be enhanced next. Arson, still flushed with excitement, admitted that it had been a long time since he'd felt his heart race like this while working. Hearing that, Knox smiled and asked whether he truly planned to stop now, casually remarking that enhancing nothing more than a uniform hardly matched the pride of a master blacksmith. Arson looked at him in confusion, until Knox revealed the next item. In an instant, Arson's face stiffened, his voice faltering as he stared at the outrageously expensive object before him. Eleanor wore the same stunned expression when she saw it. Meanwhile, Knox laughed inwardly. Of course she recognized it. It was the highest grade orb of the Great Sage, the very one he had taken from her armory. Without further hesitation, Arson resumed his work, pouring every ounce of his skill into enhancing the orb Knox had entrusted to him. After an intense effort, the system finally announced success. The Great Sage's highest grade orb had reached +10. Arson burst out in delight, marveling at how many successful enhancements he had achieved in a single day with that hammer. He said he could still feel the electric thrill surging through him and praised the young master as someone truly extraordinary. Jitri, just as elated, laughed and commented that today's luck really was exceptional, though he warned that Knox would never let such fortune lure him into reckless gambling. Knox merely smiled and replied lightly that perhaps it wouldn't be such a terrible idea after all. Jitri immediately shut that down, firmly declaring it out of the question, calling it nothing more than beginner's luck and warning that gambling led only to ruin. Meanwhile, the blacksmith, still riding his excitement, eagerly asked whether the young master had any more treasures, claiming he felt like he could enhance every orb in the world that very day. Off to the side, Eleanor stood in silence with a darkened expression, muttering in disbelief about how Knox could so recklessly enhance artifacts of such value. She questioned how he could act so casually, knowing that a single failure could reduce a priceless item to dust. Knox laughed inwardly, finding her displeasure oddly satisfying. He considered it fitting punishment for Eleanor's habit of trying to read his thoughts at every turn. Aloud, he replied that the items in his possession hadn't even been his to begin with, since they were given to him, and that he was free to use them however he pleased. After that, he added that if everyone had seen enough, they should excuse him, as he wished to discuss artifact crafting with Arson. Eleanor's expression tightened at being so plainly dismissed. As Knox quietly observed her, he admitted to himself that he still couldn't regard her as an ally. Unlike Talia and the others, bringing Eleanor to his side would be complicated by their current relationship. Even so, he had no intention of turning her into an enemy either. Her rivalry in merchantry didn't bind itself to any faction. After all, in the final stages of conflict, they would simply choose whichever side offered the greatest benefit. Someday, he knew, he would have to prove his worth and draw them to his cause, but now wasn't the time. Eleanor then remarked that she would be taking her leave, adding that it was uncomfortable for her to sit through a business discussion he clearly had no intention of sharing with her. Jitri immediately offered to escort her out, addressing her politely as Lady Eleanor. She let out a light laugh and teased him, asking if Jitri was really his name, saying there was no need for him to try so hard in front of her, since she could see through any act. After she left, Knox watched her go and thought that it was exactly as expected of Eleanor, the so-called genius of acting. In his mind, he concluded that Jitri's performance had probably only deepened her suspicions. Turning back to the matter at hand, Knox told Arson that they should return to their real business, artifact crafting. Arson grinned broadly, declaring that he would use the young master's materials to forge a true masterpiece, and assuring him that he could be relied upon. Knox's expression, however, grew serious. He drew out the black sword and asked for one more thing before they began. It was then revealed that the blade was Stormbringer, the weapon once wielded by the first patriarch himself, a sword that even Knox had never laid eyes on before despite his countless years and endless runs through Interlunatic. He explained this to Arson, adding that the blade had been passed down to him by his father. It was a strange weapon, one that absorbed the wielder's mana before releasing it in a violent, explosive surge. That was precisely why he wanted to know more about it. Arson accepted the sword and studied it in silence, his rough fingers tracing its surface with practiced care. After a brief moment, his eyes suddenly widened. He looked up and asked Knox if he had ever heard of the White Dragon. Knox repeated the name under his breath, confused. Arson then explained that it was a legendary being from a distant era, once worshipped as the ruler of the skies, a creature whose traces had long since vanished from the world without explanation. As Arson spoke, Knox felt a subtle chill. Even after countless playthroughs, countless hidden routes, and buried records, he had never encountered such lore. Arson continued, explaining that the sword appeared to be forged from the scales of that very white dragon. Judging by its structure and craftsmanship, it had likely been created by his ancestors long ago. In that moment, Knox realized the blade was far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. Arson nodded firmly, stating that with material like this, only a dwarf could have forged such a weapon. However, as he examined it more closely, his expression darkened. The sword, despite its origin, was in terrible condition. For the edge of a blade made from dragon scales to be chipped so severely, it must have been used in an unimaginably fierce battle. Otherwise, damage of this extent would have been impossible. Knox fell silent, lost in thought, before finally taking the sword back into his hand. He thanked Arson for examining it, understanding now why he had sensed something so unusual from the beginning. He resolved to investigate further when the chance presented itself. Questions stirred relentlessly in his mind. Why had Theo von Rienhofer entrusted this sword to him? His thoughts drifted to the first patriarch, the vanished white dragon, and even the lavender-eyed angel that Grimmery had once mentioned. Later, back at the academy, the setting sun bathed the rooftops in fading hues of gold and crimson. Students gathered together as a man stepped forward and addressed them. He asked if everyone had assembled, then declared that it was time to introduce himself once more. His name was Vernon, and from that day onward, he would serve as their swordsmanship instructor. He explained that he would be teaching the fundamentals of Archime Imperial swordsmanship, a style defined by agility, speed, and absolute precision. He claimed that seeing was believing and declared that he would personally select cadets for a demonstration. His finger shot out as he pointed at two individuals he described as suspicious-looking, ordering them to step forward at once. At those words, Knox and another boy reacted with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Vernon then turned his gaze to a red-haired student and remarked that among these sword-wielding delinquents, she at least looked the most human. Startled, Talia stiffened before replying nervously that she understood. With 3 students now standing before him, the professor paused, quietly reassessing his decision. Though he had casually called them out, he admitted to himself that this was a terrifying lineup. In his mind, he identified them one by one. Paracelsus, the prodigy swordsman rapidly shaking the hierarchy of commoners. Talia, the second daughter of House Stillreiner, overshadowed by her elder sister, yet undeniably gifted. And finally, Knox von Rienhofer, the genius heir of one of the 3 dark families, a student who had already secured the top position without dispute. Vernon's expression grew heavy as the realization settled in. Each of them was exceptional in their own way. A spark of excitement gleamed across his bald head as he addressed the cadets again. He urged them not to blink, commanding them to watch carefully as he passed judgment on those who appeared to have everything. Then, without hesitation, he ordered all 3 to attack him at once, declaring that the fastest way to learn was to endure a beating. Paracelsus responded eagerly, thrilled by the prospect, while Talia felt her anxiety melt into something closer to anticipation, admitting to herself that this might actually be fun. Vernon shouted for Knox to begin. The professor moved first, directing his attack toward him, but Knox calmly parried the strike. His thoughts briefly lingered on the sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air. It was nothing like ordinary wood. Even so, compared to sparring with Theo, this felt almost trivial. It had been a while since he had properly stretched his muscles. He acknowledged that the professor's strike was no simple matter, difficult to block even for someone of Vernon's caliber. In the next instant, Knox unleashed the black sword art, executing its first technique, Shadow Blade Slash. A violet aura flared around him, his eyes burning with a maddened light as he swung mercilessly toward the professor. Faced with the terrifying force of the technique, Vernon's face twisted in dismay, a curse slipping from his lips. Their swords collided, but the overwhelming power behind Knox's strike sent the professor's attack rebounding violently away. A satisfied smile crept across Knox's face as he reflected on the outcome. The technique had worked exactly as intended, even against an instructor. Though it was still only an intermediate skill, his countless sparring sessions with Theo had clearly paid off. He mused that a character born with the trait of genius possessed destructive potential far beyond common sense. Even without guidance, such individuals naturally climbed to the top, gaining sudden insights and carving out entirely new realms of mastery on their own. That, he understood, was the true meaning of genius or brilliant talent within inner lunatic. Yet even so, he acknowledged that many geniuses carried fragile childhoods, much like the 2 standing beside him now. It was Talia's turn. She sprang forward without hesitation, letting out a sharp shout as she unleashed a powerful strike at the professor. Vernon blocked it effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind her. Talia desperately tried to keep pace with his speed, but she was still too slow. Only at the very last moment did she manage to duck, narrowly avoiding his counterattack. At the same time, Paracelsus seized the opening. He slipped behind the professor with swift footwork, sword poised to strike. However, Vernon remained calm. He accelerated again, his movements leaving faint afterimages, and parried Paracelsus's attack just in time. Forced back, both Talia and Paracelsus retreated, their expressions grim. From outside the clash, Knox observed them carefully. They were clearly struggling, Talia more than anyone. He reflected that while her natural aptitude in swordsmanship and combat was no more than ordinary talent, in the long run, she was the only one who possessed the potential to surpass even those born with genius traits. The professor's face suddenly twisted with frightening irritation. He clicked his tongue and complained that all of them were absurdly talented, muttering that the world always seemed to favor those blessed with a full head of hair. But when his gaze shifted to Knox, his expression changed entirely, his thoughts darkening. That white-haired boy looked far too relaxed. Vernon realized it as well. Knox had yet to reveal his full strength. He told himself that exposing everything now would do more harm than good. Within Eldon, there were still extremely dangerous figures lurking in the shadows, demon worshippers waiting patiently for the moment to strike both him and his students. Because of that, he admitted silently that he could not reveal his final trump card. That was something reserved only for the most desperate of situations. Afterward, he turned back to Knox and remarked that the white-haired brat had grown far more than the last time they had met. He admitted that he had no idea what Knox had been through, but acknowledged that his reflexes had already become remarkably sharp. Knox responded calmly, asking if that was truly the case. The professor gave no direct answer, and instead shifted his attention back to the duel, addressing the two students who had crossed swords with him. He asked them why they thought he had been able to follow their movements and evade their attacks so easily. Talia hesitated before admitting that she had not seen it clearly, but for a brief instant, it had felt as though his sword had vanished like an illusion. Paracelsus added that it was likely because, from the very beginning, the professor's focus had not been on the sword itself. With a slightly displeased expression, the professor confirmed that their observations were correct, then turned his gaze toward the white-haired student and demanded an explanation. He asked Knox how he had managed to track their movements and catch them from behind. Knox, still composed, replied that it was because the professor had used a footwork technique. At once, murmurs spread among the students watching from the sidelines. They whispered to one another in surprise, questioning what footwork actually was. Some wondered if it was that flashy movement style rumored to be used by royal swordsmen, darting around with a sudden swoosh. Excitement quickly built as others exclaimed that it really was footwork and that they were finally getting a proper swordsman's lesson. A few voiced their relief, saying they were tired of endless theory classes, while others remarked that techniques like this usually weren't taught until the second year. The professor confirmed their assumptions. He explained that under normal circumstances, footwork would not be introduced so early. However, this was Eldon, a place where the most outstanding students gathered, and the curriculum had to progress at a faster pace. The first technique he would teach them was a basic footwork method known as the Step of Light. As its name implied, it was a technique originating from the royal family. Though it was only a foundational method, he stated that when properly refined, it could branch into many advanced derivative styles. Before teaching the Step of Light, the professor declared that he would first assess their skill levels objectively, as confirming their growth was the first step toward proper learning. However, he added that evaluating each student individually would be dull. Instead, he announced that from that moment onward, every cadet would choose one of the three who had just sparred with him and fight them. They would see just how many students those three prodigies, the so-called stars, could defeat, and in turn, how the rest of the cadets would attempt to drag them down. With that declared, the professor called out Lion von Marvis, ordering him to step forward and choose his opponent. Lion hesitated, admitting uncertainly that he lacked confidence with the sword. The professor's voice immediately rose, silencing the room as he demanded Lion step forward. He questioned whether Lion believed mages should be exempt from sword duels, or if he thought enemies on the battlefield would politely wait until the very end to attack him. Such thinking, he declared, was utter nonsense. In real combat, the first ones targeted were always mages and healers. At the very least, Lion needed a final means to protect his own body. Hearing this, Lion reluctantly agreed and said that he understood. As Lion moved ahead, the professor watched him with a faint trace of sadness. Though his words had been harsh, he admitted to himself that fairness would still be upheld. As long as Lion wielded a sword, any form of combat would be permitted. After a brief hesitation, Lion lifted his gaze toward Knox and declared that he chose Knox von Rienhofer. Knox froze, momentarily unable to process what he had just heard. Lion's face brightened as he repeated his choice, standing there with a sword in one hand and a magic book in the other. Irritated, Knox immediately turned toward the professor and called for a timeout, protesting that what Lion was holding could hardly be called a sword. The professor snapped back angrily that it still counted, and that the book would be treated as nothing more than a support tool. Annoyed, Knox thought the logic was completely absurd. Turning back to Lion, he asked whether, out of everyone present, Lion had truly chosen him, and whether he really looked that easy to defeat. Lion smiled as he opened his magic book and explained that it wasn't like that at all. He had simply chosen Knox because he believed him to be the strongest. The moment his words ended, undead figures emerged at his command, each gripping a sword. Seeing this, Knox's expression darkened as fury rose within him. He demanded to know whether, in what was supposed to be a sacred sword duel, the instructor truly intended to allow summoned undead. The professor, utterly unconcerned, replied that he allowed it. Confused and incredulous, Knox pressed further, asking why something like that was permitted. The professor's temper finally exploded. He shouted that it was allowed simply because it was entertaining. He cursed under his breath, calling Knox a white-haired brat, and admitted that while Lion was irritating, Knox was far worse than any student he had ever taught. He went on and on, venting his irritation about Knox's rich, lustrous hair, those strange, dazzling eyes, and that infuriatingly handsome face, paired with an attitude that made it feel as if nothing in the world could escape his gaze. Then, as his emotions boiled over, flames suddenly erupted around his body, and the professor loudly declared that Knox was the enemy of all men. Hearing that, Knox felt nothing but annoyance, wondering what kind of unhinged character he was dealing with this time. Without giving him a moment to respond, the professor barked an order, saying that if Knox understood, the duel should begin immediately, and commanded all the students to watch closely. Knox thought to himself that since the challenge had already been thrown, there was no reason to retreat. Rules or methods meant nothing to him. With that settled, he smiled calmly, confidence radiating from him as a vivid purple aura flared around his entire body. He warned his opponent not to cry if Leon von Marvas ended up losing. At that instant, the undead stirred. A violent frenzy spread through them as they surged forward, charging Knox with a terrifying presence that made the air feel heavy. Watching the scene unfold, the professor's expression grew cautious. He admitted inwardly that although he had allowed them to use any means necessary, he hadn't expected Lion to summon the undead so quickly. Still, he reasoned that it was only natural for someone from the Dark families. What truly shocked him was the quality of the summons. Every single creature possessed strength on par with at least an intermediate knight. To freely summon dozens of such beings without restriction required an enormous reservoir of mana, a level of power that, in his judgment, could only be matched by Princess Penelope of the Arkham Empire's direct royal bloodline. His thoughts drifted to House Marvas, recalling how it had once clawed its way back from near annihilation during the territorial war under a young patriarch. Perhaps this duel would become an unexpected turning point, or perhaps not. After all, House Marvas had once stood among the three great dark families alongside Rienhuffer and Satyr. Yet the moment signs of decline appeared, lords and nobles alike had turned on them through betrayal and secret pacts. Because of that, Leon's father, Run von Marvas, was executed, and after the outbreak of the Great Territorial War, the house swiftly collapsed into ruin. That day, the young and naive Leon had witnessed the true face of nobility. That revelation carved a path in his heart completely different from other aristocrats. For the sake of victory, he no longer cared if his honor was stained. He would always find a way to win, no matter what sacrifices it demanded. That desperation, paired with his razor-sharp judgment, was exactly what had carried him through the last territorial war and allowed his household to survive. The professor admitted inwardly that if it were Leon, then even the white-haired one might have trouble dealing with him. Yet almost immediately, disbelief crept into his eyes, because the scene unfolding before him completely overturned those expectations. Leon's undead were savage, driven by madness, as they swarmed Knox with overwhelming force. And yet Knox cut them down with horrifying ease, shattering their bodies into fragments one after another. Every undead that rushed him was split apart, and the image he presented was that of a war god, cold, merciless, and terrifying to behold. In that instant, a familiar truth seemed to echo through the battlefield. There was always someone stronger. Beyond the sky, there was another sky, and above every talent stood an even greater one. The professor realized that Knox's swordsmanship was fundamentally different. It resembled a sword dance, giving the sense that Knox was not merely fighting to win, but fighting to survive. The students watching could only stare in stunned silence, their faces tense with caution. In the end, they were all forced to accept the same undeniable reality. Knox was overwhelming. After cutting down the obstructive undead, Knox immediately turned his gaze toward their controller and burst forward with blinding speed. In that moment, Leon felt utterly powerless, fear finally surfacing on his face. Just as Knox closed the distance, Leon hastily cast a spell, raising a barrier to block the attack. It had to be acknowledged that Leon's talent and magic were extraordinary, because even Knox's powerful strike failed to shatter the shield. The students observing were left speechless, exclaiming in disbelief that Leon had actually blocked it. The rebound force pushed Knox back, his expression darkening as he landed. Inwardly, he admitted that this was Leon's true strength. His eyes then fell upon the artifact Leon was wielding, the Necronomicon, a grimoire of House Marvis that had gone unused for generations. Knox recalled how, in the past, when even Leon's retainers had abandoned him, Leon had awakened its power and secured victory in the final territorial war by forming a contract with the Black Lion Marvis. Gathering all his magic into his sword, Leon spoke with renewed confidence, admitting that Knox was truly formidable and that he had misjudged him, thinking such measures would be enough. He then requested another match. Hearing that, Knox let out an amused smirk, thinking to himself that Leon was completely insane. Facing undead of that caliber, he reflected that even handling them with only the first technique would already be difficult. Yet, this was exactly the kind of challenge he had been craving. For a long time, he had wanted to test himself against a truly worthy rival, and Lion might be that opponent. When Leon noticed the inhuman grin spreading across Knox's face, a deep sense of unease settled in his chest. At the same time, he sensed something strange. He questioned what was happening, realizing that Knox was not suppressing his mana at all, but instead draining his own strength. Leon couldn't understand it. In this fight, Knox should have been amplifying his power, not reducing it. Soon, Knox's true intention revealed itself. Behind him, a massive orb of dark purple magic began to take shape, steadily swelling as it absorbed the surrounding mana. The sight was ominous, befitting a true descendant of the Dark Swordsman's lineage. Leon had no idea what Knox was planning, but he remained vigilant and refused to underestimate him. He immediately ordered his gigantic undead to charge, deciding that whatever judgment Knox was making, it would be best to strike first. The colossal undead, its sword shrouded in deadly miasma, hurled itself toward Knox with terrifying momentum. And yet, Knox didn't move. His expression hardened into something frighteningly grim. In that instant, he unleashed a technique he had never shown before. The Black Sword Art. The second technique, Dark Severing Flash. At first, the scene looked almost ordinary. Then, in the next heartbeat, a compressed sphere of purple energy formed along his strike, erupting in a massive surge of mana that tore into Leon's giant undead, ripping it apart piece by piece. Watching from the sidelines, the professor nearly doubted his own eyes. There was no mistaking it. That sword dance was unmistakably the second technique of the supreme Black Sword Art. There wasn't a single sword instructor on the continent who wouldn't recognize it. He also knew that mastering the second technique normally required surpassing a certain age. Gaining such overwhelming power too early was dangerous, even for those of the direct bloodline who naturally inherited greater strength. And yet, here stood a boy barely 15 years old, flawlessly wielding the second technique with nothing more than a wooden sword. The giant undead could no longer hold its shape and began to crumble into nothingness. Leon's expression darkened as he admitted that Knox truly was different. Brimming with confidence, Knox shot back that if Lion wished, he could crush him even further. Realizing that he had already exhausted every other option, Leon finally resorted to his most mysterious form of magic. Power rapidly gathered beneath his feet as he began the incantation. Watching him, Knox couldn't help but think that Lion was destined to become one of the strongest figures of the future. In this world without its destined protagonist, he reflected calmly, if the only one who can burn with competitive spirit is me, then so be it. In the next instant, a massive skull erupted beneath Knox's position, its hollow maw yawning wide as it attempted to swallow him whole. Yet Knox only smiled brightly. To him, it was no different than Perisilis. He would give Lion the same answer. One day, Leon would come to understand his own weakness, and Knox would become the goal he chased, the villain he had to overcome, the one who would stand at the end of the story in the protagonist's place. Without a moment's hesitation, Knox cleaved the skull apart, shattering it into fragments, and surged forward with clear delight etched on his face, striking directly at Leon. Nearly drained of mana and unable to form another magical barrier, Leon could only raise his weapon and defend himself with grim resolve. When their auras collided, a violent shockwave erupted, twisting the air itself into chaos. Inwardly, Knox declared that he would overwhelm and crush everything standing before him. When the dust and smoke finally settled, the outcome was already decided. The battle was over, and Knox stood victorious. Leon's sword had snapped cleanly in two, though he remained standing for a few moments longer. Looking down at his own trembling hand, Leon finally admitted defeat. He told Knox von Rienhofer that he conceded, and that thanks to him, he had learned a great deal. Knox responded calmly, remarking that Leon's use of the undead in combat was not a poor choice. Caught off guard, Leon thanked him sincerely. At that point, the instructor raised his voice, announcing that the sparring match was concluded and declaring Whitehair the winner. Hearing himself called by that nickname, Knox felt a surge of irritation, muttering inwardly that his name was Knox. The instructor continued without pause, stating that the next matches would begin and urging everyone to choose their sparring partners. After witnessing the battle, the other students hesitated, whispering among themselves that rather than face a monster like Knox, they would much rather fight Perisilis or Talia. Standing quietly in a corner, Perisilis overheard the remarks. His expression darkened as he angrily drew his sword and shouted that if that was how they felt, then all of them could come at him at once. Meanwhile, Knox adjusted his stance, a faint sense of satisfaction settling in as he thought that after displaying such an overwhelming gap in power from the very beginning, anyone reckless enough to challenge him blindly would probably not show up anytime soon. At that moment, Princess Penelope stepped forward toward the instructor and calmly declared that she, too, wished to choose Knox von Rienhofer as her sparring partner. Her words instantly stunned the surrounding students. They stared in disbelief, unable to understand how she could dare to challenge such a monster. Some hurriedly tried to dissuade her, but the princess remained perfectly composed, as though she had her own hidden intentions. Wearing a confident expression, she stated that she was fine with the situation, reminding everyone that the rules clearly allowed participants to fight anyone they designated as their opponent. The professor standing beside her had already begun to sweat nervously. Around them, whispers spread through the crowd. Students speculated whether Her Highness had deliberately chosen Knox, wondering if it had something to do with the annulled engagement, or if Knox had caused so much trouble that the princess intended to punish him personally. Grinding his teeth in irritation, Knox muttered that he couldn't understand her reasoning at all. The princess simply smiled and remarked that she happened to have a rather keen sense of hearing. A system notification suddenly rang out, announcing that the trait normal talent acting was violently shaking. Knox studied her carefully, wondering if she might already know something about his engagement with Talia. Without delay, the princess drew her sword and took her stance, telling him not to worry and to give it his all, just not to the extent that the Empire would accuse him of attempting to assassinate the princess. Feeling awkward, Knox thought that even if she said something so absurd, her sword stance was completely wrong. In his eyes, it was obvious. She was a mage, not a swordswoman, and possessed no talent in swordsmanship whatsoever. That only left him wondering how he was even supposed to fight her. Seeing that both sides had agreed, the professor raised his hand and loudly declared the start of the duel. Knox immediately dashed toward the princess, deciding that whatever happened would simply happen. But in the very next moment, a notification abruptly appeared before his eyes. It informed him that due to the effect of a trait frequent sickness, he had acquired nervous breakdown level 1. His tension level had exceeded its limit. His consciousness had briefly blacked out. The instant he read it, Knox was left speechless. His face drained of color, his eyes rolled back, and his body stiffened, nearly freezing in place. The princess saw the look on his face and immediately misunderstood it, assuming he was mocking her. Her warning came sharp and cold, telling him to stop fooling around. Before Knox could even react, she swung her sword straight toward his head. He didn't resist. He couldn't. The strike landed cleanly, and in a single blow, Knox was sent crashing to the floor. The victory was so sudden that even the princess froze, staring down at him in confusion, unable to process what had just happened. Around them, the students erupted into hushed whispers. Did you see that? The princess defeated Knox. Another voice scoffed, saying anyone could tell he had let her him on purpose. Knox heard every word clearly, yet his body refused to obey him. Flat on the floor, unable to move, he could only shout his denial inside his own head. There was no way he would ever do something like that. No way. The professor's voice cut through the noise, calmly declaring the winner as Princess Penelope von Arnhem. The announcement only deepened the disbelief on the princess's face, while the surrounding students seemed almost delighted. They laughed and speculated openly, saying that when faced with Her Highness's graceful beauty, how could anyone possibly bring themselves to strike her? Some even whispered that perhaps Knox still loved the princess. Lying there, staring at the ceiling, Knox burned with frustration, angrily insisting to himself that none of that was true. When he next opened his eyes, time had already passed. He was lying in the infirmary, stretched out on a narrow bed as his consciousness slowly returned. His face was pale as he tried to sit up, irritation bubbling inside him. Of all moments to collapse, it had to be then. As he steadied himself, a familiar voice echoed from within the seal. Rivalry sounded outraged, demanding to know how long he had been asleep. She claimed she had genuinely thought he had died and complained loudly about how someone with such a frail body could have possibly sealed her away in the first place. Knox winced and told her to be quiet, muttering that his ears were ringing. That only made her angrier. She began ranting about how unfair her situation was, forced to live in constant fear that the one maintaining the seal might drop dead at any moment. Knox snapped back, telling her to stop grumbling and pointing out that she had recovered far more than before. She scoffed, replying that during the fight he had looked like a monster, and then asked why he had suddenly collapsed like that. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing more than the effects of being sick too often. Rivalry laughed, clearly amused, and teased him about having a hidden weakness. With a playful tone, she offered to cure his illness if he would just let her out of the mirror. Before she could finish her sentence, Knox grabbed the mirror and flung it aside. Her scream of surprise echoed in his head. Coldly, he told her that as expected of a demon, she was always plotting her escape. Then he added that even if he died and went straight to hell, he would make sure to take the mirror she was sealed in down there with him. Rivalry cursed at him under her breath, grumbling that if she could just break free from the seal, she would have already done so. Before her complaints could continue, another voice suddenly called out, asking for Knox von Rain's share. Knox immediately signaled Rivalry to be silent and reached for the mirror. The door opened, and the princess stepped inside, calmly remarking that since he had awakened, she had let herself in. She asked if his body was well enough for them to have a conversation. Knox inclined his head and replied that if Her Highness wished it, then so be it. Internally, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that his exchange with Greery had not been overheard. The princess, however, wore a slightly displeased expression as she went straight to the point. She asked why, during the sword duel, Knox had let her win. The question made his chest tighten. For a brief moment, he wondered how he was supposed to answer that. There was no chance he could explain the terminal illness debuff, and at times like this, he knew it was better to claim responsibility himself. After a pause, he answered that at that moment. He believed it had been the best decision and offered an apology if his actions had displeased her. She didn't seem fully satisfied and pressed further, saying that at the very least, they should have exchanged a few proper blows. Knox replied calmly, with all due respect, that she did not possess the ability to exchange even a few strikes with him. If he had deliberately dragged the fight on or gone easy just to make it look convincing, he said that would have been deception as well. The thought lingered in his mind, harsh but undeniable. Penelope had no talent for the sword. Even if she had faced Talia or Perisilis instead of him, she would have dropped her weapon after a single strike. Hearing this, the princess nodded slowly and said she understood his reasoning. She believed he had likely acted for the dignity of the imperial family. At the same time, she pointed out that by yielding, he had effectively withdrawn support from the prince and instead declared his support for her. Knox silently wondered what kind of misunderstanding she had reached, but wisely chose to keep his thoughts to himself. She continued, saying that next time, she hoped he would not hold back again. After all, she had entered Eldon not as a princess, but as a proper student. Knox replied that he would keep that in mind. Then her expression shifted, and she added that there was one more thing she wished to mention. She had heard about his engagement to Talia of Stillreiner. At those words, Knox felt a subtle tension creep into his chest, realizing that the moment he had been anticipating had finally arrived. The princess spoke calmly about a love that had bloomed in defiance of family, of the world, even of imperial decree itself. Yet she made it clear that she had no intention of judging his so-called true love. She said she was long past the age of believing in such fairy tales. What she wanted him to understand was simple. She had approached him with intent, not sentiment. Pure faith, she said, could never make someone an emperor. Knox listened in silence, utterly bewildered. An imperial princess, speaking so seriously about true love and destiny, sounded absurdly like something torn straight from a cheap novel. He reminded himself to rein in his reaction before it showed on his face. When he finally spoke, his tone was restrained. He said that no matter how he looked at it, he had caused her trouble, and for that, he felt ashamed. That answer seemed to please her. She replied that regardless of everything, she was grateful for what he had done that day. She appreciated the thought he had shown in looking out for her. Since he had put on such a splendid performance, she added, she wished him swift recovery, though she doubted he had truly been injured at all. Knox watched as the two girls turned to leave. Internally, he grimaced. He was injured, very much so, and he wished they would hurry up and go already. Every time he stepped into the academy, the same weakness clung to him, mind and body alike, never truly leaving him alone. Once the door closed behind them, the princess let out a quiet sigh. Her expression softened, carrying a sadness that hadn't been there before. In her heart, she admitted that Knox von Rienhofer possessed a strangely unsettling charm. That calm detachment, his indifference to the opinions of others, even his undeniable genius. No matter how much she tried to deny it, she found it difficult to go against what her heart was telling her. Echidna, who had remained silent the entire time, finally spoke. She remarked that the princess seemed far more at ease now that she had said everything she wanted to say. Perhaps this time, she suggested, they shouldn't scold Knox too harshly. The princess turned back with a radiant smile and said that just this once, she would forgive him. Elsewhere, the eccentric professor burst in a laugh the moment he laid eyes on Knox. He declared that he had heard everything and loudly asked whether Knox had truly been struck down by lovesickness. With exaggerated enthusiasm, he proclaimed that Knox was a born romantic and urged him to let that blazing passion fuel his studies as well. Knox snapped at him to be quiet, irritation written plainly across his face. Inwardly, he thought that he had no time for the ramblings of a mad professor, nor for the princess's elaborate delusions. What mattered now was simple. He needed to quickly master Step of Light and a few more black magic spells, because the second main storyline was drawing closer. Letting his thoughts drift, his gaze landed on a design sheet resting on the desk. He picked it up out of curiosity and studied the costume sketch for a moment before a wicked grin slowly spread across his face. The fastest way to break through the second episode, he decided, was money. An obscene amount of it. It was about time he went gold farming. Basic Empire magic, as it was explained, existed to help students discover their primary elemental affinity and refine their magical potential accordingly. Since most students couldn't even identify what element they were attuned to, the first class always began with a test. Standing at the podium, the professor explained that each student would come forward one by one and pour their mana into the crystal of judgment. The element they resonated with most would then manifest within the orb. Whether it appeared as light, color, or something stranger, they were to describe exactly what they saw and felt. That result would become the foundation for their personal curriculum. With that, the professor called on the students in the front row to begin. Knox remained seated, lost in his own thoughts. For someone like him, who already knew his attributes and talents in full detail, the entire exercise felt painfully tedious. From the very beginning, noble heirs had their elemental affinities determined by bloodline, lineage, and birth. Still, a small, idle thought crossed his mind. If, by some absurd twist of fate, a divine element suited for healers were to appear, it would be incredible. But he dismissed it just as quickly. That attribute was almost entirely monopolized by House Genos. As someone born into a dark family, it had nothing to do with him. Eventually, his turn came. Knox stepped forward and placed his hand on the orb as instructed. The reaction was immediate. Dense black-violet colors erupted inside the crystal, swirling violently, so deep and overwhelming that even he was caught off guard. Mana surged outward in every direction, flooding the hall with a suffocating violet darkness that pressed down on everyone present. When he finally pulled his hand away, the room fell silent. Knox stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to fully comprehend what he had just witnessed. The professor, however, seemed pleased. He praised Knox for doing well and asked what the orb had revealed to him. Knox answered curtly, saying the professor already knew the answer. The crystal had shown nothing but dense, dark, violet shadows. Yet inwardly, Knox felt uneasy. Within the mass of violet darkness, he had clearly sensed it, a faint thread of pure white light seeping through the shadows. When he checked his status window, there was no mention of it at all. That light was unmistakable. It was the holy element, monopolized by House Genos. It didn't align with any data he had gathered so far. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. There had to be something buried in his past, something even he couldn't see despite all his accumulated gamer knowledge. With that thought lingering heavily in his mind, Knox resolved to investigate it further. By the time magic class ended, combat training had already begun. The bald professor stepped forward and explained that footwork techniques demanded immense mental strength, but once mastered, they allowed a fighter to move beyond ordinary perception. To demonstrate, he vanished from his spot without warning and reappeared beside the nearest student in the blink of an eye. He calmly stated that with such mastery, one could slip completely out of another's awareness. The class erupted instantly. Students gasped and shouted in disbelief, some insisting it was far too fast to follow, others admitting they couldn't even trace the path of his movement. A few wonder aloud how anyone could possibly keep track of an opponent moving at that speed. Knox watched in silence, his gaze sharp. At the same moment, he activated his active skill, Hour of the Genius Plus. The world around him slowed dramatically. Time stretched, movements dulled, and within that suspended moment, he studied the professor's technique in precise detail. Everything appeared frozen, except for a single figure closing the distance with terrifying speed. The professor had chosen Knox as the target for his demonstration, but to Knox's eyes, every motion was perfectly clear. He could see it all, and more importantly, he realized the man was simply looking for an opening to strike him. There was no reason to allow that. As the blade came down, Knox shifted and dodged at the last possible instant. A wave of shock rippled through the class. Students cried out in alarm, asking what had just happened. Some insisted that Knox had avoided the instructor's sword using footwork. Others admitted they hadn't seen anything at all and couldn't understand how it had occurred. Knox straightened calmly and said that he understood now. So this was what footwork truly was. The professor's face darkened. Feeling slighted, he muttered under his breath and bristled with irritation. Talia, still stunned, demanded to know how Knox had done it and when he had ever learned footwork in the first place. The professor snapped back that she had seen it wrong. Knox hadn't used footwork at all. He had simply read his movements and reacted accordingly. Even so, the professor judged that Knox's ability to react instinctively without any formal training was extraordinary. With a sharp gesture, he ordered the white-haired student to remain after class for personal instruction. The moment those words landed, an uneasy feeling crept into Knox's chest. It felt disturbingly familiar, like déjà vu repeating itself. Around him, whispers spread through the room. Students exchanged confused looks, quietly questioning why the top student would need additional training at all. The professor's face twisted with open irritation. He barked that he only favored the chosen ones, and that anyone drowning in jealousy should go and master footwork on their own. Otherwise, he warned coldly, it wouldn't just be demons cutting them down one day. Even low-level monsters would slaughter them without mercy. One frightened student immediately blurted out an apology. Another muttered that, as expected of the bald instructor, his skills were genuine, even if his personality was completely unhinged. Those words did not go unheard. The professor suddenly seized a student by the head, gripping him tightly as he promised to help awaken their hidden talent, just as he had done for himself. The same treatment, he declared, would be given to everyone present. Releasing his grip, he announced that he would explain the step of light once more, this time slowly. The classroom fell silent as he began breaking it down piece by piece. He explained that the step of light consisted of 3 stages. The first was mana transmutation, converting a portion of one's elemental attribute into divine energy and channeling it into the legs. The second stage was tensional flow, where that transformed energy interacted with the ground itself, creating a smooth and controlled current. The final stage was blink, using the accumulated momentum of the previous steps to make the caster vanish instantly from the opponent's sight. He added bluntly that since most of them were only beginning to learn their elements, they couldn't even stabilize mana properly, much less transmute it. Because of that, he announced they would spend the entire day practicing nothing but mana transmutation. Knox watched the scene unfold and smiled inwardly. It sounded fun. More than that, he found himself wondering just how quickly he could truly master footwork. From the side, Perisilis glared at Knox with undisguised irritation, cursing silently that Knox von Rienhofer was a bastard. His thoughts drifted back to his youth, to a moment when he had once asked his own teacher whether the 7 stars of the continent were really as powerful as people claimed. The old man had affirmed it without hesitation, saying their strength was overwhelming. Perisilis had pressed further, asking whether his teacher himself had not once been counted among the 7 stars, and if so, how his sword compared to theirs. The response had only been laughter. His teacher had admitted that his own talent paled in comparison, explaining that Theo's supreme black sword, the lunar sword art, and a heaven-destroying sword art existed on an entirely different plane altogether. Though he himself had once been called a sword emperor, their talents had far surpassed his own. Perisilis had argued back then, insisting that his master was the strongest man he had ever seen, unable to understand how someone like him could fail to stand at the very peak. His teacher had answered calmly, saying that when he compared himself at Perisilis' age to the boy standing before him, he had been hopelessly inferior. That, he explained, was what true talent meant. It was something transcendent, something that could not be overtaken by time, effort, or experience alone. He had added that he could see that same overwhelming brilliance within Perisilis, and told him to stop spouting nonsense and devote himself even more seriously, calling him a genius boy without hesitation. At the time, Perisilis had pondered deeply over the meaning of those words. He believed he understood exactly how strong his master was and how high he stood above others. If someone like that called him a genius, then just how terrifying must his master's true strength be? He had wondered whether he could ever hope to catch up. Slowly, his master's words about an awe so overwhelming that one could not even imagine surpassing it began to make sense. He found himself smiling at the memory, thinking that his master had been far more unhinged than he had ever realized. Nearby, Talia watched him with confusion, unable to grasp why the eccentric man was suddenly laughing to himself. Inwardly, she thought that this was exactly what one would expect from Knox. Compared to him, she felt unbearably small and insignificant, almost to the point of embarrassment. Still, she steeled her resolve. If she continued to train steadily, then one day, she too might reach greater heights. As time passed, the training took its toll. The students were completely drained, bodies trembling as they panted for breath. Talia, breathing heavily, remarked that simply transmuting her attribute into divine energy demanded an incredible level of focus. The professor replied that this was only natural, explaining that many people failed to progress even past that stage and never learned footwork at all. He then turned his gaze toward Knox, calling him white hair, and demanded to see what he had practiced. Had he completed mana transmutation or not? Knox answered with a sly, confident smile. Opening his palm, he formed a tightly condensed sphere of energy, declaring it to be mana transmutation, his expression overflowing with self-assurance. Then he lifted his leg and initiated tensional flow. A heartbeat later, he slammed his foot against the floor, and in the blink of an eye, his body shifted. His movement carried a strange elasticity, as though his foot had pressed down on a sheet of rubber, rebounding and unfolding in a single fluid motion. It happened so fast that the naked eye could barely track it. Gasps rippled through the classroom as students whispered in disbelief, wondering how, in less than half a day of instruction, Knox had not only mastered mana transmutation, but had gone on to complete the step of light itself. Rather than pride, fury flared in the professor's eyes. Yet that anger was twisted, born not of failure, but of Knox's overwhelming brilliance. He demanded to know how the white-haired boy had managed to finish the entire lesson so absurdly quickly. Knox, meanwhile, ended the technique cleanly and stood with commanding presence, his figure etched firmly into the eyes of everyone watching. Elsewhere, within the Rienhofer estate, Theo sat alone in his study, sunk deep in thought over matters that were soon to unfold. A voice called from outside, asking forgiveness for disturbing him and conveying that the mistress urgently requested his presence. Moments later, a woman stepped in, telling Rodwell to abandon formalities remarking that it had been far too long since such courtesies had mattered between them. Theo regarded her coolly and commented that it was rude to appear without prior notice. She answered calmly, asking when they had ever bothered with ceremony, and insisted they move straight to the point. Her expression darkened as she declared that the issue concerned his child with that woman, Knox von Rienhofer. Theo leaned back in the patriarch's chair, fixing Lady Priscilla with a cold gaze before telling her to speak. She stated that she had heard his youngest son was producing excellent results at the academy. At once, Theo's expression hardened as he asked what she was trying to imply. Lady Priscilla urged him to devote equal attention to Alan and Hartz, reminding him that they were his sons as well. Theo replied that she surely knew Eldane Academy only permitted 3 children per family, which was precisely why Alan and Hartz were being arranged to attend another institution. She admitted she knew this, but argued that those other academies lacked both the proper environment and sufficient support. Alan and Hartz, she insisted, still had room to grow. Even so, Theo had chosen to pass down the second form of the Black Sword to Knox alone. Theo's voice remained firm, as he stated that such decisions were his to make as head of the house. Lady Priscilla pressed further, asking whether he truly believed the other retainers shared his view. Theo dismissed the concern without hesitation, saying flatly that he did not care what they thought. Growing visibly agitated, Lady Priscilla demanded to know why he favored that child above all others. She pointed out that Knox had once been nothing more than the shame of the family, someone no one had even bothered to care about. Another voice echoed the sentiment, remarking that even if Knox had somehow won Theo's favor through nothing more than shallow talent, it would only be temporary. That same voice went further, daring to question whether Theo's recent favoritism stemmed from the fact that Knox was the child of that woman. At once, Theo's voice cut through the room like steel. He warned Priscilla to watch her tongue. Observing her agitation, he said coldly that it would be best if she left for the day. Lady Priscilla glared at him, her eyes burning with resentment, before turning away. She declared that remaining any longer would not make him listen regardless. As she departed, Rodwell the butler watched her retreating figure and politely wished her well, reminding her to take care. Left behind, Rodwell reflected silently on the tangled circumstances. Lady Priscilla's marriage to the Lord had been an arrangement forged in his early youth, and from that union came young masters Garin, Grain, Alan, and the twin daughters. Yet the woman the Lord had truly loved had only been his second wife, the mother of young Master Knox. That did not mean the Lord had neglected Alan or the twins, but Rodwell understood all too well that talent had a way of tipping the scales. True talent, he mused, was not something everyone could recognize. He wondered whether Lady Priscilla, if she were to witness young Master Knox's path with her own eyes, might finally understand. But in the end, he concluded she was not a woman capable of such realization. Troubling rumors had already begun to circulate, claiming that Lady Priscilla had bribed members of the Council of Elders to secure their favor. The thought weighed heavily on Rodwell's heart. Such actions, he warned inwardly, could only lead to bloodshed. The moment for a decisive choice was drawing near. Theo listened, his expression firm though tinged with fatigue, and acknowledged Rodwell's concerns. He stated that it was indeed time to inform both the council and the retainers of his will and his chosen successor. He added that he would need Rodwell's assistance. Rodwell bowed deeply, assuring him that he would be ready to follow his command at any moment. Elsewhere, Lady Priscilla spoke in hushed tones to her sons, the twins, telling them that they must find a way to reclaim the opportunity that had slipped from their grasp. One of the boys asked despairingly how they could ever hope to defeat Knox, pointing out that he already stood at the very top of the academy, and that even the newly crowned king of Talahan had sworn loyalty to him. Priscilla answered with a slow, sinister smile, telling them that she had already thought of everything. All they needed to do, she said calmly, was train exactly as instructed and wait patiently for the right moment to arrive. At Eldane Academy, the principal wore a satisfied smile as she observed the proceedings. At last, the freshmen had stepped into their first mission period. Professor Raz was the first to speak, informing her that several of the new cadets had already submitted applications for a red mission and that he had come to seek her approval. The moment the words left his mouth, another professor shot to his feet in shock, exclaiming that this was utter madness. He argued that Raz, of all people, was known for caring about the students more than anyone else. So how could he possibly allow something so reckless? The gap in difficulty between yellow and red missions was enormous, he stressed, questioning how freshmen could ever be entrusted with such a task. Professor Raz responded calmly. He explained that within the Eldane system, missions were divided into 5 levels of difficulty: yellow, red, blue, white, and black. He reminded them that the subjugation mission involving the Charter Grain in the past had only been a yellow mission, the lowest tier. This year, however, was different. Among the newly enrolled cadets, a top 5 lineup would be operating together as a team. Once Raz finished speaking, Instructor Baldy nodded in agreement. With names of that caliber, he remarked, it was only natural that they would be entrusted with a red mission. And with that troublesome white-haired student included, he doubted there would be any real issues. The opposing professor hesitated for a moment before finally conceding. If everyone else acknowledged the decision, he said, then he would raise no further objections. Still, he reminded them that for freshmen to undertake a red mission, approval from the headmaster was mandatory. In response, Professor Raz turned toward the principal and explained that he had prepared no fewer than 26 cadet analysis reports, requesting that she review them. The principal waved her hand dismissively and stated that she approved. Professor Ross was left staring in disbelief, unable to comprehend how easily that approval had been granted. In his thoughts, he reviewed the lineup once more. Perisilis and Lady Talia were knights. Leon and Lady Eleanor were mages. As for Knox, he was someone capable of wielding both sword and magic. With a team like that, he reasoned, even if something unexpected occurred, there was little to worry about. In his mind, there could be no formation more perfect. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, one of them spoke up, saying there was still one final matter to address. In an instant, a chilling aura flooded the room, causing the professors to stiffen in shock. The principal's lips curved into a sinister smile as she remarked that she could no longer tolerate it. Professor Rascal glanced around at his colleagues and warned them that he did not know how long they believed they could continue hiding there. He urged them to conceal themselves more thoroughly, making certain that no gaps were left behind. The principal added with a crooked, almost malicious smile that Maine carried a uniquely filthy stench, the kind that lingered long after he was gone. Not long after, a carriage rolled through the eastern extral region, its wheels cutting across a land scarred by endless war. The fields were barren, the villages worn down by years of conflict, and yet the road led to Abelard, a colossal casino planted in the heart of the territory, like a festering wound. It was a decadent paradise for overfed nobles, infamous as a den where the children of aristocrats from countless nations wasted fortunes and trafficked slaves in secret. Before the second major episode could even begin, a new mission was issued to the lunatic as well. Knox read the briefing in silence. Mission period. Abelard Casino. Red mission. Demon extermination. The words settled heavily in his mind. Their objective was clear: hunt down and eliminate a demon hiding within the casino's walls. For the first time, he truly felt the burden of belonging to the lunatic. Paracelsus broke the silence by asking why. As a noble, Knox had not arranged for a luxurious carriage and instead chose to ride in a merchant caravan. Knox answered calmly that there was no reason to advertise their presence when they needed to enter a casino with hidden identities. He added, pointedly, that this eastern region was his homeland and told Paracelsus to stop complaining. That only made Paracelsus scowl harder. He snapped back that it was precisely because it was Knox's homeland that he disliked it even more, grumbling about the oppressive air and the damp, unpleasant stench that clung to everything. Leon quickly stepped in, telling them both to drop it and at least take a look around. He commented that while the air was humid, the undeveloped landscape still held a certain rugged charm. Elmo disagreed, warning that open land and wide visibility were not always blessings, as they also made one an easy target. As the caravan pressed on, a villager suddenly shouted, telling everyone to look ahead. Armed men had appeared, blocking the road. Someone cried out in panic that they were bandits. The caravan leader reacted instantly, ordering that the Elden students be protected first. Talia screamed Kia's name, and in the same moment, Knox turned to Paracelsus and told him to go out and fight. Paracelsus frowned, clearly irritated, and demanded to know why it had to be him. Knox shot back without hesitation, asking who exactly Paracelsus was complaining for, and whether he was calling him a commoner just to curry favor with the nobles. He added casually that if the thieves injured the horses, then everyone would be forced to walk together, wouldn't they? He also reminded them that Abelard was still half a day away by horseback. Paracelsus glared at him for a brief moment before clicking his tongue and muttering that he would go. Leon moved as well, preparing to leave, and Knox declared that they would head out too. Thalmus rose from her seat, gripping her sword tightly, insisting that she would join them. She said they couldn't allow others to be harmed just because of their carriage. Knox, however, leaned back with a lazy yawn and waved them off, saying they could do whatever they liked since he planned to take a nap right there. The others stared at him with irritation, wondering why he gave orders only to claim rest afterward, muttering under their breath about the arrogance of a young master. Jitri, on the other hand, simply smiled at the absurd scene. Knox closed his eyes, thinking that all of this would serve as their experience points anyway, while what they truly needed was rest to keep pace with their future schedule. His thoughts drifted to the most important event awaiting them in Abelard, where he would soon obtain the auction's top item, the masterpiece he had been pursuing for so long. The scene shifted abruptly to a dark stone chamber. A figure with animal ears and a tail was revealed, chained tightly and huddled on the cold floor. Then, just as suddenly, the view changed again to a grand casino overflowing with nobles, their laughter and chatter blending with flashing lights and music. Announcements rang out, informing guests that exchanges of 70 gold coins were ready and that only Imperial chips were permitted within the establishment. The voice concluded by wishing everyone good fortune at the Avla Casino. Amid the bustling crowd, Knox and Jitri appeared, both clad in refined clothing and hiding their identities behind ornate masks. Several others accompanied them, one of whom scoffed mockingly that it was impressive Knox would come to such a disreputable place, though it suited a mission meant for someone as hopeless as him. Eleanor, calm and vigilant, quietly reminded everyone to lower their voices, warning that they were currently operating under false identities. Leia nodded in agreement, adding that while Avla Casino was technically a lawless zone, acts like illegal slave auctions or racial oppression were strictly forbidden. Their task, he explained, was to investigate and eliminate anyone involved in such crimes, and if their cover were exposed, the consequences would be disastrous. Perisilis, looking completely unconcerned, waved off the warnings with a lazy shrug, saying that a little game wouldn't hurt anyone. Watching his carefree attitude, Knox felt a quiet sense of unease. He knew all too well that Perisilis would be lucky if he stopped after just one round. With the fortune stat sitting miserably at 2, losing was practically guaranteed. Worse still, Knox remembered that in later stages, a hidden trait, gambling addict, would awaken through repeated betting. Of course, that trait never led to success. The developers had built in an anti-gambling system, politely named the Gambling Addiction Prevention Campaign, ensuring that even massive wins were always followed by even greater losses. It was their twisted idea of mercy. Knox could only sigh inwardly at such a cruel pairing of traits, already picturing Perisilis wasting his life inside the casino once everything fully awakened. Yet things didn't unfold exactly as he expected. Before long, Perisilis lost his temper after a defeat, lashing out by kicking a game machine and shouting that it had to be rigged since all his chips were gone. Nearby gamblers burst into laughter, telling him to relax, and insisting he hadn't lost much. They urged him to sit at their table, promising he could win everything back. Caught by their words, Perisilis foolishly followed them without hesitation. Knox watched the scene for a moment longer, then looked away, feeling too exhausted to keep observing. He didn't think he could stomach watching it all play out. Talia turned to him and asked if they should try playing as well, admitting she didn't even know the rules and wondering which game they should start with. Several players immediately beckoned them over, enthusiastically explaining that they had a simple game anyone could play: men, women, even children. The rules were straightforward. Predict whether the roulette would land on an odd or even number. A correct guess would double the bet, but a loss meant losing everything. Their attention then shifted to Leon, whom they addressed politely as young master, inviting him to join. Leon agreed, and when the female dealer asked how much he wished to wager, he hesitated briefly before pushing all his chips forward. To everyone's shock, Leon began winning again and again. Gasps spread through the crowd as he secured 5 consecutive victories, every single spin landing on an odd number. His companions stared at him in disbelief, murmuring that his luck was unreal. Riding that confidence, Leon announced that he would bet on even next, once again shoving all his chips into the center. The roulette spun, and the dealer's eyes widened when he won yet again. Without missing a beat, Leon called for another round, betting everything once more uneven. Watching the streak unfold, Talia leaned closer to Knox and whispered her concern, asking if this was really okay and worrying that Lion might lose everything if he kept going. Knox only smirked inwardly. He had never once seen Lion gamble before, and honestly, the man had to be insane. Perhaps, he mused, Leon possessed some hidden trait like a genius of gambling, or at least a natural talent for betting. Jitri, clearly uneasy, hurriedly begged Lion not to continue acting like this. But Knox cut her off, telling her to give up since things had already gone this far. When she asked nervously where he was heading, he gave a faint grin, flipped a coin between his fingers, and replied that he was going somewhere one could win far more than from such childish games. Not long after, Knox was seated at a high-stakes card table, leaving the surrounding players stunned by his results. Shouts erupted as he revealed a straight, then a flush, and even walked away with 500 chips using nothing more than 2 pairs. Murmurs spread through the crowd, people whispering about which noble family he belonged to gamble with such audacity. Knox remained composed, quietly calculating that he had turned 50 gold coins into 4,700. Now he understood why people fell into gambling so easily. If he could, he might have stayed there for days. Still, he could feel resentment building around him and briefly considered stopping. That thought didn't last long. A wicked glint flickered in his eyes as he decided he couldn't quit yet. 4,700 was such an awkward number, after all. If he just won a little more, he could round to 5,000, or maybe even 10,000. Nearby, Gree stood on the verge of tears as she reported that Knox's winnings had climbed to a total of 12,700 gold coins. Eleanor, overhearing the figure, froze in shock and asked if she had heard correctly. Gree forced an awkward smile and softly asked whether the young master was finally finished gambling. Knox glanced at Eleanor and understood at once why she looked so stunned. That amount alone was nearly 15% of the profit she had recently earned from selling monster materials. Talia then turned toward Lion, commenting that he must have won quite a lot as well, and admitting her envy. Leon nodded, saying that thanks to his luck he had earned around 3,000 gold coins, but then suddenly paused. Something didn't add up. The number of chips felt wrong. He recalled lending Paracelsus about 400 gold earlier. At that, Paracelsus' temper flared, his thoughts boiling with the suspicion that they were all conspiring against him. Watching his reaction, Talia quietly concluded that he had probably already lost everything. Ella Laner clicked her tongue in irritation, muttering that anyone who gambled was an idiot and declaring that she would never lower herself to such things. Knox thought otherwise. He clearly remembered her losing an odd, even round earlier, no matter how much she pretended it never happened. As his gaze drifted away from her, it caught on a figure standing quietly behind them. After a brief look, Knox turned back to the group and suggested that it was time to leave. That suggestion was met with immediate resistance. His companions protested in surprise, asking why they should go now and demanding that he stop. Just as they started moving toward the exit, the mysterious man stepped forward and politely asked them to wait, apologizing for observing them from a distance. With a courteous smile, he remarked that, as expected, fortune truly seemed to favor them. Paracelsus exploded at once, accusing the man of being the casino's manager and demanding to know if he had been rigging the odds. He threatened him harshly, insisting that he speak up before things turned ugly. Before the tension could escalate, Knox moved without hesitation, shoving a heavy pouch of gold into Paracelsus' hands to shut him up. Then he calmly asked the stranger what he actually wanted, reminding him that he had claimed gambling didn't interest him in the first place. The instant Paracelsus felt the weight of the gold, his fury evaporated, replaced by a dazed fascination as he stared at his reclaimed wealth. The stranger explained that while gambling itself might be trivial, their winnings now qualified them for a far more exclusive place, the auction hall. He invited them to view rare and intriguing items available only to those of sufficient standing. Knox watched him closely and immediately understood. The bait had been taken. With an easy confidence, he replied that they didn't need permission since they were already VIPs, telling the man to check their entry cards if he doubted it. Then he demanded to be taken there at once. The stranger stiffened, quickly apologizing for failing to recognize them as VIP guests, but hesitated and asked whether Paracelsus qualified as well, given how much he appeared to have lost earlier. Paracelsus coughed awkwardly and claimed that he had only been pretending to lose. They were led through narrow, damp passages until they reached a hidden area buried deep underground. In stark contrast to the alleys above, the place was eerily pristine. Before them rose a grand stage, lined with cages where demi-humans were imprisoned, waiting to be sold. The host stepped forward and announced that the evening's special products were reserved exclusively for VIPs, strong, long-lived, and perfectly obedient demi-humans. Cries of despair echoed through the hall. Chained captives begged for mercy, and one mother screamed desperately for her child as a soldier approached, gripping a red-hot iron rod. From his seat, Knox watched the scene unfold with grim, unshaken composure. Compared to the scripted scenes he once remembered from the game, the reality unfolding before him was far more grotesque, far more unbearable. No words could truly describe what spread out before his eyes. It was disaster piled upon disaster, tragedy layered with grief, an atmosphere so heavy it made the air feel rotten. His thoughts drifted to Grimmery, the demon whose very essence was honesty and sorrow. This place, steeped in corruption, was her nourishment, the source of her mana. To him, it felt utterly vile, like a festering nest of maggots wriggling beneath the skin of the world. Beside him, Jitri sat rigid, her body trembling as fear seeped into her bones. Silent dread clung to her face, freezing her expression in place. Then, suddenly, warmth wrapped around her shaking hand. She flinched and turned, whispering his title in a confused, fragile voice. Knox met her gaze with quiet sympathy. He knew it well. The trait that endlessly tormented her, misery itself, was being stirred awake once more. Inwardly, he apologized for dragging her into such pain. Yet reason tempered his guilt. With enemies closing in from every direction, leaving her alone would have been far more dangerous. At that moment, a voice rose above the murmur of the crowd. The host thanked everyone for their patience and introduced himself as Herman, the general manager of the underground auction. With practiced enthusiasm, he urged the gathered nobles to cheer and applaud for what he promised would be an unforgettable night. Knox's eyes sharpened. So the manager had finally revealed himself. Herman. The name clicked into place as the narrative advanced in his mind. Episode 2 had begun. The corruption of Avalok continued. In this chapter, the nobles would squeeze the commoners dry, exploiting them without restraint, pushing social tensions to the breaking point. From that pressure, a revolutionary army would be born, and lurking behind it all, the demons would wait patiently, fanning discord between every faction, nurturing chaos until the moment they could bare their fangs and devour the human world. When that happened, the demon realm would descend upon the earth, signaling humanity's collapse, a tragedy no different from the fall of Tajuan. And at the center of it all stood that man. Knox already knew the truth behind that polite smile and smooth voice. He knew the filthy identity hidden beneath the mask. Herman was one of the 72 great demons. Grand Duke Lame Jin. The system interface materialized before Knox's eyes, its cold light cutting through the darkness as it displayed a detailed profile of the entity known as Lame Jin. Male. Age unknown. Primary element. Water. Recognized among the 72 demons. His talents were listed next. Normal mana sensitivity, normal proficiency in alchemy. His neutral trait was labeled without hesitation. Pure evil. The negatives followed, one after another. Violent, foul-mouthed, arrogant, afflicted with multiple personality disorder, and marked as a lazy genius. Then came the numbers. Stamina, 20. Mana, 23. Luck, 5. Will, 17. Charm, 17. Knox stared at the screen, expression unreadable, as the truth settled in. The raw of this place had a name now, and it was standing right in front of him. Finally, his skills were revealed. A passive ability related to alchemy, and an active skill bearing the name Tempest of the Flood. Compared to the other 72 great demons, Lamujin's abilities were almost laughable. Among all forms of geniuses, he carried the most unfortunate label of all, a lazy genius. Though he had been born with vast talents spanning countless disciplines, his sloth had allowed those gifts to rot away. Arrogant by nature and sharp-tongued to the point of irritation, he embodied both pride and laziness, a rare but ugly combination even among demons. In simple terms, he was weaker than the demons Knox had already faced, beings like Peeman and Grimmery. With the companions currently at his side, clearing this episode no longer felt uncertain. It felt achievable. Soon after, Lame Jin smoothly transitioned into his role as host and began introducing the next auction item. He urged the crowd not to waste time and unveiled the first lot of the night. A tome of illusion magic said to grant control over the minds of others at will. He explained that the book had been developed by a member of one of the dark families, a practitioner of black magic who specialized in manipulating the dead. The moment the item was revealed, Leon's eyes flickered. He recognized it instantly. It was a secret technique stolen from the Marvis family. Knox watched quietly from the sidelines, his gaze lingering on Leon. What surprised him wasn't the revelation itself, but Leon's composure. Despite his family's hidden art being displayed so openly, Leon remained calm, betraying no outward reaction. Even with Knox's own hardened mental resilience, he had to admit it was impressive. Then again, reason quickly followed. Anyone lacking the dark element couldn't use such a forbidden tome in the first place. Lame Jin was surely aware of that fact as well. As the auction continued, Longan's voice echoed through the hall as he called for bids. The price climbed steadily, eventually reaching 17 million gold. He asked if anyone wished to go higher, stressing how rarely such a tome ever appeared on the market. Knox narrowed his eyes. It sounded like bluffing. Sure enough, after a brief exchange of bids, Lame Jin declared the sale closed, congratulated the winner, and seamlessly moved on to the next item. This time, it was a mysterious scroll, faintly radiating immense mana. Lame Jin explained that although no one had ever managed to decipher it, the starting price would be 3,000 gold. The audience reacted immediately. Some scoffed, muttering that spending 3,000 gold on a scroll no one could read was absurd. Others dismissed it outright, saying they were only here to buy slaves anyway. Then LMG paused, as if suddenly remembering something important. With a casual tone, he added that the scroll was written in an ancient, extinct language known as Dragon Tongue. At that, a faint smile crept onto Knox's lips. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but behind it, an outrageous plan had already begun to take shape. The crowd erupted into murmurs, questioning what value the scroll could possibly have if it remained unusable. And then, without hesitation, bidder number 99, Knox, raised the bid to 50 million gold. The absurd number made Lame Jin lift his gaze, doubt flashing openly across his face as shocked murmurs rippled through the hall. Whispers spread like wildfire. Some scoffed, wondering if the bidder had lost his mind. Others questioned whether he truly possessed such wealth, or if he was secretly tied to a rival merchantry attempting to disrupt the auction. Many simply couldn't comprehend why anyone would pour that much gold into something so utterly useless. Lamujin's eyes narrowed as he studied the white-haired bidder more carefully. The man was suspicious, a VIP who had appeared out of nowhere, yet whose presence felt disturbingly familiar. Then it struck him. That aura, there was no mistaking it. It carried the unmistakable scent of the Ray-Hair family. A cold thought crept into his mind. Perhaps this bidder knew something about the scroll that even he did not. As the thought formed, an old memory surfaced, one tied to the ancient Catalya kingdom. Long ago, when humans first gathered to establish their realm, months of alchemical research and excavation had uncovered a single scroll buried deep within the ruins. Its surface was etched with jagged runes, written in a script so ancient that even advanced alchemy had failed to decipher it. Dragon tongue. And yet now, someone was offering a ridiculous sum of gold for what should have been nothing more than worthless parchment. Realization dawned slowly, then all at once. The man might truly understand Dragon Tongue. If so, he held the key to unlocking the scroll's secrets. Without changing his expression, Lame Jin subtly signaled one of his associates hidden among the crowd. The planted bidder responded instantly, raising the price to 51 million. Knox didn't even blink. 60 million, he countered at once. The other man stiffened, sweat beading on his forehead, but stubborn pride pushed him forward. 65 million, he forced out. Then Knox, as if all restraint had vanished, shattered the room's composure entirely. 120 million. The rival bidder swore under his breath, disbelief written plainly across his face. The number was insane. Seeing the price soar to such heights, even Lame Jin decided it was pointless to drag the spectacle out any longer. With a sharp strike of his gavel, he declared the scroll sold to the white-haired VIP and congratulated the winner. Once the deal was sealed, Knox casually turned toward Eleanor and asked how much she could lend him. She answered calmly that she could manage around 200 million at most, adding that even with her spatial pouch, carrying more than that would be impossible. Knox nodded and told her he would borrow all of it. Eleanor raised an eyebrow and asked what the interest would be. In response, Knox merely smiled, confidence radiating from him as he assured her he would repay everything before the night was over. Their companions, however, were far less composed. Perilsus clicked his tongue irritably, muttering about what those two were even talking about, while Talia stared in open disbelief, stammering as she asked just how wealthy Eleanor truly was. Knox watched her in silence, recalling that even within the original storyline, Ella Laner's exact fortune had never been disclosed. Her wealth had always been described in vague, almost fearful terms, as something vast and unfathomable. In the end, Eleanor agreed to lend him the money. She explained that since his identity had been thoroughly verified, there was no reason to refuse, though she warned him not to lose himself to gambling or reckless auctions. To Knox, her words sounded uncannily similar to something Jitri would have said. It made him realize that the two must have grown close during their travels, and while he acknowledged it, he didn't consider it a bad thing. Ella Laner then calmly laid out the terms. The base interest would be 1%, with an additional 0.2% added for every month the payment was delayed. Should he fail to repay entirely, she stated without emotion that she would personally ensure the Imperial Treasury seized all of his assets. Hearing that, Knox's expression darkened slightly. Even so, he admitted inwardly that such mercilessness was exactly what he expected from her. Meanwhile, Lamagodan smoothly resumed the auction. With a grin that promised indulgence, he announced the items everyone had truly been waiting for. Slaves, from humans to demi-humans. He proclaimed that a wide variety was available to satisfy any master. He began introducing the first category, beastkin. Before anyone else could even process his words, Knox raised his bidder's plate again. 1.8 billion, he called out. The hall froze. The other attendees were so stunned by the outrageous offer that no one managed to react in time. Jitri turned pale and whispered in horror, asking if Knox had completely lost his mind. After the scroll, he was now bidding recklessly on slaves as well. Murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. Some speculated that he must be a planted bidder from Avalot itself. Gree could only let out a hollow sigh, lamenting that Chatter's entire annual budget barely reached 50 million gold, yet Knox had already spent several times that amount in a single night. Lame Megadon scanned the audience and calmly asked if anyone wished to bid higher than the white-haired VIP's offer. Silence answered him. With a satisfied nod, he declared that the sale would be finalized. Frustration rippled through the crowd below. Some muttered bitterly that it was absurd, that all the slaves in the hall could have been bought for 30 million gold. Others scoffed and waved it off, saying the white-haired bidder could have them all, claiming the Avalot auction was rigged from the start. Unbothered by the uproar, Legaton continued smoothly, offering his congratulations and stating that the customer had once again secured another winning bid. As the auction drew closer to its end, he politely inquired whether the buyer would prefer to settle the payment and receive the purchased items in private. Talia, standing close by, couldn't hide her growing anxiety. She grabbed at Knox's sleeve and warned him that going alone was far too dangerous, insisting they should move together. Parasols cut in before Knox could respond, reminding him sharply that he had been throwing money around without restraint and demanding to know whether he even had a plan to recover from it all. Knox didn't bother to explain. He simply told them to stay where they were and not to follow him. If they came along, he said flatly, they would only get in the way of what he was about to do. Out in the corridor, Knox followed Lamagodan into a separate chamber. The demon turned with an easy smile, saying he had been expecting him, and asked that Knox first accept the scroll. As he reached for it, Knox weighed the situation in silence. Of all beings, Lamagodan knew very well that he understood how to handle a scroll written in dragon tongue. That alone told him how desperate the demon was, willing to gamble even his own life for the chance to learn the method. Still, Knox was certain of one thing. Lamagodan would never guess the real reason he had paid 6 times the price, all for the sake of a single slave boy. Moments later, Knox stood before the cell where the slave was held. In a calm voice, he told the demi-human that he was the one who had purchased him. The beast man snapped his head up, eyes burning with hatred as he demanded to know what Knox intended to do. Knox answered evenly that they would be seeing each other often and advised him to lose the attitude. Then he leaned in slightly, a faint smile touching his lips, and murmured that the boy wasn't going to run off chasing some hollow idea of freedom. The words hit their mark. The demi-human froze for a heartbeat, then bolted, making a desperate dash for escape. He didn't get far. A vicious pulse of magic flared behind him, and blood-red chains erupted from the air, coiling tightly around his body and dragging him to a halt. Lame Megaton's voice echoed through the chamber, thick with contempt. He berated the slave's insolence, sneering that there were limits to such behavior, that a mere slave daring to speak of freedom was laughable. He went on to reveal that he had personally carved an imprint into every slave's body to prevent exactly this kind of rebellion. Turning his disdain toward Knox, Lame Jin mocked him openly. Paying dozens of times a slave's worth only to release him, he said, was nothing but foolish, misplaced mercy. Knox didn't flinch. His voice remained cold as he replied that whether he chose to free his slave or not was none of the demon's concern. At that, Lamagin's expression twisted, shedding its casual mask and warping into something far darker. A twisted grin crawled across his face as dark miasma burst from his body, his skull warping and stretching until the mask of humanity shattered and his true demonic form stood exposed. He sneered down at Knox, asking if he had really come all this way just to flaunt his wealth, mocking him as the young heir of the Rienhofer family. At the same time, a cold, system-like notice rang out, declaring that Lame Megaton's multiple personality disorder trait had been activated. The demon closed the gap in an instant, his presence pressing down as he demanded to know what Knox was truly thinking by coming here. Having realized that his identity was already laid bare, Knox did not hesitate. He calmly removed his mask, let a faint smile form, and replied that he saw no reason to explain himself to a being like Lame God, a demon whose true nature he had already seen through. Lame Jin froze for a heartbeat, clearly shaken that his identity had been uncovered, but the shock quickly twisted into a manic laugh. He admitted that it was impressive Knox already knew his name, then demanded to know whether the Rienhofer family or the Eldine family had sent him. His voice dripped with venom as he spat insults, calling Knox an insect-like brat and declaring himself one of the 72 great demons, far too exalted for someone like Knox to even stand before. Yet Knox remained unshaken. Without losing his composure, he simply spoke to someone unseen, saying that it was time to begin. The ground behind them split apart with a violent crack, and from the rift, Luna emerged. The moment she appeared, the air grew unbearably heavy. Even the demon stiffened, unease creeping into his expression as a sense of dread told him exactly who stood before him. Luna's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. She praised Knox for his efforts and told him to leave the rest to her and her team. She was a member of Lunatic, a criminal syndicate that had risen through secret dealings with dark noble families and absolute control of the black market. Their goals were simple yet terrifying. First, to bring down the imperial family and usher in a new era. Second, to wipe out the 72 demons and purge all evil from existence. Their true motives remained cloaked in mystery, but the story pressed onward toward its inevitable clash. As Luna stepped forward, the first phase of the battle between her and Lamagodan began. Killing intent poured from her like a blade drawn bare. She condemned the demon's crimes, the slave trade, the persecution of demi-humans, the laundering of blood-soaked money, and declared that he had gone too far. Lame Megaton only laughed obscenely, sneering at her audacity, mocking her for daring to speak of morality to one of the 72 great demons. Luna met his laughter head-on, her gaze unyielding as she declared that if a battle was unavoidable, then she would face him without a shred of hesitation. Knox stood off to the side, watching in silence. A deep, almost instinctive chill slid down his spine, an oppressive intensity he had not felt since standing before Theo. In that instant, he understood Luna was stepping closer to the realm of an absolute being. The demon scoffed at her resolve, his sneer laced with cruel amusement. He claimed he had done nothing more than assign value to worthless trash and sell it accordingly, and that if such acts were labeled as crimes, then the very concept of justice itself was a joke. Luna did not flinch. Her expression remained cold and empty as she calmly stated that there was only one thing in this world that was truly worthless. Filthy demons like Lamagodan. Amused rather than angered, the demon burst into laughter, mocking her as a foolish woman blinded by arrogance. Luna's eyes darkened. In a low voice filled with quiet resolve, She asked whether he truly was one of the 72 demons, Lamagoten. He tilted his head and replied casually, asking what she would do if he was. Luna offered no verbal answer. Instead, she raised her sword. That single motion was her response. The moment the blade lifted, waves of power exploded outward, warping the air and plunging the battlefield into chaos. From a distance, Knox observed in silence, sensing the overwhelming surge of mana colliding in the space between them. He concluded that LMGAN had finally realized this was no longer a game and was drawing back his scattered power in earnest. Knox himself remained composed. He was confident that he had already secured everything he needed. The ancient scroll engraved in dragon tongue, and something else he kept unspoken. Amid the confusion, a beastman saw his chance and tried to flee. Knox noticed immediately and called out, asking where he thought he was going. The young beastman froze in place. Knox's thoughts drifted briefly as he recalled the boy's past. His name was Prim, a bearer of the rare trait known as the genius of command. He had grown up in the brutal mountain ranges of the eastern region, with no memory of his parents, his homeland already erased from the maps. Like countless children of the East, Prim had been nothing more than a sacrifice to endless wars. Loyalty to any nation had long since lost its meaning. One day they fought for one country, the next for another, all just to survive a little longer. They lived by begging, trading away their dignity for scraps of food, a piece of potato, a handful of grain mixed with stones. With nowhere to belong and nowhere to return to, they eventually banded together. And among them, Prim had naturally become their leader. In those bleak days, Prim had crossed paths with a man named Herman, a man who spoke like a savior. He promised them a path to Central, the heart of the Archive Empire, a place without hunger, without war, without suffering. 4 starving children with nowhere left to run. It sounded like salvation. But it had all been a lie. The children were sold off as slaves to nobles, scattered like commodities. Even so, Prim never let go of his dream of freedom. With his natural charisma, he stirred hope among the slaves, leading escape after escape. Yet, every attempt ended the same way. Lamageddon's demonic mark dragged them back into chains, crushing their hopes over and over again. And yet, in this moment of chaos, that feeling surged stronger than ever. This was it. With the demon fully occupied by Luna, the opportunity he had waited for had finally arrived. Now was the time to run. As he moved, rage boiled inside him when someone suddenly blocked his path. He cursed inwardly, wondering what kind of noble idiot would stand in his way now of all times. When Knox intercepted him, Prim forced a stiff smile and threw out a taunt, asking if he regretted spending 1.8 million gold coins. Knox did not react to the provocation. His expression remained serious as he corrected him calmly. He said he had not bought just him. He had bought the rights to every slave in that place. Prim froze, staring at him in disbelief. He asked if Knox truly meant to save them all. Knox answered without hesitation. He said he would take them to his own territory, where there would be food, water, and protection. Humans and demi-humans alike would live under the same laws, without discrimination. The words hit Prim like a blade. He stared at Knox in shock, accusing him of lying just like the demon before him. He demanded to know if Knox understood why his people had suffered for so long. It was because they had believed in sweet lies exactly like the one he was hearing now. Knox replied that Prim did not need to trust him as an individual. He only needed to trust his house, the house of Reincarnated. Swearing on his name and everything he was, Knox vowed to give them freedom of choice. He told Prim to decide for himself. He could keep watching his kin die, repeating the same meaningless escapes, or he could kneel there and swear loyalty as his vassal. Prim fell silent. He had heard of House Reincarnated, even amidst endless war. A noble house of swords, known as the Supreme Black Sword. Any oath sworn upon that name was bound by one's own life. He wondered if Knox would truly risk such a vow for him, for his people. He was nothing but a slave, yet this man was offering him the right to choose. At last, Prim agreed, but he named a single condition. Knox must ensure the safety of everyone there and never sell any of them back into slavery. If that promise was ever broken, their pact would be void. Knox accepted without the slightest hesitation. Standing beneath the ancient legacy of the Black Sword, he swore solemnly that from this moment onward, Prim would be his vassal, and he, as Prim's master, would uphold every word of their vow. Prim watched him closely, doubt still lingering in his eyes, until Knox calmly told him that those words alone should be enough to earn his belief. He ordered Prim that from now on he was to address him as Lord Knox, warning him flatly that any disrespect would be met with death. Prim nodded quickly, correcting himself at once, and answering with proper respect, calling him my lord. Unsure of what to do next, Prim hesitated before asking about Luna, wondering aloud whether she could truly withstand a demon like Lamagoten. In response, Knox placed a key in his hand and told him not to concern himself with that. He was to follow orders. He was instructed to use the key to free his people, then lead them out of the auction house and toward the central hall of the casino. As a beast man, his sense of smell would have already mapped every passage and exit. He was to guide them along the safest and fastest route available. As Prim moved to carry out his task, Knox reflected quietly on the boy's gift. Thanks to his innate talent, those around him would instinctively trust and follow him without the need for long explanations. It was a rare quality, one that would become an immense asset when commanding armies in the future. With the situation around him finally under control, Knox allowed his attention to return to the battle unfolding ahead. His gaze settled on Luna as she wielded her sword, a weapon only she could control among all members of Lunatic. It was one of the strongest artifacts in existence, imbued with the hidden attribute of moonlight. Her blade moved like a cold dance beneath the moonlight blade itself. That sword could only be wielded by Luna within the domain known as Inner Lunatic. It was an overwhelmingly powerful swordsmanship technique obtainable only by completing a hidden route. That was precisely why Knox had planned to discard the Dark Sword of Force by the end of the game. In Lunatic, even those who played the role of villains could master the Moonlight Blade, though, as he admitted to himself, that privilege would depend entirely on whether Luna ever granted permission. At that moment, Luna was locked in fierce combat with the demon. Her voice dropped, cold and absolute, as she declared that she would end everything with a single strike. She began to gather her power, activating the technique. Moonlight Blade, opening sequence, first form, super. From a distance, Knox analyzed the skill in silence, noting how it explosively enhanced the user's physical abilities while instantly detonating the mana condensed within the sword. The demon, driven into a frenzy, roared at her to stop her meaningless talk and die like the worthless filth she was. It lunged at her in blind fury, but Luna met the charge without effort. Her blade moved once, clean and precise, deflecting the attack and sending the demon reeling in confusion. The collision of their powers detonated through the area, violent shockwaves ripping across the ground and walls alike. Pain shot through the demon's arm as its hand went numb, and it cursed inwardly in disbelief. That white blade could only belong to the successor of the Moonlight Blade. Luna did not give it time to recover. She stepped forward and invoked the second form. Full Moon. Veins surfaced across her skin as her power surged, her expression tightening under the strain. In the next instant, her sword flashed downward. The demon's arm was severed cleanly, spinning away before its mind could even process what had happened. Watching from afar, Knox felt a deep, crushing awe settle over him. There was no doubt anymore. This was the Moonlight Blade, the same technique he had once seen her use against Raymond, but now refined, sharper, and overwhelmingly stronger. Luna was forcing the skill beyond its previous limits. The demon screamed, terror bleeding through its forced arrogance as it shouted that losing an arm meant nothing, that it could regenerate whenever it pleased. Luna's expression did not change. Her voice remained calm, yet saturated with killing intent, as she called out the next movement. Moonlight Blade, third form. The moment the words left her lips, her figure vanished. No eye could follow her. A single, silent flash passed through the space where the demon stood. Then its body split cleanly in two. Dark purple blood erupted outward as the creature staggered, its mouth opening and closing soundlessly, unable to even scream before death claimed it. And then came the end. Moon-splitting slash. In less than a heartbeat, thousands of radiant strikes descended like falling stars, carving the demon apart again and again until its body was reduced to countless fragments. Nothing remained. Not flesh, not bone, not even a trace of its existence. The brilliance of the attack flooded the battlefield, painting everything in breathtaking light. Knox stood frozen, eyes wide, unable to speak. It was far more beautiful than anything he had ever witnessed on a screen. A quiet thought surfaced in his mind. If it were possible, he wanted to learn that swordsmanship himself. Luna turned her gaze toward the pitiful remains, her voice low as she murmured that she would finish this cleanly. The demon, now nothing more than a writhing mass of flesh, somehow managed to rasp out a defiant question, asking if she truly believed it was over. Before she could answer, the ground beneath the remains trembled. Luna felt it instantly. Danger surged through her senses. From the very spot where the demon had fallen, a magic circle began to form, and mana converged upon it with violent intensity. Luna raised her voice in warning, though even she could not yet grasp what was about to unfold. From the heart of the magic matrix, a grotesque arm tore its way out, followed by the slow, deliberate reconstruction of the demon's body, each fragment locking into place until something far stronger and more terrifying than before stood complete. Knox could only stare, disbelief crashing through his mind as his thoughts spiraled out of control. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. According to the flow of the main storyline up to this point, Jajan should never have possessed enough power to trigger his second phase. And yet, the truth was unfolding right in front of him. There was no mistaking it. The magic circle before them wasn't ordinary sorcery. It was alchemy. In most games, alchemy was little more than a support craft, a means to brew potions and minor items. But in Inner Lunatic, It was something else entirely. Unlike magic that drew upon ambient mana, alchemy demanded precise materials, carefully prepared mediums, and an unforgiving balance of exchange. It was a discipline forged through endless research, trial, and failure. The level of refinement displayed here would have required tens of thousands of hours to achieve. Knox had never seen Jaejin grow to this extent through normal gameplay. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if Jaejin had been artificially enhanced, but dismissed it just as quickly. Systems for amplification shouldn't even exist yet. That was when LM Gon let out a smug smile, his voice dripping with mockery, as he declared that humans were fools to think they had already won. He claimed he had heard the rumors surrounding Archduke Palin, and had prepared for this very moment. The realization struck Knox instantly. This was the butterfly effect. By interfering with Palin's death, he had altered the flow of events. The demons that followed were no longer careless enemies from a script, but disasters that had learned to protect themselves. Turning to Luna, he explained that the vortex enveloping them was likely an alchemical prison. Alchemy followed the law of equivalent exchange. For every power invoked, an equal medium had to exist somewhere. Luna's expression tightened as unease crept in her eyes. If such a vast amount of mana and blood had been consumed, then the sacrifice required a balance. It could only be something truly horrific. Elsewhere, in the auction hall, pandemonium had already broken loose. The once luxurious venue had been reduced to a nightmare straight from the demon realm. Thick crimson mist swallowed the space hole, trapping every guest inside. Their bodies withered as their vitality was siphoned away by the sinister energy, their screams echoing endlessly as their life force was torn from them one by one. All of that demonic power surged toward a single point, condensing around the demon and feeding it relentlessly, strengthening it with every stolen breath. He watched the scene with a tense, troubled expression, quickly concluding that the formation surrounding them was a prison forged of blood and water, a late-game, binding alchemy, an eternal anhel, a structure that would not disappear even if its caster died. If it was allowed to continue, it would spread outward and devour everyone trapped within its reach. The butterfly effect had pushed the difficulty far beyond anything controllable. Seeing an Act 2 boss borrowing a late-game technique didn't shock him. He had witnessed this kind of distortion many times near the endings of other stories. And because of that, he believed he understood how such a formation could be destroyed. The Blood Lake functioned as a sealed battlefield. Once someone was caught inside, the fight could only end when the prison's condition was fulfilled. There was only one way to weaken it: the death of a comrade. A sacrificial ally was required to shatter the nightmare field. Only then would the boss's assault come to a halt. He understood exactly what that meant, and the weight of it pressed heavily on his chest. Just then, Luna shouted his name, warning him to stay alert, and snapping at him for acting like a rookie. She yelled that if he stayed where he was, everything would be swept away. Her voice cut through the chaos as she demanded to know whether he had another desperate plan this time, and told him to explain how they were going to destroy the prison. She asked bluntly if their only option was to slaughter all the nobles so the formation would finally stop. Knox felt a chill settle in his gut. If he revealed the truth, Luna would die. He was certain of it. He resolved not to trigger the prison's lock condition first. The moment she learned the escape method, she would sacrifice herself without hesitation. His thoughts drifted into a cold, private calculation, measuring Luna's value, questioning whether her death would allow him to reach the end of Inner Lunatic. She was harder to control than most units, and offered low strategic flexibility. The assessment trailed off before it fully formed. Meanwhile, thick blood mist swelled around them, closing in from all sides. From within it, demonic arms clawed outward, grasping and pulling as fresh demons manifested nearby, their forms twisted and varied, born directly from the spilled blood. Luna spoke again, reminding Knox that he had saved her once before. This time, she said, he had to be the one to leave. She warned him that if he disobeyed her order, she would treat it as defiance against the commander. Knox remained calm. He refused. As the demons shrieked and surged toward them, he swung his sword, cleaving through one of the charging figures. Without turning back, he told Luna that he wasn't going anywhere. After cutting down the demons, Knox slowly raised his hand and deliberately drew in the power leaking from their collapsing bodies. The eerie energy unraveled into thin, writhing threads that crawled across his skin and coiled tightly around his arm. The sight made Luna cry out in shock, calling his name and demanding to know what he was doing. He didn't answer. Instead, a faint smile tugged at his lips as he murmured that his reckless plan had reminded him of something painfully simple. Luna could only stare, utterly unable to understand what she was witnessing. Knox turned to her then, wearing a confident grin, and told her to think of it as just another act of disobedience. Before she could stop him, he threw himself straight into the center of the matrix, plunging into the densest surge of blood-red demonic energy. Luna was left behind, frozen in place, her thoughts scattering as she stood helplessly outside the vortex. All she could do was widen her eyes and scream his name as his figure vanished into the storm of darkness. Inside the hall, the air was thick with screams. Agony filled every corner as the blood-soaked, death-heavy atmosphere pressed down on everyone trapped within. People begged for help, crying that the blood was being drained from their bodies, shouting for someone to save them, demanding to know why no one was doing anything. Others screamed for everyone to run. Eleanor, her face pale, asked in panic what had happened. Leyen grimly remarked that the nobles must have been dealing with Herman for a long time, pointing out that the alchemy circle before them clearly used human blood as its catalyst. Remembering Knox's last words, he muttered that something about this situation felt terribly wrong. Perilsus cursed under his breath, wondering where the noble lord had disappeared to at such a critical moment. But before anyone could dwell on it, the surge of blood energy intensified, growing even more violent and filling the group with an overwhelming sense of dread. Talia spoke anxiously, saying the energy they were feeling was clearly coming from the hall where Knox had gone to retrieve the goods. Without hesitation, Paracelsus drew his sword and urged everyone to move, insisting that Knox might be in danger. Behind them, Jitri trembled uncontrollably, her fear undeniable, yet her worry for her master burned even stronger. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the sphere of energy continued its frenzied consumption, devouring power without restraint. Luna stood nearby, unable to interfere, her hands clenched in helpless frustration. Inside the sphere, Knox endured unbearable pain as the raging energy tore through him. Seeing this, Luna cried out in despair, shouting that even someone who had surpassed human limits wouldn't be able to last more than 10 minutes inside that hell. She cursed herself under her breath, lamenting that she should have handled their opponent with far more caution. The demon only laughed in response, its voice dripping with ridicule as it claimed the strike had been meant to kill Knox from the start. Imprisoning such a weak brat, it said, was unbearably dull. It sneered at Luna, asking whether she was trembling because she feared the boy might die. Humans, it mocked, always drowned in useless sentiment. If she understood her place and fled now, it might even consider sparing her life. Luna snapped back in fury, shouting that it talked far too much. She tightened her grip on her sword and charged forward, declaring that unlike filthy scum like it, a lunatic never abandoned their comrades. The demon didn't even flinch. Sheltered by the boundless power of the alchemy matrix, it watched her strike land uselessly against its defense. Looking down at her with open contempt, it said that was precisely why her kind were fools, before casually brushing aside her attack with a flick of its arm. As she staggered back, Luna realized that while the water prison dulled the demon's destructive power, time was slipping away. If this dragged on any longer, both she and the rookie would die. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to end everything with her next strike. Drawing deep, she invoked Lamagoten and roared the name of her technique, Full Moon. The demon studied her calmly and remarked that she was strong enough to make it regret not capturing her alive. It guessed that she must have been the one who killed Archduke Pawn, but added that there was something she needed to understand. If she cut it down now, the boy would die as well. The words struck her hard, and her expression wavered. The demon pressed on, savoring the moment, reminding her that alchemy was governed by equivalent exchange. The water prison, it explained, had been formed by sacrificing its own life, making that life part of the exchange itself. Only the caster could dispel the prison, or the one trapped inside would have to gamble with their own life to break it. Only then would the prison collapse. There was no other path. If the caster died, the prison would instantly explode, tearing the boy apart. It laughed softly, saying that her troubled face was a delight to behold. Luna's face darkened as turmoil churned within her. The situation felt painfully familiar, echoing the moment her master had died. She wondered why she was hesitating again. She reminded herself that the rookie of House Rienhofer had no hope, and yet, she couldn't understand why her emotions refused to let go of even the faintest possibility, or why she continued to wait, stubbornly clinging to her comrade. She cursed the rookie as a fool in her thoughts, and then, without warning, Knox's voice echoed inside her mind, calm and unmistakably his, telling her that he was still there. Along with the words came the image she knew too well, his brazen, infuriating grin. It was some form of voice transmission magic. He casually asked whether she was still holding on. He told her his vision was blurred, his breathing uneven, that even keeping his eyes open demanded everything he had left. This place, he said, was the interior of the water prison. He admitted that he had chosen to save her, and that if he could prove that choice wasn't wrong, then perhaps he could avoid a bad ending altogether. At that moment, a system warning appeared. Oxygen levels in the player's body were critically low. Cardiac arrest would occur in 8 minutes. Death would follow in 9. Knox reflected quietly that he had assumed all of this was merely setting the stage for Chapter 3. Perhaps he had been wrong. Still, he decided his first move would be to contact Luna through telepathy. Another system message immediately followed, warning that activating a skill in his current condition would further shorten his remaining lifespan. After reading it, he let out a small sigh. He already knew that. The system asked whether he wished to proceed. He confirmed it anyway, irritation flickering across his face as he wondered if the system was deliberately trying to scare him. Once the skill activated, the connection stabilized. He asked Luna if she was still alive and reminded her that he was still here. Luna froze. Hearing his voice left her shaken, unable to comprehend how he was speaking to her at all. She blurted out her concern, scolding him for continuing to do such reckless things. She warned him that using mana inside the water prison consumed life force even faster and ordered him to stop immediately. Knox answered calmly. He said she might not believe him, but he knew a way to save everyone. The plan, however, would only work if she trusted him completely. From this point on, he would give her two choices, and she could choose whichever she wanted. Confused, Luna asked what he meant by choices. Knox explained without hesitation. The first option was to let him die. At the moment his life ended, she would cut down LMG, who had been weakened by maintaining control over Knox. If she moved fast enough, she could strike before the demon had any chance to react. Luna brushed the suggestion aside as utter nonsense and demanded to hear the second option. Knox fell silent for a moment, watching her, and reflected inwardly on her nature. Sacrificing a rookie who had barely joined Lunatic would have been the simplest answer. It would have solved everything cleanly. Yet she had still chosen the harder path, the one filled with danger and uncertainty. In that sense, he realized she was no different from him. With a calm voice, he explained that the second option was straightforward. She only needed to teach him her lunar sword art. Luna stared at him in disbelief, clearly unable to grasp what he was trying to do. Seeing her reaction, Knox foolishly assumed that his proposal had crossed some unforgivable line, so absurd that she might as well have chosen the first option instead. A faint disappointment crept into his thoughts as he lamented that he had raised his hopes for nothing. Luna hesitated, her gaze lingering on him longer than before, then finally spoke. Since their battle with Palin, she said, she had already sensed that he always came up with ideas beyond her expectations. She asked him to explain his reckless plan once more. Hearing those words, Knox froze. It took him a moment to realize what she had actually agreed to. His mind erupted in disbelief. Luna, one of the 3 sword emperors, was willing to take on a rookie still in his second year and teach him a legacy left behind by her master, a technique she was permitted to pass on to only a single person. He knew he had been the one to suggest it. Yet now that it was real, the situation felt utterly insane. Unable to hold it back, he asked if she was truly serious. Luna gave no long explanation. She simply told him to prepare his stance. She would explain everything under the assumption that he already knew the basics, and she warned him to listen carefully. She would begin with the first technique of the lunar sword art, and he would only have one chance. At those words, a quiet surge of joy rose within Knox. He thought that he had finally arranged everything needed for this moment. Without hesitation, he pulled out a magic scroll and began reciting arcane words no one else could understand. The scroll soon began to glow, and the system's voice echoed as it announced that he was using the artifact known as the Ancient Dragon Tongue Scroll. A hidden function had been activated, one capable of raising the rank of a designated sword technique or spell by 1 tier. The system requested a selection. Knox immediately confirmed his choice, designating Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship. The system responded that the scroll had been successfully used. His expression sharpened, growing more triumphant and confident than ever, as the dark sword in his grasp erupted with a fearsome aura of black-purple energy that seemed to swallow the air itself. The system's voice followed immediately, announcing that Dark Family Intermediate Swordsmanship had advanced to Dark Family Advanced Swordsmanship. Knox fell briefly into thought, recalling the requirements he knew so well. To learn the lunar sword art, one first needed swordsmanship at the advanced level or higher. The second condition was far more delicate, using what he had learned from the Step of Light technique to transmute his primary element, darkness, and shroud himself in the special element known as moonlight. As if answering that requirement, pure white light gathered in his left hand while the deepest darkness churned around the black sword in his right. The contrast was striking. Deeply satisfied, Knox smiled so widely it felt like his face might split, then told Luna they could begin, declaring without hesitation that he was fully prepared to inherit her lunar sword art. Yet even as he spoke, the pure light in his hand twisted, warped, and was converted back into darkness, perfectly reflecting a wicked nature that surpassed even that of a demon. The description of the lunar sword art began with its first half, focusing on the third technique, Moon Slash. It was said to possess such overwhelming destructive power that it felt capable of cleaving the moon hanging in the open sky. More than raw force, the technique specialized in annihilating mana-based constructs, barriers, formations, and magic circles alike. Under normal circumstances, one might think it would be safer for Luna to be the one trapped inside the water prison. However, that option was impossible. As the sole wielder of the lunar sword art, Luna possessed extremely low, innate mana sensitivity, a flaw that made such a plan unworkable. Because of that limitation, Knox reached a single conclusion. He would enter the water prison himself, receive the lunar sword art directly from Luna, and destroy the core sustaining the prison from within. It was the only breakthrough he had been able to devise. Wearing a confident smile, he stated once more that he was ready to inherit her lunar sword art. Luna responded calmly but firmly, warning him that inside the water prison he would be unable to breathe in rhythm with the sword technique. She instructed him to envelop his entire body in as much mana as possible while keeping it stable, and to infuse dense sword energy into his weapon. Listening in silence, Knox assessed her words and acknowledged inwardly that breathing in harmony with the sword was indeed essential. He recalled how powerful warriors like Luna and Theo always activated their breathing and sword techniques at precisely the same moment. That perfect synchronization was why the tips of their swords never trembled, no matter the chaos around them or the turmoil in their own minds. Luna swung her blade in a smooth arc and told him to search for the state where his breathing felt most natural. She instructed him to sense everything at once: his posture, his physical condition, even the flow of his thoughts, while calmly warning that the process would soon become painful. As Knox watched her demonstration with unwavering focus, Luna quietly noted that he already understood this truth far better than most. To her, the lunar sword art was a technique steeped in madness, a sword style drenched in insanity that devoured the self. That madness did not stop with the user. It spilled outward, infecting those nearby. That was why initiates of lunatic were tested to see whether they could endure the madness of the Red Moon. Yet she also believed that if someone possessed overwhelming mental strength and resistance, and could dominate even the darkest parts of themselves, that same madness would become their blade. At that moment, Knox's eyes turned blood red, as if he were undergoing a dark transformation. The black aura surrounding him began to fuse with the blood-tinged energy in the air. Almost immediately, the system announced that the player's willpower was being pushed to its limit and that he had entered a state of trance. Luna told him that when he was ready, he should recall the worst moment of his life. Whether it was powerlessness, crushing pressure, or unbearable pain, it did not matter, so long as it was the moment when his despair had reached its absolute peak. Knox closed his eyes, memories surging forward like a flood. He wondered which moment had truly been the most miserable. Was it when the doctor had calmly told him he was terminally ill? Or when he first began living that absurd existence inside Lunatic? He rejected both. Neither of those, he realized, had been the deepest wound. The moment that carried the greatest pain was the instant he understood that he would never shine again. His eyes snapped open, and he said quietly that he was finally starting to grasp it. At the same time, the system reported that due to the traits swordsmanship genius and combat genius, his understanding of the lunar sword art was rapidly increasing, and that he had successfully self-learned the basic lunar sword art. Luna did not relax. With a serious expression, she reminded him that there was still one step remaining. He still had to learn the third technique, Moon Slash. However, Knox replied that she did not need to explain it to him. His calm answer left Luna momentarily confused, prompting her to ask again, unsure of what he meant. At the same time, a new energy began to radiate from Knox's body, spreading outward and blending with the surrounding bloodlust, releasing a terrifying pressure that weighed down everything nearby. The system announced that the active skill hour of the Genius Plus was being activated. His expression shifted, his violet eyes transforming into a golden, metallic hue as a violent surge of mana swept through his body. In that instant, he clearly felt the energies within him colliding and grinding against one another. Only then did he truly understand why Luna had told him to recall the darkest part of himself. The lunar sword art could only be wielded by someone who had shattered the most powerless moment of their life. Knox reflected that he had returned to helplessness, agony, and weakness more times than he could count. No one, he believed, understood the despair of never being able to shine again better than he did. Yet he also acknowledged that he had been granted another chance, reborn as Knox von Rienhofer. The power of this existence did not come from his own talent or skill, but it had allowed the light within him as a person to avoid fading completely. Perhaps, he thought, even he could shine once more. Just once. With that belief taking root, he insisted to himself that he could do it, and more importantly, that he had to do it. He needed to see the end of his story with his own eyes. A bright smile spread across his face as he raised his sword, declaring that he could finally see it, the core of the circle. In the next breath, Knox unleashed the technique known as Moon Slash. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his blade as a crescent-shaped arc tore forward, cleaving through the blood-formed sphere that had trapped him and shattering the massive energy the demon had been accumulating. The strike did not stop there. Everything in its path was split cleanly in two. In the very next moment, Knox appeared before Luna and the demon. He apologized lightly, saying that he was a bit late. Hearing his voice, Luna froze in disbelief. It felt impossible. She had not even taught him the basic forms of the lunar sword art. She could only wonder if he had already experienced the despair and madness that formed its very foundation, something unimaginable for a rookie who had not even reached his second year. The The demon froze when it saw Knox standing there unscathed, its spell completely erased. Disbelief twisted its expression as it screamed inwardly that a mere human could never comprehend, let alone destroy, the water prison it had devoted its entire existence to. Refusing to accept reality, it roared and ordered all of its forces to attack at once and tear him apart. Hellspawn surged forward in relentless waves, flooding the battlefield, yet none of them managed to slow the two down. Each creature that approached was cut down instantly, fell by swift, decisive strikes that left no room for resistance. Luna turned her head toward Knox and told him to leave the weaker monsters to her. She urged him to show the demon the blade he had forged by shattering his own despair. The demon erupted in rage, screaming that this outcome was impossible, that insignificant beings like them would be punished by Archduke Palin. Knox answered coldly, his aura shifting into something even more terrifying, declaring that Palin, or any demon stronger than him, should all be summoned here at once. A confident, almost mocking smile curved across his lips as he charged straight toward the demon Lemegeton, causing its body to tremble and cold sweat to break out across its form. Knox told the demon to stop hiding behind others. With a single swing of his blade, he split it cleanly in two. His sword carried the radiance of the moon fused seamlessly with the darkness dwelling within him. The aftermath of the strike birthed a towering column of light that pierced the night sky, completely obliterating the demonic blood energy. Lemegeton's body dissolved into the raging torrent of power. All that remained was a fading remnant, a thin wisp of black mist that wailed helplessly before dispersing into nothingness. The system announced that Knox had defeated one of the 72 demons, Archduke Lamejin. Knox and Luna stood silently, gazing at the now empty battlefield where the demon had fallen, the remnants of its blood energy still lingering faintly in the air. Suddenly, blood spilled from Knox's mouth, and his body gave out under the strain of having wielded far too much power. Chapter 125. The system continued issuing notifications, stating that he had gained 150 days of life and attempting to report his remaining lifespan. But before it could finish, his eyes had already begun to lose focus. Exhaustion washed over him, his gaze dropped, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. His body fell backward, but Luna moved instantly, catching his limp form before it hit the ground. Her expression tightened as she carefully lowered him down, worry filling her eyes. In her thoughts, she could only lament that once again, she had come frighteningly close to failing to protect someone. She found herself wondering how much longer she would be forced to live with the fear of losing yet another companion. From the moment of her birth, through her vengeance, and up to the wish she carried for her master, those were the only reasons she had ever held a sword. And yet, no matter how many times she faced it, she had never grown accustomed to moments like this. Not even once. Doubt crept in quietly, asking whether the road she walked was truly the right one, and whether the goals she chased were truly worth the blood and loss they demanded. Then, cutting through her thoughts, Knox's weak voice called out to her, addressing her as his captain. Luna immediately responded, her concern slipping through her tone as she asked if he was all right. Frustration followed, just as quickly. She scolded him, demanding to know how he could keep acting on his own without discussing anything beforehand, especially after what had happened with Marin. His reply came out fragile and strained. He admitted that he wanted to become stronger, then pleaded with her to accept him as her disciple. Luna fell silent. She wondered if the boy even understood that the lunar sword art could only ever be passed down to a single disciple. A troubling thought surfaced. Had he planned everything from the very beginning, cornering her into a choice she could not refuse? She finally spoke, remarking that his reckless stubbornness reminded her of Mirin, and asked whether he had ever considered the possibility that she might reject him outright. Slowly, Knox opened his eyes. With what little strength he had left, he formed a faint, strained smile and insisted that he was the only companion who could truly understand the madness she carried. Once more, he asked her to teach him the lunar sword art. Luna felt her chest tighten. She wondered if this was exactly how her own master had felt on the day he first chose to teach her the sword. Calling him absurd, she admitted that she did not know whether becoming her disciple would be a blessing or a curse for him. After a brief pause, Luna spoke again. She declared that she, Luna, captain of Lunatic, swore upon the moonlight itself to pass down all of her sword techniques to him. Knox looked at her then, relief and joy breaking through as he smiled openly. As the tension finally eased, he began to hear distant voices calling out to him. His companions were shouting his name, their words filled with worry and irritation. Realizing they were searching for him and fearing the worst, he smiled and remarked that it seemed he should return now. Luna watched him closely and sensed that he had, for the most part, recovered. She rose to her feet and said that they would meet again soon. When that day came, she added, he was to remember the proper respect between master and disciple. As her words settled, the red radiance around her flared once more, brighter than before, and in the next instant she vanished without a trace. Soon after, The rest of Knox's group arrived and immediately surrounded him, demanding an explanation. They summarized what they had pieced together so far. The administrator of Avalot, Herman, had in truth been the demon Archduke Lamagon. Knox had been injured fighting him, and according to what they had heard, a mysterious woman had appeared out of nowhere, defeated the demon, and disappeared just as suddenly. They asked if that account was correct. Knox calmly confirmed that it was exactly as they said. His answer was met with stunned silence. Everyone listened with disbelief, clearly struggling to accept what they were hearing. Paracelsus, his expression darkening, pressed him further. He said he hoped Knox was not lying, pointing out that when they had split up earlier, Knox had claimed he had something to take care of, and that everything about this situation felt suspicious. Knox replied slowly, asking whether Paracelsus was truly being unreasonable enough to interrogate someone who had just been seriously injured. Paracelsus scoffed at the idea of patience, arguing that even if all 5 of them attacked together, they likely would not be able to so much as scratch Knox. Leon immediately chimed in, pointing out that despite saying that, Paracelsus had been desperately searching for Knox the entire time. Talia cheerfully backed him up, saying she had seen herself, and that Paracelsus had shouted Knox's name until his voice was nearly gone. Eleanor added dryly that she had always thought Paracelsus only cared about himself, but it seemed he did possess a side that worried about others after all. Flustered, Paracelsus protested loudly. He complained that if they intended to insult him, they should insult him properly, and if they intended to praise him, they should praise him properly, telling them to stop mixing the two together. Eleanor, showing a rare hint of seriousness, cut in to remind him that, as he had instructed, all the rescued slaves had already been loaded onto wagons bound for the academy. Once their identities were confirmed, she explained, they would either be reunited with their families in their respective regions or relocated to Chatters. Hearing this, Knox thought to himself that she had handled everything well. He expressed his gratitude to the entire group, but added that their work was still not finished. Jitri immediately objected, worry clear in her voice as she urged him to rest longer, reminding him that his wounds were still severe. Knox apologized, yet firmly insisted that there was no time to rest. The most important part of their mission still remained, and it could not be delayed. Sensing the seriousness in his tone, Paracelsus remarked that if Knox was speaking like that, then he would help as much as he could. Leon nodded in agreement as well, stating that they would assist him once again. Knox smiled, a calculated glint flashing in his eyes. He then handed each of them a strange item, saying that he was genuinely touched by how eager they were to help, and telling everyone to take one. The group examined the objects in confusion, turning them over in their hands and wondering what they were supposed to be. Paracelsus even voiced his doubt aloud, asking whether they were sacks. Knox then calmly instructed them to gather every gold coin scattered throughout the area. He added that he would naturally be taking 80% of the profit, since he was the one who had killed the demon, and assumed that none of them would have any objections. Paracelsus immediately protested, demanding to know whether Knox had lost his mind. Knox simply replied that since Paracelsus understood him so well, he should hurry up and get to work, as opportunities like this did not come often. He added that Paracelsus, in particular, should work harder, since a single sack would never be enough to make up for all the money he had wasted in the past. Enraged, Paracelsus snapped back that Knox must be confused if he thought Paracelsus listened to anyone. Meanwhile, Leon quietly ran the numbers in his head. With such an enormous amount of gold, even after dividing 20% among 5 people, one could live comfortably in Avalot for a very long time. That single thought was enough. The foolish Paracelsus, completely swayed, suddenly became enthusiastic and urged everyone to search every corner of the rubble. Watching him, Knox laughed inwardly, thinking that Paracelsus was truly a simple-minded man. The scene shifted to the Reefer family estate. There, Knox's older brother stood beside Knox's stepmother. He greeted her politely, remarking that it had been a long time and asking whether she had been well. She responded calmly, saying that she trusted he had received her letter, and then explained that it seemed Theo was considering a successor who was not him, but another child. With a cunning smile, Garen asked whether she meant the youngest, Knox von Reefer. She confirmed it, stating that Knox's position in the line of succession had risen dramatically. She added that while the Council of Elders still appeared to support Garen, Theo held undisputed authority within House Reefer. For someone as notoriously troublesome as Knox to rise in reputation so quickly, she remarked, it could only be the result of Theo's blatant favoritism. Garen responded with a sly smile, saying that he had brought her shame and asking her to pass along his apologies to House Oral as well. She waved it off calmly, telling him not to concern himself with House Oral at all. With his genius-level talent, she claimed that devouring House Raynher and elevating their own house to glory would be effortless for him. No matter what others might say, she insisted that he was her eldest son, the rightful direct heir. She scoffed at the idea of the younger boy's so-called genius, calling it nothing more than an empty rumor, and declared that it was Garen himself who needed to crush it. She urged him to secure an overwhelming, undeniable victory. Garen covered his face and burst into laughter, asking whether she truly believed he couldn't defeat a mere brat like Knox. Then his laughter faded. Turning back, a demonic glint shone in his eyes as he said that the truth was quite the opposite. He had long been waiting for the day he could grind Knox beneath his heel. It was time, he declared, to break the wings of an arrogant fool who didn't even understand how vast the sky truly was. And he would do it so thoroughly that Knox would no longer be able to stand. Everything, he affirmed, would proceed exactly as planned. As his words ended, his expression twisted into something grotesque. Dark, vein-like streaks spread rapidly across his skin, eerily similar to those that had marked the slaves once claimed by demons. Behind him, Knox's stepmother watched in silence. Seconds later, her own face warped in the same horrifying way, a demonic smile forming as the truth was laid bare. Both she and Garen were slaves to the demons. Garen then proclaimed that everything would move according to the will of the Archduke. Elsewhere, Knox calmly stated that the total amount had come to 1.97 billion gold, adding that he was starting to run out of space to store it all. He handed the payment over to Elalaner and declared that the debt had now been completely settled. Dytry replied that they had even included the interest on top of the original 200 million gold. Elalaner frowned in irritation and told them to forget about the interest altogether, since everything had been repaid within just a few hours. She explained, collecting interest would only make people say that their rival merchantry was stingy. Paracelsus chimed in, saying he would have someone deliver the remaining money later. He muttered that the interest alone must still amount to an absurd sum, musing under his breath that rich people truly lived in an entirely different world. Eleanor turned toward Paracelsus and asked where his earlier fiery enthusiasm had gone, questioning why he was sprawled out like that. Paracelsus answered lazily that when he thought about it, all the money would be divided evenly in the end anyway, so there was no point in exhausting himself by picking it all up. He added that those guys would gather everything for him regardless. Eleanor and Dytry followed his gaze and stared blankly at the demons hauling sack after sack of gold, then asked who he meant by those guys. Leon calmly replied that he would pile the filled pouches over there. Knox noticed that Talia was also carrying sacks and found himself wondering why the undead looked strangely pitiful. Talia let out an awkward laugh and said that no matter how much they collected, there seemed to be no end to it. She added that if she had known she would stumble upon a windfall like this, she would have brought Emma along as well. Knox asked whether Robber hadn't already sent her everything she needed, including valuables. Talia replied that while that was true, she still received an allowance from her father. Eleanor then told Talia that if there was anything she wanted, she should come and buy it from their merchantry, assuring her that mentioning Eleanor's name would guarantee the highest quality goods. Talia happily thanked Elalaner for the offer. Standing off to the side, Knox quietly observed everyone and reflected that in the original story, Elalaner and Talia had never gotten along. One was a merchant who exploited people's hearts, the other a knight who protected people's lives, a pairing that was naturally hostile. And that wasn't the only change. Paracelsus and Leon were also natural opposites, destined to clash, while Dytry would have died long ago if not for him. Knox realized that his very existence had created a butterfly effect, triggering all of these deviations. At the very least, he reasoned, the main storyline needed to continue properly. Only then could he uncover the truth behind the mysterious letter, the entity beyond his status window that was aiding him, his lost memories, and the truth about Knox himself. Before dwelling further on any of that, he decided that the rewards needed to be organized first. At that moment, the system notified him that his remaining lifespan stood at 272 days. Knox began planning his next steps, thinking that this was acceptable, considering he had earned more than 150 days of lifespan from this scenario alone. Even so, he acknowledged that there was no guarantee that things would always unfold this smoothly. He knew his enemies would only grow stronger, and if overcoming this trait had been easy, the game would never have granted him the absurd advantage of possessing two genius traits in the first place. As far as he could remember, among all players, not a single one had ever fully overcome the terminally ill trait. Even after digging through community posts and the official homepage, the trait was barely mentioned at all, as if it were something meant to be endured rather than solved. Letting out a quiet breath, he shifted his attention to the next reward, wealth. He decided that no matter what, he had to continue stockpiling money in preparation for main Chapter 3. That chapter revolved around family rivalry and marked the branching point that determined whether one would pledge loyalty to the Arkham Imperial family or join hands with the Dark families and the Lunatic. With Prince Louis of Arkham standing as the antagonist, this amount of capital was nowhere near sufficient. Even so, he believed that the greatest reward of the entire episode was without question the Lunar Sword Art. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his entire journey up to this point had been for that single technique. Luna had not only taught it to him willingly, she had gone as far as declaring him her disciple, making the peak of swordsmanship feel like an inevitable destination rather than a distant dream. Yet despite that, a question continued to linger in his mind. Why had Luna taught him the Lunar Sword Art at all? If she had wanted to, She could have simply killed Lamagoden and left him behind without a second thought. As the leader of the world's largest criminal organization, such mercy was completely out of character. It made him wonder whether she was hiding her true nature behind a carefully crafted mask. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Perisilis called out, remarking that it seemed they were finally coming. Knox lifted his gaze ahead, deciding that the timing was perfect. All the gold coins had already been secured inside the dimensional pouch, and there was nothing left for anyone to find. It was time for them to arrive and clean up the situation. Moments later, 2 guards emerged from the distance, escorting a blue-black-haired man between them. The man spoke calmly, addressing the group, and stating that they must be the famous freshmen. His sudden appearance left everyone startled, and Elelaner asked who they were. The man ordered everyone to remain where they stood and announced that, by the authority of Elden Academy, they had all been summoned as witnesses. Perisilis muttered in confusion, wondering aloud who the man could be. At that moment, Eleanor recognized him and quietly informed the others that he was Alf Vonestein, one of the professors who led the Academy's autonomous guard unit, and a top graduate. Alf asked whether she knew who he was, and Eloanina answered without hesitation that of course she did, explaining that his reputation was well known among the students. Talia reacted with visible surprise and asked if he was perhaps the author of Elemental Foundations, adding that she was certain she had seen his face on best-selling book covers. Alf calmly confirmed it, declaring himself the best-selling author known as Professor Alf, before shifting his gaze and asking who the leader of their team was. Knox stepped forward and stated that he was the leader, introducing himself as Knox von Rienhofter. Alf immediately demanded that Knox explain everything that had happened, ordering him not to omit a single detail. Hearing that tone, Knox felt a flash of contempt. As expected, Alf was just as obnoxious as he remembered, always barking orders the moment he arrived. Still, Knox suppressed his irritation, replied respectfully, and began his explanation. He told him that after breaking the water prison using dark family swordsmanship, he had searched the area only to discover that the mysterious woman had already slain the demon and vanished without a trace. Alf continued, describing the woman in question as someone with crimson eyes, an affinity with the moon, and swordsmanship so overwhelming it defied common sense. In response, Knox asked whether Alf had any idea who she might be. Alf answered coldly that it was not something students needed to know and ordered them to stop concerning themselves with her from that moment onward, stating that she had been officially designated by the state as an extremely dangerous entity. Hearing this, Knox found the situation ironic. He suspected that Alf's irritation stemmed from the fact that he kept encountering her, yet still could not persuade her to teach him that swordsmanship. After the investigation concluded, everyone returned to the academy. Sometime later, they were sitting together, talking casually. Perisilis laughed and remarked that it seemed the professor had not noticed just how much gold there had been, teasing that the little noble occasionally did things that made him likable. Leyen echoed the sentiment, saying that sometimes Knox did things that made him likable as well. Knox simply acknowledged it. Eleanor then spoke up, her tone serious, saying that if that was truly Knox's resolve, he must have known that bringing them along had put them in danger. Yet he had done so anyway, and she asked if that was correct. Knox answered yes once again. Perisilis lightly patted Leyen on the shoulder and joked that Leyen must have knocked his head loose during that earlier clash among nobles. Leyen lowered his head, his expression troubled, and said that Knox had probably believed their combined abilities were enough to handle high-ranking demons. After a brief pause, he asked whether that meant Knox trusted them as comrades. Everyone's gaze naturally shifted toward Knox. He brushed it off, saying dismissively that Leyen's imagination was running wild and that he could think whatever he liked. Perisilis chimed in lazily, remarking that being trusted by Knox didn't exactly feel like some great honor anyway. Talia, however, spoke up with unease in her voice. She wondered aloud who the mysterious woman who had saved Knox truly was, admitting that she had a bad feeling about it, as though they would continue to cross paths with her in the future. Perisilis tilted his head and added that now that he thought about it, Knox had claimed to have shattered the water prison himself. He questioned how that had even been possible, pointing out that the dark family sword had no techniques capable of breaking seals or magic. Knox looked at Perisilis with faint contempt. For someone who usually looked foolish, the man had suddenly asked something surprisingly sharp. Clicking his tongue, Knox decided not to dodge the question. He explained that he had recently been practicing the swordsmanship of a different swordsman, one unrelated to the dark family. He admitted that he had even copied a portion of that woman's swordsmanship after observing it only briefly, and that was how the water prison had been destroyed. Eleanor reacted in shock, asking if he was serious, whether he had truly copied it after seeing it just once. She questioned why he would bother learning another person's swordsmanship when the black sword art was already considered the pinnacle. Knox replied coolly that he did not feel the need to explain himself to her. He then stated that no matter how great the dark family sword was, only the next head of the family ever received its complete teachings. With only a half-finished sword art at his disposal, he could never accomplish his goals, which was why he had begun learning other sword arts. Perisilis let out a sound of realization. remarking that this meant Knox was not the eldest son and that his rank in the line of succession was far behind. Talia looked at Knox gently and voiced the same conclusion, acknowledging that he was not the eldest son and that his position in the succession was therefore low. Hearing this, Knox inwardly thought that he had fed them pure nonsense. Yet they had accepted every word of it without question. Only then did he notice that Daitri had remained silent the entire time. Knox glanced at her and saw the sorrow and anxiety written clearly across her face. He thought that the journey must have been especially harsh on her. Though she had lost her standing, she had still grown up as the young lady of the Levia family, and what she had witnessed that day must have been a devastating shock to her. He reached out and took her hand, telling her gently to forget everything she had seen that day and not to dwell on it any longer. Daitri froze for a moment, clearly caught off guard, before turning to him and thanking him sincerely for his consideration, addressing him as young master. Knox's expression darkened, and he fell silent, retreating into his own thoughts. He resolved that he would no longer leave dangerous situations unattended. Butterfly effect, or not. If the system tried to tighten its grip around his neck, he would simply break through it. He reflected that his encounter with Professor Alf had come far sooner than expected, a clear sign that the timeline of Episode 3 had been dragged forward. Still, it didn't matter. If Alf had appeared earlier than predicted, then Knox would simply eliminate him earlier as well. The next morning, inside the study, Knox found himself speaking with a white-haired woman. Wearing a cheerful smile, she remarked that he had caused quite an amusing incident this time, teasing that thanks to him, she, as the dean, had been buried under an incredible amount of additional work, which she described as truly delightful. Knox replied calmly that he wasn't sure what she meant and claimed that he had hardly done anything at all this time. The woman responded with playful doubt, suggesting that if that were truly the case, then Knox must not need the Academy's reward. She sighed dramatically, saying what a shame that would be, since they had prepared something very useful for him on this occasion. Knox spoke again, all while thinking to himself that he had actually worked extremely hard this time, and that she was crossing the line by dangling the reward like bait. In his mind, he grumbled and called her an old lady. The white-haired woman let out a soft laugh and commented that even his obvious lies were cute in their own way, but reminded him that rewards required proper justification. Addressing him casually as a kid, she asked whether he planned to explain everything and questioned what kind of demon he had fought this time. She pointed out that he reeked of the stench of one of the 72 demons, and added that she would much prefer it if he didn't lie to her. Knox fell silent for a brief moment. He knew that lying in front of Noah von Trinity would be practically suicidal. With that realization, he concluded that this time, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Taking a quiet breath, he began to explain that at first, he had simply believed the enemy to be nothing more than a suspicious man with questionable connections. Even though the man had been Avalad's chief administrator, his actions had gone far beyond anything that could be considered acceptable. Knox explained that large-scale illegal operations had been running unchecked for a long time, which had led him to suspect that the man was a demon capable of manipulating human minds. He added that he had only learned the man's true identity as Archduke Lememedin after the battle, and that, as expected of a demon infamous for his alchemy, the fight had been vicious. He admitted frankly that if someone had not intervened midway through, he would likely have died. The woman let out a strangely amused sound and casually remarked that Palin had died, supposing that the demons must now be scrambling to prepare their defenses. She added offhandedly that it wouldn't save them anyway, since she intended to kill them all regardless. Knox stared at her in confusion, thinking that it was an utterly horrifying thing to say so lightly. Still, he noted inwardly that at least she believed him. Although he had carefully omitted every truly important detail, nothing he had said was technically a lie. The woman then produced a bottle and announced that since he had successfully subjugated a demon, she would grant him a special gift, presenting it with exaggerated flair. Knox stared at it in disbelief before blurting out whether it was whiskey, wondering if she had lost her mind. He reminded himself that he was still a student and questioned whether she was even on duty right now. She waved away his concerns, telling him that he thought too much. Even if she drank there, she said, no one would dare lay a hand on her, and that clearly wasn't the issue. She urged him to take a glass, remarking that she rarely had the chance to drink with her students. Then she suggested a toast, celebrating him as the first freshman to clear a red mission and for slaying one of the filthy 72 demons. Knox brought the glass closer and inhaled the scent of the alcohol, hesitating. Even in his previous life, he hadn't been much of a drinker. He remembered how brutal hangovers were and how he would rather play another game than endure one. Still, he reasoned that a single sip wouldn't hurt. The moment he drank, his eyes widened in shock. The alcohol content had to be at least 40%. He wondered if she had seriously expected him to drink it straight. At that instant, the system issued a notification stating that he had consumed the item Black Dragon's Terra Liquor, 50 years, and that his mana and stamina had both increased by 1. Knox was left staring blankly, his thoughts tumbling over one another as he tried to understand what was happening. The woman caught his reaction immediately and chuckled, saying he could already feel it, the growth surging through his body. Hearing that, Knox almost laughed in disbelief. Just drinking something had raised his base stats. It sounded ridiculous. No matter how many playthroughs he remembered, he had never once heard of a hidden item like this. A dangerous thought crossed his mind, and he decided on the spot that he would drink it every single day. The woman laughed again, as if she had been waiting for that conclusion. She told him she understood his excitement, but calmly added that after the first drink, the additional gains would no longer apply. Knox inwardly cursed, thinking it was unfair of her to mention that only now. Even so, as miraculous as the artifact was, he knew his situation had not truly improved. His body was still a wreck. His lifespan had been extended, yet his health was worse than it had ever been. One battle bled into the next in his memory. Palin, Tagilin, Grimmery, Lemegeton. Wounds layered over wounds. Injuries stacked without ever fully healing. The woman stepped closer, her tone shifting as she said that from this point on, demons would only grow more rampant. Monsters would emerge that even she might not be able to stop. That was why, she explained, she had chosen to raise talented students strong enough to stand against them, so that no demon, and none of the dogs that followed them, would ever rise again. Among all the students she had observed, the one who fit her long-term plans best was Knox von Rainhover. She recited his titles with clear amusement. The scoundrel of Rainhover, the wielder of the black sword art, a bold freshman, and a subordinate of lunatic. She said the expression suited him perfectly. Then, with a faint smile, she asked whether he had really believed she would fail to notice his little extracurricular activities. Knox's face stiffened, disbelief freezing his expression in place. In his mind, he wondered how things could possibly end up like this. He had risked his life to kill one of the 72 demons, only to now find himself facing death at Noah's hands. Was this what people called a bad ending? Noah, however, told him to relax. He said he did not care which organization Knox belonged to, what secrets he carried, or what schemes he might be hiding. He made it clear that he had no intention of killing him. Whether Knox was part of a criminal group or a lunatic plotting against the imperial family was irrelevant. What truly mattered was that Knox continued to grow stronger. Noah openly acknowledged Knox von Rienhover's abnormal talent, stating without hesitation that both his swordsmanship and his magic far exceeded expectations. Noah pointed out that Knox's explosive progress in sword arts was likely the result of his father and the environment he had grown up in. His tone shifted as he added that, in contrast, Knox's magical talent was still painfully underdeveloped. Then he revealed that a visiting professor would soon arrive at Eldon Academy and advised Knox to do whatever it took to catch that person's attention. If he succeeded, Noah said, he would be able to grow far stronger than he was now. The moment Knox heard that, fear and anticipation surged together in his chest. A single thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be her? If so, that meant he would finally meet one of the four sages, someone on the same level as Noah, and the true owner of the orb Elainer had once given him. As Knox was still processing that realization, Noah let out a light laugh and announced that it was time for Knox's second reward, deliberately dragging out the moment before revealing it. At the same time, out in the corridor, Daitri and Prim were searching for Knox. Daitri formally reported that he had brought the boy Knox had requested. Knox acknowledged his work, and as his gaze settled on Prim, he reflected inwardly that this was the greatest gain from the entire chain of events. He greeted Prim, remarking that it had been a long time, and expressing his hope that Prim had not forgotten the oath they had made that day. Prim, introduced as a dog beastkin and a genius of command, curled his lips and mockingly asked what oath Knox was talking about. In response, Knox internally assessed him as a catastrophic collection of defective traits, a walking disaster, before calmly asking whether Prim was implying that he intended to break the oath to follow him. Prim burst out laughing and replied that there must be a reason Knox had spent such a fortune to buy him. He assumed that meant he was incredibly valuable and suggested that he should be treated accordingly. Knox's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Daitri. In his mind, Prim's words echoed, that demand to be treated accordingly. Coldly, Knox decided that it was time to bring it out. He instructed Daitri to prepare for what he called negotiation and conversation. Daitri was instantly struck with fear, while Prim admitted to himself that this kid was a natural-born personality disaster. He thought that if Yukin's personality had been in control instead, he might have sympathized and tried to console him. Then Knox told Prim that he should blame his own traits. Confused, Prim looked up at him. Knox reached down and picked up a baseball bat, his face twisting into something genuinely terrifying, and declared that from this moment on, he would demonstrate how the scoundrel of Rainhover dealt with a troublesome mutt, before mockingly correcting himself, and adding that he meant a servant, of course. Standing beside them, Daitri subtly signaled to Prim, advising him to simply admit his mistakes and beg for forgiveness. Prim barely had time to process what was happening before a heavy blow came crashing down on his head, cutting off his protest halfway through the thought. Sometime later, Daitri addressed Prim again, his tone stern as he instructed him that while serving the young master, he must always speak politely and was never allowed to attack or doubt the young master's words. He asked if Prim understood. When no answer came, Daitrai hesitated, then muttered uneasily that perhaps Prim was no longer responding because he was already dead, even adding that he hoped Prim would be reborn as a good dog in his next life. Filled with pain and anger, Prim suddenly shouted back that he was still alive and had not died yet. Knox, who had been standing there the entire time, immediately turned his cold gaze on him and questioned how he dared to raise his voice. Terror seized Prim's throat, his breath choking as Knox's expression grew ferocious. Knox calmly implied that if Prim felt he needed more conversation, he would be more than happy to provide it. Trembling violently, Prim hurriedly insisted that it was unnecessary, stammered that it was already enough, and awkwardly thanked Knox for the explanation. In his mind, however, he cursed them all as insane nobles. Daitrai then added cheerfully that at least Prim's negotiation with the young master seemed to have gone smoothly. Prim clenched his teeth in silence, wondering how anyone could possibly call this a negotiation. Daitrai reassured him not to worry, and said he would personally teach him slowly. He explained that he would instruct Prim on how a servant should properly and politely treat his master, and what was expected of him. Knox interrupted coldly, telling Daitrai to stop. He remarked that Prim's eyes still held fighting spirit, and that he would recover soon. Pretending to raise his staff threateningly, Knox suggested that they should prepare for a negotiation season 2 in advance. Panicking, Prim blurted out that he had simply been born with a frightening face and meant no harm at all. Daitrai then turned to Knox and politely excused himself, reporting that he had heard Knox's other companions had officially received permission to transfer to Oyen Academy. He added that Lord Gran must have spent a great deal of money to make it happen, considering the process itself was illegal. Knox silently reflected that Daitrai was referring to the other units, Alina, Rona, May, and a unit from Tahalan, and noted with quiet satisfaction that all the units he needed had finally gathered, just as expected from the Dark family. He also admitted to himself that Gran was extremely useful when it came to handling matters in the shadows. Turning his attention back to Prim, Knox informed him that the others would be arriving soon and ordered him to prepare for departure as well. Prim weakly protested that his name was Prim and not Slave. Knox responded casually that it was fine and continued calling him Slave anyway, adding that the first thing they needed to do was get rid of Prim's dog-like stench. He ordered him to bathe within 5 minutes, and then put on the hood he handed over. Prim lifted the cloth hesitantly and asked what it was. Knox explained that it was an artifact meant to conceal the wearer's characteristics, hiding Prim's ears and other beastkin traits. Then he added coldly that it would not work against him, warning that if Prim was thinking of erasing his traces and running away, it would be completely useless. Frightened, Prim immediately declared that he would go bathe right away. Sometime later, Knox stepped outside the academy grounds to meet the others. He greeted them calmly, saying it had been a long time and noting that they had arrived right on time. Although they likely already knew one another, he said he would reintroduce everyone just in case. At that moment, a brown-haired maid appeared behind him, gasping in amazement as she stared at the vast courtyard. She exclaimed excitedly that they would be living there as the young master's personal servants, and that, on top of that, they would be able to enjoy luxurious meals whenever they wished. Knox silently wondered when the last time she had actually gone to the student cafeteria. Suddenly, contemptuous voices rose from nearby students. They mocked that the academy now allowed just anyone to enter, sneering that it was no wonder the school's reputation had declined if trash like that was being admitted. They added that the person must be Knox von Rainhover, and that it was only natural for him to associate with people of such low status. The brown-haired maid flared up in anger, shouting as she demanded to know whether they had just been called lowly. She repeated the insults aloud, bristling at being labeled trash and dogs, and angrily asked where any dogs even were. Knox firmly called out to her, ordering Rona to stop and come to him. After that, Knox turned to his companions and asked them to allow him to make an introduction. He introduced Prim as his new servant from Abelard, and added that even without him spelling it out, they probably already knew why he had summoned them all there. He welcomed them to Elian Academy and declared that this also marked the beginning of their new lives as his loyal servants. The group listened with bright expressions and cheerful acceptance, while only Prim stood there feeling unsettled. Something fell off to him. He could not understand why everyone was treating this situation as if it were completely normal. On the upper floor, Noah and Bernard were engaged in a quiet conversation. Noah spoke in a dismissive tone, remarking that this was the one the child Berniner had chosen to raise as his disciple. Bernard replied that Noah was right and added that it truly was remarkable. The narration shifted as time moved forward, reminding that the world never stopped changing and continued to give birth to new powers. There was Luna, who had reached the pinnacle and earned the title of one of the 7 continental stars at the age of 20, among 3 sword masters and 4 sages. Just like the boy who occupied her thoughts, she was now meeting with 2 others. Luna stated calmly that the boy was undeniably a genius, emphasizing that his talent was extraordinary. The scar-faced man continued, saying that from the very first time they had met the boy, They had already known his talent was exceptional. He suggested that they should grant him a higher rank to properly honor his contributions. The blue-haired woman froze, then spoke up, saying that she too had known from their first meeting that his talent was outstanding. However, she questioned what would happen to her seniority if that rookie were promoted to second rank. Duff scratched his head awkwardly as the atmosphere grew strange. Luna continued, stating that the boy had managed to destroy a barrier that could not be destroyed. The blue-haired woman shouted in shock, demanding to know how such a thing was even possible. Luna replied that there was something else she needed to convey. After witnessing his abilities during the mission, she had decided to make him hers. Duff and the blue-haired woman stood stunned, disbelief flashing across their faces as they tried to grasp what Luna meant by that claim. Luna's face flushed red, and she hurriedly clarified that they had misunderstood. She scolded them for being foolish and explained that she meant she would accept him as her disciple. The blue-haired woman laughed and teasingly added that, in her opinion, stealing the princess's fiancé would be a fitting form of revenge. Luna immediately snapped at Marin, telling her to stop indulging in such fantasies. Duff then spoke again, saying that he understood Carton's concerns, but questioned whether the child was still far too young to inherit his sword. He added that the child himself, and even the captain, did not yet seem ready. Luna answered quietly, her voice heavy with the sadness she had long since learned to carry. In this line of work, she said, both the child and she herself could die at any moment. There was no such thing as too early. The moment she had seen the child wield the moonlight element, her decision had already been made. It was no different from the day her own master had once made a choice and given her a name. Her thoughts drifted backward, sinking into memories she rarely allowed to surface. Long ago, beneath the sky and beyond it, there had been a girl born with talents so overwhelming it frightened others. She had been praised as a sword genius, yet abandoned by a nameless noble family before she was old enough to understand why. People whispered about her and called her the sword demon. Luna remembered how that girl had lived, how a single piece of dirty bread or a bowl of thick soup was enough to make her stop caring whose life she took in exchange. Heroes, knights, swordsmen, to her, they were nothing more than smoke that vanished the moment it was touched. Any hope that life might one day become kinder had long since been thrown away. To survive, she had joined a mercenary corps in a small, forgotten village, accepting the most dangerous jobs just to see another day. Luna remembered standing nearby as soldiers casually chatted after a battle, laughing as if it were nothing. They bragged that they had made a good catch again, telling each other to take their share and keep quiet, mentioning a sum of 7,000. They sounded almost impressed that such a monster had appeared so suddenly in the area, joking that the captain was lucky. They laughed and said that if that woman were given even a piece of bread, she would slaughter 10. No, even 20 people without hesitation. Then, suddenly, a long gray-haired woman called out to her. Luna could still remember the way that voice cut through the noise. That woman was her master. She spoke to Luna gently, like one would speak to a child, and asked about the life bound to that bread. She said its price was unbearably high and calmly asked whether Luna would still eat it. The soldiers, startled, demanded to know who she was. In response, the woman slowly raised her sword and replied without a hint of emotion that she had come to collect the sins they had committed. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.